In the dark of night, the continent's strongest mage was awakened by a familiar voice, seeing the old butler sobbing his eyes out. The bedside, as well as the strangely familiar surroundings, left Mika unable to collect himself. Only when he learned it was April of the 32nd year of 10 did he dare believe it was real. Regression magic, with a success rate of 1%, was a very rare spell with no records of it at all. It was called an impossible technique, yet Mika had successfully performed it in a life-or-death moment and returned 20 years into the past, to when he made the wrong choice that led to the deaths of his comrades. The first thing Mika did was check his current body's condition. This body had only just reached the third circle of magic, and it wasn't even complete. That was too low for the heir of the One Pies family, a powerful magical clan. While holding his head in frustration, Mika discovered a bandage wrapped around it. After rummaging through his memories, he finally remembered why he was in this state. It was because Alien had beaten him to a pulp for demanding to break off their engagement. Alien Lindell was the girl engaged to Mika until he turned 20. After getting used to his body, Mika got out of bed and stood before the mirror. This body was so different from the one he had before regressing, so weak and pathetic. Then Mika asked the butler, "Butler, I was too rude. What did her family say?" The butler carefully replied that they hadn't said anything yet. Hearing this, Mika sighed without a word. "All right, I understand. I guess it's not convenient for them to do so either." Even now, Mika still remembered Alien's gaze perfectly, a look full of contempt and disdain. Even after becoming the continent's strongest mage, he could never forget that moment of powerlessness. Mika then found an excuse to send the butler out to have some private space to adapt to the current situation. He then recalled scenes from the past, when he accompanied the hero on the journey to destroy the Demon King. During that journey, the warrior SF, the hero who was granted the power to kill the Demon King, always messed everything up because of his moral compass. Who knows how many territories had fallen because of that one word, mercy. And in the end, the entire party died a meaningless death at the hands of the Demon King, because that guy XF rushed in head first and died first. Now Mika had returned and was determined not to make another mistake. Meanwhile, in another room, Marquis 1PG, Mika's father, was fuming as he called for the butler. "Has that brat woken up yet? If he demands to see that girl again, I'll beat him to a pulp." The butler hesitated for a moment before daring to answer. "Actually, I don't know what to say. If the young master wants to do that, I will inform you, my lord. But right now, he seems to be very angry." After being left alone, Mika pondered deeply. "My regression spell worked, and I've returned 20 years into the past. In order to defeat that Demon King, from now on, I must prepare everything thoroughly for that battle." Mika then manifested his magic circle and began to correct the wrong direction of his mana flow. Mana usually circulates in a certain direction. The direction of mana flow is also a very important part, so if not handled carefully, it can easily affect its very nature. Currently, its direction is clockwise. Mana will follow the designated path and circulate throughout the body, then gather in the heart area to create a magic circle. That is how a magic circle is formed. In theory, that's how it works. But Mika understood it differently, believing it didn't necessarily have to gather in one single spot. The method Mika created was the self-circulation method. This is a training method that's incredibly insane, creating circulation points throughout the body and letting the mana flow through them, ultimately gathering in one place at the same time. By modifying the mana's flow direction this way, Mika's entire body heated up and could have exploded because the mana currents were moving too fast and in great volume within his body. But he wasn't just an ordinary person, but the ninth circle Archmage, Mika. The image of that blockhead hero appearing in his mind gave Mika more strength to persevere. Compared to what would happen in the future, this was nothing to him at all. After a while of struggling and pain, the links between the magic circles were perfectly completed. Mika could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Since this was his first time using the self-circulation method, this was pretty good. My magic circle has stabilized again, and I can now use mana most efficiently. My way of thinking was indeed correct. With the mana left over from the circulation process, I can still create another magic circle. It seems I've become a fourth circle mage. Taking this opportunity, Mika decided to take it a step further. He held his hands out and simultaneously cast two spells, Ice Spear and Fire Javelin. Two magnificent pillars of blue and orange light suddenly shot out from Mika's palms. This is what's called multicasting. Only 7th circle mages and above can use this kind of magic. This is a high-level spell that can only be used after reaching a certain level. Normally, a 4th circle mage like Mika shouldn't be able to use this magic yet, but because he had learned the incredibly complex self-circulation method, he could now cast some higher-level spells than usual. However, Mika didn't seem very satisfied with this result. I can only cast 2 spells at once right now? Back when I was a 9th Circle Archmage, I could use many different types of magic at the same time. But the amount of mana I have right now is very low, so I can't use magic for long periods. Well, this is good enough for now. Just as Mika was starting to relax a little, his father burst through the door and shouted, "Mika, do you have any idea what you've just done?" He thought his son would argue that he didn't know and was about to scold him further. "That's right, of course you don't know, that's why." It was then that he processed his son's admission of guilt, and his face went blank. What did you just say?" Mika, with one hand in his pocket, replied, "I said I know. I've ruined our family's reputation. You don't need to repeat it." Seeing his son was practically asking for a beating, the Marquis's killing intent flared. "Then, you're well aware that right now I really want to break your legs, aren't you?" Mika immediately got scared. That part I don't know. Father, please hear me out first. I only did it because I have my own plan. I don't think it's a good idea to let the Duchess unilaterally request to annul the engagement like that." These words caught the Marquis's attention. Their reaction was indeed a bit arrogant and conceited. "Interesting. Go on. From the way you're talking, it seems you know something." Of course, Mika knew. He knew a lot, in fact. He looked up at the sky and recalled the past. "I, Mikhail Pegas, have changed completely when I turned 23. Alien Lindell had to endure the pathetic person I was in the years before I turned 23. To put it simply, the person I am now is pathetic in many different ways. I'm indecisive, a pathetic, weak man, with no opinions of my own. I'm quite similar to the type of person that Alien despises. It's no wonder I look like this." She was disgusted by our engagement. Mika then sat down on a chair and calmly spoke with his father. First, he asked the question, "What are the requirements to fulfill the engagement with Duchess Lindell?" The Marquis, like a good student, immediately replied, "You must not learn any mana training methods, because in order to produce an heir, the two of you cannot mix 2 different types of mana together. The heir is very important to a family, especially if the child is a knight or a mage, as it's likely inherited from the parents." Mika then smiled slyly. "Yes, that's it. That's how I came up with this plan." What would happen if Alien didn't follow that requirement? It's true that I initially refused because I wanted to break off the engagement with her, but I just had a feeling she was acting strange. After hearing this, the Marquis's face suddenly changed. "Are you saying they're deceiving us?" Mika immediately replied. "That's right. Even before we were engaged, she was already a knight. That means she had already learned a method of mana training." The Marquis was a bit suspicious, so he looked his son straight in the eye and asked again, "Are you telling the truth?" Mika didn't hesitate to say that it was the absolute truth, but he didn't mention that he had made a few things up. The Marquis immediately frowned. "That's strange. If a level 8 mage like me didn't notice it, how could someone like you know? I'm sure you know how serious this is, right?" To make his father believe him, Mika continued to lie. "Even though it was just for a brief moment in the past, I can still confirm that she has trained her body with mana, and her mana levels are not stable at all. Because this matter was extremely serious," the Marquis asked again, "Are you sure? Even a level 8 mage like me couldn't detect it, so there's only one trick they could have used. Don't tell me it's an ancient magical weapon?" The Marquis, now realizing the problem, looked stunned. In contrast to that, was Mika's confident face. After all, since he knew everything from the past, how could he possibly be wrong? In another place, Alien was diligently practicing her swordsmanship. The training scarecrow was easily sliced apart by her in an instant. Just then, her father, Duke Lindell, approached and asked, "After that day, did Mikhail Pegas do anything else?" Alien immediately replied, "No, that stupid idiot definitely didn't figure anything out." The Duke then clutched his head, looking annoyed. "I thought so too, but who knows what could happen." Seeing this, Alien reassured him, 2 days ago, when he was here, I didn't see him show any signs of anything. And you also think he could never become my husband, right?" Of course, the Duke thought so too. He was just worried that if Marquis Pegas found out about what they were doing, things would definitely get very complicated. After being reassured by his daughter, the Duke's worries lessened somewhat. "That's right. Even if they are the famous Pegas family of mages, they still won't be able to." No one could detect the magic weapon he had attached to the girl. Alien could now channel aura into her body, and Duke felt that such a talented daughter would be wasted in a political marriage. But all of that was just a complete lie. This father-daughter duo was only looking down on Mika because they had found a better catch than the Parlo family. The replacement was none other than Leon Parslop, the sole male heir of the Parlo family. a sword prodigy known as the next sword saint. When she heard the Parle family was visiting today, Alien couldn't hide her joy. Awesome, Leon Parle is definitely a wise choice compared to that idiot. Just then, the knight Mary approached and announced that the representative had arrived. She was quite surprised to hear this, not expecting the Parlo family to arrive so early. But the person who arrived was none other than Mika. Butler Min, with Mika, clutched his head in worry. Oh my gosh, are we really here, young Master Mika? Will this really be okay? Mika gave a confident smile and reassured him. Calm down, don't look so panicked. He was here because of his previous conversation with his father. When the Marquis asked if it was really a magic weapon, Mika confirmed it was. That day, I was just overreacting, just to confirm it. I'm guessing they requested to annul the engagement because they knew I had figured it out. After the engagement is annulled, they can justify it with all sorts of different reasons. The Marquis clutched his head and sighed after hearing this. Sigh. If what you're saying now isn't true, things will become even more complicated, and our family will lose all face, and won't be able to show our faces in public. But if I believe you and oppose the Duchess, it will become a completely different problem. So, do you dare take responsibility for this? Mika immediately felt an invisible pressure weighing down on his body. This was truly the power of the head of the most powerful mage family in the Empire. Mika calmed down and said he wanted to handle this himself. The Marquis then stood up to leave, but he still didn't forget to warn him. If you truly insist that you're right, I will believe you this time. However, if what you said is a lie, not only will you lose your title as the family's heir, but you will also have to drop the on-peg name from your own name. So, do you still wish to proceed? With the memories of a regressor, there was no way in hell Mika could be wrong, so he confidently accepted this demand. And that's why he was here today. Butler Morin, at this point, still wouldn't keep quiet and kept nagging. I'm not at ease at all. You already have a terrible reputation in the family. If things go wrong again, you'll have no way out. All of this just happened recently, and yet you've already come to meet the Duchess like this. It's unbearable. So Mika cut him off. I need to make progress. Don't worry, I've already planned everything out. Duke, after receiving the notice, made an excuse that he was busy and told the knight Makin to inform Mika. Upon hearing the news, Mika looked incredibly sad and turned to leave. Just when Min had just breathed a sigh of relief, Mika suddenly stopped and sat down under a nearby tree. When asked what he was trying to do, Mika casually replied, "What do you mean? What am I doing? Don't you know how long it takes to get back to our territory? It's a journey that takes several days, isn't it? So are you saying I can't even take a break? Or what?" Martin was extremely worried at this moment because the Parlov family was on their way. What if they saw Mika sitting in front of the gate? It would be a huge problem. With no other choice, Martin approached and took Mika's hand. "Sir Mika, I will escort you. On your way back, please leave this place." Mika's attitude suddenly became serious, a stark contrast to before. "Even if the engagement has been nullified, I was still the fiancé of the young lady you serve. I am the rightful heir of the One Purgus family, so take your hand off me." Mika's entire body emitted a massive amount of mana and a terrifying aura, causing even a veteran knight like Martin to step back. After dusting off his sleeve, Mika continued, "Sir, Martin, I'll ask you this. Are you such a renowned figure that you can lay a hand on a member of the One Purgus family?" Martin immediately knelt and shouted, "I am not, sir." His whole body was drenched in a cold sweat, and he couldn't believe that the kid who couldn't even breathe properly in front of him just a few days ago had changed so much. Mika then used his murderous gaze to order Aileen to be brought here for a direct meeting. The Duke, after being informed, was utterly astonished. He couldn't believe that the weak-willed Mika could say such things like that. While he was unsure how to handle the situation, Aileen suddenly spoke up, saying she would go to the gate and meet Mika. Martin was about to report the abnormality he sensed but decided against it. Meanwhile, Mika was being nagged by the butler for his thoughtless actions. But Mika had his reasons for doing so. It had to be today, because today, Count Parlov would arrive. In Mika's memories, the prestigious Parlov family would soon join the ranks of the dukes. To be specific, it was the family to which Leon Parlov, the man who would be hailed as the next sword saint, belonged. He was one of the people connected to Mika before his regression, so it was best to meet him as soon as possible. Now, all the families Mika needed to deal with were gathered in one place. He needed to act even faster than before. While Mika was lost in thought, the butler suddenly spoke up. I was wondering if perhaps you've been training when the Marquis wasn't looking? It was only for a moment, but the power I saw in you, young master, was not that of a third circle mage. Even though I'm not a mage, I am the Marquis' aide. I truly believe I am quite knowledgeable and discerning in these matters. As soon as Mika heard this, he understood what the butler was asking. So you're wondering if I've done something forbidden to forcibly raise my level, aren't you? After the butler nodded in confirmation, Mika didn't hesitate to hold out his hand for inspection to prove himself. After a brief examination, it was discovered that Mika had 4 magic circles. Mika said that he had achieved it 2 days ago. Although this was quite suspicious, it wasn't impossible, so it managed to fool the butler. After discovering nothing abnormal with Mika's body, the butler was finally relieved. The two of them then even joked about how being dumped had awakened the hidden power within his body. In the midst of their light-hearted moment, Mika suddenly became serious. Butler, what do you think would happen if the Lindell family were to fall? Although the butler was confused, he still answered, well, I'm sure there would be a lot of chaos. Though I'm not sure how severe that chaos would be, but the Empire won't get away with it unscathed. Why are you suddenly asking about that? Mika then replied that there was no particular reason. He just had no intention of letting the ducal family be destroyed. He then looked up at the clear blue sky and recalled the past. There was truly no doubt. The Lindell ducal family was a pillar of the Empire, because the fall of the Lindell ducal family was what exacerbated the chaos within the Empire. That's why, having regressed, I have no intention of just standing by and watching it happen. That's right, now that things have come to this, I have to change the root of the problem. Just then, Alien arrived. What is it now? Didn't I already say everything that needed to be said last time? Seeing this, Mika stood up, hands on his hips. That's right, it's all settled, but just because you're done talking doesn't mean I am, right? Faced with this mockery, Alien became even more serious. It's not funny at all. The agreement on our engagement was officially finalized at the meeting between our two families. There's no room to accommodate your wishes anymore. Please stop doing these useless things and go back. Mika then became serious again. Let's take a moment to talk, shall we? Why are you in such a hurry? Is an important guest visiting today or something? Being hit right on the mark made Alien a bit flustered, and she couldn't look him in the eye. Mika then flashed a winner's smile. Leon Parlob has nothing to do with his family's political affairs, and only focuses on honing his swordsmanship. Naturally, there's no way he would know what happened in the family he's visiting, or their current situation. And he doesn't care either. There's only one thing. He cares a lot about business ethics. If the woman he is to be engaged to had unilaterally requested to break the engagement, that upright man would never tolerate it. Seeing Alien speechless, Mika spoke up. You're right. This was officially decided through a mutual agreement, but wasn't it based on a premise? That there are no issues with the engagement. Hearing this, Alien became even more anxious and immediately cut him off. There are no issues with the engagement. Mika had no intention of letting it go, and leaned even closer. No issues? Do you really think so? Alien, in that case, can I consider that the official statement of the Lindell family? Marion, standing beside her, couldn't control his emotions and rushed forward, pinning Mika against a tree. You've gone too far. Even if you are the successor of 1PG, I cannot overlook such insolent behavior. Mika didn't get angry but looked straight at Alien. Alien, is this all the Knights of Lindell amount to? He has always been ill-mannered, but it seems he doesn't know when he can and cannot interfere. Alien then ordered him to release Mika, but the knight dared to object. Unable to contain her emotions, Alien shouted, Sir Marion, don't make me repeat myself. You have a duty to uphold the honor of the Lindell family. After resolving the matter, Mika followed Alien inside. On the way, the butler wondered if it was all right for Mika to go alone without the Marquis. Mika heard this, turned around with a bright smile, and said, What are you talking about? I came here with my butler. You are the one I trust the most. Hearing these words made the butler a little emotional, crying. After arriving in the living room, Mika asked to speak privately and didn't want to be disturbed by anyone. Alien didn't object but accepted this request. As soon as she sat down, Alien got straight to the point. So, what is it you want to talk to me about? Mika didn't beat around the bush and said it outright. She had lied. Alien immediately denied it, saying she didn't understand what that meant. Mika then continued. The promise between our families was not to practice mana while the engagement was still active. You remember that, don't you? Alien was a little startled, but she quickly composed herself. I've said it before, we didn't break any promises. If you're so suspicious, why don't you go and verify it yourself? Also, because you told the whole world that I'm your fiancé, I don't feel comfortable being called that. Mika was now resting her chin on her hands and obediently listening to her blatant lies. So, she thought he was deceiving her and making a big deal out of everything. Well, it's true, I looked carefree and naive back then. Mika then said that she would verify her words herself. Alien immediately stood up to let her check, but Mika stopped her. I don't need to check right now. I'm not even sure if your family played fair from the very beginning. Since things have come to this, why don't we prove it in front of them? Alien heard this and didn't understand who they was referring to. When she finally realized, she completely froze. Mika then looked towards the window and said, that's right. The people who will judge more fairly than anyone else. Let's prove it in front of the Parlo family. At that very moment, at the entrance gate, Leon Parlo and his servant had arrived. He was eagerly looking forward to meeting the 5th-ranked knight of the Empire. One look, and you could tell this idiot cared about nothing but fighting. His servant understood this, and reminded him, I'm just reminding you, but please don't pick a fight with the Count's people. Leon felt a little awkward, as the comment hit a nerve. I won't do anything. Who do you think I am? But the servant's face said it all. Yeah, right. Like I believe you. Having no other choice, Leon could only promise not to cause trouble. He then asked the servant the reason his father had summoned him to the capital so urgently. The servant explained, Of course it's urgent, lest the Count throws another tantrum. They don't want to be stuck on the border like this. That makes sense. A family as noble as this shouldn't be stuck on the border, because only families that contribute to the Empire can secure their succession. Families on the border that are ignored by the Empire will be eliminated and disappear. The Parlo family had to seize this opportunity. Leon suddenly remembered something and asked the servant, By the way, didn't that girl break off her engagement a few days ago? The servant sneered. That's right. She broke off the engagement just because that man is the heir to the famous 1PG family. After hearing this, Leon asked again, Oh, really? Is there no other reason? Isn't it because there's something suspicious about her? This guy's intuition is pretty sharp, even though he doesn't look very bright. The servant immediately retorted, she's from the Lindell family, a house of many knights, and she also has Marquise 1PG. If there was something suspicious about her, there's no way Marquise 1PG would just sit back and do nothing. Leon thought that made sense, but he still felt that things weren't that simple. Back to the present. In the living room, Alien was completely shocked by what she heard. What did you just say? Mika slowly approached and said it again. Didn't you hear me? Prove it to everyone, because the Parlo family is on their way here. Don't you see this as a great opportunity to erase all the injustices? Why? Are you scared? Terrified? Alien swallowed hard and retorted. You have no right to do this. You don't represent 1PG yet. But what Mika pulled out of his pocket was the 1PG emblem, which shocked Alien so much she couldn't sit still. With this in my hand, I am already considered an official representative of the 1PG family. Once this emblem is presented, the name of 1PG will be put on the negotiating table. This means all responsibility will fall on the 1PG family if Mika is lying. But if you look at it from another angle, Alien will be considered an enemy of the 1PG family if she is the one being deceitful. Mika was now in a new position, so he was much more confident. Things are different now. If you're truly innocent, then you have no reason to hesitate for so long, right? Upon hearing this, Alien panicked and shouted, Do you have any idea the weight of the words you just uttered? If you cause trouble, the repercussions will depend on what the 1PG family can take responsibility for. Mika didn't seem to care much, his eyes suddenly turning bloodthirsty. I think we'll just have to find out and see for ourselves. So, what's your choice? Alien was terrified, bowing her head to the ground, not daring to say another word. Just then, a voice rang out, Stop, don't say anything more, Alien. After seeing Duke, Mika broke into a radiant smile. You've finally arrived. Now is the real time for our little chat. Duke Lindell was the knight ranked 5th in the Empire, one of the 12 sword saints, and the one who would lose everything to the Demon King. He was a key figure in avoiding future disasters. Looking at the young man before him, Duke was a bit in disbelief. Are you really Mika? Mika immediately replied, Yes, it's me. After taking a closer look, Duke said, That's right, you really are that kid. Your appearance and temperament are the same, but you seem to have changed. Did you receive the dragon's heart from Marquis 1PG? Mika spoke without any reservation, as if talking to a friend. I haven't even seen it yet. My father is a bit stingy, you know. He won't even let me look at it. And with that, Duke burst out laughing like a child. It seemed Mika had piqued his interest. Just then, Mika spoke up and asked, So, what are your thoughts? Duke sat down and deliberately asked back, What are you talking about? Mika didn't bother with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Don't play dumb as if you don't know about the marriage contract between the 1PG and Lindell families like that. Duke stopped joking and became serious. A marriage contract? We broke it off because your rank was too pathetic. Nothing more, nothing less. Despite being insulted to his face, Mika still wore a bright smile. Is that really the reason? Duke, shamelessly, said it was the only reason. No longer beating around the bush, Mika said directly, I'll get straight to the point. During the time our engagement was on hold, Alien was secretly training her mana. Duke heard this and laughed out loud. Ha ha, impossible. If my daughter were secretly training her mana, do you think I wouldn't know? Mika, I am the 5th strongest person in the Empire. Mika didn't deny this. Right, it's true that you couldn't possibly not know. Fine. The Duke's expression immediately changed. Are you trying to say that I'm lying? This intense aura made Mika feel a bit of pressure. Even though he didn't intend to intimidate him, it was likely that Alien had been secretly learning to use mana from the start, and he had found out about it later. He must have weighed the value of his choices. The fool, his daughter, was engaged to or his daughter's talent in swordsmanship, which was more valuable. The Duke then pressed his advantage. I understand you are very disappointed that the engagement was called off, but that doesn't mean you can just make things up, right? Mika was now carefully analyzing the situation. He must be certain that I couldn't have possibly detected the magic weapon that even managed to fool my own father. And the pressure from his aura was making it hard for him to even think clearly in the face of such dominance, like this. But he was severely underestimating Mika. For someone who had once faced the Demon King, this kind of pressure was nothing at all. Mika immediately presented his evidence. Not long ago, when I was still clinging to Alien, she made a mistake. Right here, I caught a glimpse of something. I'm sure you know what it is. Mika said as he pointed to his neck, leaving Alien completely stunned. The Duke almost lost control of his emotions and lunged forward to kill him, to silence him. Anyone else would have been dead long ago after discovering this secret, but in the end, he still refused to admit it. And what if this is just something you thought you saw? Mika didn't have time to bicker with the old man, so he stood up and prepared to leave. If you really wish to deny it, then we can end things here. Before he left, he didn't forget to turn back with a reminder. Oh, that's right. I heard Leon Parlov is on his way here, so I might just run into him on my way back. As soon as he heard this, the Duke immediately shot up and shouted, Wait! Finally, he was willing to admit it. Although he tried to stall by ordering food, Mika flatly refused him. Let's get straight to business. The Duke had no intention of admitting fault and instead spoke in a threatening tone. You'll let this end here, won't you? Mika now remembered this was just the man's natural, arrogant way of speaking. After a round of negotiations, Mika stood up and took his leave. I'm glad we've come to an agreement. After this, I will go my own way. We'll meet again. Alien's mind was in a complete panic. She thought he had figured it out. It seems like he was onto something, but I just thought he was bluffing. And now that the 1PG family has discovered the flaw in the engagement, they'll make us pay an even heavier price. She couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Father, what are we going to do? But the Duke simply smiled. Calm down, Alien. I thought he was a fool who knew nothing about the world, but I was mistaken, and here I thought I was a good judge of character. Interesting. Very interesting. Alien stood up in a panic. Father, I will take full responsibility if you wish, as all of this is due to my own ignorance. The Duke immediately cut his daughter off. Nothing will change even if you do that. Besides, I am the one who allowed this to happen. If I had noticed sooner that you had awakened your aura, perhaps something like this would have never happened. So you can't say that I, as your father, bear no responsibility. The Duke was the one who regretted this situation the most. He could never have anticipated that Alien could, on her own, awakened her ability to use mana without anyone teaching her. A sword prodigy. As a father, Duque wanted to protect his daughter's talent, but that very action led to the current consequences. So that his daughter wouldn't feel guilty, Duque revealed the contents of their agreement. The One Pie's family will demand a fitting price because we have broken the knightly code. But it's all right. They won't ask for anything unreasonable, as it seems that child doesn't want our family to fall. After hearing this, Alien still didn't understand a damn thing. Seeing this, Duque approached and patted his daughter's head and said, You dumb F. Ah, my mistake. I meant to say he's not as foolish as you think. If you don't understand, just watch. From now on, there are many things to learn. Elsewhere, Mika was already waiting and blocked Leon's path. Realizing the person before him was Mika, Leon spoke politely. Could you please explain to me what is happening? If I remember correctly, I'm supposed to meet Duchess Lindello today. I'm just a little confused. Is there something you want to say? But the two went back and forth for a while, and Mika still had no intention of giving a straight answer. Feeling like he was being toyed with, Leon's blood boiled as he released his pressure. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm busy. But if the pressure of the Empire's fifth-ranked knight couldn't even affect Mika, what was this childish display? Mika just needed to flick his hand to completely dispel Leon's pressure. Seeing his technique broken so easily, a bewildered Leon asked, "Wait, what did you just do?" Mika said gently that it was just a spontaneous action, so he should listen to what he had to say, and then get angry later. Leon couldn't believe his eyes and asked again, "You're not Mick Purgus, are you? I heard he's a—" Before Leon could finish his sentence, Mika admitted he was a fool. It wasn't entirely a lie, so there was no need to deny it. What's important isn't the past, but the present. The Demon King's invasion is approaching. Besides, that madman later became a mighty warrior. I will never forget the moment everyone fell while facing the Demon King. Recalling the past caused Mika to unintentionally release his killing intent and startle Leon. After they both calmed down, Leon decided to talk with Mika. This personality was exactly like the Leon that Mika knew. Someone who seemed hot-tempered but was actually very good to his comrades. Mika then asked Leon, "You must be here to arrange your marriage with Iliane, right?" Leon immediately shot back, "Ha, so you interfered to break off my marriage with her?" Mika smiled and said, "Haha, no way. Iliane holds no more value to me anymore. The one I'm interested in isn't her, it's you." Leon suddenly felt worried for his backside and immediately backed away. Mika also realized he had misspoken and quickly clarified, "Let me rephrase. I like women." Leon didn't understand why a straight guy would want him, so he asked again, "Me? For what purpose?" And just then, the wind picked up, sending leaves fluttering in the breeze, creating an incredibly romantic atmosphere. Mika extended his hand and said, "You will become my wife." "Ah, my mistake, my comrade. You're not a fool, you're my kind of crazy bastard." In the war against the Demon King, Leon had defeated the commander of the Third Legion, Angam the Tyrant. Angam the Tyrant was a powerful general of the Demon King, and because of him, so many soldiers had fallen. Defeating him was an unimaginable achievement. However, the price Leon had to pay was his own life, himself. Until the very moment of his death, Leon's desire to fight burned brightly. His biggest regret was that he could no longer continue being a warrior and fighting alongside Mika. Returning to the present, after exchanging greetings, Mika and Leon went to a courtyard in the Lindel territory to talk. Talking to someone like Leon was never easy. Mika was already used to that, so he got straight to the point. "It's nothing special, just that there's a rumor spreading within the BR Theological Society. I think it will probably reach the Parlo family soon." Leon heard this and immediately asked, "The BR Theological Society? Is that the place for scholars who specialize in prophecy? Like the kind that forecasts disaster prevention to stop disasters from happening?" After Mika confirmed that was the place, Leon waved his hand dismissively. "Ha, it's not the first time they've tried to spew out something that sounds dangerous like that. Why worry so much about a baseless prophecy?" When Mika said that it should be taken seriously, Leon burst out laughing. "Take it seriously? Ha, of course, but it still needs a lot of verification. A demon king in this day and age? How can an educated nobleman like you believe in such nonsense? The world hasn't even felt the threat of a demon king yet, but a prophecy has already appeared before the first signs have even begun to emerge. Cassandra's prophecy is unlike any other prophecy before. This time, the prophecy has spread throughout the entire world. However, no one believes that during this period anything unusual will happen. It's only after it happens that people will start to change their perspective on the prophecy. That's how it is for everyone, except for Mika, who had experienced the despair and helplessness of facing the Demon King's fangs and claws, so he understood it best. Although Leon seemed flippant, Mika remained calm. "It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. The main thing is that I want you to cooperate with me." But Leon still paid no mind. "Don't talk such nonsense. I'm not going to listen to you just because of some prophecy. There are too many of those things. I'm sick of it." As Leon stood up to leave, Mika suddenly spoke up. Mulier's aura cultivation technique. Upon hearing this, Leon froze on the spot. This was understandable, as no prodigious sword saint could be born without learning from those who came before. This was the period when Leon's unique style of swordsmanship began to form, and Mika was certain that Leon hadn't come up with it on his own. Seeing Leon's shocked reaction, Mika continued. Baumur, one of the progenitors of aura cultivation, a genius among the 5 strongest sword masters in history, Leon was now starting to lose his composure. So what are you trying to say? Waiting for just that moment, Mika said with a smile. If you accept my offer, I will teach you the complete aura cultivation technique that Mulier left behind. Leon immediately stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, Nonsense. Mulier only left behind a single book and nothing more, and even that one book. Just then, Mika interrupted. Is incomplete. I know. Mika was now even more confident in his actions. So it's true. Leon Parlop has been cultivating his swordsmanship based on the incomplete technique Mulier left behind. And I, Mika Wonwan Purgis, am the one who clearly remembers the missing part of it. Mika then proposed the terms of their deal. I'm not asking for anything major, and I don't care whether you're engaged to Alien or not. I just need to know one thing. If the prophecy of if Cassandra is real, what would you choose? Leon was extremely confused right now. The prophecy. I don't understand why he would risk his life for something like that. Is it even real? But I can't give up on Muir's aura cultivation method. According to the rumors, he's such a liar that the Lindell family proactively requested to annul the engagement. Just who is this guy, really? The person in front of Leon right now was completely different from the rumors. He was not a useless bum at all. After thinking for a long time, Leon confirmed again. You said you don't care whether I'm engaged to the young lady of the Lindell house or not, is that right? Mika answered without hesitation. That's right, I don't care. She's not important to me anymore, Leon continued. Even if you don't care, your family will. Mika scoffed and gave a cocky reply. Do I look like I care about the family elders? What can they say? Ah, this attitude piqued Leon's interest a little, and he became calmer. Although my first impression of you was terrible, thinking back now, you're not the foolish type, as the rumors say. Anyway, about Muir's aura cultivation method, how will you prove that you possess it? Mika knew this would happen. After all, who would dare to believe just empty words? Without hesitating, Mika decided to prove it with his actions. The two of them then went to the Lindell family's training ground together. Mika was incredibly weak right now. Just holding the sword was difficult, and only after using a 4th-level strength enhancement spell did it become easier for him. Seeing a mage fumbling with a sword in front of him made Leon a bit confused. What are you doing? Mika looked at Leon. He said with a smile, You asked for proof that I know the other half of the book, so watch, I'll show you, this crazy thing. After hearing this, Leon felt like he was being toyed with. You're going to prove it? You're going to. Explain Mulier's aura cultivation method. A mage like you? The principles of the aura cultivation method of Muir aren't that different from other methods. The difference is that Mulier's method will engrave upon you a one-of-a-kind mark. Compared to other methods that have an aura limit of about 40, Mulier's method pushes the limit up to 70. Then, Mika told Leon to demonstrate what he had learned for verification. Although Leon was still skeptical, he obediently complied. He closed his eyes and began to channel his aura. A powerful blue light enveloped his body. Marks began to appear on the back of Leon's hands and his forehead. Although they weren't very prominent, Mika could be certain that was Mulier's signature mark. To think that Leon could train to this level with only half of the book. But that was precisely the reason for his anger. Leon had been overjoyed when his father found Mulier's book, but, when he finished training, he realized it was only half complete. Fate is truly cruel. But the Leon of the past had perfected Mulier's aura cultivation method and passed it down to Mika, and now, it was time for Mika to return it to its rightful owner. Mika then told Leon to watch closely because he could only do this once. Mika gripped the sword in his hand tightly, then he began to channel his aura. His entire body was covered in a blue light, exactly like Leon's, but it was much stronger and more stable. Just a single glance was enough to make Leon reel back in astonishment. He couldn't believe that the thing he had been pursuing for so long was in the hands of a mage. At this moment, Mika was drenched in sweat. He had to grit his teeth and use all his strength. Could only use this method for 30 seconds. After all, mages and warriors use mana in a way that's completely different. Leon was completely stunned after witnessing this scene. He couldn't believe that Mika wasn't a warrior. After finishing the demonstration, Mika looked at Leon sitting on the ground and asked, Is this enough to prove that I know that method? Leon finally started to come to his senses and scratched his head in frustration. Ah, damn it. My head hurts so much. Just teach me. I'll accept everything you say, please. Leon thought he would have to beg and plead and accept difficult conditions to be taught. But he never expected Mika to agree immediately, which left Leon dumbfounded. Nothing that had happened so far made any sense, forcing Leon to ask again, What did you just say? Mika then flashed a radiant smile and turned to leave. I'll teach you. Obviously not here. You'll have to come to the 1PG family yourself. I'll teach you everything there. Leon was a bit worried, so he repeatedly told Mika to keep his word. Mika waved goodbye as he walked straight out of the Lindell family's training grounds. But he had only taken a few steps before he was stopped by Duke. Mika saw him and greeted him politely. "I was just about to come and greet you before leaving. I didn't expect you to be here." Duke replied with an icy expression. "You were already leaving? I guess you've finished all your business." From his words, it was clear that Duke had seen everything that just happened. After all, this was the Lindell family's training ground. Mika maintained a calm demeanor and smiled brightly. "You saw, didn't you? For someone like you, it probably wasn't difficult." Duke's attitude suddenly changed. "I saw everything. Everything. First of all, I apologize to you and the 1PG family. And as for compensation, you can feel free to decide." Mika was a bit surprised that the fifth strongest person in the Empire would bow his head and apologize so easily. Not only that, but Duke also agreed to compensation even though Mika hadn't said what he wanted. Truly the head of a great family, Duke always remained calm in any situation. Mika then spoke casually. "I must also apologize for coming to see you on my own. I hope your marriage proposal to Leon Parle goes smoothly." Knowing he was being mocked, Duke dropped the polite act. "Marriage proposal? You're more cunning than I thought. That marriage is probably in shambles now. Just as you intended. Leon has a very considerate personality. He probably thought the broken engagement was because you weren't worthy. But after meeting you today, he'll think there's something strange about the broken engagement, not like the rumors." I'll ask you this. Do you think I can regain the trust of the 1PG family? First, he was adamant about breaking the engagement. But now that he sees our main character as a catch, he's having regrets. "Guys as smart as you are a dime a dozen," Mika then said with a smile. "Of course you can. The Lindell family just needs to show their sincerity." This statement was full of hidden meaning, and of course, Duke understood it perfectly. From now on, the Lindell family would have to fully side with the 1PG family if they wanted to regain the trust they had lost. Just then, Mika posed a question. Sir, if there were a suitable teacher for Lady Alien, what would you do?" Duke was a bit surprised after hearing this. "A teacher? Are you saying our family's swordsmanship doesn't suit her?" Mika quickly explained. "That's not it, but is it the best for her? That's another matter." After hearing this, Duke stroked his beard, in thought. He was wondering if he was being tricked or not. After careful consideration, Duke decided to trust him this one time, anyway. What he had just witnessed on the training grounds was astounding. After returning home, Mika's father praised him with a pat on the head. "I've already heard the news, my son. I was right to trust you. Who else could have exposed the scheme of that treacherous Lindell? Haha." But Mika saw right through that fake smile. If his judgment had been wrong this time, there would have been no mercy whatsoever. That's just how the 1PG bloodline operates. Being seen through so easily displeased the Marquis slightly, and he returned to his seat and his expression turned serious. "There's a letter from Duke Lindell saying he will come here personally as a form of apology. It seems he intends to ask us to keep this matter a secret. For a family renowned for its chivalry, this news would be a fatal blow. Thanks to you, we have gained a great deal. I've never liked the Lindells anyway." "Did the Duke say anything else?" Mika asked directly. "Nothing much. He asked if it was possible to regain the trust of the 1PG family. Of course, I said yes, they just need to be sincere about it." The Marquis was very satisfied with his son's response. It would be foolish to show our hand so openly in a situation like this. Just then, Mika spoke up. "Father, since you've started entrusting this to me, please leave it all to me. I'm the one who resolved this issue, so I want to be the one to see it through to the end." Faced with his son's request, the Marquis responded coldly. You think you're all grown up now, do you? It's true you accomplished this, but since this is a matter between noble families, there are many more things that need to be done." Far from backing down, Mika asserted himself even more strongly. "That's true, but frankly, without you, no one would pay this any mind. It may be greedy of me, but I want to finish what I started with my own hands." The Marquis's finger that had been tapping on the table suddenly stopped when he heard this. Duke Lindell is a treacherous old fox. He's known as a symbol of chivalry, but he's quite cunning. To do this means you will have to face him directly. Mika met his father's gaze with a determined look. "I know. I've lived long enough to have experience in these kinds of matters, so you don't need to worry." Faced with his son's unwavering resolve, the Marquis finally relented. "Very well. You'll have to handle things like this eventually. Go on, then." Mika then promised he wouldn't let his father down and turned to leave. Just then, the Marquis spoke up. "All right, Mika. You did very well today." Mika could feel that these were his father's sincere words. He had finally earned his father's acknowledgement. What a blissful feeling. Mika then bowed and quietly exited the room. The Marquis couldn't help but wonder what had caused his son to change so drastically. The image of a young Mika alongside his beloved wife remained vivid in his mind. Although he had entrusted this matter to Mika, the Marquis still intended to make his own preparations. I suppose I should also prepare for the negotiations with the Duke, shouldn't I? Just because I've entrusted it to him doesn't mean I'll just stand by. Now, what should I do to make everyone think I'm going to bring the hammer down on him? Meanwhile, on his way back to his room, Mika was deep in thought. Before I was reborn, the title of the strongest magical family led to our downfall. There's only one reason a family that powerful could collapse: an internal war. Family members fighting amongst themselves to claim the position of family head. In the elders' power struggle, I was used and ended up contributing to the family's downfall. But this time will be different. After carefully considering his next steps, Mika said to the butler, "Butler, from the Duke. Nora came to see me a few days ago, didn't he?" 3 days before the engagement was called off, the butler answered immediately without any questions. "You remember correctly, which isn't surprising since you're the sole heir of the family. Viscount Nostra, a 7th-level mage, and also an important vassal of the family. He had assisted the Marquis in his youth. He was very talented, but he had one fatal flaw. He was too greedy for power. Instead of being an important vassal, he wanted to be the center of the family. Although he hadn't made a move yet, Mika decided he would nip this threat in the bud." The butler, hearing this, became puzzled. Now that you mention it, I find it strange. Young master, since you were the one who relied on the Viscount the most." Just then, Mika pushed the door open and revealed the reason. Haven't I told you? He was the one who taught me the third magic circle, Tung Lung." The butler jumped in shock upon hearing this. Harming the heir of the family was an unforgivable act. Immediately after his rebirth, Mika had discovered that the third magic circle was unstable, and the one responsible was the Viscount. Back then, Mika had been overjoyed that it could actually work. Looking back now, it was truly humiliating. In any case, it was best to cut out elements like him. Perhaps it was because he was a friend who had helped in a time of need. The Marquis in his previous life was never able to truly sever ties with Viscount Nora, and that was the beginning of their downfall. Naturally, Mika didn't want a repeat of that, so he decided to strike first. He ordered, "The butler, can you bring the Viscount to my room?" The butler expressed his concern that this was rather sudden and would be difficult to arrange, but Mika just smiled confidently. "Don't worry, right now he's probably wondering why we haven't summoned him yet and is waiting eagerly." Just as Mika predicted, Nora showed up immediately after being summoned. The moment he stepped into the room, he was grinning from ear to ear. "Young master, I heard you were looking for me, so I came as fast as I could. When I heard you'd made a decision, have you decided to choose me as your instructor?" Mika immediately pointed at Nora and said, "About that, I have a proposition. Let's you and I have a duel without using magic circles." To this day, Mika still vividly remembered the moment his entire family was massacred. Back then, Viscount Nostra, who held power, had caused the family's demise. Half of the members of that ruined family struggled to survive. As they were hanging on by a thread, the Demon King's minions appeared. The Marquis, the family's most powerful mage, had long been bedridden. The other high-level mages had also abandoned the family. Mika had no way of fighting back against the Demon King's minions. Viscount Nora was the family's last hope, the only remaining 8th-level mage. As everyone held their breath and watched Mika also watched with a sliver of hope. He didn't know what kind of magic the Viscount would use or how he would defeat the arrogant minion of the Demon King. But Nostra's response plunged Mika into despair. Nostra surrendered to the Demon King without even putting up a fight. The pillar of their faith crumbled in an instant, and the entire family completely disintegrated. That is why Mika was now determined to defeat that wretched bastard. Upon hearing the challenge, Nora was a bit confused. Seeing his confusion, Mika spoke up. "I don't mind learning magic from a Viscount, but I'm not sure if it's worth my while, or not. Unless you experience it for yourself, you'll never understand. So, I'm not sure if you, Viscount, if you have the necessary skills to teach me." Nora immediately questioned. "On that day, did you mean that the magic circle, the third circle one I created for you, wasn't enough?" Mika didn't hesitate to bluntly reply that it wasn't enough, causing Nora to tremble with anger. He lost his composure and shouted, "I've already taught you everything I know, and now you dare say you don't trust me." Mika then explained, "Calm down, Viscount. I never said I didn't trust you. I only said that I wasn't sure. I want you to prove you're worthy, and that shouldn't be too difficult. right? After hearing this, Nora started to catch on. Mika continued. Let's make a bet. No magic circles, just a duel of pure magic. If I lose, I will accept you as my master. I swear it on the name of House Oneus. Nora hesitated for a moment before asking, and what if you win? Mika didn't ask for anything grand. He wanted the other party to become his student, and so, Nora accepted the bet. After returning to his room, Nora couldn't contain his joy. What kind of free gift is this? A fight without magic circles sounds very disadvantageous, but if he truly understood the power gap between circles, Mika wouldn't have made such an offer. The limits of a novice, even if he is of the Onais bloodline, Mika is still just a child who knows nothing of the world. Clearly, that kid is just lost in his own delusion of being special. Climbing to the top of the family is impossible. But securing a position that even the family head can't touch, that is my goal. And an opportunity to climb to that position has come to me. Yes, this is a great opportunity. A chance to make my mark in the history of the Onais magic family. Even if it's by force, he will yearn for me to teach him to reach the third circle. Yes, I will become your master and the center of the Onais family. Ha ha ha. And so, Nora laughed like a madman for the entire day. But he had no idea that what he was about to face was the experience of a ninth circle mage, the strongest on the continent. Even though Mika was only a fourth circle mage now, without using magic circles he wouldn't lose to anyone. The next day, after hearing the news, the butler ran frantically to find Mika to dissuade him. Young master, I've heard the news. What is this all about? You challenged Viscount Nora to a duel? Mika admitted it without a hint of worry. He was now just looking forward to the duel. The butler at this point still didn't understand what had gotten into the young master to make such a decision. No way, a battle? And with the Viscount, of all people? He was so panicked he was stammering, unable to form a complete sentence. Seeing this, Mika told him there was no need to make such a big deal out of it, but this calmness only made the butler more anxious. You think I want to? You agreed to call that man your master if you lose. Letting him teach you means handing all the power over to him. Mika also admitted that this was true, leaving the butler dumbfounded. Seeing the young master acting like a fool made the butler relentlessly warn him. Nora is a cunning man, he's not someone you should call master. Of course, Mika knew that. To this day, he still clearly remembered the sight of him kowtowing in submission to the demons in front of everyone. Mika told the butler that Nora wasn't even worthy of being called his master, which made the butler even more confused. Then why would you do that? Mika then explained. Because if I didn't go that far, he wouldn't have fallen into the trap. Butler, do you know the reason why that Viscount is still able to remain in our family, despite everything he's done? Of course, the butler knew, as he had served the head of the house for a very long time. It was because he had been extremely close with the Marquis since they were children. After hearing this, Mika continued. Yes, for that very reason, he was my father's childhood companion and confidant. My father would never kick him out, because he still holds a lot of affection for him. So it's my turn to take care of that guy. With this bet, I'll make it so he can't pull any more shady stunts. A bet between mages is binding, magic is perfected through language. A bet is a promise woven from those words, and if one dares to break it, that person will be punished by magic itself. That means if Mika wins, he will gain the upper hand, in the struggle for real power. That's what he's truly after. After having it all explained, the butler finally understood. It was indeed a good plan. But does that mean you'll naturally have to defeat the Viscount? What? Can you do it? Mika flashed a confident smile and winked. Can I do it? Ah, butler, I assure you, Viscount Nora will never be able to take me down. The butler wondered why Mika was so confident when the difference in their actual strength was enormous. Mika immediately explained. I've set a condition. The Viscount can only use the magic circles that I can create. The butler froze on the spot as soon as he heard that. That was because a mage of the 7th circle could only use 4-circle magic. Is that possible? Are you being serious? As soon as Mika said he was serious, the butler pulled an envelope from his pocket, which was the resignation letter he had prepared in advance. The butler didn't want to follow a young master who seemed mentally challenged and always pulled crazy stunts like this anymore. But life isn't a dream. Mika used fire magic to burn the letter instantly. A capitalist would never let an employee go that easily. They'll just exploit you to your last breath, just like my boss. Boo-hoo. Seeing his chance for a peaceful retirement turn to ash before his very eyes left the butler speechless. Although Mika kept saying to trust him, the butler was still sane and couldn't possibly believe something so absurd. Impossible, how could you? Someone who only recently managed to create 4 magic circles, possibly win against Viscount Nora, a 7th circle mage? I may be old, but I'm not an idiot. Ignoring the complaints, Mika remained very confident about his upcoming victory. Humph, whatever. Don't worry, I wouldn't start a fight if I didn't have the winning hand. Even though he said that, the butler still didn't understand how it was possible to win. Mika then explained the reason for his confidence. It was simple. The Viscount's 7 magic circles are undisciplined and forced. Their eyes met, shining with absolute trust. That's only in a dream. How the hell could he believe him in this situation? The butler immediately took out a second resignation letter. Mika saw this and immediately stopped him. Hey butler, put that away. I'm not approving that resignation letter. Listen, to obtain high-level magic circles, you must first regularly practice using low-level ones. But Viscount Nora skipped that obvious step. He thinks he has succeeded, but that's not the truth. Forcing a magic circle, to pay a very high price. That's why the Viscount isn't like a normal 7th circle mage. He can simulate and still use 7 magic circles, but it's just for show. What about in a real battle? It's not just for display, but when magic truly manifests in a flash, in just a few seconds. What if his opponent is someone with a deeper knowledge of magic than him? He would never be able to win. After convincing the butler to trust him, Mika went to inform his father. And as usual, the Marquis had no idea what the heck his son was spouting. As you've heard, father, I will fight the Viscount with magic, and I've come to invite you to witness that battle. Upon hearing this, the Marquis's eyes widened as he slammed the table in anger. You just said you would take over the family business less than a day ago. But what the hell is happening, my son? Do you want me to break one of your legs to knock some sense into you? Wasn't it enough that I taught you magic? Why are you doing this? The Marquis covered his face in disappointment, his voice gradually softening. It seemed he still firmly believed his son wanted to become Nora's student because of the bet. Mika realized this and reaffirmed his stance. I'm just stating my case. I don't intend to lose. Who would bet on their own loss? I must win, I will win, and I will make Viscount Nora my student. Seeing his son acting delusional, the Marquis went to get a massive club. A mad dog needs to be beaten. The Marquis had realized that using words was no match for his son, so he could only resort to physical methods to make him see reason. And so, he prepared to beat his precious son like a dog. To protect himself, Mika quickly clarified, I am perfectly sane, father. Well, what crazy person ever admits they're crazy? Who would believe someone spouting such nonsense? Seeing that his father still didn't believe him, Mika continued. Viscount Nora is a vassal of our family. What's wrong with the family's successor putting a leash on a vassal? Seeing his son was deeply delusional, the Marquis tapped the club in his hand, preparing to strike. A leash, from someone who just has 4 magic circles. You have the confidence to win? Mika was confident that he wouldn't have done it if he couldn't win. When asked what would happen if he lost, he calmly said he would become Nora's student. The moment those words left his mouth, the Marquis slammed his club on the ground and shouted, That's the problem. What am I supposed to do with you? You know what I want, don't you? Looking at his father's furious expression, of course Mika remembered. The Marquis always wanted to break his precious son's legs when things like this happened. Mika calmly promised, I am willing to offer my legs for the peace of the family. Only then did the Marquis accept this battle and agree to be a witness. After leaving the room, Mika finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. According to the plan, the duel was set. Since he had his father's permission, all that was left was to defeat the Viscount. Nora is certain that he will win, but victory will definitely be mine. He must be thinking about how to make me submit most obediently and how to use me as a tool to swallow this family whole. But that will never happen. In fact, convincing the butler and his father was more of a headache for Mika than winning the battle. Now, the expression on his face was the smile of a victor. He was eagerly looking forward to the battle. Mika then headed straight to the family's magic practice room, the 1PG clan. This place was exactly as he remembered it. This room could even withstand 6th tier magic. It wasn't just an ordinary room of the 1PG clan, but it also had many magical spells and protective barriers erected to resist the effects of magic below the 6th tier. Mika held his hand forward and cast a 1st tier spell, Magic Arrow. A purple mana arrow was instantly created and shot forward. The reason this spell is ranked as 1st tier is because it only requires a few calculations to create. Since many mages can do this, it's the most basic and unrestricted spell. A mage can turn it into a more advanced spell with their experience. For example, controlling the arrow to move at will instead of just designating a specific target. At that point, the difficulty increases by several tiers. When the calculations increase and casting becomes harder, this basic spell is no longer 1st tier. When cast proficiently, it can reach the difficulty of a 5th tier spell. After controlling the mana arrow to fly around the room, Mika made it explode in midair. a large purple explosion was created with incredible destructive power, compressing the mana in his body into an arrow, shooting it out, and then detonating it. Mastering these basic spells is a testament to a mage's understanding. That's also the difference between high-tier and low-tier magic circles. After testing, Mika's control hadn't changed much compared to before. Even though his body was a bit smaller and he had fewer magic circles, his experienced mind remained the same. The battle would begin in another hour, but Mika had no intention of resting and planned to test a few more spells. In his past life, everything Nostra taught Mika was chaotic and forced. Although he created magic circles very quickly, he could never get past the 8th magic circle. It was fast but not stable. Because of that, Mika had to forget everything he had learned and start over from scratch. If he didn't have a once-in-a-millennium talent, he probably wouldn't have been able to relearn from the beginning. Lost in thoughts about the past, Mika lost track of time. Soon, it was time for the duel, and Nora was also heading to the room where the battle would take place. As he walked, he daydreamed about the prospect of winning and becoming Mika's master. Only then could he become one of the pillars of the 1PG clan. But suddenly, Nora's heart clenched with a sharp pain, causing him to collapse to the ground. It seemed this was a side effect of creating chaotic and forced magic circles. Just then, the Marquis approached from behind. "Viscount Nora, did you make a bet with my son?" Nora was kneeling on the ground, still unable to stand up from the pain. He looked up and whispered, "Yes. The young master proposed it first. It's a challenge for him. I also thought he needed an experienced guide." Hearing this bullcrap made the Marquis's blood boil a little. "You? A guide? You saved and helped me a lot when we were young. I always remember that clearly. That's why I'm only observing and not interfering right now." Nora understood the hidden meaning in these words. He seemed bitter, but still played the part of a loyal subordinate well. "Of course, you have always looked after me. I know that, so that's why you're giving me this opportunity." The Marquis ignored Nora and walked straight towards the room. "An opportunity? Is that what you think?" "No, it's fine if you think that. I don't want to say anything until the match is over." This contempt made Nora resentful. He stood watching from behind the back of the man he could never reach. Arrived. Even though they grew up and fought side by side, he was now nothing more than a dog for the 1PG family. This very fact made him determined to seize power at any cost. After entering the room where the battle was to take place, the Marquis greeted his son and took his seat to observe. "As you wish. I will be the sole spectator of this match. No one else will know its outcome, and it will be kept secret. But the price of this match won't be small, because both sides are forbidden from retreating. Choose carefully." Just then, Nora stepped forward and interrupted. "The young master has already made his choice. The heir of the 1PG family cannot go back on his word." The Marquis, of course, understood that. Now that everything was set in stone, he could only hope for his son's victory. Then, as per their agreement, the Marquis used magic to temporarily lock Nora's magic circle. He would be unable to use magic above the 4th tier until the match concluded. Nora, at this moment, was still cheerfully grinning, clearly underestimating Mika and making no preparations whatsoever. After a perfunctory greeting, Nora was the first to attack, pointing his scepter at Mika and activating a slowing skill. Nora wanted to make his opponent slow down for a quick victory, but Mika saw right through it. He immediately countered with a confusion spell. Nora's mind was thrown into disarray, causing him to interrupt his own casting. His head was now splitting with pain, and he was extremely confused. How? Confusion is the most difficult of the 4th tier incantations, yet you cast it so easily? But Mika replied with a look of contempt. "You don't need to know." As soon as Nora's headache faded, he immediately finished casting a fireball and a windblade. The two streams of red and blue magic rushed furiously toward Mika. "Let me teach you. The gap between magic tiers isn't just about the types of spells." To prevent Mika from dodging, Nora cast an earthquake spell to shatter the ground around him. Faced with the powerful destructive spells and unable to move easily to dodge, Mika remained completely calm. He stood his ground and cast a magic shield, blocking the attack. In stark contrast to Nora's panicked expression, Mika was incredibly composed. To be honest, the Viscount wasn't wrong, because it's obvious that a 4th tier mage like me shouldn't be able to block those spells so easily. But unlike swordsmanship, magic is an unfair art. No matter how hard you train in swordsmanship, it's incredibly difficult to close the gap between two swordsmen of different tiers. But magic is different. If you have the knowledge and calculation skills, you can make the impossible possible. Mika then held out his hand and used the magic arrow spell along with several other multicasting spells: free movement, chain explosion, chain magic, homing, destructive power, trajectory control, multi-directional attack. The mana arrows, now stacked with multiple layers of buffs, began to radiate a terrifying amount of power, completely different from before. Witnessing this, Nora was so horrified he could barely hold his scepter. That's supposed to be a first-tier spell? The incantations he just chanted were far too complex. How can a fourth-tier mage use such complicated chants? After completing the incantation, Mika looked directly at Nora and said, "Let me show you, Viscount Nora, this is what true magic is." Facing the dense barrage of mana arrows, Nora quickly picked up his scepter and raised a shield, just like Mika had done earlier. Seeing the arrows get blocked, Nora yelled triumphantly, "I have a shield! I have a shield! Shoot me if you dare! Go!" Even though sweat was pouring down his face, he still tried to act tough. Just then, Mika uttered a single word, "Explode," and all the arrows instantly detonated. A massive explosion blew away Nora's shield in an instant. From within the smoke, Nora couldn't keep his composure. "Explode! How on earth do you control mana like that? What did you do?" Mika calmly replied, "You saw it yourself. I calculated, and forced the amount of magic to increase." But this answer couldn't convince Nora. He repeatedly shouted, "That doesn't count. You cheated. You must have used something forbidden." Faced with such an accusation, Mika immediately punched the wall beside him. "You've crossed the line, Viscount. I am fighting you in the name of the 1PG family. I wonder if you're certain about accusing me of using a magical artifact? Surely the Viscount wouldn't dare to cross that line, would he?" Although Nora was trembling on his knees on the ground, he still refused to give up. Seeing this, Mika repeated the spell once more. Nora created another shield, but still it was useless, just like before. He gritted his teeth, determined not to endure any more humiliation. "All right, fine. Young master, you've surpassed my expectations. In that case, I won't hold back any longer. I'll show you what a level 7 mage is truly like." Learning from the previous 2 times, Nora erected 2 separate layers of shields. By doing this, the flow of mana would be cut off between the 2 shields, and Mika would no longer be able to detonate the arrows. After blocking the attack, Nora decided to counterattack with a multicast spell. The Marquis shot up from his seat upon seeing this. Normally, a level 7 mage can multicast up to 7 spell circles. But what the hell? Nora could only cast 3 level 4 spell circles at once. What a disappointment. But even so, this wasn't something a newly minted level 4 mage like Mika could possibly withstand. The Marquis held his head in disappointment, bracing himself for his son's defeat. After casting the spell, Nora laughed loudly. "Young Master Mika, ha ha ha. Even if your abilities surpass my imagination, you still won't be able to withstand 3 of the strongest level 4 spells at once." Fire Spear. At that moment, he unconsciously clutched his chest, showing that this was putting immense pressure on the spell circle in his heart. What a wannabe mage. The Fire Spear then shot towards Mika, creating a huge explosion and a cloud of dust. The Marquis hung his head low in sorrow, while Nora laughed triumphantly. But it's never that easy, is it? When the dust settled, Mika's figure gradually appeared. Not only was he unharmed, but he was also holding Nora's fire spear in his hand. Witnessing this scene, both the Marquis and Nora's jaws dropped in astonishment. Mika gave it a light squeeze, and the fire spear instantly vanished. Nora still couldn't believe his eyes. "A mage who just reached level 4 destroyed my multicast spell. How is that possible?" Mika then said confidently, "Are you that surprised? Magic is most influenced by innate talent. Life is unfair like that, especially in the realm of magic. The gap in ability, no matter how hard you work, you can't defeat a genius." Nora couldn't believe this truth. His trembling hands tightened their grip on his staff, and he looked straight at Mika, asking, "So, you're saying my magical talent is inferior to yours?" Mika smiled brightly, and provoked him, "If not, then prove it." Hearing this, Nora was completely enraged. He threw down his staff and then held both hands forward to cast attack magic once again. Ice Spear, Devil's Hand, Sharp Metal Magic. 3 attacks with 3 different attributes rushed wildly towards Mika, but Mika still only used a single spell, Magic Missile. All of Nora's attacks were destroyed, much to his astonishment. "How could you break my magic so easily?" To explain it to this idiot, Mika decided to demonstrate what true multicasting was. Countless magic missiles were created by Mika, aimed straight at the target. Before attacking, Mika warned, "Viscount, you blocked my attack with a shield earlier. I wonder if you can block all 10 magic missiles at once like this? Someone once told me that this is the art of explosion." Faced with such a dense attack, Nora didn't even have time to raise his shield. He was blown to bits, nearly losing consciousness. But how could Mika let it end so easily? He rushed forward and used a strength spell on his hand, then gave Nora a massive slap that sent him flying backward. Following that, a magic bullet flew out from behind, knocking him back again. Nora wanted to surrender at this point, but Mika stopped him with a punch right in the face. Mika's mind was filled only with the resentments from his past life. The things I wanted to do before I died, I've clearly completed a good portion of my to-do list. But one thing I still couldn't do was this, so it's quite unlucky for you. Mika's eyes were filled with killing intent. He ignored even the pleas of his father. Only when the Marquis rushed over and grabbed his hand did he finally stop. Stop it, Mika. The match is over. You've won. Stop. But Mika refused to stop. Stop? I haven't heard him surrender yet. Of course I haven't. With his mouth beaten like that, how the hell could he speak? Seeing this, Nora used all his strength to raise both hands and surrender. But Mika didn't see it that way. Father, look, the Viscount hasn't given up yet, so he can still be beaten. Damn, this kid is truly vicious. The Marquis couldn't take it anymore and held up his fist. Son, look at these big, beautiful veins on my hand. As expected of father and son, mages who love to play the physical class. Seeing his father's big round fist, Mika became as obedient as a puppy. Now I see that violence is not the answer. The Marquis then asked Nora if he wanted to concede. As if grabbing a lifeline, Nora nodded frantically. But what the hell? Mika then asked his father if he could hit him one more time. To prevent things from getting worse, the Marquis used a teleportation spell to send Nora for treatment. When only the two of them were left, the Marquis spoke up. Mika, your magic skills have improved quite a lot. I really didn't expect the skill you just performed was that of a seasoned, experienced mage. Mika replied that it was just a coincidence, but he knew exactly who his father was referring to. The Twilight Mage, one who was set apart from other mages and had vanished without a trace. To change the subject, Mika asked, "Isn't it because you've always looked down on me from the start? What I did just now wasn't that difficult." The Marquis looked at his son and said, "Yes. But to close the gap with a 7th circle mage, you need real talent." "Are you saying that's your innate talent?" Mika proudly replied, "I am your son." How could he argue with that? The Marquis continued, "All right, if you say so, then I'll believe you. So is this what you wanted to show me? That you are very talented?" Mika was confused, asked again, "What are you talking about, father?" The Marquis said bluntly, "Viscount Nora is my friend, but not a suitable teacher for you. So what did you want to show me through this match?" Mika felt these words were quite reasonable. How could he possibly choose his master this way? After thinking carefully, Mika replied to his father that it wasn't entirely like that. "You don't intend to send Viscount Nora away. He's clearly the only person you treat as an equal. Even though I know that being the head of the family can be very lonely, I don't like him. Even though I know it's difficult for you, father, I don't like keeping a threat close by. From now on, I will control the Viscount. Father." After hearing this, the Marquis understood the reason his son wanted this battle, and was also very surprised by his future intentions. Elsewhere, Nora, after being treated, sat there tearing his hair out. "This is crazy. I lost? Lost to a kid who just reached level 4. The Marquis watched the match. So how can the result be changed? What should I do? Just then, a voice rang out. "What to do? You made an agreement, so now you have to follow it." When Nora looked up, he saw Mika standing right there in front of him. Mika gave a friendly smile and reminded him, "I'm sure you remember the price of that last match, right?" After this, Nora would become Mika's student. Of course, he didn't want that. But just as he was about to beg, he suddenly realized something important. Wait, this is strange. If he knew he was going to win, why would he set the prize as a master-student relationship? Wait, what if all of this was his plan? He doesn't just want to humiliate me, but has some other ulterior motive. This young master is testing me. Yes, it's not over yet, I still have a chance. After a moment of convincing himself, Nora spoke up. "The future of the family, young master. You've been lying low for a while now, but the incident with the Lindell family made you realize you can't sit still any longer." Seeing the serious attitude of Mika, made Nora feel he had guessed correctly. He spread his arms and boldly declared, "I will help you. You want that, don't you, young master?" But Mika didn't care about this nonsense and gave a friendly smile. "My disciple, your mouth is running a bit too much. Be quiet and call me master." After hearing this, a confused Nora asked, "Wait, young master, do I really have to become your student?" Mika seriously said that it was a matter of course, which made Nora panic. He tried to find a way to stop this from happening. "Student, I'm a level 7 mage, young master." But before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by Mika. "Shut your mouth. As a Viscount, you should know that a mage's promise is not something to be taken lightly." Of course, Nora knew that. A mage's promise is a bet on their magic circle. If that promise is broken, the magic circle will also shatter. If that happened, Nora would lose everything. He couldn't keep his composure and slammed the table, shouting, "I have more magic circles and I'm also older. How can I be the student of someone like you?" Mika had no intention of being merciful at all. "Right there, I should have known you would try every way to avoid this. Huh? If you don't follow the pact, you will suffer the consequences." Knowing that there was no other choice, Nora suddenly became despondent and slumped into his chair. Afterwards, Nora followed Mika to the training room. Although he didn't want to, he was forced to call Mika master, otherwise his magic circle would shatter. Seeing that his disciple was quite obedient, so Mika decided to fulfill his duty as a teacher. "Since I am your master, I will teach you a few things." Although Nora was trembling with anger, he still had to obediently agree. At this moment, Mika already had a few calculations in his mind, before he became even stronger. Destroying the Viscount wouldn't be very beneficial. In fact, Viscount Nora was quite useful. He had reached the level of a 7th Circle Mage and held considerable power. First, he could be of great help to me. Mika then asked Nora if there was anything else he wanted to learn. As a 7th Circle Mage, Nora was very confident in his knowledge and replied that there was nothing he needed to learn. But Mika thought otherwise. "Isn't your magic circle unstable? Your magic is the same. With that thing, your heart will throb in pain. With just a light press, just a gentle touch was enough to make Nora writhe on the ground in agony. So weak, yet trying to act tough." Seeing Nora screaming pitifully, Mika felt no pity at all. He knew exactly why he was like this. If you don't truly bind yourself to the magic circle already in your body, you can still create other magic circles. But your actual strength doesn't get any stronger, even with new magic circles. This is called being an apostle. The reverence for his friend and the head of the Marquis Wurgis family made Nora too hasty, wanting to become even stronger. Therefore, he inadvertently turned himself into an apostle, and the price he paid was this frail body. After Nora calmed down, Mika moved closer and said, "I will teach you how to regain control of your chaotic magic circles. Transfer your mana to me." Upon hearing this, Nora shouted anxiously, "What? You heard something from the Marquis, didn't you? The family and the Marquis have had their reservations about me." "Ha ha ha. I get it." So that match was the Marquis's plan. Nora's mind was extremely unstable, and he started making wild assumptions. Mika immediately refuted him. "Don't make up your own stories. Isn't all of that already obvious? From the moment you multicasted 3 4th circle magic spells, I knew something was wrong. You kept clutching your chest. That's a common symptom of a mage using a disordered magic circle. Do you think someone from the one Pegasus family, like me, wouldn't notice? Anyway, I already made a promise. And if you continue like this, you won't live much longer. Whatever you do will only make it worse. You're about to die." Hearing this, Nora trembled in fear. He didn't want his life as a mage to end like this. In his moment of despair, Mika offered him a chance. "If you still want to live, then there is a way. Take off your mana ring, and I will absorb that mana. I get the mana, and you recover from your injuries. It's a win-win. What do you say? Although you will lose 5 magic circles, it's fine. With a master like me, you'll be all right." Nora shouted in panic. "No way. Losing 5 circles, do you know how hard I worked for them?" Mika ignored Nora's feelings and said bluntly, "Hard work? No, they aren't magic circles, they're just malignant tumors. What's the point of having 7 magic circles if you can't even use them all? A child doesn't become an adult just because they learn to walk. You're just obsessed with power and authority. It's meaningless. Those magic circles are just for show. Do you think Father doesn't know your true power?" After hearing this, Nora asked, "You mean the Marquis knows everything?" Everything Nora did was just to prove himself to the Marquis. And in reality, the Marquis had known everything for a long time, but he, pretending not to know, wasn't the right choice. Noah then recalled the Marquis's words from when they were young. "My friend, I went through so much hardship to get to this position. I almost lost my life a few times, but in the end, I made it. It's all thanks to you. Everyone thinks I'm so great and all, but I know how extraordinary you are. You have a desire stronger than anyone else. That's why you didn't stand still but kept moving forward. Remember, no matter what anyone says, the only person I can trust with my back is you, my friend." Noah froze for a moment, thinking about everything that had happened, and finally, he made a decision. "Master Mika, I accept your offer. Please take my mana." And so, thanks to Nostra's mana, Mika successfully created his 5th magic circle. Mika's joy didn't last long before he fell into deep thought about the future, about his life from now on. "I've averted a crisis, but it was just a small one. Compared to the disaster that will happen in the future, this is nothing. 7 more years, exactly 7 more years. According to Cassandra's prophecy, the Demon King will be resurrected. The consequences of ignoring the prophecy are absolutely terrible. The world is not yet ready to face the Demon King, and their power is unfathomable. A flawed creature, yet no one can stand against them, even when they haven't reached their maximum power. The Empire realized that when the 7th level knight, Kyo Bai On of Steel, was defeated by the Demon King, it was already too late. They were slow to gather the heroes, and half of the Empire was completely destroyed by the Demon King. Completely. They could no longer wait for the temple to summon soldiers. The heroes formed a subjugation squad for the Demon King. Yes, my squad. Thinking back, Mika realized Cassandra was the most important member, the prophet who was pitied and trusted by no one. She was 2 years younger than me, so she must be 18 years old now. Her prophetic abilities, her prophecies were all accurate. She tried to warn everyone, even coughing up blood, but no one listened. And before I was reincarnated, no one listened to Cassandra's prophecy to select warriors. At all. Because no one believed her. A prophet who isn't trusted is meaningless. I don't know what happened to her after that, but she probably didn't have a good ending either. Unless she was also reincarnated, but that's impossible. Then, Mika put down his pen and wrote out a plan for the future. Next, I will sign up for the warrior selection. If I can also bring Leon along, I can lead the warrior selection. So the next problem is, what to do about Cassandra. As I recall, she's no longer at the temple. Even though she gave warnings, she wasn't believed, so she left the temple. I have no idea where she is now. I need to find a way to contact Cassandra as soon as possible. But how? What should I do? This is truly a difficult problem. Mika scratched his head in frustration, unable to come up with a solution. Just then, the butler walked in and was a bit surprised to see Mika's messy hair. Mika. The butler then reported that a visitor had arrived, and it seemed they had business with him. Mika knew immediately it was Leon Parlo without even thinking, which surprised the butler. In any case, it was time for their appointment. So besides Leon, who else could it be? The moment Leon saw Mika, he grinned from ear to ear. There you are, the training method. Mika calmly sat down and said, "You're earlier than I expected. I thought you'd be busy preparing for the engagement ceremony." Leon still couldn't hide his excitement. The engagement. The training method is much more important than that. The engagement has never been my #1 priority, so hurry up and tell me the method. But things weren't that simple. Alright, about that, I have one more condition. After hearing these words from Mika, Leon's mood did a complete 180. He angrily slammed the table and shouted, "What? What kind of joke is this? Didn't I already come here just as you said?" Mika calmly continued, "Yes, it's just one small thing. It won't affect you at all. Your family's assets. You're having trouble, right?" "Yes. The dungeon." As soon as he heard that, Leon suddenly turned his face away, sweating bullets. The dungeon. I don't know anything about it. No matter how much Leon denied it, Mika could tell from his flustered expression. You're a terrible liar. A year ago, you discovered that dungeon. A mana mine was found and its owner, Count Parlov, determined it to be a large-capacity mana mine. Leon froze on the spot. How do you know? This guy is so naive. No wonder he was almost tricked into an engagement. Mika not only knew about the dungeon but also knew other information. In reality, it's not a dungeon. People just call it that because they don't know what it is. Most of the exploration teams went missing. Before I was reborn, Parlov had sent a total of 5 exploration teams into that dungeon, and most of them never returned. The reason their family needed the engagement with Princess Lindell was due to the financial pressure from those expeditions, so they needed more backing. After realizing his secret was out, Leon could only hold his head and sigh. I thought this information couldn't have possibly gotten out. Was there a spy? Mika said he just heard rumors from the soldiers and made a guess. Leon actually believed that reason right away and asked, alright. So that dungeon, what about it? Mika gave a friendly smile. It was once considered the biggest problem or the greatest shame of the Parlov family. But now, that dungeon will become their hope. Seeing Mika say it was quite interesting, Leon looked confused. What? Almost every exploration team that went in never came back. It's called a dungeon, but it might as well be called hell. There's nothing you can do. Mika knew that well. In the end, the Parlov family was still determined to conquer that dungeon. So, did they ultimately succeed? No. They failed completely. But someone else explored the dungeon before them and took all the treasures inside. After thinking for a moment, Mika said he would help Leon and join the exploration team. Hearing this, Leon scoffed. You mean you can explore that dungeon, something that even mercenaries couldn't do? Mika held out his hands and replied with a cocky tone. Of course, it's perfectly normal for a mage to explore a dungeon. Leon couldn't understand what was wrong with this guy. Are all mages as reckless as you? Why are you so confident? Mika then said, your family has nothing to lose if I do this. If I explore the dungeon, both sides benefit. And if not, then it's as if nothing ever happened. After having it laid out for him, Leon saw that it made sense. After thinking for a moment, he then wondered about the training method. After getting an assurance from Mika and Leon no longer saw it as a problem. He would go convince his father, but whether he'd succeed or not was up to chance. Afterward, Mika went to inform his father. The Marquis listened to his troublesome son and buried his face in his hands, exasperated. I thought you would handle the Lindell family matter properly on your own, but what is this now? I've heard rumors that the BL family is the Lindell's next target for a marriage alliance. Are you sure you're not going to mess everything up? Mika calmly replied, of course not, father. I would never do that. Earlier I already told you. I made a promise to Leon Parslop. As you know, a mage's promise is something that can never be taken back. At the mention of this, the Marquis was boiling with rage. He immediately took out a familiar staff stained with monster blood. It seems the Marquis was a mage who preferred to get physical, and had carried this staff around smashing monsters in his youth. Mika wanted to ask more about it but held back. Then, he said he had another reason besides keeping his promise, but it had to remain a secret. This kid was really asking for it. The Marquis tried to stay calm and put the staff down on the table. Can I trust you? Mika asked back. Haven't you always trusted me, father? Seeing his father's sorrowful expression reminded Mika of the past. Even at his worst, his father never stopped believing in him. The thought brought a sharp pain. I deeply regretted how I kept running away from reality after my father passed away. That's also why I never dared to become a warrior. After thinking it over, the Marquis stood up and looked straight into his son's eyes. You rascal. So, you can still handle the Lindell family matter yourself, right? Mika replied firmly. I already told you. Everything is connected. I can't tell you the details. After trying to persuade him to no avail, the Marquis could only agree. Fine, do whatever you want. Mika bowed to his father and prepared to leave. Just then, he sensed a presence in an empty space in the room. Do you have a guest, father? The Marquis immediately denied it. No. Did you see something? Mika looked around for a moment, then said he must have been mistaken and left. When he was alone, the Marquis sighed. Humph, I wonder who that kid takes after. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. He takes after you, of course, my lord. He's very much like you. You've changed a lot since then, though. The Marquis wasn't surprised and asked, Humph, what do you think? It seems the boy was aware of your presence, wasn't he? Suddenly, a mysterious person stepped out from a black mist. That's to be expected. My magic circle isn't exactly ordinary, so it's difficult to conceal myself completely. The Marquis turned around. The magic circle still hadn't vanished. But if it's you, the one who watches over the boy as his butler, you must have noticed something, right? Whoa. So he's the butler? I thought he wasn't a mage. The butler replied. The young master has indeed changed a lot recently. He's become more resolute, and his magic has grown considerably stronger. The Marquis also acknowledged this. The butler then continued. Yes, it's impossible to become that strong through magic alone. It must be the young master's innate talent. Perhaps he has only just now realized his own potential. Well, that's not too surprising for someone with the blood of one Purgus, since our ancestor is the one who built the 1PG family into what it is today. It's no wonder he's only realizing that talent now. The talent of a successor. After asking a few more things, the butler rushed over to Mika and joined him on the journey. The family head told me to accompany you. He was worried about what kind of dangerous trouble you might get into, so he told me to follow and protect you. Young master. That's some pretty good acting. But Mika had known the butler's true colors for a long time. He was just playing along. After greeting Leon, the three of them began their journey to the territory of the Parlo family. When they arrived, seeing Mika looking bored with his chin in his hand as he gazed out of the carriage, Leon asked, Why do you look so bored? Is our territory that bad? Mika replied, No, actually I'm quite surprised. Your family has maintained this barren land very well. My father would say this is a good location, and it's not just about its appearance. The overall livelihood of the residents and the natural state of the land are quite good, especially this miles-long Helen Forest road made of minerals. You would need to constantly import enough to cover the entire ground. To be more clear, no matter how glamorous the outside is, it's useless. What's important is how satisfied the residents are. Your father is a wonderful lord. You should be proud of that. Leon was visibly pleased. To think I'd hear these words from a member of the 1PG family. Just as you said, our land is truly wonderful. It's all thanks to the efforts of my father, a man I respect and who is worthy of respect. It's all true. Indeed, Mika had always been proud to have Parlo blood in his veins, even if he was the only one left who carried that blood within him. For the rest of the way, Leon talked endlessly and proudly about his territory. After arriving, Leon informed his father about his companion. Count Dace Parlo lost his composure the moment he heard the name Mika PG, so much that he had to gulp down a bunch of pills. It seemed his health wasn't very good, and he needed to take medicine whenever he lost his composure. After calming down, Leon announced again, "As I said, Mika 1 PG is currently on our land." Dace calmly asked, "Well, alright, that's a surprise. Where is he?" When he learned Mika was in the drawing room right downstairs, Dace became extremely serious, then gulped down another handful of pills. Leon rushed to stop him. "Father, you can't take any more medicine," but he was unsuccessful. "Let go. I'm going to die, buried in this pile of work anyway. Just let me go to heaven early." After popping the pills like candy, Dace calmed down. Alright. I've accepted that Mika 1 PG is waiting downstairs. Are there any other issues?" Leon reported that aside from the small issue of the dungeon rumor, there was nothing else. Hearing about the dungeon, Dace's mood became unstable again. He laughed like a madman, and took out a piece of paper to write his resignation. "I should have done this a long time ago. You take care of the rest. I should resign for my own mental health." Seeing this, Leon quickly tried to dissuade him. "No. How can you just resign like that? I haven't even explained everything properly yet." Only then did Dace put down his pen and listen to his son. "Speak. It's clear the 1 PG family's status is higher than ours." "No. It's not just that. They are a family that in this empire you can count on one hand. If they find out about the dungeon, it will be taken from us." Leon quickly explained, "I'm not so foolish as to not realize that. He made an offer I had to accept, so, obviously, I accepted it." Daji still couldn't understand what made his son agree so easily. Leon continued, "Yes, it's the complete Mia aura technique." Hearing this, Daji stood up in shock. Leon continued to explain, "He knows the Moulier aura technique, and based on that, I made a deal with him." After learning that Leon had confirmed it himself and sealed the pact with Mika, Daji's fell into deep thought. That meant the item was so important that he was willing to trade an aura technique just to get his hands on it. What could possibly be in that dungeon? After some thought, Daji's decided to meet and speak with Mika directly. Meanwhile, the butler was still putting on quite a show. He clutched his head, bowed to the ground, sweating profusely, and repeatedly crying out that they were doomed. Seeing this, Mika played along. "Butler, why are you so anxious?" As if waiting for his cue, the butler shouted in panic, "Do you truly not understand, my lord? The Blove family is not one to be trifled with, especially concerning the dungeon. Just thinking about how the family head will feel is giving me a headache." After listening, Mika calmly asked, "You seem to understand the situation quite well, butler. Are you a lord yourself?" The butler didn't hesitate to say no and looked away. It seems that hit a nerve. Mika had already calculated everything in his head. Well, he's not wrong, but he's missing one crucial detail. I know everything. For example, just how much the Blove family relies on the Mia aura technique, and the fact that the Count's family views the dungeon as a thorn in their side because of their repeated failed assaults. This deal was in the palm of my hand from the very beginning. Mika then reassured the butler, "It's all right. When I speak with Count Parlob, everything will be sorted out." But the butler remained skeptical. "Do you think he'll agree? Even if you are the young master of the Ophrys family?" Mika then declared confidently, "I guarantee you, he will be down here within 1 minute." The butler thought Mika was just spouting nonsense, but suddenly the door opened, and Dajis walked in with an extremely serious expression. Skipping the pleasantries, Dajis got straight to the point. "Well, I hear you're interested in the dungeon." A complete change from the butler's panicked demeanor from before, he appeared extremely confident and in control of the negotiation. Mika didn't show any weakness either, stating, "The desire to seek out and discover is a mage's instinct. A dungeon is a fitting choice for that." Dajis rested his chin on his hand and said, "Exploring a dungeon, is it? Nothing satisfies a mage's curiosity better. But I suspect you already know what's inside that dungeon, and that it's worth more than the Moulier aura technique. My son may be crazy for that Moulier aura technique, but I am not." Facing Dajis, Mika felt a slight pressure. It was as if the man could see right through his reasons for being here, but that was just an act Mika was putting on. He was still controlling this negotiation exactly as he intended, like moving pieces on a chessboard. Mika looked Dajis straight in the eye, and said seriously, "I don't know. I don't know exactly what is inside the dungeon. I am merely curious and wish to explore it. But let me ask you one question. Do you believe the Parlo family currently possesses the means to conquer that dungeon? Dajis didn't try to hide it and answered, "No, I will not lie. We have yet to find a suitable partner, however. We will not cooperate with a member of the Oniros family." Mick wasn't surprised by this answer. He immediately made another offer. "Then what about cooperating with me?" Dajis heard this and asked back, You mean yourself personally, not as an Oniros?" Mick confirmed it once more, and added that he didn't need a full expedition team. Dajis was a bit moved now. He asked Mika how long he wanted to explore for. Mika smirked and held up a finger. "Just 1 day." Dajis was a little astonished by this confidence. He asked further about the conditions, if the expedition were to fail. Mika said nonchalantly, "Moor's chi cultivation technique. I will give it to you unconditionally, but if I succeed, I'll take half of the dungeon's resources." And so, the discussion ended, with the result being exactly what Mick wanted. The next day, the 3-person party consisting of Mick, Leon, and the butler Morin arrived at the dungeon. Leon shouted, "Are you crazy? Just the 3 of us?" Morin nodded vigorously on the side. It must be said that he was a pretty good actor. Mika let out a sigh. He knew this would happen. "If you're scared, just go home." Leon couldn't stand the provocation and charged forward. "Who's scared? I just think we're short on people." Ahem. A member of the Parlob family never shies away from a challenge. Just as Leon was about to step into the dungeon, Mick used magic to stop him. "Don't act on your own. There's a trap at the entrance. If you go in without proper preparation, you'll die." Morin chimed in from the side, "Oh-ho. So from the very first step, one can't enter in the usual way. A simple yet effective form of protection." Leon heard them talk but didn't understand a thing. His face just looked blank. Mika then continued, "Yes, to put it simply, this is a living dungeon, one of the rare few. This dungeon needs to consume energy to sustain itself, just like a living creature. If we just walk in, we will become its food like those other mercenaries. But if we feed it enough mana, it'll be different." Mika then used a fireball spell and launched it towards the dungeon. The fireball entered the dark, bottomless dungeon and gradually disappeared, then the space suddenly cracked like a pane of glass. Mika told the group to stay calm, that it was just a sign that the entrance had opened. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to shatter, and an intense white light emanated from the dungeon. Mick wasn't surprised by this scene because he already knew about it. The first tomb of Acer. A dungeon famous for being impregnable, an ancient relic site containing a holy artifact. The first holy artifact of the relic site. In his past life, Mika and his party had cleared this dungeon and found the Windquake relic. With this item, the party could resist several of the Demon King's attack spells. But Windquake was a relic that grew with its owner, so it needed time to reach its full potential and could not be used recklessly. But unfortunately, the owner of this holy artifact was that idiot warrior, Svit. Exactly 1 week after obtaining the holy artifact, the idiot Svit, who had sworn he would use Windquake properly, accidentally destroyed it. Damn it, what a dead weight. For some reason, back then, Mika felt that he wasn't worthy of being a hero compared to that idiot. But now things were different. Mika would not let that happen again. He was determined to become the owner of Windquake. Afterwards, the 3 of them held torches and cautiously entered the dungeon. Looking around, Leon wondered, "This place is really strange. It's completely different from what the expedition team described. Plus, it seems very bizarre." Mika explained that it's because time was frozen the moment the dungeon was formed. Leon was utterly astonished to learn this. "Wait a minute. Time stopping? Isn't freezing time an ability of a saint-level being?" Mika didn't deny it. "That's right, and to create a dungeon this vast, it truly is something only a saint could do." This was beyond Leon's comprehension. He had no idea what the hell was happening on his own territory anymore. Just then, Mika signaled them to stop. As soon as Leon looked up, he saw an army of goblins waiting ahead. Leon suggested they should act and eliminate them immediately before they could raise an alarm. But Mika stopped him. "Hold on. Don't act so rashly. You should remember that this is only the first gate." Leon, whose brain is wired for fighting, refused to calm down. "So we're just supposed to let them sound the alarm? Then, what if they bring reinforcements?" Mika calmly explained. "This isn't a dungeon, it's a tomb. A very well-fortified tomb. Moreover, it wasn't created to be cleared by just one person." Mika then approached a wall and used a knife to scrape crystal dust from some letters. He explained that if the goblins smell this, they'll go berserk. Importantly, this stuff also has a hallucinogenic effect, just like a powerful drug. If you envelop this with magic and throw it anywhere, the goblins' greed will cause them to kill each other to get what they want. In short, this is an explosive with a hallucinogenic effect. Mika then gave a demonstration right there. He used a piece of cloth and threw the bombs he just made into the room where the goblins were. The bombs immediately exploded, scattering the crystal dust everywhere. The goblins, after inhaling the stuff, got high as a kite and started slaughtering each other. Leon and Morin's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. Only Mika remained calm. To have materials like this inside a tomb, could it be a coincidence? No, impossible. Knowledge is greater than strength. The knowledge to defeat a goblin, using magic skillfully. With these two things, we can easily pass the first gate. It's very difficult to discover these tricks in the tomb if you haven't experienced it before. After a while, all the goblins were dead from the drug-fueled frenzy. Mika calmly walked past the pile of corpses, heading to the next gate. Just then, he detected a reaction from a magic item on one of the goblins. Mika went closer to check and found a space pouch, and not just any, but a highest grade one at that. In his past life, he never discovered this item. Of course he didn't. That bastard Dan Sifit used his ultimate skill and blew everything to dust. Nothing was left. Mika thought back on it, seething with anger. He clutched his head and screamed at the sky. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I've hit the mark so many times already. Damn you, Sifit. Leon, standing nearby, asked Morin what was going on. Morin casually replied, he has these fits every now and then. It's nothing. Mika then sat dejectedly on a goblin's corpse. Leon held the space pouch and wondered if there were any other items, but Mika had already searched and found nothing else. At that moment, he suddenly realized a problem. Getting a reward in the middle of the path before even clearing the first gate, this is extremely unusual. There must be a reason. Mika then checked the spatial bag again. Sure enough, there was a line of text on it. Defeat the goblin, the one with the most greed in the dungeon. This seemed to be a hint for the next stage. After a moment of thought, Mika figured it out immediately. It's the goblin chieftain. Morin immediately wondered how he could come to such a conclusion. Mika walked over to the chieftain's corpse. While explaining, the one with the most greed could only be that goblin. He's also the biggest one, and has the most power, right? We have to take the stone from his body and put it in this bag. Just then, Leon demanded to be the one to cut the stone out. He claimed he was more skilled and better with a knife than Mika, but Mika didn't think so. So the two of them decided to have a competition. There were two chieftains, and whoever retrieved the better stone would get the spatial bag. And so, they both climbed onto the two goblin chieftain corpses and began. Leon drew his sword and unleashed a series of flashy slashes. In no time, he had perfectly extracted the stone, but just as he was about to show off, he saw Mika already holding the stone in his hand. Looking at the pure light from the stone in Mika's hand, Leon knew for sure that he had lost. Leon fell to his knees and cried like a puppy. Mika then dropped the stone into the spatial bag. A key of light flew out of the bag and transformed into a door of light. This was definitely not the path Mika took in his past life. After a moment of thought, he concluded that this was a shortcut. The three of them stepped through the door of light without hesitation and went up a long staircase. Leon took the opportunity to quietly ask Morin, "Excuse me, but in the end, who is Mika? He doesn't seem like a peer of mine," Morin replied. "If you're curious about the young master, there's nothing different from the rumors." Leon still didn't believe it and asked again to be sure. "Come on, you mean those rumors are true?" Morin closed his eyes and said, "That's right. In the past, the young master was truly a person lacking in skill, unattractive, and unwise. I'm only saying this much because that's all the young master allows." Looking at the figure of Mika, combined with Morin's words, Leon seemed to understand something. An eccentric, people usually try to cover up their shameful past. Perhaps he has accepted his past as a part of himself. Suddenly, Morin continued. However, he suddenly changed a lot. I was also very surprised by it. Looking at Morin's expression, one could tell he was both happy and worried about this change. After all, he was the one who watched Mika grow up. Just then, Mika stopped walking. Finally, they had reached the end of the path. It seems we skipped a few things, but somehow, we've made it here. The fourth gate. Before them was a giant towering stone door with strange patterns carved on it. Having come this far, Mika couldn't know what awaited them behind the door. In his previous life, Mika's party fought their way through and received the reward at the third stage. It seems the fourth stage was hidden, for some reason, and since the meaning of the characters written on the gate was "do not seek to understand," Mika intended to go right in. Seeing this, Leon quickly stopped him. "Wait, you're planning to open the door right now?" Mika then explained that, right now, there aren't any hints or anything else, so thinking about it is useless. It's better to just turn off our brains and move forward. We might find something that way. Before entering, Mika used magic to create a thin shield for Leon and Morin, just enough to protect them from physical and mental harm. Then, the three of them walked straight through the door. As soon as they stepped inside, the three of them were transported to a dark, cold space and separated. Mika immediately used light magic, but it wasn't very effective. It's vast in here. The light magic only illuminates a small area, so we still can't tell how big it is. I also can't pinpoint where the butler and Leon are because it's too dark. I don't need to worry too much about the butler, but I need to hurry for Leon's sake. Just then, the space suddenly changed. Under a blood-red sky, a familiar figure appeared. It was the Leon from his past life, bathed in blood. As soon as he saw Mika, he spoke. "It's been a while, you dog, hasn't it?" Mika recognized at a glance that this was an illusion. He paid it no mind and asked directly, "That's a pretty good impersonation. I'll give you a solid 8 out of 10. Now, where is the real Leon?" The illusion of Leon laughed upon hearing this. "What's the rush? Why don't we sit down and reminisce about old times?" Before it could finish its sentence, Mika waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I'm too lazy." The illusion's eyes widened as it heard this. "Too lazy? Are you really? Can you truly ignore all of this? You ran away from this place, yet you still have the nerve to say that? Do you really think you're capable of doing so? You're just a coward who only knows how to run away by yourself." As it spoke, it moved closer and shook Mika. This was an illusion created from Mika's memories. This place was the battlefield where his comrades had fallen. The person standing before him was also his closest friend, but none of it could sway Mika's mind. "Now you're down to 7 points. I'm docking you points. The Leon I know would never say things like this. You're tarnishing my friend's name. Get lost." With just one shout, the illusion completely vanished. The dark space gradually faded, revealing the true scenery of this place. It turned out to be a beautiful forest with countless mana crystals all around. Before Mika could take it all in, Morin ran up from somewhere. "There you are, sir. I've been looking for you." It seemed he was fine and uninjured. Morin shyly said it was thanks to the effective shield Mika had created. Although Mika knew the truth, he didn't bother to expose him. If Morin wanted to keep up the act, he would just let him be. The two of them then scouted the surrounding area. This place contained a vast amount of mana crystals, enough to make a count wealthy. Just then, Morin suddenly pointed forward. "Huh? Young master. Isn't that young master Leon? He doesn't look so good." Leon was currently on the ground, clutching his head, his whole body trembling. He was being tormented by his inner demons. "You are our hope, young master. You are the most anticipated of the Sword Saints' lineage. We believe in you, young master. You can bring glory to the family." Immersed in these familiar voices, Leon sank deeper and began to lose his reason. "I grew up with the expectations of my father and the servants. I know they care about me deeply, so I've always worked harder than anyone else without rest. That was my everything." No, that had to be my everything. Why did I come here? I don't know anything anymore. At that moment, Mika's appearance caused Leon to fall completely into darkness. "Mika Onace, if he dies, the entire dungeon will belong to my family. Yes, the important thing I must do is bring honor to my family. That also means sacrificing an ally. If that's something that brings honor to my family, I am more than willing." Leon's eyes turned pitch black, just like the illusion Mika had seen. He held the sword in his hand and flashed a sinister smile, but that smile was immediately wiped away when he saw Mika's magic arrow. "What? What is this terrifying magic? I don't think I can beat this monster, especially since he knows all about my mana skills. Will I die if I fight him?" And just like that, Leon's inner demon was scared right back into hiding. It turns out that in the face of absolute power, anything can be resolved. Leon's eyes then returned to normal, and to avoid getting skewered, he quickly said, "I'm back, Mika." Only then did Mika retract his magic. "Good. All right, we've wasted enough time here. Hurry up and let's go." Leon could feel that this was truly a terrifying person. If he hadn't returned to normal, he would have been riddled with holes. The three of them then continued deeper into the forest. The further they went, the thicker the fog became, and the three of them got separated once again. But Mika wasn't worried at all. First the forest, now the fog. This fog seems real, and they must have created it here for a purpose. I don't think the butler and Leon can find me right now, which means it's calling out to me. After walking forward for a while, Mika emerged from the fog, and was greeted by a mysterious girl. As soon as he saw her, Mika asked, "Are you the manager here?" The girl was a bit surprised to see how unusually calm he was. Mika, seeing this, pretended. As you can see, I'm very worried right now. After Mika got closer, the girl continued. Tisk, I don't think this is a problem at all. It's not important anyway. I suppose I should introduce myself first, right? I am. But before she could finish, she was interrupted. I already know who you are. Set, the guardian of the holy artifact, the first apostle of the god Asa. Hearing this, Set was utterly astonished. When she was about to ask, Mika cut her off. You don't need to explain unnecessary things. I've already proven myself worthy. Moreover, I believe I'm qualified to receive the reward you've prepared. Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill your wish. That's why I came here. But Set hadn't said anything about a wish, so Mika quickly backpedaled. I just had a feeling you would wish for something. Although it was very confusing, Set made a decision. Tsk, all right. My duty is to hand over the holy artifact to someone with the right qualities. She just held her hand out, and the table suddenly revealed a magic circle, and a pendant flew out. This is the reward you mentioned. It is also the holy artifact that contains my power. As long as you carry it with you, whenever you need it, it will transform into a shield or a spear to protect you. I've never named it before, but I think we can call it Set's Tempest. Holding the reward in his hand, Mika looked incredibly surprised. How strange. This is definitely completely different from the item before my regression. Seeing this, Set spoke up. There's no need to doubt it. I assure you, this item will not disappoint you. How could I possibly give a fake item to someone who has passed the fourth gate? After hearing that, Mika gripped the necklace tightly. Perhaps it really was the genuine article. So, the item had changed. Were the sacrifices of 100 people before just for a fake item? He immediately asked Set to confirm. If they had only reached the third floor, was there any way to get the real item? Set answered without hesitation. No, but if you think carefully, there is a way at the third gate. But if you can't figure it out, then you are not worthy. It would be a waste for the holy relic to fall into the hands of someone unworthy. Looking at her determined eyes, Mikha finally understood the problem. The item his party received in his past life was just a consolation prize. After Mika put on the necklace, the pendant suddenly glowed and transformed into a stream of blue light that enveloped him. According to Set, this wasn't an ordinary necklace but a complex barrier that could protect both the body and the soul. It would protect its owner from any attack once per day. Depending on Mika's level, it could change, but for now, the limit was just once a day. This thing was basically a hack and completely different from the shoddy, one-time use item from his past life. With this, Mika could escape death once every day. At that moment, Set's body began to fade away, but it seemed she had already accepted this. It's time for me to go. My mission was to hand over the holy relic to someone worthy. Now that I've completed this mission, I must leave. Mika thought for a moment and then spoke up. It seems the time freeze spell surrounding the dungeon is about to wear off. If you didn't disappear, what would you do? Although Set was mentally prepared, she still felt a bit reluctant. It's beyond saving. To repair the old magic barrier, you would need knowledge equal to or greater than a ninth circle mage. Basically, it's impossible. But it would be great if I could witness for myself how the world has changed. After hearing this, Mika walked forward to where the magic circle that sustained the dungeon was located. With the knowledge of a ninth circle mage, this magic circle was nothing but child's play. Didn't you say you wanted to witness it for yourself? I'll make it happen, so you can see the world with your own eyes. After just a few adjustments, Set's body suddenly glowed and transformed. When the magic circle was fixed, Set's body had shrunk, floating in midair. Why has my beautiful body become so small? But Mika thought she looked very cute this way, so there was no need to worry. Hearing this, Set blushed and shouted, flailing her arms and legs, "Do you have any idea that I'm an apostle who serves an old god?" Mika then explained, "I'm sorry for making you small like this, but in order to extend the time freeze for as long as possible, I had no choice." Set, surprised, asked back, "Wait, are you an Archmage? A ninth circle magic user?" Mika immediately denied it, which surprised Set even more. "Then that's impossible. You were able to recreate the time freeze spell without possessing ninth circle magic? This has never happened before." Mika then smiled proudly. "Set, I am a genius with overwhelming talent." Set was left completely speechless. What could she even say to that? How could she possibly argue? On the other side, Leon Desplo's father was standing by the window, sighing helplessly. "See, quite some time has passed, hasn't it? Perhaps I was wrong to trust those good-for-nothings. I just hope no one got hurt." At that moment, a knight ran up and reported, "My lord, The young master Mikwan Pegas has just returned after conquering the dungeon. Dajis was stunned upon hearing this news. He couldn't even believe what he had just heard. Immediately after, the process of transporting the mana crystals out of the dungeon began. The appraiser that Dajis brought along was deeply moved upon seeing the pile of mana crystals. My lord, in my entire life, I have never seen mana crystals so pure, and in such a large quantity. I don't know how much all of this is worth. After hearing this, Dajis glanced at Mika, standing beside him. Ha, even professional expedition teams couldn't conquer it. Yet you managed to do it so easily. Mika just smiled and said, "It actually gave me a bit of trouble." Dajis immediately said, "But you don't look like you've had much trouble at all." Mika confidently replied that he never promises something he can't do. Dajis then reconsidered. Perhaps he had been too blinded by rumors. How could he forget the nature of the 1PG family? Surely, his bloodline isn't just for show. In Mika, Dajis could see the image of his father as a young man, a genius mage who adventured everywhere. Just then, Mika spoke up. "Then, as promised, I'll take half of the spoils from clearing the dungeon." Hearing this, Dajis feigned regret. "I know. If I had known this would happen, I would have bargained for a bit more." Mika then gave a meaningful smile. The Count might be acting this way, but it was doubtful he truly considered this a loss. The pressure to conquer the dungeon had been steadily increasing. He had spent a lot of money for the purpose of conquering the dungeon. However, he had yet to gain anything from it. He must have been very worried about this, and I was able to help him through that difficult phase. Afterward, Dajis asked about what Mika had promised. As you know, about that Mulia's aura cultivation method, the sooner he learns it, the better. So I want you to fulfill your promise as soon as possible. This truly is a good father, always wanting the best for his son. And of course, Mika had no reason to delay. Well, I guess we don't have to wait any longer. Why don't we start today? 4 days later, a rumor about Leon being taught swordsmanship by a mage spread throughout the territory. Everyone was utterly astonished upon hearing this news. A mage teaching swordsmanship, or vice versa, was nothing short of a joke on this continent. In reality, Leon was being run ragged by Mika's barrage of magic missiles. As he ran, he complained, "You said you were going to teach me Mulier's aura cultivation method." While controlling the magic missiles, Mika replied, "I'm doing it right now. I even think I'm being very gentle." Set, sitting on Mika's shoulder, saw this and spoke up. "Has the meaning of gentle changed overnight? Father, I admit your training method is quite interesting. This isn't a bad idea either. You're creating a natural flow of mana and making him aware of it. After all, knights don't need to use mana with precision anyway, so I don't think this is a bad way to train." Although Leon tried his best to run and fight back, he still got hit occasionally because there were too many magic missiles. There were even times when he had to collapse in pain. What the hell is this? What kind of training is this? Seeing this, Mika just calmly replied, "I learned this chi cultivation method from a qualified person, so you don't need to worry about that." Leon lay sprawled on the ground, groaning and cursing whatever crazy bastard created this cultivation method, but he would never have guessed that the bastard was actually himself. Mika had once been trained like a demon, and now he was just returning the favor. "That's right, you bastard. That's your future right there." After torturing Leon to hell and back, Mika told him to try circulating his mana in the way he usually did. Leon, although not understanding what was happening, obediently complied. Even after circulating just a little bit, Leon already felt his body become much less tense. Mika then explained, "The way you circulated your mana to defend against my spells was actually part of the training. Get used to the way you are now. Circulating your mana, that's the most important step. If you keep practicing without forgetting this feeling, you will naturally perfect your cultivation method." After hearing this, Leon's eyes became incredibly determined. His resolve was greater than ever before. Mika also felt extremely satisfied with this attitude. He'll figure it out soon enough. Everything will happen even faster because I've shown him a shortcut. I can't wait for that to happen. The ultimate goal of the chi cultivation method is Manulia. After the day's training session ended, Mika went to a separate space. Set felt this was unnecessary because besides Mika, no one else could see her. But Mika had informed the Count that this would be his inviolable private time. Mika's purpose was to test the power of the newly acquired item, Set's Storm. After channeling a small amount of mana into the pendant, a large, blue tornado was created. Seeing this, Set boasted, "Ah, you're trying out the storm? Surely, you can use it for purposes other than self-defense. If you need guidance, I can help you. I was in charge of it for quite some time, so I know quite a few things about it." Mika then said he would do something that even she didn't know, which annoyed Set. What? You dare talk about how to use the storm, in front of me? Mika then explained. You might think I'm still too young to understand the way a sacred artifact works, but the vortex is the natural form of mana, and things like sacred artifacts have infinite uses. Mika then closed his eyes and felt the flow of mana moving around him. Before my regression, the storm didn't belong to me. But as a mage, I was really interested in it. So I frequently analyzed it and came up with a hypothesis about it. Perhaps I can use it with my free circulation method. The basic principle behind the free circulation method is mana circulation. And mana circulation has many limitations because of the vortex. And all the flaws in the free circulation method are because I can't properly control the vortices. However, if I use the storm to solve this problem, when Mika opened his eyes, the mana within him seemed to merge with the storm and then erupted powerfully. Seeing this, Set shouted, "Are you crazy? You're using the storm for your mana circulation. Are you? Stop it right now. You'll destroy your body." But what happened next left her astonished. The flow. Mika's mana was easily brought under control and was no longer. This was all within Mika's calculations from the very beginning. After helplessly letting the storm slip away, I tried to gather information about the holy relics. To find commonalities between them, I checked the information gathered from analyzing the storm. That's when I realized that the holy relics could be controlled. Now it's time to put my theory to the test. After finishing his preparations, Mika immediately created a temporary magic circle by using the storm and merging his mana. The process was incredibly easy and took no effort at all. Mika then wrote out an incantation for the sixth circle magic, Fire Field. Instantly, the surrounding area turned into a giant sea of flames. Seth saw this, and his jaw dropped in astonishment. Sixth circle? How can you use a sixth circle spell at your age? Now seventh circle? Stop it. Even if you try to use a spell higher than your own circle, it's impossible. But before she could finish her sentence, Mika had completed the seventh circle gravity spell. The ground around them was crushed into pieces and began to float in the air. Seth was now completely dumbfounded, at a loss for words. A week had passed since he started practicing the Multicasting cultivation method, and Leon could now basically control it. He happily swung the sword in his hand to show Mika the results of his training. At this rate, Leon would surely become a sword saint in a few years, and that would be a huge help to Mika in the upcoming war. Just then, Leon spoke up and asked, "By the way, what are you going to do about the temple, the prophet? I thought you taught me the Multicasting cultivation method because you wanted to join the temple's hero selection?" Mika then suddenly remembered something important he had almost forgotten. "I was too focused on obtaining the first holy relic, Cassandra. I need to confirm where she is before I can go to the temple with peace of mind. How can I find Cassandra now?" While Mika was lost in thought, a knight from the house of Parlo ran up and announced, "Young master, my apologies, young master Mika, but we have a visitor, so I came to inform you." Leon heard this and asked, "A visitor? But I don't think we were expecting any guests?" The knight hesitated, not daring to speak clearly. Seeing his expression, Mika immediately guessed that the person who had arrived was Alien, his former fiancée. Waiting in the drawing room, Alien looked around and began to judge her surroundings. It's true, there's nothing special about this place, their influence, or their history. But to become a knight, I need to prove myself to my father. My past mistake has brought misery to the entire Lindell family. That's why I must defeat that Leon Parslop, the one hailed as the sword god, in a duel to prove that I am worthy of becoming a knight. Just then, Mika pushed the door open and walked in with a friendly smile. "Well, hello there." Alien saw him, and her jaw dropped in astonishment. "Mika, what are you doing here?" Mika calmly sat down and asked in return, "What do you mean? I was properly invited here. Aren't you the one who just suddenly dropped by?" Alien, ashamed of her past mistake, lowered her head to the ground, unable to speak. Seeing this, Mika continued, "Don't worry, I don't hold a grudge against you anymore. We called off the engagement very amicably. I even gained quite a bit of fame from it." After Mika did all those things, the family, the Lindell clan, announced the news to the public. Both families agreed to annul the engagement, not because Mika Purgis failed to meet the standards. After that, the rumors that Mika wasn't qualified also disappeared. He was extremely satisfied with this outcome, but it was a different story for Alien. After hearing this, Alien shyly asked, "So where is young Master Leon?" Mika answered without hesitation, "He's taking a shower. He'll come out to talk with us when he's done." "So, what brings you here today?" This guy asks like he owns the place, doesn't he? For some reason, Alien felt an invisible pressure and said awkwardly, Someone from a knight family like me just wants to observe the swordsmanship of another family. Of course, you'll probably find me shameless. But Mika immediately cut her off. No, that's not it at all. He had never thought that. She truly has a talent for swordsmanship. In the future, if I have more people as strong as her by my side, that would be great. There's no reason for me to dislike her. If I can make use of her, then it's all the better for me. Wait a minute, maybe I can make use of her. Mika then smiled warmly at Alien. Alien felt a chill run down her spine. What? Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Mika then stood up and said, the fact that you came here to observe another family's swordsmanship shows that you want to become stronger. If that's the case, I'll give you an opportunity. After hearing this, Alien didn't understand a thing. An opportunity? What do you mean? Mika continued. Leon is a bit stubborn. I don't think he'll like you suddenly showing up like this. That's why I want to lend a hand. After finishing his shower, Leon was called to the training grounds again, which annoyed him a little. What is it, Mika? Why did you suddenly tell me to come to the training grounds? The moment he saw the expression on Mika's face, Leon became extremely wary. That expression, my senses are telling me you make that face whenever you're about to do something stupid. Mika immediately became more serious. I'm very sad to hear you think that way. So what can I do to make my expression look more innocent? Alien, who was standing nearby, couldn't understand what they were talking about, so she peeked out. The moment he saw Alien, Leon understood Mika's intentions. Miss Lindell, if she came here with you, don't tell me. It was just as Leon had thought. A few hours later, Alien was screaming as she fled from the magic arrows. You said you would teach me. That's why I followed you here. Mika laughed and said, but I didn't lie, did I? There are plenty of opportunities for you to learn. Look beside you. Alien looked to her side and saw Leon, who wasn't running away but was skillfully blocking the magic arrows with his sword. But because she was distracted, a magic arrow hit her in the leg, and she fell flat on her butt. As Mika approached, Alien asked, is the difficulty level different between me and young Master Leon? Mika immediately replied, no, of course not. It's just that you have more openings, so you're easier to attack. I hope you've learned a lot. After hearing that, Alien immediately stood up. I have learned a great deal, but compared to me, young Master Leon seems much more skilled. Although she said that, Alien still thought of herself as useless and kept blaming herself. But Mika didn't think so. It's not that she doesn't have weaknesses, but she is definitely a natural talent, I'm sure of it. She should have been able to become stronger and be helpful to me, no, to all of us. But in the end, she couldn't, which is why I will, allowing her to become stronger. Mika then held out his hand and said to Alien, now I'll tell you what I really wanted to tell you. Let me introduce you to my instructor. Alien immediately swatted Mika's hand away. I didn't come looking for an instructor, and I doubt that you, a mage, are qualified to talk to me about a cultivation method that suits me. Just then, Leon walked over after taking a break, looking quite reliable. After all, he's the one who taught me the cultivation method. Upon hearing this, Alien's eyes widened in shock. A mage couldn't possibly guide someone in an aura cultivation method. Mika quickly explained, it's true that I can't perform an aura cultivation method myself, but, if I understand the theory behind it, I can still teach it to others. After glancing at Leon, Alien realized she had been a bit rash. She immediately bowed and apologized to Mika. I understand. If the one who can use the method says so, then it must be true. I apologize. Mika didn't expect Alien to actually apologize. It seemed he had misjudged her. Afterwards, Alien asked to meet the instructor Mika had mentioned, but the only things that fall from the sky for free are rain and bird droppings. Mika said bluntly, do you really think I'd give you that information for free? It's only natural that I receive something of equal value. Alien thought for a moment then quickly asked, would you accept a delayed payment? Of course, that was a hell no. Mika refused instantly. Left with no other choice, Alien sighed and took out a purple mana crystal from her pouch. Even someone as experienced as Mika was astonished by this item. I never thought I'd see a perfect mana crystal here. Alien said seriously, I knew you'd recognize it. I originally intended to use this for negotiations, because it's a rare item that lowers the difficulty of conquering a dungeon. Hearing this, Mika vaguely guessed Alien's purpose for coming to the Parlo family. She planned to negotiate using an item essential for conquering a dungeon. This meant the Lindell family already knew about the Parlo family's dungeon situation. What a cunning old fox. Mika then accepted the perfect mana crystal without hesitation. Well, alright. I think this is sufficient. You've probably heard of the lawless judge, right? As soon as he heard the name, Leon shouted, you mean that weirdo from the western region? One of the few swordmasters on the continent who doesn't hail from any empire? That was exactly who Mika was referring to, the Western hegemon warrior, Milium Ariel. She was the one who defeated a general of the 7th Legion, one of the 12 generals of the demon army. After hesitating for a moment, Alien asked, "Even if you're from the 1PG family, how could you possibly persuade someone who isn't even a high-ranking official of the West?" But before she could finish her sentence, Mika cut her off. "It's possible, but you don't need to know how." Then Mika turned to Leon and said, "Leon, you remember what we talked about before, right? About that temple." Of course, Leon remembered. He asked when they would have to go there. Mika said they would leave tomorrow and that Alien would also need to come with them to the capital. Hearing this, Alien was alarmed. "Excuse me, but why me?" Mika replied, "Don't you want to learn the cultivation method as soon as possible? That's why I'm inviting you to come with us," is the one who defeated the general of the 7th Legion, one of the 12 generals of the demon army. Alien, after hesitating for a moment, spoke up and asked, "Even if you come from the 1PG family, how could you convince a person who isn't even a border official of the West?" But before she could finish her sentence, she was cut off by Mika saying, "It's possible, but you don't need to know about that." Then Mika turned to Leon and said, "Leon, you remember what we talked about before, right? About that temple." Of course Leon remembers. He's asking when we have to go there. Mika said that tomorrow they would depart, and that Alien would also need to come with them to the capital. When Alien heard this, she was startled. "Excuse me, but why me?" Mika immediately replied, "Don't you want to learn magic as soon as possible? That's why I'm inviting you to come with us." That's it. There's a reason for all of this. Mika planned this based on his memories, so it must be around this time. Usually, she would be near the border of the Western Empire. The hero selection event isn't trusted by anyone, and the lawless judge appears in the capital during that period. This is the perfect opportunity to deal with them at the same time. Alien, not understanding anything, shouted, "But this is still too sudden. Why are you suddenly telling me to go to the capital? You have to explain it to me first." But Mika's answer was incredibly simple. "I just thought it would be cool to become a hero." No matter how much Mika wanted to tell the truth, this story would be too absurd, so it was best to keep it a secret. That night, Mika sat in a dark room and thought with his eyes closed. Just then, Set, who was beside him, spoke up. "Those kids are quite interesting. Unlike you, that's how people their age are supposed to act. Why can't you be a little more like them?" Mika kept his eyes closed and replied, "You see, I'm a bit messed up, you know." After all, Mika had the soul of an old man, so how could he act like an immature kid? Set then turned her attention to the perfect mana crystal on the table. A perfect mana crystal. What a magnificent item. "What do you plan to do with this?" Mika then took out a spatial bag and placed it next to the stone. "I know. I'll use it just like any other mage would. I'm going to craft my own artifact." Set was already used to the impossible things Mika did, so she remained very calm. "You truly never fail to show me something new. It's the same every time. So, what kind of artifact are you planning to create?" Mika looked at the stone and the pile of materials and thought for a long while. "Well, with this many materials, I can make a lot of things. But as I said, I will use it just like any other mage would. I'm going to create a supporter." After hearing this, Set asked, "But don't you need a pedestal to hold that mana crystal in place? To handle an extraction of this magnitude from the mana crystal, you'll need a tree with at least 100 years of holy power." Mika then flashed a confident smile. "I already know how I'm going to get it." Set flew right in front of Mika. "You're really confident." Mika then looked towards Set and said with a smile, "It's not entirely unrelated to you, you know? The pedestal I plan to use is a branch from the world tree." As soon as Set heard this, she was utterly astonished. "How did you know I was connected to the world tree?" Mika replied, "That was easy enough to figure out. Of course, I'm not saying I'll create the supporter right now. I'm just planning and preparing. Mana crystals are very powerful items, and we will refine them to create an orb. The consequence of failing to refine a high-grade mana crystal can be so powerful that it could blow away an entire territory, but that won't happen." Before his regression, Mika had refined mana countless times. He didn't hesitate at all as he infused mana into the mana crystal and began the refinement process. Countless orderly mana circuits gradually appeared inside the crystal. Witnessing this process, Set couldn't help but be curious. "Huh. Are you really planning to navigate around the hundreds, thousands of mana circuits inside to refine it?" At this moment, Mika needed to concentrate more than ever. He needed to constantly chant an activation spell. As for the amount of mana allowed, there would probably be no limit. After that, he enchanted the mana crystal with a bunch of special engraving spells, mana control, amplification, and binding incantations. Set's curiosity was piqued once again, How could he achieve a level of mastery that only high-level mages could possess? But Mika simply replied that it was due to talent and patience. Set was speechless after hearing that. If that were true, archmages would be running all over the place. Next came the final step. Mika made a small cut on his finger and dripped his blood onto the mana crystal. He just needed to convert it a little, so that it would take on his mana attribute. After absorbing all the blood, the mana crystal began to change shape, and turned into a perfect black orb. Set came closer to observe the orb and wondered why it had no color at all. Normally, you can distinguish a person's mana attribute by the color of the orb. Mika then explained, "Ah, I don't have one. I was born compatible with all types of magic. Its color will change based on the type of magic I use. That's all." When Mika used a fireball spell, the orb immediately turned red. This was truly a cheat-like talent. It was baffling how Mika could have been so useless before. Holding the orb in his hand, Mika carefully assessed it. The mana consumption was significantly reduced, and the output level was also increased. It was time to test the maximum power level of this thing. Mika then turned his gaze towards the distant mountain, signaling the misfortune that was about to befall it. And just as expected, the next morning, Leon mentioned that the entire orc encampment on the mountain had been wiped out last night. It was an encampment of a troublesome monster species, so this was good news. But the problem was the source of this incident. Leon's father had been scrambling all morning to find the cause, but Leon would never have guessed that the culprit was sitting right in front of him. Seeing Mika's indifferent attitude made Leon a little suspicious. "Why do you look so unconcerned? Or did you already know about this? Wait a minute. Was it you?" Even though he was being grabbed by the collar, Mika still tried to act cool. "The orcs in your territory are pretty tough. This clueless guy is unbelievable." Meanwhile, in the Holy Nation, Archbishop Naren was reporting to the Pope. "Your Holiness, regarding the previous prophecy, I have announced it exactly as you requested." But seeing Naren hesitate, the Pope asked, "Is something not going well?" "Archbishop Naren?" Naren continued, "Yes, I don't think people are taking this very seriously." The Pope had anticipated this would happen. "It seems there's nothing we can do, because it would set a bad precedent, but a prophecy is still a prophecy. Why don't we keep an eye on it for a while? By the way, have you found that child, Cassandra?" Naren reported without hesitation. "We still haven't found her. Perhaps it's better not to find her." The Pope then spoke in a cryptic tone. "A prophet that no one believes in is nothing special, and, in the worst-case scenario, it could be detrimental to all of us. But I wonder if leaving her be, because of those consequences, is truly the right course of action. I'm not so sure. I don't think we should just ignore that child's prophecy. Why don't we wait a little longer? Perhaps we can find at least one volunteer to work with us. Let's hope the Lord will answer our prayers." Back to Mika's group. Alien was a bit displeased after learning why they were heading to the Holy Nation's capital. "I thought prophecies weren't reliable anymore, and even if they were true, they're hard to interpret correctly." It was understandable why Alien thought that. It was just an uncertain prophecy. Even after being deciphered, it was still the same. There wasn't even a clue to suggest it would come true. And at this point, becoming a hero didn't offer any significant benefits. Heroes are only useful when an evil force needs to be defeated. To appease Alien, Mika needed to find a reasonable excuse. There's still a use for it, and we can establish a relationship with the people of the Holy Nation. Alien seemed somewhat convinced. She then asked about the lawless judge, and Mika replied, "There's a way to contact them, so you don't need to worry too much about it. Once we get to the capital, we can take care of all of that." Right now, Mika's biggest worry was finding Cassandra's whereabouts. He turned to ask Morin about the information he had investigated earlier. As expected of the butler from the 1PG family, Morin had found the information Mika requested. Regarding the prophet Cassandra, it seems the Holy Nation has sent people to search for her location. After hearing this, Mika asked, "So even the Holy Nation hasn't found her yet?" Morin replied, "As of right now, that's correct. However, there's a rumor that she was seen with a certain knight at the border of the Holy Nation. Furthermore, before she disappeared, it seems she left a short message. She said, 'I will wait.'" Could these words have been meant for Mika? Could Cassandra know about Mika's identity as a regressor? After carefully preparing the carriage and horses, the group used teleportation magic to get to the capital. Damn, I'm at a loss for words. Leon, suffering from teleportation sickness, was vomiting continuously. He ran over to Mika and whined. The horses and carriage were ready, so why did we have to use teleportation? Obviously, because it's faster. Thanks to it, the group arrived at the capital in no time. It was Leon's first time in such a luxurious place, and he was a bit overwhelmed. Wow, the capital looks amazing. It's a whole different world compared to other cities. But for wealthy nobles like Mika and Alien, this place wasn't anything special. Is that so? I admit it's glamorous, but I don't think it's anything more than that. Well, you have a point. Leon could only lament his own fate. Disgusting capitalists. The gloomy appearance of the capital brought back many memories for Mika. Just as he was about to head to the main shrine, Set suddenly spoke up. Mika, look over there. In the direction Set was pointing, a little girl in a hood was being grabbed by the collar by a big, tall guy. It seemed she had told him he would face retribution, so he was taking his anger out on her. Seeing this girl gave Mika a strange feeling, and he immediately cast a shield spell towards the two strangers. But the person Mika protected was actually the man. If it weren't for him, the man would have been struck by a knight in iron armor. Mika then ran over and confronted the knight. Are you out of your mind? How dare you draw your sword in the middle of the capital? If you don't want this to escalate, put that sword away now. Mika's face was extremely serious. He would use magic to subdue him immediately if the opponent intended to resist. Just then, the little girl from before stepped forward to stop the knight. Stop, Sir Eli. Then, the little girl turned to Mika and greeted him. It's a pleasure. Upon meeting her, Mika immediately asked, We've never met before, have we? The little girl replied cryptically, I suppose not. Until now. These words made Mika take notice. Until now? Don't tell me she's already seen it? Just then, Leon interrupted his train of thought. Hey Mika, why don't we get out of here first? Look around, everyone's staring. Mika was about to leave as well, but there was one thing he needed to do first. In the crowd, the man from earlier had been immobilized by Mika's spell. Seeing his pockets being searched, the man repeatedly threatened him. What are you doing? How dare you search me without my permission? But Mika paid him no mind and pulled out a pouch. What do you mean? Why? I'm just returning stolen goods to their rightful owner. Hearing this, the man panicked and insisted the items were his. Mika then took a cross necklace from the pouch and held it up in front of him. You're not even a cleric, and you don't bear the mark of loyalty to the Holy Kingdom. After hearing that, the man was struck speechless, unable to say another word. Mika then placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered amicably, Mr. Pickpocket, tell that sewer rat that a nightmare is hunting him. Let me make my meaning perfectly clear to him. The pickpocket tried to shout out Mika's identity, but Mika covered his mouth. Mika then returned the pouch to the little girl. After thinking for a moment, the girl asked, Do you need me to introduce myself to you now? Seeing this, the knight tried to advise against it, but the girl stopped him. It's all right. I've already foreseen this. Witnessing this scene, Leon and Alien had no idea what was going on. Meanwhile, Morin suddenly popped her head out and said the little girl must be a prophet. The little girl then removed her hood and introduced herself. That's right. My name is Cassandra. Isn't this the very person Mika had been desperately searching for? Is this a mere coincidence, or was it foretold? Elsewhere, in the city's sewers, the pickpocket, after escaping, immediately reported to a mysterious man. Upon hearing the report, the man became furious. What did you say? A nightmare is hunting me? I thought he was just some useless brat of a mage. The terrified pickpocket explained. I'm sorry, I tried to get the money pouch, but that brat got in my way. Hearing this, the mysterious man sneered in annoyance. You dare to return after failing? And what? Are you saying you would have succeeded if not for that brat? Useless. With a wave of his hand, the shadows seemed to come alive. They lunged forward and dealt with the pickpocket. Only then did the pickpocket remember Cassandra's warning, but it was too late. All that remained was a dry skeleton. Just then, a woman in a steel mask approached. What happened? The man laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. I completely forgot I had a great swordmaster by my side. The woman immediately pointed her sword at the man's neck and said, Stop with the ridiculous antics and answer me now, or I will kill you. The man wasn't the least bit scared. If you kill me, you'll never find her. Calm down. If you do something for me, I'll give you the information you so desperately want. The woman had no other choice but to accept his request. And this task involved Mika. It seems danger is approaching. Approaching him. Back with Mika, Cassandra introduced herself and then stated her wish. I've been eagerly awaiting you, Mika. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Sir Mika. She then turned to Mika's three companions. Please excuse me everyone, but this is a matter for Sir Mika's ears only. The three immediately understood and found an excuse to leave. Just then, Mika stopped Alien and whispered, If you encounter a dangerous situation, remember this. It seemed as if Karyaman already knew something terrible was about to happen. After everyone had left, Mika's friendly demeanor instantly changed. So, What is it you want to talk about? Cassandra clasped her hands together and mustered all her courage to exclaim, I want to ask you something. Did you also once receive the blessing of prophecy? Ever since she was a child, Cassandra could see future events. It came to her like an instinct. Accidentally seeing such things was truly not a pleasant experience. Sometimes she saw the death of her friend, and other times she saw a carriage being destroyed. Cassandra tried her best to prevent that future from happening, but the results were horrifying. The more she struggled to prevent death, the more she was forced to witness terrible incidents happen time and time again, the birth of the Demon King and the end of the world. When she saw that, it was the same. With no other choice, Cassandra had to appeal to the Pope, but no one took her prophecy seriously. Having to endure so much, the terrible pain that she couldn't share with anyone, was unimaginable. But just when Cassandra was about to give up, one of her prophecies blurred, and was covered by an image of her meeting a man. Mika, he was her last hope. But Mika's answer was, no, I'm sorry, but I'm not a prophet, nor do I have any similar talents. Hearing this, Cassandra was incredibly sad. Her last hope was cruelly extinguished just like that. But suddenly Mika continued, but perhaps I can still help you. I believe your prophecies, the birth of the Demon King and the end of the world. Cassandra unconsciously shed tears. How can you believe me? Mika spread his arms and said with a smile, maybe I'm trying to trick you. I am a mage, and I'm interested in all things. I also want to see if you can change destiny or not, and whether your prophecy speaks of a future that will happen no matter what. I'm curious about everything related to this, and you are the perfect person to help me prove it. Cassandra was utterly astonished after hearing this. In the worst-case scenario, I thought I might be dragged out and made a laughingstock because no one believed my prophecies. So I never thought he would say something like that. Even so, I can say one thing for sure, he truly believes in me. The tears Cassandra was shedding now were tears of happiness. Never in her life had she smiled so brightly. Aha, you are truly strange. Very well, if you are willing to trust me, then from now on, I will trust you too. Elsewhere, at the temple, Leon was submitting an application to become a hero to someone there. He was blushing furiously. That's right, I came here to register as a hero, so hurry up and get to it. The staff member there looked at the application form and asked again, well, I understand. And the person he came with, Leon, shouted loudly, Mika Wan Purgus. The employee's face looked completely unimpressed, showing up with a famously useless bum to apply to be a hero. Isn't that a joke? If you're here to joke around, then just leave. We're looking for real heroes. Leon was now embarrassed enough to die. He just wished Mika would get here as soon as possible. But the person who stepped forward was the woman in the steel mask. She immediately drew her sword and pointed it at Leon's group. I know a child has come here. Let me ask you, where is that child now? Accompanying her question was a suffocatingly powerful aura. Leon and Alien immediately drew their swords and got into a fighting stance. Neither of them knew who this woman was, only that she was a master swordswoman. The woman then repeated her question. I'll ask again. The prophesied child, where is she? Leon heard this and knew she meant Cassandra, but there was no way he would give her up, so he said defiantly, Ha, I see no reason to tell you. The woman immediately rushed forward with unbelievable speed and grabbed Leon by the head, slamming it into the ground. Is that so? I guess I'll have to give you a reason then. Alien, who was standing nearby, was also thrown back by the shockwave. Knowing the vast difference in their power, Alien could only resort to threats. This is a temple. You won't get away with doing this in the kingdom's sanctuary. But the woman had no intention of stopping. I don't care. They also won't be able to find out who I am. And if they want to do something to me, they'll have to pay a hefty price. Do you think the current emperor would do that for your insignificant lives? In this dangerous situation, Alien suddenly became surprisingly clever. Wait a minute, Cassandra, the prophet we met in the capital, and the guide Mika promised he would find me. Is this really just a coincidence? With no other choice, Alien could only shout the name Mika had told her, carry on. Hearing this name, the woman seemed to lose her mind. She changed her target and rushed over, grabbing Alien by the neck and lifting her into the air. How do you know that name? Speak. Alien was now helpless, unable to resist at all. She could only hope for Mika to arrive quickly. Just then, Mika appeared. That's enough, Lady Milliam. I'm the one with information about that child. Hearing this, Milliam immediately turned to ask, Who are you? Mika calmly replied, I am from the Purgus family. Why don't you talk to me instead of taking your anger out on unrelated people? After hearing this, Milliam laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, how naive. Her entire body radiated a terrifying killing intent towards Mika. Without hesitation, Mika used a division magic circle to increase the number of his magic circles. By casting a shield spell just in time, he barely managed to block Milliam's attack. Mika knew he could hardly fight back, so he kept calling for a peaceful conversation. I just want to talk to you, that's all. It's not too late to stop. Why must we confront each other like this? But this approach seemed to have no effect at all, and since the division magic circle only lasts for 5 minutes, Mika had to attack immediately if he didn't want to die. He continuously cast spells on himself to increase his speed and reaction time. After dodging all the sword auras and successfully getting close to Milliam, he used a super gravity spell to throw a full power punch. But how could a mage? Wouldn't stand back for ranged attacks, and instead rushes in for close combat? So confusing. Mika's fist collided with the sword of Milliam and was immediately knocked far away. Milliam hadn't even bothered to move a single step from the very beginning. At this moment, Leon struggled to lift his head and shouted, "Be careful." He wasn't even acting like a knight anymore. "You should fall back and wait for reinforcements from the Holy Temple." Milliam stood still and raised his sword straight to the sky. A colossal amount of aura enveloped the sword before he swung down with a world-destroying strike. "You were the one who jumped in to challenge me, so show me what you're capable of." Facing this attack, Mika knew he couldn't possibly dodge it, so he chose to stand his ground, but he had absolutely no intention of dying. Just before the attack hit him, Set activated a storm. A massive mana vortex suddenly erupted and enveloped Mika. Although he managed to block the fatal blow, the sudden release of immense mana caused Mika to suffer internal injuries and cough up blood. But this was not the time to worry. Milliam was utterly astonished to see Mika still alive. "How could you have nullified that technique?" Mika stood proudly and said, "A secret. Everyone's entitled to their own secrets, right?" Milliam looked at Mika's demeanor and was immediately reminded of that old venomous snake, the Marquis. Of course, a son has to resemble his father, otherwise people would say he's the neighbor's kid. After fighting for a while, Milliam finally calmed down and sheathed his sword. "All right, fine. I acknowledge your talent. I don't want to waste any more time. Let's get to the point. How did you know that name?" Mika replied. "It was just a coincidence. He was a distraught boy who seemed to be heading somewhere. He asked me for some water, so I gave him some and asked where he was going and what he was doing." Milliam couldn't contain his emotions and moved closer. "Where? Where did the boy say he was going?" But how could Mika just tell him that easily? "I won't give you any information without getting something in return. Besides, I don't think he wants you to know where he's going." Milliam stepped forward, placed a hand on Mika's shoulder, and pleaded earnestly. "Even so, I am determined to find that child," Mika continued. "I understand. It's very important, but you should know one more thing before you go looking for him. Have you considered how that child feels, seeing as he seems to be running away from you, Sir Milliam?" Hearing these words, Milliam's eyes widened in shock. Elsewhere, the man known as the Rat was looking at the kidnapped children and sizing them up. "Why do they look like this? How am I supposed to sell them for a high price?" His subordinate immediately explained. "But perhaps the clients who want obedient slaves will be pleased with them, sir." But before he could finish his sentence, he was punched in the gut and sent sprawling to the ground. "You idiot. You can find that type in any alleyway. Do you really think those freaks want them looking like this? They're the kind of rich people who want to force the stubborn ones into submission. If I were in a bad mood, I would have fed you to the shadows already." The subordinate, lucky to have survived, repeatedly bowed his head in thanks. The Rat then flashed a vile smile. "That's right. I'm in a very good mood right now, because I've won the great swordswoman over to my side. Although I said I would give her information, I never specified what kind. She didn't even realize her own child was once here, behind these iron bars. Carriaman. I never thought that child would be connected to the lawless judge." Just then, a subordinate rushed over to report. The one called the Sewer Rat saw him and immediately asked for information about the prophetess. The subordinate stammered his report. "About that prophetess, boss, I think she's in the temple." As soon as he heard this news, the smile on the Sewer Rat's face immediately vanished. At the temple, Archbishop Akli, after hearing the story from Mika, asked in alarm, "The underworld forces in the capital are targeting the prophetess?" Mika was extremely serious at this moment. "That's right. They intend to take all of her prophecies to serve their own purposes." But it seems Akli still didn't believe it. "Even if they're a proper organization, I don't think they would do such things to go against the Empire," Mika continued. "What if I told you they are not just an ordinary criminal gang?" Hearing this, Akli was startled. "Do you mean they are connected to heretics? Do you have any proof? If you accuse someone of being a heretic without evidence." Just then, Milliam stepped forward. "I will explain." Akli, at this moment, didn't seem very pleased. "Sir Milliam, You tried to kidnap the Empire's prophetess. Milliam had no intention of defending himself at all. If young Master Mika hadn't stopped me, I would have done it. That is why I will help you fight against the forces of the underworld. That's right. I will help you eliminate the leader of the underworld, the sewer rat. Hearing a sword saint say this, Ackley also came to believe Mika's words. Have you found anything? Milliam then revealed that the sewer rat's power is to control shadows. Upon hearing this, Ackley asked in astonishment, Wait, did you just say shadows? Milliam said seriously, Since you are one of the few archbishops in the Empire, you must know the significance of that. Ackley, at this point, gritted his teeth and uttered a name, the abominable monarch. Mika spoke up. That's right, one of the 12 monsters that follow the Demon King, the abominable monarch, is currently hiding in the capital. After hearing this, Ackley was so stunned he fell to the ground. Are you certain? If a subordinate of the Demon King truly exists, it is indeed a serious problem. Mika then knelt down, looked the Archbishop straight in the eye, and asked, Let me ask you one question. The prophetess has prophesied the birth of the Demon King. Don't you think that as an Archbishop, you should know that? Ackley was speechless at this point, unable to say a word. This reaction was what Mika had anticipated. He probably had nothing left to say. If he were to oppose him, it would be the same as opposing the entire empire. A subordinate of the Demon King, one who was thought to have vanished long ago, has always been hiding in the capital, the area under his jurisdiction. And he was completely unaware of this, easily tarnishing his reputation. Mika then spoke up, Allow me to handle this matter for you. I will take down the abominable monarch with you. Milliam, I just need you to promise me one thing. Archbishop Lai, still not understanding Mika's intention to get involved in this messy situation, asked, What do you mean? Mika immediately replied, The hero selection. I don't think that's too much to ask, is it? Even if it's just his incarnation, defeating the abominable monarch is enough to be hailed as a hero. After careful consideration, Li made his decision. He imbued a quill with his mana and began to swear an oath. I swear under in the name of the Archbishop. If the incarnation of the abhorrent overlord exists and you defeat him, then I will support you in receiving the title of hero. The promise was then written down with a quill and will be held by Mika. After receiving this guarantee, Mika and his comrades began their journey to destroy the abhorrent overlord. Just as they left the temple, Milliam spoke up to thank Mika. Thank you. If you hadn't helped me, he would still be using me. And if you gave Lindell's child that name, then you must have known about my situation. Mika immediately replied, My knowledge comes from what I deduced during our brief conversation. For example, the fact that you were nearly taken advantage of by a sewer rat. Milliam stopped, clenched her fist, and asked, Let me ask you something. Do you think you can find my son? As a sword saint, Milliam's priority should be to destroy the abhorrent overlord first. But, as a mother, finding her son was more important to her than anything else, even the fate of this world. Hearing this, Mika turned his head and asked back, If I say yes, what will you do? Without hesitation, Milliam plunged her sword into the ground and knelt before Mika. I don't want to play pointless mind games, especially when it involves my son, so allow me to be direct. If you find my son and I can restore my close relationship with him, then I will gladly dedicate my sword and my honor to you. This is a vow of honor. There was once a widow who lost her husband in the lawless zone, and the culprits behind the killings were a group of Ru. Although she succeeded in her revenge, her heart was still filled with hatred, and she wanted to find the reason for her husband's death at all costs. And what she realized was the lawlessness itself. She thought that because no laws applied in this land, monsters could run rampant, and that was why there were so many victims. And since there was no one to stop her, she became the punisher of the lawless. That was the past of the lawless judge, and now she would do everything she could to prevent that tragedy from repeating with her own son. On the sewer rat's side, after hearing the news, he angrily punched a dent in the wall. Damn it, I can't believe that brat of an NPC is causing me this much trouble. Everything is going off track. I should get the hell out of here first. Just then, his shadow transformed into a monster and spoke, You cannot, prophet. This was likely the abhorrent overlord, who had lent the sewer rat the power to control shadows, but the rat had no intention of listening and staying here to die. Now is not the time. I have to wait for another opportunity. The shadow then grabbed the rat's leg tightly. Violation of the pact. The sewer rat immediately struggled to get free. So what? Pact or not, my life comes first. At that moment, a subordinate reported that this place was under attack and the sword saint was about to arrive. The sewer rat heard this and became extremely worried. If he stayed here, he wouldn't be able to escape, but he had underestimated the power of the demon. If he violated the pact, his soul would be devoured. The shadow immediately rushed forward, grabbed the rat, and merged with him into one being. The abhorrent overlord decided to join the battle himself. Meanwhile, every single one of the rat's subordinates was being mercilessly slaughtered. Not a single one could withstand a single slash from the lawless judge. Seeing this sword technique, Alien knew this was what she would pursue. Mika witnessed Milliam's power and was not very surprised. He knew she wasn't going all out, since this was the capital city after all. But that didn't mean Mika let his guard down. He realized that the source of the trouble was the sewer rat, or in other words, the incarnation of the abominable monarch. After taking over the sewer rat's body, the abominable monarch had fully descended. The first thing he did was assess this new body, which wasn't much to look at. Well then, I guess I'll have to eat a little something more. I thought eating the prophet would be enough, but an underling of Asa, I can't believe I can feel the presence of that detestable Asa in a place like this. I'll just keep eating more and more to recover my memories. It seems the person he mentioned was Set, who was beside Mika. Now, the more he eats, the more powerful he will become. At that moment, he let out a disgusting smile and looked towards the prison cells behind him. I just had an idea. Humans tend to feel very responsible for young children. I should take advantage of that emotion. Meanwhile, Alien had also joined the battle. As she fought, she continuously learned from Sword St. Milliam's fighting style. This won't do. I have to become more unpredictable. But this violates Lindell's teachings. What am I supposed to do? I can't stop thinking about it. Lost in thought, Alien paid no attention to the condition of her sword or her body. After fighting for a while, she couldn't take it anymore and coughed up blood, and her unstable sword aura caused the sword in her hand to crack. Just then, Milliam spoke up after observing everything. You have talent. The son of Parlo has become a swordsman, and he's training with methods that suit him, but I think you and he are different. Upon hearing this, Alien immediately bowed. I sincerely beg you, please teach me swordsmanship. Alien understood this was a rare opportunity she couldn't afford to miss, and it seemed this was also Mika's intention when he brought her here. Milliam immediately accepted her request. Very well, follow me, I can teach you many things. Although Alien was overjoyed, she was worried about Mika, as the toughest opponent, the sewer rat, had yet to be dealt with. Seeing this, Milliam said, Don't worry, that kid can handle it. On Mika's side, Set was also a bit worried about his condition. Are you going to be okay? Fighting the Sword Saint earlier must have taken a toll on you. Mika was now touching the floor and using magic to scout the area. I'm fine. After scouting, Mika's expression showed a hint of worry. I was a little curious about what he was up to, and he's doing exactly what we predicted. The abominable monarch is currently at the children's hiding place, and he probably won't gain any benefits from eating children. That's right, he's holding them hostage. The sewer rat has now completely transformed into a demon. He's thoroughly enjoying himself while savoring the painful and desperate screams of the children. He sat smugly on a chair and waited for his opponent to challenge him. As soon as he saw Mika, he sneered. Took you long enough to get here. Mika calmly replied. Sorry, did I keep you waiting too long? The abominable monarch let out a vile laugh. No, it's fine. Watching the children struggle in pain is quite entertaining. I'm quite lucky to witness this. That's right, all the commanders under all bloated demon kings are this disgusting. Mika was already used to this, so he wouldn't get worked up over it. The abominable monarch, seeing that his taunt had no effect, continued, I thought I would only be eating that little prophet girl, but I didn't expect another teammate to tag along. Thanks to you, I'll be able to grow stronger even faster. After hearing this, Mika crossed his arms with a look of contempt. So what? The abominable monarch saw this and was astonished. What could possibly make that guy so confident in himself? The divine item of A. No. He already used it. After observing for a moment, he concluded that Mika was just bluffing. Then, he raised his hand and used his shadow power. Now that my meal is here, it seems I don't need those other things anymore. Following the direction of his hand, Mika realized it was the place where the children were being held captive. He immediately used a shield spell to block the countless shadow arms heading that way. The abominable monarch saw this and smirked. Just what I like to see. You'll be a useful pawn for me. Mika then asked Seth to go protect the children and not to worry about him. Seth, though worried, decided to follow Mika's words. Seeing Mika lose Seth's protection, the abominable monarch immediately unleashed his shadow power. Oh ho, so you've given up the protection of your comrade? How foolish. Countless shadow tentacles rushed to attack Mika, but Mika quickly teleported into the air to dodge the attack. During this time, He calmly analyzed his opponent's power. His shadows could transform freely. However, they were definitely weaker than before his regression. Although the abominable monarch missed, he immediately launched his next attack. Let's see how long you can scurry around like a rat. Seeing this, Mika used a multicasting spell to begin his counterattack. First, he used Wind Slash to sever all the tentacles, leaving his opponent utterly astonished. You blocked all of them? I can't use the children as hostages. The battle is intense, and I can't lose focus. But I wonder how long you can hold out without protection from your comrade? The shadows then grew larger, transforming into monstrous maws aiming to devour Mika. Mika immediately used teleportation and acceleration to flash to his opponent's side, but the abominable monarch wasn't surprised at all and laughed loudly. How foolish. You think closing the distance gives you an advantage. He immediately controlled a tentacle to pierce through Mika's shoulder, but this was all part of Mika's plan. He grabbed the demon's head and began to recite the hymn of virtue aloud. Be kind and be giving. Remember the hearts of sincerity. The shadows of the departed are fleeting. The footsteps they leave behind are long and eternal. The demon, as if stripped of all its power, screamed in agony. He couldn't believe a mere mortal would know of this. The hymn of virtue, words long forgotten. Even if only for a moment, the Demon King had always kept an eye on this world, and every time, heroes would appear. Those heroes wrote a hymn to seal their cunning foes. The hymn had to be engraved upon their very souls. Before his regression, Mika never had the chance to use the hymn because the demons were on high alert. But now, things were different. After Mika finished reciting the hymn, he made a declaration. This is where you meet your end, you detestable monarch. Bill D. Bap, having his real name revealed, left the demon utterly astonished. You have to understand, the people of this era had almost forgotten about the demon lord and his subordinates, but he would never know the reason why. Mika simply clenched his fist, and the demon disintegrated into a pile of black dust. Seth was utterly horrified witnessing this. He just vanished? She couldn't believe that one of the demon lord's 12 most powerful subordinates could be destroyed so easily. But what Mika cared about was the safety of the children. Seth, still in shock, replied, the children are all fine, but that's not what you should be asking. More importantly, you just obliterated him without much effort at all. When a demon general is eliminated, they unleash a terrible disaster. Just as Seth said, the demon's corpse transformed into the shape of a bizarre, giant heart with eyes and a mouth. This thing was constantly emitting a disgusting aura. The eyes stared intently at Mika, while the mouth spoke. How foolish. You think killing me is the end of it all? You have single-handedly brought a catastrophe upon this world, through your own arrogance and stupidity. But Mika actually smiled brightly, without a hint of worry. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to kill you without making any preparations first? Mika then used chalk to draw a complex magic circle around the demon. Seeing this, the demon scoffed. A spell? Ha! It's useless. Unless you're a level 8 mage or higher, otherwise, nothing you do can stop my curse. Mika was completely confident in himself. That would only be true if I didn't truly understand the curse. Seeing this, Seth tried to stop him. A demon general's curse is completely different from a normal curse, even if you have. But Mika interrupted her. The symbol of the demon lord's only enemy. I also have this. Mika knelt on the ground, placing both hands on the newly drawn magic circle. The mark on his neck also began to glow. A massive amount of mana was immediately unleashed, illuminating the magic circle. Seth's jaw dropped in astonishment as she witnessed this. Are you planning to use that? Don't tell me you've mastered the holy relic in such a short time. What Mika was doing was analyzing the curse. In essence, a curse is also a type of spell, and the primordial origin of all types of spells is form and formula. Just like in mathematics, one can solve a problem to reach a conclusion. So, what if the process is reversed? What would happen? The spell would return to its original state. As time passed, the demon grew smaller and smaller. It then shouted in confusion, "What kind of trick is this? It's just a futile attempt." But those words didn't faze Mika. Completely dispelling the curse is likely impossible, so this is enough. I just need to weaken the curse. The rest shouldn't be a big problem for her. The person Mika was referring to was the sword saint, Milliam, who was getting ready outside. Sensing its impending doom, the demon decided to make one last desperate attempt to drag everyone down with it. Seeing this, Mika told Seth to envelop the demon with a storm. The demon then exploded, releasing a death curse. But the curse was contained by the holy magic, and couldn't escape. With this much, the Sword Saint can easily handle it. Just then, Mika slowly approached forward. When asked what he was trying to do, he smiled. I want to confirm a few things. It's rare to get a chance to experience a demon's curse for myself. It'll be quick, before the curse disappears. Just as he finished speaking, Mika walked straight into the curse, despite Set's attempts to stop him. Meanwhile, the butler Morin was standing with his hands clasped, observing the curse from a distance with the sword Saint Milliam. How pitiful. My young master pushed that guy too hard. Milliam clicked her tongue. Teesk, I was wondering where you've been hiding all this time. Turns out you were with the 1PG house? But it seemed Morin had no intention of admitting it. Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. How could I be associated with such a respectable person? Milliam said she was told that Morin knew the method to handle what comes next, but Morin just said he only knew because his young master had mentioned it. Milliam then asked, does Mika know about you? Even Morin himself wondered about that, but now there was something else to worry about. Why don't we deal with this first? Use your aura to bind it. Follow my lead. Milliam didn't question it at all, and coordinated perfectly with Morin. This brought back some memories from her past. With the two of them working together, a blinding light enveloped the curse and crushed it instantly. And just like that, all traces of the disgusting monarch completely vanished. The next day, Archbishop Ackley saw Mika smiling brightly. Haha, well done. Honestly, I didn't expect things to go this smoothly. After everything, Bill D. Bap, the 7th General of the Demon Lord's Legion, has been eliminated. Everything happened quietly under the peaceful veneer of the capital. But this was enough to give the army a warning about the potential danger of demons. While he was profusely thanking him, Mika brought up their previous promise. Ackley immediately returned to a serious demeanor. You mean the hero selection? Of course, I will publicly support you in becoming the hero. However, before that, did you know the Empire already has its eye on someone? I will definitely support you, but I think you should also be cautious in all situations. Hearing this, Mika looked annoyed. I know that all too well. How could I forget him? Sigf, it's that idiot. After settling everything, Mika left the temple. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Alien waiting. Thank you for getting us this far. Master said that she would be leaving immediately. There's someone she must find at all costs. After hearing this, Mika encouraged her. Then you should follow her and learn well. Alien hesitated at this. That's right, so I came here to say goodbye. Mika, I'm sorry. Even though the engagement was something neither of us wanted, we probably could have tried to accept it, but I didn't. If you accept my apology, I hope that from now on, our relationship will improve. Seeing Mika smile, Alien blushed beet red. What are you smiling at? Is it strange? Mika then laughed and said, no, it's not that. Like I've said before, I no longer have any feelings for you, so just be yourself, okay? These words helped Alien lift a great weight off her shoulders. She could now also smile brightly while facing Mika. Then perhaps this is where our rivalry begins. Just you wait. Watch, I'll catch up to you soon. After saying goodbye to Alien, Milliam went to meet Mika. Are you done talking to my student? Mika was already prepared for this conversation. Yes. I heard you'll be leaving right away. So I came to fulfill my promise. I'll tell you where your son is. In the Holy Nation, the pontiff clutched his head in shock after hearing the news. That detestable monarch was found in the capital? That can't be. What is happening? I thought the appearance of that archdemon would have caused catastrophic damage. An archbishop spoke up. It was quite obvious, but he has been eliminated. The pontiff was full of questions upon hearing this. He didn't think anyone could have done it before a disaster struck. The archbishop continued. It seems he died less than a day after appearing. According to Archbishop Lai, this was done by one person. This is a letter from Archbishop Lai. After receiving the letter, the pontiff read it carefully. Basically, the young master of House 1 PG had single-handedly defeated the demon that appeared in the capital. This was witnessed by Archbishop Lai. And not just him, but little Cassandra as well. Oh my, this is unbelievable. Doesn't that make him a hero? Back in the capital, Mika was still talking with Milliam. Carrion didn't like the way you handled things, so he chose his own path. Instead of joining the Vigilante Corps, he wanted to become a holy emperor. How could that kid have escaped those sewer rats? The answer is simple. He joined a force that even the sewer rats couldn't touch. That would be the Condor Mercenary Corps. Upon hearing the name, Milliam was utterly astonished. The Protectors of Freedom. He joined them? The Condor is a large mercenary corps founded on the idea of freedom. It's not easy for a mercenary corps to be recognized for its honor. However, they are very different. They are a legitimate mercenary corps, respected by both the Empire and neighboring kingdoms. Mika stepped closer and continued. You know about them too, right? Once you become a part of the Condor, you must give up your old name and take on a new one. You must find the Condor Mercenary Corps. Your son is with them. Although overjoyed to hear news of her son, Milliam hesitated for a long time. But is looking for him really the right thing to do? Mika asked in return. What do you mean? You've been searching for him for so long, Milliam said sadly. If he truly needed my help, I wouldn't have to think about it. But he has already chosen his own path. He doesn't want to become someone like me. Everything I did only hurt him. I wasn't a mother who fulfilled her duties. I'm not sure if I even have the right to look for him anymore. I'm so conflicted right now. Mika came closer and took Milliam's hand. Think about that after you find him. You should talk to him first. As for his choice, that can come later. Even if children abandon their parents, parents never abandon their children. This is my special medicine. It will surely be useful for your son. Keep it safe until you can give it to him. Milliam felt her courage renewed after hearing these words of encouragement. She clutched the vial in her hand, determined not to give up. You're right. I won't. I can't just give up like this. Thank you, young Master One-Wiz. One day I will repay this favor. After saying that, Milliam left in the beautiful twilight of the capital. Eli also went with her to train his swordsmanship. Now, Mika had to comfort the last remaining member of the group. Do I really need to be here? Why do you look so down? Did Lady Milliam scold you or something? Leon was currently huddled in a corner, sobbing. It's actually the opposite. I was completely useless in front of her. I couldn't do anything during the recent incident. And yet, she didn't scold me at all. I'm not even worthy of her disappointment. Mika didn't think that was entirely true, but he couldn't let things like that bring his spirits down. Mika then tossed a necklace to Leon and said, That is a symbol of your efforts to help everyone in the last battle. We've passed the first trial. Now it's time for the parish. Hearing this, Leon was confused. The parish? Wait a minute. Wasn't our agreement just to come to the capital? Mika immediately used a goading tactic. Didn't you hear what I just said? Maybe I need to reconsider my ability to judge character. That's why you should follow me. Don't tell me the future Sword Saint is going to let something so trivial bring him down. Being praised as the future Sword Saint made Leon blush with pleasure. Who do you think I am? Just then, Morin, who was standing nearby, spoke up. The young master is right. I am sure that will be very useful to you. Isn't that the meaning of challenging yourself to become a hero? He was acting all cool, but when Mika asked where he'd been, Morin put on an act. I just ran into some old acquaintances and got caught up talking with them. Ha ha ha. Just then, Cassandra, from out of nowhere, appeared. It's important to have a trustworthy companion. It seems you've received support from Archbishop Ackley. He is a very influential person, so he will be of great help to us. So now I'm thinking of helping you on your journey ahead. Perhaps it's time for me to return after a period of rest. Now, what do you think about receiving help from the parish's prophetess? Will this be useful to you on your journey ahead? And just like that, the party gained a prophetess slot. Mika was getting closer and closer to preparing for the war with the Demon King. 4 days later, after resting and recuperating, Mika's wounds had basically healed. In the battle with the Demon General, he had recklessly used himself as bait, and if the wound had been off by just a little, he would have been pushing up daisies. Mika understood that he needed to try to reach the 6th circle of magic as soon as possible. The remaining commanders of the 1st Demon Corps wouldn't be as weak as that disgusting monarch. At that moment, Seth suddenly spoke up and asked, There's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time. What are you? I want to know where your knowledge and your skills come from. If you really trust me, shouldn't I know these things? Mika thought about it after hearing her. She had a point. Trust is built on how well you understand the other person. But I don't think telling her that I've traveled back in time is a good idea. Even if Seth doesn't tell anyone else about this, I still have to be very careful. That's right, I'll say this. After a moment of thought, Mika answered, This question. You're not the only one guarding Asa's tomb. Seth was a bit skeptical and asked, Really? But aren't I the first one you met? Mika continued confidently. There's one exception, the records of Thos. Seth heard this name and was extremely surprised. Wait, you mean those ancient records still exist today? Mika answered without hesitation that it was true. Basically, it wasn't exactly a bluff since he had truly absorbed the records of Thos before traveling back in time. Thos was also a tomb that his party had once conquered. As for Thos, there was a strange record that had been spread among the people. It was called the Record of Thos. Although this sounded plausible, Mika's experience was truly unbelievable. Seth then asked Mika about the next tomb, but his current goal was to become a hero first. The tomb was next to the parish, so he would take the opportunity to clear it out. If he planned carefully, he could avoid as much danger as possible. After clearing up the doubts, Mika asked Seth, "Speaking of which, there's something I don't understand about the records. What is the true nature of the entities we call gods? Currently, the god of the continent is Hikau, the god of wisdom. In his past life, before Asa's tomb was discovered, Hikau was the only god known." Seeing Seth frozen, Mika asked again, "Are there really only two gods in this world? If Asa was so great, why haven't we learned more about them?" Seth just said a few vague words. "The amount of information I can tell you right now is very limited. Let's just call it an unfortunate tragedy." From this information, it seemed that Seth also knew what had happened to Hikau. Mika asked another question, "So I'm guessing you won't tell me what will happen if I collect all the holy relics, right?" Seth didn't deny this. For now, that's the case. That's also why Thos didn't provide any more information beyond the essentials. But Mika only needed to know that much, so that's how it is for now. After changing his clothes, Mika went out and talked to Leon about staying here for a while. The reason was that the news of him defeating a demon had surely spread throughout the kingdom, and his father had certainly heard about it. When he came here, Mika hadn't informed his father, and soon, he would come here and spank his butt. Hearing this, Leon excitedly grabbed Mika's collar and shouted, "Wait, are you saying he already knows? The strongest archmage in the kingdom, your father, has figured it out. Are you crazy? What about me? I'm here with you too. This is bad. I hope we can still get out of here in time." But it was already too late. Just as Mika saw dark clouds gathering in the sky, he immediately used a mana shield, which was how they both managed to survive a gigantic lightning bolt. Leon witnessed this scene with his jaw dropped in amazement. What the hell is happening? But Mika calmly looked into the distance, smiled, and said, "That's just the old man's way of saying hello. It's so nice to see you, father." The Marquis then emerged from the dust cloud, full of killing intent, and raised his middle finger. "Shut your mouth, son. It's truly fascinating how this father and son greet each other." Meanwhile, El was sipping a cup of coffee and musing to himself, "I never thought I would be the one to choose the hero. But now that the demon general has appeared, I can't just sit idly by. Mika, I can't find anyone more worthy of the title of hero." Just then, an earthquake rumbled. The heavens and earth shook. Ackley thought the demons were attacking and was terrified. Just then, a subordinate ran over in a panic to report. Archbishop Marquis 1 PG was using magic to attack his own son. Back to Mika. He was running for his life to avoid being killed by his father. They were mainly lightning spells, perfect for techniques with fast cooldowns and low energy consumption. He probably doesn't want me to get hurt. Just as expected of my father, he has studied magic very thoroughly, and is making the most of his strengths. As he ran, Mika said, "I really respect you, father." Father, this statement only made the Marquis even more furious. "What did you just say? You and that damn mouth of yours should just stand still and take it." Immediately after, a dense net of lightning surrounded Mika. But Mika wasn't fazed and used teleportation to dodge all the attacks. When a bolt of lightning was about to strike his back, Seth blocked it with a holy relic. After escaping the barrage of lightning, Mika turned to face his father. "Do you really think I'm aiming for the position of a hero just for fun?" The Marquis didn't deny it. Seeing this, Mika continued, "The generation of heroes is very different these days. Have you heard the news about the appearance of one of the Demon King's Legion commanders yet?" The Marquis hadn't paid much attention to the matter. "I've heard. But is it really that serious? I thought it was just propaganda from the parishes to get their attention." But Mika was dead serious. "What if I told you it's not just fabricated propaganda?" The Marquis immediately became serious. "Tell me the details." After hearing the story, the Marquis asked cautiously, "Are you saying that one of the commanders of the Demon Legion, the vile monarch, has appeared?" It seemed he still didn't quite believe it. Mika continued, "The appearance of the demon general is real, and it died after being cornered by several heroes." After hearing this, the Marquis asked doubtfully, "Son, do you have any idea what nonsense you're spouting? A demon general appeared, and it didn't accomplish anything. How is that possible? This sounds absurd." Just then, Ackley stepped forward. "It's true. My lord, do you remember me? I believe we met about a year ago." Even so, the Marquis was still skeptical. "What do you mean it's true? Has the poet found that newly appeared hero?" Ackley smiled brightly, turning towards Mika, who was standing beside him. "That's right, a hero did appear there, and specifically, that person is standing right in front of you." The Marquis froze instantly. "I only see my foolish, precious son." Just then, he noticed the mark on Mika's neck. "It's just as I thought. You showed me some interesting things before, didn't you?" Is it related to the appearance of the demon general? Mika smiled brightly. I knew you'd figure it out, father. Seeing his son admit it, the Marquis immediately used instant teleportation to go and confirm. A moment later, the Marquis returned. I've checked the density of demonic energy in the capital. I admit it feels like a demon general could have appeared there, but a hero, it doesn't suit the name 1PG. Just as Mika had predicted, because the House of 1PG wasn't particularly keen on religious matters, Mika then spoke up to explain, Father, the reason the title of hero is no longer used is because we are not in danger from the Demon King. However, what if the prophecy comes true? The title of hero. The hero is only supposed to reappear when humanity has a prophecy about a world-ending disaster caused by the Demon King. The title of hero will become greater than ever, helping to rally various factions to stand up against the Demon King. But Marquis stubbornly tried to dissuade him, saying the old men of the parish are not people you can easily fool. What you're saying isn't something that can happen so easily. At that moment, Mika activated the storm relic. It left Marquis utterly astonished, while Lee was so scared he fell to the ground, exclaiming that it couldn't be divine power. Mika's entire body was now enveloped in a sparkling divine power. No matter how cunning or skeptical they are, it will all be useless, because I have a god on my side. With this, the churches and other powers will have to be cautious and reconsider my appearance. I also have the right to choose my own companions to join me in the battle against this demon legion. When asked if he had chosen any companions yet, Mika immediately pointed at Leon, who was eavesdropping nearby. There's one person right here. Seeing this, Leon was completely stunned. Who? Me? Marquis couldn't help but tease him. Son, his eyes are saying it's not him. Mika then smiled brightly, looking at Leon. No, it's definitely him. I promised him a surprising gift, which is the chance to accompany me in this war. Leon immediately understood the situation and played along with Mika. That's right, it's my honor to accompany him. He is someone who can stand against the demon legion. He's not foolish enough to rush into something without thinking it through. I'm sure you understand him better than I do, right? Hearing this, Marquis recalled the events of the past few days. He could completely trust this son of his. He then turned to Archbishop Lee, who was still on the ground, and asked, Do you think you can stay by my son's side in this war, instead of the parish? Lai replied, without a moment's hesitation, I, the Archbishop, swear to God. Receiving this confirmation, Marquis could finally rest assured. He stood up and turned to leave without hesitation. Mika, do what you want. I won't stand in your way anymore. Having gained his father's trust, Mika became even more confident about the journey ahead. This time, he would defeat the Demon King and change the tragic future. The next day, Leon burst into Mika's room and shouted, Hand it over, I'm sure you said you would. Give me something, right? He may look like a goofball, but Leon would surely be a reliable companion. Mika pointed and told Leon to lie down first. Then, he used his hand to write a line of incantation, sending Leon into a trance. From now on, reflect and feel your inner self. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Leon slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a desolate and dark place. Leon was completely bewildered, having no idea what kind of hellhole he'd been dropped into. A voice whispered, Well, hello there, softly from behind Leon. As you can see, this place is just an illusion, or you could call it the world within your subconscious. A creature with a pitch-black face whispered. Leon knew this meant the place wasn't real. The creature suddenly flew into a rage, as if it had been scalded with boiling water, aggressively drawing its sword and charging at Leon. Leon's eyes widened in fear as he swung his sword to defend himself, but this monster was strong as hell. In a panic, Leon's sword pierced right through it. He screamed in alarm as his vision suddenly turned into an empty void that scared the daylights out of him. The monster had appeared behind him at some point, its expression taunting as if it had just enjoyed a good show. Fool me twice, shame on me. Leon went on high alert and approached it again. It wouldn't trick him this time, he thought. Using the unconscious strike skill, the aura from within Leon shot out towards the monster. At that moment, it wasn't defending itself, and had left all its openings exposed. Way too arrogant. But who would have guessed that before the sword could even touch a single hair on the one monster? Leon was slapped so hard, he coughed up blood and passed out cold. You thought I was too arrogant to defend myself, didn't you? It seems you still don't understand my training method, do you? It's to die and repeat. The monster kicked Leon to the ground, speaking arrogantly. A moment later, Leon woke up from a dream cursing. He wanted Mika to send him back immediately, but Mika stopped him, telling him to wait. You need to review how you fought in the last trial, and test out other strategies before you make your next attempt, Mika said. Leon wanted to pull his hair out. He didn't even know what kind of monster he had just faced. It's your future self, Mika thought to himself. Saying no more, Mika told Leon to rest up for their departure to Paris the next day. I'm thinking of visiting a few other places on the way to Paris. We'll make a trip to Xianlin, Mika suggested. The next morning, they had all gathered at the location. After contacting Helen's group, Mika mentioned that he came here not just for the World Tree, but also to open 1 or 2 farms or something. The first thing was to get into Xianlin. In this godforsaken place, Mika noticed the tangled roots of the World Tree under the ground. At present, the roots of the World Tree enveloped this entire world, and no matter where the roots were, they all tended to connect back to the source. Based on its current appearance, Mika guessed the World Tree's condition was getting worse. Mika clasped his hands together, wanting to take a gamble and use a spell to follow the roots. Before Mika regressed, the World Tree had withered and died. Before the Elf Queen could save the World Tree, she died at the hands of an archdemon. But now, Mika's group needed to do everything they could to save this world, and that was how the 8th Elf King, Jiha Gigi Freso, ended up joining Mika's party. Trying to communicate with a high-level entity like the World Tree brought back some unwanted memories, Mika thought. As he stood there, the shrill voice of that blue-haired girl, Set, rang out. Her soul and Mika's were bound. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered coming to this place. Mika quietly asked Set for information about the World Tree. The World Tree is a branch root directly connected to A. To be more specific, the World Tree is a surviving creature, while we are the ones who were sacrificed, Set said in a low voice. So the Tomb Guardians are sacrifices, and beings like the World Tree are the remaining survivors. I'll probably understand more about this later, Mika thought. Standing before the World Tree, a brilliant flash of light appeared. Jingro, the spirit of the World Tree, also appeared, at the same time, greeting Mika. She also recognized Set because Set had previously been acknowledged by a holy relic and had even protected Jay Grail's older sister. Mika was currently holding the records of Toth, which made him secretly guess that this was related to the Demon Lord or similar entities. At this, J-Roll's face suddenly turned pale, because everything was happening exactly as she had predicted. The remnants of that evil entity had left behind incredibly severe consequences. As she spoke, suddenly her entire body cracked into tiny pieces, then gradually dissipated like sea foam. The remaining parts of the Demon Lord's body are extremely difficult to deal with. If you could have completely destroyed them, would things have been different? Jinrizo said. Now I understand why the World Tree was destroyed. Are you enduring this all alone? That thing nearly brought destruction to this entire realm, Mika asked her. To put it in human terms, I willingly drank a poison with a 100% fatality rate. I'm sure it will completely kill me within 4 days. It would be better if we consider that I have completed my task, but until then, I still have a little time. Jinro replied. I understand. So the Demon Lord's remnants haven't completely corrupted your core, right? That means we still have a chance, Mika said in a low voice. Before Mika was reincarnated, J-Roll had decided to take the path of mutual destruction with the Demon Lord's remnants. However, the Demon Lord waited for the moment she departed from this world, and he attacked this world at that exact moment. This means that in the end, her choice led to her own meaningless death. However, things are different now. We need to eliminate them before they reach your core within the remaining 4 days. I will definitely restore you completely, Mika said to J-Roll with firm conviction. The book also advised J-Roll to trust Mika. J-Roll was still sniffling, not even having a chance to be moved, when Mika gave her a chill by saying he wanted to be paid in advance. I don't need this for my own benefit. But to resolve this whole situation, Mika thought before speaking. He pointed a finger to the sky, indicating that among all the branches of the World Tree, Mika wanted the oldest and best branch from J-Roll. The elf was kneeling before the World Tree, praying to be shown the way to save my sapling. Some call me the Holy Mother, some call me the World Tree. The darkness is threatening to swallow me whole. However, it is not yet too late. There is a man who shares my light. If you accompany him, hope will shine upon us. Just as the World Tree finished speaking, a deep, warm voice echoed from behind him, and it was none other than our very own Mika. Mika led the elf through a familiar path, even after the forest had been massacred. Leaving not a single soul, this path remained intact. Mika figured he should probably change the fate of the current Spirit King. Even though he was old, he wasn't useless. and keeping him alive would bring many benefits. According to the original timeline, he would die at the hands of the unsealed remnants of the Demon King. But Mikha was determined not to let him die like that. By the way, did you come here alone? It's not that I don't trust you, but this forest isn't easy to get in and out of like that. The elf said, those people out there don't follow the usual rules. Mika chuckled in response, when suddenly, a courtier rushed over from a distance to report an intruder. Mika smirked. They finally arrived. In the sky, there were 4 unidentified flying objects being chased by the villagers. I wondered who it could be, but it turned out to be Lon and his troublemaking friends. Mika was about to open his mouth to scold them but was cut off, as they claimed that Mika himself was the one. The old butler coughed grimly, demanding that Mika take responsibility for all the sins of his subordinates. Okay, have it your way. Mika immediately had his men tie the old man up to get it over with. Regarding the branch of the world tree, Mika said he had already received his payment in advance, but he still needed their help. A short while later, the elf led the group to the elven palace, where his father resided. The Fae and the elves have coexisted since the dawn of time, and the one who holds the title of Elf King is chosen by both races to lead them. In other words, he is a Fae who is recognized by all elves. And this is where the Elf King and all the Fae live. To the Fae, this is their most sacred place. A few spirits flew out from the bushes, affectionately nuzzling Mika's face. They aren't usually this friendly to outsiders. You truly are the representative of the world tree, El said. Arriving at the main hall, El opened the door, and appearing before them was the Elf King, looking incredibly majestic and splendid. He offered a greeting. Mika bowed his head respectfully. Please don't be surprised, father. The world tree appeared before us. For a moment, the elf said. The Elf King was stunned for a few seconds and asked his son for proof that it was true. Just as the elf was hesitating, Mika patted his shoulder with a confident smile. A second later, the Elf King was astonished to see Mika pull a branch of the world tree from his person. The Elf King understood immediately that for Mika to possess a branch of the world tree, it meant he had been acknowledged by the tree itself. This was the most convincing proof that he had seen the world tree. I, Jaren Hadass, the current Elf King, bow before the emissary. I beg of you, please grant salvation to my people. He suddenly knelt down at Mika's feet. Mika explained that he had a problem to solve. I intend to forge an artifact. With this branch, I can create something to deal with the poison that is slowly corroding the world tree. Therefore, I intend to borrow your people's forge. I'm referring to the Lake of Grace. Hearing this, the Elf King was surprised that Mika even knew about it. The Lake of Grace is the forge where elven blacksmiths craft equipment for the Elf Kings. Then, without further delay, I will lead you there, the Elf King said. No, I plan to ask something else of you, Elf King. The substance corroding the world tree is a remnant of the Demon Lord. Yes, the enemy of all living things. It is exactly what you think it is, but I can't sense any evil energy, the Elf King said hesitantly. That's because the world tree currently has the upper hand. This is the best she can do. She is asking for everyone's help, but her call is too weak for you to notice. Both are trying their best for each other, but they cannot communicate with one another. We must resolve this issue. But the problem is, once I begin forging the artifact, that remnant will detect it and interfere. A catastrophe will befall the elven forest. We can't waste any more time. We must resolve this problem quickly. Everyone was stunned by Mika's words. The Elf King clutched his head for a moment, then quietly told his son to quickly lead Mika to the lake. Mika silently resolved to risk everything to protect everyone. After asking the group for their support, a determined Mika set off. El led the way. The lake is as requested. No one knows how O used this lake to create magical artifacts. There are no clues for us to figure out how to do it. Do you happen to know? He asked. Of course, Mika knew, because he had created countless items here. O used this lake in a special way. Perhaps he only wanted to keep this lake for himself. However, he wasn't actually a blacksmith. As Mika thought, he threw the branch into the water with all his might. The water's surface suddenly began to boil violently, as if boiling at 100 degrees Celsius. To be more precise, O was a mage. Mika thought to himself. The legendary elven master blacksmith, O was actually a mage. Although he was a very talented mage, his abilities clearly had some limitations. Therefore, he made the decision that if he couldn't succeed as a mage, he would find success in another way. And in the end, O became a master of magical items. I think the fountain in the name is a metaphor, not a real fountain. Although it's just a fountain with ordinary water, mana has been mixed into it. It was different, like a liquefied form of water. Mika immediately raised his hand, and used a structural analysis spell. A stream of magic surged from the branch, causing the churning water to flow into streams. The mistletoe of the world tree is a special ingredient containing the life force of the world tree. The problem here is refining this type of item to 100%. Perfection is nearly impossible. However, what if I use a thorough magical method? Mika smirked and gently reached out, preparing to control the mixed water to refine the mistletoe. This needs to be done. In about 4 days, we finally reached the fountain. This place must still hold many other gifts from O. The items of the former kings must be somewhere around here. Go find them yourselves. I need to focus on this first, Mika said to Io. He understood everything and nodded happily. Their 4-day countdown began. 3 days later, things were progressing better than expected with the help of Leon's group. But the female mage still felt a little anxious, only hoping that Mika could make her wish come true. While they were standing around chatting, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked open, into pieces with a thunderous tremor. They were all terrified as a glossy black serpent appeared, roaring, spitting venom, and shooting webs fiercely. Facing such a ferocious beast, they were paralyzed with fear, trembling so much they couldn't move. An immense fear appeared along with the tremendous power I could feel. I don't think I can beat this thing. Damn it, why am I so weak? If only I could be as strong as the person I met in my dream. Mika, when is he going to show up? Leon gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed as he dazedly thought of Mika. The jet-black serpent, overflowing with killing intent, prepared to face the group of the Elf King and Lion head-on. A whole mighty army stood in full formation, and on command, drew their bows, and fired a volley of arrows like rain at the serpent. Hit by the arrows, it couldn't help but roar in pain and charged madly towards them, but was blocked by the elves' magic shield. The monster's attacks grew more and more ferocious, and the shield, unable to withstand the force, gradually began to crack into small pieces. Meanwhile, Mika had just successfully set up the orb system after 3 arduous days. Everything went more smoothly than I thought. A great success, Mika thought. Now all he had to do was embed the orb into the scepter. Mika held his breath and fitted it in, when a blinding light suddenly erupted through the air. Meanwhile, the serpent demon's violent rampage had caused several members of the demon clan to cough up blood and collapse. They had reached their limit, and the barrier, unable to hold any longer, was about to shatter. With a loud bang, the monster's destructive force had shattered the barrier. Suddenly, a crackling beam of light appeared out of nowhere, burning the serpent until it was as black as a piece of charcoal. Mika had arrived just in the nick of time, much to everyone's relief. If Mika hadn't ended things quickly, this place would have been nothing but a pile of rubble. Normally, using just a 5th-tier spell like Holy Light wouldn't be this effective. However, with this scepter, a scepter made from precious materials, from the World Tree, things were different. However, the fragments had been on the World Tree for more than just 1 or 2. There was no way the World Tree hadn't been affected during that time. Thinking about it, this must be a fragment of the Demon Lord. If I can take it down in a single blow with this scepter, the World Tree won't have to suffer like this anymore. However, this isn't the only thing I've prepared, Mika thought worriedly as he flew closer to the monster. The serpent demon shrieked, baring its sharp-toothed maw and growling at Mika. Just as it was about to lunge and snap at him, an arrow brimming with magical power flew from a distance and struck the monster head-on, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke. It was a forged arrow, a treasure, famous for containing immense divine power. It was the elf who had aided Mika at just the right moment with such a perfectly timed arrow. Through the thick black dust, the serpent's skin had been nearly seared off by the heat, revealing its white skeleton. Mika nodded to Set and then charged straight towards the monster, his eyes filled with confidence. Mika and Set had entered the monster's grotesque body. I think it really is a fragment. I can confirm it's quite similar to the Demon Lord, she said. Inside this belly full of blood and demonic energy, the fragments were slowly turning into demons. They don't look very strong because they're unstable. But Mika still had to be careful, as it seemed they could regenerate as long as they were inside. The fragment. Facing the horde of demons rushing towards him, Mika tapped his scepter, causing a magic circle to expand. Mika then used Holy Gate, a spell he had successfully created himself before his regression. The difficulty in casting this spell far surpassed others, even causing Mika to cough up blood. It's an anti-micro demon spell that I prepared for situations like this. However, this is the only thing I can do to solve the problem. Mika wiped the blood away and unleashed a critical blow that wiped out the demons, leaving Set gaping in astonishment. She was just worried that Mika was overexerting himself, and she was right. The amount of mana this spell consumed was enormous. If Mika wanted to use it along with other spells, he could only maintain it for 5 minutes. I need to resolve this within that time frame, Mika told himself, working so hard he was drenched in sweat. A moment later, Mika finally found the demon lord's eye deep inside the serpent demon's body. It opened its giant, bloodshot eye and stared intently at Mika without blinking, then continuously swung its tendons towards him. The spell only had 3 minutes left, and Mika, dizzy from the frantic spinning of the eye, finally cast a teleportation spell. With only 1 minute remaining, Mika pulled out the signal stone and slammed it against the wall, the monster's skin. With only 30 seconds left, an arrow carrying immense, raging energy shot out from nowhere, whizzing past and cleanly severing all the bloody tendons of the eye. On the outside, the serpent monster cried out in excruciating pain, trembling and staggering uncontrollably. Come on. Did you really think that the entity known as the World Tree would do nothing while I was preparing to kill it? Mika sneered, standing before the eye and saying, There's always a chance for Mika, even before he regressed. Even if all of Mika's efforts failed, and he were to die, everything has its meaning. Mika then used a unique 7th level spell. Jero aimed directly at that eye. Countless saplings then sprouted vigorously, taking over the monster's entire body. I hope that someone will find this tiny sapling. That way, even if the fragment is completely absorbing the tree, it can still leave a part of itself behind. This spell is meant only for the World Tree, Mika said with a radiant smile. Both the World Tree and the elf were moved to tears by this sight, because the foundation for a new beginning had been laid. It was a form of a hymn. The tiny fragments from within the serpent monster's body created a surge of energy that struck the World Tree directly, causing it to become lush and sparkle as if by magic. The elf remembered Mika's earlier promise to save the World Tree and was deeply moved, vowing to himself that he would definitely move forward. Jero was very grateful to Mika. Now she could take care of the forest and the children once again. Don't worry, thank you. That can wait for later. I've already fulfilled my promise. Isn't it time for the World Tree to complete the pact? Mika asked. That's right. But this pact doesn't seem very fair, does it? You need essence to nurture your magic circles, right? But essence merely increases the number of magic circles. That's all. I personally think that's too cheap a reward for what you've done to save my life. Instead, I will give you a part of myself. Hearing Jero's firm declaration made Seth jump out of his skin. A part of you. Then how do you plan to maintain the order and balance of this world? You just regained your freedom. Why would you make things so difficult for yourself? Seth really couldn't understand what Jero was thinking. From now on, your ability will not just be limited to gathering mana, but you will also be able to store the energy of the elements within your own body. Jero said, this was her gift to Mika. She then gave Mika a strand of her hair, telling him to tie it to his hand so she could transfer the power. The magic from Jero entered his body, making Mika vaguely feel the power of the World Tree circulating inside him, healing his wounds in magic circles. The mana in my body is moving constantly. Normally, my body would have already become a complete mess. But thanks to the energy of the World Tree, my wounds are healing quickly. Mika gritted his teeth, feeling it go deeper into his body. When it was all over, he was now a promising 6th level mage. That evening, the whole group of elves ate and drank merrily late into the night. It was the first time Mika had seen them so happy, and it made him happy too. The Spirit King approached and sat beside him, asking how he felt. Yes, much better now. It's all thanks to you. The Elf Prince is a genius. He has spread your wisdom and organized a meeting with the spirits, and he even has the ability to befriend them. The Spirit King. Mika said, It seems you think very highly of my son. As a father, I am truly delighted, he replied cheerfully. Mika stared at him silently. Before the regression, there was a phrase Jiha always repeated. My father is a wonderful person. He was right. I'm so glad I was able to save him, Mika thought with a smile. Suddenly, the Spirit King pulled Mika in front of the crowd, boldly declaring to everyone that he would leave the forest to help Mika, whenever he needed. The crowd of elves wholeheartedly agreed with the declaration. They all cheered and chanted Mika's name, praising him to the high heavens. Mika was grinning from ear to ear, but suddenly he paused, feeling like he had forgotten something. The Pope had summoned everyone for a meeting. One of them guessed that this time he planned to select a new hero candidate. That's right. I have discussed it with Archbishop Ali, and he has also agreed, the Pope replied. But, Your Holiness, the one we are talking about has the blood of a mage in him. As, you know, when it comes to heroes and their purpose, we still haven't determined it. Another person spoke up, causing the Pope a headache. He couldn't understand when the servants of God had become so self-serving. Everyone, we simply follow God's word. We are not the ones to decide. We have decided to nurture a hero to prevent the coming disaster. However, why can't we eliminate the candidate? Before he could finish speaking, Archbishop Killen aggressively slammed the table in protest. We must make that kid serve our interests. And you come here saying such things. If he is the chosen one, he will easily surpass the candidates from other institutes to become the hero. Becoming a hero isn't the only path. There are countless ways to help others, the Pope concluded. This meeting is now over. He felt that today had been meaningless, but at least he was finally able to state his opinion and buy some time. Mika, I wonder what kind of person you are, he wondered. Meanwhile, Mika was saying goodbye to the elves, with both sides cheerfully promising to meet again. Do you plan on becoming a hero? I believe you are the right person for it. However, other nations will not like this. There are countless people who use false prophecies to start wars. That is why we secluded ourselves in the deep spirit forest, Jiha said. Mika already knew that. The fool just assumed everything in the Holy Kingdom was right, and his memories struggled to escape their control. Mika squeezed his eyes shut, recalling old memories. Jiha could only wish Mika safety. May the tree of blessings protect you on your journey. Good luck. I'm sure you will receive it too. Do you remember what I said? You don't have to carry everything on your own. Nothing will change if you do everything by yourself. I hope you realize that through this event. Mika pointed directly at Jiha's face and instructed him. Jiha's main problem was that while he saved countless lives and kept doing so, he became trapped in the past and couldn't escape. Jiha had always been a nobleman, but it pained Mika to see him like that. Now that I've returned to the past, I want to help Jiha, Mika thought. Hearing Jiha promise to take his words to heart, Mika was extremely satisfied. Mika hoped Jiha would walk the right path from now on. Mika had also gained Jiha as a companion for his journey, saving the world. On the way to the next location, seeing that everyone was constantly wondering about his identity, Mika decided to just come clean. I guess it's time to tell the truth. Alright, I'll tell everyone. I can handle nearly impossible tasks because I can hear the voice of God. What the heck? The whole group heard this and immediately froze, thinking they had misheard. They were stiff as a board. What the hell is Mika talking about? They wanted to refuse to understand. Mika remembered his first meeting with that bastard. His hair shone like the sun, and his eyes were golden. In terms of appearance, he was the perfect example of a warrior from a fairy tale. But who would have known that this warrior would be so reckless? A conceited person chasing the image of a hero, completely disregarding his own abilities. Because of that, many people lost their lives. However, that bastard refused to admit his mistakes until the very end. Getting back to Mika's claim of hearing God's voice, Leon and the others were extremely skeptical. Mika was bullshitting, and seeing everyone's curiosity, he smirked and said God told him to tell them to get lost, stunning everyone. If you water a plant with sewage, the plant will rot. Unfortunately, the current Holy Empire is completely rotten to the core. That's the reason why I said that. In the name of God, Holy Empire, get the hell out, Mika said arrogantly while proudly flipping the bird. Now that our job is done, why don't we flip the chessboard of the elders in the Holy Empire? Mika said with a smirk to everyone. In Niut, the capital of the Holy Empire, they saw the Tower of the Saints, the symbol of the Holy Empire. This proved they had arrived at their destination. Seeing the gatekeeper, asking countless questions, Mika just presented an invitation from Archbishop Ali, which made the man jump. After signing with blood for confirmation, Mika successfully entered inside. Although the great elders of the Holy Empire are cautious in choosing warriors, even if they lose their titles, a warrior is still a warrior. Mika thought. Leon, riding on Mika's coattails, felt that Mika was truly capturing their attention. It was so impressive. Mika now looked even cooler with his glowing tattoo and the supreme scepter. The divine power radiating from Mika made the surrounding crowd gasp in awe. Look and make sure to report this to the old nobles of the Holy Empire who sent you here. Mika silently calculated in his head. His brain had already planned out the steps to deal with the few infiltrators in the chaotic crowd. Seeing the old butler constantly nagging in his ear, Mika suggested he go get some rest. Just as Mika had predicted, those few strangers had reported the matter of Mika radiating divine power earlier to their master. Bishop Keelan found this very hard to believe. Because the 1PG family is one of mages, there's no way a mage could use divine power. Mana and divine power cannot be combined. Their combination is only rumored to exist in fairy tales. and that would be a divine command. Not only that, within the young master of the 1PG House's group, the subordinates also discovered Cassandra. The subordinate had just finished speaking when Killen's eyes widened in astonishment. The intermediate priest Sihan came to the door to personally and warmly welcome them. Mika glanced over, feeling that Sihan was quite young to be an intermediate priest. Mika asked Sihan to lead the way for him. As for the remaining entourage, he figured they could take care of themselves. Or maybe I should tell them, Mika thought to himself. Mika called out softly. Cassandra approached and whispered in her ear that Archbishop Kit-In had probably sensed her presence. Yes, of course, they're the ones most wary of my prophecy. So what should I do? She asked worriedly. Just do as you wish. Whatever you do, I will support and help you. Mika looked into Cassandra's eyes, stating firmly. Under the twilight, their intense gazes locking like this gave her strength. She promised Mika she would do what she thought was best right now. Sir Mika, please wait. The reason I left the Holy Nation, I think I need to tell you why. Cassandra hurriedly reached out and grabbed Mika before he could go inside. A moment later, the door in front of them closed. Cassandra felt that telling Mika about it was the right thing to do because she trusted him. Seeing Leon overwhelmed by the sight of the Holy Nation, Cassandra recounted her old stories to him. I was incredibly impressed when I first came here. When I was young, I used to live in the slums. But that's all in the past now. The Holy Nation is my light. The place that took me out of the slums was the Holy Nation. That's why I've always wished that the Holy Nation would never change, just like it was before. Sir Mika told me to act as I see fit. If they don't want to listen to my prophecy, then I'll have to create a reason for them to trust me. Cassandra clenched her fists, resolutely telling herself, I have to do my best. As for Mika, he had now followed Sihan inside. I heard that you performed a miracle of the Holy Spirit at the front gate. Is that true? Sihan suddenly asked curiously. A miracle of the Holy Spirit? Don't tell me my declaration at the front gate has been spread around like that. Mika recalled with a start. It's divine power. What's so strange about a mage being able to use it? Mika turned to ask Sihan. Sihan's eyes sparkled brightly, showing that he really wanted to see a hero who could use magic. It turned out the Holy Nation hadn't chosen the next hero yet. Mika had thought the chosen one was Sphritus and no one else. Yes, he is a good person. But, how should I put this? You know how people say you have to make up for your lack of knowledge with other things? That's the feeling I get from him. While rambling on, Sihan glanced at Mika's cold expression and was startled. Cleric, my apologies. Who would have thought? Mika suddenly grabbed Sihan's hand, leaned in, and whispered, I like you, leaving Sihan speechless and covered in goosebumps. Intermediate priest Sihan, I'll have to remember him. I'm sure he'll become very important in the coming days, Mika thought to himself. In a flash, the two of them arrived in front of the Pope's room. After explaining everything to Mika, Sihan asked to wait there. Mika pushed the door open forcefully, curious to see what Pope Gregorius's face looked like. As the door swung open, Mika was greeted by an unbelievably familiar face. The two of them, four eyes locked, with looks of utter shock spreading across their faces. A few minutes earlier, Mika had pressed Cassandra about whether she left the Holy Nation because others didn't believe her prophecy. That's not the only reason. The prophecy known to the public is far from the truth. Blood flowed like rivers across the entire continent. However, facing the demon lord was a lion with a golden mane. Around the lion's neck was an object, an inverted sun. The sun is the symbol of the hero. Therefore, there's a very real possibility that the people will interpret this as a prophecy of the hero's future downfall, she said in a low voice. The power that the hero represents for the Holy Nation has always been beyond our comprehension. And for the hero to suddenly face such a negative prophecy, of course they would do everything to prevent this information from getting out. The worrying part is the description of a lion with a golden mane. Mika pondered thoughtfully. Finally, Mika's eyes widened in shock, remembering a character with a golden mane, none other than Sphrit, standing imposingly, right in front of him. Greetings to you, Lord Mika. Hearing his formal greeting, a million curses, like venom, rose up in Mika's throat. However, Mika had to restrain himself, clenching his hands into tight fists, to keep himself in check. Calm down. Esteemed representative of the great holy nation, the eyes of the wise Hekyo. I am deeply grateful for this audience, but may I ask who this is? Mika turned to Lord Gregorius and asked, This is the prodigy from the Golden Lion Knights, Sir Sphrit. He is also a candidate for the position of hero. Both of you are candidates, and it's highly likely that soon, one of you will have the honor of bearing the title of hero, he replied. At that moment, Sphrit approached Mika, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. The two shook hands while Mika was seething with rage. Mika quickly noticed Sfrit was trying to slowly channel holy power during the handshake, to gauge how strong Mika was. Alright, I'll play your childish game, Mika thought, gritting his teeth. He then used the free circulation technique, causing his opponent, after channeling his power in, to be unable to pull it back out, forcing Sfrit to just grit his teeth and tense his entire body. Mika, at this rate, he'll die. Set whispered a warning in his ear. Only then did he let go. Sfrit was drenched in sweat, his face dazed like a deer in headlights before. Mika's terrifying power. It seems you've obtained pure holy power. If we're just talking about purity, your holy power might even surpass mine. Have you received enlightenment? Gregorius asked Mika. He just nodded, casually, lying as smoothly as butter. Impossible. After the prophetic war, the supreme god Hekau gave up on granting enlightenment to humanity. Even His Highness hasn't received enlightenment yet, Sfrit shouted angrily. A hero, from the moment of their birth, is a special existence. For a hero, even an order from the Pope means nothing, because Hekau walks beside and supports the hero. That is why I say he is wise. What you, a mere knight, just said, is not just an insult to the hero's dignity, it is a grave blasphemy. Daring to bring the supreme god down from the heavens just to compare him with mere mortals. Mika unleashed a lecture that shut Sfrit down, making him bow his head, and apologized to Mika. Mika intended to use this as a pretext to talk about the enlightenment he had received. Unexpectedly, at that moment, in a corner of the room, the figure of a strange girl suddenly caught Mika's eye. He clearly remembered no one was sitting there earlier. She glanced over, and upon realizing Mika could see her, she immediately grinned with great interest. She snapped her fingers, freezing time, then spoke in a shrill voice, asking Mika to guess who she was. Very few people possess the magical ability to freeze time like this. Among them, I can only think of one person, Mika thought with a start, and blurted out the name Hekau, a perfect guess. But her playful expression and attitude didn't seem godlike at all. In fact, she was more like Set. Hey Set, you don't look anything like your old self. I have the right to say that because I am the origin of all magic, and the other half of Assam, Hekau said arrogantly to Set. What do you mean, the other half? It's more like you're a fragment that broke off from him. You're always trying to defeat him. And yet, who was it just yesterday who was crying their eyes out? Before Set could finish, Hekau grabbed her head and slammed it to the ground with a thud, nearly sending her to the afterlife. Embarrassed, Hekau turned her attention to Mika. You have received a part of Assam, and will likely receive even more in the future. That means you are his successor. However, the way you're looking at me is a bit disrespectful. It seems you have no intention of serving me. The world tree is withering, and the demon lord is still expanding his army, yet all you've done is stand by and watch. If I were to still worship you in this situation, wouldn't that be completely absurd? Mika retorted bluntly. Hekau found Mika quite interesting, explaining that she didn't answer his summoning for a specific reason. Her response simply couldn't reach Mika. I am called a god, an existence on par with him, but that doesn't automatically make me perfect. In short, due to a few issues, my children cannot hear my voice, which is why they denied my prophecy before. To be precise, as of now, you are the only human I can communicate with. Therefore, I want you to clarify your reason for using me. If this is resolved smoothly, it will be mutually beneficial. After saying that, Hekau immediately snapped her fingers, returning the flow of time to normal. At that moment, Mika was about to tell Sifid about the prophecy. Thinking about what Hekau had just said, Mika told himself he had to handle this as soon as possible. First, he needed to establish his authority. Oh, you who long for salvation. I have been informed that the current state of the holy nation is utterly corrupt and rotten. His words immediately made Jeffra and Gregorius turn pale, sweating with rage. Mika quickly proceeded to seize the upper hand with the prophecy, telling Gregorius, furthermore, a long time ago, I learned that you had 2 children, one of whom is under your control, the other is not, and that is why things did not go according to your plans. Threatened by Mika, Gregorius turned deathly pale, struggling to breathe. Although it sounds very vague, I guarantee you will interpret it in your own way. Besides, even if that's not the case, it doesn't matter. I just need to act as I've said, and the prophecy will become truth. Mika thought with delight. Gregorius was so tense that he suggested ending the conversation there. It will be fine. Everything will happen just as foretold. Mika put on a mysterious air, leaving him with a cryptic remark before exiting the room, which truly left him utterly bewildered. Soon, Mika would make everything proceed according to the order he had set. Leaving the palace, Mika's hand still bore the characteristic tattoo of this place. Set felt that at this rate, it wouldn't be long before his body, he would be covered in stamps. Now, it's time to head to Cassandra, Mika said. Meanwhile, with Lion's group, a knight, a mysterious figure appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. Where is the one who delivered the prophecy? I want to see her, he demanded aggressively and rudely, which infuriated Lion's group. Not seeing the person he was looking for, he once again, impatiently brandished his sword and advanced to intimidate them. Unexpectedly, looking through the mask, he realized the person blocking him looked somewhat familiar. A cruel glint immediately flashed in his eyes as he deliberately moved closer to her. Leon rushed forward from behind to stand between the two of them, telling him to back off. Having his path blocked, Haben, the vice captain of the Holy Knights, resorted to using force to threaten Leon, making him break out in a sweat. But Leon was determined not to abandon her and stood his ground. Haben felt he had no other choice but to get physical with this stubborn Leon. How perfect. I was just curious to see just how much stronger I've become. Leon, also eager for a fight, charged at Haben. The two of them clashed in midair. The sound of steel swords clashing rang out. Unable to bear it any longer, Cassandra finally revealed herself. Haben and she came face to face, somewhat speechless. Even with your status as vice captain, I can't believe you dare to show up here. So brazenly, she said angrily. Lady Cassandra, the Archbishop deeply regrets what happened. This time, things are different. Please come with me, Haben said. As soon as she heard him, she knew for sure this guy was on the Archbishop's side. Archbishop Killian. That old man is extremely strict about maintaining order and hierarchy. If she were to go back now, she would never have any hope of escaping the Holy Nation again. Cassandra refused, but Haben insisted that she come with him. Just then, Mika suddenly appeared in a flash of fiery light like a god, briefly stunning Haben. I have already promised that I would protect Lady Cassandra, so you don't need to worry, just go about your own business, Mika said in a cold voice. Haben arrogantly retorted that Mika had no authority to stop the Holy Knights, even if he was a future hero. Mika scoffed, threatening him back with the laws of the Holy Nation. This guy probably thinks I don't pay attention to the details surrounding becoming a hero. That's because the laws concerning heroes of this empire aren't widely known, Mika thought to himself. Lady Cassandra did indeed leave the Holy Nation without any prior notice. However, she is staying with me, a hero candidate, so it can't be considered an unauthorized departure. What I mean to say is that you have no legitimate reason to be here. Do you need me to discuss this matter directly with Archbishop Killian? If not, then please leave and don't try anything foolish. Mika's face darkened as he pointedly told Haben to get lost. After he left, Mika suggested he'd like to have a word with the group. Inside the room, Mika asked Helen to remove her helmet so he could confirm a few things. The more time that passes, the more I feel that something is wrong. This person seems somewhat familiar. Could it be? Despite Cassandra trying to stop him, asking Mika to give Helen some time, it was too late. Helen also didn't want to keep hiding anymore. Everything would be settled here. My name is Ida Nibron, a hero candidate of the Holy Nation and Sif's sister. Helen removed her helmet, revealing her flowing blonde hair and sparkling golden eyes. Everything happened exactly as Mika had thought. So now, does she? Can you tell us? What was the reason Cassandra left the Holy Nation, and why did she have to obey? Mika asked. My brother and I were abandoned children. When we were little, our lives were spent wandering in the dark streets and back alleys. I'm sure everyone knows what children in those alleys are good for, other than becoming tools for other people. This world is too cruel for children to manage on their own. We were either taken advantage of or, in the worst cases, abused. Those things happen to us regularly. However, a certain man found us. That person was Archbishop Kin. Looking back now, it's a little strange that we weren't discovered sooner. After that, our lives changed. The sanctuary became our home, and we never had to scavenge for food in the trash again. However, at the same time, things started to get strange. When my brother was told he would become a reserve warrior, he began to show an unusually arrogant side, and that's when he stopped listening to anyone else. And the first thing my brother did upon becoming a reserve warrior was to sever the prophet's limbs. To be clear, it was the Archbishop who manipulated my brother. Ever since the prophecies were proven true in one way or another, he has used them for his own purposes. He made it seem as if everything that happened to them was the fault of the destructive prophecies. Helen recounted everything with bitterness. Even though I suspected Cassandra's disappearance was connected to Archbishop Kin, I never expected he was so directly involved in everything. If this is true, it means I'm holding the weaknesses of Sifrit, the reserve warrior, and the Archbishop who rejects the prophecies from Helen herself. I wonder how what Helen mentioned connects to all this. I'm sure I'll figure it out soon, Mika thought. I also quickly learned that Cassandra's nickname was the Skeptical Prophet. Even though she was a prophet, no one believed her. If she were to spread the truth, even the Archbishop would have to act quickly. It only benefits Sifrit alone, but that won't be a problem. The reason Sifrit can be the center of attention is because of his facade. A facade like that, we just need to shatter it, Mika said with a cunning smile. Meanwhile, Sifrit was also remembering when his sister started looking at him with eyes full of anger. The warmth gradually faded, and eventually, all I could feel was her coldness. Why? I haven't done anything wrong, and yet, why can't my own flesh and blood understand me? As he was despairing, the Archbishop suddenly appeared. Do you remember? The young master of House Wegris who joined as a warrior. He is with the prophet and your sister, Lady Ida. Hearing this, Sifrit's heart skipped a beat. His face went pale. He never expected His Holiness already knew about it. You will find out soon enough. It must be done, no matter the cost. God's will for us is clear. First, God does not grant grace to those who sit idly by. We too must use our own true power. In any case, I will not believe the prophecies of that girl. The important one is the young Wegris. The Duke's role is crucial, the Archbishop said in a cold voice. Sifrit remained silent. He wanted to prove himself even more to surpass Mika, and the Archbishop would be the one to help him do it. Frit glanced over and noticed someone lurking across the way, secretly watching him. A week later, Mika was still deep in thought about who would be chosen. In recent years, a heated debate had been taking place within the church between the priests and the archbishops over which side was most suitable to become the symbol of the church. And in this situation, Archbishop Killen, along with several other archbishops, had declared their support for Six. Six became a member of the Holy Knights, a talent who embodied the positive image of the papal state. Of course, that decision also needed careful consideration beforehand. Mika thought that Leon must also be having a headache on his behalf, because the other side already had more than half the votes of support. This number, though it sounded absurd, was very convincing, because these were entirely statistical figures from the hero selection that no one besides the bishops could touch. There were bishops in the church who maintained a neutral stance, such as Bishop Ali. Until there was a definite result, that number meant nothing. Mika told himself that Sfrit would think that if nothing unusual happened, he would be chosen as the hero. But that wasn't actually the case. First, the reason Mick participated in the warrior selection at this time was quite complicated. One of them was the assassination of the Archbishop. It had nothing to do with demons for a very long time. Then, only after getting entangled in many complicated situations, did I begin to actively prepare for the hero selection. I should have been able to grasp every situation clearly to prevent the assassination of the Archbishop and eliminate the culprit demons. For that reason, I locked myself in the temple for a whole week. Misha thought about Cassandra. She had informed him that Sfrit had rejected her request. She had thought he would agree, but she didn't understand why he would refuse so bluntly. No, there was no way he would refuse her, because he was one of the few people who trusted Cassandra until the very end. Mick was puzzled and confused when suddenly, a knock came at the door. The Pope, completely covered, walked in, his profound gaze fixed on Cassandra. The two tearfully embraced each other, and then didn't forget to thank Mika. Mika also had many things he wanted to say to him. The Pope saw the symbol of Hiko on Mika's hand, and was slightly startled. He has already said that the church must be reformed. That task greatly needs the Pope's help, Mika said with a smile. The next day, the Grand Archbishop was furiously slamming the table and chairs. It was all because of what happened a few hours earlier, when Mika had officially won, to the utter surprise of the court officials. Archbishop Naran was the Pope's closest aide. His declaration of support carried the same weight as a declaration of support from the Pope himself. He gritted his teeth, thinking, as the priests sat around a round table, whispering and gossiping about Mika. There's no way that little one Pegasus could build a reputation. Even if the great demon was destroyed, no matter how many times, it still wasn't a story that would captivate everyone. In fact, it was something that should be restricted from leaking to the public as soon as possible. If we're doing this for justice, shouldn't we be prepared to also get our hands dirty with dark matters? The Grand Archbishop gave a mysterious, evil smile and boasted, "It's been a week since Mika defeated Sfrit, just as expected. Archbishop Naran has already made his move. Cassandra and the Mark of God, as the Pope, he has no choice but to support me. Now, there's only one problem left to solve, which is that the death of the Archbishop, or more precisely, the assassination of Archbishop Naran. Mika thought this event made the Pope, who was already unpopular, lose even more standing. From that, if you looked at who benefited the most, Archbishop Killen's faction would be the prime suspect. However, it was still too early for Mika to draw any conclusions. Suddenly, the butler appeared out of nowhere behind Mika, startling him. He had been on leave for a week, and had just returned. I have something to report. My vacation was not at all restful. I never expected the Holy Nation to harbor such scum. Surprisingly, they were the Holy Knights. There's also something else I heard from someone else. The Archbishop named Killen was emitting the aura of a dark energy source. It felt as if something terrifying was following him, the butler reported. Mika nodded, saying he would investigate later. But given the butler's dedication, Mika wanted to reward him with something. Mika offered to teach him a method to improve his health, for which the man was extremely grateful. Once the current matters were resolved, Mika would definitely discuss this with him again. That very day, Mika told Leon about his plan to join the Order of Holy Knights. Mika wanted to bring Leon along, since Leon hadn't gotten to finish his fight with the vice-captain. As soon as Mika finished speaking, he tossed Leon a small sword, then quietly ordered him to channel his aura into it to see its effect. Leon obeyed, and did as he was told, and a powerful surge of sorcery erupted, dazzling him. You can call it a magic sword or a magical artifact, whatever you like. It's not just a sharp sword. Try spreading your aura throughout the artifact, Mika said. Leon proceeded to do so. The magical power spreading from the sword into his body left Leon utterly astonished. This is a sword technique used to summon an opponent. Even though you can't communicate with it, it will make your training much easier, Mika explained. Leon felt that the power radiating from the sword was very similar to things he had seen in his dreams. Receiving so much from Mika made Leon feel guilty, as he hadn't done anything for Mika in return. I'm sure you'll be of great help to me in the future. If you want to thank me, then get stronger, Mika said with a slight smile, patting Leon on the shoulder. Moved, Leon gripped the sword tightly, vowing to become stronger. Mika then went with Leon to see Vice-Captain Haben, but they were stopped by the guards at the entrance. They didn't want to let them in, so there must have been a special reason they couldn't enter at that moment. Thinking this, Mika ignored their frantic protests and walked straight inside. After just a few steps, Haben appeared before them, looming with a grim expression on his face. Why have you come here? Haben asked Mika. A reason? Of course. Sir Leon here wants to finish the fight from before between you two, Mika replied with a cheeky grin. He paused, trying to recall if he had ever clashed with Leon before. First, my apologies for not being able to welcome you properly after the previous events. However, I want to make it clear that we don't have to fight every time we meet, Haben said coldly. Leon asked with a smirk. Are you scared? This made him a bit angry. Then Mika added fuel to the fire. So you didn't stage that scene to have a duel? Should I take that as an attack? Even though I'm just a reserve hero, I believe I have a duty to fight against the corruption and evil in this holy nation. All of this made Haben's blood boil. We have to do it. Right now? I understand. Please come inside. Both Mika and Leon followed him in. This place was filled with many soldiers engrossed in their training. To not bring shame upon our Lord, we are always training relentlessly, Haben said. There was a time when I admired the Holy Knights, but seeing them like this now feels a bit strange. Leon spoke up. She could sense the powerful aura of Hekakao in this place, but she also felt something that made her feel an indescribable unease. The flags bearing Hekakao's symbol looked strange, but it seemed like no one else noticed it. The place with the most loyal and powerful followers is the Holy Nation, so within the capital of the Holy Nation, demonic energy cannot exist. No, there's still a possibility. Because a demon was born, possessing a certain kind of power. It uses dirty tricks to slowly kill its target bit by bit. It mimics the appearance and actions of its target cunningly. However, it has one weakness, which is that, if it imitates someone, it forgets the fact that it's imitating. It completely becomes the subject, thinking and acting just like them. I wonder who it could be. Mika racked his brain. In response to his question, Haben also stated that within the Holy Knight's order, there were no problems whatsoever. It seems like he's telling the truth. I can't read anything from his eyes. I guess I'll have to investigate myself, Mika thought, then touched his forehead, casting a probing spell all around. From his memories, he didn't notice anything worth paying attention to. Wait a minute. It seems Mika has discovered something. This feeling seems to be coming from the basement. There's something beneath him. No matter how many times he asked Haben, he still insisted 100% that nothing was wrong. Mika could only smile and say to Haben, It wouldn't be a problem for you if we went down there, would it? Hearing this, Haben looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, stunned for a few seconds. Mika immediately noticed his strange reaction. He knew there was no way the vice captain would be clueless about what was happening in the Holy Knight's order, but he couldn't jump to conclusions just yet. Seeing that he wanted to go down to the basement to check, Haben offered to go with him, but Mika disagreed. He preferred to go with Leon. I'm sure he'll go outside as soon as he realizes something is wrong. Let's go. Mika looked at Haben's pale face and calculated his next move. Just as he expected, Seth appeared a moment later, and Mika pointed straight at him, saying he wanted Seth to go with him, which left Seth frozen for a few seconds, completely confused. Seeing Mika head straight for the basement, he couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Mika felt that something was being hidden in this basement, and without answering him, he just kept walking down. You once said that I was arrogant, so could you tell me why? We don't even know each other that well, Seth asked. Mika paused for a moment, then sighed and said, Do you really think the Holy Nation can do no wrong? It seems that all the bishops are given holy orders and act as if they don't cause any problems. They always know how to rationalize everything. Have you ever thought about the impact of your actions on the people around you? Just that one sentence from Mika made him turn pale, stammering that he always thinks carefully before acting, and that's the reason. And you abandoned the prophetess? Shut your mouth, you bastard. The moment you abandoned her, you lost all right to speak of justice. You're just using justice as an excuse. Did the bishop tell you that her prophecies were a calamity for the lives of the common people? Have you ever gone out to see the world for yourself to consider if his words were the truth? It's not about the path the bishop told you to follow. Have you ever thought about doing something of your own free will? This conversation is meaningless. When you asked that question, you weren't expecting me to say anything positive, were you? Mika's every word made Seth break out in a cold sweat. Nothing will change if he has no intention of changing. An event like that will never happen. Using the light of his aura, Mika illuminated the entire cellar. Seth scoffed, thinking there was nothing here, but he was dead wrong. After a brilliant flash of magic filled the room, a blood-soaked brain appeared, looming menacingly. What was that you said about there being nothing here? It's similar to the thing that's troubling Gesso, but it's much weaker, Mika said as he drew his sword and sliced the brains to pieces. These are the remnants of a demon god, but it seems this isn't the only fragment. Mika was certain there must be tens, even hundreds of them scattered throughout the Holy Nation. No, this isn't enough. If Hikau personally asked for my help, the problem can't be this simple. I can't let my guard down, Mika thought to himself uneasily. Witnessing such a scene, Seth was scared stiff, not understanding what the hell that thing was. What should you do? What is true justice? Think about it carefully, Mika said, pointing straight at Seth. Meanwhile, Hien was sitting lost in thought about Mika. He couldn't believe that he had laid low at the first temple for an entire week and then suddenly reappeared. Was there really something there? I've never seen anything suspicious there before. But that look on his face, he knew something that I didn't realize. Lost in his troubled thoughts, he completely forgot about his duel with Leon. As I said before, our previous fight wasn't an official match. The title of Vice Captain of the Order of Holy Knights isn't something you get easily. It's not that I haven't heard of your reputation, Leon. However, when you're facing me, your skills are nothing. Hebo suddenly shot to his feet, his eyes blazing with hostility as he drew his sword. Leon smirked, saying he also wanted to see what Hebo was made of. The first time is always a little awkward for both parties. Yes, I'm sure you think I'm not much of a challenge. For you. He isn't quite a master yet, but his skills are on that level. However, compared to that guy, he's still a long way off. Let's do this, Leon said with a cunning smirk, rushing toward his opponent in a flash with the brute force of an ox. Hebo also swung his sword to counter with nimble speed. Each of his strikes became faster than Leon's, and the situation grew more dangerous. The two clashed, trading blows relentlessly. Hebo noticed the other knights watching him from the opposite side, and felt a slight pressure. If I can't show them an overwhelming difference in skill in this battle, I'll lose face in front of the Order of Holy Knights, he thought to himself. While the battle was raging intensely, a deafening, earth-shattering explosion suddenly roared. Mika emerged from the towering, dusty figure appeared, stepping forward to make an announcement. The Holy Knights would be temporarily suspending all activities, as of today. The knights who heard this news were thunderstruck, completely shocked and appalled. The reason that, Mika gave, was that a few demons had infiltrated their headquarters. Seth had also agreed to this. So, until Mika and his team found the demon, no one was allowed to leave the headquarters. As soon as he finished speaking, Mika swung his scepter. Combining the power of the World Tree and the power of Hekau with Seth's storm, he created a massive amount of holy power that enveloped the entire castle. Who was that? Who just coughed? Mika asked sternly. A knight named Mylon suddenly began coughing violently but vehemently denied being a demon. Cut the act. I see you're an outstanding actor, Mika said. Messon shuddered in disgust, denying it profusely. He had killed a man, worn his skin, and blended in with humanity. How disgusting. But what can I do? I can't manage every little thing. The moment he finished, Mika rushed forward and smacked Milan on the head. Messon, knowing he could no longer hide, revealed his true form. The dark magic hidden within him began to pour out. Messon had wasted years on this plan, only for Mika to ruin it in an instant. This truly enraged him. This method and situation. To now I remember. The assassination of Bishop Naran. Yes, you're the one capable of such a thing. It was you, Doss, Mika said, shooting a death glare at the demon, who had already revealed its grotesque true form. This demon behind the scenes, Doss, is the commander of the 6th Legion and Mero's right-hand man. He is but a small fraction of that woman's power. In any case, you are just her loyal lackey. Provoked by Mika, the demon flew into a furious rage. He stretched out his hand, creating a blinding magical smokescreen that filled everyone with confusion and fear. Now that his identity was exposed, the plan to assassinate the bishop had also collapsed. He had no choice but to take the life of the most troublesome person here. That means the target will be one of the reserve heroes, Mika guessed. Doss tried to sneak up on Mika from behind, but the moment he touched Mika's shoulder, the stormy power of Seth struck, causing the demon to collapse. Mika grabbed its neck with one hand, yanked it into the air, and said softly, Mero, I'm sure you're watching me too. I don't know what you have planned for this place, but I will crush every single one of your schemes, one by one. With that gentle little warning, Mika quickly used his holy spear to pierce through Doss's abdomen before the astonished and admiring eyes of everyone around. Seeing Mika's badass appearance as he purified the monster and sent it back to the earth, Svid felt a slight sense of unease. Even though he was a reserve hero, he had never realized that a colleague right beside him was actually a demon. Why was I made a reserve hero? Isn't fate too cruel? No, if I have shortcomings, I just need to work my hardest to make up for them. The gods will never abandon those with a strong will. Just as he was trying to be a little more positive, Mika's words from the past flooded back, making Svid's world go dark. He clenched his fists, trembling with a rage that choked him. Everyone, do you understand now? Demons will do anything to hide among us. If we don't raise our guard, aware, you'll become their prey before you even know it. To be honest, I'm very disappointed. I never expected that not a single one of you could find the demon disguised as your colleague. Perhaps this is difficult for ordinary people, but I expected more from you. I thought you were all noble and powerful holy knights. I've heard some rumors that some of you have started cozying up to the bishops just for a little personal gain. As Mika was rambling on, Hain suddenly shouted, stating that they are the order of holy knights serving Lord Hikau, and therefore always maintain neutrality. Is that why you attacked the first temple? I could understand if you were trying to drive out demons in the line of duty. However, don't bother explaining. You don't even have the right to explain. Sir Sifrit must agree, right? Both Hyan and Sifrit were getting chewed out by him, sweating bullets. Suddenly, he roared, with a look on his face that said he wasn't afraid of anyone. You're right. But before that, I want to confirm your strength for myself. I want to challenge you to a duel. If you want to challenge me, then let's wager something of equal value. You'll only be able to be truly serious when there's a risk in this fight. Mika said he wanted to bet the holy pendant that Sifrit always wears. Once he gave the go-ahead, the battle between the two men officially kicked off. Mika recalled that he had used the absolute defense of the storm once before. It could have been used as a trump card in this battle, but he was fine with it because he knew Sifrit's abilities like the back of his hand. Right now, Sifrit was being eaten away by thoughts of despair and self-loathing. It was all because he had lost faith in his own ability to become a hero. Well, wasn't that just perfect for Mika? With his sharp tongue, Mika bluntly said that he didn't like Sifrit one bit. Mika's opponent was now just as fired up for a fight as Mika. The two of them charged in and started wailing on each other. Sifrit went all out from the very beginning, afraid of losing to Mika. The speed of his attacks was simply insane. Mika used a 5-layered shield multicasting spell to block Sifrit's attack. Next came a dazzling reflection attack that left Sifrit stunned and dazed. But it didn't stop there. Mika also unleashed 100 Swords, a skill improved from the 2-circle mana sword spell. Since this was a spell once used to help Sifrit in the past, It wasn't lethal, but only inflicted pain. Sifrit staggered, gripping his sword tightly in an attempt to fight back. After a massive explosion billowed into the sky, he vanished into the smoke as if he was never there. The clever Mika had already seen his opponent's every move. Mika also knew for certain that Sifrit would charge straight at him from the front, so he had prepared another spell in an incredibly short amount of time. Sifrit, who couldn't even destroy all the mana swords, was now also hit by Mika's multicasting spell, causing him to collapse onto the ground in an exhausted heap. Mika didn't want to end it yet, because there were still 10 swords that hadn't been activated. It was far from over. Mika struck a cool, mysterious pose, brought his index finger to his lips, and whispered, "Spring says." After the final assault, Sifrit was beaten to a pulp, lying unconscious and foaming at the mouth. The people around them whispered amongst themselves, feeling that Mika had gone a little overboard. Sifrit lost in love, and now he was utterly defeated in battle too. Mika cheerfully took the holy pendant from his opponent. "I'll make good use of this," Mika replied. "The pendant. This holy relic has an artifact that amplifies holy power and enhances recovery abilities. Additionally, it has another function, a hidden one that most people don't know about." But Mika felt it wasn't time to use that hidden ability yet. Using it to amplify his own power was more than enough for Mika. After losing, Svit was as deflated as a popped balloon, admitting to himself that he was still too weak for this fair fight. "A fair fight, you say? Allow me to ask you something. If this wasn't a one-on-one duel, would you have used other tricks? For example, attacking me from behind, or using hidden weapons?" Mika's question startled Svit, catching him off guard. "I would never. That wouldn't be fair, for a hero," Svit replied firmly. "Even if it meant hundreds or thousands of citizens would lose their lives? What's the point of being a hero if you can't protect the people?" Mika added coldly. Put in a difficult position by Mika, Svit stammered for a while, unable to speak, and could only bow his trembling head as he saw Mika off. Mika didn't want to hear any more from Svit, as he could already imagine what he was going to say. "Don't you think you went a little too far with that Svit fellow? Another hero candidate. He doesn't seem like a bad person, even if he looks a bit dense," Leon asked, as he ran after Mika. "If he were anyone else, I wouldn't have acted that way. But becoming a hero candidate means shouldering a greater responsibility than you think," Mika said. Suddenly, Mika stopped dead in his tracks, staring intently ahead. In front of him was Archbishop Keelan, emerging from the first sanctuary. "He must be here for Cassandra," Mika thought to himself. Leon was just as surprised, wondering what Mika would do next. "I'm going to confront him." Mika was a man of his word, and immediately approached Keelan. Their eyes met, brimming with emotion, and they both broke into cheerful, completely genuine smiles, eagerly greeting each other as warmly as a father and son. "I never expected to see you here. It seems this old man's luck hasn't run out yet," Keelan said, gripping Mika's hand tightly. "Haha, you call it luck? Well, you're right, because the prophetess has been brought back safely. She didn't fall into the hands of demons, so we are all truly lucky." The word demons reached Keelan's ears, making him a bit flustered. Mika continued his verbal jabs. "I'm certain they were demons or something of the sort. There's no way someone from the Holy Nation would do such a thing. And if they did, I wouldn't be surprised if they were struck down by divine lightning. A person of faith going against a prophecy. Can you believe it? For someone like you, I'm sure you would never be so foolish, would you?" Taunted by Mika, Keelan was extremely annoyed, but he still forced a smile as if nothing was wrong, saying he had matters to attend to. Before leaving, he was about to tell Mika about the candidates for the hero position, but was unexpectedly cut off by Mika. "I don't care. You are not the one who chooses the hero. Our God is." The wise Lord Hekayon burst out laughing and turned his back, walking away coldly. A foul odor, coming from him or someone near him, stank, making Zack quite uncomfortable. She was startled by a thought, one that Mika happened to be thinking at the same time. The demon that Mika had defeated, Dos, was the murderer, and before Mika's regression, it had become famous for its exploits. However, there was an interesting fact. He had a twin brother named Lutos. Returning home, the old man Keelan began to stir, sent someone to inquire about the Holy Knights. Upon learning they had announced a halt to all future activities, after reporting they were facing some internal issues, he repeatedly slammed the table and kicked the chairs, even knocking the unfortunate messenger flat on his face. His rage soared like a mountain, his mind fixated on the name 1PG with a look of pure hatred. Just then, High Priest Haran appeared. Haran was shocked to hear that the Holy Knights would be suspending all his eyes widening in disbelief, as if he had misheard. 1PG. It was all his fault. A demon sorcerer who dared to disrupt the order of the Holy Nation. That is also why I summoned you here. Haran. This time, what does your intuition tell you? Killian asked Haran in a low voice. Oh, you mean the prophecy? How unfortunate. Our supreme god has not yet sent me any prophecy for this situation. I know the prophecies you receive are always much more accurate, especially compared to that woman, he replied. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Killian lowered his head and asked Haran to leave. The moment he turned around, Haran's expression changed 180 degrees, faster than an ex-lover changing their mind. He seethed, remembering that he had just signed a contract with them not long ago, and yet a problem had already arisen. At that moment, in the first sanctuary, Mika informed the butler that there was still another demon. The butler, tired, sighed wearily. Because Mika kept dragging him to random places, an old man like him couldn't keep up with the news. That old Archbishop Killian, I've confirmed that he's involved with the demons, and dealing with demons is considered the highest form of heresy, a grave sin that not even an archbishop can escape, Mika said. Cassandra worried that Mika wouldn't be able to easily prove his guilt. There's no need to stress about that, because we already have the Pope's support, he asserted confidently. Now that the Holy Knights are completely sealed off, heaven is on Mika's side. This gives Mika proof that the Archbishop has dabbled in heresy, and above all, Mika has the seal of Hekau in his hands. With this, the Pope's position will surely be completely different than before. Mika smirked, planning that in 4 days, at the warrior competency evaluation test where all the archbishops would be gathered, Mika would create the perfect stage to expose Killian and send the demons to their doom. At the same time, Mika also needed Cassandra's help. Cassandra's prophecy must be respected and protected. I can't let Cassandra break down again like last time, Mika thought. Cassandra wasn't very confident in her own abilities. In the past, the Archbishop never told her anything. Most people can't even get a glimpse of the future. That means you have a talent that can reach the gods, doesn't it? Reassured by Mika, Cassandra slowly regained her confidence. You can't fail. I've already spoken with the Lord above. It was an unbelievably divine conversation, Mika said with a wicked smile. On a fresh morning, the weather was so beautiful that it made an archbishop reminisce about the old days. The time when he met the little prophet girl who had no hobbies. He taught her about tea, telling her about the famous tea leaves from different regions. He taught her so many things, yet in the end, he couldn't protect her. Not only could he not protect her, but he could only stand by and watch. Her was exiled from the city. While sighing in despair, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling him. What do you think? We have to try everything to make things better, right? I have a few things I want to talk to you about, Mika said cheerfully. Thanks to you, I was able to live comfortably in the first temple. In the next 2 days, whether I have enough ability to become the hero will be tested here. That's right, the main goal is to test your abilities and confirm the stance of each bishop, he replied. For Sfrit, he lowered his head in silence, flustered, and unsure of what to say. The stories about how he had tarnished the honor of a family heir, and the rumors about him trying to cling to his former fiancée. Even though there are many rumors saying he's a bad person, I don't see it that way. He silently evaluated Mika in his mind. Then, a second later, he cast aside his honor and came forward to beg Mika to take care of Cassandra, even if Mika wasn't chosen as the hero. How meaningless. What I just said also means that you cannot become the hero. However, for that child's future, he thought with a tremble, his posture hunched, not daring to stand straight to look at Mika out of shame. When Mika asked for the reason behind his request, he revealed that if Sfrit were chosen as the hero, Cassandra would lose her way. It's a prophecy that no one believes. If that happens, Cassandra will slowly wither away in agony. If she could leave the holy nation, I'm sure that child would be happier. She is a child who has already gone through too much suffering. I don't want her to endure anything more, he replied in a low voice. This is something I can hardly agree to, because I will be the one who is chosen. Mika's radiant confidence left him stunned, saying in shock, Archbishop Killian's influence is immense. In this holy nation, countless priests support him, but on our side, we have the Pope. Not only that, we also have you supporting us. Of course, you have power, and above all, the gods are on my side, so I believe in myself. Mika patted the bishop's shoulder, his words filled with a charismatic and slightly arrogant air. The bishop stared at Mika in amazement, unable to look away. For a moment, his eyes widened as he noticed that Mika seemed to be enveloped by a pair of shimmering, ethereal wings. Sir, please tell me what I must do. He, Bishop Narun, bowed his head in submission before Mika. This was surely a matter of course. The conversation with Bishop Narun was quite simple. It seemed Narun had sensed Hika's aura on Mika. Even though Narun was Mika's supporter, The reason Mika approached Narun was simply because in his previous life, the bishop had died. Mika wanted to eliminate any possibility that would cause that to happen, and that's when all his suspicions were confirmed. Stepping outside with Zet, Mika held in his hand the blood clot of the destructive demon. Mika had managed to break the seal that was on Bishop Narun. This thing he was holding was proof that his assassination had been planned in advance. After Mika finished crushing it with his bare hands, Zet whispered that the reason Mika couldn't communicate with Heko was due to the right eye of the demon god, which was also a part of that wretched being's body. It seems to be somewhere beneath us. Zet whispered mysteriously in Mika's ear. That must be why the remnants can multiply endlessly. You did a good job, I guess we'll have to go find it. That must be why the remnants can multiply endlessly. You did a good job, I guess we'll have to go find it. I know where it is, Mika complimented Seth. With a dazed and indifferent expression, Mika suddenly stood up straight and turned to leave. Mika's unnerving calm upon hearing the shocking news startled Seth. Could it be that Mika already knew about this before he did? And that was indeed the truth, making Seth feel quite foolish for being slow on the uptake and acting so pretentious. 2 days before the meeting, Mika led Seth to the place containing the Demon Lord's Eye, which was the shrine of the first hero, located inside the Holy Nation. The place was terrifyingly vast, leaving both Mika and Seth completely overwhelmed. Mika felt that if he were a hero, he would be the 8th one. Everything in this world seemed to be getting truly difficult for him now. If the first hero could see this scene, he would be furious with the Holy Nation. Mika said, stepping inside, the pristine scene, without a speck of dust, showed that this place was well cared for. I can't ignore the symbolism of the first hero, even if this place is the source of the corruption. This feeling is not good at all. I hope it's not the worst-case scenario, Mika muttered to himself as he ascended the steps ahead, standing before the ice-cold coffin containing the body of the first hero. Mika shattered the barrier and solemnly approached. Seth's eyes widened when he heard Mika say, "The demons hid the Demon Lord's eye there, specifically, right inside the hero's coffin. But that's impossible. There's no way the Demon Lord's eye and the hero's body could coexist," Seth stated firmly. But what if it was completely absorbed before he died? Let's see if this hypothesis is correct. Mika resolutely took firm steps toward the coffin before him, his eyes filled with determination. If my hypothesis is wrong, then the hero's body inside the coffin should still be intact. Please let me be wrong. Muttering a prayer, Mika lifted the coffin lid open. What greeted them was an eerily empty coffin. Seth was terrified, not knowing what to do next. On the contrary, Mika let out a faint smile. This isn't so bad. In fact, it's good that we discovered this. Now, shall we go take care of it? With that, Mika immediately bent his knees and leaped straight down the stairs below. In a dim, dark room with a flickering candle, Heron sat pensively in a corner. His gray-brown pupils slowly turned fiery red as he thought of Mika. Using that old bishop was once simple, but after that young Wegus appeared, the chaos was gradually brought under control. How annoying. What can I do to get rid of him? Haran vented his frustration, punching an illusion in front of him into smithereens, his words filled with hatred for Mika. Then, as if sensing a presence emanating from the tomb, he suddenly burst into a fit of insane laughter. This might be a simpler solution than what I was thinking. Haran revealed his true face and whispered. Meanwhile, Mika and Seth finally met the hero, who was now sitting majestically on a throne, having waited all afternoon. I have been waiting for you. I am the one hailed as the hero. I'm sorry, my successor. What is about to happen is not of my own will, for the Demon Lord has corrupted me to my very core. Please, kill me. He tremblingly raised his hand to cast a spell, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Mika. A ferocious demon rushed relentlessly toward Mika. He just calmly smirked and affectionately called him senior 2 times. Their meeting was not one of reunion, but of conflict, and so they clashed with all their might. Mika deployed a shield. He tried to block the powerful force rushing toward him. With such a weakened body, the magic he casts should also be weaker, right? Most of that body's strength had vanished, and there wasn't a shred of muscle left. The fact that it could even move was a miracle. It seemed the Demon Lord's eye was controlling the hero's body. Mika wondered why he wasn't using his aura, and, as if in answer, the hero tremblingly began to draw a magic circle, a dark demon circle filled with sparking magic. Pushed into a corner, Mika quickly conjured a fireball to block the evil spell. The 2 types of magic clashed, creating a deafening, mind-shattering explosion. It turned out that this hero, before being possessed by the demon, was a genuine mage. So what about the holy sword? Mika wondered. The saint called it a holy sword, only because of its intricate design. It was all for show. If I truly had to choose an item to symbolize me, it would have to be the saint's cloak. It is a holy relic containing all of her blessings. Since I am already dead, I no longer care who keeps it. However, since you are a hero, there is still one thing you must do, right? The hero said. It seemed he could feel that he no longer had the strength to exist, that he had reached his limit. Young man, my successor, I will entrust this world to you, he thought to himself. Then, he gradually collapsed. Say silently prayed for him to rest in peace in the eternal realm. Mika didn't know how long the first hero had endured this, but at the very least, he wanted to create a perfect ending, for a legend to rest in peace without any regrets. Just as Mika expanded his magic circle, the demon inside, the hero's body moved to seize the upper hand. Its brain, a mass of writhing tendrils, shot out towards Mika. After reaching the sixth circle, many things had changed. The ancient magic circle was the standard for a sixth circle mage, but for me, it was more special. Although this only applied when I used circle expansion, I could use eighth circle magic, the frozen throne, Mika thought, as a single drop of water filled with mana bloomed from his fingertip into giant, razor-sharp blocks of ice. But the demon was no pushover, either. Its sixth circle magic spell shot out to counter Mika's, creating an overwhelming chaos, like never before. Mika compressed his mana and hurled it back at his opponent. Faced with this volcanic eruption of dark energy, he simultaneously released his power and teleported, appearing right in front of the demon in an instant. It opened its bloodshot red eyes, staring fixedly at Mika. It had anticipated Mika's approach and had hidden a magic circle behind its back. It was deliberately trying to stall for time to accumulate more mana. Say assessed the situation from within the dark smoke. But for every clever trick, there is a counter, and Mika had already prepared his own move. With a ray of binding chains, Mika finally captured the demon. Ordinary magic alone cannot completely destroy a demon lord's core. Knowing this, I prepared a few special spells, a chant of my own creation that helps me become, transforming into the world's strongest old martial artist. Mika smirked, thinking that by borrowing the Divine Fist skill, he had created an earthquake that blew a damn hole through the Demon King's stomach. A blinding light flashed before him, turning the room into a blank white space. The first hero approached Mika from behind, in the human form he had before his death. He looked completely different from what Mika had imagined, and nothing like the illustrative portraits on the walls. The two joyfully embraced each other with affection. The hero finally felt at ease again. The recent past had been a long period of endurance for him, where his hope grew faint and then vanished. Although he was very confident in his own perseverance and tenacity, deep down inside, he had begun to crumble. However, before he shattered completely, Mika arrived. Now he could finally rest in peace, because he had a reliable junior like Mika. Kid, I'm leaving this world in your hands. Yeah, you can count on me, senior. After their agreement, Hikao finally appeared and praised Mika. Hearing that she wanted to reward him, Mika suggested that she give a blessing to Cassandra so she could see the prophecies. Because of Hikao, Cassandra had already suffered so much misfortune. All right. That's something I should do anyway, but you can't call that a reward, because it's compensation for the losses I caused her. Do you have any other wishes? Hikao asked Mika. Is there anything else? I already have a stigma. Thanks to the free circulation method, I don't have any problems with mana anymore, so there's only one important thing left. A bold idea suddenly struck Mika. Opening his eyes, Mika found he had returned to the real world. The coffin had been restored to its original form, so this wasn't an illusion. So what did this mean? When Set appeared, he was visibly shocked to see Mika still in one piece after meeting Hikao. It was all because Hikao stopped Set from following, which made Set furious. She did that because she's still holding a grudge over what I said last time. Everyone knows she's the petty type. So what did she say to you? Set asked, still fuming. Suddenly, from the sky, a giant rock wrapped in a cloak fell down. Next to it was a letter that said, "That little brat can go die." With this, Mika picked up the holy cloak, thinking to himself how surreal this was. Draping the powerful cloak over his shoulders, his whole body filled with energy. A second stigma, gifted by Hekao, also appeared on Mika's body. She had been very happy to engrave this seal on Mika. Because the demigod, part of Mika, was in a transitional phase, in just a mere moment, Mika was able to reach the 10th circle of magic. This stigma's awakening would enhance the demigod characteristics within him. The effect might not be strong at first, but it would grow over time. The moment her drop of blood fell into his palm, Mika thought he was being torn apart and burned by a frenzied power. Only those who overcome and break their predestined fate can get what they truly want. The name Engrave said it all. It records special magic that can be used instantly. It itself is a 7th circle magic, but because it's a symbol of the number 1 warrior, Mika didn't think it could memorize magic like a normal spell. Set was worried that the stigma would cause Mika to completely lose his humanity, but Mika couldn't care less. What he needed to do now was leave, here first. Before leaving, Mika needs to take a precious item from this place. Outside right now, Haran is vomiting blood profusely, his body completely exhausted. I can no longer feel the power of the demon god's eye. The remnants of the demon god scattered throughout the capital are disappearing. Please, Lord Marrow, forgive me if the plan fails. Haran clutched his bloody face, whimpering and begging. Since things have turned out this way, Haran wants to claim something even bigger. The general summons of the archbishops will take place in 2 days from now, which is perfect timing, but one archbishop alone isn't enough. When I'm there, I'll kill the pope too. The bloodthirsty Haran's eyes widened in glee. Mika sat perched on a tree watching the other person disappear, a sense of excitement rising within him as things were gradually developing in an interesting direction. Bishop Killen was going crazy, cursing Mika, slamming the table and chairs violently. Mika von Purgus, that despicable bastard, why is this happening to me? I'm sure that I am the one chosen by God. That's why he sent Haran to me. Haran, it was that child who revealed to me about the God of the spoken word, and if I act according to what he says, this matter will be resolved. That's why I can't acknowledge the prophecy of that girl Cassandra. That's the reason I drove her away. He thought everything had been settled. Who would have thought it would become such a mess in Mika's hands? While he was fuming and criticizing him, Haran suddenly appeared with a radiant smile. That's right. If I can obtain a revelation, something that not even the Pope or the other archbishops can deny, then I can turn the tables. He was secretly pleased, thinking of a plan. Haran mentioned that the current Pope Gregorius is doing wrongful things, and also brought up how mages with bloodlines like the von Purgus family are defiling the holy nation. Killen was very pleased to hear these words. Haran's eyes crinkled into a smile as a hand reached out to touch Killen's face, saying, "You need to do what you can for him. You need to be prepared to get your hands dirty. Now, tell me." In just a few minutes, the demonic spirit Haran had subjugated Killen. He was now nothing more than an empty shell, dazedly obeying every command Haran gave. On the day of the ability assessment, Mika was quite satisfied because the archbishops who were neutral or supported Sif were all about to side with him. But on the other hand, Sif couldn't take any concrete action. Perhaps Mika had hit him a bit too hard, so he still hadn't recovered from the shock. But regardless, he was still a man worthy of the title of hero. Mika thought the moment to decide the position of hero was only 3 hours away, so Mika wanted to wait for Sif a little longer. The bishop here was extremely confident that Mika would be chosen as the hero, because he felt there was no better decision. After waiting and waiting, Sif finally arrived. Thinking about what Mika said, he had stayed up all night, unable to sleep. I am not the only one. Sir Haben once said that everything was unfair. However, after thinking it through, he admitted that he was wrong. He wanted to apologize to you and the prophet, but he couldn't leave. The other knights were the same. They were the ones who had previously objected and expressed resentment. Although not much time has passed, it's already clear who was right and who was wrong. Bringing a demon before everyone like that, I'm sure it wasn't simply to get a hold on the Knight Order. The Archbishop Killen, you dragged me into this, saying that the path of a hero I believed in was the right one. It was God's will, so I never doubted it, and those around me affirmed it as well. The only one who said it was the wrong path was you, Mika. So please, tell me what I should do now? Sifrit unexpectedly bowed his head before Mika, his bewildered eyes trembling as he begged for advice. Sifrit recalled his childhood, sitting and hugging a book, knowing that his ideals had been shackled until now. He remembered finding a book in a junkyard as a child. A book that depicted a hero with the sun, moon, and stars on its cover. Young Sifrit read it with immense fascination. It was a book written about a hero. That day officially became the milestone that trapped little Sifrit in a vortex of mana, representing the binding obligation to become a hero. He embraced the image of the little boy who excitedly read that book back then, along with the blue circle tied to his life, his face filled with sorrow, thinking he didn't want to disappoint the archbishop who had saved him. He had already suffered endlessly, but now, Sifrit needed to acknowledge two viewpoints, two paths. The images of the protagonist and Sifrit appeared in stark contrast. The golden-haired swordsman understood that Mika, the person who he felt was nothing like a hero. Sifrit had to die a little inside and admit that Mika was actually the one who looked the coolest, the most heroic. The image of the mage protected by light had completely defeated the swordsman shrouded in dark shadows. Sifrit struggled to utter the two words please. He looked directly at Mika, speaking in a pleading tone, please tell me what I need to do. A murderous glint flashed in the protagonist's eyes. Mika, at a loss for words, looked up at the sky and sighed. He coldly asked the lost-looking, golden-haired young man before him, what do you want me to say, if it's advice? I've clearly already given it to you. He immediately replied to the protagonist, it's because of my distant faith that I've wasted so many things. Recalling the scene of kneeling and begging a girl who left without a second glance, Sifrit mumbled, I've also lost my last remaining relative. He clutched his head in crisis and asked, what can I do to get those things back? I don't know what to do. So damn tragic. Hearing this, Mika could no longer hold back. He said coldly, this guy is really still digging his own grave. The blonde-haired man, as if splashed with cold water, looked up and shouted, what the hell? A gentleman uses his words, not his fists, but for a blockhead like this, a punch is in order. Mika gathered the hatred of 2 lifetimes and landed a devastating blow to his stomach. The resounding boom was enough to tell it weighed 1,000 pounds. The swordsman's jaw dropped, his eyes rolled back. He must have been in so much pain he saw his ancestors. He flew a good 10 meters, clutching his stomach as he lay in a heap on the floor. This development was something Sifrit hadn't anticipated. His eyes widened in disbelief at what had just happened, and he opened his mouth to ask, what the hell? A gentleman uses his words, not his fists. Why? The culprit who had just thrown the punch was rubbing his hands together, saying, you came to see me because you wanted to change. So, do you want to change yet? You're really getting on my nerves, it's incredibly annoying. The protagonist brazenly asked, why is it that everyone who gets hit never thinks of apologizing to the one who hit them? Sifrit felt his entire worldview shatter. This theory was too novel, Mika continued. Hey you, if you want to change, Mika, A.K.A. the Joker, appeared. His face, a haunting mix of a smile and rage, was terrifying. He rubbed his hands together, threatening the swordsman to get lost. Go find someone else to nag, damn it. In my past life, I was ruined, my body wasted, all because of this pig of a teammate. Seeing the demonic figure before him, Sigfit stammered, wait, holy crap, you're terrifying. His face was drained of all color as he stuttered, spare me. A blood-curdling scream, like someone being assaulted, echoed throughout the holy temple. The sun's rays outside continued to shine gently on the sacred building of the holy nation, despite a young man inside getting beaten to a pulp. Priests were walking around, greeting each other in the holy temple, the atmosphere as cheerful as a festival. One priest, contentedly, said, haha, I never thought I'd get to attend a hero selection ceremony in my lifetime. The person opposite him replied, I don't know if this is a good thing or not. They continued to gossip. Come to think of it, there's a mage who became a candidate for hero named Mikha. The other one scoffed in a high-pitched voice. A mage wants to be a hero? How absurd, so delusional, it's insane. Suddenly, an authoritative voice rang out, asking, can a mage not become a hero? The 2 gossiping priests fell silent. Seeing the smiling person in front of them, they asked in unison, isn't that the great Archbishop, Ali? We didn't expect to see you here. The great Archbishop smiled and replied, this is the hero selection ceremony. Of course I had to come. He then subtly promoted Mikha, saying he'd heard that candidate Mikha had defeated a great demon that appeared in the capital. One priest replied, yes, that's true. He's an absolute beast. The other one, not believing it, asked, do you mean the capital didn't suffer much damage after that great demon was killed? Great Archbishop Ali affirmed, that's right. That's why I came here to support candidate Mikha. Truly a once-in-a-thousand-years talent. Behind him, a voice spoke up. My goodness. Is that Archbishop Ali? Sir Ali turned to greet Archbishop Keelan. The nasty old man, Keelan, put on a friendly smile. The 2 shook hands cordially, and Sir Ali said, yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. Smiling on the outside but not on the inside, the great Archbishop thought, this old geezer is ruining the holy nation. He's a classic case of an old dog with new. His eyes were serious and suspicious. What is he plotting now? The old man Keelan began to speak. But Archbishop Ali, he smiled until his eyes crinkled and asked, do you really think the gods will be pleased with what's happening? The great Archbishop heard this and wondered, what does he mean? That old fox? What a vague question. He replied, that is not for us to judge. Keelan's hand, which was shaking his, suddenly tightened. As he spoke, Keelan began to mumble, if the will of the Gods were so easy to discern, it could change at any moment. Then, he suddenly vanished before his eyes. Ali exclaimed in surprise. Huh? The great archbishop looked around in a daze, thinking, what the hell? Did he just disappear? What the hell? What's going on? Did I just see a ghost? Realizing something was wrong, he muttered, don't tell me that bastard is done for. Internally, Ali screamed the name, Sir Mikha. Meanwhile, the person he just called for was dragging the swordsman Sigfit, like a sandbag. His face was beaten, swollen, and bruised. He whined, did you really have to beat me until my own mother wouldn't recognize me? Like this? That bastard beat me into a pig face. Mikha recalled the scene from a moment ago when he was kicking the guy with great satisfaction, only to be stopped by the prophetess's hug. He replied coldly, yes, of course. Damn it, my youth. If Cassandra, if you hadn't shown up, I would have beaten you half to death. You wannabe hero, the blonde swordsman sadly called out. Sir Mika, and he asked, am I still lacking that much to become a hero? Mika replied, yes, a great deal. Damn it, I must have been blind in my past life to have chosen a knockoff hero like this. The swordsman laughed bitterly, saying, haha, you really don't let up, do you, sir? Then the two of them were lost in their own thoughts. Mika glanced at the blonde punching bag, despising him more with every look. He thought it was truly shameful. Suddenly, someone came running frantically before the main character, calling out, Sir Mika. He looked and recognized the newcomer. Seeing the man panting like a dog before him, the main character asked Archbishop Ali, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Sir Ali, gasping for breath, said something had happened, and Mika's face showed an expression of utter surprise. A mysterious figure appeared at the cathedral entrance, and the face of Archbishop Killen slowly came into view. The old man mumbled, I've begun to hear the enlightenment I've always desired throughout my entire life, only to realize it as I'm about to go to my grave. With a vacant expression, as if controlled, Killen thought to himself, you are wrong, Gregorius. I am the chosen one. The veins on his hand bulged as if they would burst, and he bitterly believed that the one who deserves punishment is you. A clear voice rang out, interrupting the thoughts of the corrupted archbishop, saying, stop right there, Archbishop Killen. The old man sneered. Ha, well, if it isn't the prophetess herself? Before him stood Cassandra, her expression resolute. She warned Killen, please, don't try to cross the line. If you push too far, you'll end up dead. His face darkened, and he slowly stepped forward, asking, what do you mean by that? A sword was pointed directly at Killen. Its wielder warned him, stop. The archbishop looked at the blonde girl shielding Cassandra, and asked through gritted teeth, why are you obstructing me? The blonde girl replied coldly, do you truly not know why? Seeing Killen close his eyes without answering, E growled, or are you just playing dumb? E recalled her recent conversation with Mika, thinking in admiration, he was right. Mika had smiled, and confidently asserted to her, Archbishop Killen will definitely cause some kind of trouble. Her expression at that time was priceless. E had thought, how can he predict the future so easily? Looking at the once majestic archbishop, who was now a withered, unrecognizable shell of his former self. She warned him, make your choice. Will you surrender, or will you resist, and be forcibly apprehended? He responded with a laugh, looking at the two girls before him as if they were foolish believers. Killen said, I don't understand why so many dare to utter such blasphemy. He raised his hand, as if to end the chorus of sacrilege from these brats. The whites of his eyes suddenly swirled into spirals, and Killen mumbled as if he were high. God walks with me. E was suddenly horrified, thinking to herself, damn it, the old man must have fried his brain on something. A purple magical power shot straight towards her. Cassandra, beside her, couldn't react in time, and the prophetess cried out in alarm. The blonde girl was struck by the dark magic, sliding across the floor. E realized with a shock, this isn't holy power. The old man has become completely corrupted. Seeing the dark magic swirling at the old man's feet, she yelled, what have you done, Archbishop Killen? He raised both hands and answered coldly, haven't I already told you? Damn it, a terrifying sight appeared. The hair on his body was slowly growing longer, and two horns sprouted from Kieran's head. All he was missing was a green pasture. A giant black goat with red eyes appeared. It continued to speak. That a god walks with me, probably the god of cuckoldry, Ida exclaimed in horror. A black goat? Damn it, I'm not interested in goat hot pot at all. Purple magic appeared around the ugly beast. The magic, shaped like bull horns, immediately locked onto its target and charged. Caught off guard, she couldn't react in time, only letting out a small sound. In her golden eyes, Ida saw the reflection of the horn-shaped magic getting dangerously close. She thought, no way, am I about to kick the bucket? The pay is too low for this. Suddenly, the familiar shape of a shield with an inlaid, stylized cross materialized in front of Ida. It protected her safely from Kieran's attack. She turned around, stunned, to see who had intervened. A bright smile suddenly bloomed on Ida's face. Ha ha ha, she said excitedly. You're late. The mage, Mika, carrying Frit, said with a blank expression. Not really. He glanced at the traitor to God. Then, the main character slammed his staff hard onto the floor. The magic around Kieran suddenly vanished, and he reverted to his original form, kneeling on the ground. He stared wide-eyed and asked the main character, "Why are you here?" Mika didn't answer Kieran's question. Instead, he asked him how it felt to be devoured by a demon. The archbishop asked back in confusion, "What the hell?" His eyes were crisscrossed with red veins, like an author on a long deadline crunch. Looking at his student whose collar was being held by Mika, Kieran ordered, "Come here, Frit." He gave a sweet smile like one of those bad boys, extending a hand toward him and saying, "Who was it that saved you and guided you? Come here. Take my hand. Hold my hand tight. Hold it for a long time." He continued to drone on about where the boy was standing. Frit suddenly lifted his head. Kieran concluded, "This is not where you belong." The blonde swordsman, still held by Mika, mumbled in confusion, "What should I do? Follow my heart, or listen to reason?" Mika refused to help him make the choice. He said, "That is something you must decide for yourself, and take responsibility for your decision." Frit's expression was unreadable at that moment. Kieran continued to entice him. "Come here, come on, come back to me, and we can rekindle our old bond." Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he grunted as a sturdy foot planted itself on the floor. Seeing Frit's fierce expression as he pointed his sword at him, he froze and asked, "What are you doing?" "Damn it. How embarrassing." The seduction failed miserably. The blonde swordsman forcefully growled out each word. "I am a holy knight. I cannot stand on the same side as someone possessed by a demon." Veins bulged on Kieran's bald head. He had completely fallen to darkness, clenching his fists and saying, "You, even you would say that? You were supposed to be the one who trusted me the most. How dare you? Damn it, it's true what they say about raising a snake in your own house." He screamed maniacally. "Ha ha, a god walks with me," Frit called out worriedly. "Archbishop." Mika suddenly appeared, blocking his path, and said, "If you don't want to get caught up in this, don't act on your own." Kieran raised his hands to the sky, saying, "I have desired this enlightenment my entire life, and I have finally obtained it before I kick the bucket." Mika sneered, "That's not enlightenment. It's more like the call of a death sentence." That flamboyant archbishop stubbornly said, "You are the ones who are wrong. I am." His head suddenly lolled to one side as he was rambling. Archbishop stubbornly said, "You are the ones who are wrong. I am." His head suddenly lolled to one side as he was rambling. Suddenly froze this evening. Mika looked at the old man, standing unusually still, and issued a warning. "Whoever you are, the games are over." Behind Keelan, a dark shadow began to spread. Mika continued, "Isn't it about time you showed yourself?" With a terrifying expression, the main character said, "I'm talking to you. Don't just stay silent like that." He growled out Marrow's name. Keelan, A.K.A., the mountain goat, appeared, with 2 pairs of horns now planted on his head, and his eyes were blazing red like blood, his ears also turning into those of a beast. Upon appearing, the first thing to do to make an impression is to flash a confident smile. Archbishop Keelan, A.K.A., Marrow, asked Mika, "How long have you known?" The main character replied, "From the very beginning." "Surprise, old man, tee-hee. This is my second lifetime, you know," the demon asked curiously. "So you're a sorcerer who specializes in punishing evil?" He replied appreciatively, "Ah, so you know? You're next on the list to be reincarnated." But as if hearing a joke, Marrow said, "Heh, how amusing." He retorted, "I know you possess immense power, but I have existed for a very long time." Mika closed his eyes, silent and unresponsive. He thought to himself, "Damn, he's just beating around the bush. Just say it straight. He means I'm still green and can't possibly defeat him, right?" The main character uttered 3 words with a provocative expression. "Arrogant bastard," Marrow thought. The evil king Bill Dupas fell so helplessly. Even though he was an expendable piece that could be discarded at any time, the news of his defeat will still cause panic among our followers. A handful of sharp claws that hadn't seen a manicure in ages twitched slightly. He let out a vulgar laugh. "Heh, I have my own plans too." Gently stroking his beard with a sharp claw, he kindly informed him, "This old man isn't the only one I'm controlling." Mika replied curtly. Yeah, I've known that for a while. He said something that stunned the demon. It's because Lutos isn't here, so he must be over there. Marrow, completely shocked, stammered. How? How did you? With a warning gaze, Mika questioned. How? It's obvious. What the hell don't I know? The only thing I don't know is how to be polite. He raised his scepter. The gemstone on its tip radiated a green light. The main character replied coldly. Just like all you demons, it's only natural for you to be careless, of course. At that moment, inside the church, Leon was strolling around and sighing. He was anxiously searching the area, speculating, he must be somewhere around here. He recalled Mika's confident assertion, find the person possessed by that demon. Leon pondered. A demon possession? But he's never been wrong before. He then fearfully strained his eyes to search, feeling the pressure of what would happen if he made a mistake. Looking at the priests walking around the church, Leon knew that if he was wrong, everyone here would meet their makers. His hands clenched so tightly they trembled, and he gritted his teeth, concluding, this is such a heavy responsibility. Leon clutched his head and screamed, why did you give this job to me? The people around him immediately looked at him like an escaped mental patient, their faces drained of all color. The swordsman continued to ramble, demonic energy and divine power. I can't detect both of those on a single person. I'm not some kind of divine bloodhound. Recalling the image of Mika, snapping his fingers, winking at him, and saying, direction is very important. Leon just wanted to punch the main character, he grumbled. But he just keeps saying things I don't understand at all, the swordsman mumbled. At least, tell me how I'm supposed to handle this? Suddenly, a figure walked past him. A flash of light appeared, drawing his attention. Leon grunted in surprise. He noticed the brilliant lightning energy radiating from his sword, and exclaimed, my sword is glowing. Suddenly, a thought crossed Leon's mind. It seemed that every time someone passed by, Leon sensed it. He confirmed, is this it? The swordsman chased after the priest who had just passed him, politely saying to him, please, stop for a moment. The man turned back and replied, humph, damn it. I wish I hadn't looked, because the moment I did, I froze, he muttered to himself. Leon saw a ghostly black shadow on the man's shoulder, with black tendrils of demonic energy radiating from it and spreading down the priest's body. Seeing its dull red eyes, 2 pairs of hideous curved horns, and shaggy fur, he concluded that it was a black goat demon. On Leon's sword, the lightning energy seemed to react to the demonic power, glowing even more brilliantly. The priest, seeing him draw his sword, stammered, you, what are you doing? I don't want to die. Each sword strike aimed precisely at the priest. The priest squeezed his eyes shut, preparing to meet his maker. When he opened his eyes, he was scared out of his mind by the strange creature that had just appeared, exclaiming, what is this? A black goat demon was paralyzed and dying, bound by the dazzling spiritual power. He said, this thing was attached to my body. Leon looked at the priest, who had collapsed in front of him, and cursed. Damn it, I have a bad feeling about this. As if sensing something, he said, this evil energy is. He turned to look at a faint figure in the distance. A priest with silver hair slowly emerged, flashing a characteristic sinister grin, and said, you're too late, human. It was Haran. He had been completely demonized, or perhaps this was his original form. With blazing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth, he arrogantly declared, all of you are our prey, none of you can escape us. A familiar pair of horns slowly rose from his shoulder. It fully materialized into a black goat demon, a relative of the one Leon had just finished off. Demonic energy spread from its body, attacking all the priests in the room. They screamed in agony, ah, save me, I can't breathe. Leon raised his sword in confusion, saying, damn it, what do I do now? He watched as Haran laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. He worried that the dark power was beginning to consume everyone. A hand reached up, crying for help in vain. Gradually, it was stained by the demonic energy, turning black, a symbol of evil. Leon was terrified. He knew they were slowly being corrupted. He tried to calm himself, get a grip. Leon, a speck of light gradually appeared, emitting a brilliant aura in the dark space. Leon told himself, I can't let these demons shake me. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Suddenly, around where Leon stood, orbs of pure, brilliant, holy light appeared, purifying the entire space. The recent darkness vanished without a trace, and all fell silent, making way for the sacred rite of purification of the holy god. Leon's eyes widened as he stared at the space filled with dazzling golden light. He asked, light? The corrupted priests were also purified by the holy light, returning to their original forms. They were no longer in a state of agonizing pain. One priest exclaimed, "Ah!" He suddenly knelt amidst the sparkling starlight. They all began to kneel, bathing in the light, and shouted in unison, "Oh, God!" The black goat demon's eyes softened, and they fell silent before the divine authority. From a blinding orb of light in the center, a divine voice spoke, "Listen, all of you, my child." A pair of hands reached out, and the voice continued, "Your eyes and ears have been in darkness for a very long time, but I have bestowed upon you something that pierces the night and brings you to the light." The god said to stand up. Leon felt his body being lifted by a force, and he felt it moving on its own. Leon was scared out of his mind, thinking, "What the hell is this? I don't know what's happening anymore." He suddenly remembered Mika's wink, and his warning that direction was very important. He realized that Mika must have known this would happen, and sent him for this reason. Leon wondered if he had met the god privately. If it was him, it was certainly possible. He decided to trust that everything would be resolved. Leon asked respectfully, "What must I do?" The voice from the sphere of light replied, "Set them free." The swordsman smiled and said, "Haha, I understand." He held his sword, which emitted a blue spiritual power. His eyes filled with confidence as he said, "That's something I can do. It's a piece of cake." A vast universe outside of Earth appeared, with a golden sphere of light and a black sphere of darkness, separated by a flow of light. This flow spread from a gentle source of light, spreading across the Earth's surface like twinkling Christmas lights. From the beginning, darkness and light existed. Darkness merely existed, but light spread out and developed into a small world. This expansion created laws, and the laws created heaven and earth. And from the earth, the first seeds sprouted to form fields of heavy rice, bearing the crystallization of heaven and earth. An image of hands reaching out to receive the shining holy light appeared. The laws dictated that light was ever present. In the future, humanity would call this light God's blessing and refer to it as divine power. The hilt of Leon's sword radiated a golden light while the blade was enveloped in blue divine power. The silhouette of him raising his sword high created a solemn atmosphere, as if performing a purification ritual. A look of determination appeared in Leon's eyes. He said, "Let's do this." After a moment of silence, the Black Mountain goats suddenly began to awaken. They charged forward at a frantic speed. Wherever the beasts ran, thick smoke billowed. Their giant shadows loomed over the swordsman, Leon. He stood still, unleashing spiritual power that enveloped his entire body. A massive pillar of bright blue light shot straight into the sky. Leon leaped up and plunged his sword straight into the frenzied Black Mountain goat. Through the brilliant light, killing intent flashed in his eyes. The Black Mountain goat gradually vanished under that dazzling curtain of light. A huge blue sphere appeared. The sparkling light from it radiated in all directions. Killen, also known as Marrow, was instantly stunned by the sight before him. He wondered, how could the power of the divine realm arrive so quickly? Mika dropped down from nowhere, and kindly explained, "It's because I worked very hard to make it happen." He asked the old man, "You thought you had a chance, didn't you? You blockhead." He raised his hand in a taunt. "Oh my, thank you." Mika added fuel to the fire, saying, "Thanks to you, the holy nation has become even more dedicated to fighting the demon tribe." "Surprise, old man?" Veins popped on Killen's head as he angrily cursed, "This bastard," and then unleashed his demonic power to attack the main character. A whirlwind-like stream of green light gradually expanded, forming a barrier that protected Mika from Killen's attack. Seth raised her hand, controlling the green spiritual power, and said, "A low-level demon tribe member is nothing special. How dare you prance around in front of me?" Mika raised his staff and asked, "So, you mean do we pose no threat to you at all?" He continued, "That's what a villain would say to the demons. How hurtful." Mika's red eyes flashed as he thought, "A villain? Huh?" He imagined himself turning into a giant demon in front of Killen. He thought maliciously, "If I'm a villain in the eyes of those demons, then I should act like a villain as many times as possible." The boss called out to Mika, "What are you thinking about with that wicked look on your face?" The main character honestly confessed, thinking about beating those demons to a pulp. The boss was surprised by his answer, then she broke into a smile. The boss proudly flew right beside him and replied, "Good." The demon Killen gritted his teeth and said, "You bastards." As he flew into the air, he summoned his magic, continuing to curse like a shrewish old woman. "You damn bastards," Mika countered with a divine shield. The holy light continued to block his attack. He asked, "Wouldn't it be a better choice to run? Are you trying to fight a losing battle?" The demon tilted his head to one side and asked, "Run?" Then he raised a trembling hand and said, "Shut up, you lowly bastard. Run my A****. A man of honor would rather sell takeout than be humiliated." Killen went berserk, unleashing all his magic power, roaring, "I'll send you all to hell." On his hand, his sharp fingers began to glow. Mika's expression turned serious as he thought. He's boosting his power without any regard for the host body. He knew that, times like these, only the power of the holy light could turn the tide, so he reached out his hand, as the main character was, confusedly wondering, "But where are we?" From behind him, a beautiful figure touched the main character's arm, and gave Mika the answer, "This is the holy nation, a holy land where the authority of the gods is strongest, and this hall is filled with sincere faith." Hecate, the goddess of wisdom, said with a laugh, "Ho ho, honestly, this is so tiring." Mika's face showed a look of relief, and he broke into a smile. The main character slammed his staff onto the floor. He asked, "For real, huh?" The great sorcerer said with a triumphant smile. He should have run when he had the chance, shouldn't he? Powerful spiritual energy slowly radiated from around him. The blue spiritual energy shot straight up into the sky, diffusing into a giant pillar of light. The main character quietly listened as Myrrh shrieked, "Ah!" Myrrh's form gradually faded away. Myrrh angrily threatened, "I'll remember your face, you bastard. I'll make sure you're 6 feet under." Mika suddenly found it amusing and burst out laughing. "Ha ha." The kind main character reminded him, "Good luck with that, I'll be waiting." A great pillar of light appeared in the holy nation, shooting straight up from the cathedral into the sky, where a white cloud appeared, swirling around the pillar of light. It was a sacred scene filled with reverence. The Pope's eyes widened as he observed the divine spectacle before him. The priests and clergy in the holy nation all knelt down and clasped their hands to pray. Everyone could feel that the holy God, who had long been absent from the holy nation, had returned. The sign of his presence was the majestic, sacred pillar of light, connecting the holy nation and the sky, shining brilliantly through the sparkling canopy of clouds. In a purple palace illuminated by white orbs, the arrangement was relatively luxurious, showcasing the owner's lavish taste. Suddenly, a small crash broke the silence. From where the sound came, syrup shot out everywhere. A girl, a lord of horns, with a smoking hot body, rubbed her chin and said angrily, "Again, the soul I just acquired." She angrily stammered, That bastard." Her face gradually became clear. With red eyes and a horned head, she was truly the lord of demons. The forests. She gritted her teeth. That Michael Purgus. Seriously, what the hell is he? She was the 6th commander, Marrow, the one who had just caused a commotion in the holy nation. Thinking back on the pawns she had painstakingly put in place, she hadn't even had a chance to play with them properly before they were neutralized. She thought resentfully, he just showed up out of nowhere and ruined all her plans. He even sliced off a part of that guy's body. Marrow imagined a familiar figure, bathed in holy light, standing behind Michael, controlling everything. She speculated that even if he was a talented mage, destroying a part of a demon's body was nearly impossible. He cow must be involved in this. Bravo, you guessed it, 10 points. She mused that she would look into this in detail. A black goat suddenly charged forward, vomiting up a small red demon with a lizard-like tail. He let out a shriek, then lay sprawled out on the floor. Miro called out Ludos's name. The call of the Rakshasa commander made the demon jolt and lift his head. He knelt and stammered, "My lady." She immediately cut him off. "Shut up, you son of a b times ch." Her voice boomed. "You should have died in the holy war." He said fearfully, "It is thanks to you that my life was spared." Marrow asked coldly, "I spared you? In your dreams?" Ludos trembled as he heard her say that his memories were very useful, so it would be a waste to destroy him. But a large horn pierced straight through his body. Blood splattered everywhere. The demon's eyes widened, not understanding how he logged out for good just moments after coming online. Marrow kindly explained, "Your pathetic life doesn't matter." Ludos pleaded with his demon commander, "Please, my lady, have mercy, please." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into black smoke, leaving behind a red soul stone. Marrow said, "That plea is meaningless." She picked up the soul stone and brought it to her mouth, slowly digesting it. Then she wiped her mouth and declared, "Michael Purgus, next time, I'll make sure you meet your end." 1 week after the incident, the Pope stood authoritatively in the place of honor, with a large crowd of priests below. He began to speak, "Thank you all for attending this ceremony to honor our heroes." Lord Yun was also present. He stood with his butler, Morin, wearing a punchable expression, and listened to the announcement that many things had happened, and that the cursed ones were finally beginning to scheme and attack once more. Leon's group also listened intently as he stated, "From now on, the world will no longer be as it once was. Many problems will arise and chaos may ensue, but God has not turned his back on the tragedies that have befallen us." A white cloak fluttered in the wind. Michael stood there, holding a scepter, his cloak billowing in the breeze. The Pope continued, "And has granted us his power," Michael Purgus exclaimed. "They prepared this fast. The event planning department is professional as hell." The main character replied, "That's because a few days ago, Siegfried told me, I'm planning to withdraw from my position as a hero candidate." Looking at the swordsman's dejected face, Michael asked, "Is something wrong? Why do you look like that?" He gave a dry laugh, "Ha ha," and replied, "I have no other choice." The main character was surprised to hear him confide, "I hardly know what I'm supposed to do." Siegfried thought of the image of himself waving his hand, and whatever he created was erased, and said sorrowfully, "But to become a hero, I had to deny the past that brought me to this position." Michael asked again, "What about your brothers?" Siegfried rambled, It's not that I can't." The protagonist sat on the bed, resting his elbows on his thighs and clasping his hands together. He questioned seriously, "Then what did you come here for? Did you come just to grumble about these useless things? Don't you have anything better to do?" The other person's expression darkened as he asked, "Grumble?" He was stating the obvious. "You don't like me. I get it. This fool went around bad-mouthing your faith, so of course you wouldn't like me." Mika looked up, listening seriously. He thought about the tangled mess of this guy's inner turmoil and clicked his tongue. Tsk. Compared to the pride of that man, all of this was too much to handle in such a short time. Remembering the scene before his regression, he had humbly knelt before this incompetent man. Mika thought he might be swayed by memories from before he regressed. Everyone in this world, except for him, was very different from the past. See, with a dejected face, Cassandra, with a confident smile. He knew everyone was changing. Mika muttered, "This isn't fun at all." Siegfried continued speaking. "Archbishop Killen will have to spend his entire life in prison for colluding with demons. I should have been the one to receive that sentence, but you stopped it." Mika asked emotionlessly. "For what?" He shot up to his feet, placed a hand on his chest, and said, "But you hate me." The protagonist then smiled, uttering a light-hearted phrase that saving people is the nature of being a hero. Back at the ceremony, under a blue sky with white clouds, the Pope asked Mika, "As a hero, do you swear to fulfill your responsibilities?" The protagonist replied solemnly, "I swear." A sparkling crown was placed on his head. The crown gave him a feeling that was both familiar and strange. He remembered that before his regression, Siegfried was the one standing here. He knelt down and was crowned by the Pope in front of the large crowd. At that time, he was also in the crowd, enthusiastically applauding and celebrating with the hero of the holy nation. Mika closed his eyes, ending the flashback. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light shone down, enveloping him. The Pope said it was a blessing from God. My God. C, who was sitting nearby getting jealous, started muttering with a scowl. She really did everything she could, huh? Mika smiled gratefully and said, "This moment was worth it." His entire body was as if immersed in the sparkling white light. The protagonist held the scepter, his whole body seeming to glow. He smiled, knowing this was just the beginning, that he had finally taken one step closer to his goal. Leon, leaning against the door with his arms crossed, said, "Good job." He held out his hand, speaking proudly like an orator, "You've become the hero, and we've killed the demon that resided within the holy nation. We're total badasses." Mika, resting his chin on his hand, replied indifferently, "Yeah, right." Leon felt that the reaction from this guy was a bit off. He scratched his head in confusion. "Let me ask you something. You're the hero now. The hero, shouldn't you be happy?" The protagonist continued to reply in an indifferent tone, "I am happy." Mika thought to himself, "I'm happy because we've successfully completed the first phase." He recalled the image of himself wearing the crown that represented the title of hero, swearing an oath during the ceremony, and reminding himself that he couldn't yet say he was. Mika knew one thing for certain, that the archdemons still existed somewhere out there, and the world was still in grave danger. He pictured himself standing on an empty plot of land. The protagonist imagined a starting line appearing before him. He thought to himself, just as they said, "This is only the beginning," and he was just standing at the starting line. Mika thoughtfully mumbled, "The truth is, the fact that I was nominated to be a hero also means that a disaster will soon break out, so now I need to prepare a lot of things." He explained that only when he resolves everything can he relax and be happy. Hearing this, Leon asked, So what's your plan? Do you have any ideas? The main character replied. Yes, since there's nothing holding me back anymore, I plan to set out tomorrow, his companion said with concern. Got it. Do you need to prepare anything? He decisively answered. No need. I can take care of myself. Hearing that, Leon said his goodbyes. In that case, good, I'm off to bed then. He then left, politely closing the door behind him. What a person. Who makes decisions so quickly? Mika said, that's just how he is. He turned back to look at her and asked, so what about you? The main character was curious about what she planned to do from now on. ZE closed her eyes, smiled, and replied, if you're asking whether I want to follow you or stay in the Holy Nation, then I'll choose the latter. She said bluntly, I also have to keep an eye on my damn little brother. Mika nodded, showing his agreement. He was kind enough to tell her, contact me. If he does anything suspicious, I'll give him a good beating for you. ZE happily agreed. If anything happens, I'll call you right away. Suddenly, a hesitant voice spoke up. What should I do? Mika looked up and called Cassandra's name. She was standing by the stairs, her hands clasped together in the standard posture of a lady. The main character said with a smile, you should stay here too. You understand why, don't you? Cassandra asked sadly. Is it because I'm a prophet? She mumbled sorrowfully. My prophecies are all very negative, so they won't be of any help to anyone. The main character felt something was wrong and immediately denied it. That's not the reason. Cassandra's eyes widened when she heard him declare, I don't want a prophet to be looked down upon by everyone. Oh my God, a direct hit to the heart, the kind of quintessential line women absolutely love. An image appeared of Cassandra praying, bound by bright red chains, along with Mikha, who was covered in holy light descending from above, trying to touch the prophet. For a long time now, prophets, besides being praised as people who can converse with the gods, have always been looked down upon. Mika said honestly, this shouldn't continue, I want to change that. Cassandra nervously clutched her dress and said, but the words of a prophecy are a reflection of fate. In her mind was the scene of her being shunned, and to be honest, that is precisely the reason why others always unconsciously avoid prophecies. She gripped her dress so tightly that if it could speak, it would have screamed, Lady, if you keep gripping me like that, I'm gonna be a goner for sure. She stammered. A prophecy is. Mika looked at the small, flustered girl with gentle eyes. He comforted her. It's not entirely like that, at all. The main character asked, what if a prophecy is simply a clue? Cassandra immediately looked up, her eyes already filled with tears. Not believing her ears, she asked again, what do you mean? He said, I mean, you don't have to tell people clear, definitive statements. ZE smiled upon hearing Mika explain that she just needs to give the clues. As for interpreting and preparing for that prophecy, that's the listener's job. A pair of gentle hands touched her hair. He said that was her only responsibility. Cassandra's eyes welled up with tears again. She raised a hand to rub her eyes and said, all right. A confident smile spread across her face. The prophet said I should, so I'll give it a try. That evening at sunset, Mika and Seth stood on the city wall. She exclaimed, that's such a kind reason. He asked back, what's kind about it? She replied, I know that, from the very beginning when you met, you had the chance to make her dependent on you. But you didn't. The main character asserted that it was because, for her, it wasn't necessary. Seth said cheerfully, thank you for trusting her. She said admiringly, you didn't even do anything drastic, and let her make her own decision. Now she'll be able to choose her own path. Seth silently smiled. She spoke from the bottom of her heart. I'm so glad I met you. As if realizing something was off, she suddenly blushed. Seth pinched Mika's cheek, yelling, I didn't mean anything by it. Oh my gosh. Oh, for crying out loud. Then, in a flash, she turned into a sigil on the main character's neck. Mika let out a frustrated sigh, muttering, she says her piece and then just leaves. Ah, he smiled and looked up at the sky. The main character saw a full moon shining brightly up high, thinking to himself that he and the moon shared a deep bond. Mika suddenly recalled the sunsets in a distant forest, thinking that it was a symbol of the lessons between him and his master, twilight. He remembered that before his regression, every time it was twilight like this, he would begin learning magic from his master. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, What are you doing, sir? Seeing Morin appear with a standard butler's smile, he said, Ah, it's you. Did you enjoy your rest? He replied, Yes, it was quite interesting. Morin clenched his fist and said, I have seen many things, and also done many things. This time was just enough for me to make a decision. Mika smiled and asked, "Is that so?" He closed his eyes and said, "Ha ha. Yes, of course." Morin's silhouette blended into the sunset-colored sky above. He called out, "Young master," then told an old story about a magic sect in the past that used the moon as its symbol. In the shape of a human figure, a faint light appeared. They believed that humans were the vessels and the source of mana. However, after centuries, extraordinary people appeared, like Superman, Spider-Man, and so on and so forth, and their names were etched into history. Pages flew out of a book to inscribe the names of those gifted individuals. The butler continued to recall geniuses who possessed a natural talent for channeling magic, as if they were born to use it. Mika stood opposite him, listening intently as he said that the sect wanted to create geniuses through artificial means. Upon hearing Morin talk about how they destroyed their own bodies with the desire for revenge, and how that cycle repeated over and over, the main character couldn't help but blurt out, "That's so messed up. Truly insane." The butler's face suddenly darkened. He said sorrowfully, "Indeed it is. That is why their bloodline gradually declined." As if he were the main character of the story he just told. Suddenly his attitude changed like a chameleon. He said, "However, young master." A murderous intent appeared on his face. Morin questioned the main character. What if the last madman of that sect saw with his own eyes a genius standing right in front of him? Mika thought, what the hell? His obsessed face now looks exactly like the madman he was just describing. Time rewinds to the day the one Purge's family was annihilated. Mika knelt, trembling in a room. He knew that day was the day my family fell. So many people lost their lives. The main character's trembling hand brought a sharp dagger to his neck. He was in agony, sobbing silently, only able to kneel there helplessly and watch his retainers fall, without being able to do anything. A man approached, twisting the knife in Mika's wound by asking, "Are you satisfied now?" He could only weep pathetically as the man asked how it felt to single-handedly drag his own family into the abyss. The man asserted, "Mika, this is all your fault. You were never suited to be the head of the family." That voice continued, "Do you think taking your own life here would be considered brave?" "Brave, my foot." The main character immediately turned his head, his expression confused. The space was shrouded in darkness, and his hand holding the dagger trembled. The other person said, "If that were the case, your face would be grimy and weary from battle." He concluded, "Your worth only amounts to this much, young master." The main character's face froze as if he'd just had an epiphany. Returning to the present, that once foolish and dazed face had become that of a calm young man, lost in thought while admiring the sky. Butler Min posed a question. "What do you think, about something that one has to struggle and suffer for to obtain?" He continued, "Yet someone else can easily achieve it because of luck and innate abilities. It's so damn unfair," meaning this guy is talking about people who are born with talent. Mika replied with an emotionless expression. "Then let me ask you this." The main character's voice was as steady as stones, striking the old man's face. "Suppose I told you that I already have the proper method to achieve that thing in my head. What then?" The butler said bitterly. "So you knew the whole damn thing from the start." He held out his hand and replied, "I don't know the details. However, just as you said, this is my innate talent." Surprise, old man, you could train for several lifetimes, and you'd never succeed. The main character's red eyes glinted cunningly, as he thought to himself, lying. Like this is so cool. He raised a finger, pointing to the sky, his pale hand standing out against the deep purple twilight sky. "I declare that not only was I blessed with a handsome physique," pointing to his shimmering golden hair, Mika proudly crowed, "but I also have this genius brain. To put it simply, I'm the total package, a real lady killer." He explained the reason why my body is ready to accept mana, while Morin stood silently. His steady voice rang out like a model teacher giving a lecture. "It's the same reason I can handle a huge amount of mana, a feat that can be said to be extremely difficult for the vast majority of other mages." The butler spoke up, interrupting Mika. "Hold on for about 2 seconds. Wait, don't tell me you've already analyzed it. Are you that much of a beast?" He replied, "Not only that, but I've also translated it completely." Morin, with an unreadable expression, opened his mouth to say, "Young master, you've only just turned 20 this year," he retorted. "It hasn't even been more than 3 years since you started learning magic. Stop bluffing." Mika's mind raced. He crossed his arms and shot back a quick-witted reply. "It's just that I have a natural talent for magic," the old man said sarcastically. "So damn unfair." How wonderful. Some people are born with innate talent and can easily reach a level that others have to painstakingly train and struggle to achieve. His already wrinkled face was now completely crumpled, lamenting sarcastically, "Really? How can something so illogical exist in this world?" Mika looked at the sky in silence, trying to choose his words carefully, just to please each other. He closed his eyes and explained that while this world is indeed illogical, it's not meaningless. The butler asked in confusion, "What the hell? What do you mean?" The main character looked at the man with silver hair in a suit and remarked, "You look pale and exhausted right now, butler. You look like someone who's overdosed." Mika raised an eyebrow and said, "My perception is quite sharp. Just as you sensed something about me, I also sensed something about you." The main character's blue eyes stared intently, each word striking the butler's heart. "If I'm not mistaken, you're probably on the same level as those who died in that cult's final battle." The butler froze on the spot, his eyes becoming lifeless, drifting off to a distant place. Mika concluded, "It seems you've achieved some results. As for what those results are, only heaven knows." With his hands clasped behind his back, Morin laughed bitterly. "Results. Ah, ha, right, results, my ass." In the mystical purple night sky, the moon was covered by a strip of clouds, but that couldn't dim its beauty. Morin's steady voice rang out. "We were considered twilight mages. After discovering my own potential, I was able to suppress those who had previously looked down on me. Technically, I was qualified to be considered a level 8 mage, but as you know, that title isn't very stable." Sukuna, an image of a tangled red ball of yarn, messier than anything, appeared in his mind. Mika asked curiously, "Are there any side effects, like going bald or getting poked?" Morin answered honestly, "There are, and they're hard to avoid. Now my internal organs are all destroyed. Even if I wanted to donate them, they'd be rejected." An image of a person in a green, face-covering cloak, with two hands controlling a red ball of yarn floating in a band of white light, appeared before him. The butler lamented in pain. "To maximize our talents, we pushed our bodies to the limit," while the old man sighed. "All in all, it was just bad luck," Mika coldly remarked. "But you're still alive and kicking right now." Morin bowed his head and said, "Because I gave up halfway." He placed a hand on his chest and confided, "I gave up my ambition to become a level 8 mage, and limited the time I use my magic to a minimum, only using it when absolutely necessary." The butler closed his eyes, looking helpless, saying, "As you can see, my body has now become stiff, not strong." Looking at the great mage, youthful and vibrant against the purple sky, he concluded, "I've become impotent. I'm no longer capable of doing anything anymore." Mika suddenly uttered a sentence that confused the old man, "Then we can just cure it." Morin raised his hand to explain, "Young master, what I've been trying to say is that my body is completely rotten from the inside out." Mika immediately retorted, "So what? Who do you think I am? Do you think I just happened to become the hero chosen by God?" The butler, confused, replied with a head full of question marks, "But it's my body. I know it best, right? I feel it's hopeless, it can't be cured." The main character immediately asserted, "Don't worry, a god is here." Morin's eyes widened. What the hell? The whisper of a god. He raised his hand, his confident face glowing under the sunset as he declared, "Nothing is impossible." That hand was about to touch the butler's hair. The main character continued to whisper, "Close your eyes and rest for a bit." Morin's eyes shot open, not understanding what trick he was pulling. He asked suspiciously, "Are you planning to?" Mika's face, full of mischief, replied, "Planning my ass. Go to sleep." As the main character's magical hand touched his head, Morin seemed to understand what was about to happen. The old man's eyes rolled back into his head. Before passing out, he still tried to curse, "Young master, you little bastard." The moment the curse left his lips was when he passed out cold. Mikha caught the butler and said with a faint smile, "Your temper is the same as always." The main character's red eyes suddenly became focused. Looking at his test subject, the unconscious butler, he flashed a wicked smile, and said, "Now then, shall we begin?" In a room that looked like a mage's bedroom, Morin was lying on a bed, while Mikha stood by, preparing for the experiment. He grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, holding it up, and nostalgically remarked, "It's been a long time since I felt this cold, heavy sensation." Perhaps the sleeping butler felt an even colder chill down his spine. The main character said with great excitement, "Now, let's remodel this body to be as young and strong as a 20-year-old's. Say, who was floating nearby, couldn't stand to watch the main character getting so full of himself. She exclaimed wearily, "There he goes, with the nonsense again." Morin's shirt was unbuttoned one by one, revealing a scarred 8-pack. proof that he only got better with age. Mika's eyes suddenly grew nostalgic, his mind drifting to a distant memory. The main character recalled a lonely figure standing against a vast, gloomy sky, when he felt that being born with the ability to absorb mana was a blessing from the start. That person then spoke up, denying it. No, I wasn't born with it. Returning to the present with sad eyes, the main character lamented, in the end, you still couldn't overcome your own limits and fell. The reason was simple. There was just no other way. The currents of fate just swept you away to meet your end. Looking at the scars on Butler Morin's chest and abdomen, Mika thought, no matter how skilled you were at analysis or how profound your insight was, the key issue was always the lack of time. But things are different now. The main character reached out a magical hand to heal the butler. This timeline was also a chance to mend the regrets he had about their relationship before his regression. He silently felt lucky to have turned back time, and also to possess the main character's aura. Placing a hand on his chest, Mika thought, so this time, I will absolutely not let you be buried by that fate. He closed his eyes, concentrating to begin the incantation. A bright pale blue light enveloped him. The main character looked at his dear butler and said, this is your final swan song. The entire room was bathed in a shimmering blue-white light emanating from the magic of the great mage, Mika. A new day had begun. Gentle sunbeams streamed through the window. Morin's eyes snapped open. He felt as if he had slept for a very long time. Whew, his pristine body was still intact. The butler sat up, rubbing his old back while groaning. Oh, my back. Suddenly, he felt something different about his body. Morin held his hands out in front of him, saying, the pain is gone. Isn't that amazing? So cool, so cool. Then he raised his hand to check if his biceps were still there. The butler even did a headstand on the bed. Holding that strange pose, he muttered, what the hell? This is so weird. Why suddenly does my body feel so light? His eyes widened as he thought, wait, hold on a second, does that mean? The butler sat up normally, looked down at his 8-pack, and thought, phew, still there. He had sensed something was off, looking at his hands and wondering about his current mana flow, just as he was about to touch his chest to check. Just then, a powerful voice rang out, stopping him. Seeing the young, blonde-haired man sitting with his back turned, Morin called out to the young master. He asked in surprise, don't tell me you were responsible for all of this? Mika confidently replied, who else could it be? The main character knew the butler's cautious nature, so he carefully warned him, but he still had to be careful. Don't get cocky just because you're strong. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Morin, while neatly buttoning his shirt, asked, pardon me? A glass vial appeared, containing green pills that emitted a gentle light. He tossed it into his hands and instructed, here, 1 pill a day. Remember to apply the training method precisely. One wrong move, and it's all over. He stressed that this was the most important part. The old man, like an innocent child, curiously asked, what is this? What in the world? Mika turned back with a sly grin, a look that spelled trouble. He calmly replied, a refined fruit from the world tree. Scared yet, old man? The butler's face went deathly pale. Scared out of his mind, he threw the vial up into the air and yelled, wait a minute, what did you say? The world tree? Mika nonchalantly replied, yeah, it's a fruit from the world tree. The butler scrambled to catch the falling vial, nagging like a worried mother. Why are you being so generous, sir? Why give this to me? You could have sold it for a fortune, the main character replied in a magnanimous tone. If you're going to do something, you don't worry about the cost. If this fruit can be used to help a level 8 mage recover his power, seeing the stunned look on Morin's face, he delivered the final blow, then it's worth far more than any amount of money. With eyes full of sorrow, the butler mumbled, but I lack the talent. He pictured a trembling hand trying to reach the top of a tower, thinking it was like climbing a tower. By the time he reached the top, the young man was completely wiped out, kneeling and gasping for breath. Morin continued, because I was never gifted to begin with, I could never break through. That young man was a younger version of himself, with a bewildered expression on his face. Around him, others were still struggling to climb the tower, looking like they were getting ready for a ninja warrior competition. Another young man effortlessly reached the peak, which was a devastating blow to Morin. He suddenly realized that, no matter what amazing method he used, looking at the towering spire before him, shrouded in mist, Morin sat amidst the dust, realizing he would never be able to reach level 8. The butler continued his dramatic monologue, someone like me. Mika couldn't stand it anymore and cut him off. You're spouting nonsense again. He stated with absolute certainty that, I told you, Once I finish developing that flawed technique you use, I will return it to you. The main character, feeling his pride pricked, asked, "Can't you trust me just this once?" Morin, who had been mumbling, fell silent. He lowered his head in shame and stammered, I. Fragments of the miracles Mika had created for Lyndal, Leon, Jiha, and so on flashed through his mind. His deep-seated pessimism began to seriously waver. Nothing lasts forever. A lover today could be an ex tomorrow. That's just how it is. Morin was silent for what felt like an eternity. He finally broke the silence with a question. Is it really possible? The main character smiled and replied, "Of course." Then, once Morin had recovered, he and Mika entered a quiet forest filled with lush, ancient trees. It seemed illegal loggers hadn't reached this area yet. He decided there was no reason to hesitate any longer. I planned to immediately teach him the autonomous circulation technique. Old Morin, once again, became a disciple, attentively listening to the main character teach him magic. He figured that, of course, it couldn't be exactly the same as the one I use, but would have to be modified slightly to better suit his abilities. Looking at his hand overflowing with mana, Morin couldn't believe his eyes, letting out a gasp of surprise. Around him, the flow of mana was circulating endlessly. The butler's entire body emitted a faint blue light. He asked in confusion, "What the hell? What is this, young master?" Mika looked as if he already knew, saying, "I told you I would develop it." The butler wondered, "But how?" He replied, "Well, I have the main character's aura, of course." "Ah, no." The main character seriously explained that it was because he had the near-final results of research from someone very close to me. That person painstakingly refined it over countless generations. His face was filled with surprise. Mika continued mysteriously, sharing that although the method was still crude and quite laborious, it wasn't too bad. The butler looked up, his thoughts unreadable, perhaps pretending to look profound. From his aged mouth came a, He calmly closed his eyes, took a deep breath of fresh air, and said with a sigh of relief, "Well, that's settled then. I don't give a damn about the rest." In front of the magnificent, massive gates of the Holy Cathedral, a person in clerical robes was seeing off two young men on horseback. The four-pointed star on the youth's armor shone brilliantly, and the cross on his gauntlet was just as impressive. A delighted laugh rang out, "Ha ha." Mika glanced disapprovingly at his seemingly brain-dead companion beside him, and asked in disbelief, "Are you really that pleased?" Leon replied enthusiastically, "Of course. For people like me, this armor is our very life. Looking like this, I'll make all the ladies swoon." The main character suddenly became serious and remarked, "Yeah, come to think of it, that's a good thing, since you're going to have to use it soon anyway." Leon didn't understand what Mika was talking about, suddenly remembering. "Something?" he asked. "Speaking of which, I still haven't been told where we're heading," the main character asked. "Back." "Ah? About the destination?" To Leon's dumbfounded face, he answered that it was the town of Draculian. Leon couldn't believe his ears. He asked again warily, "Don't tell me it's the territory of the ones who never sleep, just like in the reviews?" He replied curtly, "That's the one." Upon hearing this, Leon let out a long sigh, his face looking like someone who had suffered the greatest injustice in the world. Leon looked up to the sky and roared, "Oh, heavens!" In the middle of the gloomy forest, he transformed into a tombstone statue, lamenting that the hero the heavens chose was digging his own grave and begging for salvation. Mika sarcastically praised him, "Geez, so full of life, aren't you?" Even the brown horse Leon was riding looked at him with an expression of helplessness. The main character thought to himself that it was no wonder he reacted that way. A majestic castle shrouded in mist appeared in his memory. Mika thought wistfully that the town of Draculian was once an incredibly bustling land. The image of people screaming in agony in a dark void as their souls were drained away appeared to replace that prosperous scene. He remembered clearly that the ruler of that place, Count Drakel, had an ambition to obtain the Fountain of Youth. As a result, he ended up devouring more than half the population of his own territory. Because of the indelible stain of that inhuman act, the land was sealed by the Holy Kingdom. "Huh?" Mika steered his horse, which was ambling, through the forest, thinking with determination, "Our next destination is precisely that sealed territory, home to a horde of monsters. Alive." Leon complained loudly. "Are we out of places to hang out? Why do we have to go to that disgusting place?" Mika humorously replied, "That's a sensitive question. The protagonist looked at his foolish companion and patiently explained the first reason was because this place has things similar to the tomb where you live. Danger often comes with opportunity. Leon racked his brain, then said, "Oh, so this is a dungeon raid, right? Okay, got it, piece of cake." Suddenly, he had a flash of brilliance and asked, "So what's the other reason?" Mika replied, "Because it won't be long now." An image of a coffin sealed with a cross carved on its lid appeared. The iron shell of the coffin was studded with sharp spikes. Besides that dramatic scene, the outside of the coffin was surrounded by wild roses blooming as red as syrup. That was the seal holding back Count Draculian, and it was about to be removed. After taking a nice long nap on Mika's shoulder, Seth stretched and said, "Ah, I slept so well." She curiously asked him, "How much longer do we have to go?" The protagonist replied to the lady, "After one nap, we're almost there." Seth replied, "Oh really? What in the world?" Behind them, the butler Morin looked soulless, with a stream of white air, like a ghost, escaping his mouth. A bizarre scene unfolded before Seth's eyes. While her master walked with ease, the butler was bowing his head, his expression unclear, using mana to lift a large horse. What kind of strange technique was this? His face showed extreme strain. To make matters worse, Leon, snoring loudly while tied securely to the horse's back, added to the difficulty of the game. Seth's face went blank. She had no freaking idea what had happened while she was asleep. Why did they suddenly all become so weird? Unable to take it anymore, she asked, "What the hell is going on?" The scene flashed back to 2 days ago. A group of 3 on horseback slowly entered a lush forest. Butler Morin, after hearing Mika's purpose for the trip, was scared out of his wits. Morin shouted, We're going to unseal the vampire?" He couldn't believe his ears. Then remembering something, Morin asked him again. However, the coffin sealing that monster can't be opened from the inside. The protagonist nonchalantly asked back, "Did God tell you that or something?" Morin stammered and, Leon, riding beside them, chimed in. "But do you even know how to send him to meet his maker?" The swordsman added that the title of immortal monster wasn't for nothing. Mika heard his clueless friend ask a question just as clueless as him, and replied irritably, "I know. Geez, you don't have to remind me. I've considered this matter very carefully, okay?" Leon closed his eyes and struck a pose, as if it were obvious, saying, "Of course, you have. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles." He looked at Mika and rambled on that he was the type of person who wouldn't do anything disadvantageous to himself. If he felt he couldn't defeat him, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. The 2 teammates gave the protagonist a punchable look, and Morin chimed in, "And the young master's calculations are indeed very precise." Mika watched them whispering to each other, and suddenly realized something was wrong. They had misunderstood something. Leon coaxed, "Hey, tell us your plan." A smile suddenly appeared on the protagonist's face. He flashed a smile worthy of a salesman at them. Flowers suddenly appeared out of nowhere, scattering around the protagonist. Seeing that smile, Leon suddenly felt the surrounding temperature drop significantly. A chilling sensation ran down his spine. He trembled and said, "Damn, that's scary as hell." "Soul, what's with that nauseating, over-the-top smile?" Mika still replied with a dazzling smile. "I have a plan, but to execute it I need a just cause." The guy shivered and immediately asked, "A just cause?" Leon faltered and said, "Wait, hold on for like 2 seconds. I don't know what plan you're talking about, but we probably don't need to prepare right now." Unconsciously, Mika's face twisted into a wicked expression, just like that freakish clown, the Joker, as he replied, "What are you saying? We have to prepare as soon as possible." Looking at Mika, a.k.a. the Joker, in front of him, Leon felt like he had already stepped 1 foot into hell. He stammered and yelled, "So, what? What are you planning to do?" The main character immediately used a sleep spell. His companion let out a groan, lost consciousness completely, and fell backward. Mika silently watched Leon, who was now dead to the world, lying quietly on the horse's back, a snot bubble even inflating from his nose. Beside him, Morin's voice rang out, asking, "What the heck are you doing, sir?" The main character replied, "If we tie him up and let him immerse himself in an illusion, he'll become stronger." The butler seemed to have figured something out, as he calmly analyzed, "So this is an illusion spell? But it doesn't seem to be that simple. You've also implanted a rather complex false perception into his illusion." Meanwhile, Leon next to them couldn't care less about the world. He even added a few snores for good measure. Mika dismounted, flashing a smile that said, "You know too much," he said. "For just a butler like you, it should have been difficult to notice that, shouldn't it?" In his head, He was cursing 18 generations of that damn Mika's ancestors, but on the outside, he swallowed his pride and said, "Haha, you underestimate me, sir," he rationalized. "No matter how complex the magic is, I can still analyze it one way or another, even 8th circle magic." The main character thought, he's just good at bullshitting. Without even looking at him, he said in a challenging tone, "So, you want to give it a try?" Mika provoked. "It's no fun without a little risk. Let's make a bet." Morin's eyes widened as he asked, "Bet what?" With nothing but the clothes on his back, he replied, "It doesn't have to be anything big." Looking at the warhorse standing obediently before him, he decided that, until we reach our destination, instead of you riding the horse, let the horse ride you. The main character added with a cunning grin, "Of course, if I lose, I'll let the horse ride me too. The time limit is 2 days." Before the astonished eyes of the butler, Mika asked, "What do you say?" He replied, "I think that's more than enough time." And with that, he officially dug his own grave, which explains the scene back in the present. The butler had to use both hands and channel mana to lift the horse, looking like he was about to kick the bucket. Unwilling to accept defeat, Morin asked, "Is your magic so complex that I can't analyze it?" Mika closed his eyes, speechless, and thought, "This stubborn old man. Of course he can't analyze it." He thought of the series of purple magic circles forming chains that enveloped Leon, who was sleeping like the dead, tied tightly to the horse, and thought smugly, "Because I mixed in the theory of 9th circle magic. How could he possibly understand it?" The main character said, nonchalantly, but more importantly, then pointed to the side, "Isn't that conversation important?" He replied that it was about the next tomb. She turned back to look at him and said, "Let me be clear. I'm in a neutral position in this trial, so I can't give you too much information." Mika bargained. "Then, can you give us a small clue?" She repeated, "A small clue?" She put on a thoughtful, wise beyond her years expression. She recalled, "First, the shapes of the remaining tombs are very different, compared to the tombs or dungeons he had encountered. In a basement where the trial was sealed, the dark room was lit by torches. Seth said there were many unusual things inside the Asa tomb, and not to be fooled by its appearance as just another damp, ancient chamber." She recalled the first tomb Mika entered at Lon's estate, remarking that, come to think of it, he was quite lucky. It's true that fortune favors the foolish, because the first tomb he encountered was the simplest one, otherwise he'd be 6 feet under by now. Seth continued, "Some tombs punish failure in incredibly cruel ways." He gave her a look. "I've known that for a long time. I'm a regressor after all." She went on to explain that the difficulty of a tomb depends on the arrangements made by the guardian in charge of it. Mika recalled, "Punishment?" In his mind, he pictured the place where Draculian's coffin lay, covered in blood-red roses. The ceiling cross on the coffin lid glowed brightly, and the main character remembered that before he regressed, the reason Dracul became corrupted was his fear of growing old and withering away. "That's what I know." He tightened his grip on the reins, thinking worriedly, "But what if none of that is true? What if I'm completely wrong?" His eyes grew pensive. Mika thought he needed to confirm it. Morin called out, "Young master," interrupting his train of thought. The old man's legs were giving out, trembling as he walked, and the butler felt like his body was no longer his own, so he forced a smile and said, "Wouldn't it be better to let the horse I'm carrying fulfill its duty as a horse? I'm not in some kind of man-horse, horseman play." The main character replied nonchalantly, "Yes, put it down, because we're almost there." The poor old butler, as if granted a pardon, immediately tossed the horse aside and collapsed to the ground, completely disregarding the cool, composed image he had built. Morin lay on the grass, enjoying the bright sunlight, and let out a sigh of relief. "This feels effing amazing." Mika was speechless, sighing as he reminded him, "Hey butler, are you planning to take a nap right now?" The butler, who was playing dead, suddenly perked up his ears when he heard him say, "If it were me, I wouldn't be thinking about putting the horse down, but about how to hold on to it for as long as possible." Morin realized something was wrong, and he shot up like a zombie, calling out, "Young master." The main character replied, "What the hell do you want?" Mika looked taken aback when the butler asked, "Why do I get the feeling you're even older than I am?" He shot back, "Is that a compliment? A backhanded one, right?" Morin scratched his head, feigning confusion. "Of course not. I mean, you're like a cunning old bastard." He thought Mika would fly into a rage and beat him up, but his reaction truly surprised him. His young master just looked at him and smiled, and that chill ran down his spine again. The butler's stammering voice echoed through the deep green forest. Young master, don't give me that creepy smile. Please don't make me carry the horse again. It's a very humiliating act. Young master, it makes me extremely uncomfortable." Mika's voice rang out. I wasn't going to say that. The old man immediately retorted. Clearly, you were going to say that. If you're second in shamelessness in this world, no one would dare claim first. The main character snapped his fingers with an air of maturity, admonishing Morin. Lying is a bad habit, butler. He then ordered. Now, try circulating your mana to the 6th circle. Morin's face went blank as he asked, What? What the hell? Mika, aka the Joker, immediately appeared, giving a thumbs up and saying, You once said you were about to reach the 8th circle, didn't you? Another round of commotion echoed throughout the forest, screamed, Wait a minute. Why do you always have to win every single argument? The roguish main character replied, Did I say something wrong? Morin said resentfully. People have to accept defeat sometimes, damn it, Mika repeated. Just do it now. Tusk. Speechlessly watching the two adults bicker like children, she was too fed up to even speak. You're both truly hopeless. Hearing the main character order her to do it right now, the little goddess let out a long sigh. She couldn't help but curse under her breath. Humph. Is this really a hero? More like a childish punk, for F times CK's sake. Mika's group arrived before a magnificent castle shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. It was separated from the outside world by a colossal wall. He exclaimed, Holy crap, why is it so freaking huge? Observing closely, he realized this was the wall separating the infected zone from the outside. The main character mumbled, This proves that the Holy Kingdom and the Empire considered the Draculian situation so serious, they built a wall to quarantine it, even worse than COVID. Leon looked around and said, But the ridiculous thing is, there's no one here guarding it. Morin speculated that with incidents happening in so many places, they probably couldn't monitor this place continuously. Mika went to commune with the wall by touching it. He discovered that it wasn't dead yet. Seeing the dark color of death present on every tree branch and in every crevice of the wall, the main character was annoyed as hell, thinking, how long can a person even last in here? Not being able to confirm the situation is even more frustrating. After examining the wall, Mika knew they believed it could hold for 100 years. The main character thought of a human figure, a faint silhouette surrounded by a dazzling holy light, with an 8-pointed star barrier above and brilliant golden halos behind it. He speculated that if the strongest knight of the Holy Kingdom had created this seal, they would spare no expense to protect it. Mika glanced around, giving himself the unconvincing answer that they believed this seal would never be broken. Well, for now, at least. Suddenly, Set cried out in discomfort from beside him, This smell is disgusting as hell. She covered her mouth and looked around, saying with disgust, That's not all. It's not just the infected zone. Something is strange everywhere. Set concluded. It's like the smell of a livestock pen. It's incredibly unpleasant. Mika chuckled and replied, Is that so? Lon asked from behind. Are you planning to go in right away? The main character raised his hand mysteriously and replied, Nope, not yet. First. Lon looked blankly in the direction he was pointing. Curious, what the heck was he pointing at? The direction the main character indicated was a village at the edge of the forest, not far from there. He continued, Let's just clean that place up. The rhythmic clopping of horse hooves echoed on the road, especially amplified because the path they were on was completely deserted. They entered the village and saw the figure of a woman brewing wine. On the street, there were also people walking around, a completely different sight from the desolate castle earlier. Leon exclaimed, Damn it, there are actually people living here, Mika said mysteriously. Because not all of them kicked the bucket. He recalled the time before his regression. This place had been a cemetery full of graves. A horrific tragedy had once occurred where half the population was massacred. The main character remembered the hand of a girl placing a white rose on a grave. That hand belonged to a short-haired girl with tear-filled eyes. The people standing behind her had their eyes closed in extreme sorrow. Mika guessed that the other half had survived. He explained wisely that since they had no lord, they had to fend for themselves. They must have also gone through many hardships. The swordsman asked with a doubtful expression, They're living here? The main character thought of the scene of the red eyes flickered from behind the trees, uttering a sentence, Living here isn't so bad. Remembering that castle filled with demonic energy from before, even the sky above was stained a gloomy, blood-red color. Mika found it strange that monsters didn't even bother coming near this place, and Draculian had sensed a bad omen as the scent of disaster, like dried fish, wafted around. Walking down the road, he explained to his comrades that they didn't have to pay taxes here, and the Empire didn't send any commanders over. Other regions also didn't want to get involved with this area, so this was their chance. Long live the world of autonomy and no taxes. He said that, but the main character's face suddenly darkened, a question forming in his mind. But thinking back to the coffin sealed by a cross in that syrup-red room, Mika was certain of one thing. Draculian was not easy to deal with, he was tough as hell to take down. The coffin lying still didn't mean the person inside had ascended to heaven. The main character asserted that, from the beginning, he had already planned what to do after being sealed. Morin, behind them, covered her mouth mysteriously and switched into gossip mode, whispering to Mika, "But this whole thing about you planning to break Draculian's seal, did a god tell you to do it?" He answered curtly, "We have an ally." He immediately asked a question, and so the group on horseback moved under the gloomy sky, as bleak as their future of theirs. Mika said, matter-of-factly, "It's probably a demon. I don't know how high its rank is either." A voice suddenly rang out. "Welcome, everyone." He immediately looked toward the source of the voice. An old man with a scruffy beard, who was anything but handsome, appeared. He laughed and said, "What a surprise. It's been a long time since we've had visitors. It's a pleasure to meet you." Mika asked him a question, and the man replied politely, "I am Davlos, the chief of this village." Davlos bared his patchy set of teeth and proudly boasted, "There's no place around here as developed as Piakon." Mika's group immediately thought, "Of course it is, man. It's all dense forest around here." The main character jumped off his horse and praised, "You have made a wise decision." His ruby-red eyes stared intently at the other man, giving off an oppressive aura. The main character silently cracked a smile. Then, a flowery atmosphere appeared. The two clueless-looking men greeted each other warmly. He took the old man's hand and laughed, saying, "Yes, what a relief. I was also looking for a place to stay for a while." Davlos also replied, his eyes crinkling into a smile. "In that case, how fortunate." They looked like old acquaintances reuniting after 10 years. The village chief enthusiastically said, "It's been a long time since we've had esteemed guests, so I can't let you be inconvenienced. I will show you the way." Morin, who was used to being tormented, was stunned, speechless at the sight. Meanwhile, Leon felt a chill down his spine, wondering, what's with that disgusting smile? The old man grinned with his gap-toothed mouth and cheerfully told them, "Please, follow me." Suddenly, he asked probingly, "By the way, you didn't come here for a vacation, did you?" Mika's eyes showed a hint of vigilance as Davlos asked, "Why would you come to this god-forsaken place?" He closed his eyes and replied, "There's only one reason." The main character uttered a name, Draculion. The old village chief suddenly stopped, turned back, and asked suspiciously, "Could it be that you're from the Holy Nation?" Mika, with a deadpan face, completely denied it, saying, "Haha, of course not. What the heck is the Holy Nation? I'm just curious myself. I'm very interested in history," Davlos hummed, looking suspicious. "History, my A***, he thought. "If I believed you, I'd have lost everything by now." Despite that, the old man still replied, "Yes, I hope you enjoy your time here." They were led to a spacious house to rest for the night. Inside the room, Mika stood facing his two comrades. He squinted and asked the butler for his assessment. Mori closed his eyes to sense it, replying that the wormwood was something demons often create. He suddenly declared a statement that shattered his image and completely shocked Lon, casually saying that beasts tied up with ropes are quite interesting. Lon, feeling something was off, immediately retorted to the old man for calling them beasts. Mika, with his eyes closed and arms crossed, cut him off, saying that, frankly, there was nothing wrong with it. The swordsman Lon, looking bewildered, asked what he meant. He replied, "Even if I don't think about it that way, those with ulterior motives certainly would." Lon was terrified. Chubin wondered if there was a demon causing trouble for this village. Mika held up 6 fingers and explained, "Not just this village." He seriously explained that there are 6 villages around here, and the number 6 is considered a symbol of sacrifice. Lon felt something was wrong and countered, "6? But isn't this the 7th village? Holy crap, that's scary as hell." The main character thought of the pink spirit stone on the stone steps in the middle of the village, and the whole sky stained a brilliant red. He patiently explained that the largest place becomes the center, with the other 6 villages surrounding it. In other words, imagine the scene of 7 spirit stones lighting up simultaneously, a crimson landscape covering everything despite the rising sun. Mika continued, "A large-scale magic circle." Lon angrily slammed his hand on the table. His whole body also, due to his anger, emitted a blue-violet aura that enveloped the air. He gritted his teeth furiously. Who did this? In contrast to Lon's seething anger, Mika remained calm and said gently, "Calm down. Getting angry won't change anything." Lon saw that he was right, and could do nothing but curse. "Damn it." The butler spoke up, wondering, What do you intend to do now, sir? Lon looked up, his face still etched with a frustrated scowl. Mika spoke up. I've already set the bait. First, he said, considering carefully, we need to go meet someone. Their conversation ended, and the three of them set off side by side. Arriving at their destination, their steps halted. Mika stared straight ahead, his eyes showing confidence, not a hint of fear. They stood before a castle that was tall, but the atmosphere was somewhat bleak and gloomy, with bare tree branches. In front of the castle was a knight who was sitting guard. The knight wore a set of sturdy armor, sitting with one leg propped up, a hand on his knee, letting his weapon rest against his body, exuding an unusually calm and composed demeanor. Through the iron mask, the eyes of the knight emitted a red glow as he watched the group before him. The butler, Morin, said hesitantly, looking somewhat worried, "Young master, it seems he is a demon." Mika realized it immediately. There was no doubt. The knight stood up, slowly letting out a sound. "So you've come?" Lon immediately got a clear look at the weapon in his opponent's hand, and he thought to himself, "Is that a spear?" The knight gripped his weapon tightly in his hand, then suddenly leaped into the air, his hand gripping the spear, and aimed it straight at the group. The spear radiated a powerful surge of energy, shooting forward with that momentum. Butler Morin didn't hesitate for a second. He snapped his fingers, and a magic circle immediately appeared from the snap, blocking the attacking force completely. He looked at the knight before him. "My goodness, attacking us the moment we meet." He then lowered his hand, and the knight landed on the ground. His eyes flashed as he glared and said, "If that attack didn't work, then..." The knight began to cast a dark magic, his entire body enveloped in a black aura, causing oppressing others. It seemed he was truly spoiling for a fight. Just then, Mika spoke up. "Stop." The knight was surprised and a bit confused, but he stopped casting his spell. Mika then reminded him, "Butler, you, stop, as well." He stood before the knight, who asked, "Who on earth are you?" He calmly replied, "We came here to talk." He then reached into his coat and introduced himself. "I am Mika 1 PG. The knight listened quietly as he said, "I am one who has been acknowledged by the gods." He took out his medallion, certifying his status as the hero of this generation. Mika asked, "Can you tell me what in the world is going on around here?" After hearing this, the knight suddenly burst out laughing. He asked back scornfully, "A hero? After things have gotten this bad, the gods are only just now sending a hero?" he said distrustfully. "There are some things I can't explain clearly, but I certainly have no intention of abandoning this place," he explained calmly. Mika asked him, "Can you tell me the reason you've been protecting this wall?" The knight sat down, resting his hands on his knees, and laughed sadly with his head bowed, repeating, "A reason, you ask? A reason?" Finally, he stated, "Because I'm a half-breed." Mika asked again, "Why did the knight remove his chest plate?" This was the very reason. He took his spear and, without hesitation, plunged it straight into his own body. Blood sprayed from the wound. Lion couldn't believe his eyes, crying out in shock. "What?" The spear ran straight through the knight, and even more blood gushed out. Lion yelled, "Stop! If you do that, you'll..." Furrowing his brow tightly. "You'll what?" The knight pulled the spear out, leaving a large, gaping, bloody hole. But what was even more shocking was when the wound suddenly began to close up, gradually returning to normal skin, as if it had never been pierced by a sharp spear. Lion seemed to realize what was happening. "You're immortal." The knight didn't deny it. "Yes, that's right. Just as you've seen." Hearing this, Lion immediately waved his hand to create a blue magic circle around himself. Mika, who had been watching silently, saw this and told him to lower his sword. Lion, however, didn't listen and retorted, "He's immortal, which means he's no different from a vampire." Mika didn't think so, and he bluntly dismissed Lion's thought. "No," he said, standing in front of the knight and thinking to himself, "Do I know this knight? To be precise, I know about this knight's future." The knight spoke up, "Stab me if you want. It's not like I can. Die anyway." Mika refused. "I can't do that. As a hero, when I see someone who wants to be a part of humanity, I cannot treat them like a monster." These words made the knight hesitate for a moment. Mika reached for the knight's iron mask, saying, "I know who you are." He removed the knight's mask, and his face was gradually revealed. "Tep Draculian." He said the knight's name. He remembered. How could I not know him? The blood-soaked spear. Tepes, the man once known as the Blood Spear, and in the future that I know. He is also called the Immortal King. Mika let his train of thought continue. During the time of the vampire catastrophe, he was the one who had tried in vain to stop his father's cruel acts. While the butler and lion still didn't understand, he said, "You are merely someone who shares the same bloodline as the vampire count." Teps, slightly bowing his head. "So what do you plan to do with me?" Min replied. "I don't have any particular intentions. However, this might sound a bit cruel to you, but I want to work with you." Hearing this, Tep suddenly looked up at him in surprise. He couldn't believe it and asked again, "Work together?" Min confirmed that they had to. "To help your father, Dracula, rest in peace." Tepes was stunned. "Rest in peace?" Then he burst out laughing. "I don't really have a choice, do I?" he asked reluctantly. Tepes picked up his spear. "Fine. In return, I'll ask you for a favor too." He stood up and looked at the group. "There's a place we need to go to together." In the dark night, with just the two of them, a voice suddenly echoed, "I didn't know the city wall had a hole like this. It used to be a secret passage for smugglers." The two men's conversation echoed in the night. Min suddenly asked Father Lenong, "So this is the corrupted area?" Father Lenong looked at Min with suspicion. Min continued walking and said to Father Lenong, "After all, I am the son of the lord of this region. Don't you suspect me at all?" Min asked Father Lenong. Both of them fell silent. Suspicion filled the air. "The one who sinned was your father, not you," he answered firmly. Father Lenong replied to Min clearly. In any case, the two of them were only here to deal with the corrupted area. No matter what, they were a team. Before they could compose themselves, a whistling wind and a bone-chilling cold snapped them out of their suspicion. Even though they had known and heard stories about this area, seeing it with their own eyes was still horrifying. Father Lenong continued to exclaim to Min, "This sight is hard to believe. My father was once a kind lord, so the people were always devoted to him." Suddenly, Min asked Father Lenong in a choked voice, "That lord?" Father Lenong's expression changed as he replied, "Yes, he wasn't a bad father before." Father Lenong recalled his childhood memories. As an only child, he was raised with love and was completely doted on by his father. Especially after Father Lenong's mother died, he was loved and spoiled even more by his father. The look of reminiscing about the past seemed to make Father Lenong tense up, but that was all in the past. He turned away and signaled for the group to move forward. "This way. Follow me." Amidst the night shrouded by trees and dim light, Father Lenong recounted that his father changed when a dungeon was discovered, and his father tried to conquer it, but he failed. Min's question made Father Lenong stop, as if something was causing him indescribable pain. Could it be the pain of that memory that hurt him so much? Father Lenong continued. "It wasn't just the failure, something else happened." "That's what created a bloodthirsty lord? Something else?" Min asked Father Lenong in surprise. The story seemed to be told more completely by Father Lenong. After his father entered the dungeon to conquer it, he seemed to have lost his mind and become mentally unstable. Everyone stared in disbelief. "Huh? It seemed that dungeon was the source of the story. My father never opened the dungeon's gate for anyone," Father Lenong said, "especially not for me, his son." The sound of footsteps seemed to startle the entire area, a single sound that seemed to awaken the whole forest. "We're here," Father Lenong informed everyone. "What is this place? What the hell is this?" Everyone was terrified by the place. "This is the dungeon?" they all exclaimed. Min told himself that he now understood the problem. At that moment, the whole group was still surprised, thinking, "Has no one ever been here before? Is that the reason the Lord became insane? Was it really that terrifying?" The god's voice reminded men that he should be cautious. "I already told you, I can't go into detail. Is this place really that scary? As for this dungeon, how can it be so harmoniously decorated? No matter what kind of person the master is, it proves they have a great sense of aesthetics." Suddenly, the goddess panicked. "It seems there's been a mistake. We must have lost our way. Did something affect you? There's a strange noise. It seems like something is about to happen." "What are you trying to do?" Men suddenly shouted loudly. Of course, the answering sound was that of swift action. The sounds of fists and feet clashing echoed through the space. "They're fighting. I don't understand what's happening." Flashes of light and sounds crashed into each other. A loud explosion, and then a voice rang out, "Michael, thank you." Har was sprawled on the ground. "When did I fall asleep again?" Hannah was surprised by the place she was seeing. "This place is." Hannah stared wide-eyed. The dark sky had suddenly turned clear and blue, as if they were in a paradise, a far cry from what he had imagined. All the filth on the ground had vanished. Everything was gone. The whole group looked at each other doubtfully. "Did we do it?" He looked around. "Have we succeeded?" He saw a wonderful scene with the faces of his people appearing. Finally, everything was over. The goddess said to men. He sat pensively with a hint of doubt. The goddess continued, "If it weren't for you, men, I couldn't have saved my sister or defeated any of our enemies. Thank you, men." He calmly expressed his gratitude. "Yes, the sky is truly beautiful." Men stood up and said in a harsh tone, "That's enough of this sweet talk." The goddess looked at men in surprise, asking coldly as if trying to hold him back, "Where are you going?" The young man turned away without looking back. "I think I'll be heading back soon." The scene returns to men's face, the goddess's face. Everyone was smiling with satisfaction. Then, a cheerful voice said, "You've worked hard." Michael was silent. Suddenly, men yelled, "Shatter this peaceful illusion. This is enough. If you've had your fun, you should stop now." The woman replied to men in an enchanting voice, "You could relax a little longer, you know." "I find it hard to relax," men replied coldly. A look of suspicion on men's face, he thought. "So it really is you." The enchanting voice rang out. "I am the guardian goddess who watches over the sacred treasure inside this tomb." The goddess appeared and introduced herself as the guardian goddess, Nephi. What will happen next? Is it reality, or an enchanting illusion? The woman, with her eyes closed, spoke slowly. "I am Nephi, the guardian of this tomb." Michael Walpurgis was slightly surprised, letting out a sharp gasp before falling silent. The woman continued gently, "I didn't want that child to see your dream. It's a pity. You could have rested for as long as you liked." Nephi set her feet on the ground, approaching him. Michael Walpurgis quickly regained his composure and asked, "But surely you know why I've come here, don't you?" The woman replied softly, "It's for the artifact, isn't it?" He agreed, "Yes, but first I need to confirm something. Do you know Dracula?" Upon hearing his name, Nephi frowned slightly and replied, "He was the last challenger to arrive here." Michael Walpurgis continued to ask, "He must have seen a dream similar to mine. The man who once sacrificed everything for the people of his domain has now completely become a monster. You know that as well, don't you?" Sighed heavily. "I know. Unfortunate?" Mikha's was silent for a moment, then said, "I've thought a lot about this before coming here." "You are very kind. This illusion only shows people the visions they desire, and nothing more. That kindness of yours isn't bad, but only as long as you don't overstep your bounds. To be blunt, this tomb has already been conquered, hasn't it, Neft?" he said, while observing her expression. "And it's not just that, you yourself have done things unbecoming of a guardian. This means the artifact you guarded has already found its master, so it's clear that Dracularian has failed. He no longer has the right to conquer this tomb. On the contrary, if he were to continue attacking the tomb, things would be obvious." Neft was silent for a moment, then replied, "You are a clever child. I didn't expect you to be so quick-witted." Mikha's continued relentlessly, "You should have known the price for your actions. Even if nothing happened in here, do you know what your compassion has caused out there? He has devoured tens of thousands of innocent people, and there is only one reason for this atrocity." Neft lowered her head and said in a small voice, "I am very sorry." Mishias Walpurgis thought to himself, Dracularian must have challenged this dungeon countless times. At first, it was just a normal challenge, but over time it gradually became an obsession. An obsession with the vision where everything he had lost was restored. If you think about it this way, the meaning of his immortality also changes a bit. Immortality wasn't his ultimate goal, and his true purpose must have been to realize what appeared in the vision. Hearing him say that, Neft asked, "Are you going to punish me?" Mikha's Purgis immediately replied, "I don't intend to. But I have successfully conquered the dreamscape." He held out his hand toward Neft, suggesting, "So I should have something to take back with me," she said in a low voice. "The thing you want to take must be." Before she could finish, he quickly cut in, "Yes, you're right. I want this tomb." The space suddenly changed. Mikha's felt someone shaking his arm vigorously. He slowly opened his eyes. The young man in armor kneeling beside him asked anxiously, "Hey, are you all right?" Mikha's replied flatly, "I'm fine, stop shaking me." Tepes Draculian said, "I thought it would be a harsh trial." But Mikha's Walpurgis sat up and muttered softly, "Harsh is right." Tepes came closer and asked, "Did you get anything else? As for the artifact? It seems." He immediately replied, "There was no artifact there, but instead I took something else." Seeing him being evasive, the butler Morin asked curiously, "Young master, what is it?" He replied, "From now on, this dungeon will be mine." Morin looked up at the sparkling space ahead and replied enthusiastically, "This will surely be very useful. In other words, you've taken over Dracularian's territory." Mikha stood up and nodded in agreement. "That's right." Tepes Draculian, standing behind him, asked in a low voice, "Mikha's, what was actually inside the dungeon? Can you tell me?" Mikha's answered bluntly, It was your father's past. Dracularian must have been trapping himself in the past all this time. Hearing this, Teps muttered softly. The past? So that's what it was? Mikha's continued. Of course, no matter the reason, a crime is still a crime. Teps Draculian replied in a grim voice. I know. As his son, I will punish my own father. That is the best thing I can do for him. Suddenly, Mikha's one Pegasus turned back with an excited look. Good, in that case, I have a favor to ask you. He was stunned. What could it be? Mikha's answered curtly. At some point, you must become a true vampire. Hearing this, Teps Draculian stood frozen in place, completely bewildered. What the hell is this? In a sealed room, the brick-red light from the fire flickered eerily. A sage, dressed in a long white robe, had his eyes covered by a strange cloth with an eye drawn in the middle. He was sitting on a high chair, with a person kneeling on the ground below. The sage asked softly, A suspicious person, you say? The person kneeling below looked up and replied, Yes, that's right. The traveler who visited the village looks extremely suspicious. It seems he's from the Holy Temple. The sage asked again. He was asking about the Dracularian, wasn't he? Yes, that's correct. The sage tapped his fingers, deep in thought. The person below hesitated. If he's really from the Holy Temple, then it must mean something has happened at the Holy Temple. The sage stood up, stroking his long beard and laughing heartily. Ha ha, don't worry, it's nothing serious. If the townspeople get worried, try to explain and reassure them. Tell them that we are not bad people. The other person replied, All right, I understand. He then immediately vanished behind the door in a flash. The sage muttered, How troublesome. Has the Holy Temple sniffed something out? It seems those twins haven't had anything happen to them yet, but if they've really caught on, I'll have no choice but to kill them. He softly chuckled menacingly, his hand suddenly transforming into sharp iron claws. Suddenly, the door burst open again, and the mayor rushed in like a gust of wind, shouting loudly, Hey, old man! The sage turned to remind him, I told you to knock before entering. The mayor paid him no mind, frantically exclaiming, We have a huge problem. The Dracularian has appeared again. The sage was startled. The Dracularian? Recently, a Dracularian had appeared in the residential area, wreaking havoc everywhere. The terrified townspeople fled in chaos. It's the Dracularian. That demon has truly been resurrected. Guards, where is everyone? Where did they all go? But the guards were powerless against him. With a single lift of his hand, he stopped an entire squad of soldiers. Before leaving, he threatened them, Just you wait. I'll be back soon. The terrified guards cowered, clutching their heads in panic and cried out, Oh my God, not daring to fight back. The Dracularian sped into the forest like an arrow, where Mikha was waiting for him. He smiled slightly and said, Thank you, you worked hard. Teps Dracal plopped down on the ground and asked, Will this be enough? He took off his helmet and said, The townspeople were terrified, it's true. But it seems that won't last long. Mikha's Pegasus reassured him. Don't worry, tell me, where does human courage come from? Teps Draculian replied. Their willpower? No, it comes from propaganda. So the most important thing is to convince the people, even if we have to use force, he stated with conviction. Teps Draculian looked confused. Propaganda about the Dracularian's resurrection? He explained. At the very least, we need to make them realize this area is no longer safe. They still believe it is. And furthermore, if things continue like this, the one pulling the strings will have to reveal themselves. The next day, the villagers began to leave in droves. The mayor ran to stop them. Wait, hold on a minute. What are you all talking about? Are you planning to leave? A terrified villager said, I heard that the demon Dracularian has reappeared. Some people even say they saw him themselves in the neighboring village. Mikha's group, the common folk behind the wall, are just watching the chaos. Of course, to them, the Dracularian is a nightmare. That's good too. He thought to himself that the mayor was no longer capable of reassuring everyone. Now is the time for me to act. Suddenly, the wise man approached the panicked villagers. He spoke in a gentle voice. Everyone. Don't worry, someone exclaimed. Wise man, you're here. Mikwan Purgus frowned slightly. The wise man? He gave a friendly smile. Reassuringly, everyone, don't worry. The one who attacked the village yesterday wasn't a real Dracularian. The villagers wondered. But that demon looked exactly like a Dracularian? The wise man questioned. Is there any corruption? The villagers were stunned. Huh? He knelt down and touched the ground. If that Dracularian monster had truly appeared, this entire area would be submerged in an aura of death. The monster from yesterday wasn't like that, was it? The villagers indeed realized that was true. The wise man continued. For a long time, our village has been peaceful. But things can't stay smooth forever. What happened yesterday was most likely caused by outside demons stirring up trouble. They may have already set their sights on this land. Mick laughed. Ha ha, you can even make that up? The wise man raised his hand and shouted loudly. Now is not the time for us to cause chaos, but to unite and punish evil. The eye under the wise man's blindfold twitched slightly. The villagers were suddenly captivated, their eyes glazed over. Morin suddenly cried out, "Young master, that's..." Mikwon Purgus replied, "An otherworldly entity. That guy is using a mind control ability." Mick speculated that if he had to choose the most troublesome demonic ability, he would think of a ghostly hand controlling a wooden puppet with thin strings, believing it could only be the power of mind manipulation. It robs the victim of their will, turning them into literal puppets. He disgustedly gave it a 1-star rating, as it was the most detestable ability of all. Morin asked, "Do you want to act now?" He replied, "Of course, let's not let this drag on." Mick clapped his hands, making a sharp sound. The old saint was still rambling when he was cut off. The main character sarcastically remarked, "What an interesting story," he said mockingly. "I've learned so much from you." Saint Mick jabbed at the old man, saying that for someone so ancient, he could still spin a tale so convincing even a dog would nod along. This is proof that education is very important. Hearing this, the old man didn't get angry and asked, "I heard a stranger came to visit recently. Is that you?" He replied, "Yes, it's me," the wise man said bluntly. "An outsider like you has no right to interfere in this matter." Mick, while putting his hand into his pocket, said sharply, "I do have the right." The village chief was surprised to hear him declare, "I came here because of the matter of the Dracularian." Hearing this, the villager's jaws dropped. He touched a demonic scepter to the ground. Sparkling blue ribbons of spiritual energy appeared around Mick. He held the scepter with its brightly shining crystal up and declared clearly in his capacity as a hero. Behind him, a blue symbol appeared, consisting of 4 layers of circles with intertwined moon patterns, a badass entrance that made all the ladies swoon. The main character thought of the image of the manipulated victims, their faces gaunt and in extreme agony. He came to one conclusion: mind manipulation is not a problem that's easy to solve. Just a moment of hesitation could cost countless lives. It's not easy to deal with him, even for my past self before I regressed. But luckily, I've lived 2 lifetimes. Mika clenched his fist, knowing there was no time left. I had to solve this problem quickly. The only solution I could think of was, without a word, he rushed forward and landed a devastating punch, imbued with golden spiritual power, on the old saint. The old man immediately coughed up blood, and the main character's face looked like a genuine thug's. Bam, 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 bam. Right in front of the villagers, he gave the old man a few dozen more devastating blows for good measure. The villagers couldn't stand it anymore, and screamed, "You're supposed to be a hero, what the hell are you doing? He's definitely a fake hero, more like a boxing champion." A wicked smile appeared on Mika's face. "I already anticipated this situation." He continued to punch the old man, adding some demonic sound effects. "Why won't you come out of this body yet? Your screaming is pathetic. If you don't come out, I'll make sure this saint dies with you. A sacrifice for the greater good." Mika pictured the image of a large, old man reaching out his hand to control a tiny human. He deduced, if you want to use psychological manipulation, you can't do it without a host. His eyes stared intently at one spot, as the main character imagined a black sphere with a hidden, smiling face lurking inside the old man. He thought, "So, you've possessed this saint's body." The saint was currently getting a beatdown from him, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Mika raised his fist, flashing a threatening smile. "Get out of this body." The demon at that moment thought he looked more demonic than the devil himself. The villagers murmured among themselves, "Huh? A demon? What's going on?" The old man whispered weakly, "I'm not." Mika immediately punched him in the face, saying, "Shut up, I don't care if you are or not." A villager saw the old man was about to die from the beating and tried to intervene. "Hero. Even if he is a demon, he'll die if you keep hitting him like that." The main character, while continuing to stomp on the man's face, said to the villagers with a bright smile, "Ha, it's fine, I'm going easy on him. He won't die." The villager asked again, "Is that so?" The old man couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "Hey you, are you ignorant peasants blind?" He immediately got a boot to the face along with a warning. "Shut up." Mika immediately got into character, saying seriously, "I'm here to tell everyone some bad news. Unfortunately, the resurrection of Draculian is near, and the demon possessing this saint is the one pulling the strings." They asked worriedly, Then what about you, sir? The main character lied with a straight face. Perhaps if he dies, Draculian will be fully resurrected. We need to leave this land first. The saint was still lying motionless on the ground after Mikha's brutal assault. He raised a finger and said, therefore, thinking of the sacrificial altar that involved 6 villages, he advised the villagers, first, everyone should move to the neighboring village. After a rather long time, the old saint finally woke up. He let out a groan. He was tied to a pillar in a strange room. Confused, he asked, where is this? A familiar foot, one that had given him dozens of kicks, appeared. Mika asked cheerfully, oh, you're awake? The saint asked, puzzled. I never heard that a hero had been chosen. He replied, Mer can barely take care of himself. How would he have the energy to inform you? The old man asked. Why did you spare me? The main character just smiled. He looked at the face of the disgusting creature before him and said, you were the one who tempted Draculian in the past. An image appeared of the saint whispering, instigating the red-haired count to appear. Mika continued, you must have appeared when he was still drowning in sorrow, right after he lost his wife, to show him a way to salvation. The old saint's face was filled with panic as he said that demons couldn't conquer the tomb, so Mer must have used Draculian to do it. The old man gritted his teeth and asked, how do you know? Then he burst out laughing and announced, ha ha, so what if you know? Nothing you do to me will work. Draculian has already absorbed too many sacrifices. Mika just closed his eyes in silence. The old man said smugly, you can't change anything. He then held out his hand and replied, that's right, I can't do anything. A terrifying smile spread across his face as the main character said with amusement, but someone like you can, right? The old man asked again in disbelief. Absurd. What? He explained. The method to perfect Draculian came from you, so if you can tie the knot, you can also untie it. The old man laughed to himself, thinking, how incredibly naive. Ha, it's not as simple as you think. A hand slowly reached toward the old man, and because of the blindfold, his current expression was unclear. The saint, a.k.a. the demon, thought. The theory behind mind manipulation is far more complex than you could ever imagine, making it nearly impossible for you to use. A cold hand clamped down on his face. A stream of white spiritual energy poured into his head, causing him to scream in agony. The old man, feeling like he was being electrocuted, shouted, monster! Damn it, you're a monster! Mika laughed wickedly, showing off his gleaming teeth as the spiritual energy around him radiated a sparkling blue color. The main character, with eyes blazing red like a demon's, had his cloak fluttering under the influence of the mind-reading spiritual energy, amidst the mystical scene unfolding. He spoke in a terrifying voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell. Shall we begin? The house where Mika's group was staying echoed with strange screams, as if someone was being violated. The old saint could no longer endure the torture of the spiritual energy, shouting, ah! Get away from me! Mika's face tensed up as he recalled the time before his regression, a pained look appearing in his eyes. He remembered when demons descended upon the world, their power far surpassed that of humans. The image of small humans surrounded by a horde of monsters, unable to fight back, was the result of arrogance accumulated over hundreds of years. His old comrades were clearly etched in his mind, the AO expeditionary force having to pay a heavy price to close the gap. He thought about his former self, diligently studying books. To close the gap, I pushed past my own limits, and if necessary, I even sacrificed my sleep. The main character's eyes had dark circles like a review writer's. He knew he had created many solutions. His train of thought returned to the present, where Mika was casting a spell on the old saint. Among the solutions he had created, the main character thought, was a way to sway the minds of demons to make them reveal their spells. Strands of spiritual energy from his hand slowly entered his own head, as if connecting Mika's mind with the old saint's. The spell casting ended, and the main character muttered, the spell used on Draculian. So this is it? It's called the reversal spell. He praised Marrow. Hey, you created quite a troublesome spell, didn't you? Say asked curiously. Is it that bad? Mika replied. Well, it's no more difficult than the process of creating a divine artifact. He added, if we didn't know the original spell, dealing with it would be very difficult. Say hummed with a thoughtful expression. Mika recalled the image of a girl with long hair, casting a spell with her eyes closed. Magic, a brilliant flash of light appeared before her. He thought to himself, actually, in our last regression, we also had to face sacrifices. With a hint of sadness in his eyes, the main character thought the price for breaking the curse was too high. Arian had to pay with 1/2 of her remaining life force, he mused. But now that you know about this spell, it doesn't really matter anymore, does it? Mika's hand was still on the old saint's face, who looked like he was on his last legs. He replied, "Yeah, that's right." The main character released his hand and said, "Obviously, I can't use it anymore. So this old man has no more value. To me." The old man let out a few muffled sounds of protest. "You're just gonna use me and toss me aside?" In his palm, a fan-shaped vortex of spiritual power appeared, and he coldly declared, "Goodbye, you piece of trash." A halo of light appeared, sending the old man on a one-way trip to meet his maker. Leon's group, standing guard outside, heard the noise and quickly turned around. Leon spoke up. "From the look on your face, it seems you've taken care of it," Mika said calmly. "There's still one more major problem left, and now it's just a matter of time." He continued, "I can be certain of one thing." Hearing the main character's assertion that in Dracul's current state, he could break the seal on his own, a sense of unease rose in Tepes's heart. He asked, "What do you mean?" Tepes couldn't believe it and loudly retorted, "My father can break the seal himself? That's impossible. The master of the Holy Knights sealed him with his own hands. What's with all this rising from the grave talk?" Mika calmly explained. "I know he was sealed," he continued. "But what if that was his plan from the very beginning? Not everyone is an idiot," Tepes stammered. "A plan?" The main character confirmed. "Yes, he wasn't sealed. He was just biding his time and accumulating power." The red-haired young man was completely stunned upon hearing this. Seeing his dazed and confused expression, Mika turned away, waving a hand. Reassuringly, "Don't worry. With the four of us here, we can easily defeat him." He suddenly stopped and uttered 4 words, but before that, the main character's eyes seemed to be pondering something. Mika turned back to Tepes and sincerely advised, "If this is too difficult for you, you don't have to join us." Seeing the red-haired man lower his head, his expression unclear, the main character continued, "I understand your situation. If you tell us now, we can go by ourselves." Mika listened with half-closed eyes as Tepes spoke. "It's all right. I should be the one to put an end to this." His expression showed he was dead set, and the red-haired man affirmed, "This is a family matter." The main character closed his eyes and asked, "Is that so?" Respecting Tepes's decision, he concluded, "All right, let's go together." They moved along the stone-paved village road in the dark night, the silence broken only by the sound of their footsteps. The Draculian mansion, majestic and shrouded in darkness, looked like a grand tomb. Tepes looked at his home and said, "It's certainly been a long time since the day my old folks kicked the bucket and I went away." He said bitterly, "This is the place that turned me into an immortal monster." The red-haired man recalled his childhood. When his father made him drink some strange potion, he remembered. While I was writhing in agony, he spoke to me. Reflected in Tepes's red pupils was the image of a demon, smiling as it asked, "Are you satisfied, my son?" Returning to the present, Tepes recounted the sad truth. "The funny thing is, at that moment, my father held no ill will towards me." Hearing this, Mika concluded it was a twisted form of parental love, the kind that says, "My child is a good kid at home, he doesn't know any better." Seeing Tepes's composure slowly cracking, the main character asked with concern, "Can you do it? Can you really point your sword at your own father?" The red-haired man's hands tightened on his sword. His determined back faced them as he said, "If I don't do this, I'll regret it even more in the future." Tepes stepped forward and pushed open the castle gate. "I think it's better to judge myself as a shameful son." He stared intently at the gate, thinking that it was better than condoning his parents' corruption. The heavy door moved after decades of being untouched. Mika's group started gossiping. "It's more intact inside than I thought." Someone else replied, "Because the master of this place wanted it that way." They entered a room filled with roses, and at the far end of the room was a coffin lying silently. The flowers here were untended, yet they remained a deep, syrup-like red. On top of the coffin were iron chains, locked tight as if fearing the person inside would rise from the dead. "That's a bit much, Tepes." Morin leaned in doubtfully and whispered to Mika, "Master, did you say you could handle all of this by yourself?" He closed his eyes and replied, "Yeah, right now." The main character observed his surroundings and concluded, "But it seems Draculian has no intention of leaving his coffin, but there's no other way." Mika channeled his spiritual power into his staff, causing it to sparkle brightly. The main character called out to him, "Tepes." He then politely declared, "I think we need to wreck this mansion a little." Tepes was stunned. The red-haired young man seemed to have made up his mind, lowering his head and replying, "All right, you do it." Mika approached the coffin and said, "I understand." He raised his scepter high. Mika pointed the staff directly at the coffin. The crystal on the tip of the scepter shone brilliantly. He chanted an earth-shaking spell. The chains were instantly shattered. The crest of a cross on the front of the coffin suddenly glowed, and an authoritative voice boomed, "Son of a bee, how dare you?" The coffin lid flew open. Dust filled the air as a pair of pale white hands with sharp nails reached out, their red eyes glowing in the darkness. The person asked, "How dare you defile my home?" The twisted Mika wasn't scared at all. Instead, he smiled. An expression of extreme excitement, mixed with a wickedly evil look, appeared on the main character's face. He said, "So, you finally decided to come out, Draculian," Mika spoke. "So you finally decided to come out." A slender, pale, white hand, likely from using sunscreen for a long time, appeared. The man slowly climbed out from below, or to put it elegantly, he rose from the grave. He had long red hair and pointed ears. The main character called him Draculian. His face appeared fierce, with tiny red pupils. Draculian looked past the group and saw a familiar figure in the distance. He called out, "Tepes." This made the red-haired young man look up, feeling as if he had returned to his carefree childhood days. He extended a demonic hand and beckoned to him. "Come here, my son. Come back to me, and let's rekindle our old bond. You shouldn't be standing on the same side as them." Draculian said irritably, "This mansion holds the memories of your mother." The unfilial son immediately replied with words that hit the old man like a stone to the face, saying that was a story from a very long time ago. Draculian patiently tried to persuade Tepes, "No, my son, we can bring her back. I have found a way. I have found. It's a method I heard from that person. If only I had." Mika cut the demon off. "He's already been dealt with." Draculian froze and asked, What did you say?" The main character slowly approached, stating with absolute certainty, "He was destroyed by me," Mika said as he activated his mana. "Whatever your plan is, it will never become a reality." The mana formed a staff in his hand, the crystal on it glowing brightly, signaling that everything was ready. Mika warned him to shut his mouth and accept his purification. The man flew into a rage and yelled, "What a joke." His eyes turned completely white, his long hair stood on end, and a super enraged Draculian appeared, dark magic surging around him. He screamed madly, "This is no laughing matter. I'm doing all of this to build an ideal reality. How could this be?" Seeing this, Tepes gritted his teeth, and he rushed towards his old man, his face just as crazed as his father's. Like father, like son, the swordsman raised his sword, intending to strike his raging father, but then the tip of the blade never reached its target, trembling in midair. Looking at his maddened father before him, he thought in agony, how could this be? The swordsman recalled his mother's final days. She had weakly cried out Tepes' name. Her frail hands grasped her son's, pleading, "I'm begging you, my son." Back in the present, his sword hand still wouldn't stop shaking. His anguished face was frozen stiff. Mika gently touched his shoulder and called out, "Hey, Tepes." As if snapping out of a trance, the swordsman stammered, "You, Mika?" The main character reassured him, "It's all right now. You did very well." The main character's feet moved lightly across the floor. His godlike back made Tepes feel protected. He just kept watching without blinking, as if he had just been liberated. Tepes turned away in shame, muttering, "I hesitated before my own father." Mika listened as Tepes continued. "Before a heretical demon who should not be forgiven," the main character said, "That's how it should be." He gave a rare, sympathetic smile. Mika asked Tepes, "He's your family, isn't he?" The main character explained to the swordsman that he had pointed his spear at his own family, knowing full well he would have to bear the burden of a traitor. Tepes' face showed an attentive expression. Mika concluded, "So, it's okay." The main character looked at him seriously and said, "There's no reason for you to carry that burden for the rest of your life. I will be the one to perform the purification." Tepes asked, confused, "But why?" As the main character replied, "It's only natural." The crystal on the tip of the staff emitted a brilliant light. Mika declared, "Because this is why heroes exist." Green mana circles, corresponding to his rank, appeared around him. The entire space was enveloped in a mystical darkness. On the other side, Draculian cursed Mika, calling him a bastard. No, he used his magic to conjure an illusion of a blood-red skull army to attack the main character, asserting his claim, "That child is my son." Mika dodged a blast of magic, his mouth busy chanting a multicast holy pillar spell. A series of green pillars of light shot down from the sky, obliterating the army of bones. Suddenly, the main character was completely shocked. In Draculian's hand, a stream of blood-red light began to gather. It materialized into a crimson spear. He threw it with all his might, like an Olympic javelin thrower. The main target was Mika. Leon appeared like a guardian deity, raising his sword to block Draculian's blood spear. He shouted in astonishment, "What the hell is this?" The force of the spear was so strong that Leon, he had to use every ounce of his strength just to knock it away. He was dead tired, looking at his own hand, trembling uncontrollably, marveling at how much power it contained. If the man had absorbed it completely, there's no telling how strong he would have become. Mika commented, "He'd probably be as strong as a master." The eldest son, Leon, gritted his teeth and said, "This is insane." Morin asked, "Sir, what do you plan to do with this superhuman?" The main character replied, "I have to put him down." He added, "But it's going to take a little time." Looking at the rattling pile of skulls before him, the butler asked doubtfully, "So you've already found a solution?" He affirmed with absolute certainty, "I'm sure this method will work." Mika raised his hand and began to chant a multicast firewall spell. Flames suddenly erupted from the ground, blazing fiercely. Leon raised his sword and said, "Basically, Morin and I will shield Mikha." Getting into a battle stance, Leon declared, "We just have to buy some time." Tepes spoke up from behind, "I'll help too." His red eyes were filled with anguish as he pleaded, "Please, I'm begging you, please help my father, who has become a demon, standing in this sea of flames." He screamed internally, "Help my father rest in peace." A scene of a cross-shaped tombstone in a field of white daisies appeared. Draculan thought, "My heart was filled with resentment." The Countess was so young and vibrant then. He looked down, his expression unreadable, asking himself, "Reality is so cold, isn't it? I was about to give up on everything, until I heard that person's words." A foot quietly approached him. The old sage, whom Mika had already sent to his grave, stood before Draculan, tempting him, "You can turn everything back to the way it was." As if grabbing a life raft, he immediately looked up. Seeing the man's figure appear faintly like a saint, Draculan stammered, "Is that really true?" The old man bared his disgusting teeth and replied, "Of course." After that, the saintly figure extended a hand and said, "We need sacrifices." Hearing the word sacrifices, Draculan suddenly trembled. The old man reassured him, "But don't you worry. If we succeed, those sacrifices will also be brought back to life." He suddenly remembered the image of his son, Tepes, hugging him and sobbing. The boy had asked him, "Will I never see Mom again?" Finally, he made his decision. "That's right. This is my choice." In the dreamlike, green space of the dungeon, he raised his hand to the sky, knowing, "I am no longer human." A circle with a radiant holy seal appeared there. His deceased wife flew down from that very spot. Love really makes you do crazy things. Remembering the crystal, the red one that was a gift from the dungeon, he believed that even those who had become sacrifices would be resurrected if our plan became a reality. That was how Draculan had deluded himself back then. That's right, that's all it takes, is enough. His expression returned to the present, believing, "My son will be pleased as well." Reality dealt a fatal blow to his heart. Draculan screamed frantically, "Why are you opposing me? Very soon, we will be able to live in the reality we've always dreamed of." He looked at his son, whose head was bowed, and asked, "Didn't you say you wanted to bring your mother back?" Draculan continued, "That is entirely possible. We already have half the required life force, so we just need to get the other half." While he was speaking, Tepes gripped his spear tightly. Enraged by his old man's madness, he yelled, "Why? Why don't you understand, father?" The body. Draculian was still too foolish to realize. He screamed in agony, "Father, you've been used. That person wants to create a monster that follows his commands." Draculian felt as if 1,000 arrows had pierced his heart, and he suddenly fell silent. Tepes continued, "From the very beginning, he never intended to grant your wish. He sold you out, and you're still helping him count the cash?" Draculian was speechless, trying to deny it. That can't be possible. He reached out towards Mika's group, thinking of all the effort and suffering I had to endure was all for nothing. He recalled the image of the old holy man, aka the demon, who had once warned him that deceitful illusions would haunt me. Draculian looked at the tense kids and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, you want to deceive me." He immediately launched 2 streams of blazing red fire at them, muttering, "That's right, you're not my son, you're just an illusion." The Count returned to his crazed state, screaming, "You are the trial I must overcome." A pair of feet stepped forward, surrounded by an azure spiritual power. Mika, enveloped in the blue spiritual power, flew in front of him and said, "That's enough." The two faced each other for a moment. Mika stared intently at Draculian. He also observed the protagonist with lifeless eyes, thinking that the mage was dressed in pure white. He remembered an old acquaintance, remarking, "He looks so much like that person, yet he's also completely different." Mika chanted the holy light spell, a pure white light enveloping the entire space. Draculien suddenly felt himself cracking apart. He immediately tried to use his magic. Draculien summoned daggers of blood, declaring, "This is my domain." A terrifying scene appeared. The space around him turned a syrupy crimson. The dark magic at Draculien's feet gradually spread, and he raised his hands high to control the red arrows. Mika tensed up, calculating. 3 minutes left, the immortality charm I found after scanning that demon's mind, he thought. 3 more minutes until the reversal charm activates. The strips of the blue charm would permanently bind Draculien. The protagonist called for lightning. She immediately appeared on his shoulder and asked, "What do you want, Mika?" He ordered. "Don't leave a single opening." The arrows controlled by Draculien also began to strike. A green vortex appeared behind him. It slowly spread throughout the room, menacing the demon count. He stammered, This power. Could it be?" Mikha said nonchalantly. "You're not the only one who has obtained a holy relic, Draculien." He stubbornly tried to escape the encirclement of blue spiritual power, raising a blood-speckled hand to argue back, but time is on my side. A blood dart appeared. Draculien declared, "I will exist forever, while your life is short. How long do you think you can last?" The protagonist's voice rang out. 1 minute. He asked in surprise. "What?" Holding up one finger, Mika, aka the demon, appeared and repeated, 1 minute left. Draculien flicked his wrist, and the red blades shot forward again. They aimed for Mika. Morin, Leon, and Tepes's group immediately deflected Draculien's attack. Morin's aged face began to show signs of fatigue. Tepes's eyes widened at his father's power. Leon shouted, "Damn it, is it still not over?" Mika replied, 30 seconds left. On the other side, Draculien had sunk to his knees on the floor. He heard the protagonist's steady voice ring out. 20 seconds. The count's sharp-clawed hand formed another blood arrow. The protagonist continued to count. 10 seconds. Tepes then charged forward with lightning speed. Mika raised his hand, and white threads of spiritual power rose up, swirling around him. The mana circles symbolizing his rank appeared as he chanted, the undead reversal spell. The blood arrows gradually turned to dust. Mika threw enchanted ropes towards Draculien. The enchanted ropes immediately surrounded him and began their work. The count stammered, "What? How? Is my immortal body doing this?" He thought in fear. "No, this can't be happening." Looking at the young mage before him, Draculien whispered, "Damn it, he's nullified my immortality." Surrounded by the enchanted ribbons, Draculien screamed, "How is my body? My immortal body doing this?" Mick watched the scene before him, slightly horrified. The count's body was gradually turning to ash under the effect of the spell. Draculien, in disbelief, said, "How is this possible? To destroy an immortal body, like mine, you would need infinite energy." Mika watched him collapse to the floor and kindly explained, "That's right, doing. This wasn't easy at all." He thought of the holy relic that emitted a 7-colored light. He continued, "Just like how you found the holy relic, I gained control of the catacombs." Draculien disagreed and argued back, I have become the master of the holy relic." He firmly asserted that it was from the hands of the dungeon master. Mika immediately retorted, "The holy relic has no effect on you, because you only obtained it through sheer luck." He reminded him, "It was Asa who didn't tell you that." Draculien's face turned pale. His body had almost completely disintegrated. He lay on the ground like a miserable old man, letting out a bitter laugh. "Ha ha." The count tried to lie on his back to get enough air, laughing, for a long time. "Ha ha." Looking at the blue sky through the square hole in the broken ceiling above, he mumbled, "How meaningless. It is, isn't it?" His old eyes were filled with nothing but exhaustion. Draculien lamented, "I've been running away this whole time." However, a hand reached out and gently lifted his head. Tepes knelt down, cradling his pitiful old father's head. As parts of his body turned to ash, he softly called out, "Tepes," the count whispered, "Please don't leave." Tepes asked, "What have you done, father?" He said, "I just wanted her to come back." The red-haired young man, filled with decades of suffering, screamed, "The one who was trapped in this situation because of your selfishness. What did she ever do wrong?" He questioned, "And what about me? The one who had to bear the consequences they left behind." Suddenly, raindrops began to fall. The sky poured down rain as if to understand the pain Tepes had to endure. The rain soaked his anguished face, as if crying for him. The young man sobbed. If you had truly thought about our family, he laughed bitterly, you would have told me about it at least once. Seth, watching the scene, exclaimed, how tragic. Mika looked at Teps's back, contrasting it with the image of a small boy huddled in a corner. He thought, Teps has been neglected for a long time. Imagining the picture of their family of three, happy together, the main character judged that Draculian had once been a good father. He concluded, at least before the death of his wife. That picture suddenly shattered into pieces. Teps held out his hand to catch the raindrops, painfully, confessing, I hate immortality. He covered his face with his hands and said, from now on, I curse the blessing you gave me. Draculian's eyes showed exhaustion and resignation. He thought, is regret the only thing I have left? Draculian slowly closed his eyes. He prepared to pass on without being forgiven. Suddenly, Tepes continued, however, I will continue to live. Draculian's eyes, which were slowly closing, suddenly snapped open. For the first time in so many years, he looked directly at his father and said, immortality is a curse to me, but unlike you, father, I will find a way to fix everything. He was completely stunned, calling his son's name, Tepes. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to something, the old painting hanging across from him. Back then, they were still a happy family. He tried to open his mouth to say his final words, and Draculian gave a deeply satisfied smile. He said, unlike me, so that's how it is, I understand now. The Count called out to Mika, hey, mage. No, I should call you a warrior, shouldn't I? He plunged his hand into his own chest and pulled something out. Draculian handed a sparkling pink object to Mika. He said, take it. Bits of ash fluttered across his face. Draculian whispered, I no longer have need of it. The main character asked, are you going to die? The Count looked at his own fingers turning to ash and agreed. That's right, I should have done this a long time ago. I want to see my wife again, and it will be soon. Looking at the sky outside, he whispered sadly, but first, I must go to hell and face my punishment, I suppose. Draculian reached out with his disintegrating hands, trying to touch his son's face one last time. He quickly grabbed his father's hand. The Count gave a contented smile and said, I'm sorry, my son. The last two words he had for his son were, farewell. Tep sat in the void, watching the Count turn completely to dust. He softly called out, Father. His hand fell limply to the ground. Mika walked closer to him, his owl-like eyes observing Tepes. He saw the red-haired young man's hands clench into fists. In the shimmering, multicolored secret realm within the tomb, Mika's voice spoke up. It's over now. Nepthi lamented. Finally. How unfortunate. Mika retorted. If you had done what you were supposed to from the beginning, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. To be honest, I had to hold back a lot. She asked him. The reason you came back here was for this, wasn't it? A red crystal appeared. Mika said, this is the holy relic that Draculian gave me. The main character asked bluntly, how do I awaken this thing? Nepthi replied, I will do it, for you have proven worthy by passing the trial. As she said, right now, from the crystal, a flower stem faintly emerged. The sparkling golden stem grew longer, wrapping around Mika's hand. The stem gradually faded away, leaving a mark on the main character's hand. He raised his hand to examine it, thinking to himself, this time, it's my right hand. Having gotten what he came for, the main character decisively turned to leave. Nepthi asked, you're planning to leave right away? He replied, it's time for me to go. There's nothing left for me here. Suddenly, thinking of something, Mika stopped and asked Nepthi, what do you think about what happened? She replied sadly, it was all my fault. That child said he would use the relic for good things. Mika replied, I'm not so sure. I think you gave it to him without thinking that much. He said, you'll have plenty of time to think about this. I won't seal the tomb. The main character guessed that because others would come, he would also return here someday. Mika glanced at Nepthi with a warning. I'll be waiting and watching to see what you do next. A few days later, Mika was performing a purification ceremony in front of a large crowd of villagers. He told Dan Voss that it was done. The main character declared, with you here, the people will no longer be led astray. The village chief stammered in reply, thank you, sir, he said gratefully. How can I ever repay this debt? Especially to a hero like you. Mika answered firmly. Don't. No need, village chief. He immediately slammed his head on the ground and shouted, I'm not the village chief. Danvos insisted. I'm just a puppet created by the demon. I'm 100% fake. The main character was speechless. Where did this honest-to-a-fault guy come from? He closed his eyes and braced himself with a sigh. Mika took on the role of a gentle mother, comforting him that uniting and managing the villagers was his special ability. Danvos looked up in astonishment. This was the first time he had ever been acknowledged. The main character sat down, in front of him, smiling in praise. I don't underestimate that at all. The village chief was so moved he was on the verge of tears, saying, Sir, he continued, but we can't just go on like this. We need someone with the ability to lead everyone forward. Danvos asked in surprise, Do you mean a lord? The main character replied, You could put it that way. He looked around, he said shyly, but we've all been exploited by lords before. He was worried whether the people would accept it. Mika agreed that he had a point. He then dropped a bombshell. But the monsters will return to this land. Danvos's eyes immediately flew wide open. The main character explained that for now, the poison is still preventing the monsters from approaching, which means that when it weakens, they will invade this place. The village chief was so scared he stuttered, asking if there was a way. Mika looked at him seriously and replied, It's not exactly a solution. This is just something I intend to take responsibility for. He continued, I can't tell you right now, but please trust me. Danvos wondered, Why? He struggled to form a complete sentence. Why are you doing all of this for us? Looking at the simple villagers who were awaiting an answer from him, he let out a soft hum. Mika asked in return, Do you need a reason? In another part of the forest, near the village, Mika was concentrating, channeling rays of spiritual energy into the ground. He shouted the purification incantation, and the patch of land, where the main character stood suddenly began to glow brightly. Mika looked up, took a deep breath, and said with some satisfaction, All right, this way the land will soon be cleansed by holy power. Set added her analysis. This area will be decontaminated within 1 year. The main character replied. Exactly, she asked with concern. But the problem is, you can't stay here forever. This isn't something you can handle on your own. Mika chuckled and added, Besides, I'm just the heir of some family, right? The main character looked at her and asked, So what if I'm the legitimate successor of the Onpiji's family? The family only provides us with money and manpower, connections and currency, that is. Set replied nonchalantly. Uh-huh. When she heard him say the rest would be handled when variables arise, she immediately asked, What variables? Suddenly, a voice calling out, Hey, Mika, interrupted their conversation. He looked at Leon, who was panting like a dog, in front of him, and asked what was wrong. The swordsman frantically announced that a high-ranking figure had arrived, someone incredibly powerful. Mika looked at him excitedly and said, A big shot has appeared? I wonder who it could be, Leon asked cluelessly. Is there something on my face? Why do you keep looking at it and smiling? The main character teased. It's not that. You should turn around and see for yourself. Leon suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Holy crap. Speak of the devil and he shall appear? Juklin was standing like a ghost behind Leon with a smile on his face. His potential father-in-law exclaimed, Young, Leon, you've grown up. Feel free to go on ahead. Leon slowly turned his head, and his eyes filled with panic. Leon stammered, Since when were you? The Duke recalled casually walking behind this kid, who was running away in terror. Just a friendly heads up, I've been following you from the very beginning. Leon screamed in fear. It's past July, so why are you still here? In the study, the Duke was leisurely sipping a cup of tea. The father-in-law and his would-be son-in-law were still shrouded in silence. Mika spoke up to break the tension. What brings you to such a remote place? He said. I'm sure you've already guessed it was His Majesty. The king sent me here, though this task should have been handled by a viscount. The Duke laughed gleefully and said, But it seemed quite interesting. Ha ha. Mika was speechless, thinking, So you just came because you were bored? You're just making excuses for your own amusement. The Duke remarked, How times have changed. You're now a hero recognized by the gods, aren't you? The main character bluntly replied, What meaning does such a formal recognition even have? The Duke conceded, A fair point. He set down his teacup, and the Duke's voice suddenly grew serious. Enough with the small talk. Shall we get to the main point? He stated frankly, If you have any requests, just name them. Mika asked, Is this His Majesty's will? The Duke explained, You have resolved a great threat to the kingdom, so it's only natural for you to receive a worthy reward. Mika began, I don't wish to disappoint His Majesty, but... The Duke immediately cut in with a warning. Indeed, you are a hero, but if you refuse, the king will be very disappointed. The Duke thought to himself, Even if he doesn't accept, he's still a useful pawn. Mika imagined a hero wearing a crown, calculating his first achievement as a hero. He asked, "Duke, what do you think?" The Duke appraised him. "In my view, you seem to be a very promising talent. As for what His Majesty thinks, that's hard to say. If I could guess that, I'd be the damn king myself." Mika thought, "That's right. In my memories, the king was always searching for talented people." An image of a crown, symbolizing royal authority, came to mind. He recalled the scene at the royal court before his regression. In truth, before Ma Qin appeared, the entire kingdom was still at peace. Mika replied succinctly, "I'll do it," the Duke said, surprised. "Oh, you've decided already? That was quick." Mika clenched his fist, thinking, "Of course," he said. "There's no need for me to pretend in front of you." He then stated his condition. "As a hero, I require a holy land." The Duke asked, stunned, "A holy land? That's quite sudden." Mika confirmed, "Yes, this very land," the Duke asked. "Don't tell me you." Mika smiled confidently and said, "I want to rule it." He then asserted, "I want autonomy." A hand slammed down on the table, which groaned under the impact with a loud thud. The Duke covered his face, exasperated. He looked at Mika as if he were a monster. He asked Mika, "Do you have any idea what you just said?" As he spoke, he unleashed his intimidating aura, but the main character was no pushover. He immediately resisted the pressure. Mika smiled and replied, "Of course." The Duke thought to himself, he's unfazed by my aura? What a beast. He then warned him, "And you still make this demand, knowing full well the consequences?" Mika smiled confidently and said, "If this were an ordinary land, I wouldn't have made such a request." The main character then challenged him, "Your Grace, allow me to ask you, how many troops do you think are needed to defend this territory?" The Duke confidently held up one finger and replied, "A force equivalent to a baron's army would be sufficient." Mika immediately refuted him, "No, Your Grace." Not without being prepared beforehand, a threatening glint appeared in his eyes. "We would need a force equivalent to that of a duke, or perhaps even a marquis." The Duke was completely stunned. He shot to his feet and yelled, "Impossible! No matter how dangerous those demons are." Mika immediately corrected him. "It's not a matter of, no matter how, it's precisely because they are demons." The main character's expression turned terrifyingly grim, because they are demons. He pictured a bloodthirsty demon, thinking to himself, "It's not just about the numbers. Whether it's chi or mana, demons are fundamentally different from humans." Mika recalled the scene before his regression, where he had failed against the demon lord. The protagonist knew their tenacity and cunning far exceeded his imagination. Everyone had overlooked that fact. He asserted that we must deal with them differently than we deal with humans. Lord Duke, after a moment of being enlightened, nodded and said, "All right, I understand, but I still don't see how it relates to autonomy." Mika pointed to the table and said, "I plan to create an army here to fight against the demons, those who are no longer human, those who have been scarred by dark magic and demons." He said, confidently, "Demon hunters." The protagonist continued his presentation, "I don't think it's a bad idea. If so, the Empire can fight back against the demons by granting autonomy." Lord Duke remained silent, saying nothing, just letting out, hem. He squinted and said that he didn't think it was a bad idea either, but as you know, it all depends on the Emperor. Mika smiled and said, I know everything, except how to behave." He was standing up as he thought, "But I'm confident, if it's the Emperor I know, he will accept my request." The protagonist's eyes showed a determined look. He said, "Just you wait and see." At the cemetery, TP's was kneeling before his parents' grave. He clasped his hands in prayer for something only God knew. Suddenly, Tepes heard familiar footsteps, and asked Mika, who was standing behind him, "Is that you?" The protagonist asked. "Feeling any better?" Tepes replied, "A little, but there's still a lot to deal with." Mika comforted him. "Don't worry about his body, it's going to turn to dust anyway. The curse of immortality is complex, but not without a solution." Tepes whispered, "I'll keep an eye on it." The protagonist asked bluntly, "Do you want to be freed from the curse of immortality?" The red-haired young man looked sad, confessing that he wanted to be freed, but he looked up at the sky and said to the void that if he did, he would become an ordinary human. Mika read Tepes like a book and said, "You want to become a hunter, don't you? You're just hesitant to admit it." Tepes nodded and confessed honestly, "If it means I can get revenge on the demons, then I want to." The protagonist thought, "Hatred. I don't see anything wrong with this hatred." He looked at the young man beside him, thinking that, as long as this hatred doesn't consume a person, it can become a reason for someone to live. His red eyes gleamed with determination. As long as you remember never to cross your own principles, Mika cheerfully said. In that case, he dropped a bombshell on Tepes. I will help you get your revenge. Tepes couldn't believe it, and asked again, You want to help me? The protagonist immediately nodded in agreement. You can leave the world to me. Mika had already laid out his plan. In front of the grave of Tepes' parents, he spoke of turning this place into a land for hunters to prepare for the demon invasion. The two of them talked like old friends. Mika also mentioned that he was in the process of persuading the emperor to agree. The red-haired young man couldn't believe his ears and asked again, You trust me to be the leader of the hunters? The protagonist replied without hesitation, If possible, I want to entrust it to you. Tepes looked down, hesitating, but he looked towards his resting parents and whispered, I am a Draculian. Tepes added, The son of the One. His eyes shifted to his father's grave as he said, Who caused this disaster? Mika stepped closer to the grave. He took a white chrysanthemum from the vase and said, That is not a problem for me. The protagonist respectfully knelt down, revealing, I make my decisions based on what I saw. It was the image of Tepes holding his father in his arms at the moment of his death. Mika affirmed Tepes' courage and determination, which had proven their worth at that time. After paying his respects, he slowly stood up. Mika declared, I believe in you. Tepes' face showed utter shock. The protagonist turned back, smiled, and said, You are more decent than anyone else. Tepes seemed to have made up his mind. He knelt on one knee before Mika, promising that he would accept this heavy responsibility. Mika recalled the image of this young man before his regression, taking on the duty of leading the frontline hunters. The protagonist raised his scepter, his heart aching slightly knowing that Tepes' final moments were recounted so horrifyingly. A blessed light from the scepter spread across the swordsman's body like a benediction. Mika whispered that he would watch over Tepes, blessing him to survive until the very end and prove the purpose of his existence. Mika promised himself with certainty. In a lavish and magnificent palace, a man sat on his chair, deep in thought, letting out a hum. This man was none other than King Thesar Rifer Alexandro. He sat on his throne and complained about how annoying it was. While picking up a chess piece, he said, Originally, I could have separated those two and dealt with them. Holding the piece in his hand, the king grumbled. But now they've merged into one. And even I couldn't have foreseen this. He looked at the chess piece before him and lamented. Moreover, predicting the movement of this knight is not easy at all. If I could predict it, I'd be a damn prophet. And frankly, I'm not exactly pleased. With a stoic expression, the king questioned. What do you think? He emphasized. Duke 1 PG. You who are currently kneeling below. The Duke reported with his eyes closed. For now, that is merely a minor issue. The king immediately asked another question. Is that boy your son, or not? Duke Yidan answered honestly. He's a brat who never listens. He then voiced the common lament of parents. Are all children like this nowadays? Then, Yidan changed the subject. Right now, the important matter isn't who will become the hero. Is it, Your Majesty? The Duke asserted. After the selection of the new hero is completed, this faint peace will soon come to an end. The king repeated. Faint peace? Damn it, Yidan, you've got some nerve. You once said a great demon is growing stronger right within the imperial capital, didn't you? His Highness Thesar frowned and said, How irritating, utterly vexing. The Duke continued to report, predicting the hero's upcoming activities won't help at all. The king tapped his fingers and asked, A hero cannot be controlled by anyone. He laughed and asserted, I'm not a fool, Duke. His Highness, Thesar warned. I understand perfectly well that no one can control the hero, but if I can't control him, then no one else should even think about it. Below, Yidan nodded profusely. The king stood up and said, That's why I've marked it out, so no fool can come and interfere with the hero's business. Yidan furrowed his brow. He asked, Is Your Majesty referring to the autonomous zone? The authoritative king standing before him confirmed that was correct. Do you understand now? Duke 1 PG, your role as a father is very important. You also owe me a few things. So, how about you make a concession now? The Duke replied with a less than pleased expression. Please speak, Your Majesty. What is it you want me to do? That authoritative figure stood silently, as if in thought. His Highness Thesar turned his head back to the crown on his head sparkled, and God only knows what words he would say next. Tepes stood stunned in front of the mansion, bathed in sunlight. He was observing his birthplace before leaving. Mika called out, I knew you'd be here. The main character held up a scroll and said, I think what I'm holding is what you've been waiting for. Mika continued. His Majesty has issued a decree. From now on, this territory will belong to me. The main character said this is an autonomous holy land. Teps listened as he explained. So, just as I've said before, I plan to turn this place into a place for hunters. Mika placed an object in Teps's hand while confessing. That's why I want to invite you to take on the position of hunter leader. The object was a necklace inlaid with a blue stone. The main character continued, and at the same time, become its lord. Mika proudly introduced. This is a magical weapon I created to hide your true identity. Wear this, and you won't have to worry about people discovering you're a vampire anymore. Surprise, surprise. Teps stared intently at the necklace. He clutched it tightly and asked softly, "Did you make this yourself?" Mika remained silent, not answering. Then the main character nodded and said, "The king has entrusted this land to me," he honestly revealed, "but I don't want to take ownership of this place or interfere in other people's affairs at all." Mika affirmed, "I want this place to become a home, a base for hunters." Tepes asked again, "You want to do that? Are you sure?" The main character didn't answer. He placed his hand on the ground. He continued, "So, to make this place a proper home and base for hunters, I've planned to stay here for a while to take care of things." Mika made a request. "Therefore, I want you to search for the whereabouts of the hunters who have been living in the shadows all this time." Teps's eyes widened as he asked, "Search? You mean find a needle in a haystack?" Mika responded with a smile. In Mika's group's bedroom, Leon screamed, "What? Staying here for 3 to 4 months? Damn it," he complained. "Isn't that way too long?" Mika explained. We need to establish a few bases in this territory. Actually, staying for a few months isn't that long." He emphasized further. Looking at Morin and Leon, the wicked main character said, "This is a serious training opportunity for both of you." Mika put on a stern face, threatening, "The things we've gained while roaming this area, you two also need time to digest them." Leon looked at his hands thoughtfully. Mika called out to Leon. He leaned on the table and asked, "Compared to the first time we met, your strength has increased significantly. You're much stronger now, strong enough to be the neighborhood boss." The main character made a guess. "But you still feel it's not enough, don't you?" Leon, having been hit where it hurts, immediately nodded. Mika continued to explain, "I'm not going to tell you to be patient. In fact, you can and you should become even stronger." Leon replied, "So you're telling me to use this opportunity to train myself thoroughly?" The main character confessed, "For those who can look after themselves, I have nothing to worry about, so I don't concern myself with them anymore." He philosophized, "Just grow strong, like the grass out there." Leon smiled faintly, his hand tightening on his sword. The swordsman asked, "Have you prepared anything?" Mika replied, "There are monsters everywhere around here. Just treat them as training partners." Leon slung his sword over his shoulder and replied, "Okay, got it." He smiled confidently and declared, "Then I will become stronger." "Stronger? Don't worry about me." Mika heard the door close and suddenly felt happy. The adopted son he'd raised for so many years had finally grown up. Looking at the remaining person, he continued, "Now it's Morin's turn." The butler closed his eyes and listened respectfully, inviting him to speak. "I ask you to listen to me as a humble student." The main character was surprised and started teasing him. "What's up, Morin? Why'd you agree so damn fast?" He answered honestly, "Well, in terms of magical rank, I am higher than you." But Morin continued, "You've also reached the 8th circle. Young master, it seems you also have no intention of hiding this." Mika stood up and replied, "Then that makes things even easier to discuss." The main character walked to the door and twisted it open. He flashed a smile as bright as the sun and said, "Let's start running." Morin, the butler, was fucking speechless and asked, "What?" Mika replied, "They always say a sound mind requires a sound body first." He smiled and advised him to just run, to run diligently on his own 2 feet. The main character reminded him of the time he carried the horse and told Morin, "I see potential in you. You used magic last time." But Mika placed a hand on his shoulder, saying he ran very seriously while still carrying a horse on his back, didn't he? The old butler's face immediately turned to stone. Morin screamed in despair, "No, you told me to run like that, so I did, young master." Mika immediately started dragging him along, replying, "I know. It's true, you only did it because I told you to. I appreciate that," he thought. "So," the main character asked with a sly grin, "if I tell you to run again, you'll do it, right?" A long scream of, "Ah," echoed as dusk fell. Teps's figure appeared even more solitary as he stood in the withered forest. He said, "Well then, I'll see you in a few months, hero." After saying that, He put on his hat and left immediately. Mika was smiling and waving goodbye to the red-haired young man. The main character recalled that, just in case, he had asked him if he needed more support, but he refused. He wasn't worried, though. Looking at the hat on Tepesa's head and his determined hands gripping the spear, Mika knew one thing for sure. Before his regression, as the commander of the Demon Hunter Squad, Tepes had beheaded every demon he encountered and built his own reputation. Looking at the silhouette of the majestic knight bathed in the brilliant sunlight, the main character remarked, "The hatred and the talent to become a hunter, he has it all," Mika calculated. Now, the only thing left is, he looked down at the desolate land at his feet. The main character spat out one word, farming. "You have to work to eat, otherwise you'll just be eating dirt." Say, lying on his shoulder, not believing it, asked again, "Is this really possible?" Mika, as unlikable as ever, replied with a sneer, "Ha, a meaningless question." She was already used to the main character's punchable attitude and said, "Oh, so you have a plan," he said with a deadpan face. "Of course not. If I did, I'd change my damn name." Say was also at a loss for words. She flew down to face the main character and asked, "Then what are you planning to do?" Mika said honestly, "First, I have to secure a living space for the people. You need a stable home to build a life." Looking at the deserted village, he continued to explain. Then, after reducing the number of nearby monsters, and assessing the village's tattered, makeshift fences, the main character decided that I will prepare to set up a defensive spell around the protected area. Say, like a CEO approving a project, said, "That's a reasonable." Suddenly she wondered, "But didn't you want to get rid of this place? Why the sudden change of heart?" She stated firmly, "Is that if you're going to do that, I'll return this place to its original state." Mika asked back, "Who said I was going to abandon this place?" He held out his hand, and a green aura appeared on it. The boss's eyes widened, and she exclaimed in surprise, That was the aura that dissipated, leaving a pile of sparkling seeds in Mika's hand. She shouted, "Seeds of the World Tree?" She worriedly asked. "What the? The World Tree is fine, so how do you have this?" "The World Tree is the only special tree in this world." The main character reassured her that this wasn't the real thing, just a copy. "It's a degraded product due to mass production. A premium knockoff, you could say." He said it wasn't very effective while scattering the fake seeds onto the ground. Each seed touched the earth, preparing to begin its sacred mission. His eyes showed a look of determination, and he stated firmly, "But they grow fast and spread wide." To illustrate Mika's words, the seeds immediately grew into a large tree. Around where the main character stood, a forest had grown in the blink of an eye. The Twilight boss exclaimed, "What? How did it grow so fast? It's like it's on steroids," Mika explained. "I've conducted some research on the World Tree." In his head, he thought, that was a lie. "I actually created this before I regressed." He said further, "But this is all there is. The amount that can be made is also limited." The main character looked at the mature tree in front of him, affirming, "Furthermore, it only lives for 1 year, and I can't plant more." Mika thought to himself, "But it's enough to fill the territory, and it's still useful because it will repel demons for a year." Seth asked curiously, "How do you plan to arrange things?" He replied, "Neptus will help me." She crossed her arms, speaking like a wise old woman. "If it's Neptus, I'm sure he'll do a good job." Suddenly remembering something, she asked, "Have you named the trees yet?" Mika's face went blank. He thought, "A name? I don't know." He unconsciously blurted out, "How about Dream Tree?" He imagined a decorative curtain with colorful stars appearing behind him. Seth felt regret for asking the main character. She said with disgust, "That's cringy." A few days later, in his bedroom, Mika sat at a desk, staring at a crystal ball, emitting a blue light. He said, "Well, it's time." On the other side of the ball was a dreadful silence. After a few minutes of hesitation, Lord Yidan said wearily, "You're making an arrogant request, hero. Your studies are very important." Duke Yidan was sitting in his study, still holding the mace in his hand, the familiar weapon for disciplining his son. He looked at the ball and warned, "If you weren't my son, I would have broken your legs already." On the other side, Mika flashed a bright smile and said, "Don't say that, father. You said you'd support me with all you have, right?" A curt reply came from the ball. "Of course." Yidan's face suddenly turned demonic. He warned, "But if you're planning to create an independent territory, you should have discussed it with me first. You little brat, don't think just because you're stronger than your father that you can just do whatever you want." Mika cheekily replied, "You should be used to this by now, father. Shouldn't you?" Yidan let out a helpless ha. He resignedly admitted, "Yes, I can't give you a beating, because you're too far away. I received a message from the king. He asked, "What did he say?" Idan's voice came from the ball. "The Empire will not pressure you, because His Majesty has recognized the importance of the hero." The Duke's face suddenly wrinkled, and he said, "But the part where he wants you to visit the capital." Climb surprised Mika. He understood this meant the king wanted to talk, face to face with her. The main character thought seriously, face to face? This is a headache, damn it. Finally, he made up his mind. I guess it's fine, there's no problem with us going. In another corner, someone was training diligently, their breathing steady. As sweat poured from his bulging muscles. Mr. Morin was doing push-ups with a large rock on his back to build muscle. Mika approached and called out to the butler. Morin asked in surprise, "Young master, what wind blew you here? Did you get some free time to come and torture me again?" The butler listened to the main character's announcement that he planned to visit the capital while continuing his push-ups. "For a bit, not for long. So I need you to do a few things for me." Morin, out of breath, asked, "Why are you suddenly going to the capital?" "Damn, I'm exhausted." Mika casually replied, "It's nothing. The king wants to have a chat with me." He closed his eyes and said, "I understand. His Majesty, His Majesty." Suddenly, Morin realized something was off. He let out a gasp and asked again, "His Majesty what?" A carriage bearing the Duke's family crest leisurely traveled down the road. Set asked curiously, "Are we taking a carriage to the capital?" "We finally get to travel comfortably this time," she grumbled, thinking about how he never travels by himself. Mika replied, "Because there's no need to." She sensed he was unhappy and hummed, then suddenly seemed to remember some hot news, clapping her hands and exclaiming, "Oh, that's right," Set said to Mika. "Your holy power has increased recently, so I've changed a little too." The main character asked back, "Changed?" She smiled and replied, "Yep." Set's face was eager as she asked if he wanted to see, while internally screaming, "If you dare say no, I'll send you to meet your maker." Set excitedly said to Mika, "Let me show you." A soft blue aura enveloped her body, seemingly making her form larger. When she transformed to the size of a normal human, Set smiled at him, asking what he thought. Top tier, right? Meanwhile, his face remained nonchalant, as if to say, "This is old news." She asked happily, "I look human now, don't I?" Mika replied without emotion, "Haha, that is a bit surprising." Set raised her hand and said, "When you channeled holy power into your body, I think I recovered a bit myself." The main character asked how long she could maintain this appearance. Set held up her hand, mentally calculating 1 + 1 = 2, then answered, Right now it's about 30 minutes a day. I'm not that weak." Mika was curious. "Besides making your body bigger, does it have any other effects?" She didn't answer but raised her hand. Set immediately thrust her hand outwards. Mika was scared out of his mind. He could feel that the monsters in the area had been weakened by half. Seeing birds flying chaotically over the forest, the main character asked curiously, "What the hell did you just do?" Set replied, "I just tried using my storm power to attack the monsters around here." Her left hand grasped her right wrist, and she said sorrowfully, "But it was only at half strength. The effect is significantly reduced compared to my power during my golden age." "Alas, where have the glory days gone?" Mika said. "Come to think of it, I've never heard you talk about your golden age." Set's eyes filled with regret as she mumbled, "My golden age." "Yeah," she answered angrily. "I just mentioned it. It was a time when I had no problems at all. That was when I was in my golden age. Like in the legends, the Age of Gods, or similar eras," she said in a nostalgic tone. "I'm not saying I was a god, but compared to the humans of this era, I was definitely much, much stronger back then." He thought about the concept of a person being like a god. The concept of a master god, level 9, reminded him of himself and Sigfit before his regression. They were nothing before the gods. The gods here were Ho, NFT, J, and Set. As for them, they only fought to acquire the sacred artifacts. The imaginary space in Mika's mind suddenly shifted from pitch black to pure white. If the power of the sacred artifacts could help them reach the level of the gods, the protagonist remembered the image of the final boss before his regression. The Demon King with a skull face, wearing armor, stood under a blazing red sunset sky, shrouded by ashes blowing in the wind. He thought they also believed that power could destroy the Demon King. Mika rested his chin on his hand and uttered, "I don't quite understand. How could the entire civilization of a race just collapse?" He glanced over, and a thought flashed through his mind, like the image of Set's lonely back as she sat there. The protagonist guessed it might be because of a traitor. Suddenly, a hole appeared in Set's head. A long hissing sound was heard, and the air inside her began to escape. Mika, who was calm as a lake, was also startled to see Set next to him deflate, just like a balloon. His expression seemed to say, "What the hell is this?" A mini version of Set reappeared, looking utterly embarrassed, so very embarrassed. It was just so embarrassing for us. The protagonist questioned her. "Didn't you say 30 minutes? Set gave a confident smile and replied, "I got a little excited and used this ability on too many things, so the duration was reduced." He closed his eyes and nodded, thinking, "I knew it. All talk and no action." Mika looked out the window and thought to himself, "I'm often like that too." While the carriage was moving, the protagonist calculated that there was still some time before reaching the imperial capital, so he decided to check all the things he had obtained so far. He looked at Hikayo's mark on his hand and thought, "Unfortunately, everything I've gotten recently has been holy power." Mika looked at the mark emotionlessly, thinking that everyone knows holy power cannot be assimilated by mages at all. An image of Hikayo's sparkling mark, enveloped by mana, appeared. The protagonist was confident. "But in my case, mana and holy power don't conflict with each other." Wait, he suddenly had a great idea that it wasn't that the two powers had combined, but that a third form of energy had been created. Mika closed his eyes and frowned, knowing that many small changes were gradually occurring. The protagonist placed a hand on his chest, wondering if he should try something to test it out. A purple universe appeared in his mind, an image of a human blending with the blessing of the Holy Spirit and mana. The boundary between holy power and mana, the holy power of the world tree, the abundant storm power, Hikayo's holy mark. I think it would be hard to feel this power if I don't concentrate. This mana is mixing with 3 other types of holy power. He thought about how the world tree and the storm were about to merge into one. After checking, Mika knew clearly that they had already blended together. The protagonist affirmed, "Why would it be impossible? Its nature is exactly like that." An image of a grassy field with sparkling lights like fireflies and dense vines wrapped around a stone pillar appeared. Mika opened his eyes, feeling a sense of refreshing pleasure enveloping his body. Set, beside him, immediately asked, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly looking at me like that?" The scene unfolding before her made her feel like her world was turned upside down. Set cursed under her breath. This is F times cacking insane. She felt her surroundings had transformed into a forest with beams of light. Small sparkling lights. Mika, next to him, was merging with a tree trunk, and Set said he had become a druid. In that forest, tiny spirits played among the flower bushes that were showing off their vibrant colors. Mika said blankly, "Oh, a druid." He imagined a druid standing in the forest, staff in hand. There's a huge difference between a druid and a mage. Druids don't use mana but harness power from nature. To put it bluntly, it's like borrowing without ever paying it back. They can receive help from plants and animals. It's an innate skill. Inside the carriage, which was filled with blooming flowers and vines, there were also sparkling lights. Mika thought to himself, "I'm sure I have no connection to nature whatsoever." Suddenly, the main character smiled as he realized, "But now I do, don't I? It's not like being a loner before means you have to be forever alone now." "How interesting," Set asked in disbelief. "How the hell could this happen? How could the power of the world, tree, and the storm possibly mix together? Damn, that's ridiculously overpowered. How could a mere human possibly do this?" He smirked and said, "But it's still possible, isn't it? That's what makes it so badass." Set didn't deny it. "It's true that it's possible, but it's so damn illogical," she explained. "Divine power isn't a type of energy that humans can easily control." The main character didn't agree and retorted, "But Hikayo's divine power is widely used by priests, isn't it?" Set replied bitterly, "Her divine power is nothing special. It's a power that has been modified for human use." In the forest, glittering with light, her voice continued to ring out steadily. "Even the saintesses, who are skilled users of divine power, can't control true divine power. But you've combined 2 types together, which is truly next level." The main character thought it was difficult, but not impossible. Set immediately yelled, "That's why it's so illogical," she said sharply. "That's why it defies common sense." Mika immediately caught onto the anomaly, thinking, "Defies common sense. I have a hunch." The main character recalled his encounter with Hekio in the first hero's tomb. She had once called him a demigod. He concluded, perhaps all of this is related to that. Suddenly, a figure appeared, attracting the attention of the 2 of them. It was a tiny, round, and incredibly cute spirit, with stubby little legs and 2 small horns on its head. Its hair was made of tiny leaves, with a pink flower stylishly placed on top. Its eyes were green, staring at the two of them with an innocent, bewildered look. The very essence of cuteness that women adore. Mika spoke up and asked it. "Who are you?" Mika asked. "Who are you?" The creature blinked, pointed to itself, and said, "Me? I don't know." Then it pointed its tiny hand towards Mika. "But you seem very friendly. I want to be your friend." Hearing this, Mika stared blankly at the creature, which was doing something, in front of him, and it seemed to be struggling quite a bit. Set was also bewildered. "Hey, what are you doing?" Then, the creature flew up to Mika's eye level. His eyes widened. Wait, could it be? The creature was holding in its tiny hand the holy herb of Thesis. This was the magical ingredient that every alchemist in the world sought after to create elixirs. This miraculous herb was essential. Mika held the sparkling golden holy herb in his hand, examining it, slightly stunned that the creature had given it to him. "Why would you do this?" The creature said politely. "Don't be shy. It's just a welcoming gift." "That's right. It's not a bribe," Mika calmly said to the spirit. "And what if I refuse?" The little creature looked absolutely thunderstruck. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Bolt grabbed Mika's head and grumbled, "Stop joking around. Do you have any idea this was created during your awakening process? You have to accept this kid's bribe, right?" Mika closed his eyes. "All right. I wasn't planning on refusing anyway." The spirit looked pitiful, sitting there dejectedly after being hit by his joke. "I'll need a spirit's help if I want to become a cleric." Mika spoke up. "Okay, I'll accept it." Hearing this, the spirit's face lit up, beaming with a joyful smile. Mika asked it, "What's your name?" The little spirit replied that it didn't know. "If you don't have a name, how about I give you one? Please, give me a name." Mika stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. "I wonder, what would be a good name?" Remembering the moment the spirit tried to rummage for a blade of grass to give him, Mika came up with a name. Monday Bolt was bewildered. "Huh?" She peeked out and asked. "Wait, Mon as in mole?" Mika calmly replied, "Yep, you have to put some thought into a name." While Bolt was complaining, the spirit looked dazed upon hearing its new name. "Mon? If it's Mon, then Mon it is." Its face was incredibly radiant. Mika pointed. "Look, see? She likes it." "I guess so." A while later, the two of them boarded a carriage back to the capital. As soon as the carriage stopped, Bolt flew out feeling refreshed. It's as peaceful as ever." She turned to Mika and asked, "Are you going to see the king right away?" "No, I'm not planning to." Mika smiled. "I can't go see him empty-handed." Returning to the magnificent, splendid palace before them, a priest cheerfully welcomed Mika back. "Welcome, warrior," Mika asked. "You seem to be in a good mood?" The priest scratched his head. "Of course. It's because you solved a problem for me." "So, what brings you here?" "Ah, I've come for an audience with His Majesty." "Oh, the king?" The priest's mood immediately soured. "I can only wish you good luck," Mika said. "Actually, there is something you can help me with." "Archbishop, I heard you have some very valuable information." The archbishop was stunned. "What do you mean?" Mika smiled. "The king's dark past." The archbishop's eyes widened when he heard that, and he stammered. "Why? Why all of a sudden?" Mika replied, "I am a warrior, archbishop. Rather than being plotted against by others, I'd rather take the first step." In the palace, someone was kneeling and reporting the news. "That one Purgy's brat has entered the city? Damn it, I can't believe that fool became a warrior." Marquis Kelly Boss looked up at the sunset. "How ridiculous." He asked his subordinate next to him, "What do you think?" "I believe we cannot ignore this matter." "I agree. That fool was rejected by Lyndall. Yet in just 1 year, he's gained so much influence, it's impossible. The Holy Kingdom is not to be trusted." The subordinate asked Kelly Boss, "What should I do, my lord?" He turned and said, "What do you mean?" "Just head to the capital for now." There's only one reason he would suddenly return to the capital. Because of the king's order. Exactly. If the king's favor shifts towards the House of Walpurgis, the balance of power will collapse. No. Perhaps that's not just an excuse. I don't like the House of Walpurgis. I've hated both the mages and the head of that damn house for a very, very long time. The silhouette of a girl flashed in his memory, her face unclear, but she had rejected him. "Damn you, House of Walpurgis, I won't let you succeed. Humans live while facing many unknowns." Mika lifted his face, closing his eyes to enjoy the breeze. "That's right, that's life. If this happens again, it won't be fun at all. It's incredibly difficult. The light at the end of the tunnel is always the brightest. Right?" Mika opened his eyes. "But it doesn't have to happen right now, does it?" "So, But Mika was being lifted straight off the ground by Idan. What just happened? Rewinding a few minutes, Mika was walking through the palace. He sighed. Phew, the first floor is done. Set flew around him and asked, "What are you thinking?" I wonder if I should take a walk around the capital. As he was pondering his options, a voice called out to Mika. Son, he froze. That voice. Looking to his left was Idan Purgis, his father, with a massive spiked mace on his shoulder, his eyes shooting sparks. And back to the present, Mika helplessly pleaded. Dad, put the mace down and let's talk. Can we? This is how I talk. Why should I put it down? Idan laughed. And there's no great mage in the world who hits their son with a mace. This father is very proud of taking over his son's territory. Mika gave a forced laugh. Did you come find me just to say that, Dad? Come to think of it, I haven't spoken to you in a while. Idan slowly let Mika down. You're right. The father and son suddenly fell into an awkward silence, standing before each other without saying a word. Mika looked at his father, thinking, I never knew. Before my regression, I was always his exception, and I never tried to understand him. I ran away from my father, the great 8-circle Archmage, perhaps because I felt he was unreachable, or maybe because he was just too great. I thought he couldn't understand me, but perhaps I was the one who felt inferior to him. Mika had run away from his father for a very, very long time, and now, standing face to face with him, he was beginning to understand. But now I think I know. My father is just a man who's clumsy at being a dad. Mika mustered up his courage, hesitantly holding his fist out towards Idan and said, I have a lot I want to tell you, Dad. A moment later, the father and son were sitting across from each other in the palace. Idan asked, You've had an audience with the Emperor, yet you remain so calm. Mika shrugged. Losing my cool wouldn't change anything. His father scoffed. Haha, it feels like it was only yesterday. You were clinging to Lady Lindo, but now you've grown so much. This is no longer the time to be naive. Idan asked, Are you talking about the demons? Mika picked up his teacup. Yes. We have a common enemy, but humanity refuses to unite. Honestly, I'm not worried about meeting the Emperor. His father immediately asked, Then what are you worried about? The 4 great families. These are noble houses so powerful that each one is considered a kingdom in its own right. The 4 great families consist of the House of Miss Chapel, the House of Lindell, the House of Kelly Boss, and the House of 1 PG. Mika continued. Among them, the Lindell family is the most trustworthy, but look at the current situation. That means the other 2 families are the problem here. The most problematic family is the Kelly Boss family. Idan mused. Kelly Boss, huh? They're a tough bunch, but what do you plan to do? Mika replied. I have a plan, but before that, please help me with something. What is it? I've figured out an effective way to stop the Kelly Boss family. After his talk with his father, Mika was once again wandering around with Set. She hovered by his ear, remarking, You have a strange father-son relationship. Do you two have some weird genes or something? It's normal. Set corrected herself. Well, your dad is a little weird, but I guess you get used to it? That's not what I meant. Anyway, it's been a while. The capital wasn't like this before my regression. Set asked, So where are you heading now? Mika lowered his head. I should go see the Emperor. Obviously. But what else are you planning to do? That would be. Before Mika could finish, he sensed something was wrong. Set said worriedly, Mika, I know. We're being followed. Mikha continued his stroll through the capital. He noticed the ones tailing him, 2 on the right and 1 on the left. Are they from the Dark Guild? I had already anticipated that a few people would be following me. But this is fewer than I thought. It seems they've underestimated me. A chill ran down Mikha's spine. There was one more person acting more stealthily than the other 3. I get it. It looks like that person is the key player. He questioned himself. What are you planning to do? Mikha wondered. I don't really know myself. I could choose to shake them off, but something feels off. The incident where I eliminated Sewer Rat was an accident. I don't remember clearly, but it was supposed to happen much later. But now, Sewer Rat is gone. So, what will happen to the Dark Guild now? I guess someone with a rank comparable to Sewer Rat has taken over and maybe a great demon like Bill Dapp will appear again. I have to check it out. From a distant corner behind him, one of the stalkers was watching Mika. If I keep this much distance from him, I probably won't be spotted. She wondered if he was a hero or not. There's a lot of information on Mika, but nothing about him being a hero. But with the scarce amount of information that's been shared, it all sounds so absurd that none of it is trustworthy. The stalker peeked out again, telling herself, so he eliminated a great demon in the imperial capital, and a vampire too? Maybe he was born with an extraordinary gift, but he's just someone everyone recognizes as having the qualities of a true hero. While she was lost in thought, Mika vanished from her sight. What? She was stunned. It was just a second, just the blink of an eye. How could I have lost his trail? She stood looking around in the middle of the city for a moment, cursing in frustration. How could I make a mistake like this? She rushed into the crowd. I need to find him immediately. While lost in the sea of people, a hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder, and a cold voice spoke up. Are you looking for something? The female stalker froze. Mika, who had just been smiling, his expression suddenly changed as he asked, Who are you with? She trembled silently, then seized the opportunity to quickly transform, and fled at an incredible speed. She was utterly panicked, her mind a complete mess as she ran. What should I do now? What do I do? Okay, I've found what I was looking for. He's incredibly skilled. He detected my stealth technique instantly. That's something even masters would have a hard time doing. I need to report this to the guild immediately. She returned to her guild, taking a different route just to be safe. Panting, she thought, that should be safe now. But before she could even wipe the sweat from her brow, Mika was standing right beside her asking, so this is the place? The female stalker was in complete shock. It's over. I'm dead. She was so shocked, she stammered. How did you? Mika had a calm yet smiling expression. Dark stealth technique. You're a dark elf. After Sewer Rat died, Talia took over as the leader. How did you know we were with Talia? You're a dark elf in the Dark Guild. That's just silly. Now, lead the way. The girl was dumbfounded. Huh? Mika threatened her. I've already found your guild's location. Do you really think you can hide anything from me now? The girl surprisingly agreed. Sir Hero. Then, unexpectedly, she started nervously poking her index fingers together. Cute. Can we go somewhere private? Turns out she has a lot to be shy about. I'm a manager at the guild base. It would be bad if people saw you capturing me. Mika thought silently for a long moment, then sighed. No way, I refuse. Mika raised his hand and shouted, Sleep. Before the girl could react, wait, this son of a... She fell straight into dreamland, so Mika just slung her over his shoulder. Set grumbled, Ooh, she's pretty. You should have been more considerate of her. Mika didn't really care. I don't need to be considerate to someone from the Dark Guild. And if I take her back there, they won't give her the cold shoulder. Set wondered, How did you know she's the adopted daughter of Guildmaster Talia? The Dark Guild was bustling with loud and cheerful drinking. Mika, carrying the girl from earlier on his shoulder, opened the door and walked in. He asked, Talia, right? A man spoke up. Who's this brat? So this is the right place, huh? He mercilessly tossed the girl to the ground and said, Here, sign for your delivery. Everyone saw it was Talia's adopted daughter and immediately clamored, It's Miss Mia. A few men got angry. No way. Mika calmly raised his hand. You all recognize me now, don't you? Dozens of men were about to rush forward to teach him a lesson, but Mika stood perfectly still. He smirked. Wow. Calm down. Mika snapped his fingers. Freeze. Several magic circles appeared, instantly immobilizing everyone. Mika asked, Is anyone here unnecessarily dragged into this? Good. No one. Set scornfully said to Mika, How can they speak if they've been silenced? Mika, with the same nonchalant tone, said, I know a boss has to be a man of few words. Mika sat down and rested his chin on his hand, waiting. Shouldn't you show yourself already? Waiting like this is getting a little annoying. But if you won't come out, waiting is too long, so Mika decided to cause some trouble. He held out his hand, shaking the tavern, until someone appeared beside him and said, Stop it. Mika glanced over. Ah, so you've decided to come out? Mika asked. Are you the guildmaster here? The man removed his hood. I am Hidos. It seems my daughter has caused you trouble. I apologize. Mika bowed his head. Caused me trouble? He glared at Mia, who was lying on the floor. I know you're awake. Why haven't you gotten up yet? Startled at being found out, Mia scrambled to sit up. This is so embarrassing. Can't you just listen to me for a second? You're so mean. Mika retorted. The one who stalks people is the mean one. Mia thrashed about in protest. If you were a real hero, you should share your personal information. Hidos chided her. Mia, that's enough. She reluctantly whimpered. Hidos said, It was my order. We needed to gather information about the hero, so I sent her. Hidos bowed his head. I sincerely apologize. Mia rushed over. Ah, I'll do anything you want. Just don't hurt my father. He blames himself easily. Hidos, he is the guild master of Talia, and also a master assassin. In the original timeline, he was supposed to have been killed by those bastards, but the future I know has changed. What should I do? Talia's turning point. Considering my purpose, these changes can't be too obvious. Everything must happen under my watch. Mika spoke up. To be honest, I didn't come here to hold you accountable. Hidos was puzzled. Really? But the sewer rat? He's a heretical monster who sold his soul to the devil, and you've taken over his territory, right? Mia said angrily. Hey, are you saying we're the same as those heretics? Mika stood up. I've already mentioned this. My responsibility is to clean up the rats, sewers. Mia was scared, but people often squat on unclaimed land anyway. He reached down, grabbed an unconscious guy from the ground, and pulled back his shirt to reveal the heretic's tattoo. Is this what it looks like when you don't recruit his men? Hidos lowered his head. So, do you want to destroy us heretics? A wave of pressure was directed at Mika's neck. The pressure was terrifying, as expected of a master. He asked Hidos, Are you done? Yes. Wait, I never expected to meet a master assassin here. You are very perceptive, Mika replied. I know. I can see many other small details. For example, your finger, your heart. Mika's eyes widened. Something was very strange. It seems you're cursed, yet you're still alive? Hidos was shocked. How did you know? He smiled brightly. I'm a hero. The powers that be told me. Mia asked worriedly. If you know about the curse, you must know how to break it, right? Mika crossed his arms. Well, of course. Mia was astonished and rushed over to shake Mika. What? What's the method? Tell me. If you need anything, I'll do whatever it takes to get it. Mika thought. How desperate, he said to Mia. But I never operate at a loss. So he smiled. How much do you know about me? After a while, an agreement between Mika and Hidos was drawn up. He handed a stack of agreement papers to Hidos. All right, now stamp it here. And here too. Yeah, I know. The agreement was signed immediately. To be honest, signing this agreement was a complete no-brainer. Both sides were in agreement, so there was no reason to drag things out. First, breaking Hidos's curse. This way, Hidos wouldn't have to suffer any losses. The fact that a professional assassin would soon recover was not something to be taken lightly, guiding the Talia Guild toward a brighter future. Mika said, The Talia Guild's limits are very clear. Even if you exceed them, you can't escape the shackles that force you to be a member of a dark guild. Hidos replied, There are things we can't deny. So, this hero. Mika interrupted. Yeah, I already said I'd help you. The Talia Guild will also do its utmost to help me gather information. If anyone doesn't comply, Hidos continued, then that person will pay with their life. This is a clause in the agreement, right? And the Talia Guild needs to remain uninvolved. You understand the meaning behind that, don't you? Hidos bowed his head and replied, I understand. Eliminate the subordinates of One Eye of the Sewers, even though it won't be easy at all. Mika prepared to leave. All right, that's all for now. Behind him, Hidos expressed his concerns. Even after signing this agreement, I still feel it will be difficult for my guild to step out of the shadows. Mika asked coolly, Have you forgotten which family I come from? Ah, the 1PG family. My father is still in the Imperial capital, so just listen to him. Hidos was silent for a moment, then asked hesitantly, But is his personality as good as yours? Mika thought of his old man. He's like a demon. It's hard to say. He shrugged. Ah, my father is on a whole other level. Don't worry. Even if he has a bad temper, he won't cause trouble for no reason. Hidos looked up and muttered to himself, Everything has to go smoothly. Oh, dear. Mika quietly left Hidos's bar. Mia tightly gripped her father's arm. Dad, what should we do? Can we really trust him? I have a good feeling about this, daughter. That's how I've lived my life until now. The day I met you, all of my choices were based on that instinct. I think it would be good if I could escape this curse. But what's more important is the plan that Hero has set in motion. Daughter, that's how I've lived my life until now. The day I met you, my choices were all based on that instinct of mine. I thought it would be good if I could escape this curse. But what's more important is what that hero established. A promise. A promise that will pull us out of the darkness. There wasn't a hint of prejudice in his eyes. That means he is very sincere, thinks carefully, and respects us enough to make a deal together. It's not easy to get help from heroes, because if we had met while things were still unresolved, we wouldn't have had to lose anything. Mia sighed. I understand. Mika used his skill again. 1 second Mia saw him right there, and the next he was gone. She remarked, For someone with the title of hero, he seems a bit too common. Her father thought so too. At the magnificent royal palace, Mika looked around and thought, looking at the palace like this feels so surreal. So this is the place I need to protect. Talking to His Majesty with someone listening in, makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. But that way, I won't be in any danger. So why do I feel so anxious? Mika looked up and thought, if it's around this time, a royal knight like him would probably already be in the palace. The presence of that person, two swords blocked Mika's path. Halt, beyond this point is where the great emperor resides. A royal hero. Haven't you heard of me? I am a hero. The two guards gaped at Mika's sparkling insignia. What? They hurriedly said in a fluster. I will check again. We received a message. Please cooperate with us to verify your identity. Fine, go ahead and verify. I've checked. Your knight escort will be here shortly. All right, I understand. Of course, I know exactly who's coming. If the hero's escort is a new recruit, there's only one person it could be. Greetings, hero. I am. Mika smiled. You're Mayan, aren't you? The escort was surprised. Ah, yes. How do you know me? Aren't we both from noble lineages? I'm from House 1 PG, and you're from House Kelly Boss. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mika extended his hand, and they shook hands. Yes, that's Mayan Kelly Boss, the second son of Marquise Kelly Boss, and before I regressed, I couldn't help him at all. Either a sinner who killed his own father, Marquise Kelly Boss, or a hero who stopped a fallen, raging family. Later, Mian would be associated with two such contradictory terms, the hero of ruin. Mika turned and smiled as he shook Mian's hand, which made him quite surprised. After freezing for a moment, Mian finally reacted, a bright smile appearing as he said, I didn't expect the famous hero to know my name. Then, Mian led Mika to the grand hall, smiling. Mika looked at the bright and pure smile on Mian's face and thought to himself, this is how he was, a sinner, a fallen hero. That's what people called him, but right now he looks genuinely carefree and kind. Suddenly, Mika spoke up and asked Mian, you were just recently appointed as a royal knight, weren't you? Mian quickly replied, yes, but becoming a royal knight makes me very proud. Then Mian scratched his face and added with a sheepish smile, of course, compared to you, it's nothing at all. Hearing that, Mika immediately countered, no, achieving that at your age is already very admirable. Praised, Mian smiled even more brightly and replied, hearing you say that makes me happier. Seeing Mian like this, Mika was secretly glad. That's right, this smile is still pure. That's because, until now, Mian still doesn't know the truth about his father being the reason for his self-destruction. When Mika discussed it with his father, he had mentioned that there was only one way to take down the Marquis in a single blow, and Mika needed Myron for that plan. Suddenly, Mika looked at Myron and asked him, what do you think of Marquis Kelly Boss? Hearing this, Myron asked in surprise, you mean my father? Then Myron answered seriously, I respect him. We are one of the 4 great families of the kingdom, and isn't he the head of it? Of course, I know my father isn't fond of 1 PG, but that's just a bit of youthful impulsiveness on his part. My father is a mature man, he wouldn't hold on to something forever. Hearing this, Mika almost burst out laughing out loud, mocking inwardly, mature? Ha, ridiculous. Before my regression, even as my family was collapsing, it was the Marquis who relentlessly oppressed and destroyed it. The Marquis went too far, and was discovered by Myron. That's when the conflict was ignited, and everything turned into a disaster. There was much to think about, but now was the right time to let him know this. Mika continued walking and asked casually, by the way, Myron. Yes, there's something stirring in the capital recently. Do you know about it? Hearing that, Myron moved closer and said, if it's about. Mika suddenly uttered 2 words, dark family. This made Myron's brow furrow. He clearly disliked talking about this issue. Myron quickly replied, that is a rather thorny issue, but it can't be solved overnight. But before Myron could finish, Mika interrupted, aren't the royal knights involved at all? Myron nodded, then hesitated and replied with a sad smile, that's right. I understand what you mean, but my duty is to protect the king. Someone else has already been assigned to handle that matter. Mika looked at the hesitating Myron and suggested, perhaps, but it would be different if the king gave his permission. This caused Myron to have a reaction, stunning him into silence. Mika clearly knew what Myron craved. Currently, he was a royal knight, but in reality, he hated being tied down to one place. The reason he accepted a position so ill-suited for him was because the Marquis wanted it that way. This meant that with just a small push from Mika, Myron could easily be swayed. As for the truth that was hidden, that was precisely the plan Mika had devised. Seeing Myron's reaction to his proposal, Mika continued, if you wish, I can put in a good word for you during my audience with the king. Then Mika looked straight into Myron's eyes and said, I don't simply see people for who they are. God is always by my side, and sometimes whispers to me. He says that, Mika smiled at Myron and said slowly, "You have a destiny of your own." Myron's eyes widened in shock, and then he couldn't hide the emotions buried in the deepest corner of his heart. Myron knew this was his chance to break free from these chains. After a moment of thought, Myron asked hesitantly, "Could you really speak for me?" Mika was pleased that the fish had taken the bait, and quickly nodded in agreement. "Of course, it's easy." Then Myron led Mika to the Grand Hall, and said, "This is the Grand Hall. It was my honor to escort you." After that, Mika opened the door and entered alone. As soon as he was inside, a voice rang out, "You've had a long journey." Mika gave a polite smile and replied, "It is a great honor to have an audience with you, Your Majesty." The king stepped down towards Mika, looked him over once, and said appraisingly, "You don't look very honored at all." The king's eyes were scrutinizing, and his tone was sarcastic. "You greet me respectfully because I am the emperor," but his tone carried not a shred of respect. How interesting. Mika calmly closed his eyes after hearing him, and replied, "Thank you for the compliment." King Jesu walked past Mika and continued, "I never expected a hero to come from 1PG. Since I have the authority to decide who becomes a hero, I've done a little research." King Jesu held up a piece of paper with Mika's background, his voice judgmental as he glanced back at Mika. "Mika, WGIS, you used to be a madman." Then, seeing no reaction from Mika, the king asked, "I'm complimenting you by using the past tense. Am I being too rude to our hero, I wonder?" Mika, still with his eyes closed in meditation, replied softly, "No. I don't intend to deny the truth." In his heart, Mika understood that King Gezu wasn't just evaluating him as a hero, but was also trying to figure out what kind of person Mika WGIS was. Was Mika rebellious, or was he a fool? Had this hero Mika been blinded by fame, or did he harbor other ambitions? The king would categorize Mika based on how he acted. And so, Mika gave a sly smile and looked at the king provocatively, saying, "However, I'm more of an evolved psycho." Mika had already made up his mind. He had absolutely no intention of giving King Gezu the answer he wanted. The most powerful man on this continent, Gezu Referandro, the king who ruled this great empire. His Majesty was a man who fully understood the truth. A disaster would erupt if rights were gained without corresponding duties, a limit. He used this limit to start judging what kind of person someone was. But King Gezu was in a bind. He tried to assess Mika, but instead was played by him. The king thought to himself, "What is with this guy?" King Gezu realized that he couldn't figure out who this Mika was. This had never happened before. How interesting. Mika's gaze shifted, and he bowed his head in a seemingly conciliatory manner and said, "I apologize if my tone was a bit unpleasant." Hearing this, King Gezu began to lecture him. "With an attitude like that, if I were your father, I would be furious." At that, Mika laughed and looked straight at the king and said, "But you aren't, Your Majesty. Could you perhaps be a little more generous?" The King Jesu replied, "Of course, hero. Now tell me, is a calamity about to befall this world?" Mika quickly said, "If we start preparing now, then it won't become a major issue. I'm certain it's a great calamity, but its specific scale depends on how we prepare." King Gesu clearly grasped the main point in Mika's words. Did he mean this calamity was unavoidable? The king looked at Mika and said, "A calamity that my empire would struggle to withstand?" History mentioned an archdemon that was extraordinarily difficult to deal with. Mika interrupted, "It's not just an archdemon. Lurking in the shadows out there, the lord of those demons is coming too." The king became pensive after hearing this. A demon lord? That is not good at all. King Gesu's mind was reeling. Mika had mentioned something so impossible. It was absurd. Hadn't Mika just said there was an archdemon hiding right here in the imperial capital? The king looked down at Mika and asked, "So what is it you want from me? I'm certain you didn't come here just to see me. You surely came because you have something to say." Faced with this suspicion and barrage of questions, Mika adopted a thoughtful expression, stroking his chin. Then, he looked at the king and slowly began to speak. "What I to say?" Suddenly, Mika burst out laughing, looking at the king with a crazed glint in his eyes and replied, "I don't want a single thing." Upon hearing those words, King Jeosu's face darkened, his forehead wrinkled, and he asked in a low voice, "Is that so?" Mika smiled. The fish had taken the bait. He was reacting. Mika recalled his previous conversation with Bishop Ackley. He had mentioned a weakness. "I'm not sure if this will be of any help to you, but the current His Majesty is very apathetic, although whenever the topic of abdication comes up, he still gets as hot-headed as ever." Mika thought. To put it simply, the current king's apathy only turns to irritation when the topic of abdication is mentioned. Once, the former king had sincerely asked the current king, Is there anything you want? At that time, Jiosu also had a smile on his lips, his young face full of excitement as he said, "No, I don't want a single thing." After giving that answer, the king was scolded by the queen for 2 whole days. The current king is just that kind of person. King Jiosu felt a headache coming on, and quickly rubbed his forehead, saying, "Want nothing? Ha ha, you say you want nothing? I'm sure you want something, to become the center of this continent. Or do you want me to promise to help you?" Mika looked coldly at the king and said, "Seek help? I can handle those things myself. And this empire is ruled by you, King Alexandro. I would never want to be the center of this place." Then Mika smiled slyly and said, "Why don't you give me something more suitable for me?" King Jiosu frowned, asking in an annoyed tone. "In other words, you won't directly ask for anything, but you want me to think of something to give you instead?" Seeing the king striding impatiently towards him, Mika waved his hand and replied, "It's not as harsh as your words make it sound, but if you've already understood it that way, then it's up to you. Your Majesty, please think about it as what I think. Your Majesty, I wish I could be a perfect hero, but unfortunately, I still have shortcomings." King Jiosu remarked, "You really don't seem like a hero at all." Then he turned away and said, "Ah, very well, then I will do as I please. To be honest, I have no intention of changing my mind at all." Mika immediately replied, "Yes." Inwardly, he rejoiced. "You just need to be a little more shameless." The King Jiosu then made a decision. "I will establish an order of knights to fight the demons. I will send an official order to every lord." And King Jiosu tossed a seal into Mika's palm, instructing, "Whenever you need help, just let me know, and stop saying you've received so much help from the Holy Kingdom. I am more than capable of helping you more than the Holy Kingdom. This is my seal. Whenever you are within the Empire's territory, everyone will help you with all their might." Mika bowed solemnly and then replied with a laugh, "Ha ha, you have given me far too much." The King Jiosu then asked, "Is there anything else?" Mika looked at the king cautiously and said, "I don't want anything else." But after a moment of discussion, the king said in surprise, "If it's Mion, do you mean from House Kelly Boss?" Mika immediately replied, "Ah, I was just speaking my thoughts aloud, but it wouldn't be a problem if a palace knight were absent for a little while." The king thought for a moment and said, "Lately, the palace knights have been completely unaware of the things that are happening out there. At least one person should go out and experience it. So, have that kid from the Kelly Boss family go out and experience it, and bring back results that will satisfy me. You may leave now. I'm sure you're pleased with this outcome." Mika nodded and replied, "Yes, that's right." Then Mika turned to leave, but stopped after just 5 steps and called out, "Oh, one more thing, Your Majesty." Mika's cunning smile reappeared as he spoke with a faint laugh. "I'd also like to speak with the person hiding behind the red pillar," King Geodu exclaimed in slight surprise. "Oh, the sunlight from outside is hitting the gemstone on the crown, making it sparkle." King Jioshu spoke, "Very well, you may." The palace doors closed, and King Jioshu stared into space for a long time. Then he tilted his head back and said wearily, "He found out. It seems that Hero has been aware of you for a while now." Just then, the commander of the Royal Knights, Hor Liam, stepped out from behind the pillar and replied in surprise, "There's no way he could have detected me just because he's a mage." The king thought for a moment, and then said, "Things are no longer going according to my will. This is getting interesting. If life is boring, what's the point of living?" In his heart, King Jiosu calculated to himself, "If this is a disaster that cannot be avoided no matter what, then we must prepare ourselves." Back to Mick, who had just stepped out of the palace. Maon's voice reached the hero. Maon looked worriedly at the expression on Mika's face and asked in alarm, "Is something wrong?" Meek replied, "The king has given his permission." Seeing Maon beam after hearing the news, Meek teased him to see his reaction. "It seems the position of a royal guard is a bit too much for you." Hearing this, Maon's smile grew even brighter, as he replied, "Ha ha ha, was I that obvious?" Suddenly, Maon stopped laughing and said in a contemplative tone, "I enjoy being a knight, but can I say that this isn't at all what I thought it would be? Fulfilling the duty of protecting the king's safety is an honor for me." But suddenly, Mika interrupted, "Isn't your wish to save more people?" Mika said, "Ah, of course. I'm not doing this for free. I also have something I need you to do for me." Maon asked in surprise. "What is it?" Mika smiled and replied, "Sewer rat. Looking at the archdemon's appearance, I need to purify that guy immediately. So I can't capture Sewer Rat and things related to him." Maon asked again, "So, you're telling me to hunt, burg them down?" Meek nodded and replied, "That's right. To be honest, Mika already knows everything. This is a necessary step to bring Maon closer to the truth. Maon, with that same innocent and pure smile, replied, "Yes, I'll do it." Suddenly, Mika raised a finger and said, "And one more thing. After you find them, you must return to me immediately, without taking any other action." Maon then asked, "So you want me to return and report to you immediately?" Then he flashed a naive smile and shouted, "I will do as you say." After finishing his conversation with Maon, Meek stepped outside. Just then, the little boss popped out and asked, "Why did you let that knight go investigate this? Is there a reason?" Mick replied, "Of course. You'll find out soon enough." When Mika returned home and saw the scene before him, he was at a loss for words, standing completely still. Mika shouted, "Dad, what are you doing?" Mr. Y. Dan looked angrily at his godforsaken son and yelled, You rotten brat, you're the one who told them to see me, so what the hell are you talking about now?" Mr. Yidan sat imposingly, holding his mace, and said coldly, "Just looking at them, I can tell they've gotten into some trouble. So why did you bring them to me?" Suddenly, Hidos stealthily raised his hand and spoke in a low voice. "I am a professional assassin." But a second later, Mr. Yidan yelled, "Shut up," seeing his fierce as a tiger old man, and then looking at Mia and Hidos, sitting obediently like puppies. Mika said helplessly, "Talia, the Dark Guild. I'm planning to place them in our family's territory. I'm sure you're a man who can do anything, so I'll entrust them to you, father." Hearing his precious son say that, Mr. Yidan roared, "So you're saying you'll push them onto me because you're busy being a hero and doing this and that?" Mika sighed and said, "If I become a successful hero, it will also help our family." Hearing his son's somewhat reasonable words, Mr. Yidan pretended to be deep in thought and said, That's right, a dark elf who's a master assassin. I feel like they know something." At this moment, Hidos and his daughter were kneeling on the ground, devastated. His daughter Mia looked at her father dejectedly and asked, "Dad, are you okay?" Hidos sighed and replied, It's nothing." Suddenly, Mika's voice rang out, What other choice do I have? I will turn Talia into an intelligence agency for our family." Mr. Yidan heard this and immediately said, "I haven't heard about this. If that's the case, then hiring them isn't a bad idea." Hearing this, Hidos and his daughter were overjoyed. The two of them beamed with smiles. Mika then messaged Mr. Yidan, "I'll send you the details later." Hidos and his daughter smiled happily and said, Thank you." After that, they went outside. Now that the two of them were alone, Mr. Yidan looked at Mika and asked, "I have a lot of things I want to say, but I'll just ask you one thing. How did the audience with the king go?" Mika replied, Nothing happened. He asked me some rather tricky questions, but I had anticipated them all. What I didn't anticipate was..." As Mika said this, he pulled out the seal that King Gyo had given him. "I received this unexpected gift." Mr. Yidan was a bit surprised. The king's seal. "This isn't just a simple pin." Mika agreed with this and said, "I'm sure this item will be very helpful to me when I carry out my duties as a knight." Mr. Yidan calmly reminded him, "No one in this empire can turn their back on the king. Now you must go." Mika quickly put the seal in his pocket and replied with a smile, "I still have a lot of things to take care of." Yidan then asked, "So you mean the Kelly boss family?" Mika answered, "Yes, that's right." Yidan pondered for a moment, then asked, "Son, do you know that the Kelly family hates our family?" Mika said nonchalantly, "I heard it's because he fought with you over my mother." Yidan lowered his head and counted on his fingers. "Yes, that's right. To be honest, after Say and I got married, he never gave up, he just kept hitting on your mother." Mika couldn't help but curse. "That bastard," Yidan replied. "Yeah, even though our good relationship didn't last." Sensing the regret in his father's voice, Mika comforted him. "That doesn't mean you lost or anything." Mr. Yidan hesitated for a moment, then replied, "You're right, but because of this complicated relationship between our two families, I also hesitated." Mika looked at his father, himself, and thought, "This seems similar to what happened with Nora." Mr. Yidan sighed and reminded his precious son, "It would be good if you were as straightforward with others as you are with me. You need to know this, which is why I'm telling you. House Kelly boss will be targeting our family for the rest of their lives." Mika replied emotionlessly, "I know." Then Mika asked Yidan, "What about the matter I proposed to you, father?" Mr. Yidan replied, I've already done it. I am not sure what House Kelly boss expected from their second son, Myron." Mika said with satisfaction, "That's fine then." Mr. Yidan, seeing his son being so secretive even with his own father, frowned in annoyance and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Only to see Mika smile with both delight and cunning. "Because our family is a powerful and influential one, there won't be many people from the outside who will bother us. If we want to expose this, we need to expose it from the inside out." Meanwhile, Myron was following Mika's orders to find the truth about the sewer rat who was tainting everything in this imperial capital. A man was thrown straight into a pile of overturned tables and chairs. He struggled to look at Myron and said in bewilderment, "Ugh, gulp, why is there a holy knight here?" Myron's eyes filled with rage and madness. He asked coldly, "Jack, you're the guild master of the Hina Dark Guild, aren't you?" The man named Jack didn't answer the question but retorted in fear, "I have never challenged the king's authority. How could a lowly person like me challenge the king's authority?" Myron roared angrily, "Shut up." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Myron saw a prison cell door, and inside were dozens, even hundreds of children with grimy faces, their eyes a mix of lifelessness and fear. They clung tightly to the iron bars, crying out and begging for freedom. Myron couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Jack's collar and yanked him up, shouting, "You're the bastard handling that sewer rat's filthy business, aren't you?" Then Myron forcefully slammed the bastard's entire body to the ground, making him scream in pain. Who cares about that? Ah. At this point, Myron was completely consumed by a furious rage. He roared in Jack's face, "Shut up. You call trafficking those innocent children a business? Who's behind you?" Jack was so scared he was about to pass out. He stammered back, "What do you mean? It seems he wants to do this the hard way." Myron twisted Jack's arm out of its socket, making him let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. Myron looked at Jack with eyes full of deadly threat. "Talk." Terrified, Jack blurted out, "I don't know. I really don't know. How could I know when that bastard hid their identity from me?" Hearing this, Myron let his arm drop, in his mind calculating, "So there really is someone behind this. How can I verify it?" Suddenly, Myron looked up at the tabletop, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "This is—" Myron discovered a scarf with the symbol of his own family. He wondered in confusion, "Why is this scarf here?" Myron clutched the scarf in his hand. He had thought this was just a trivial matter. "There's no way my family is involved with these scumbags." Myron shook his head, repeatedly denying it. "Yeah, no way." Then he threw the scarf away and left. Subconsciously, he kept reminding himself his family would never be involved in this mess. But as soon as Myron returned to his room, he immediately called his father. His voice was urgent. "Father, what are you talking about?" On the other end of the line, the voice of Myron's father, the old Marquis, was full of reproach. "I told you to stop doing those useless things, son. I just want you to bring glory to our family, that's all. Just fulfill your duties as a holy knight. Just as I told you." Hearing this, Myron argued back indignantly, "But father, this is the mission the king himself gave me, and the things I'm doing will bring great glory to our family." Furthermore, the Marquis didn't let Myron say any more. He cut him off. "No, stop it. I'll be arriving at the imperial capital soon." Then the Marquis began to remind him, "From now until then, don't do those things anymore. Just focus on fulfilling your duties as a holy knight. This is an order from your father." Myron was stunned hearing his father's words. He couldn't believe it, stammering in response, "What?" After the call, in Myron's heart 1,000 thoughts flooded his mind. "I don't understand. Wasn't father the one who taught me to always live a glorious life, wasn't he? Then why?" Myron panicked. His mind couldn't help but recall the handkerchief with the family crest on it. Meanwhile, Hidos was watching from outside. Seeing Myron looking stunned and thoughtful by the window, he said, "The seed of doubt has been sown." At this time, on Mika's side, he was leisurely sitting and talking with the butler. The kind butler, Min, looked at Mika and reported, "Everything here is fine, young master." Mika blinked emotionlessly and said, "That tree has grown much larger." Butler Min replied, "Yes, that tree's life force is very strong." Mika calmly explained, "It will continue to grow even more. If we just leave it alone, it will purify the toxins on its own. We don't need to watch over it." "But have you been doing the muscle training exercises I told you to do, have you? To reach a higher level, you have to take care of yourself." Hearing this, Butler Min's face darkened as he said, "Young master, I've realized this while training. Muscles don't get stronger overnight, especially for an old man like me." Seeing Mika's incomprehensibly emotionless face, the butler Min seemed to explode, letting out all his inner thoughts. "A mage in his twilight years like me shouldn't have to go through such a difficult time, should I? Twilight years or not, a mage is still human." Mika, bored of listening, turned his face away and replied indifferently, Whatever." This made Butler Min scream in anguish. Are you ignoring me? Suddenly, Mika looked at Mr. Min seriously and asked, How is Leon? Butler Min immediately replied, Young Master Leon is growing at an incredibly astonishing rate. Based on the current situation, I think he will soon be able to become a master within a year. Hearing this, Mika thought pensively, It's possible. Before I regressed, Leon was already a genius who had reached the master level. Besides that, Mika instructed the butler, If he needs anything, you should support him wholeheartedly. He's someone worth investing in. Butler Min bowed respectfully. Yes, sir, I understand. After finishing his conversation with Butler Min, Mika stood up and stretched his tired body. He looked up at the vast sky and said, I need to get ready. He'll probably be here soon. While Mika was walking outside, Hidos's voice suddenly rang out. Hero, the Marquis has just arrived in the Imperial capital. Hero. The guard bowed to welcome the Marquis's return. He spoke after Mika stepped out of the carriage. The Marquis has just arrived in the Imperial capital. What should we do now? Hidos asked him. Hearing this, Mika just smiled and questioned back, What do you mean by that? The young man calmly replied, Don't do anything at all. Hearing that, Hidos looked up, slightly surprised. We don't need to interfere with the conversation between that harmonious father and son. Hidos suddenly spoke up, interrupting, Hero, do you think the second son of the Kelly boss family would dare to defy his family? The main character said sternly, If he figures everything out, keep a close watch on him. A blond man with a gloomy expression said, Right at this moment, some interesting things are about to happen. In the magnificent castle, seeing the person in front of him, Mion suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Father. The young man asked wonderingly, Why did you suddenly come here? The other person replied, I came here to check if you were truly listening to my words. Of course, that's not the only reason I came here. Hearing these words, Mion suddenly frowned in fear. He secretly pondered the reason his father came to the imperial capital. I can only think of one reason, the hero. Father came to the capital quietly, but there's no way he hasn't heard about it. Suddenly, the man's voice rang out. Are you upset that I stopped you from investigating further? The clock ticked by, stopping at 7:10. At this moment, Mion mustered all his courage to express his opinion that matter will bring more glory to our family after all. Before he could even finish his sentence, his father cut him off. But that's not what I want. The young man seemed reproachful. If that's the case, then you shouldn't have advised me to become a holy knight. The other person heard this, simply sat down heavily in his chair, and calmly replied, And I don't need to get involved in this matter to seek a higher position for you. Mion stood his ground. That's not the only thing that can bring glory. Hearing this, his father quickly refuted him, speaking with a hidden meaning. Do you think the glory from this title only belongs to you? Your glory also represents our family. Mion was silent for a few seconds. Finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore, and asserted in a low voice, Our family has already been disgraced, father. Hearing this, the man's gaze gradually became distant. He asked himself, What should I do now? The boy has sacrificed himself, living like an obedient puppet of the family to become a holy knight. Mion spoke again. To maintain the power of a noble family, the help of the royal palace is needed. However, the king has entrusted me with this task. He only entrusted the task to me. Seeing the young man's determined attitude, his father silently judged him. This naive and foolish child, does he think our family climbed to its current position just through glory? If that's the case, he won't listen to me. Just as he predicted, Mion spoke up. Father, I also believe that it is the honor of a holy knight to help people and pursue justice. This is the path I have chosen. Of course, these words truly angered the man, making him furious to the extreme as he slammed his hand on the table. Next, he shouted agitatedly, Mion, I already told you, stop investigating that matter. That is an order from the head of the family. Mion stubbornly questioned back at once. Why? Seeing his stubborn expression, the man became worried. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he could only utter the words son. At that moment, an indescribable fear welled up inside him. Before this, the boy used to tremble in fear whenever I got angry. I couldn't even say a word. The boy had received an order from the king, and he also upheld the title of a knight. Back in the present, Mion quickly explained, Because of your order, I did not continue investigating the Dark Guild any further. Instead, I reconsidered, wondering why you stopped me from investigating that Dark Guild. The young man recalled the scarf from before, then looked down at his empty hands. He continued calmly. While investigating that guild, I once found a scarf, imprinted with our family's crest. This made the man's eyes widen in shock. What? He muttered to himself. You might have been framed, they must have thought you'd fall for it right away. Mion replied in disappointment. Even if you did do it, you had to do one thing. If it was that, then it's fine. I know what my weakness is. That's why. I had to cooperate with someone I could trust. Without a hint of fear, Mion frankly admitted, I asked for help from a hero. The other party was confused. Upon hearing this, you had to ask the one Purgy's family for help? Mion quickly affirmed, I didn't ask anyone from the one Purgy's family. Under the golden sunlight streaming through the window, the young man showed clear determination, saying, I asked a hero for help. Hearing these words, his father felt that things were starting to go off track. He silently cursed in his heart. How disgusting. That bastard from the one Purgy's family is plotting something. After all, he found this whole situation troublesome. Finally, he quietly observed his son, and then, he stared into Mion's eyes for a long time, causing the young man to exclaim in shock, Father, you really did. The man, who didn't seem to care, continued to look into the young man's eyes and frowned. By some strange magical power, Mion suddenly vanished inexplicably. At the same time, on the other side, the main character cheerfully exclaimed, I get it. The young man smirked to himself in delight. Perhaps because everything was going according to plan, he was so happy that his face became distorted. In the dark and eerie night, the sounds of slaughter echoed everywhere. People were lying scattered all over the road. Among them was Bert, the guild master of the giant serpent guild. He whimpered, What? Why? We didn't do anything. We didn't do the things you mentioned. The masked man said coldly, But you still hold the intelligence. Then he quickly grabbed the other person's neck, warning in a low voice, Don't worry, if you guys disappear, no one will ever know. A few minutes later, Bert's body suddenly went limp, and just like that, he collapsed to the ground, giving up. Seeing this, the masked man quickly took out a strange vial of liquid. His movement suggested he had done this many times before, when suddenly a voice came from behind him. That's a corrosive solution, often used in the old days. To think I'd get to see it here, it brings back memories. Hearing this, the masked man felt as if he'd been caught, trembling with fear that he couldn't recognize who this person was. Hidos continued to ask, Do you know who I am? If I were to introduce myself, I am the guild master of Talia. He made an enticing offer. I have many things to ask you, so it would be great if you came with me. The masked man immediately tried to negotiate. If I go with you, will you? You'll spare me? Hidos gave his word. Yes, I promise. In the masked man's mind, he secretly speculated that his intuition could feel an intimidating pressure from the man, who was definitely stronger and more skilled than him. He also realized the gap in their abilities, which was why he was so relaxed. He wasn't the least bit wary of him at all. Now was the time. Without any more hesitation, the masked man immediately drew his sword. He planned to finish his opponent in an instant, and he was celebrating, thinking he had stabbed the man. But unexpectedly, the sword in his hand suddenly stopped, his body trembling uncontrollably. Not daring to launch the attack, Hidos casually mocked him. Oh no, you still dare to fight with such a huge disparity in strength? How embarrassing. Looking at the black aura radiating around him, the masked man couldn't believe his eyes. Don't tell me this is the dark attribute. Hidos gently caressed his sword and said calmly, Hey sir, since you've already refused my offer. He pulled down his mask and continued, Therefore, you no longer have any right to speak. With that, he quickly retracted his hand, eliminating his opponent with extreme decisiveness. Before being swallowed by the darkness, the masked man only had time to cry out in pain. Ah! Hidos silently looked at the battlefield he had created. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Father. The man turned and encouraged her. You fought hard. Mia, carrying someone on her back, said urgently, 2 of them took poison on the spot, so I couldn't bring them here. Hidos heard this and replied, It's fine. These 3 are more than enough for us to get information from. In reality, putting these people in this situation also meant that the Kelly boss family was getting desperate. After piecing everything together, Hidos had to admit one thing. Just as he said, this business was too cruel and too brazen for a noble family to be involved in. If this got out, the Kelly boss family would suffer a heavy blow. With that said, Hidos turned to leave, not forgetting to remark, Interesting. Very interesting. I wonder what the hero plans to do with these guys. In a room, only 2 young men were negotiating. Mion made a request. I need your help. He began to share his thoughts. I'm not sure, but I can't ignore any possibility. So, what have you decided? Mika asked curiously. The young man hesitated before replying. There are dark parts of my family that I'm unaware of. They might even be. Before he could say more, the main character quickly interjected. Getting help from the secret guilds in the Empire, right? Seeing that the other man had hit the nail right on the head, Mayan's expression suddenly turned sour. He asked softly, "You already knew?" Mika immediately reassured him. "If a hero like me didn't know about this, how could I possibly save the world? Even if it's something that will happen in the future, I still have to know everything and be prepared." Hearing this, the spirit next to him couldn't help but remark, "You're really good at lying with a straight face." At that moment, a doubtful Mayan asked, "So, were you the one who helped me get permission to investigate matters outside the palace a few days ago?" The main character replied, "I won't deny it." After hearing this, the young man helplessly lowered his head. He blamed himself. "I'm the second son of the family, but I'm completely useless." Mika looked at the man before him with sympathy, but Myron hadn't completely lost hope. "I feel so sorry for him, but I need to crush his last remaining shred of hope, until he has absolutely nothing left. Any hope at all." Right after that, the young man said, "I don't know." He thought to himself, "Well, nothing is absolute. If things keep escalating, Myron could become the turning point that causes the Kelly boss family to change." Thinking this, our protagonist gestured with his hand and said excitedly, "I have something to show you." He knew exactly what he had to do. Thinking of Hidos, "I'm about to show him some undeniable proof." Soon after, Hidos and Mia appeared in front of Myron, causing him to exclaim in shock, "Ah, hero, who are these people?" Mika quickly stood up and explained, they had just captured these assassins, who somehow raided the secret guild's territory and tried to assassinate someone. Isn't that strange? Seeing his stunned expression, Mika grew even more excited. As Knight Myron watched, the young man approached the masked figure and immediately pulled off his mask. Myron froze, his face unable to conceal his utter astonishment. Myron Kelly Boss was stunned when he heard that voice. Isn't that strange? Knight Myron was completely floored when he recognized the figure. The man's hand held the mask, revealing a face covered in crisscrossing scars and stitches. Myron Kelly Boss correctly identified the man, Cleek the Butcher. He couldn't understand what was happening and asked, "Why is this criminal here?" Mika calmly replied, "Let's see who else is here." Threads of soul gradually emerged from the masks, beginning to form complete bodies. All of the masked individuals were notorious criminals, and Myron Kelly Boss swallowed nervously because he knew exactly who they were. They were the very criminals who had been executed by the Kelly Boss family. Mika said with a weary expression, "Perhaps their talents were wasted. It doesn't matter how poorly you treated them, because their crimes were incredibly severe. They had to face the death penalty." Myron Kelly Boss trembled in fear, unable to say a word. A tense, suffocating atmosphere filled the entire room. Elsewhere, Kelly Boss, with his back to his subordinate, asked again, thinking he must have misheard something so absurd. "What did you just say?" The subordinate replied, "I received a report that the people we sent to assassinate the Dark Guild have all been killed." Kelly Boss stubbornly held on to his belief. "I'm certain there's no one in the Dark Guild that powerful. So why are you spouting such ridiculous nonsense?" The subordinate, sweating bullets, said, They were vaporized." Leaning on his cane, Kelly Boss thought to himself, "Did I fail? Don't tell me." He remembered his son's determined eyes and his words, "I asked the hero for help." He cursed angrily. It was that bastard. In his mind, Kelly Boss pictured Mika's figure with his blood-red, murderous eyes. He asked his subordinate, "Where is Mika now?" The subordinate answered, "He's in the central temple." Kelly Boss calmly replied, "I see." Then he began to walk. "I will go there to meet him." A short while later, in a room with classical architecture, Mika won. Purgus was chuckling, "Haha, oh my." Then he noticed his sudden visitor. "Well, if it isn't the Marquis, what is it?" Kelly Boss replied, "Long time no see." Mikha sneered. "What brings the head of such a prestigious noble family here?" He continued his sarcasm. "Since you're such a great noble, I'm sure you have a very grand and noble reason for being here." Kelly Boss showed little emotion and replied calmly, "Let's speak elsewhere." The two went to a room that resembled a chapel and sat facing each other. Kelly Boss didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "We're not close enough for pleasantries, so I'll be direct." He asked a vague question, but they both understood the meaning. "Was it you?" Mikais played dumb, replying with a smile, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Kelly Boss spoke bluntly to save them both time. "I've been told that my son's impulsive behavior is your fault." He calmly replied, I hardly think exposing the mastermind behind the Dark Society's crimes can be called impulsive. The man threatened, I am warning you again, stay away from my son. Mikha chuckled in response. You'll have to give me a reason if you expect me to accept your warning. He met Kelly Boss's gaze. Why shouldn't I? The man also stared right back at him. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Have you ever heard the phrase, necessary evil? Evil is merely a simplistic label. A place where corruption can fester is bound to collapse and become depraved, so someone must control that evil. He continued. My family is a prime example of that. Mikha Van Pergus asked with a blank expression. So what are you trying to say? Kelly Boss said grimly. I am the one who controls the evil within the empire. Do you really think the king is unaware of this? Mikha rested his chin on his hand, listening with a bored expression as the man began to drone on. A world cannot exist with only light. Your view of the world is still far too naive. Mikha gestured mockingly and asked, and does the king also permit you to sell your own son into slavery? The words left Kelly Boss stunned. Mikha Van Pergus stood up, leaning his hands on the table. I don't think so. And even if it were true, that sentiment is something he could easily abandon, he said with a confident smile. You might get a slap on the wrist, but nothing truly serious will happen to you. Kelly Boss replied. You seem to understand quite well. Mikha placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling slyly and provocatively. But do you know? The truth is, I couldn't care less, he continued. Do you think I'm standing here today as a member of the Van Pergus family? Once again, terror was visible on his face. He had taken too many hits tonight. Mikha explained. This is the central temple. He was perfectly composed, each of his words hitting the mark. And I am a hero. I hold a position where I couldn't care less about your necessary evil or anything of the sort. Kelly Boss's eyes widened in fury. But he was speechless, forced to listen to his insults. So, don't spout any more of those pathetic excuses. He then added, arresting criminals isn't a bad thing. Why do you have so many complaints? Then, Mikha Van Pergus held up 2 fingers and said, you now have only one of 2 choices to make. Either you cease your involvement with the Dark Society's activities, or you continue to uphold that wonderful necessary evil you just mentioned. You must choose right now, right here. His sharp gaze radiated a cold aura, as if he were ready to pounce and destroy his prey, Kelly Boss. The bell in the Micha's temple suddenly throbbed, and he stood there thinking, humph. Even he couldn't control his anger, and just stormed off. Misha crossed his arms and turned around, speaking into the air. Did you hear everything? Suddenly, a tear in space ripped open. In the corner, dark rifts gradually widened, revealing a figure, Mayan Kelly Boss. His face was now extremely dejected and disappointed. Misha smiled confidently at Mayan Kelly Boss's words, I've made my decision. His face was now filled with determination. I will file a complaint against my family. A man was slowly disintegrating into ashes, his eyes wide with astonishment, and Misha knew. He had witnessed everything, then went on to explain the inside story that no one else knew. He remembered a blonde-haired man talking cheerfully, along with a blue-haired man whose bangs covered his eyes, and he concluded that a darkness had been lurking within his family, the Kelly Boss family, for a long time. Next, the darkness reverted Mayan Kelly Boss to his childhood form, while he realized that they had intentionally kept him away from the family's illegal activities. His face was filled with astonishment as he witnessed the conversations and dealings of his own. His eyes widened in disbelief. Then, in front of Mayan, Kelly Boss was a large black void. Amidst the swirling ashes, his eyes widened in shock, while he came to a profound realization. The moment he was born, a footstep emerged from a bright space, approaching him, and the darkness shattered and dispersed. Finally, he concluded that he was destined to become the face that would bring honor to the family, a holy knight. A hand grabbed his childhood wrist and pulled him away. Mayan Kelly Boss was dragged off, stunned and bewildered, his eyes still wide as he watched the conversation. In his mind, Mayan Kelly Boss realized that the last shred of conscience of the Kelly Boss family was being swallowed by the light, while the darkness continued to swirl around him. His eyes were wide with shattering disbelief. Next, Mayan Kelly Boss returned to reality, and the reminiscent darkness gradually left him and vanished. His face was thoughtful, his lips pressed together as he stared into the distance, while he concluded that this conscience had found the truth. Then, Mayan Kelly Boss suddenly spoke softly in the silence. I've made my decision. He looked at him and smiled as if he already knew. His hand clenched so tightly it trembled, then his face contorted with determination and difficulty. As he announced his decision to him, I will report my family. After saying that, he placed a hand on his chest, bowing slightly, his expression unreadable. adding with more resolve to Micha, I need to change my family. That phrase, a necessary evil. He paused, then added his own thoughts. It's just an excuse to justify the wrong things he's done. Having stated his resolve, Mion Kelly Boss turned to him and remarked, You told me the truth. I believe you have your own reasons. Seeing this, he averted his eyes, pouting as he thought to himself. He really figured it out fast. He couldn't help but be impressed by him. Next, without further hesitation, he slowly walked towards him. He also looked towards him. And Micha took action. All right, let's make a plan now. He silently reconsidered in his mind. Although this plan won't be completed in 1 or 2 years, but that's fine. He smiled, looking up at him with anticipation. He, in turn, looked back at him, his face scrunched up in expectation. He steeled himself and asked again, What do I need to do? He stood facing him, screaming his inner thoughts. Mayan is the one who will rebuild his family, not me. Hearing his question, he replied softly, You just need to keep doing what you're already doing. Hearing that, the young man looked at him blankly, frowning with a confused expression. Then, he saw his expression, and quickly spoke up to confirm again. This might be difficult, but you just need to do the things that are right. Hearing that, the young man's expression darkened, and he stared blankly, stammering to him, I don't know. He trailed off awkwardly. Then he quickly raised his hands to cup the young man's cheeks, offering a reminder, but remember, this one thing. He paused, and at his action, a surprised Mayan Kelly Boss stared at him blankly. Next, he looked directly into his eyes, smiled, and emphasized, Don't waver. Then he let go of his face and reminded him, further, Don't forget the feelings you have right now. He paused and then continued, Don't let yourself get swept up in hatred, or become an outsider. After giving his advice, Mikha looked at him proudly, smiling and thinking to himself, Mayan is developing very well, he thought with great pride. Mayan Kelly Boss listened quietly as he offered his assessment of him, a check against the Kibo family. Then, his hand touched his shoulder before moving away. He stepped back, keeping his distance with a smile. Then the young man bowed and confirmed softly, I will report to you what has happened after the investigation into the Dark Guild is over. The man on the other side also replied gently, If you need help, you can come to the temple or my family. Mikha confirmed. He looked up, following the young man who was smiling with a sense of honor. He paused, then remembered that old man with green hair, adding another thought. 2. Necessary evils. He is currently in his study, and then he asked himself with great interest, who will win this battle? At this thought, he excitedly put his hands on his hips, looked up, and smiled, confirming, Well then, let's just start. Behind him, someone watched him quietly with a confused look. In another room, a loud crash of things being knocked over was heard. The Duke of House Kelly Boss slammed his hands on the table, knocking things over as he shouted and cursed in fury. That damn brat. He lowered his head, lost in uncomfortable thoughts, reassuring himself. Calm down. He can't do anything. Next, he remembered him standing before the guilds, making his own judgment. There's no way he can investigate all the dark guilds across this empire by himself, he concluded. What a ridiculous threat. The Duke frowned in annoyance, sinking into his decision. But for now, I still need to give in a little. The Duke of House Kelly Boss imagined a knight reporting to the king and concluded, if the king finds out about this, nothing good will come of it. He trailed off, then considered his next move with difficulty. First, Mion. He thought of him, frowning as he clutched his head, his eyes wide, gritting his teeth in frustration, and said, I have to call that boy here. Then, he remembered the strong chains and screamed in his mind, instead of letting him run wild, destroying dark guilds with that ridiculous sense of justice of his. He paused his thought, and then decided on a course of action. It would probably be best to lock him up in the family estate. The Duke, thinking about locking him in a gilded cage, while he struggles to break free. Then, he continued to ponder. The great demon has already been purified. Duke Kelly Boss recalled the scene of the black waterfall crumbling in the town earlier, and concluded that the holy nation could no longer convict him and the great demon. Pleased with his own thoughts, the Duke smugly covered his mouth with his hand, thinking with a smirk. And now, basically, the holy nation is a beast that has lost its claws. At this realization, he scoffed, that terrifying brat still doesn't understand how this world works. Suddenly, a voice made the gears in his head grind to a halt. My lord. He regained his composure, turned around, his hand still on the table, and looked at the servant who had just entered, asking, What's with the sudden visit? The servant knelt on the ground in reverence, looking at him. Hearing his question, the servant stammered in reply. The Archbishop Ali has made an official announcement in the sanctuary. Upon hearing this, a string of hope snapped inside Duke Kelly Boss. The servant added, he said he will overthrow the Dark Society. The man froze, and upon hearing that, the Duke was officially stunned, his eyes wide, and his face contorted in surprise. Then, the servant added, and he will lead the effort. The Duke, in disbelief, spoke up, asking again, what? In his imagination, the small cage toppled over, the chains disappearing, along with a miraculous light. At the sanctuary, the Archbishop smiled cheerfully, his whole body glowing, his hands open and spread to his sides in a gesture of benevolence, offering a confirmation, ha ha, truly a hero. Next, he pointed towards the two people opposite him, giving his assessment, you have never disappointed me. On the other side, he and Mayan Kelly Boss were looking at him silently. After that, the Archbishop addressed him again, with a proud expression, smiling brightly, thinking about how quickly he had made this decision in such a short time. Hearing that, he spoke up to ask for his opinion. Is this even possible? The Archbishop, hearing his question, quickly took out his warhammer and raised it, the light reflecting off it like the light of truth, and replied to Misha Wigas. Although the Holy Nation no longer holds as much power as it once did, the Holy Nation is still the Holy Nation, he reminded him. Then he grinned, swinging the hammer in the air, and stated, don't we just need to smash the demons' heads in? Hearing this, he also replied to him, if there really are demons hiding there, then yes, Misha Wigas confirmed. He looked at the Archbishop's cheerful, hammer-swinging appearance and made a silent judgment. Although he currently looks like a gentle old man, but in his youth, his reputation was anything but small. He looked at the gentle, grinning, and hammer-swinging figure of the man before him, and confirmed, the demon smasher. In his eyes, the man's past self was a blood-soaked demon slayer with his warhammer, smiling eerily, making his assessment. He could smash the heads of countless monsters and was also an inquisitor of heretics who helped turn the tide in the past. Next, Misha WGs reached out and pointed towards Mayan Kelly Boss, who was bowing beside him, and introduced him, with Mayan's help here, will be done in no time. He lifted his tired eyes to look up, while the man continued to introduce him, the second son of the House of Kelly Boss. Then, he explained further, just because he's a member of the Kelly Boss family, doesn't mean he's is not like the others in that family. You can trust him, he asserted. Finally, he smiled, looking at the Grand Warden and making a request, please destroy the Dark Guild in this imperial capital. Beside them, Mayan Kelly Boss remained silent. Next, Misha 1PG spoke up, remarking to him, this kind of opportunity is rarely given to those who hold the title of a knight. Hearing him say that, the Grand Warden, still holding his hammer, confirmed, all right then. Hearing that, Misha 1PG quickly turned to him and instructed, Mayan, I'll leave the rest to you, don't forget what I've told you. Beside him, the young man also looked at him resolutely, nodded, and confirmed, yes, I'll be careful. Suddenly, a loud shout calling his name interrupted their conversation. Misha calmly glanced over in the direction of the voice. Over there, the Duke of House Kelly Boss was screaming in fury, charging towards them with a face full of anger. What do you think you're doing? He questioned. Then, he retorted, an outsider, like you, has no right to interfere with us. His voice trailed off, and then stopped when he saw the two of them look up at him. Misha looked at him with a mocking sneer and asked back, haha, what are you talking about? Beside them, the Grand Warden, as if watching a good show, also smiled cheerfully. Next, he reached his hand towards Mayan Kelly Boss and began to introduce him. This is the Holy Knight who has been granted permission by His Majesty the King to investigate the Dark Guild. As for the young man, he grimaced as he looked at his father. Seeing this, the Duke of House Kelly Boss became even angrier and yelled, Mayan, what the hell do you think you're doing? To protect the honor of our family, you should have. His face contorted as he trailed off. The young man quickly cut his father off, stating his own conviction. I don't know anymore, father. Hearing this, the man was stunned and asked back, his eyes widening, in disbelief. What? Then, Mayan Kelly Boss, without hesitation, calmly took out the letter of authorization, and asserted, His Majesty has given me permission to investigate. He added, I have also officially received the authority to investigate this matter. The Duke stared at his son, stunned. Then, the young man walked past him, saying, once more, I must do what I believe is right. The Duke was dumbfounded, unable to react to Mayan's actions. Then, he stated, If you are truly my father, the man I have always trusted, who understands what honor is, you would not stand in my way." Hearing these words, the Duke of House Kelly Boss grew even angrier, grinding his teeth, his eyes bulging grotesquely. He yelled, threatening him, "Do you want to be disowned?" Hearing this, Mayon Kelly Boss paused his steps for a moment, then calmly replied, "Then go ahead and do it." As he walked, he added firmly, "Father, no matter what you do, I will not give up on what I am doing." Then, he advised, "So please, just give up." Hearing that, the Duke became even more furious, his face scrunching up, as he watched his son's actions, grinding his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, Micha 1, PG, with his hands behind his head, casually mocked him. That's what he said. The Duke's eyes shot towards him, his pupils constricting, in fury. Then, he composed himself and asked, Are you the one behind all of this?" Hearing that, he just tilted his head back and smiled, then turned back towards the man, hands still behind his head, and spoke, confirming, "I'm just doing what a hero should do." Micha 1 Purgus stretched out his trembling hands and cried out, He stood outside, joyfully looking up at the sky with Say floating nearby, and exclaimed in admiration, the time spent was truly worth it. The woman beside him looked at him doubtfully and asked, "Weren't you being too aggressive just now? They're one of the great families." Before she could finish, he softly confirmed again, "It'll be fine." Then he added confidently, "Myron will take care of this." The dark night in the capital flashed with bright lights, brilliantly. 4 days had now passed since Grand Inquisitor Ali made the official announcement. Myron held in his hand a knight's sword drawn from its sheath, his eyes wide and pupils narrowed in seriousness. Next, the spiked mace of the Grand Inquisitor was raised high to signal the command. At the same time, a purifying cry rang out, thanks to the leadership of the Grand Inquisitor and Myron. The members of the Central Temple had surrounded the Dark Guild. Sword slashes cut into the members of the Dark Guild, sending blood splattering everywhere. He inwardly screamed about the spoils of this hunt and found countless pieces of incriminating evidence. In the end, the already chaotic Dark Guild was dealt with swiftly. The sword blade, covered in blood, dripped slowly. And in just those 4 days, Myron Kelios's face was splattered with blood, his pupils constricted in horror and torment as he tried to remain calm at the sight of the corpses before him. And then the end result. The Dark Guild that the Kibos family had painstakingly built was completely annihilated. He stood in a sea of corpses, holding his sword, looking around with an unreadable expression. Later, when this story was told, an attendant whispered the report to the king, and when the king heard this news, he laughed and laughed. The king's eyes darkened, but his mouth was stretched in a joyful, unending smile. Back in the present, Micha 1 Purgus tilted his head, glanced over, and smiled as he remarked, "I don't even have to make an effort anymore." He added, "Even if he's suffering, Myron still takes it upon himself to do everything he can," he remarked, then quickly turned to open the door and get into the carriage, adding another comment, "Whenever he runs into trouble, I just need to intervene a little bit." Behind him, the woman watched him, utterly confused. Then she also boarded the carriage, uncharacteristically offering her own observation. "You have a really strange personality." Micha 1 Purgus leaned his arm on the windowsill, twirling a lock of his hair and smiling as he gazed outside. Afterwards, he left the imperial capital and set out for Draculion. A year and a half went by. The wind carried flower petals, blowing them through a small forest in a beautiful valley. A footstep emerged from the edge of the forest, stepping onto the grass. It was Micha 1 Purgus, looking down at the scenery. He walked with his hands on his hips, smiling, as he made an observation. "This place is so full of life now." Tepes, standing beside him, looked at him and supposed, "If it weren't for you, this place would surely have been neglected." Hearing that, he glanced at Tepes, smiling as he listened to him continue, and fallen into desolate ruin. Having said that, Tepes placed a hand on his chest, bowed to him, and affirmed softly, "It is all thanks to you." Hearing this, Micha Purgus humbly replied, "I only did what needed to be done." He looked at Tepes and thought to himself, a week ago, Tepes, along with about 30 other monster hunters, returned to Draculion. Hearing Micha's words, Tepes looked up and smiled into the wind. Then came the sound of clashing swords, wood clashing together. He looked at the hunters training before him and made an observation. "I've met some of them before, but others are new." A man covered in fur, with sharp claws and fangs, was charging into battle. He noted that he must have been afflicted with the werewolf curse. Misha interrupted his thoughts, and then looked at a girl with two different colored eyes, who was also training with determination, realizing she also possessed demon eyes. Next, Tepes also looked over at them, his face a bit gloomy as he asked doubtfully, "Besides them, aren't there also a few who aren't exactly welcome?" Hearing this, Misha Onapurgis followed his gaze and replied, "That's right. But I was the one who told you to gather them." Seeing the two, the crowd of hunters began to chat and laugh cheerfully. A werewolf approached them and spoke, "If it weren't for the captain and the lord." He trailed off. Misha looked at the werewolf walking towards him, and made an observation. Hunter Ansbach, afflicted with the werewolf curse. He noted this in his mind, while the man smiled happily at the two of them. He stood before him with his arms crossed and asked, "Han, have you still been having nightmares lately?" Hearing that, the werewolf's gaze fell sorrowfully as he asked in return, "Sir, is there really any way to stop the nightmares?" He looked at his own trembling hands and cursed, "Because of those damn bastards." Ansbach trailed off, and then, trembling, continued, I killed them with my own hands, my family." Before he could say more, from below, a person with demon eyes peeked out and asked him doubtfully, "Hero, if we continue to stay here, will we really be able to kill those demons?" Hearing this, he replied to the girl with demon eyes, "Everyone needs to train. The most important thing is to forge a stronger will, and not let hatred cloud your reason." Hearing this, the other two looked at him, somewhat stunned. Misha Onpurgis paused, then raised his head and smiled, confirming to himself, "I won't say that hatred is wrong." Then, he looked straight ahead. His eyes filled with determination as he screamed internally. Their hatred for the demons was not wrong at all. He then came to a decision. It's fine for them to hate the demons, he thought. Next, Misha Onapurgis planned his next move in his mind. But I have to stop them from going on a rampage and slaughtering innocent people. In his eyes, the hunters flashed with the red light of slaughter and hatred. He looked at them and made an assessment. Because among the hunters, there will be those whose reason is clouded by hatred, leading them to slaughter even innocent civilians. He concluded, then praised himself. Good thing I already have a plan. Next, Misha Onapurgis turned and asked, "Tepes, how are the things I mentioned before coming along?" Hearing that, he also looked over and confirmed, everything has been prepared. Then he turned away, speaking with anxiety, and lowered his head. But to be honest, I still don't feel very comfortable about this. Tepes seemed afraid of being misunderstood, but he kept his head down and affirmed, "I completely trust your decision." Misha listened beside him as he expressed his feelings. Then, he asked Misha Onapurgis doubtfully, "But do we really have to do it this way?" Misha smiled at Tepes's question. Hearing it, he crossed his arms, looked at him, and confirmed, "Of course." At that very moment, a fight between two men was taking place. One of them was sent flying in pain, slamming hard into a wall and creating a massive shockwave, rubble, and debris. The person on the other side made a mocking remark, "Look at you, still as weak as ever." He was slumped on the ground, blood pitifully dripping from his mouth as he gasped for air. As soon as he caught his breath, he looked up and cursed the one who had just attacked him. "You bastard." Then, he struggled to his feet as the other person approached and commented, "You've always been so stubborn," then added, I was just as headstrong when I was young." Next, Leon Parslop stood up straight, spat, and commented on the other guy, "You're truly a delusional fool." Then, he looked up warily, making an assessment in his mind. "I still can't find any openings, but it's better than before." He screamed internally. "At first, I didn't even know there were no openings." Immediately after, Leon Parslop summoned his sword, his gaze fixed firmly ahead, his entire body radiating a powerful aura. An urgent voice echoed in his head, "Find the blind spot." He looked at the person emitting a dense black aura in front of him, their face and expression unclear, and then made another observation in his mind. "I can't find a single opening, but finding a way out will take time." He calmed himself, swinging his sword to create a wary aura. Immediately, his mind decided on a course of action. "I need to attack first." He decided to act on that thought. Leon Parslop quickly swung his sword back, gathering momentum to swing it forward. Next, he unleashed Mulier's correction, his eyes wide with astonishment as he swung the holy sword forward, making an assessment. The true value of this correction method is that it doesn't limit the use of aura. Leon Parslop looked at his sword, which was endlessly radiating aura, and made a comment in his thoughts. "There is a limit based on rank." He paused and then added, "But besides aura, it can also absorb and use other types of energy." He quickly closed in on the guy, glaring at him as he swung his sword to attack. The man, emitting a dense black aura, didn't dodge. Noticing something strange about the sword strike, he glared at him, making an assessment in his mind. This is holy power, but it seems he has no idea he's using holy power. The other person commented on him, while Leon Parslop's eyes remained fixed on the man, his body covered in a radiating aura. The man parried his strike, wondering to himself, could it be that he's just using it instinctively, because he's fighting me? Leon Parslop's eyes remained wide as he made his own assessment, to the point where I think I've overused my aura and speed. Then, the aura on his body gradually dissipated, and he screamed helplessly in his thoughts, to the point where I thought that holy power was something I was using to heal my own damaged muscles. The shadowy figure looked at him in astonishment, while Leon Parslop silently made a decision in his heart. I will show a power that surpasses my limits by one level. He swung his sword back, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the other person, and declared, "This time, things will be different." Hearing that, the other man smiled, cleared his throat, and commented on him, "You've matured a lot now." Leon Parslop swung his sword to the side, his entire body still exuding aura, as he looked at the person with a pitch-black body standing opposite him. His eyes narrowed with determination as he declared, "This time, things will be different." Then, he slashed forward. The person on the other side saw his action. He also smiled cheerfully and commented, "You've matured a lot now." Then he made an observation. I'm sure I took him down. But Leon Parlob was cut off as the very ground seemed to shatter into pieces. The other guy questioned his attack. "Is speed all you have?" Immediately after, he struck Leon's side, causing him to drop his sword in pain and grimace as he tried to block. Leon Parlob realized he had made a grave mistake. Right after the blow, he tumbled to the ground. Then, he lay on the ground, gritting his teeth in anger and screaming in his thoughts. When did he even hit me? He was panicked and confused. The other guy approached and stood before him as he was clumsily trying to get up, confirming, "You're still wondering, when I attacked you, aren't you?" Hearing that, Leon gritted his teeth and glared at him. Then, the figure in the shadows stroked his hair. He began to explain, "It's not that you couldn't see it." He paused, then he looked down at him from above, and asserted, "It's that you were unable to see it." Leon looked at him, completely stunned, as the man continued to stare at him, touching a lock of his own hair as he confirmed, "I say that because you were careless." He then added more about the things you can utilize and the things you can perceive. Hearing these words, Leon Parlob stared at the man in astonishment. He asked, "What?" The man, still touching his hair, stood before him and asked, "Who is Mile?" Leon answered honestly from his kneeling position, "A famous sword master." Hearing that answer, the other man quickly waved his hand and corrected him, No, that's just a story people tell on the streets." Then the man explained, "The king of all things, Miller." A vision of a red-haired man appeared. He was holding the hilt of a brilliant sword stuck in the ground, wearing a cloak, his injured hands heavily wrapped in bandages. A stunned Leon Parlob asked again, completely confused, "What do you mean?" The other man smiled and explained, "Therefore," the man paused before stating, "Miller is just a title used by the king of all things." A brilliant sword in the man's hand also emitted an aura, and the figure added, "Before, the sword saint's mask was one of the most commonly used ones." He conjured an image of a luxurious and elegant half-mask, adorned with feathers, and continued to explain, "This is a word derived from masked actors, those who always play their roles brilliantly." An image of a group of masked people in noble attire appeared in Leon Parlob's mind. Hearing this, Leon still looked up at the man, bewildered and confused, asking, "What do you mean?" Seeing he was still clueless, the man exclaimed in exasperation, "Oh, you fool, you should know this." Then the man touched a finger to the middle of Leon's forehead. The man knelt down to look at him, and as Leon looked back, he spoke more clearly. "Right now you're stuck at the stage of becoming a sword saint, and you're completely ignoring the origin of the training method itself." "You fool," the man scolded him. Then Leon realized in his thoughts. In other words, it's not that it can't be done. Hearing this, Leon Parlob's eyes widened in understanding, while the man's hand was still on his forehead, reminding him, "You've done it before." Then, they looked over at the shattered sword, and the man spoke, remarking, "You're just choosing not to act right now." On the other side, Tepes asked in confusion, "Brother, do we really have to do this?" He closed his eyes and smiled, casually confirming with his arms crossed, "Of course." Misha 1 Purgus opened his eyes, thinking to himself, "This is something that must be done." He asserted, "What I want to do is rebuild the tomb." Then he thought of Neptus holding the blue crystal orbs, concluding it would probably be cruel to use Neptus, the guardian of this land. Then he brushed it aside, emphasizing, "But this isn't a strange thing. It depends on how we use the tomb." Hearing that, Teps, who was standing beside him with his head bowed guiltily, remarked, "I know her power can help us," he stated. But immediately after, he clenched his fist and couldn't help but mutter, "But I can't see this in a positive light." He looked at the boy's dejected expression and felt a pang of guilt, thinking to himself, "Honestly, I know I'm being very cruel by asking Tepes to do this." The scene between them became awkwardly silent. Then, Micha one Purgus screamed internally, "Because you could say, that place is the origin of the vampire clan's tragedy." The image in his mind was of Neptis reluctantly using her magic to cover an old man's eyes. Then, he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. He thought to himself, "But he has already overcome so much." Misha one Purgus tilted his head toward him, speaking softly, and remarked, "But if it's you, I believe you can get through this." Hearing this, Teps was stunned and looked over at him, his face contorted as if he were about to cry. Then he bowed his head sadly and replied, "Thank you for trusting me." Immediately after, he removed his hand from the boy's shoulder, lifting his head to look at the group training in front of them. He also looked on and asserted, "To erase their hatred, I intend to start with this method." The group turned to face him, asking in unison, "A method?" Micha spoke up to explain, "Just a simple illusion." Then, he smiled and added, "This illusion is also very sweet." At this, he narrowed his eyes and his voice grew softer. "Ah no, it might just be the cruelest method of all." Earlier, in a place where only he and Neptis stood facing each other, she placed her clasped hands on her chest and confirmed, "I can begin now." He looked at her calmly, while she looked at him earnestly and said softly, "Please, leave it to me." She asserted again, "This time, I definitely won't fail." He looked at her as she closed her eyes, awaiting his answer. Neptis said this to me in a tone that was pleading. Then he came to a conclusion. "I don't think badly of her." He thought to himself, "If she can just temper her excessive compassion." Misha paused in his thoughts, then concluded, "Then I'm sure she can use her power for good." Returning to the present, he looked off in a certain direction, smiled, and began to walk, taking action. "In any case, I should go take a look." Seeing this, Tepes bowed to him, while he looked back at them and waved, smiling, confirming to himself that he would leave the rest to Neptis and Tepes. He was lost in thought when suddenly a voice called out, catching his attention. Micha one Purgus turned his head and said, "Oh, Leon?" Before he could finish the sentence, he froze. Then, his face filled with confusion, and he narrowed his eyes as he began to speak. He was looking at a tattered Leon Parslop, bandaged all over and on crutches, walked cheerfully towards him like an idiot. Seeing this, he grew even more confused, wondering and asked, "What the hell did you do to end up like this?" Hearing that, he laughed with pride. "Ha ha ha." Then he threw his crutch away and said, "Watch this." He laughed like an excited fool and declared, "This is the amazing first step to the next level I'm about to reach," he shouted. Right after that, Leon Parlob took a step with his broken, bandaged leg, continuing excitedly, "I'm about to become a god." His foot touched the ground, and the sound of his shattered bones cracking echoed through the night. The pain hit him instantly, and he screamed like never before. Meanwhile, he just watched him with a deadpan expression, as if looking at an idiot. Leon Parlob quickly collapsed to the ground, holding up his broken leg and screaming, "My leg! My leg!" Then he commented, "Indeed, you're about to touch the divine." Then he couldn't help but look at him and remark, "Such an idiot." Meanwhile, with tears and snot running down his face, he screamed in agony, "Ah!" The scream echoed through the sky. "My leg!" After hearing the full story, he stood with his arms crossed, looking at him in disbelief and asking again, "So?" He trailed off, then continued, "You realized you could use holy power?" Then, he uncrossed his arms, looking at the guy crawling on the ground, and questioned him again, "So, at that time, you wanted to prove this and nearly died in the process?" The fool, Leon Parlob, still crawled excitedly towards him, grinning like an idiot and confirmed, "That's right." His eyes narrowed as he looked at him, thinking doubtfully, "Impossible." Then he came up with an explanation in his mind. Ah, it seems he's finally understood the true purpose of the Muley Chi cultivation method. Meanwhile, that idiot was adjusting his jaw, mumbling something incomprehensible that sounded like, "Ah, my jaw is dislocated." Then, he crossed his arms, glaring at the guy crawling on the ground, and praised him. "So you get it now? That's good." He looked up at him. Then, he asked Mikhaïs, "Do you know who he was?" Hearing this, Mikha nonchalantly looked away and replied, I know who Muley was and how he disappeared. That's all. Leon Parlob sat up, crossed his legs, and glared at him, muttering, No one ever told me before. Hearing the complaint, he put his hands on his hips, narrowed his eyes at him, and stated firmly, Find out for yourself. I'm not going to tell you. Then, he praised him again. But you did manage to grasp it on your own. Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise as he looked at him, calling out, You. He trailed off. Then, he asked blankly, Don't you think I'm pitiful? Mikha closed his eyes, listening to him. Then, he yawned and replied robotically, Oh, I do. You're more than that. You're so pitiful it's pathetic. Hearing that, he knew Mikha was mocking him and scowled. Mikha thought to himself, ignoring him, Master. Then he raised a hand to his chin, recalling, Before I regressed, Leon still hadn't reached that level. The two of them stood on a mountaintop under the orange glow of the sunset. He then recalled a scene of his friend, covered in blood, his eyes looking vacant as if he were about to die, and concluded, But it wasn't because he lacked the ability, he added, it was because he didn't have the time to. Back in the present, he was still lost in thought, stroking his chin. The Multicasting cultivation method could help him buy more time, quickly. Below, Leon Parslop was still standing, relentlessly gritting his teeth and stomping on his foot with all his might. Suddenly, Mikha Juan Purgis looked up, dropping his hand from his chin, lost in thought as he declared, But this time, things will be different. He then offered some advice to him, You should listen to your own latent power. Leon Parslop leaned back on his hands, staring at him in bewilderment. Then, he sat up straight, and seriously confirmed with him, My latent power is telling me that the more I get injured, the more I'll understand. Hearing this, he proudly put a hand on his hip, pointed to himself with his eyes closed, and confirmed, That's not wrong. Next, he slightly opened his eyes, looked at him, and added, But people don't normally use such a foolish method. Explanations ran through Mikha Juan Purgis's mind. The reason was actually very simple. He concluded that everyone is afraid. He looked at the bandage on his chin, then spoke up again while looking at his bandaged arm. And that method is also very painful. He mused that it wasn't just about intentionally walking on a path full of sharp thorns. He imagined a path covered in blood-red thorns, then reconsidered. But he saw his goofy friend smiling with great amusement. Leon Parslop took the gauze bandage off his arm. Next, he grabbed his own wrist, grinning provocatively as he declared, Then just let me get hurt. He looked at him, realizing this young man wasn't afraid of pain at all. Then, he pulled out a sack from somewhere and swung it foolishly over his head, saying, I have healing medicine too, so I'm sure everything will be fine. Seeing him acting so crazy, he smirked and then reminisced. This suddenly reminds me of something from the past. The two of them, shoulder to shoulder in their past life, walked together under the sunset, laughing and talking, a kind of brotherhood forged through life and death. Returning to the present, he suddenly spoke up. All right, then I'll help you. Hearing this, he was startled, moving away suspiciously with a bad feeling as he looked at him. Leon Parslop gave a forced, pained smile and confirmed, No, there's no need, I'm fine, he stammered, while a crescent-shaped smile formed on his lips. Then, his body began to emit magic, and with a beaming smile, he declared, I'm really excited now. In his hands were stones glowing with purple energy. Seeing this ominous smile on his face, he was terrified, frantically backing away, before immediately turning tail. Clutching his crutch tightly, he limped away in a panic, breaking out in a cold sweat. He continued to watch him with a profound look, smiling, his hands still glowing with purple magic. A thought of survival sparked in Leon Parslop's mind, and he moved faster, his face still filled with panic, silently telling himself he needed to get out of there immediately. The voice of Mikha Juan Purgis rang out, calm yet piercing. Immediately after, there was the sound of a fall to the ground. Behind him, he was like a demon with a gentle smile, holding 2 energy stones in his hands on either side, and confirmed, If you're not willing to risk your life to train, how can anything be effective? He turned his head to look at him, his face darkening in horror, and then continued to stammer, Hey, I'm injured. I'm supposed to be resting and recovering. Hearing that, he just smiled brightly, and said harmlessly, That's exactly why I'm here to help you, he said nonchalantly. Next, Mikha Juan Purgis pointed at him crawling on the ground and declared, People who are on the brink of life and death couldn't do anything. His face turned pale as he glanced up. Then he froze in utter shock for several seconds. His voice rang out, filled with eager anticipation. You can become even stronger. Above their heads, a cluster of magic arrows began to form. Seeing his intention, the boy quickly screamed, trying to renegotiate. I want to get stronger, but in a normal way. His face was pale, and he screamed until his throat was hoarse. But you inhuman monster, just smiled harmlessly, and reminded him. Run, as his finger pointed down, signaling the arrows to fire. Immediately after, lightning arrows rained down relentlessly, and the boy screamed his name in resentment and fear. Mikhail then heard explosions ringing in his ears like fireworks. Mikhail exclaimed to himself, "Ah," then spread his arms to feel the massive explosion nearby, expressing his delight and satisfaction. Now isn't this a pleasant sound? Another month passed. Teps came to him, respectfully placing a hand on his chest to report, "Hero, I think this method is very effective." He looked over at him and smiled. Then, maintaining a smug posture, he thought to himself, the emotional wounds of the monster hunters sent to Neptus had been somewhat soothed. The girl unleashed her power, skillfully, floating and bestowing healing upon the crowd below, and he offered her his praise. Neptus didn't repeat her past mistakes. He stepped onto the grass and confirmed, "This was also a chance that I gave her." Mikhail noted to himself, it seems she didn't waste this opportunity. He stood under a large vine, propping his hand up as he looked at the sky. Next, he walked into the indefinite space within it, where magical colors appeared like a water surface he could easily step through. Then, he walked dryly up the steps. Finally, in the middle of the main hall, Neptus was sitting and enjoying tea, placing her hand on the table to greet him formally. "You're here?" He looked at her without saying a word. Then, he began to inquire. "I heard you've been healing all the wounds of the guests who come here." Hearing this, she smiled gently and confirmed, "I can't possibly make the same mistake twice." Then she called out, "Right? Seth." At this, she softly appeared. While he glanced over at her, Seth spoke softly. Seeing her grow larger, she inquired, "This form, does this mean you've finally regained your powers? Your original powers?" Hearing that, Seth grinned, put her hands on her hips, and replied, "Unfortunately, not yet." Hearing this, she asked softly, "You said not yet, so that means you can still get them back, right?" Then she closed her eyes and sighed softly, "That's wonderful. At least you've escaped your past now." Hearing this, Seth, her face darkened, and she didn't answer. Then she refuted it, not at all, leaving Neptus stunned and confused, as was Mikhail Valpurgis beside them, who also looked at her, waiting for her next words. She stood silently, her robe fluttering in the wind, and asserted to them, "And I never intended to." She clenched her fists as if restraining something. Mikhail looked at her with a stunned expression. Neptus hesitated worriedly. "But Seth, she cut her off in a low voice. "That's enough," she continued. "You know this is exactly why I didn't want to see you." She fell silent upon hearing that. Seth nonchalantly gestured to the man standing beside them. "There's someone else listening, you know?" Mikhail casually shifted his gaze elsewhere, feeling bored inside. "Tisk." And it was just getting interesting. "So you've stopped?" He changed the subject and asked curiously, "But how did you heal them?" Nefti answered without hesitation, "I showed them the future." Bubbles containing images of what would happen in the future appeared once they realized they couldn't change the past. It seems the way they view this life has also changed. The bright future that their loved ones dreamed of will become a reality because of them. Each bubble reflected the different life of each person. A beautiful future, living beside a wife. A warm future, where they could keep a promise to a younger sibling, and a pair of hands cherishing them. I let them see the dreams they had once forgotten. Her tone changed again. Of course, these wounds can't be healed instantly. Nefti explained the reason, because they still have to fight against persistent nightmares every day. Mika cut in, "That's enough." He smiled cheerfully. "They'll gradually recover on their own." She also gave a small, silent laugh in agreement, then praised him. "You have very discerning eyes. Your pupils are the color of clear amber, with no impurities. Eyes that can choose the right decision, unlike mine." He held out his hands and said, "All right, let's get to the main topic now." Then he slowly stepped closer. "I'm sure you already know." Mika delivered some worrying news. "The Demon Lord is about to awaken." Nefti attentively listened to him speak. "I don't know what happened during the Age of Myths." His attitude seemed interested, so at least, standing before her, he excitedly requested, "I have to get the information I need to know what kind of opponent I'm about to face," Mika asserted. "For you, illusions and dreams aren't the same, so surely you can show me your memories, right?" Nefti frowned, confirming, "Don't tell me this is the main topic you just mentioned?" He raised his hand. "That's right, I want to see it with my own eyes." Uttering the name that terrified everyone, but his mood was one of great anticipation. The Demon Lord. Mikha recalled the jet-black eye with its reddish-orange pupil. Before I regressed, I had already seen the demon lord. At that time, he had been terrified, cold sweat pouring down like a stream, his face aghast as he panted non-stop. No, to be precise, I haven't seen him. He stood frozen to the spot, looking up. Based on the shape of what I saw, it's true that I saw the demon lord, but I haven't ever seen his true form. Mikai's pupils contracted in astonishment. So then, what's the point of regressing and reaching the realm of the omnipotent beings? Through a hazy cloud of dust and smoke, the silhouette of a figure loomed on the battlefield, a monster of colossal size, with massive, unfurled wings on its back, and a pair of sharp horns that pierced the sky, its blazing red eyes emitting a dangerous pinkish glow. A group of people standing before it looked like tiny ants. Mikha lamented, "I don't have a single clue about any of this. I still haven't seen the demon lord." Returning to the present, Nefti remained silent. Her expression was serious as she warned, "My illusions are not ordinary. They can damage your mind for a long time." Suddenly, she spoke up, drawing his attention. Words won't change anything. She understood his personality well. Once Mikha decided to do something, he would see it through. Looking at him, she asked again, "Is that so?" Mikha smiled at her, a single syllable escaping his throat. Nefti clenched her hands, on the table, her face darkening as she thought deeply. Finally, she decided and told him to close his eyes, and he immediately did as she said. A golden light appeared around him. She reached her hand forward, activating her ability. "I will let you see the scene from that day." Neptus reminded him, even though they were just fragments of memory. Mikha didn't mind that at all. "It's fine." Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open, his entire body shaking as if he was under some kind of terrifying pressure. He collapsed to his knees in agony, letting out a terrible scream. "Ugh, this feeling is incredibly uncomfortable. I feel so sick. It feels like my head is being split in two." Mikha clutched his head with both hands, his mouth agape but unable to scream. His expression was one of horror, doom, and despair. All these negative feelings started to take over my mind. His pupils constricted as he started to hallucinate. He saw a scene of a fiery volcano, a place where nothing could survive, with lava covering the ground. Countless creatures had lost their lives. Dragons and demons lay dead everywhere. Mikha watched in shock. This was the age of myths itself. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed as a thick rain of blood poured from the sky. He dazedly held out his hand to feel. The rain, huh? Then he looked at his palm and realized it wasn't rain, it was blood. Mikha's hand was stained a brilliant red. He tensed up as he turned around to guess. Then the thing behind me right now must be. Because of the intensity, sand and dust were kicked up high, obscuring his vision, revealing the hazy figure of a giant monster, the Demon King. He gaped in astonishment, unable to speak. The Demon King let out a sky-shattering roar, its eyes flashing with a crimson light. Mikha was frozen in place, unable to move, the immense pressure forcing him to his knees. He tried to fight back, his instincts screaming at him to stop, his hands using all their strength to prop himself up. On the ground. "Don't turn to look at it." He clenched his fists, determined to stay conscious, telling himself not to acknowledge it. But then Mikha scoffed. "Nonsense." He stood up by himself, ignoring the pressure from the Demon King, and then a thrilled smile spread across his face. What kind of instinct is this? In his mind, he understood more clearly than ever. If, when standing before an entity that could destroy the world, my instincts show fear, Mikha's face was now completely emotionless, then I'll just abandon them. He opened his eyes wide, his pupils glowing with a purple light. I'm about to see it. The Demon King's body was still hazy, behind the thick cloud of sand and dust. I need to burn its appearance into my mind and my eyes. Suddenly, its eyes became clear, staring intently at him. Mikha forgot the most important rule. He froze and looked directly into its eyes, and the air suddenly fell silent. He thought, impossible. This is just an illusion Neptus created. But he hesitated, uncertain. Can it sense me? Set frowned worriedly, grabbing her by the elbow. Neptus. Her hands were shaking uncontrollably, as if from overexertion. Mikha fell unconscious, enveloped by a dark energy. Set demanded, "What the hell did you do?" Neptus was also terrified, cold sweat pouring down her cheek as she stammered. "No, it wasn't me," she stated firmly. "The illusion has been invaded by it." He remained unconscious with his eyes closed. Inside the vision, me. Kai looked up in a daze. Can it really sense me? The Demon King suddenly bared its teeth in a horrifying grin. It uttered a strange language, and the space was immediately affected. the ground shattering and rocks flying up as the disturbance spread throughout the entire area. He thought, this incomprehensible language is making the entire space tremble. Mikha's eyes rolled back into his head. This is different. This is no longer just an illusion. Someone has invaded this illusionary realm, and his entire body is being crushed by the pressure. He tries to recall someone with abilities similar to hers. Someone who could invade this illusionary realm and then use this much pressure on him. There is only one person. His face darkens as he opens his mouth. This is the first time we've met. He musters his courage and says provocatively, "Don't you agree? Reveal your identity, Demon Lord." Outside, Ni is extremely doubtful. The Demon Lord? Why? How could he have invaded this illusion? The trap hasn't been destroyed. How could he invade the illusionary realm? Suddenly, the boss speaks up. An archdemon. She frowns, speculating. Maybe those bastards are hiding somewhere and poking small holes in it. Feeling uneasy, she places a hand on her chest. If this is truly the Demon Lord's doing, then even Mikha. Neptus suddenly announces, "I need to stop this illusion right now." The boss's eyes widen in shock. She continues, "You can't stop it even if you want to." She hesitates for a moment. "If I make myself a hostage, it should work." Then she decides to summon a dazzling golden orb of energy. "If I, the master of this illusion, disappear, then we can prevent the worst-case scenario from happening." She grits her teeth with determination. This measure is better than losing the sacred artifact. The boss hurriedly shouts to stop her. "Neptus, wait!" She points forward in shock. "You! Look over there." Neptus turns to look, confused. She wonders, what is it? Mikha's entire body, which had been covered in dark energy, now has shimmering golden streaks appearing on it. The two watch intently. The boss says, "Let's wait a little longer." She speculates, "I think something is changing." His face remains as calm as ever. Inside the illusion, Mikha flashes a smile that doesn't fit the current situation. He stands up straight amidst the intense pressure. "I have never underestimated the Demon Lord," he thinks to himself. "That's why I always thought something like this could happen at any time." He confidently asserts, "But it's not like I was prepared." He continues to declare, "Or that I know why you're here." The figure of the Demon Lord gradually becomes clearer. Mikha speaks alone, even though it doesn't react. "But as for me, I came here to complete my goal." He struggles against the pressure, forcing himself to stand as its mouth opens wide to reveal sharp teeth. "The Demon Lord is mocking me. It must be hilarious to see an ordinary person like me dare to resist your power." A strange blue energy suddenly appears in his eyes. "But you're wrong, Demon Lord." Mikha sticks to his original intention. "My goal is, and always was, to see your true form. Even if it's just a glimpse, that's enough." His pupils also transform, as if reflecting an entire mystical dimension. "The moment I could see the Demon Lord, I focused all my sacred power into my eyes." The Demon Lord's form begins to waver. "I have no intention of overpowering the Demon Lord, but if the Demon Lord backs down," he holds his hand out in front of him, as shimmering thin threads float in the air, and he stops focusing his pressure on me for a moment. He watches intently, his heart resolute. "I'm betting everything on this." Mikha's fingertips suddenly touch something like a barrier. His pupils constrict as he realizes, "I touched it." Film reels intertwine with each other. "Wait! Ah!" Mikha is bewildered, to witness what I've long awaited. "I hope you can understand," he thought, hovering among them with suspicion. The Demon Lord's memories? It was the view of someone's back, but nothing was over yet. That person slowly turned their head. Michael awoke, his expression still dazed. The Demon Lord roared in anger, and Michael's body swayed as he tried to keep his balance. He cheerfully looked up and said, "I was just about to reach it, but you had to stop me." "That's not very nice of you." It immediately lunged at him. Michael casually asked, "But what's the point of doing that?" He placed a hand over his chest, and a layer of light appeared around his body. Countless magic circles, linked by chains, manifested. Extinction, destruction, and terror. This power was forged from a combination of other destructive abilities. He announced, "I've seen your memories." Then, he calmly perceived it, the seventh layer. This seventh layer was anything but ordinary. The magic circle was composed of intricate patterns and ancient runes. He had recognized the Demon Lord's presence and immediately broke through this realm. Michael clenched his fist, gathering his power. This is just an illusion. Even if this illusion is invaded by the Demon Lord, it can't change reality. This is only an illusion. The Demon Lord's pupils glowed a cruel red. Michael asserted that this was not the Demon Lord's domain. He couldn't possibly have enough power to turn an illusion into reality outside of his own territory. He decisively slammed his fist into the ground, sending energy radiating through the space. So that means I just turned this illusion upside down. A crack suddenly appeared in the desolate landscape, then it began to spread everywhere, crisscrossing, through the air. Michael's nonchalant voice echoed, "What a shame, but I've already accomplished my goal." He bid farewell. "So, I'll be on my way." The space shattered, leaving behind sharp fragments. The Demon Lord's eyes widened as Michael thought to himself that he wanted to provoke him even more. He calmly walked towards the light, even though he didn't yet understand the clues he'd found in its memories, but he didn't forget to give it a friendly smile at the end. "See you again, later," but his middle finger betrayed his words. Its eyes blazed with helpless anger. Michael, smugly, declared, clearly speaking the Demon Lord's name to affirm that this encounter was his victory. A voice called out, intermittently, "Michael, Michael." His vision was blurry. A moment later, it started to clear up. He saw Seth calling his name, "Michael." Michael slowly opened his eyes, his expression still groggy. He asked doubtfully, "Seth?" Seeing him, she bit her lip as tears welled up in her eyes. He barely managed to get a word out. "What?" before she grabbed him by the collar and shook him frantically. "I was so worried. Even though I knew you'd definitely make it out of the illusion, no matter what." Michael's expression changed when he heard her say, "I'm just so glad you're okay." Nee also approached, informing him that he had been unconscious for about 4 days. He repeated in disbelief, 4 days, huh? He was completely stunned. So it had been that long since he'd escaped the illusion. He sighed, recalling the scene of his encounter with the Demon Lord. There was no way things would go smoothly once the Demon Lord got involved. Seth was still terrified, just thinking about the fact that the Demon Lord had really interfered with the illusion. Nee couldn't help but ask, "So, what did he show you? Anyway? You must have gotten something out of it." Michael stared into his palm, thinking about the endless void and the hatred. At the same time, he had an epiphany. "I understand now why people say he looks like a god. Something was inside of him, has changed." What I received from this was a magic circle with golden patterns and chains appearing. Countless specks of light fell into his hand. Everyone looked up. Were they twinkling like stars? Nefti hesitated. She was also stunned, unable to believe it. "The 7th circle of holy magic?" she stammered. "Customer, wait a minute. You're only 20 years old, yet you've already reached the 7th circle." Michael replied with a calm demeanor. "That's a bit fast," she exclaimed. "What do you mean, a bit?" He calmly picked up a stone. "The 7th circle. If this continues like this, then I'm really looking forward to it." He revealed something even more shocking. "I didn't just reach the 7th circle." He closed his eyes, guessing it was probably due to that destruction and annihilation. "This is both complicated and inefficient, but if I can gather mana above a certain level, remembering the Demon Lord's gaze, I'll search for it slowly." In Michael's imagination, its hand appeared, resonating with him through the stone, a peculiar characteristic of the Demon Lord that I saw. Now I can restore something similar. Using it as the center, the energy mysteriously wrapped around intertwining, intricate circuits. If I can determine the shape and structure of the stone that I'm holding, if I focus on sensing and reversing it, I can analyze its structure. Finally, he slightly opened his mouth and said, "Manifest." As he finished speaking, the stone gradually turned to ash. Michael explained, "First, I tried to restore what I received in the vision." He fell silent for a moment, deep in thought, but it wasn't effective. He kept his hand held out in front of him. At that moment, he lost a portion of his 7th circle's mana. Then he clenched his fist, "Losing a portion of my 7th circle's mana just to crush a stone? I can't use this in a real battle." Suddenly, he turned his attention to something. Nefti and Seth were huddled together with looks of fear and caution. Michael wondered, "What's wrong with you two? Why are you looking at me like that?" She hesitantly pointed a finger. You! Don't you get it?" she yelled, the force of her voice making his hair fly back. "That's not what you should be saying right now." At this moment, Nefti spoke up worriedly. "The power of annihilation," she reminded him. "That's one of the core powers that the Demon Lord often uses. A power of existence that basically makes the target vanish from this world." Michael's expression was dazed as he rubbed his head. "Wait, based on what you just said," she said nervously. "Yeah, right now," announcing the terrible news, he had used magic to restore one of the Demon Lord's abilities. Elsewhere, a purple orb placed on a pedestal suddenly trembled. Mara flew into a rage, cursing that damn hero. An image of a cheerful Cassandra and Draculian appeared. "That damn hero," She gritted her teeth in anger. Both of the plans I needed to complete have failed miserably. The atmosphere around her grew dark as she kept blaming him. The hero. It's all because of that damn bastard. Mara frowned, thinking to herself, if he doesn't die, I won't be able to do a thing. She nervously bit her nails. If I get the chance. But she immediately shot the idea down. No, I've already tried so many times and failed every single time. She recalled the scene of Michael chanting the purification spell. The next time will be the same. With an indifferent face. Purify. A bolt of lightning shot from his fingertip, incinerating the creature in midair. Even when it had, despite hiding carefully, she was still discovered and purified by him. Marrow clutched her head, thinking frantically, damn it, if only I could find his weakness, or if my plan had just succeeded. Suddenly, a voice reached out, making her freeze. It seems you're in a bit of trouble, aren't you? Marrow's expression turned anxious. Humph. When did you get here? A small, horned figure appeared with a cheerful smile. She called out, Belfo. Marrow probed uncomfortably. Didn't we agree that the king wouldn't interfere with our affairs? She casually confirmed. Yes, that was the plan. But Bill Cobb is dead. Then her tone lowered as she added, and another one of your important plans has failed as well. Belfo warned casually. I understand, but this isn't just some bold declaration from the king. She parted her lips, revealing sharp fangs, and licked her lips. It wouldn't be strange at all if someone were to disappear. Finally, she asked, You understand what I'm saying, don't you? Hearing this, Marrow was stunned, and her body began to tremble as if she had encountered something terrifying. I'm going to die, she stammered. I can do it. I already have another plan. Belfo watched her in silence, waiting to see what she would do. First, Marrow explained, his goal is to gather the full power of Ah, and we cannot let him obtain the other holy relics. As the candle flame flickered, her voice echoed throughout the room. Since he ruined my plan, I will ruin. Belfo cut in skeptically. None of us have been able to find that tomb. But you've found it? She gritted her teeth and affirmed with certainty. Yes, I've found it. Her attitude changed to one of praise. Good. We can't let this get out just yet. I suppose I can give you this one last chance. Then, she flashed a savage smile, raising an index finger to her lips in a friendly reminder, but this is your very last chance. Her right eye suddenly widened, its crimson pupil glowing against the black sclera in a gentle threat. You know what will happen if you fail again, don't you? Marrow swallowed nervously, cold sweat trickling down her cheek. Knowing this was her only option, she promised, I will not fail. In a certain region, majestic structures were perched on towering cliffs, bathed in a warm sunlight that created a divine atmosphere. KL asked in a loud, disbelieving voice, Elder, what are you talking about? He looked at the figure sitting on the high platform. He continued, To think that you would bring her to the holy nation. The gaunt man cut him off. This is necessary. The elder's eyes were completely white, as if lifeless. Kale observed him and concluded with a calm certainty. He's really been brainwashed. Kale gritted his teeth, no longer having any doubt. Someone has brainwashed the elder. He recalled the woman who wore the skull of some unknown creature. It was her. The mysterious woman had suddenly arrived a few months ago with a gruesome smile. Kale tried to reason with the elder. She's an outsider who has never sworn an oath to the holy nation. This is completely unprecedented in our history. He stated his case, though it was incredibly disrespectful. The elder simply said, She wishes it so. Listen. Kale frowned, trying to suppress his anger. The elder envisioned a figure with wings like an angel, a divine light shining from behind them. I have tried relentlessly, worked tirelessly to build a gate, a path to that place so that... Approach. The old man's voice was calm, but in the end, we have never crossed the threshold of the principalities. A man knelt respectfully in submission before the white-haired and bearded elder. Everyone has always considered me a talented person, but I am still far inferior to our enemies. But that woman gave us hope. Kun stubbornly corrected, but that hope is not the future everyone has longed for, the chieftain shouted angrily. You are too impudent, Kun. How can a worshipper of Ludos be so fearful? He tried to explain, but Ludos never wanted to stand above anyone. The old man slammed his hand on the armrest in fury, roaring, Silence. He was stunned to hear the old man warn, If you continue to speak such cheap and vulgar words, you will lose your position as a senior guide. Kun fell silent, bowing his head, unable to resist. A moment later, he appeared in a lush, mountainous forest, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the glare of the sun. His helpless voice whispered, You don't understand at all. He looked sadly, in one direction, where a giant palace stood in the distance. He recalled being taught from a young age about the importance and the sanctity of the holy nation. His childhood self sat on a cut log, listening intently. I was also trained to become a great guide to lead travelers well, he thought to himself. However, in the current situation, he clutched his head in hesitation. What the hell am I supposed to do? The image of a young man appeared, wearing a crown that symbolized his status. If only I could cooperate with a hero chosen by the temple. Suddenly, Kun noticed something. His pupils contracted in astonishment. 3 people were approaching from ahead. He couldn't believe it. It can't be a hero. Mikha was in the lead, followed by Leon and Morin. 1 week earlier, in a room, a voice announced, "Our next destination is Guton." Morin and Leon looked bewildered. He repeated, confused, "Guton?" Leon quickly looked at Mikha and warned, "Wait. Guton is a principality outside our jurisdiction. This place is notorious because everything there is far from the norm. The temple even considers them heretics, because they worship a very different god." Mikha's attitude remained unchanged. "I know it's worse than what I just said," Morin reminded him. "But you won't be welcome there," he wondered. "Besides, what do you plan to do there?" Mikha smiled cheerfully. He nonchalantly declared, "I'm going there to carry out my missionary work." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. He was a bit speechless at his delusion. Morin, Leon, and a tiny person floating beside them all put a hand to their foreheads and groaned. "Oh, for God's sake." He cut them off. "Come on." Spreading his arms, he reassured them confidently. "It's fine. Everything will be okay." Leon frowned worriedly. "That place will definitely be dangerous." Morin nodded in agreement. "You mean things won't go smoothly, right?" Mikha turned his back, ignoring them. "Do you two think I'm some kind of plague, that trouble follows me wherever I go?" They immediately affirmed, their voices overlapping. "Isn't that the case?" "Well, of course, I think so too." He felt helpless, thinking, "What's wrong with you 3? Then he realized, they're not entirely wrong, recalling the scene at Guton, but there's a special reason for going there, and the mysterious woman wearing the skull. If I'm right, Mer must have already revealed herself. The chieftain, looking as if he's been brainwashed, that's the only known tomb. The burial place of A. Leon was skeptical. "Why Guton?" "That cult is full of people with unstable minds," Mikha confirmed. "That's exactly why we need to go there." Hearing this, he became even more confused. He calmly continued, "We can't just let them proclaim something unthinkable, worshipping a god that can't possibly exist." Leon was baffled. "Huh?" Morin stroked his chin in thought. "But the priests there have also received power. Doesn't that mean they've been worshipping a real god?" He looked up with a surprised expression when he heard what Mikha said. That would make sense if they had truly chosen that path. An image of a young man with wings like an angel flashed by. Perhaps that path is, he wondered. "So your next objective is to expose the true nature of that path?" Mikha asked without looking at him. "Butler, if you were to tell them that the god they've worshipped for hundreds of years is actually just an imitation of another god, do you think they would be willing to accept that?" Morin hesitated. "Well, I don't think they could accept that," Mikha added. "That's why I said we're going there to preach. If the desires of the path's followers are righteous, then there's no reason to criticize them for being wrong." The butler's eyes widened, stunned by this answer, and he questioned further, "And what if they are wrong?" Mikha replied as if it were obvious, That's simple." Mare appeared beside the patriarch, who was slumped over as if his soul had left him. She placed her hand on his back with some sort of intention. Back in the present, Kwong stared in one direction, astonished. Mikha smiled leisurely as he strode forward, his arrogant voice still echoing. "We just need to overthrow all of them, without missing a single one." The locals vied for their attention. Only 5 gold coins. A guide on the island for 3 days is just 5 gold coins. Over here, only 4 gold coins. We don't guide at night, but we only charge 3 gold coins. The 3 of them calmly walked past. The houses perched on the central cliffs formed a massive and imposing structure, looking incredibly prominent. An introductory voice explained, "In recent years, Guten has become a famous tourist destination. Because of that, tourism has now become the main industry in this city." Leon glanced over, skeptical. "A labyrinth attracts tourists?" Between the 2 cliffs were bridges made of rope and wood, shrouded in a mystical, condensed mist. The voice continued, "Gone is a city of windswept streets, where tourists explore the vast, majestic highlands. Furthermore, it's not just the paths and the fantastical waterways, but around every bend there's something new to discover. and there's also a jungle area with rich vegetation. Leon seemed intrigued to hear that this was what attracted tourists. A local waved, trying to get their attention. Leon reminded him. Mikha, first we need to find a guide. Mikha replied nonchalantly. Ah, normally, that would be correct. He closed his eyes, calmly explaining. These routes change in an instant, so there's no way we could ever memorize the path. That's why we need a guide who is familiar with the routes through this blessed passage. Leon frowned, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Ah, I guess we'll have to hire someone, even though the fee isn't cheap. But Mikha asked, what for? Why would we need to hire a guide? This left Leon baffled. Don't you get it? You said we needed to find someone. He smiled. I said that's what normal people do. Mikha turned his head to remind him. But I'm not a normal person. Then he noticed Leon's strange attitude. What is that bastard thinking now? What's with him? He scratched his head and walked away helplessly. Whatever, let's just go there first, Leon urged. If you already know the way, why waste any more time here? As soon as he finished, a hand grabbed him by the collar. Mikha calmly denied it. No, that's not what I meant. He snapped irritably. Then what do you mean? He said. We just need to wait for a guide. He frowned angrily. No way. So what are we supposed to do? Mikha suddenly sat down on a rock by the roadside and declared confidently. We just have to wait. They'll be here soon. Leon was stunned for a moment, then sighed. So both he and Min followed suit and sat down beside him. After a while, as Mikha was resting with his eyes closed, someone struck up a conversation. Hello. He calmly opened his eyes. This was within his expectations. Kun stood before him and offered, Do you all need a guide? I'm Kun, a veteran guide in Gone. Leon was dumbfounded, not expecting someone to actually show up. He continued, It's a great honor to meet you, sir. Hirosech was just as astonished. She floated by Mikai's ear and whispered, Mikai. This person. She bowed respectfully in greeting. He's one of the reasons I came to Gone, he thought to himself. Even among the most talented guides, he's still someone incredibly special. Then he spoke up. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kun. His expression was serious, as if burdened by many worries. He will be the one to guide us to the catacombs, he said politely. I must apologize for making you all wait. Mikha reassured him. Don't worry, you were actually quite fast. We were hiding pretty well. Kun's face was expressionless, but his words were extremely confident. Normally, my intuition is very accurate. He observed and assessed him intently. The intuition of a veteran guide, but then immediately corrected himself. No. My intuition regarding the catacombs is very accurate. He still frowned with uncertainty, finally deciding to speak. If I may, can I ask you a question? Why did you come to Guten? Mikha rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. Why? This is a very sensitive question. He suddenly flashed a cunning smile. Ah, I know how to answer now. Kun was startled, shocked that he had hit the nail on the head. Has there been any trouble in Gone lately? I heard people say you're worried about some uninvited guest. He stood opposite them and recounted. A few months ago, a woman came here. Mero's silhouette appeared. At first, everything was fine. Her two hands lifted the man's face. She began to speak with the chief, who was hesitant at the time. Kun clenched his fists to restrain himself, causing them to tremble continuously. And then things gradually became like this. But this is only the beginning. Mikha remained silent, listening. The problem is, in the center of the palace were two figures. She began to covet our holy land. The chief hesitated. Mero gestured. Speak. The old man sought validation. Surely I have tried harder than anyone else, haven't I? She catered to his feelings. That's right. He continued to recount his deeds. I have brought many people to Gone and helped them get rich. I have helped the guides find work. His tone was hesitant, but Mer placed her index finger on the chieftain's lips to stop him. Shh. You haven't done anything wrong. Ah. Trying to brainwash you, that's the fault of those in the shrine. Gently stroking his cheek, she added, or rather, they're the ones who unjustly forced you to sin against the gods. Finally, she whispered in his ear, if that's not heresy, then what is? The chieftain seemed convinced. Ah, that's right. An image of a person appeared in his mind. This path was a heretical sect from the very beginning. Kin's face appeared faintly. It's so unfair. The chieftain affirmed with certainty. They are the heretics. Strands of Mare's hair fell upon the sacred ground of Guton. She cupped his cheeks, looked straight into his eyes, and promised, I will never forget the favor you've shown me by allowing me to enter. His head swayed, his expression dazed. The sacred ground. She hugged him tightly, seducing the chieftain. He thought to himself, I'm sure the ancestors once decreed that no one should ever set foot in that place. but his original will was corrupted. Why must it be this way? A tear of self-pity formed in the corner of his eye. No matter how hard I try, nothing ever changes. Mare smirked slyly where he couldn't see. He had already decided, maybe this idea isn't so bad, because she is an incredibly kind woman. The skull she had been wearing was thrown to the ground, revealing her true, triumphant face. Ah, that was truly easy. A figure stood on the walls of Jiang Palace, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. The sky above turned dark, with streams of dark energy swirling like a giant vortex. Sigis's group stood below, looking up, as a mocking voice rained down. Foolish humans. Each person had a different expression, but they all shared one thing in common: terror. Her entire body was mottled with discolored bloodstains. She spoke with a mix of arrogance and triumph. In the end, you couldn't stop me. Mikha gritted his teeth in anger, cursing repeatedly. Damn it, that damn witch. Just then, someone dropped to their knees hitting the ground hard with a painful thud. He stared wide-eyed in shock at the scene. Kun bowed his head, his emotions filled with despair as he apologized. I'm sorry, I should have told everyone from the beginning, he said in a low, remorseful voice. I shouldn't have let everyone hear. Mikha knelt beside him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Kun. He looked up in silence. The drops of blood on his clothes indicated a fierce battle had taken place. His face was numb as he mumbled, "The garden needs visitors to play." Then, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, reflecting his extreme sorrow. Mikha's pupils contracted in shock, watching him intently. Back then, I didn't even know what the garden meant. Flashing back to the recent past, his face was indifferent, as he speculated. For a veteran guide like Kun to say something like that, it seems Mare has successfully brainwashed the chieftain. She's more impatient than I thought. An image of a disguised Mer with a sinister smile, having achieved her goal, appeared. Leon frowned, scratching his messy hair and complaining wearily. It seems like she never gets tired. No matter how many times I knock her down, she just keeps coming back to cause trouble. Without turning, Mikha said, "This might be the last time." He glanced at him curiously. "So, what's your plan?" He closed his eyes, deep in thought. Then he stated casually, "For now, we're not going to do anything." Leon was bewildered. A giant question mark appeared over his head. "Hey," Morin also raised his hand, showing his concern. "Are we just going to sit back and watch?" It was unclear what Mikha was planning. He ordered, "We just need to see what she's planning. It's as simple as that." At his feet was a small object. Mer has already devised a plan to kill me. He imagined a trap full of sharp spikes lying in wait with bait leading to it. Perhaps she guessed I would come here, and has already set a trap for me to fall into. He stood nearby watching, his mind perfectly clear. I won't play along with her plan. Mikha's gaze darkened as he silently made a resolution. "No, never," he stated firmly. "Even though she doesn't know it yet, I'm sure her plan will have to be postponed." Morin was skeptical. "What do you mean, sir?" He gently placed a hand on the man's back. "I'm sure Marrow can't decipher those incredibly complex ancient texts in such a short amount of time. Even if she could do it, it would still take her several days." Pushing the man and Leon forward, he cheerfully declared, "So we might as well go tour the place. We're in an incredibly beautiful location, aren't we?" Hearing this, the two of them exchanged a look of helplessness. Suddenly Kun hesitated. A tour?" He frowned with worry. "I can't do that right now." "Sir, you just said a great demon has come to Gon," Mikha said nonchalantly. "But I don't know anything about Guten." The surrounding area was shrouded in a hazy mist, making it impossible to see the scenery clearly, especially this labyrinth city, which holds great potential for tourism. However, he remained completely at ease. "Since I don't know anything about Guten, I can't possibly fight the demon hiding here effectively. I think it'll be more of an investigation than a tour." Kun, unable to change his mind, reluctantly agreed. "If that is your intention, sir." Mikha smiled as he observed. Guten is a famous tourist destination with many beautiful sights, but a few places are particularly outstanding. In the distance, the entire forest was submerged in silence, hiding something mysterious. Sadly, some tourists never get the chance to see it. The reason is simple. Only a few specific routes lead there. He excitedly called out to Kun, then looked over and ordered, "Take us to the highest point in Guten." Bare feet padded forward against the incessant gusts of wind. Mikha followed, explaining that the place they were heading to wasn't a typical sightseeing spot. Hidden behind the mist was an ancient pavilion. The garden of this path is the very heart of Guten. The two of them remained silent. Suddenly, the wind grew fiercer. Mikha raised a hand to shield his face, his eyes still fixed on something in the distance. Just then, a voice called out, catching his attention. "Hey!" Kun continued walking, and curiously asked him, "Do you know anything about the place we're headed?" He silently watched the man's back, then lowered his hand and replied, "It's the most difficult place to find in all of Guten's labyrinths." "Ah, if you think of it that way, I suppose that's one way to answer, the Holy Land." Hearing this name, Kuhn stopped in his tracks, surprised. He continued speaking without turning around. "You know of it?" Mikha stated arrogantly. "I am a hero. After all." The man quietly repeated, "A hero." Then reminded him, "As you know, this isn't a holy land in the sense that the world understands it." Mikha understood this clearly. "That's right." Kun calmly began to explain the history of the place. "This is a true holy land. To be precise, it's a place that mages have always strived to reach. A catacomb." As if having an epiphany, Mikha realized. "I see." A young man in a cheerful mood raised his hand, and above it, a mascot gathered a gentle green energy. To put it simply, the holy land she was trying to enter was also the place I had always pursued before my regression. "In other words, it's just a fake," she suddenly announced. "I no longer believe you are the representative of the temple." His footsteps halted, asserting, "If you truly were the representative of the temple, then you would surely be surprised that we have a saint here other than Saint Hikau, wouldn't you?" He turned to look at him suspiciously. "Does your mission's will come entirely from the gods?" Seth covered his mouth and whispered in Mikhail's ear, "That's a pretty blunt question." The young man in armor, his proud and steady back faced a brilliant light ahead. This question required a lot of thought, as he himself was bearing the title of a hero, the very hero he had always wanted to be. He glanced down at his palm, thinking to himself, "Now that you mention it, I've never really thought about this carefully." It was as if it made him reminisce about the past. The reason why I chose to become a hero in this life is actually very simple. It was that same hand, in another time, gripping someone's collar tightly. The pre-regression Mikhail stared furiously at Sig, with a determined expression. It was to overthrow XF. He frowned, the fury in his eyes concentrated on stopping him from becoming a hero. But he wouldn't back down, meeting his gaze, forcing me to become a hero myself. The will to become a hero. Heikau appeared from behind, wrapping her arms around his neck. Originally, heroes were always chosen by the gods. Hikao chose them, and they would carry out her wishes. His hand moved slightly, but at least until now, Mikhail confidently declared, "I am the representative of all humanity in this world." He smiled promisingly. "I am not limited to just the god Hikao. I can be a hero of the temple, and also help Guten." Kwang remained silent, listening, as an image of the temple appeared, with two people, a man and a woman, standing before it. His voice echoed, "I will protect humanity." Cassandra smiled brightly with happiness. Jafel also looked forward, with an expectant expression. Draculian happily gazed up at the sky. "Basically, my relationship with the temple is just a tool, to help me protect all of humanity." Kwang's expression didn't change as he said, "If the god Hekao were to harm humanity, then I would also stand up against her." In the end, something must have convinced him, as he suddenly let out a soft laugh. Mikhail casually asked, "Ah, is this answer still not enough for you?" The angel's wings spread wide, illuminating the Lord's path with a sparkling light. Roos turned back to remind him, "That's more than enough." The sky was clear blue, the sunlight peeking through the clouds and shining down. The place was bustling with people. The atmosphere was noisy and chaotic, and on everyone's back was a small red flag. Not far away, Morin was sitting upright on a rock, while Leon next to him rested his chin on his hand, looking bored. With nothing to do, he observed and assessed the situation. The people of Guten didn't know when this place would be destroyed, and the atmosphere here was truly strange. He closed his eyes and said nonchalantly, "We can't do anything. If even the guide doesn't understand the seriousness of the current situation, then what can we possibly do?" That's right, the current situation is indeed very perilous. It's unclear what Leon was thinking. His expression suddenly changed, holding Dongqing's sword. "That's right. I know. If Mikha wasn't here, Mare's plan would have definitely succeeded." An image of the schemer's sinister smile and the potential threat of Mare surfaced in his mind. He frowned, thinking to himself, "It's not because she's incompetent." His gaze grew serious as he affirmed, "But because Mikha is a person of rare insight and clarity." A hand rested on his shoulder, asking for a favor. "Len, I have a job for you." My guessed seriously. Mare must have set a trap and gone. Leon sat there pensively, his ears still ringing with his final instructions. He and the butler needed to find them. After a moment, he affirmed, "That's right. There must be something malicious hidden out there somewhere." A group of people had horrified expressions, surrounded and entangled by a stream of dark energy. Just like during the Republic era, Mare's followers could be hiding among the crowd, but then he cupped his hands over his mouth and denied it. No. The unconscious clan leader sat on a chair, controlled by golden threads like a puppet. Unlike during the Republic era in Gotan, that demoness's influence is incredibly solid. Leon's gaze darkened as he silently speculated, to achieve such a high position, she must have used even more extreme measures. After that, he slowly closed his eyes, calming himself. He voiced his opinion to Mikha. I understand. Now I'm thinking just like that bastard. His question caught Moden's attention. Butler, to completely take control of Gotan, what kind of things would a monster like her do? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The things a demon like her could do? His calm face looked ahead, where a crowd was happily chatting with each other. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. Leon listened in confusion as he said, Prince Lon, this is a serious problem. He immediately turned his head to observe. Everyone shared a strange mark, differing only in location. Some on their foreheads, others on the back of their hands, and even on their cheeks. Their eyes were blazing red, looking like demons, and they wore ghastly smiles, surrounded by a source of purple energy connecting them all, their minds completely controlled. A complimentary voice rang out. You're quite interesting. Mikha listened with an unchanging expression. Ruth asked curiously, when did you figure it out? He answered, without hiding anything. I noticed it a while ago. He recalled the moment the wind suddenly grew fierce. Didn't things already change when the fog rolled in? He raised a hand to shield his face defensively. Mikha wondered, where did Cow really go? He explained. She went back to the entrance. That's all that kid could do. Warm sunlight shone on Ruth's face. So, how much longer do you plan on being quiet? C, who was crouching and hiding behind him, was startled. He greeted her politely. Long time no see. Say. She peeked her head out irritably and scolded. Ruth, you damn bastard. He spoke with a hint of admiration. Anyway, welcome. The challenger has unmasked the secret of this catacomb, Mikha announced. I've found some useful records. As he thoughtfully took notes, the other confidently affirmed, that's right, but inwardly, he thought the opposite. It was a lie. Ruth didn't care and laughed loudly. Ha, even so, it seems this was a mistake on your part, unlike your usual steadfastness. He closed his eyes, casually reminding him. Ah, even if you've seen the records, it doesn't mean you can conquer that catacomb, at all. Without a doubt, he had officially obtained 2 sacred artifacts. He glanced up at him, and noticing the mark on the back of Mikha's hand, realized it wasn't just the world tree and Cow. He rubbed his chin, studying him intently, certain that he must have met other conditions as well. However, voicing his speculation, those conditions and the trial had nothing to do with each other. He quietly glanced at him, not at all surprised. Indeed, that was how things had turned out. He was still looking at him with a curious gaze. He thought to himself, after all, Rut was just someone who rigidly enforced the rules. Even if a sacred artifact was about to be destroyed, he wouldn't break his principles. Finally, Mikha pretended to compromise. All right then, has the content of that trial been decided? Rut replied. It was decided from the very beginning. He was confused, from the beginning. He held his hand forward, slowly explaining. Originally, the trial was to solve the labyrinth and reach the location of the sacred artifact. But the problem is, that damn demon broke the trial system. A Rubik's Cube floated in the air, its pieces rotating, with different patterns carved on each square. So this time, the trial method had to be changed. Mikha repeated. A sacred artifact? Rut confirmed. That's right, this is my sacred artifact. The labyrinth. He looked at it and explained, its main function is to create a trial, so there must be a trial. His expression unwavering, he declared. But since that demon interfered, let's change the content to something more suitable. The Rubik's Cube moved under Rut's control, flying in front of Mikha. He caught it with both hands. He introduced it. This is the power of the sacred artifact, the labyrinth itself. And that demon Marrow is trying to decipher my labyrinth, and trying to break through it. Feeling annoyed, he said, I don't like that one bit. He let out a soft scoff. Ah, he coldly showed his determination. At that moment, I could already guess what he was about to say. If someone dares to risk their life to break through the labyrinth. His words carried a hint. Then of course, someone else is needed to stop that person. Rut smiled happily, and exclaimed, Wow, we're thinking the same thing. He pointed at him and stated the condition. I will let you control this labyrinth for a while. If you can stop that demon, he promised something incredibly tempting. Then this sacred artifact will be yours. Set frowned and reconfirmed. So, to sum it up, the theme of the trial. Of this trial is a battle between the spear and the shield, right? He affirmed. Exactly, Rut asked provocatively. Challenger? Are you confident you can become an unbreakable shield? Mikha placed a hand on his chest, mulling over the words unbreakable. The atmosphere between them suddenly became silent. He wasn't satisfied with that. No, that's still not enough, he declared with extreme confidence. I will destroy that spear myself. In the room, smoke swirled from an incense burner, and a voice broke the silence. Myrrh. She sat leaning against a soft chair, gently supporting the neck of the elder who was lying on her lap. Ah yes, elder, please speak. The old man was still hesitant about his decision. What I'm doing isn't wrong, is it? As you said, if we break the seal of the Holy Land and the source. Before he could finish his sentence, Mare placed her index finger to his lips, silencing him. Everything we've done, ever. She offered words of comfort. You've done nothing wrong, my lord. Her hand slowly covered the chieftain's entire face. Just think about it. The hateful image of Killen appeared in his mind through her voice. We humans have suffered so much because of that damn old man in the shrine. The chieftain knelt before him, humbly, still enduring it to this day. That's right, I will never forget. His eyes filled with determination. Who is the true God? I will prove who is right. Myrrh smiled triumphantly. This is too easy. She laughed, with a cunning, mocking laugh. Humans are so stupid. Just then, a dark figure approached from behind. My queen. This one had a pair of sharp horns. He announced that something had happened. A hazy smoke was still wafting from the incense burner. Myrrh wondered, what is it? After hearing the report, she angrily questioned him. How could the maze I already deciphered be changed? He replied, perhaps they figured out that we deciphered the maze, so they're controlling it from the inside. She thought of Ruth and immediately denied it, without hesitation. Impossible. Ruth is someone who strictly follows the rules. She stood up, waving her hand assertively. He wouldn't rearrange the maze himself, unless he's lending his power to someone else. Suddenly, Myrrh paused. Her expression turned dazed as she thought of something. Then, she speculated in a low voice. It's him. The first name that came, to her mind, was the hero. At the same time, Mikhail was controlling the sacred artifact, as golden lines of text swirled around him. He gently touched the lines of text, and a character suddenly changed. Mikhail's eyes widened in astonishment. Someone sat down on the grass and exclaimed, Amazing! Seth and Ruth sat next to each other, watching the events unfold. He asked in disbelief. Him? Did you say he's only 22 years old? He was somewhat impressed. I've never underestimated humans. They have countless unexpected potentials. He watched intently, and then gave a serious assessment. But to succeed on the first try, at deciphering the sacred artifact like that is truly extraordinary, Ruth asserted. He has, definitely, transcended the level of a human soul. He has completely surpassed everyone. Mikhail was still stunned by the lines of text. They reflected clearly in his pupils. Seth spoke nonchalantly. Well, a hero isn't an ordinary person to begin with. Ruth chuckled with interest. I've met quite a few heroes. If this is the level of a hero, why would I even mention it? He said indifferently. If he were at the level of an ordinary human, then glanced at her suggestively. How could you be here? That is your punishment. Hearing this, Seth felt restless and uneasy. Her hands were clasped together, constantly fidgeting. She fell silent at his words. She wanted to atone for her mistakes herself. What? Are you really thinking about such far-fetched things? Seth turned to correct him. It's a little different. Ruth didn't seem convinced. I suppose so. After all, they did say that day was for atonement. But you ended up getting involved anyway. She frantically tried to explain. No. He suddenly stood up, cutting her off. At that time, I was also quite angry. His expression was calm and clear, but as time passed, I've calmed down somewhat. The bright sunlight shone down. It's not like you didn't understand the consequences of those actions. The atmosphere became quiet, and she may have glanced up. On the other side, Mikhail was still focused on feeling the power from the sacred artifact. From that accident back then, that was also part of his plan. His fingers reached out to touch it, his heart filled with thrilling excitement. The holy relic shimmered with a brilliant light. The labyrinth was incredibly complex. Its structure changed every second. Many things had also changed from before. Lush green plains stretched out endlessly, a vast area where not a single creature existed. Therefore, Solving the labyrinth wasn't about finding an exit. The wind blew through the blades of grass, gradually forming a path. In a structure that changed every second, solving it meant creating a route toward the destination. The spot his finger touched suddenly rippled like water. Mikha seemed to have known this would happen. Found it. A bright strip of purple light snaked through the dark background, showing the way. Is this the path Marrow wanted to cross? Suddenly, it hit something and had to stop. Halfway there. Tricky, huh? He smiled, pondering. But what should I do about this? Since I interfered, everything is probably pointless now. Then he reached for the broken part. I won't destroy everything at once. If I reveal too many differences, the other side will give up too easily. That's not what I want. Marrow gritted her teeth, suppressing her rage. In contrast to her, Mikha was enjoying himself. Marrow has to focus more on this side. His figure sank into the shadows, his eyes flashing with a demonic red glow as he looked down on her. She will soon realize that I just want to toy with her. His hand glowed, its energy making contact with the guide. Only then will things end. He thought of Leon and Morin, so I have to leave a clue so those two will know I've been here. He looked up, calculating everything. Just let them figure it out on their own. Elsewhere, Leon spoke up. Butler, I've been feeling strange lately. His irritated mood confirmed that the guy named Mikha is definitely a madman. Thinking he understood his intentions, he grabbed his head and screamed wildly. There's no way he didn't know about this. He definitely just threw this at us to handle on our own. He's such a lone wolf. The butler remained calm and said, Prince Leon, what are you talking about? How can you call the young master a madman? Hearing that, Leon felt a little guilty. Did I go too far? No matter what. I insulted the young master I serve. Morin's eyes widened as he fiercely ordered, apologize to the madmen. He turned to look in a certain direction. Is it that way? In any case, this is not normal at all. The butler spoke without a hint of worry. Indeed, this suggestion has already spread throughout this place. If her suggestion is already this strong, under these circumstances, they could even take the local people hostage. Everyone was clutching their own necks, ready to commit suicide on command. The small stones scattered on the ground symbolized what he was describing. To that demon, human lives are worth less than pebbles. Then, Morin began to analyze with a solid basis. However, an archdemon wouldn't pay attention to us, so it seems she hasn't noticed us at all. Leon realized it was because of that guy, and the butler also nodded in agreement. He must have intentionally shown off himself. His eyes were full of determination. This is an opportunity the young master has given us. It's not as hopeless as it first seemed. Leon scratched his head irritably, frowning in annoyance as he complained. We can't just go around chopping off the heads of these people. Monsters? Modane gently reminded him. We just need to chop off their heads, but then he suddenly noticed something. Monday was on his shoulder, smiling innocently. It crossed its arms and watched him intently with a cheerful look. Leon's expression changed, and he wondered, what is this? Leon frowned in annoyance, looking at Mon clinging to his shoulder. Damn, what the hell is this? A magic circle appeared in front of it, and a familiar voice came from within. What do you think it is? It's the tree fairy I'm controlling, remotely. On the other end, Mikha casually reminded him, I told you about this before we split up. Leon and Morin both flinched in surprise, cold sweat pouring down their backs just from hearing him speak. I also heard all that nonsense you two were spouting. Luckily, he didn't press the issue, and instead asked a question. Anyway, Butler, isn't Gotan the perfect place for an ambush? He hesitated, cautiously glancing behind him. Yes, indeed it is. Mikha posed a question to them. All right, then that's the problem. Even if he is an archdemon, do you think he could hypnotize the people here with only half of his power? Hearing this, the butler's eyes widened in realization. A half-baked hypnosis. That means it's a totem. He smiled, pleased that the butler hadn't disappointed him. It was an object, carved into the bizarre shape of a native tribesman. A totem, an item often used in shamanistic rituals. Mikha confidently gave the order. As a butler, you should be able to easily locate those totems. Morin was still confused, but, young master, it seems like Gotan is crawling with Mare's minions. Mon's carefree expression mirrored his own at that moment. Butler, where are we? He answered instinctively. We are in the city of the Labyrinth. As soon as he said it, he had a realization. Morin remembered the thick fog covering the entire area, allowing one to only see a short distance ahead. A labyrinth where we can't find our way without a guide, which means, if we know the way. He smiled confidently. Sneaking in or out won't be too difficult anymore. Mikha immediately confirmed it. That's right, and the tree fairy is there too. The tree fairy will guide you too for me. Mon let out an innocent laugh in response to his words. They watched as it flew up, and his voice continued. From now on, your mission is to destroy the hidden totems in Gotan and help the people break free from the hypnosis. Leon drew his sword, ready for action. Morin also began to move. They charged forward together with determination. Let's begin. Meanwhile, Mare was extremely anxious, sweat trickling down her cheek. She stared at the large map on the table, stammering in disbelief. What's happening? A subordinate frantically reported the situation. Great king, the totems we planted in Gotan are being destroyed one by one. The totems turned to dust, and she screamed in frustration. Marrow's hands trembled as she tried to think. Where did it go wrong? I should have had an absolute advantage. Suddenly, she covered her left eye and paused. Wait, hold on, an absolute advantage? How many times have I been at a disadvantage when facing that damn hero, it seemed. Like she always failed and lived in Mikha's shadow. No matter how meticulous her plans were, the silhouettes of the two of them leaning, back to back, surrounded by countless electronic microcircuits, it was due to the information gap. Until now, Marrow just realized a truth laid out before my eyes. That bastard has more information than me, and he's also taking advantage of it. That's very good news. She flew into a rage, slamming her hand on the table to vent. I must have reached the tomb through a path I didn't know about. In truth, she glanced up and wondered, now what? The totem had vanished, leaving only the base. Mare couldn't accept it. Is this how it's all going to end? The ferocious and terrifying face of Bagoo appeared in her mind. She reached out her hand as if to grasp at something, failing time and time again, unable to support the gods, and then be devoured by another demon king. How did I get cornered like this? She secretly resolved. No, I can't let that happen. There's only one way left. She softly called out to Takan. He was always behind her, awaiting orders, respectfully kneeling as he replied, I await your command, my great king. She commanded, incite everyone in Gotan who is still under my hypnosis. His face was obscured by a veil of mist as he asked with concern, and what about you? Great King Marrow declared emotionlessly, I will kill that hero. Then she lifted her foot and stepped forward. She told the chieftain, Elder, you must lure her away. The old man hesitated. Mare's hand, with its sharp claws, rose up, decisively piercing through the old man's stomach. He had no time to resist and immediately coughed up blood. The chieftain still couldn't believe this, asking Marrow, what is this? She said indifferently, it might be a bit hard to understand, but a suitable vessel needs to be realized. The old man, using his last bit of strength, raised his hand to touch her. Didn't you promise me that Roos would pass through? His hand trembled continuously. Mer sneered. Oh, that? She said cruelly. How would I know? I don't care about that at all. These words completely extinguished the chieftain's last hope. A horn suddenly sprouted from his head. I have forgotten my true identity. His feet slowly touched the ground. That is the price one pays for forcing a transition from one life to the next. Mer walked past, only to see that the chieftain's form had transformed. But if I push myself just a little further, I will find my lost true identity and regain a part of my ancient form. Of course, everything has its price. Her blood-soaked hand, still dripping with fresh blood, was raised to the sky. This will be my final life. She laughed excitedly. Humanity and original sin. The left side of her face transformed into that of another creature, one filled with desire and deceit. The entire palace shook, and flocks of birds in the forest, startled, immediately flew away, fleeing the danger. At that very moment, the ground began to crack, and dark energy surged out. Marrow transformed into a four-legged monster resembling a mountain goat, its eyes glowing red. Amodious. She stood high above, surveying the scene. Come down to this place. The red gem on her forehead glowed, and she charged forward, ramming into the barrier. The point of impact with Marrow's horns began to crack. On the other side, Roos was startled, sensing something unusual. He turned to look into the distance and announced, this labyrinth has been shattered. The dim holy relic lay on the ground at his feet. That damn demon used brute force to tear this labyrinth apart. A hand gently picked it up, showing a look of pity. She must be truly desperate. Roos calmly confirmed. That's right, Marrow. That demon must have found her true identity, at the cost of this life being her last. Mikha, with his back to him, stated, but you know, don't you, Roos? The moment she tried to tear the labyrinth apart, she was no longer a challenger. She has become just an intruder trying to break into the tomb. His expression changed. It was unclear what he was thinking. He smiled, turned his head back, and said, I believe those who refuse a challenge deserve to be punished. Ru asked, Is that my purpose? Mikha answered evasively, I'm not so sure. Hearing that, he fell silent, then suddenly laughed with interest. The two looked at each other, and Ru analyzed as he spoke. If she were a challenger, then I'd have no reason to act. But since she's behaving like this, it's a different story. He lightly punched him in the chest and decided to help. All right, I'll lend a hand. Sach still seemed to have something on her mind. After all, she's a demon who has found her true, lost identity. She asked worriedly, Are you sure you'll win? Mikha was stunned for a moment by her words. She frowned with concern, and he asked back, You don't know me by now? Voot looked very confident in him. Mikha declared arrogantly, If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have set up this game. Marrow transformed into her monster form, her blood-red eyes arrogantly announcing, Right at this moment, Amodius has arrived. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Morin and Leon teamed up to exterminate the monsters. The sharp slashes flashed by, and they were torn into many pieces. Its still bleeding head fell to the ground. He raised his hand to wipe away his sweat, unable to stop himself from cursing. Damn, there are too many of them. I thought I'd cleared out this entire area, but I didn't expect there to be more. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed, catching their attention. Ah! Leon's eyes widened as he looked up in shock. What is that hideous cry? Morin guessed seriously. It seems they've also started to push their attack on that side as well. Seeing the boy was still worried, he reassured him. Don't worry. That's just his personality. But his abilities are impeccable. He's surely planned this carefully. His eyes were calm. We just need to. Suddenly, a round, red object spinning at high speed flew in from the sky. Morin immediately activated a barrier enveloping the two of them. Leon was still dazed and hadn't reacted yet as it slammed hard into the barrier, splattering fresh blood everywhere. The atmosphere became silent. He spoke, Let's just continue doing what we've been doing. In the distance, there was a giant monster controlling the townspeople as they advanced. They staggered like puppets whose souls had been ripped out. A hairy foot stepped forward, a hand extended towards it. Marrow soon got right up to the barrier. The gem on her forehead glowed red. She used all her strength to ram it hard, and a crack appeared at the point of impact. While maintaining the barrier, Ru probed Mikha. So, what's your plan? Holding his scepter, he asked, Well, do we need something truly grand? His pupils constricted cruelly. We just need to crush them with overwhelming power. A loud, indignant call came through. Hero! Marrow, with a ferocious expression, screamed frantically, I will kill you and stand proudly before him once again. No matter who you are, when facing a demon king who has remembered their true identity. Mikha paid no mind to her attitude. He complained with annoyance, You sure talk a lot. Magic circles connected by chains appeared. He chanted the spell, Supreme Holy Heavenly Magic Circle. The formation teleported above the monster's head, who stared with wide, astonished eyes. An 8th-tier supernatural holy artifact. She gritted her teeth, trying to resist. Dark energy coiled around her staff. She scoffed, You think you can stop me with these petty tricks? They materialized and rushed forward, as Michael calmly activated Holy Wrath. His expression was focused, his senses on high alert as the dark energy swirled and stretched out. He recalled the scene from the battlefield in his past life, remembering how Amodius's lightning was powerful enough to turn hundreds of knights to dust in an instant. At the same time, Mara used a magic circle, trying to destroy it. But now, her power pierced through, shooting straight into the sky. The intense surge of energy held a hidden danger. Michael stepped onto the magic circle and calmly pointed out her flaw. You only have half your strength left. Mara refused to give up, confronting the barrier with a flash, a reminder that half her power was still dangerous. She had lost all reason, furiously declaring, You hero can't possibly stand against me. Michael lowered his head and replied, No human can stand against us once we've remembered our true identities. I don't know about that, but for me, it's not hard at all. Hearing this, Mara was stunned, so angry that veins popped on her cheek. Then, she gathered her power and shouted, the energy ball growing larger and larger. He lightly tapped his foot, summoning a magic circle to block in front of him. You don't understand. Mara's attack rushed forward with terrifying power. Michael easily weaved through the gaps, but for me, it's not hard at all. She continued to maintain the attack. His eyes became sharp, activating a barrier to confront it directly. I've been through so many failures. He seemed to sink into a separate state of mind. Countless crosses stuck out of the ground, symbolizing individual graves. It was impossible to count how many people had fallen here. Michael gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger and sorrow as a tear rolled down his cheek. Something fell onto the water's surface, creating ripples in the calm lake. I've suppressed so many emotions towards you. An image was reflected in Michael's pupils. Now, I'll return it all to you. Mara controlled the dark energy to attack. Her power, condensed into a ball. His face darkened as he slightly opened his mouth, including the memories from my past life. Using teleportation magic. In the blink of an eye, he appeared elsewhere. She furiously insulted him. A tiny human dares to challenge a demon king? Michael raised his scepter. How foolish. Have I ever told you? He coldly criticized. You talk too much. Without another word, he unhesitatingly slammed it down on Mara's head. She screamed in agony, then collapsed powerlessly, the impact kicking up a cloud of dust. Michael landed lightly. She no longer had the ability to resist, only groaning. Ugh. He brought his scepter forward, pointing it straight at Mara's head. She didn't seem to realize her current situation, and uttered a provocation. Ha ha ha, your magic can only do this much to me, she confidently asserted. I am a demon king, one of the servants closest to magic itself. The source of power you call magic is ultimately just a copy of our magic. Magic itself is not. Michael looked at her emotionlessly, as if looking at a dead thing. When did I say I was using magic to fight you? Light emanated from the tip of the scepter. Holy magic. Mara was arrogant and contemptuous. Ha, even if it's holy magic, it's still within the realm of magic. It's just a half-baked version of magic. Something like that can't kill me. He smiled mockingly at her naivete, her dry. The divine energy began to cover his body. So let's wait and see. It gradually spread through the air. Mikha smiled nonchalantly. Will it be different this time? Golden rays of light stood out in the forest. Dark, the sound echoed continuously. A foot pushed off lightly to gain momentum. Leon leaped up, slashing his sword fiercely at the arm of the monster, then fell back to defend. He noticed its wrist, knew his chance had come, and decisively raised his sword high. Suddenly its hand opened wide, and chains shot forward as well. Leon's pupils constricted in shock, as countless civilians rushed forward, and he hastily retreated to avoid harming them. They reached out, trying to grab him. Morin suddenly appeared, behind the monster. He calmly pointed a finger, releasing a stream of energy. It shot straight towards the head of the monster. However, at that very moment, the civilians formed a human shield to block the blow for it. Morin immediately stopped, feeling annoyed, and clicked his tongue. Tsk. The power that was right in front of them was redirected, and one person slid across the ground. He landed, down beside Leon. He complained. How arrogant are these demons to just show up like this? He frowned, speculating. That also means they're being very reckless. A hand moved slightly. The current situation isn't looking good, though. No matter what, this is quite a mess. Morin observed the monster and analyzed. Those demons are using hypnosis magic to turn the civilians into shields to protect them. They know for a fact that we won't harm our own people. In the worst-case scenario, we'll have to sacrifice the civilians' lives. Leon's mood sank, and he silently gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. The old man continued. We absolutely have to get past them to reach the demons. Leon asked, is there a way? You speak of your intuition. I feel like I can shred those demons to pieces. The old man turned to him, puzzled. Prince Leon? His eyes were wide with astonishment. Leon's expression was now incredibly serious, a hidden rage simmering within him. He watched him, observing this incredible focus, and finally decided to trust him. Do you have a plan? Leon was silent, as he reached for the sword at his hip, then answered, no. Leon's feet pressed down slightly, gathering his strength. He assumed a fighting stance, and the atmosphere around him shifted, though it was just a feeling. The dark shadow was clearly reflected in his pupils. He focused intensely, raising his sword, recalling countless experiences from his sword fights with that person. The figure of someone enveloped in abundant power appeared, looking at him coldly. A mysterious energy began to emanate from Leon's eyes. He saw a path that would avoid the civilians and lead directly to the monster. He affirmed with certainty, I can do it. As soon as the words left his mouth, he moved like the wind, following the path he saw. The monster reacted, immediately raising its hand to attack. Leon ruthlessly declared, too late. He gripped his sword tightly, and then slashed down decisively. The monster's head flew from its neck, and blood gushed out like a fountain as the gem on its forehead flashed brightly. Morin, who had been watching all this time, exclaimed in amazement. Oh, the blade, formed from Leon's power, is gradually vanishing, leaving only the hilt. His back looked broad and proud. Now we have finished what needed to be done, he said nonchalantly. I'll leave the rest to you. An eccentric hero. The image of Mikha appeared in his mind. At the same time, he was silently recalling the sacred verse. The cloak, symbolizing his status, floated in the middle of the magic formation, bestowed upon me by the first hero of the Holy Kingdom. The holy art was created by the first hero of the holy nation. The light converged at the tip of the scepter before being drawn back in. I couldn't use it before, but things are different now. Michael emotionlessly spoke his final words to her. Farewell. Mara was still dazed and confused. Demon. A divine light suddenly flared, and she couldn't react in time, seemingly frozen in place by the sight. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. Ah! Mare squeezed her eyes shut, flinching away, her body trembling uncontrollably in fear. But when nothing happened, after a moment, she opened her eyes in confusion. The holy magic from the scepter shot straight forward. Mare was stunned. A hole now pierced through her forehead by the holy magic. Realizing her condition, she burst out laughing with joy, then cackled contemptuously. Ha ha, this beam of light of yours is too weak, hero. You put on such a grand show, but is this pathetic little attack all you've got? Michael calmly looked at her as if she were a fool. Myrrh held out her hand to block the holy magic, her crimson pupils filled with scorn. I don't feel any power at all from your feeble beam of light. He spoke up. You call it feeble? The beam of light remained as it was. Suddenly, it changed from yellow to orange, and the holy magic erupted in flames, scorching Mero's hand. Her eyes widened in surprise as she clutched her hand in pain, screaming, "Arr!" Michael calmly asked, "Is it time yet?" He focused on controlling the holy magic. Asmodeus is different from Bilbap. Although she hasn't fully regained her memories, she remembers her true identity now. She can't be bound by a pure requiem, Michael thought to himself with a stoic expression, so I modified a requiem just for her. Myrrh was still struggling with her burning arm but couldn't extinguish the flame. That feeble beam of light she had dismissed was no ordinary beam. The light suddenly moved, twisting and splitting into two parallel streams before starting to crawl up her body. A massive magic circle formed. Using the head of the monster Mero had transformed into as the epicenter, it was the key to activating the magic that had been pre-enchanted. Michael slowly raised his scepter, and the three beams of light gradually converged. He forcefully stabbed down into the magic circle, connecting it with the requiem, to turn this place into somewhere Asmodeus could enter but never leave. The patterns on the ground emitted a divine light, and a beam shot straight up to the center of another magic circle in the sky. From a small flame on her arm, Mare was now completely engulfed, the heat scorching her intensely. She endured it and screamed, "Ah!" She was certain this magic couldn't last long. She reached her hand forward, reminding him, "If you can't kill me completely, then the only one left standing will be me." Michael glanced down at her with utter coldness. "You think I'm just going to stand here and watch?" He chanted the incantation for Holy Spear. As he finished, a magical spear pierced through Mero's chest. She froze, unable to resist, and was then burned black as charcoal. She lay helplessly on her back, saying in despair, "My future is gone." Michael cruelly stomped on Mero's face. "Because you deserve it." He smiled arrogantly and declared, "Victory is mine, you piece of trash." It seemed she still couldn't accept this reality. The sky returned to its original peaceful blue, and the monster gradually turned to dust. Someone stepped forward and said, "You really destroyed it. You certainly kept your promise. You have passed my test." The figure of the clan chief was revealed, lying unconscious and face down on the ground. He exclaimed happily, "Defeating a demon king so easily. Thanks to you, this heavy burden has been lifted. I'm very grateful." Michael calmly replied with a polite remark, "Don't worry about it. And besides, I can't say it's all over yet." Hearing this, Ruth looked at him, confused. "Huh?" He turned his head, his expression serious. "Now there's only one more thing. I still have many more things to collect. This period of peace is what I've always longed for." Gentle sunlight shone down on the forest with its lush green vegetation. In the middle of a large open area, there were two figures moving. Ruth, walking ahead without turning back, asked a question. "Haven't you already obtained the two holy relics of storm and defense?" He glanced back slightly, showing his suspicion. "Both defense and recovery. You've acquired a very safe combination of powers. It's as if you understood them completely even before you got them." He voiced his thoughts, speaking honestly. "I'm still amazed by your very existence. Your mind and way of thinking have far surpassed what humans are capable of." Michael was speechless at this comparison. Are you trying to say I'm some kind of anomaly? Ruth was a bit curious. Did Hekao give you something special? He calmly denied it. No. An image of Hekao appeared in his mind. My regression clearly has nothing to do with Hekao. She doesn't even know I've regressed. The answer made him confused. Could it be that everything just happened naturally? Say, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not saying that being like you is a bad thing. She looked at him to clarify. It's just that, when you can't predict the future, people tend to get anxious. Michael closed his eyes in agreement. I understand. He thought to himself, if it were something unexpected, I would act the same way. At the same time, he imagined a scene of someone sitting on the ground, trying to reach out and hold on. Jack, please listen to me. Their footsteps suddenly stopped. We're here. This is the labyrinth. In front of them was a giant flower bud, colored blue mixed with a hint of mystical purple, and around it were sparkling specks of light, and its stem was covered in sharp thorns. Ruth introduced, this is the true form of the labyrinth that everyone has seen. Michael looked up to observe it. Really? His gaze was focused. This thing is different from the holy relics I've seen before. The purple flower bud exuded a mysterious aura. It was a tangible entity that could be seen, and it was quite large. Of course, I can feel the abundant sacred energy within it. Michael voiced his question. How do you use it? Ruth was confused. Huh. You used it so skillfully just a moment ago, so why are you asking how to use it now? He replied. Wasn't it because the situation was urgent that you only gave me a brief explanation? I need more specific instructions, he replied truthfully. But haven't I already told you everything? Michael was momentarily stunned. Huh? His expression was innocent. What you did is all you can do with it. He listened in astonishment. If that weren't the case, why would I call you an anomaly? You just said that what I did was everything? Michael recalled the past scene and denied it. No, it can't be like that. At that time, I should have been able to use it much better. But in Ruth's eyes, that was the best it could be. What? His emotions didn't waver at all. He fell silent, lost in thought. In my current state, even Hekao would have a hard time recognizing me. Then, he raised his head and looked in one direction. If that's really the case, Mikhail gently touched the tree trunk, feeling his idea being proven correct. It seemed a new path had opened, one he could only understand by facing the labyrinth's true form. Mikhail recalled the two types of sacred artifacts. The one he used against Amodius was just a simulation of the storm he had wielded before his regression. He was lost in his own world, before a flower that had yet to bloom. The giant bud remained motionless. According to Ruth, that flower had never bloomed even once. Mikhail thought carefully about this. A flower that doesn't bloom is not a flower that won't bloom. He gently closed his eyes. However, this bud would eventually blossom and reveal the deepest nature within it. I can see it. Every vein lit up, connecting the parts of the bud, divine energy surging inside this labyrinth. There were a few interruptions that made Mikhail suspicious, and also places where the flow of divine energy was being blocked. So this is it? The true nature of the labyrinth, a sacred artifact that not even the guardian angel fully understood. He focused his consciousness into his palm, and the veins became increasingly clear. It would be a lie to say he wasn't the least bit interested. Suddenly, the bud that had remained in the same state for so many years began to change, a brilliant aura flickering at its center. Ruth raised a hand to shield himself. My eyes. Then his pupils contracted in astonishment. The bud, spurred on by Mikhail's power, had bloomed, and this unbelievable sight made him stutter. What? Everything had been anticipated by him. Look. His composure vanished, replaced by sheer surprise. A voice? The surrounding scenery was enveloped in darkness. In the midst of the gloomy space, a dazzling light from above stood out. Mikhail was stunned, speculating. Could this voice have been swallowed by the holy light within the labyrinth? He couldn't see anything in front of him. All that he could see was an inky black void. Ah. A whispering sound appeared by Mikhail's ear. Should I do this? He jerked around, searching for the source. Then his pupils contracted in utter shock. When he turned his head back to look, a pair of blazing red eyes were staring intently at Mikhail, while the figure's form was shrouded in dark energy. The eyes reflected a myriad of mixed emotions: hatred, pain, regret, and malice. In any case, there was nothing good about any of it. Wisps of black mist swirled around it. Mikhail's expression was slightly wary. He had thought it was looking at him, but then he realized this image wasn't from the present. This was just an image from the past. Mikhail and that person stood facing each other in silence, and he quickly shifted his focus. This person with the red eyes wasn't looking at him either. The other side was also just pitch black, and he couldn't hear what it was saying. Suddenly, the dark figure opened its mouth and spoke. There's no need for it to exist. Who could do this besides us? There's no one but us. How much longer are you going to be this stubborn? The mournful voice startled Mikhail. I don't understand what's going on. A series of questions flooded his mind. Is the labyrinth showing me this image? Why are you showing it to me? He started to walk, but immediately missed his step and fell. Mikhail's body seemed to lose its gravity, floating in the darkness. That voice denied it. No, you are wrong. There is nothing that can replace us. His eyes grew hazy as he began to lose consciousness. His hand, he tried to reach forward but couldn't grasp anything. What in the world was he supposed to gain from all this? The dark figure suddenly screamed in agitation. You're wrong. Ah! This sound woke Mikha, and he suddenly figured out a piece of the puzzle. Ah, so that's how it is? Outside, Ruth was extremely puzzled. What's going on? I originally thought the labyrinth was created based on the incompleteness theorem. Set sat casually on his shoulder. Well, I think they probably intentionally kept you from knowing everything about the labyrinth. He became even more confused. What do you mean? She smiled suggestively. Aren't there some things that only the owner of a holy relic can see? Ruth suddenly understood a little. Ah, he had already obtained 3 holy relics, so it wasn't surprising if the relics had undergone some important change that an apostle like him wouldn't know about. Streams of light from the flower bud continued to flow into Mikhail's body. They wrapped around him, gently, and at that moment, Mikha suddenly smirked. 2 days later, although the aftermath of Asmodeus's appearance looked like a disaster, fortunately, none of the people in Gutan were injured. The scenery here returned to its initial peace. The people were only hypnotized, and the demons hiding in the crowd had already been dealt with by the butler and Leon. The memory of when the two of them faced off against the army of monsters came to mind. It was probably thanks to Ruth blocking all the lightning bolts fired during the battle with Asmodeus. It was an incredibly fierce clash. However, this incident still greatly affected the image of Gutan as a tourist city. The road across the bridge into the city was completely deserted, but the elder wasn't disappointed at all. Returning to the present, he laughed heartily with satisfaction. It's all right, we gained more than we lost. There's no reason for me to be sad. He continued to express that he never wished for Gutan to become that much stronger. After Asmodeus was defeated, he regained his senses, but because of the guilt from the sins he had committed, he wanted to end his own life. At that time, the elder no longer had any attachment to life. Mikha advised Ruth to go see him. He brought a new light to the elder. Ruth went and encouraged him. This moment was forever etched in the elder's memory. Although when Ruth was playing the role of a god, his expression was a bit uncomfortable. Mikha had to persuade him for a long time. He smiled, satisfied with the current result, but thanks to that, the elder gained a new will to live. Isn't that a good thing? He clasped his hands to show his sincerity. Because you are the one whom Lord Ruth trusts, hero, I will also place my faith in you. Everyone solemnly bowed. In gratitude, the guides have already scattered all over the world. From now on, they will support you with all their hearts. Mikha's mood brightened. The sound of footsteps scraping against the ground echoed. Set flew around wildly beside him. The situation here has been handled properly. He also successfully obtained the holy relic. This is the best possible outcome, right? He nodded, in affirmation. Yeah, that's right. The flower-shaped seal, symbolizing the labyrinth, was imprinted on Mikha's wrist. He observed it intently. It seems the labyrinth has merged with my body. Mikha held his hand forward, a thought occurring to him. Should I try using it a little? Summon. As soon as he said it, Lon appeared with a bewildered expression, completely naked. He only had a towel wrapped around him and was even in the middle of washing his hair. The atmosphere was bizarrely awkward, and he wondered, what is this? Mikha tried to stay calm and praised. The sacred treasure is truly reliable. Let's continue. Lon was stunned by the strange situation. Huh? What the hell? Before he could finish speaking, Mikha sent him back to his original location. Mikha was extremely pleased. The labyrinth's sacred treasure could summon anyone without any effort, although it was limited to those he had marked. When Lon returned to the bathroom, he was still in a daze. Mikha clenched his fist and began planning how to optimize it. If I can control this, it'll be very useful. His thoughts shifted to a more important matter. However, what I truly received from the labyrinth was something else. Mikha's expression turned serious, recalling memories from the past. At first, he couldn't grasp what those memories were, seeing only darkness. but eventually he recognized them. They were the memories of the Demon Lord and Asa. Two colored eyes, one red, one blue, stood out in the darkness. Mikha had discovered the memories of those two gods. He asked Set, "You once said that, if we collected more sacred treasures, we could learn more about ancient times, right?" She, who had been distracted, was suddenly drawn in by this. Set affirmed matter-of-factly, "That's right, the sacred treasures contain information that those who are capable should know. How could you possibly face the Demon Lord without that information?" Mikha's tone suddenly changed. Then, if that's the case, he wondered, could I also get a glimpse of Asa's memories? Hearing this, her eyes widened in astonishment. Set immediately turned to him, probing, "In that brief moment, did you see any of Asa's memories?" Her expression turned serious as she explained, "Because you absorbed a part of a sacred treasure that belonged to him. In theory, it's not impossible, but humans normally unconsciously reject such memories, like that," she stated firmly. "The human mind isn't strong enough to receive his memories." Mikha's attitude was nonchalant. "But I'm fine." Set frowned, lost in thought, connecting it to another issue. "Has your family ever mentioned that your ancestors weren't human?" he recalled. "They have. But that bloodline has faded long ago, so there's probably nothing left of it." Her expression grew grave as she mused. "A special ancestor," Set analyzed. "Deeper. If you are someone who can withstand his memories." Her silence confused Mikha. "What are you doing? Why aren't you walking anymore?" Suddenly, her eyes widened, her pupils reflecting a brilliant flame. As a speculation surfaced that Set found hard to believe. "No way, that can't be possible, right?" Looking at the tribe happily greeting them, a familiar thought surfaced. The problem with Gotan had been resolved. The supreme leader had regained consciousness, and Gotan had regained its strength to grow once more. And more importantly, Asmodeus had been destroyed, completely. He was the second great demon king to be defeated after Beelzebub. His specialty was scheming and plotting. If his plan had succeeded, it could have led to a terrible disaster. Preventing it was a huge success. At this moment, a hand gently rested on the model globe on the table. Mikha silently gazed at it, thinking to himself, "That's right. The good news is that we've killed two of the great demon kings." But his expression was far from relieved. "But the bad news is, this is only the beginning." Bilbas was considered the fool among the demon kings. Asmodeus was known for his schemes, but he was rather weak in other aspects. Based on that information, he silently concluded that, compared to the remaining demon kings, they were completely outmatched. Out there, 5 other demon kings were waiting, along with the Supreme Queen. With that thought, he lightly spun the globe with his hand. The remaining 5 cannot be underestimated. As he thought this, he recalled a familiar and cautious figure. Among them, Bego. He had discovered the true name. Mikha's tightly furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he mused to himself. The reason he hasn't acted yet is likely because the queen cannot descend, so it's not wise to attract unnecessary attention. But they won't remain silent forever. Now that Asmodeus is dead, they will surely make a move. With that thought, his previously still feet began to move. He slowly turned and began to walk. Mikha moved forward, wondering with anticipation. So then, what will their first target be? His eyes, deep and full of meaning, recalled familiar faces as he uttered the words very clearly. The Master or the Supreme Sorcerer. As Mikha thought this, Yidan came to his mind. Humanity's precious asset capable of standing up against the demon kings. They will target the most prominent one among them. As he spoke, the sound of cold iron boots scraping the ground could be heard. The first person that comes to mind is a figure of clear majesty and power, Raum Ariaran. Back in the present, Mikha reached for the cloak on its hook, he thought. In that case, the next destination is... Mikha elegantly draped the cloak over his shoulders and softly said, "The lawless lands." The scene changes. After hearing his decision, Ruth asked emotionlessly, "You're leaving?" Mikha looked at him from behind and replied softly, "Yes. I came to say goodbye." Seeing his determination, Ruth could only close his eyes in acceptance. Then, he began to speak. "I trust you know that completely preventing the Queen's descent is impossible." Mikha didn't let him finish, quickly cutting in. "I know. If it were possible to stop it completely, we wouldn't have prepared the tomb or divided her remains. All I know is that if we gather all the holy relics, there will be a way to confront the demon queen when she appears." Ruth softly continued, revealing, "That's also why the demon queen is in such a hurry to descend. Right now, there are many so-called heroes like you, and no one knows about the appearance of the tomb. You must understand what that means. Hearing this, Mikha looked up at the sky, lost in thought for a moment. Before I returned to the past, I had information about the tomb, but I never actually got to see it. He recalled a magic orb emitting a brilliant light, hovering in the air. Below it, the hands of the ambitious reached out, trying to touch it. The Mikha from his past life looked at the object in his hand, and thought to himself, the ones that we, and even Sickfit, obtained were all fakes. That means that even with the information, it's all useless if you aren't the chosen one. Just then, Rob turned his head and called out to him, saying, the moment I received the holy relic, there was no turning back. He gave a meaningful glance, affirming that he was the true hero. Set appeared by his pocket, speaking with a hint of worry that everything depended on him. This meant Mihai calmly envisioned terrifying hands enveloping him. That's right, the Demon Queen will be watching me, that's a given. But he quickly broke into a smile, and continued casually. Even if the archdemons are plotting in the background, it doesn't matter, I also have something I believe in. He raised his hand and pointed towards Roos and Set, declaring it was the liberation of the apostles. Following that, an image of the trio, Set, Nefti, and Roos, appeared to illustrate his words. What I received wasn't just a relic. He recalled the giant magic circle he had once cast in that forest. I have revived a sanctuary that suppresses the influence of demons. The more stigmata I receive, the more the sanctuary will expand. His face became pensive, and then the round table will be revived. A book appeared. It is simply the knowledge of God. But that is the reason why I collect the stigmata. Once all the apostles' stigmata have been gathered, and on the day they are liberated, the most sacred round table will reveal itself, and light will shine upon the entire world. While Mihai was silently lost in his thoughts, Roos's eyes glanced at him inquisitively, but he quickly turned away and said, no matter what, you were still chosen by Ah, so you will walk the right path. He approached him to ask for a favor. Please take good care of Duke Goton, Roos. He carefully moved aside to let him sit, assuring him, don't worry, I will definitely handle it. He looked up at the sky nonchalantly and encouraged him. The more stigmata you find, the stronger we become, and more influential. So overcome the hardships and protect the stigmata. We will be your steadfast allies. Receiving these words from him, Mihai felt an amusing sense of confidence, and made a promise. I will set everything back in its proper order. The three of them just stood there quietly, looking forward with anticipation to something called a future that does not exist for the dream we had that day. The scene changed again to another place. Three figures were carefully crossing through a deep forest, chatting. The lawless land? Rand shouted excitedly the whole way. It's definitely the perfect place to gain more combat experience. Mihai grimaced at the fool, laughing his head off, showing his attitude. Is that so? In his mind, he was cursing him. Our proud, useless idiot. Rand is very excited. He raised an eyebrow in confusion, wondering. He wasn't like this at first. What happened to him? Just then, someone called out to him. Master. That man suddenly reached out and grabbed something. That man was Morin. He clenched his fist, showing off the powerful muscles beneath his clothes. Do you see the difference in my strength? Mihai stared at him silently. The two of them fell into a silence. Immediately, he let out a few laughs and spoke first. You think it's still the same, don't you? He feigned surprise to answer him. Oh, the butler noticed quickly. Morin confidently patted his muscles and recounted. About 2 years ago, you talked about the importance of physical development. He then struck another pose like a bodybuilder and said, so I developed it. Following his low growl, the fabric of his butler suit began to tear. Immediately after, Morin shouted, out loud, and his butler suit completely ripped apart, revealing that muscular, powerful body. Seeing this action, Mikha slightly raised an eyebrow with an indescribable expression, but suddenly he felt something erupting from the man. Wait a minute, what is that? I've never seen it. Not even before my regression. It's terrifying. And then, Morin bowed respectfully, and reported to him, I have realized a few things, Master. Hearing this, he immediately inquired, realized what? The man clenched his fist, revealing, I cannot become a mage through normal means, so I shouldn't just be an ordinary mage. Looking at his stance, Mikha instinctively stepped back, kept his distance, and asked, are you planning to switch your profession to a barbarian? Morin changed his stance again, opened his fist, faced him, and replied, the automatic circulation system seems to have different arrangements for each body, and as he hesitated slightly before speaking the next words, a flame suddenly erupted. In your case, it is divine power. But for me, he looked at the giant fireball that the man had summoned in astonishment, and silently exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" Mikha watched as Morin retracted the flame, with curiosity, a fireball 3 times the normal size. Noticing his curiosity, the man began to explain, "My magic is directly proportional to my physical strength. After synthesizing all my understanding over the past 5 years, I see physical strength as a layer of armor beneath my magic." He winked with amusement and introduced, "And I've decided to call it Under the Armor." Mikha stood helplessly between 2 not-so-normal people, one in front and one behind, silently lamenting. Another useless guy on the team. Meanwhile, in the Western Empire, in the territory of Count Ys, the man, who was sternly questioning the person before him, was the 6th Knight of the Empire, the protector of the West. Count Isen. I will ask again, who has come? The guard immediately repeated his earlier answer to him. It is the adjudicator, Lady Milliam. He helplessly held his forehead and muttered, "So she has returned." Count Isen recalled the silhouette of that person and softly uttered, "The adjudicator of the lawless lands." Immediately after, he turned his head to look out the window and mumbled to himself, "She disappeared for nearly 2 years while searching for her own path. I don't like it, one bit." He looked at the barren land outside, wondering if she had returned to act as a law enforcer, to judge the criminals. But the Count immediately frowned and refuted his own thought. "No, Miriam never asked me to be an adjudicator. To be blunt, this lawless land isn't my territory either." With that said, he looked towards Miriam, outside, and wondered why she had returned beneath that iron mask. Her eyes held a chilling and deadly gaze. Finally, Count Isen made a decision. "I must speak with her personally. The adjudicator is not the type of person who cannot be reasoned with." The guard, seeing him about to leave, expressed, "I just hope it's not too serious." "Sir." He took his sword and sheathed it. Count Isen walked past the guard and sternly instructed, "Him, let's hope so." His polished iron boots stepped slowly on the arid ground. He stood majestically before Miriam, in a tense atmosphere. Immediately after, she respectfully bowed to him. "It has been a long time, Countess. I apologize for this sudden visit." He calmly interrupted her. "Let's set that aside for now." Without further ado, the Countess got straight to the point she wanted to ask and the reason why she was here. Miriam stood up straight, quickly speaking in a cryptic manner. "I understand you are also a parent to outstanding children." Hearing her say that, he thoughtfully stroked his chin and replied, "Well, yes, although they are children who never listen to their father." Miriam nodded lightly, in agreement with him. Children are all the same. Her words made him even more curious. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, her eyes changed, filled with killing intent, staring directly at the person before her. Noticing this gaze, the Count was slightly startled and amazed. Miriam immediately spoke her request. "I have a request, Count." He became more serious in the heavy atmosphere between them. The tone from beneath the iron mask slowly uttered each word. My children have run away." Hearing her finish the sentence, the Count's tense heart seemed to relax. "I understand. Children will be children." At that moment, he suddenly paused as he processed what she had said. "Huh?" he asked again dumbfoundedly. "What did you just say?" Miriam hesitated and repeated her answer. "The children have run away." And he, as if in disbelief, exclaimed, "Run away?" Meanwhile, at another location, Mikha's group had entered the town, and the butler Morin was talking with him. One thing is certain. If the great demon king intended to, destroying this fortress would not be impossible. He calmly refuted him. If a great demon king truly targeted it, it would fall. Of course, approaching us right now would be nothing short of a suicide attack. Rian quickly added. He said, "It can be breached, but their lives would not be safe." As soon as he finished, Mikha recalled a demon king who had been annihilated. If Asmodeus, the one leading the charge, had succeeded, they would be much more aggressive. Without thinking further, he immediately voiced his plan. "First, I need to meet the Count to prepare for any threats." Suddenly, the shadow of something shot past him, cutting him off. Mikha remained perfectly still while beside him. A massive impact sound occurred. A huge hole appeared in the wall where the sound had just come from, and opposite the hole was a young man sitting sprawled on the ground. The teenager angrily cursed. "Son of a bee!" From the hole in the wall, a pair of boots immediately appeared. "You should have fought fair." Hearing this voice, Mikha let out a slight, amused smile. Why would you do that without any information? Not just him, Even Rian and Morin recognized that person. Wait, it was the teenager who had fallen to the ground earlier, now standing up and loudly retorting. I don't know who you are, but you must have heard the name Heiran, right? In this area, it would be absurd not to know that name. The person who emerged from the broken wall, gripping their sword tightly, repeated, Heiran, you say? Ellen stepped on the rubble, saying contemptuously, that trashy guild? Hearing her disdainful words, he became even angrier. Trashy? You think you can insult our mercenary group like that and just walk away? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful sword strike was unleashed straight ahead. That sword strike formed the small cut on the face of that Hydra mercenary made him terrified. Immediately, he turned and fled, shouting reluctantly, You just wait, Ellen, from a distance, shouted back at him. All right then, make sure you come back, I'll grind your head into the dirt. After chasing off that scoundrel, she satisfyingly shouldered her sword, letting out a sigh, a good deed just completed. It was only then that she realized it wasn't just her, but there was someone else beside her, right? 4 people, 8 eyes, stared at each other, sinking into a silent space. The one who spoke first, stammering with an embarrassed look, was Ellen. Mikha looked at her, smiled cheerfully, and remarked, It's been 2 years, hasn't it? A moment later, the scene around them had changed to the inside of an inn. He and Morin sat across from her. Mikha was the one who started the conversation by complimenting the person in front of him. You're looking pretty good, huh? Ellen blushed and turned her face away, replying with a feigned tone. Are you being sarcastic with me? He lightly rested his chin on his hand, smiling teasingly, implying that she's always been well-fed and living well, but she wasn't satisfied, right? She regained her composure, lowered her head, and replied, You're right. I feel happier and more full of life. Without further ado, Mikha got straight to the point. You being here means that Miss Milliam is also here, right? Having been found out, she lowered her head meekly, listening to his every word. Miss Milliam came here to find her child, so I thought she would be with the Vulture mercenary group. As soon as he finished speaking, she slowly began to reveal that she did reunite with her child at the Vulture Guild. You know, a distant relationship between a parent and a child can't be resolved that easily. Hearing that, Mikha immediately probed, So, their relationship still hasn't gotten any better? Her face took on a heavy, troubled expression. If it were just that, it wouldn't be such a big deal. My master's child has also run away. Hearing her words, his eyes widened in surprise. What? After saying that, he fell into a pensive state full of questions. That's strange. No matter how inexperienced Milliam is as a mother, for him to run away again? What does that mean? Thinking it over, Mikha voiced a suggestion. I have a rough idea of the situation. Miss Milliam traveled a long way to get here to find her child, and you came with her. His lips parted with a hidden meaning. But, Ellen, you've forgotten one important thing. The reason Caria ran away. Mikha immediately posed a question that cut straight to the heart of the secret they were trying to keep. What happened at the Vulture Guild? Hearing him ask, she showed a moment of guilty hesitation, her lips tightening slightly. She began to speak, hesitantly uttering, Well, the reason Caria ran away. Mikha spoke up, asking exactly what had happened in the Vulture mercenary group. Ellen then replied, All right, I'll tell you. After that, she recalled the time she spent traveling with Milliam. Ellen recounted that after leaving the capital, her master was reunited with her son right at the Vulture Guild. She said that in her memory, Milliam's eyes were filled with utter shock when she saw her son. Then Milliam went to her son, Caria, and took his hands. Just thinking about it made Ellen extremely emotional. She continued her story as tears started to well up. It seemed Mikha felt that Ellen was starting to get off topic. He quickly stopped her. That's enough, keep going. Hearing that, Ellen continued her story. From then on, her master quietly watching her son adapt to the mercenary group. When he reunited with his mother, he had adapted well to the mercenary group. From what she knew, Caria was a strict follower of principles, and she also revealed the reason Caria joined the team. She continued, That's exactly why he joined the Vulture mercenary group in the first place. Mikha replied, I see. But then he sighed and said, But the problem is that the mercenary group is too strict with their principles. Hearing this, he was silent for a moment. Mikha recalled what Ellen had said. He began to reminisce about the time they were deployed, and remembered what was reported. While the Vultures were carrying out a mission, a routine one, they discovered a demon had appeared in a remote village. But then something unfortunate happened. However, the demon had spread a toxin throughout the village. Ultimately, the villagers were poisoned. They were in agony, screaming, as they gradually transformed into monsters. It was a tragic fate for those people. But the story didn't end there, she continued. The villagers were unaware that they had turned into monsters. And among the countless infected people, there appeared a girl with lifeless eyes. Even with a blade held to her neck, her gaze didn't waver. Then the mercenary swung his sword. One can probably guess the poor girl's fate. Ellen hesitated as she recounted what the vulture mercenary group did. Red blood splattered across the floor, even staining Caria's face. At that moment, he was utterly horrified and shocked. Ellen continued, "They massacred all of them." Then she told Mikha that they must have thought there was no way to save them, but it turned out not all the villagers had transformed into monsters. She continued with her story. "We discovered later that in the case of young children, their innate goodness slowed down the corruption." He replied, "That's a fact not widely known." Hearing this, Ellen then asked, "What do you think?" Instead of answering immediately, Mikha thought to himself, "Did the vulture mercenary group make the wrong choice?" He pondered the question and came to his own conclusion. No, they had to make the best choice under limited circumstances. In the worst-case scenario, they might have let the demon escape, or it could have led to a much greater disaster. But after considering it, Mikha told Ellen that they seemed a bit hasty, which was unlike how the vultures usually operated. She agreed. "I think so too." He then continued, "Well, there are no absolute right answers in this world. If I had to say, it seems neither side was completely in the wrong." Then Mikha placed his hands on the table, stood up, and asked, "However, to truly know, we'd need to hear from those who were involved, right?" Hearing this, Ellen replied, "That's true. Even if I wanted to, I can't find them now to ask." But then, Mikha gave a reply that took her completely by surprise. He said, "There is a way to find them." Her face filled with confusion. She asked again, "I'm sorry? What did you just say?" Ellen exclaimed loudly. Seeing her reaction, Mikha remained calm and said, "The medicine I gave to Lady Millam, was it passed on to Caria?" Ellen immediately replied, "Yes, that's what I heard. I was told it improved one of his chronic conditions. Did you do something to it?" Hearing this, Mikha broke into a smile. He asked back, "Do something to it? Who do you think I am?" Turned back to look at her with a sinister face. He said, "Of course there is." Then Mikha thought to himself, Caria was almost a non-existent person before his rebirth. He's the most important person to Milam. I simply added a feature and a potion as a precaution, he thought. Then, Mikha created a blue orb of energy, then said, "There's no reason to delay. Let's check his location right now." He cast the spell into magic circles, but then suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Ellen immediately asked, "Why? Is there a problem?" As for Ren, he sat beside them, still not understanding what was happening around him. Then Mikha didn't answer her question and said, "Ellen, stay here and talk with Ren and the butler. If you have nothing to say, make something up." "What?" Hearing that, both Ren and Ellen said in unison, "Wait, you're stopping me. What's going on? At least tell me what's happening first." Mikha ignored Ellen and immediately disappeared. He added, "I'll tell you when I get back." Ellen didn't have time to stop him. After Mikha left, the three of them silently looked at each other, no one speaking a word. Then Ren and Ellen sat back down in their chairs. Now Ren hesitantly spoke up, "So, shall we start with our MBTIs?" As for Mikha, he landed and observed his surroundings. This place was a neighborhood, but it was a bit run down. There was no one around. Mikha wondered if this was an abandoned area in the Bin Quang territory. Then he started moving, saying as he walked, "It'll be quite difficult to find him in a place like this." When he reached an alley, Mikha stopped to observe, saying, "So this isn't just a simple escape." Looking at the thing in front of him, Mikha continued, "A person's shadow doesn't move on its own. There's only one reason." It turned out the thing in the alley was Caria. He was sitting in the darkness as if hugging himself. His hands had also mutated to the point of turning a deep black. Sensing someone near him, Caria turned to look at Mikha. "Monsterization," Mikha said. Caria shot a dark glare towards the people approaching him. He hesitated, speaking incomprehensibly. Say frowned, nervously asking Mikha, "What are you going to do?" Mikha carefully examined Caria's condition. His hands were stained black with a few terrifying hints of blood, making him sigh. If left like this, he would definitely turn into a monster. Say followed his gaze and carefully examined him as well. It seemed he had been abandoned and left untreated. Mikha casually replied to her, "The monsterization doesn't matter, we can purify it." Say couldn't help but ask curiously, "Then why are you just standing there?" Mikha fell silent, then said in a serious tone, "A master manipulator." He pondered Caria's situation. He was blessed with talent. From what he'd heard, he was a high-level master. Just seeing Caria reach that level, he could tell he was of Milliam's bloodline. Thinking this, Mikha examined Caria's condition again, and was a bit stunned. But for someone like him to be corrupted, he silently confirmed it wasn't an ordinary demon. Karia's whole body trembled uncontrollably. Dark, gloomy auras surrounded him. The black auras continuously grew, enveloping him. Karia hugged himself, his eyes growing even darker. The black aura exploded, covering a wide area. Vast. Mikha looked at the scene and wondered, is he holding a hostage? Faced with this critical situation, he didn't hesitate any longer. Waving his hand to summon a staff and a brilliant golden light. Are you trying to put pressure on me? Mikha lashed that terrifying light at Kia, making him scream in agony, and the dark aura also began to dissipate. Mikha couldn't help but be satisfied with the effectiveness of that last blow. Just as expected, a staff delivers a good hit. The boss stretched helplessly at his action. Using a precious staff like a mace, is that a family tradition? Mikha, not understanding the hidden meaning in her words, reassured her. Don't worry, the damage only affects the demon. The boss sighed, refuting his words. That's not what I meant. At that moment, Kia was clutching his head in agony. He growled in pain, drawing Mikha's attention. He seemed to realize something and let out a laugh. Now I get it. Kia gritted his teeth in resentment, as more and more blood vessels appeared, spreading across his face. His eyes rolled back as he watched his own body gradually transform. Mikha couldn't help but wonder suspiciously, who is the mastermind behind this cursed monster? Meanwhile, on the other side, back at the old Nat Castle, a table of three fell silent for a moment, facing some difficult issue. Ran was sweating profusely in confusion, because he had run out of topics for conversation. Alan quickly picked up her teacup and took a sip. She spoke up to break the silence. That person. Alan forced an awkward smile. She lamented to herself, thinking about the past. Ellen had no right to blame his rudeness. Why did it bother her so much? Ellen still couldn't help but wonder, thinking that she had initiated it, but still, something felt. Morin smiled, interrupting her train of thought. Haha, Miss Ellen. She snapped out of it and replied to him. Oh yes, butler. Did you call me? Morin let out a breath and continued, just accept it. There's no point in trying to understand the young master. Humans can't stop a natural disaster. His words left Ellen even more stunned. A natural disaster? She marveled to herself, unable to understand how he knew what she was thinking. Ellen looked towards Morin, thinking to herself, by the way. She vaguely sensed a difference and spoke up. You've gotten a bit bigger, haven't you? This made Morin extremely excited. He shot up and asked, you can see it? Morin came closer, flexing his powerful muscles. You can feel it if you touch. Ellen quickly put her hands up in front of her, rejecting his enthusiasm. Suddenly, a voice cut into their conversation. Morin, why are you here? Milliam entered, glanced around the room, and then asked, even the young sword saint is here. What's going on? Ellen quickly replied to her. Haha, Mrs. Milliam, it's been a while. I'm just following the young master, Milliam asked in astonishment. You mean my benefactor came all the way here? Ellen quickly approached her apologetically. I'm sorry, master. I still haven't found where Kia is. I contacted an informant, but it seems that guy was a fake. Milliam didn't blame her and replied, no, it's not your fault. However, we need to find him quickly. Morin suddenly spoke up, drawing the attention of the two of them. Well, it'll be fine. She disagreed, questioning him. Fine? How can you say that when we don't know what state he was in? Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred behind her, causing Milliam's eyes to widen in horror. From within the thick smoke and dust, a casual voice spoke out. Ah, I used the wrong teleport. Mika appeared in the room. He looked at the newcomer with a hint of surprise. Oh, Milliam, you're here too? In Milliam and Ellen's astonishment, he continued. That will make things faster. Milliam finally snapped out of it and exclaimed, benefactor. She also suddenly recognized the person next to him in shock. Kakaria Milum couldn't believe it, and stammered, How? How did you find out exactly where my son was? Mikha didn't answer her question but said sternly, I understand your feelings, but first, there's something I need to hear. He lowered his voice and continued slowly, precisely. Mikha paused for a moment, looking at Karya's pathetic state. Milliam also couldn't help but frown in horror at his condition. Mikha frowned and continued to question her. What exactly happened in the mercenary squad? Milliam raised a slightly trembling hand. All of this. Mikha glanced aside, feeling sympathetic to her hesitation. Of course, I understand it's not an easy thing to talk about. He saw a crowd gathering around them, eavesdropping on what was happening, and suggested, this isn't a suitable place for a discussion, so let's move somewhere else. He added firmly, there's someone else who needs to hear this story. In a magnificent castle, a room glowed with a mysterious light. A man approached the window, silently gazing at the distant scenery. Eon muttered hesitantly, demons. He couldn't help but reflect on the past. Just 1 or 2 years ago, the idea of protecting the border from demons was just a fantasy. Eon frowned and suggested grimly, I think we should prepare, but I haven't faced many low-level demons before. He thought of a talented and powerful person, and mused to himself that if he could get some advice from that rumored hero, it might make things a little easier. With that thought, Eon turned to leave. His face couldn't hide his tension. Suddenly, he whipped his head around in surprise, sensing something unusual, a dry sound. He immediately tightened his grip on his sword, ready to fight. Eon moved closer to where the strange sound came from. There were supposed to be guards protecting the mansion here. He couldn't help but tense up, thinking, could it be a demon? Suddenly, someone who had appeared behind Eon at some point greeted him with a bright smile. Hello. He spun around in shock to investigate. Eon's eyes widened, thinking that he had drawn his sword on instinct. He didn't sense any ominous aura from his opponent, but he couldn't retract a sword that was already swung out. A piercing clang rang out. A sturdy magic barrier surrounded the person, blocking Eon's sword, leaving him stunned. Magic? He grew even more suspicious and questioned the person before him. Who are you? Reveal your identity. The other person maintained a cheerful smile, despite Eon's rather violent actions. First of all, for visiting you, I apologize for visiting you like this. Count Eason of the Border Territory. This person was none other than Mikha. He brightly introduced himself. I am Mikha WG, the hero of this generation. Eon heard this, and repeated his words in understanding. I see, Hero Mikha. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he looked back in confusion at what he had just said. Huh? Eon was shocked, staring intensely at Mikha. Wait a minute, hero. Mikha calmly replied to him. Yes, that's right. The more Eon thought about it, the more confused he became. Why would a hero trespass? When were the guards in front of the room taken down? They were lying scattered on the floor, completely unconscious. Eon frowned, carefully processing what he was seeing. Huh? Mikha waved his hand, bringing Korea before him and explaining, the reason I came here is because I determined that you also need to hear about the current situation. Eon, seeing Korea's condition, hesitated for a moment. The situation is... But before he could finish, Mikha cut him off and said gravely, demons. He glanced over at the boy, who was still painfully fighting against the transformation. He continued to clear up the doubt. Fortunately, the corruption isn't severe. It's at a level that can be purified immediately. Hearing this, Milliam became even more urgent, pleading loudly. Then please do it right away, benefactor. If you save this child, I will repay your kindness. Mikha remained calm in the face of her plea and proposed, then tell me about the vulture mercenaries that you met, Milliam. Milliam looked at him suspiciously, probing. Do you think the vulture mercenaries are connected to my son's corruption? Mikha answered her vaguely. I consider it one of the possibilities. Hearing that, Milliam tensed up slightly, her brow furrowing in a moment of silence. But soon after, she quickly decided to speak and recount the details. There were certainly some suspicious aspects. She recalled what had been reported, still astonished as she remembered. The vultures were wary of me. Mikha carefully assessed the truth in her words. That's not unusual. Milliam and Ellen were likely just clients of the mercenaries. However, he continued to question Milliam. That wariness wasn't in the usual sense, was it? Eon, growing more tense, suggested a possibility. Are the vulture mercenaries involved with demons? He thought of Milas, and continued his analysis. Milas, he is a knight who values honor. If it's a mercenary group he founded. Of course. Milliam raised an eyebrow, looking a bit confused as she replied to him, Count Eon, I was with the mercenary group for over a year, but I have never once seen Sir Milas. Milliam's words stunned everyone in the room. She moved closer to her pitiful son, adding, I simply thought he was a busy man. She gently stroked his pained face, her heart aching. Milliam showed a hint of resentment. Until my son ended up like this. She tried to regain her composure and turned to ask Mikha, benefactor, did you know that the vultures give their members new names? They say it's to establish their identity as a mercenary. Mikha nodded in confirmation. Yes, I know. He began to ponder what he had heard. The mercenary leader, Milas, was once a knight, so the vulture mercenaries were also known as a disguised order of knights. The requests they took on apparently had justification, but what Milliam was describing wasn't that traditional kind of justification. Milliam frowned, explaining in detail. The new names felt wrong. Was it always like that? Or did it start with my son? I'm not sure. Mikha was still skeptical and continued to ask her, Madam Miriam, do you know the name your son received in the mercenary group, right? Miriam pondered for a moment before answering him. Mion. This name stunned Mikha for a moment, his eyes widening in shock. Suddenly, Mikha let out a self-deprecating laugh. He suddenly laughed out loud, confusing everyone. Ha ha, how absurd. He raised a hand to cover his face, thinking to himself, what a coincidence. Mikha then spoke in a serious tone. The names demons give their subordinates often include the term M. His words horrified Isin. What do you mean by that? Mikha slowly explained it to him in detail. This M term can work even if people change the order of the letters a bit. He thought of an example. The red letters, Mayon, flashed in his mind. Mikha continued, adding more about this name. Changing it to Mion doesn't make much of a difference. He reached out, using his magic to pull the stream of dark, gloomy energy from Karya's body. That was certainly a deception worthy of a demon. A formless, enraged demon screamed as he pulled it from the boy's body. Mikha quickly cast a spell. A golden vortex appeared, surrounding his finger. Perhaps the moment he received the name, it began to parasitize him. However, because the name was distorted, it slowed his process of decay. A powerful, brilliant golden beam of light shot out, piercing straight through the dark demon. He quickly struck it down, and it fell from mid-air. The people in the room were all stunned, as they witnessed the scene with their own eyes. Jan stammered. It's a large fox, lying sprawled on the floor. Surrounding it was a strange black aura. Jan was still astonished to see the demon's true form. A fox. Mikha stepped closer, leaning down to examine the large fox. It had many symbols representing the demon. These symbols also have levels, he continued to explain. A fox, in this case, is a lower symbol of the demon Enoch. Min looked up, trying to recall the name. Enoch. I remember it being mentioned a few times in the continent's history books, a creature that makes warriors rot and amplifies their inferiority complexes. Mikha also fell silent for a moment before the ferocious demon. He thought to himself that the demon Enoch rarely caused such chaos before he was reincarnated. He stood up and continued to explain to everyone, for your information, the demon can track this symbol. In other words, Isin understood his meaning and continued the inquiry. Are you saying the demon will target our territory? Mikha seriously nodded, confirming his suspicion. Ran also spoke up with a suggestion. We must go to where the mercenaries are right now. My Lord Count, you also need to prepare for a possible attack. Suddenly, from outside, there was an urgent voice calling out, interrupting their conversation. My Lord Count, it's Jackson. May I come in? Jan consented, telling him, come in. A guard entered, knelt respectfully, and said, I have a report. Jackson urgently reported, the soldiers guarding the west wall have reported seeing something suspicious. According to the report, they saw something black and writhing. His words made Isin freeze. Something black? He couldn't help but feel tense, and hurriedly looked towards Mikha. If there is nothing else, I will go check the wall. Mikha understood and replied, understood. It seems your help is needed. Right after that, everyone left, one by one. Mikha and Miriam walked slowly down the Grand Castle's hallway. Mikha walked in silence, apparently deep in thought, thinking about something. Miriam quickly walked to his side and said, Benefactor, I still feel something is suspicious. Don't you think the timing of this report is suspicious? Mikha pondered her doubts without replying hastily. Suddenly, he gave a meaningful smile. You think so too? He thought to himself that Miriam's hypothesis was reasonable. In fact, her hypothesis was probably correct. At the end of the hallway, a dark, gloomy aura appeared in front of them. Mikha calmly summoned his staff to deal with them. They're so diligent. He couldn't help but complain about encountering demons so often. Why are demons so hard-working? Mikha turned his gaze toward the strange black aura, as a skinny hand reached out from within it. Mikha carefully instructed Miriam, who was standing beside him, get ready. The demons appeared one by one, their dark eyes staring intently at them. They gave a creepy smile, revealing their sharp teeth. The demons aggressively stepped out of the dark aura, making Mikha slightly tense. They're here. The demons casually approached Mikha without any fear. They suddenly greeted everyone around them. Hello everyone. Their greeting caused horrified screams. A demon. Miriam directed a gaze full of hostility towards the demons. She pointed her sharp sword and questioned them. Reveal your identity. A demon, not in the least intimidated by her presence, still sneered mockingly. What would happen if I revealed my identity to the great master of the world? Suddenly, he became serious and raised a finger to make a point. Our purpose is singular, he continued, making his intention clear. To reclaim our kin, huh? He was briefly stunned when he noticed something unusual. The demon was stunned to see Caria was safe and sound, no longer surrounded by the dark, sinister aura, as before. He exclaimed in astonishment. "Wait a minute. I can't sense any divine energy at all." Mikha calmly replied to it. "Of course not. I've already removed it." At this, the demons could no longer joke around, and instead, they exclaimed with great indignation, "Are you bragging? The blessings bestowed by our Lord can never be undone by a mere mortal." Mikha reached out a hand, teasing them. It seems that absolute doesn't exist. The demons were driven mad by his contemptuous attitude. They gnashed their teeth in fury. A demon shouted, "Don't be so arrogant." He reached out his hand, wanting to summon something. His hand emitted a mysterious energy that echoed throughout the room. It seemed he wanted to summon the demon within Caria, but her side remained quiet and unaffected. Mikha watched his ridiculous display, the corner of his mouth curling into a sneer. "Be honest with me," he continued, taunting the demon. "You tried to make a grand entrance, and now that it hasn't gone according to plan, it's quite embarrassing, isn't it?" The demon heard his words and couldn't retort, his face covered in sweat in disbelief. He became extremely furious, a dark, gloomy aura radiating from his entire body. "You bastard." The aura completely obscured the demon's body. He still thought to himself about the current situation. A traitor. Cases like Caria's are rare, but this is a different case. Mikha witnessed this scene and continued to mock him relentlessly. "You're truly and utterly corrupt. Just to check, you don't intend to surrender quietly, do you?" His words enraged the demon. Such arrogance from a mere mortal. Mikha continued cryptically, "Aren't you human?" The demon couldn't take it anymore. He stretched out his hand and unleashed a stream of dark energy, fiercely attacking him. "Shut up." The dark energy quickly enveloped the entire hallway, making the space significantly gloomier. It instantly swallowed the light surrounding their group. A moment later, all that surrounded them was a silent darkness, devoid of any light. Mikha remained perfectly calm at this sight and thought to himself, "Darkness buries everything." He suddenly corrected his own thought. "No, this isn't just darkness." Mikha could feel countless malicious eyes watching him. The stench from the shadows was absolutely horrifying. The demon reveled in the darkness it had created and taunted. "You're scared, aren't you?" Mikha didn't retort. He just lowered his head in silence. His vague expression made the demon even more conceited, as it sneered, just as expected from a mere mortal. Mikha, annoyed by the incessant taunts, angrily warned, "That's enough out of you." In an instant, the endless darkness the demon had created was completely shattered by him. The demon fell back pathetically in disbelief. A brilliant golden light completely enveloped Mikha's body. "Don't tell me you still don't know who I am?" The demon finally realized who he was, breaking out in a cold sweat, and stammered in terror. Could it be? He looked towards Mikha and yelled, "A hero." Mikha reached out his hand mockingly. "Took you long enough to realize." But the demon suddenly broke into a grotesque smile and summoned a sharp sword. He then lunged forward, attacking Mikha with a lightning storm. This action from the demon surprised Mikha for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. In front of him, a figure appeared to protect him. Set appeared before him, a powerful, pale blue aura enveloping her body. The aura was unleashed, forming a powerful vortex that sent the demon flying. He was slammed into a nearby wall pathetically. The other demon saw its comrade's situation and growled in reproach. "You useless thing, you can't even handle that?" Hearing this, Mikha became annoyed and slammed his fist on the demon's head. "Shut up." The demon that was slammed into the wall earlier angrily retorted, "Even if you're a hero, I will not waver. I stand firm in my beliefs." Before it could finish, an enraged Mikha landed a thunderous blow right on its head. "You shut up too." Mikha was utterly furious, losing control and relentlessly beating the two pathetic demons. Shut up, all of you just shut up." Everyone nearby was left speechless by his actions. In just a few moments, the demons were beaten black and blue by Mikha, their faces swollen and bruised. One of them panicked and tried to stop him. Wait a minute." It hurriedly pleaded for him to stop. "I think I can remember some information to give you, so please stop beating me like a dog." But Mikha wasn't having it. He raised his hand and created a magic circle, sealing its mouth shut. Zip. Mikha gave a sinister smile and added, "Interrogations should be quiet." The demon looked at him in absolute terror. It couldn't even let out a cry of pain, only able to plead with its wide eyes. Throughout the hallway, immediately after, the sound of Mikha's brutal assault echoed. After a few minutes of the beating, the demons were knocked unconscious, their bodies swollen. Mikha finally stopped, satisfied. "For now, we've kept them alive." He leisurely wiped the filthy bloodstains from his staff. These guys won't talk easily, and their resolve is very strong. Miriam hurriedly replied to him. Ah yes, thank you, benefactor. Mikha analyzed the situation of the traitor's arrival in a serious tone. It seems our previous assumptions were more or less correct. It appears there's a lot we need to hear from your son, don't you think so? Miriam also nodded in agreement with his suggestion. Mikha pondered the possibility that could happen. The possibility that the vultures have fallen into the hands of a great demon. No, it's not just a possibility. He silently affirmed his thoughts. It's almost certain, but Mikha couldn't help but wonder about the issues surrounding the man named Milas, that mysterious man. However, regarding the mercenary leader Sir Milas, the only question is whether he has subdued Enoch or not. Mikha temporarily set aside his wandering thoughts and turned his gaze. Well then, now. Karya is slowly waking up after a period of unconsciousness. Mikha continued with his suggestion upon seeing he was fully awake. Should we hear what he has to say? Karya began to recall the bloody scene from before as he reflected. He still remembered the disgusting smell of blood from that day. His father was lying in a pool of blood. He remembered Miriam hastily pulling him away, and because of that, his mother broke down. She placed the blame on him. Perhaps he could have chosen a different path. Karya thought back to the difficult childhood days beside his traumatized mother, or actively trying to help her overcome his father's death. He silently affirmed one thing for sure. Running away from there was not the best choice. Karya felt as if he was locked in a cage, losing his freedom. He was too young and couldn't bear his traumatized mother. His spirit was panicked and in pain, like thorns constantly hurting him. But as time passed, there were moments when it ached like a thorn in his heart. And after some time, Karya had grown up. A familiar voice echoed in his ear. My son. Miriam suddenly appeared beside him. She had come to find him. Miriam gave a gentle smile to welcome Karya. They say time heals all wounds. She was no longer bound by his father's death. The sharp thorn no longer hurt Miriam. It felt as if the thorn in her heart had been pulled out. The disgusting smell of blood seemed to have faded. Karya watched his mother's back and thought, just as his mother had, he too had perhaps been freed from his father's death. But the steady image of Miriam's back in his mind gradually faded, overtaken by a dark, gloomy aura. The black aura gradually engulfed everything in an endless darkness. He thought of an evil demon that had bewitched him, with a dark voice and a mysterious smile. Mel Oren, now is the time to join us as a member. Recalling it, he couldn't help but be shocked. That event had happened. The flashback ended, and he slowly regained consciousness. He caught a glimpse of his beloved mother's back. He hesitated, weakly calling out to her, Mom, why are you here? Hearing her son's voice, Miriam quickly turned to look at him. She rushed forward to embrace her son. She cried out in anguish. I came all this way to find you. I thought you had been left to rot by monsters. Karya's eyes filled with tears, moved by her devotion. Mom, but his reason urged him to stay away from his mother. He urgently advised her, Mom, please stay away from me. There's still a monster inside of me. Seeing him so worried, Mikha reassured him. We've already dealt with the monster inside you, so don't worry. Karya looked at him in astonishment. Who are you? Mikha respectfully placed a hand on his chest to greet him. He bowed gracefully and introduced himself. This is the first time I've seen you lucid. I am Mikha WGs. He added with a faint smile. The current hero, I suppose. Karya suddenly clenched his fists upon hearing that. Meeting you like this, he was ecstatic, his eyes shining with fervent admiration. The hero who smashed the heads of the great demons. Mikha happily played along with this enthusiasm. Well, I do have some expertise. He then looked at Karya's radiant face and thought to himself that he'd heard the boy valued principles, feeling they would have a good conversation. Mikha then gestured to one side, reminding Karya, Lord Ariaran, could you please inspect this area? Karya followed his words and approached the two demons. He quickly removed the cloaks, hiding their identities. He was astonished when he saw who they were. These people. The two vile demons were two people he knew, causing him to exclaim their names in disbelief. Milan and Bascarovillu. Mikha seemed to have anticipated this and remarked, as expected, you know them. Karya lowered his head sadly and replied, they were both my seniors in the mercenary corps. They must have willingly accepted the corruption. I only realized it and hastily left. Mikha was puzzled and asked him, didn't you think of asking your mother for help? Karya didn't answer him immediately. He looked at his own hand. It was as if he could see the blackened hand from before, with a few strange streaks of blood. Mel Oren. Now the ugly hand was restored to normal. He squinted his eyes in distress at the thought. Karya spoke the words from his heart. I didn't want her to see my corrupted self. Mikha seemed to understand his meaning and silently remarked, "So that's how it is." He recalled sad memories from his past and mused, "What child would want to make their parents worry?" With that thought, Mikha gave a gentle, reassuring smile to Karya. "I understand that feeling." He continued by asking about the important matter. "What was the last situation you remember of the mercenary corps?" Karya recalled the chaotic scene from that time and said in a low voice, "More than half of them were lost." He continued, explaining everything in detail, especially the commander who is now being held captive. Of all things, the vice captain, the one the commander trusted most, betrayed us. Hearing this, Mikha couldn't help but marvel at the unpredictable events. Things are certainly unfolding differently than before the regression. He then replied to Karya, "Very well. From what you've said, it's clear that we must go to where the Vulture Mercenary Corps is." Rion couldn't help but ask doubtfully, pointing at the two vile demons. "So what do you intend to do with those two? You said they were corrupted to the core." Mikha didn't elaborate, only giving a vague reply to him, "I have a use for them." Morin was also curious, and asked, "My lord, may I ask what kind of magic you intend to use?" Mikha paused at this question, then uttered something that left everyone stunned, "Soul binding." Mikha pointed the head of his staff at one of the demons, thinking to himself that he needed information from them, who had sided with Enoch. He contemplated the effect of the magic he was about to use, so they would have no choice but to answer Mikha's questions and reveal their secrets. He would be forced to destroy their bodies and shackle their souls, and the souls captured by Enoch. Morin frowned, unable to hide his tension. That wasn't a gentle spell. Mikha agreed with his words. The butler was right that the spell wasn't just high level. A brilliant light emanated from the head of the staff in his hand. He meant that it was truly cruel. However, Mikha, like a god deciding everything, cast a cold gaze towards those demons. "I tend to hold a limit with humans, but for traitors who have sold their souls, there are no limits." A blinding light began to radiate all around. The faces of those men, as if oppressed by the light, began to crack, causing them to scream in agony. No. A moment later, two mysterious black orbs were hanging from Mikha's staff. The demons from before had been transformed into small orbs by his magic. They were uncomfortable, and wouldn't stop screaming. "Why? Why am I in this state? Please kill me. Please just kill me." Mikha paid no mind to their rambling. "Who said you could find peace?" He recalled the process of casting the spell. While turning these two into a soul-bound state, he had seen fragmented glimpses of the past. He saw their sinful pasts, one who massacred innocent people in the name of faith, the other who caused suffering to others just for fun. "You will never understand." The two demons kept pestering him. I never. It's a good thing I have a higher purpose." Mikha thought of the miserable scenes and clenched his teeth in anger. Because of scum like them, so many people had to suffer in the lost future. His mood was heavy, and Mikha remained silent. Set sensed this and looked at him with concern. She spoke up. "Mikha?" Mikha snapped out of it and looked at her, confused. Set continued, advising him, "It's great that you're trying your best and working hard, but don't push yourself too much. It feels like you're carrying too much of the burden alone." Her timely words of comfort left Mikha stunned for a moment. Set advised him, "After all, you're only human." Mikha let out a small smile, feeling much more relieved. Suddenly, he reached out and flicked Set's forehead, causing her to cry out in pain. Set clutched her small head and pouted, and Mikha immediately responded to her, "It's nothing." Mikha regained his previous composure and walked with determination. He thought to himself that what lay before him was not a destroyed world, but a future full of possibilities. There's no way it will collapse if it could fall apart so easily. Mikha gave a confident smile in himself. "I wouldn't have started in the first place." Near the outer wall of the border Marquis territory, Mikha and Eon continued their conversation about the unfinished business. After hearing Mikha explain everything in detail, Eon couldn't help but feel troubled. "So it's come to this?" Eon scratched his head in frustration, exclaiming, "Oh Milas, how did my friend end up like this?" Mikha added, "We still don't know for sure what happened to Sir Milas. That will be resolved if we can find out. I'll go there myself." He suddenly stared intently at Eon, thinking. But before that, Mikha had asked him doubtfully, "Sir, what do you think about the demons?" Eon looked towards the gloomy land nearby. Dark auras were scattered everywhere, along with the appearance of savage demons. Eon hesitated, a bit apprehensive when mentioning them. "The demons, you say?" He recalled the contents of the secret report sent to him. To be honest, it was an order from the Emperor, but he carefully considered the contents of the letter. "Right now, I don't find it realistic at all." Eon sighed, putting the letter down on the table. "I am not a holy knight," he continued vaguely. nor am I a devout believer. Eon's heartfelt words made Mikha think to himself, of course, this must be how most people would react. What people can believe is only within certain limits. He looked into the distance with determination. That's why before he leaves this place, he must make him understand. A gloomy land with a strange, dark aura held untold dangers. Thinking this, Mikha immediately spoke up. Sir, please listen to what I have to say. But suddenly, someone hurried over, interrupting him. An eager soldier ran up. You called for me, sir? He greeted them formally. Seeing him arrive, Eon greeted him. I'm glad you've come, Kian. Kian suddenly spoke loudly with excitement. Haha, you're too kind, sir. If you call, I must come at once. Mikha looked at the newcomer, silently assessing him. A crisp salute, well-maintained armor, and a perfect stance. Kian looked at him, confused. After a moment of scrutiny, Mikha thought with admiration, truly an ideal knight. Eon suddenly explained. I was talking to this gentleman and thought of you. Kian scratched his head and replied with a bright smile. Ah ha, the honor is all mine. Mikha smiled and extended his hand to greet him. A pleasure to meet you, Sir Kian, he continued, introducing himself. I am the hero, Mikha Purgus. Kian also cheerfully reached out to shake his hand. Haha, a real hero. After the greeting, Mikha once again asked seriously, Sir, that item? Eon suddenly remembered and searched for it. Ah, I know. A moment later, he took out a mysterious necklace. Here, Kian. He was about to explain further when a demon appeared out of nowhere and attacked him. Eon didn't have time to counter and could only stare, stunned, as the sharp claw was about to reach him. Instantly, a powerful golden light shot out, knocking the demon away. Mikha had just intervened to save Eon from danger. He remained calm despite the sudden turn of events. The demons are very cunning. Mikha approached Eon, explaining about the sly creatures. Sometimes they use massive armies to conquer their enemies, but most of the time, they aim to divide and destroy humanity from within. He glanced at the shiny necklace in his hand. Demons love to infiltrate. Mikha quickly took the necklace to examine it. This is a holy relic that can identify demons. He added, also, just recently, 2 demons have infiltrated the border marquis's territory, but surprisingly, they were almost impossible to detect. His words made Eon gasp in shock. He seemed to realize something and exclaimed, Don't tell me the demons are already hiding in my territory? Mikha didn't confirm, but just looked at him silently for a moment. He said in a low voice, You can confirm it for yourself. A while later, the 2 of them arrived at the scene, where someone had been attacked by demons, leaving only a stained set of armor. Do you see now? This is how they infiltrate and destroy their targets. Eon was in disbelief. Kian is? He exclaimed indignantly. How shameful. I was almost deceived by this vile demon and caused irreparable damage. Mikha suddenly took his hand to comfort him, but it can still be fixed now. He gave a reassuring smile. You will do just fine. Eon was slightly stunned by his action. A moment later, he understood and gripped his hand tightly with determination. Sometime later, a group of people set off. Mikha followed them towards the Vulture Guild. He had trusted the Border Marquis and headed straight for the Vulture Guild. Mikha looked back at the castle with satisfaction and immediately realized his judgment wasn't wrong. He still managed to see it. He recalled what had happened under the guidance of that pendant. The next day, the Border Marquis identified and burned 5 demons to death. Rian suddenly approached, pulling him back to reality. By the way, what about that thing I mentioned? The treasure. His words made Mikha remember. Oh, that's right. He remembered asking the future Rian about something the day before. Suddenly he blurted out, criticizing Ryan. Useless freeloader. Mikha's words made Ryan angry. What, you punk? A freeloader? Mikha pondered about his current situation. Tisk, the more support he gets, the stronger he becomes, so it's not a bad thing. He has to bear everyone's expectations as the next sword saint. He glanced over and stared at Rian. Mikha could vaguely sense Rian's pressure. Even though he looked confident when asked, he must be feeling a heavy weight on his shoulders. Thinking this, he suddenly blurted out, Rian, I take back what I just said. His words made Rian couldn't help but be confused. Why so sudden? Mikha continued to clarify. He said in a serious tone, An admirable freeloader. His words hit Rian like a slap to the face, leaving him utterly shocked. An admirable freeloader? Rian furiously shouted. Let's go one-on-one, you brat. Mikha paused at his impulsive challenge, then gave a sly smile. Oh ho. Mikha quickly accepted the challenge. It seems I have no other choice. I don't have much time, but I'll do my best to help you. Rian was visibly excited, extremely confident in himself. Oh ho, I knew I could count on you. Suddenly, Mikha broke off a nearby twig and began, "Alright, first things first." A short while later, the people nearby were enraged by something, looking like they were about to explode and deal with someone. They pointed in one direction, yelling aggressively, "Get her, that woman." One of them angrily shouted, "How dare you be so disrespectful to the Han mercenary group?" N, who was being pointed at, was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The others grew even more annoyed and yelled, "A bunch of kids, not even 10 of you, dare to pick a fight with the High Lan?" Mika and Rian dusted off their hands as if they had just done something mischievous. "Congratulations, that line proves you're a third-rate villain," Ryan asked back in astonishment. "A third-rate villain? Really?" With that, Mika pushed him forward. "Alright, Ryan." Ryan, still not understanding, exclaimed, "Huh?" Mika gave a wicked grin and suggested, "Let's just cross our arms and watch. You handle it yourself. Don't use your aura, just swordsmanship, okay?" Rian angrily retorted. "Wait, you said you'd give me the treasure," Mika replied leisurely. "You mean the blood and sweat you're about to shed from now on is the treasure? A prize, right?" Mika's words infuriated Rian. "Hey!" The others couldn't take it anymore and simultaneously charged forward to attack. Mika excitedly pointed forward, cheerfully commanding Rian like a talented beast tamer. "Go, Rian." Mika gave the command like in a classic cartoon, and flashes of pale yellow light appeared right after. Rian furiously cursed at him. God damn it. In a dark cellar, a man was imprisoned. Iron chains tightly bound his hands. He was gaunt and extremely weak. With his arms chained up, he had lost all sense of time. How long had it been? Months or a year? He didn't know anymore. His eyes were glazed over with exhaustion. More importantly, right near him, countless gloomy eyes were staring intently at him. They reached out their dark hands to harass him, making it impossible for him to maintain his sanity. Suddenly, someone spoke, pulling him from his wandering thoughts. "Looks like you've finally reached your limit, huh? You held out for quite a while. Brother Milas." Milas looked up at the tall man outside the cage. He exclaimed when he saw the familiar face. "Kien?" Milas weakly called out the man's name. "My brother?" he questioned Kien doubtfully. "Why did you have to do this?" "Why? For what reason?" Kien replied with a sinister smile. "You're the one who started this, brother." His words made Milas indignant as he thought to himself that Kien kept repeating the same line, that it was all his fault. He immediately spoke up to refute Kien. "I never forced you to do evil or abandoned you," Kien calmly replied. "Of course, you would say that." His words enraged Milas. He gritted his teeth in anger. Milas yelled, questioning his sinister brother. "How could you bring the demons here and sacrifice innocent people?" He reprimanded sternly. "Calm down." Suddenly, Kien burst into a wicked laugh. After a hearty, satisfying laugh, he grew quiet to think about something. Kien began, "You know, if you corrupt humans, you can kill them easily by disguising them as monsters. Wonderful, isn't it?" Milas raised an eyebrow at that shameless logic, but Kien continued, implying that sacrificing others is just too easy, and everyone accepts it. Milas, still holding on to hope, tried to persuade him. "Stop it, it's not too late." Kien disagreed, and quickly refuted him. "No, it's too late. I have no intention of turning back." He reached for a brightly burning candle and continued, "So, give up that false hope." Kien decisively snuffed out the flame, a metaphor for his words. Immediately after, he nonchalantly left the dark cellar, leaving Milos alone in silence, half submerged in the cold water. "Hope," he thought. "You will save me and the cornered vulture gang, the only one." Milos thought of someone's silhouette and vaguely muttered, "A hero, perhaps." He continued to place his hope in that figure. "Please, save everyone." Then he thought about his brother, who was sinking into a quagmire, and stopping him. Elsewhere, on the way to meet the vulture gang mercenaries, everyone who had clashed with Mikai's group had been defeated. They lay scattered about, unconscious. Mikai looked them over and thought to himself, gang monsters and similar things had blocked their path. This was the inevitable result of taking a risky shortcut to save time. He then looked over at the dazzling sword Rian was holding in his hand, and secretly marveled at the sight, as Ryan was always at the forefront, shouting loudly as he powerfully swung his sword, swiftly dealing with the aggressive monsters. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength to face them. Rian was full of pride. In the distance, Mihai leisurely observed everything. Morin also watched Rian's fight intently. "He's holding up so well without using his aura, huh?" Mihai then replied to him. "He understands the beast within him better now, which is a good thing." At that moment in the battle, a sharp hand lunged forward to attack Rian. He quickly realized the danger approaching. Rian gripped the sword in his hand, about to counter the attack. With just a few swift slashes, he severed several parts of the monster. The massive monster couldn't take it and collapsed pathetically to the ground. Rian suddenly clenched his fists and shouted. He yelled out in frustration. Damn it! Mihai couldn't help but feel helpless at Rian's action. That curse has become his mark. Time passed quickly, and night gradually fell, blanketing the area. They gathered around a warm campfire, cooking a pot of delicious food. Alan brought a large bowl of soup over to Rian, praising him. Good job. Rian, looking gaunt from the exhausting battle, dazedly accepted the bowl of soup. Milliam didn't gather with the group but sat alone somewhere, deep in thought. She was silent, not saying a word. Mihai brought a bowl of soup over to her and asked, What are you thinking about, Miss Milliam? Milliam immediately replied, Rian Pelopot. I've long heard that he was a child of outstanding talent. The title of the next generation's sword saint is not something that can be passed down easily. Suddenly, she paused. But his path has changed. Milliam recalled. When I met him in the capital before, his talent was immense, but I didn't think he could exceed my expectations. Suddenly, she smiled knowingly. Milliam reflected on what Rian was doing and exclaimed, It feels as if he saw a flawed future and veered onto a different path, and he did so very carefully. Suddenly, she looked over at Mihai. Benefactor, Milliam asked with some curiosity. What did you do? Mihai gave a faint smile, not answering her question. He said cryptically, Who knows? A single touch from Mihai shattered the image of the old Rian. Sometime later, they stopped at their destination. The group looked towards the nearby fortress. So that's the Vulture mercenary group. Rian looked around in awe and remarked, If no one told me that was a group of mercenaries, I would have thought it was a fortress. Milliam replied to him. After Sir Milas disappeared, they just kept expanding it. The group slowly entered the area. Rian also looked around and remarked, It's a good thing it's in such a remote area. At least when the archdemon is destroyed, the surroundings won't be blown away. Mihai thought about the place. In Asmodeus's case, the curse was nullified because he was destroyed in the middle of a tomb. He agreed with Rian, adding, Yeah, in any case, Enoch's true form won't be there. Alan asked him doubtfully, So what's your plan now? It doesn't look like we can just walk straight in? Mihai replied to her cryptically, No, we're going to walk in proudly. His words left Alan even more confused. Huh? Mihai suddenly suggested. I have an idea, Sir Caria. He gave a sly smile and asked, Are you confident in your acting skills? The scene was now at sunset, with sunlight illuminating the buildings, sky high. Kadan was walking when he suddenly noticed something. He squinted towards the column of smoke and said hesitantly, Is that? Looking at the red-haired guy, he asked himself, Maon, the guy who deserted, right? Seeing Korea slowly approach, Kadan immediately raised his sword, pointed it straight at him, and said, Stop. Korea calmly asked, Kadan, right? He just replied with a contemptuous tone. A deserter acting so brazenly? He asked. You know the rules, don't you? You deserted. I never deserted. Karya replied. You should know that I completed my mission. Then he opened his eyes, which held a mysterious purple light. He said, I've been granted a grace, Kadan. Then Kadan suddenly exclaimed, A grace? That's ridiculous. Just then, the vice commander walked over, smiled, and said, Welcome back, Maon. Kadan was surprised. Vice commander? Then he said to Kadan, Return to your post, Kadan. He didn't desert, so there's no problem. Kadan still felt worried, and wanted to say, But, vice commander. However, before he could finish his sentence, the commander cut him off. I've already said it. He gave a very sinister smile. There is no problem. Kadan was frightened by his expression, then he quickly ran off. Ah, I understand. The vice commander looked at Korea for a moment and said, So you've accepted it? He replied, Yeah. His shadow was now stained with a dark aura. Then the vice commander said, Good. However, the two comrades I sent with you have lost contact. What happened? He replied. Unfortunately, it seems they fell into the sights of that hero. The commander asked again, wondering. Then how did you escape? Karya answered. My grace specializes in infiltration, he said proudly. Even the hero couldn't detect me. The vice commander asked in surprise. The hero didn't detect you? Then he looked at Karya and said, Of course, you don't have a single trace of dark energy. He spread his arms wide and laughed loudly. Ha ha, who would have thought a grace could evolve like this? For this kind of power, sacrificing two comrades is an acceptable price. Suddenly, Karya interrupted him, leaving him confused. But, Vice Commander, I have something to report, he stammered. The hero. Then he pointed into the distance, his eyes firm as he said, is also here with me. Recalling the scene in the forest, Karia, exhausted, had plopped down to rest. Mikha praised him. Good job. Then he looked at his own shadow with a worried expression. Karia asked, do I have to keep wearing this? The two entities inside the shadow were named Malon and Baskerview. One of them cried out, kill me. The other one said, it hurts so much, why me? The things inside Karia's shadow were none other than their souls. Karia pretended to have accepted the corruption. Except for the real Eno, no one noticed anything strange. Erasing the soul energy makes me look like I've been granted a special infiltration grace. While resting, Karia said to Mikha, just as expected, they didn't think that anyone could imitate the corruption, Mikha recalled. Just like last time when I imitated Amma's power, then he clenched his fists and said, besides me, no one else can do this. Karia replied, just as you said, I proposed this to the vice commander, and he completely agreed. Hearing that, Mikha exclaimed, right. Just as planned, he knew the proposal would be a simple matter. Then he said, the corrupted Karia lured me to the fortress of mercenaries. The fortress is their headquarters. They'll think they can assassinate me if they have enough time. Karia, please continue to pretend to be their comrade. They won't suspect you so easily. When Karia heard this, his expression immediately became very serious. He replied, understood. Mikha glanced around. He noticed everyone was looking at him. Some focused on him simply because he was the hero, while others were filled with hatred or resentment, mixed with those who couldn't suppress their instincts. He looked around and thought to himself, there are only a few of them, but each one looks tough. Meanwhile, a girl with green hair said fearfully, I don't want to be here. They were in this vast tower, and the sun was beginning to set. Karia pointed and instructed, the room at the end of the hall is where the vice commander, the second in command is. Mikha told everyone, talking to the vice commander is a job for Karia and me. Then he asked again, you understand, right? The guys here all look very strong. Miriam whispered, I'll check it out myself. Alan, with brown hair, said, I won't get caught. Ran, with silver hair, said, and be back here on time, okay? Then Mikha clapped his hands. All right, now scram. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group vanished without a trace. At this moment, in some room, Mion said to Mikha, oh, hero, about the vice commander. Is it possible that against his own will, he was simply brainwashed by a demon? Mikha replied, no. The scene changes to 1 hour later. Mikha placed both hands on the pure white door. He used his strength to push lightly, and the door slowly opened. The other man had been there for a while, standing in the room with a meaningful smile. A moment later, he clasped his hands behind his back, changing his meaningful smile to a bright one, along with a rather warm welcome. Welcome, hero. Mikha raised his hand to shield his eyes from the light streaming out of the room, slightly annoyed. That light almost flooded the entire room, with sunlight in every nook and cranny. Mikha couldn't help but think, the light in here is so abundant. Mikha's eyes narrowed slightly, and he silently affirmed to himself, as if declaring that there was no connection to demons. After standing there, lost in thought for a moment, Mikha gave a slight, unreadable smile. Seeing that he wasn't reacting after so long, the man closed his eyes in boredom and asked softly, hero? Hearing that, Mikha finally began to answer him. He shrugged and said, not at all. It's just that the light is a bit bright. Outside, a large eagle was flapping its wings, swooping down to land on a branch. The other man asked Mikha, so, what brings you here, hero? The eagle gazed into the distance, and a moment later a voice replied, I have received a revelation. The man closed his eyes and slowly continued. A revelation, you say? Suddenly, he turned and said, Mayon, could you step outside for a moment? Seeing this, Karia immediately obeyed. He bowed and said, understood. A moment later, he immediately went outside. The large, light-filled room now only had Mikha and the other man left in it. He began to speak to Mikha. If it's not too impolite, may I ask what the revelation was about? After listening, Mikha slowly closed his eyes and said, that's not a problem. But before that, cracked his eyes open, his gaze a bit lazy as he spoke. Where is the commander? Hearing this, Kia let out a dry laugh and said, I wanted to deliver it to him directly, but he's not here at the moment. Seeing this, Mikhail propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought. A moment later, he told the man, that's unfortunate, because this is directly related to him. Mikhail then added, I want to give it to him personally. Hearing this, the man replied, if it's directly related, then, as his family, I have even more reason to know. Just as Kia was speaking, from a distance behind them, a woman suddenly appeared. She approached with a stern expression and reported, I've confirmed it. Seeing this, Mikhail lazily tilted his head in her direction to listen. Feeling it was a bit inconvenient, Mikhail waved his hand at the man and said, "All right," and it seems that handing the information over to the vice commander was the right choice. Mikhail concluded with a smile. This information is actually very simple. Outside, a great eagle is leisurely perched on a branch, preening its feathers. A large hawk is plucking its small feathers. The eagle spreads its massive wings, causing the newly plucked feathers to scatter in every direction. Then, it soars into the high sky. Mikhail, still standing quietly, said to Kia, "It must have shed the unnecessary feathers." Hearing him finish, the man's face turned beet red, his eyes and brows narrowing with a strained smile. He asked, "What is that supposed to mean?" Mikhail opened his eyes and looked at him, his expression completely emotionless. He calmly said it could be interpreted in many different ways, and that the gods always speak in riddles. As Mikhail spoke, the old man clenched his fists, trembling. Interpreted in many ways. He suppressed his emotions and looked up, forcing a fake smile, as he asked Mikhail, "Whose feathers are those?" That's not hard to guess." Mikhail closed his eyes again. Indeed, the eagle's feathers continued to fall, blanketing the ground below. Mikhail Walpurgis continued, "I wonder which side will be the feathers plucked by that hawk." "Well, I already know the answer." After their conversation, Mikhail Walpurgis left, and the pristine white door closed silently behind him. In the room, only Kia was left standing alone. A moment later, he suddenly called for Mayo Ozan. At his call, the shadow of the person he called immediately drew near. He stood behind the man and listened as he began to speak. "That hero has realized that our behemoth has received a blessing." Karya heard this and voiced his agreement. "Yes, I am aware." Kia slowly tilted his head, glancing at him. The young man bowed as Kia said, "I will give you a very precious opportunity to live as a part of him. Win that hero's trust, and make sure to keep him here. Ensure he doesn't go anywhere else." Kia's smile held countless hidden meanings, a mocking smirk on his face. He said, "Even if he is a hero who has slain 2 great demons." Suddenly, his eyes turned pitch black, his pupils shifting to a bluish purple, and veins bulged from his eye sockets. "If the conditions are met, he will never be able to defeat me." An image of Milas, with both hands bound high in a dungeon, appeared with every word Kia uttered. The vessel will soon be complete. And then, he too will change. His eyes also turned pitch black with those same bluish-purple pupils. Kia continued, "The complete resurrection of the demon. And on the front lines, the path of its resurrection." He spread his arms out in midair. A strange, glowing red sigil suddenly appeared on the pristine white wall of the room. And then, he transformed into his original form. A grotesque, crimson soul with sharp fangs, appearing behind Kia's terrifying figure, with the words, "It will be none other than me." Outside that room, Mikha was standing with his arms crossed over his chest, and he spoke calmly. Mikha then asked the group he was standing with what the results were. Hearing this, Morin immediately replied, "It was cleverly hidden, but we found it. We have confirmed the presence of demonic marks in several places. They seem to affect those who are marked by name." Seeing this, Mum also turned and said to Mikha, "We've also identified areas with unusually high personnel deployment. We didn't proceed further because we didn't know what cunning traps were waiting for us." Mikha thought for a long moment, then said to everyone, "That was a wise decision." He said, "First, I have some good news and some bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Rand said boldly, "The good news." Hearing that, Mikha said, to the whole group, "During my conversation with the vice commander, we've tentatively identified where Lord Milas is being held." Hearing this, Morin, Ellen, Lindell, and Ren were all startled and asked loudly, "What? That's incredible." "So what's the bad news?" Mikha said with his eyes closed. "It's nothing major, as long as we don't get unlucky." Hearing that, everyone's eyes widened in shock. All 4 of them shared the same thought. Enoch might have to come here in person. Rand suddenly exclaimed, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What?" The sunset gradually flooded the city, along with Mikha's answer. "That's the worst-case scenario. Unfortunately, it seems Enoch is more malicious than we thought." As if still unable to believe his ears, Rand held up a hand to stop Mikha. "Wait a minute." He held his forehead and asked, "That guy, Enoch, isn't he on the same level as that Asmodeus we fought before?" Mikha immediately replied, "At this point, we should assume he's stronger than that guy." Hearing that, Ren buried his face in his hands in despair and exclaimed, "Oh my God." Milliam finally spoke up. She asked Mikha, "Why would a great demon intervene directly?" Hearing this, he fell silent for a moment before answering, The Lord's name. The sigil that had appeared on the white wall earlier reappeared. Once again, along with Mikha's explanation, it is a mark that a great demon bestows upon a few favored followers. It is also a terrifying mark that only a few traitors can recognize. Set was peeking at something with a puzzled look. What she was seeing was the same sigil that Mikha Purgus had seen, and that mark was inscribed on Ken. After Mikha's explanation, Ellen asked, "Does that mean the situation isn't as optimistic as we thought?" He raised a finger and said, "That's right, and there's one more thing." As Mikha was slowly explaining, it seemed that they intend to use Lord Milas as a vessel. A jet-black, dark figure stood menacingly right behind Mikha. "That thing is Kia." Morin, trembling slightly, spoke to Mikha. "Wait, young master, if you mean a vessel, then..." The scene suddenly cuts to an image of Milas tied up, his hands bound tightly above him, his head hanging down. Suddenly, he slowly lifted his head. His eyes turned completely white, the pupils fading away eerily. Suddenly, a horrifying face like that of a demon appeared before Milas. A question also rang out. "You mean, that great demon intends to use the master's body as a vessel?" Mikha stood silently amidst the countless questions from the group. They stood there, constantly asking questions. "So what do we do now?" "According to what I've heard, the vice commander holds Lord Milas's life through magic. Rescuing him without letting the vice commander find out seems impossible." Suddenly, Mikha broke into a smile. His smile made everyone confused. Mikha spoke up. "Why overthink it?" A shadowy figure emerged from a jar, reaching its hand high. Mikha continued. "Once the corruption process is complete, Lord Milas will fall and become a vessel. But if we try to completely purify Lord Milas, the problem is the time it would take. And the reality is, the enemy won't just stand by and watch." The shadow continued to rise, causing the jar below to develop cracks at its rim. "So, instead of that..." Mikha paused for a moment, then gave a wry smile, as he said, "First, let's force him to go berserk." The one being held captive was Milas. He was still silently bowing his head. Then suddenly, he burst out laughing. His hands trembled within their iron shackles, as he said to himself, "Is this really the end? The strength and even the feeling in my body is gradually fading away." Suddenly, a dark energy enveloped Milas, as if trying to hypnotize him. It echoed a voice. "That's right. Give up." The grotesque energy sprouted countless wide-open eyes. It continued to surround him, saying, "Surrender to me, and it will become easier." Milas was gradually growing exhausted. He slowly raised his head and thought, "That's right, if there's no hope left." He cracked his eyes open to look at the gloomy space, then said to himself, "Then giving up. Everything here might be the only way. Huh." Suddenly, from the ceiling of the dark cell, the wall began to crack, and rocks and dust fell to the floor below. A small, fair hand reached out after punching through a section of the cell wall. From the hole, the adorable Mon poked her head out. She smiled brightly and said to the imprisoned Milas below, "Found." He gradually raised his head, a smile forming as he looked at the cute Monday. As Mon flew down, he asked, "Who are you?" The cute Mon began to introduce herself. "Peach Blade, that's right, my fist will pierce the heavens." Hearing that, Milas asked Mon again, "Why is a fairy here?" Mon replied, "A message from the hero." Mon's words made him wonder, and he hesitantly replied, "The hero?" He looked at Mon and thought to himself, "Furthermore, this fairy is proof sent by that hero." Then, the image of a hero in armor with a sword at his waist appeared in his mind. Milas thought hopefully, "Does that mean it still exists?" At this thought, he broke into a smile. He asked Mon, "What did the hero say?" Mon heard him and gave an adorable laugh. She held out one finger, pointing towards Milas, and said, "Despair." Hearing Mon's words, he was emotionally and mentally crushed. He slumped down again, sighing wordlessly. "Uh-huh," rang out. Mikha looked up to hear a question. "To make Lord Milas go berserk? He's already in a dangerous state." "So, what do you mean?" Mikha replied. "Think about that." The image of a person bound and collapsed appeared again. For Enoch to turn Sir Milas into the perfect vessel, he needs it to be 100% complete. But what if he was forced into an imperfect vessel that's only 95% complete? Rian and Alan Lindell were still listening intently to Mikha. "Instead of stopping Enoch from entering Sir Milas's body, we lure him in imperfectly." Rand suddenly spoke up and asked, "Then what will happen to Sir Milas?" Mikha shrugged in response to Ron. "We'll think about that later. If we can get Enoch inside, then we can purify him at any time. Ellen raised a hand to her chin, thinking amidst the countless words swirling around. A moment later, she looked up and asked, "So, in the end?" Hearing this, Mikha winked and explained to Ellen Lindell, "You mean we have to take down Sir Milas? Is that what you call destruction for the sake of creation?" Seeing the reaction of Mikha, everyone fell helplessly silent. All four of them thought at the same time, "Makes me wonder who the real demon is." Mikha, seeing the somewhat gloomy atmosphere, chuckled and said to everyone, "Don't worry too much. I've already sent someone to inform them about the current situation." Back in the dark prison cell, Milas was looking at M. They must know everything by now. Mikha smiled and said to everyone, "Now, let's get serious." Mikha stood under the sunset, speaking clearly to everyone. Mikha Purgis asked a question. "Infiltrate the enemy's fortress?" After everyone had left following the long conversation, that lasted for quite a while, only Mikha and Karya remained. The two of them stood back to back. Karya spoke up. "If you follow this path, it will lead to where the vice-captain is waiting," Karya added. "They say that there's no way they can lose at that location." Hearing that, Mikha readily replied, "It's fine." Mikha was extremely confident in himself. He told Karya that whatever preparations they had made wouldn't matter. After listening in silence for a moment, Karya finally bowed and replied, "Yes, I won't worry." But as for Mikha, he was puzzled by a question in his mind. "Why are their eyes fixed on my staff?" Mikha Purgis thought to himself, "It's the legendary staff that has crushed countless demon heads." Suddenly, next to Mikha, Exep was standing there. Who knows since when? She yawned languidly and said between yawns, "Enoch's aura is very strong here. What kind of place is this?" Just then, a portal opened next to them with a purple energy. Mikha slowly walked closer and stepped into the portal. Then, Mikha's entire body slowly sank into the portal. His figure gradually faded, as if about to disappear. Mikha thought to himself, "Just as I thought," and placed his hand on a swirl. "Is it a barrier?" Mikha stood there, touching the swirl. In magical terms, it's like an eighth circle. No wonder they're so confident. Stepping out of the portal, the first thing Mikha saw was that guy. He was standing there, who knows since when, and said with a smile, "Welcome, hero." Seeing this, Mikha said wearily, "I heard you needed help, so I came. What's the matter?" Everything was normal. Then suddenly Mikha's eyes changed. They turned pitch black with purple irises. Mikha had just barely noticed this anomaly when Karya immediately launched an attack on him. It seemed he was also being corrupted just like him, as his eye color had also changed. Mikha's blood dripped onto the ground. The wound on his mouth continued to ooze blood, causing him immense pain. A moment later, Mikha looked resentfully at Karya. He called out in confusion, "Kia?" And as if he had lost too much blood, Mikha collapsed to the ground with the question, "Why?" At that moment, the other guy began to smirk, and then he burst into a triumphant laugh upon seeing Mikha struck down on the ground. Karya was now being manipulated by him. He was no longer himself, but had become a pawn of Kia's. He said, "No matter how great of a hero you are." At that moment, Karya was tightly gripping a sword, as Kia continued, "You cannot see into a person's heart. The dagger that stabbed you is the monster he bestowed, bringing a cruel death. Even as a hero, you cannot escape the death decreed by the great lord." A brilliant sword fully materialized along with Kia's voice. The blood from Mikha's mouth still hadn't stopped bleeding. He wearily asked him, "So, you mean this is the death that the demon Enoch created centuries ago?" In response, he said, "That's right." And then, Mikha suddenly shouted, "Thanks!" Then he casually trotted over to where Karya was standing. Seeing this, the other guy was baffled, wondering, "What is this?" He slung his arm around Karya's shoulder. It turned out he wasn't being manipulated, but was just acting in coordination with Mikha. He gave a thumbs up and said, "What else? You really fell for it." At this, Karya laughed helplessly and said, "Well, that's how it went down." The other guy's eyes darkened with rage, and he exclaimed, "Impossible! Meo Ozanta witnessed you become one of us with his own eyes." Karya gave a wry smile and raised his hand, revealing an orb of pitch, black energy that Kia had used to try and manipulate him, and said, "Ah, about that. It's actually detachable." At this point, the other guy was stunned. He stood frozen, wondering, was I tricked? He gritted his teeth, veins bulging with fury, and roared, "But it's too late, hero." In the distance, squads of fully armored soldiers advanced in unison. Kia said, "To prepare for any contingencies, I brought all of my men." The soldiers had bloodshot eyes and radiated a murderous aura, as if they wanted to reap the souls of others. They drew closer and closer as Kia continued. Furthermore, because of the barrier, Those with divine power cannot leave. Then he yelled in Mihai, one Purgis's face, "You are a rat trapped in a jar." Hearing this, Mikai's expression darkened. He spoke softly, his tone sarcastic. What a hollow boast. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from a nearby mountain. From that spot, earth and rock blasted upwards, causing a plume of smoke and dust to rise high, catching Kia's attention. He looked toward the explosion, narrowed his eyes, and asked, "That sound was what?" A moment later, his eyes narrowed again. "Why? Why the sacrifice?" Kia, bewildered, asked Mikai, "What did you do?" But he remained calm, placing a hand on his hip and raising his left arm as he said, "What else?" "It's exactly what you've been doing all this time." The mark on the back of Mikai's hand began to glow, a purple light gradually spreading through the area, as he said, driving the enemy into despair and turning it into an opportunity. Then Mikai looked at Kia with eyes full of contempt. He spoke slowly, "That is your karma, so accept it." After summoning his power, Mikai shouted, "Labyrinth." At the same time, the purple light and its energy enveloped the entire area. Then, as if it exploded, the light was so blinding it was almost impossible to see. Kia stood silently in the gusting winds, wondering what this power could be. From within the purple mist, a hazy figure gradually emerged. It was Medium. Her eyes seemed to hold a long-suppressed anger as she glared coldly at Kia. A sound rang out as Kia was stammering, struggling to speak. After a long moment, he finally uttered the name Mum Arian. Caria stood behind him, her face filled with worry as she looked at her. Milam called out, "My son." He froze when she said, "I know you don't like me being an arbiter." Kia recalled a memory from long ago when Milam held his hand and led him away. Looking at her lonely back now, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. His arm reached out unconsciously, and he grabbed Milam's wrist to stop her, saying, "I understand now." Caria smiled brightly and suggested, "Let's go together." She just looked at him silently without saying a word. A few seconds later, Milam turned her face away and agreed. "All right." She turned to Mikai and said, "Do what you must, hero, and we will deliver the appropriate judgment here." He happily accepted, replying, "Then I'll leave the decision to you." While no one was paying attention, Ki, standing to the side, was gradually transforming his body. Dark energy enveloped him. Ki called out to Mikai, "Hero, where do you think you're going?" Milam raised the sword in her hand, looked at him and said, "So you've finally given up on being human, have you?" Ki, his eyes shrouded in darkness, roared, and commanded, "Kill everything." The hypnotized soldiers madly charged forward, disregarding their own lives. She calmly raised the saying, "Behold, the traitor." A giant sphere of energy appeared in the sky. Milam announced, "I shall pass judgment upon you now." She gripped her sword tightly and brought it down without hesitation. Heavenly pulse. Countless small energy orbs rained down, and the manipulated soldiers could only stand rooted to the spot, looking up at them. A swift annihilation occurred. Scene change. At the same time at Konno Fortress, an explosion rang out, a corner of the sturdy fortress was destroyed, and a horrifying sound emerged. Despair. A hand with sharp claws appeared, its feet also covered in pitch-black smoke. The monster staggered forward, its dark face and glowing red eyes flashing. Milas, in his spirit form, was floating in the air, looking down and wondering, "What is this?" He turned to Mon, who was beside him, and asked, "Am I dead?" The little girl denied it, replying, "Not yet." Milas looked at his own transparent hands and speculated, "My mind is collapsing." "No. That's why it separated." "Is this a measure to protect my mind?" Even so, he was still worried about the situation of everyone below, asking urgently, "But is there any way to stop my rampaging body down there?" Suddenly, a group of people appeared, blocking the monster's path. That group caught Milas's attention. He observed them quietly, thinking, could that be Twilight and the two kids? Ran, leading the group, spoke up. "So you've finally come out." Milas silently assessed him and Alan. "They're quite talented kids." Min, from behind, received the signal, nodded, and quickly rushed forward to attack. He channeled power into his fist and unleashed the technique, Twilight Art, Nullification, Physical Breaker Bomb. A powerful punch descended onto the monster's position. It silently manifested a sword from its dark energy. The monster swung its sword, blocking Morin's attack. It's not enough. It can't even recover, let alone use any special abilities. A body like this. Before the monster could finish, Luyen took advantage of this brief opening to attack. He said smugly, "An opening," against his slash, but immediately circled behind to counterattack. Smirked lightly, getting into a ready stance. Were exchanged between the three individuals. Seeing the excited expressions on the other two, The monster was filled with questions, wondering why they were smiling. Milos, who had been watching silently, now spoke his assessment, hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes and sighed in disappointment. A massive burst of energy erupted from its body, sending the two who were closing in, flying. Like you have sometimes stood in my way. The same. The sighed and said, first, that fearsome hand is gathering energy, to tremble. Launching a blast of energy aimed at the young people, frozen in place, to have destroyed an entire side of the fortress, saying guiltily, my body can commit such a brutal massacre, take it anymore, have arrived. He was surrounded by a brilliant light, his white cloak fluttered in the wind, his feet landing gently on the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust, in front of him, and exclaimed in surprise. The hero, looking at the situation, it let out a long sigh, and said, it seems best to get out of here right now. However, the body is the top priority, so if I just stay like this, it should be fine. Mikai's figure gradually appeared through the dissipating smoke. You're thinking of becoming famous on your side, huh? Like the others? Veins bulged on its forehead in anger. The demon aggressively charged towards him and shouted, shut up, Mikai said with a grim look. Great gravity. As soon as Mikha finished speaking, a massive force descended in a straight line, smashing through everything in its path. Standing amidst the thick dust, he asked quizzically, why don't you just give up? You're not even ready yet. The recent surge of power had a huge impact on the demon, and it struggled to get up with difficulty from the rubble. Its eyes were filled with hatred as it looked at Mikha, listening to his words. The demon's hand on the ground clenched into a fist, its whole body trembling as it said, how dare you? The demon still had an unyielding, ferocious look. How dare a mere mortal, a human? With that, it stood up straight again. His eyes looked downward, as he thought to himself, there's a strange demonic energy stirring. Looking at the struggling demon below, Mikha thought it wasn't truly hostile. Suddenly, he broke into a cheerful smile, and said, look at this guy. Mikha asked Lightning, who was in her small form on his shoulder. Lightning, you can reveal your true form, right? She replied, of course. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, the demon quickly lunged to attack. As it charged, he quickly noticed, and their eyes met. The demon attacked as fast as an arrow, zipping past Mikha. At that moment, Lightning transformed into her true form as his voice rang out. You act all tough on the outside, but in the end, you were just trying to run away. She stood with her back to Mikha and conjured a tornado at his command. Lightning enveloped it in a fortress of storms. The tornado created by lightning was immense, surrounding the entire castle. The storm she used had completely blocked all entrances and exits from both inside and out. Within the tornado she created, the demon was swept up, leaving it suspended in midair. It has a non-physical form, so it can pass through things. Seeing the current situation, Mikha thought to himself, but there's no way it would easily give up a body that was so carefully prepared. It was slammed down by the tornado hard onto the ground, causing the earth to crack into large chunks. The demon said furiously, Lightning, you stupid bastard. Don't tell me you've recovered your strength during that time. Lightning smiled mockingly and said, I'm still at the level of an apostle, and I will never make that mistake again. Mikha hovered in the sky behind the demon and said, you have two choices now. Release Lord Milos immediately. He smiled and added, or get beaten to death before you release him. Hearing this, the demon became extremely wary. I can't destroy this body. Mikha listened intently as the demon said, that's not what you want, is it? His face showed a look of helplessness as he said, yes, I suppose that's possible. Mikha's feet were poised to move as he thought. Using the body as a hostage, that's its only card, a threat. In an instant, with the speed of light, he appeared in front of the demon, surrounded by a white light. Mikha's face took on a demonic, chilling expression as he attacked it. The demon said, if it were anyone else, that surprise attack would have forced a direct confrontation. Mikha said, Lin, wrong answer. The answer made the demon frown in surprise and say, what? Just then, Mon appeared on the demon's shoulder, carrying, according to his explanation, what we need to stop isn't here. Its eyes glowed like two flashlights. He cast his skill, blazing divine chains. Red chains wrapped around the demon's abdomen and arms. After a moment, it was completely bound by the red chains from its feet to its arms. Being restrained like this made it, the demon, uncomfortable, causing it to frown. It was still growling and struggling with all its might to break free from the bindings. Using all its strength, the demon snapped the chains into pieces and said, you think this can stop me? Mikha gripped his scepter, thinking to himself, it's true, No matter how special a fairy is, she can't seal a giant demon completely. A glowing gem appeared at the tip of the scepter, creating countless mystical magic circles, he thought. But in the 1 to 2 seconds it took to break the chains, he swung his scepter high to strike, saying, "That's enough time." With that, the skill was unleashed, exploding with terrifying power and a brilliant light that destroyed everything. It tore through everything, shattering it into small pieces. A beam of power struck a boulder, causing it to explode into tiny fragments. From within the thick dust and white smoke, the demon emerged, saying, "Are you trying to harm yourself just to destroy my body?" It berated Mikha with extreme anger, as if that would have any effect. "So, where does this power to self-harm come from?" He stepped forward and spoke. From the arms and legs that appeared in the thick smoke, his form wasn't clear. Only a pair of cold, glowing red eyes could be seen as he said, "Break your limbs and heal them afterward. It's that simple." The words were chilling to the bone, but Mikha's casual delivery made it even more terrifying to the demon, causing cold sweat to pour down its face. "What are you talking about?" it exclaimed. "You damn lunatic." Hearing the demon's words, he immediately attacked it. "Shut your mouth, holy ruin." The attack knocked it down once again. The demon said, "Those aren't even my real limbs." Standing before Mikha, its entire body trembled, as it said, "You bastard. If you're a hero, then act like one, damn it." Hearing the demon's words caused Mikha to fall silent. But its big mouth got it into trouble, so it was no surprise when Mikha landed another blow, causing the demon to scream in pain. He said, "Shut up. I'll decide for myself what a hero's path is." It showed its resentment, saying, "You are not a hero." Because the demon was running its mouth, he cast a spell to restrict its speech. "You are?" Mikha gripped the scepter, now covered in fresh blood, and said, "A hero, no matter what. I'm the one who decides that." He stood over the demon on the ground and mocked it. "Wow, so cruel, so cruel. Even after all this, you still won't give up? Is that what it means to be a giant demon, huh?" Seeing it lying on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, Mikha asked, "Want another dose of holy ruin?" It lay on the ground, making muffled noises, which made him ask, "Huh?" On the demon's face, something appeared, a drop in the corner of its eye, just like a tear. The sight of that drop at the corner of its eye made Mikha's eyes widen in disbelief. He said, "Wait a minute, what is that on your eye?" He looked at the demon trembling uncontrollably on the ground and said, "Hey, don't tell me you're crying, are you?" Mikha's shock was evident in his voice that boomed across the area. Dark thoughts began to surface in the monster's mind. At first, it was so beautiful. The monster's form gradually materialized, wanting to break free. It recalled the image of that person in agony, trying to fight the monster within their body. It thought, the vulture's vice commander, Kia, was really easy to lure. The monster gloated as it saw Kia's fearful face, silently despising his inferiority complex towards his older brother. When I showed him the potential to surpass his brother, he surrendered so easily. It reminisced about past images and fell silent again. The large armed force known as the Vulture Army was about to fall into my hands. The monster resentfully thought of Milas's appearance. If it could have taken over the master's body, the monster wouldn't have needed to reclaim its honor right away. That's what it thought. Mikha looked at the monster's state and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was indignant, tears streaming down as it looked at him with resentment. The monster observed his crazed, distorted face in disbelief, thinking, "Until I met this guy." Its eyes widened, filled with doubt, as it wondered, is this supposed to be a hero? The monster once again recalled Mikha's past battle, unable to avoid being astonished. Ever since he defeated Asmodeus in a battle of wits, I thought he must be an extremely rational being. Drop by drop, blood dripped onto the ground, and it fearfully concluded that he was a wild beast. The afternoon sun shining through the scepter, which was covered in traces of the recent battle, made the monster tremble even more, only daring to silently lament that he was far more brutal than it had imagined. The monster was still immersed in terror. It couldn't imagine, thinking, "For the first time in my life, I feel fear towards a human." Facing the frenzied Mikha, it felt suffocated. The monster was mistaken. It looked at its ruined arm and fell into despair. Now, the monster couldn't even escape with this body. It propped up its battered body, stood up, and said to him, "You win this time, but you can't destroy me." The monster angrily growled a warning. "Just you wait. When I return, I will give you the greatest suffering of all." Mikha just sighed in boredom and replied, "What? You're still here? This is getting boring." Still not satisfied with the taste of a holy destruction to the head, it fell silent, not knowing what else to say. As if its pride had been wounded, it just heavily uttered one sentence and then exited Milas's body. I'm leaving. He woke up in a daze, not understanding what was happening. The scene changes to Mikha treating Milas's wounds. He was using a skill while explaining, I fully restored your body before you regained consciousness. There shouldn't be any problems with your body, but I can't erase the fatigue or any after effects on your body. As he finished speaking, the man reacted, letting out a soft groan and slowly opening his eyes. Milas staggered to his feet, bowed his head, and replied, Thank you. He extended his hand for a friendly handshake with Mikha and continued, You've done me a great service, hero. He just politely replied, Don't mention it. Milas flinched slightly, and he noticed this small detail. After a moment of thought, carefully observing the two, he wondered. His fingertips were trembling. He was confused when Mikha said, After beating your body like that, it's strange that it responded so well. Milas's gaze shifted to the scepter in his hand. Mikha calmly put it into his space pouch and replied, I was inconsiderate, he said apologetically. I'm sorry. Milas dejectedly hung his head, remained silent. He just softly informed him, As for the vice commander, I believe Miss Milliam has already taken care of it. If you're worried about your younger brother, it will be a pitiful sight. Suddenly, Milas spoke up, cutting him off. No. Michael also paused to listen to him speak. My brother's betrayal is a tragedy for me. Milas firmly clenched his fist, making a resolution. But I know when it's best to sever ties. He smiled faintly, replied with a satisfied look. I understand. Michael silently thought to himself. Then you must respect that. Michael ordered. To Menon standing behind him, Butler, bring the item I mentioned before. He respectfully complied, replying, Understood. Michael handed the cloak to him, saying, Let's go, Sir Milas. He paused for a moment, then smirked and continued. No, the commander of the Vulture Mercenary Corps. The scene shifts to the battlefield, where countless warriors and enemies had fallen. Milliam and Caria were pointing their swords at Kia, saying, Now, only you are left. Kia gritted his teeth, standing silently in anger as he listened to her threat. Just give up. Kia silently tried to heal the wounds on his body. Clutching his neck, he thought tensely, the grace is gone. This meant Kia refused to believe the truth, continuously, denying it. No, that can't be true. He couldn't have been defeated. Caria stepped forward, puzzled, much to Milliam's surprise. He was stunned to hear him call out, Vice Commander. Caria, with a pained expression, gently asked, Kia, did you sell your soul to a demon just for this? He couldn't believe he would ask that. Kia held out his mutated hand, and replied, I thought you, of all people, would understand. Always lagging behind, only ever seeing my shadow up ahead. He remembered his past, always struggling to catch up to Milas. Immediately after, his anger erupted, and Kia roared in anguish at Caria. Do you have any idea? When our parents died unjustly, even in that moment, they didn't place any hope in me. He recalled that tragic scene. In the end, it was Milas. They only called out his brother's name. His brother's somber face from that time reappeared in his mind, and Kia growled, It was as if I wasn't even there. He screamed in agony, from start to finish. Seeing Caria's conflicted expression, the rage in Kia's heart swelled, and he said in disappointment, You, who shared my resentment, even though we were guided differently, I believed you would understand. His voice grew low again. He continued, Ah! A voice pulled Kia from his thoughts, drawing his attention. Kia. Milas appeared, wearing the captain's cloak, supported by Michael. Their eyes, filled with different emotions, met, creating a heavy atmosphere. Kia let out a derisive laugh, sarcastically watching his brother struggle to stand, and said, So you finally decided to show up. What? Did you come here to lecture me as my older brother? He watched as Milas still didn't stop, and continued walking toward him. Kia instinctively reined in his aura. Stop, I have no intention of listening to your nonsense. Milas calmly drew his sword and answered him. I didn't come here to see my brother. Milas looked at Kia's frozen face and spoke seriously, Vice Commander Kia. His back was just as imposing as Kia remembered, as he said in a low voice. According to Law 3, Article 1 of the Vulture Mercenary Corps, the punishment for heinous crimes is death. Milas slowly raised his sword and continued, And only the commander can punish the vice commander. He gripped the sword in his hand, declaring, Before you draw your last breath, I will strike you down. His face was filled with sorrow as he looked at the man who was once his brother, saying, "That is the law we created." Mikha watched from the side, assessing the situation with satisfaction. Milas raised his sword high, his hand trembling. Mikha silently wondered if it was because he couldn't bear the weight of the sword or because of his tumultuous emotions. Mikha closed his eyes, clearing his mind. He couldn't tell. Kia looked up at the sword in Milas's hand, kneeling with a heart full of emotion. "Yes, this is the man my brother is." Looking at Milas's strong back, Kia was lost in thought. Someone who always carried such burdens as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He remembered himself back then, also shouldering those burdens by his side. It began to rain, heavy drops falling on him as he said gravely, "Enforce it, Commander." Kia knelt at the point of Milas's sword and said with anguish, "The law must be upheld, mustn't it?" At that moment, deep in his heart, he felt overwhelming regret. Kia thought that maybe there would have been a better choice if he could only go back in time. He suddenly spoke his thoughts aloud. "No. That's just a meaningless story now." Milas remained silent, not uttering a word. Kia mocked himself. "What's lost can't be recovered, the past stays in the past, so hurry up and face the punishment." He closed his eyes, accepting his fate. The unforgiving blade swung down swiftly, and fresh blood sprayed out, ending a tragic story. In that moment, Kia prayed to his own corrupted soul, that in the next life, Milas could still be his brother. Gentle sunlight shone down on the imposing, sturdy fortress. The incident was resolved, and it was finally time to leave. Milas smiled warmly and said, "Once again, I want to express my gratitude, hero." Mikha replied politely, "Not at all, I just did what had to be done." He hesitated and said, "More importantly." Mikha looked at the scepter in Milas's hand and asked doubtfully, "Are you really going to keep that?" He observed it thoughtfully, thinking that the object Milas was holding wasn't a red mace but a scepter. Mikha was lost in thought, confirming to himself, "That's right. It's a replica of my scepter." Milas didn't say anything, just chuckled in response. He recalled Mikha's berserk state and calmly explained, "That day, when your mace knocked me unconscious, I had a realization. There's no need to be bound by the shape of a sword." Mikha was at a loss for words and advised, "Perhaps you should rethink that." Milus laughed heartily and replied, "I'm just kidding." Mikha looked at him helplessly like he was an idiot, and after a moment of silence, put on a pleasant expression and replied, "Indeed, this is surely another stepping stone toward a brighter future." The boss flying beside him couldn't bear to watch, pinching his cheek and saying, "Stop making excuses like that." Milas enthusiastically raised the scepter and declared with determination, "With this scepter, I'll beat any demon I see to a pulp." Mikha struggled to reply, Yes, I suppose." He then paused and offered some serious advice. "However, Sir Milas, I understand your hatred after this incident, but you must not allow yourself to be consumed by that hatred." Mikha pointed to his own head, reminding him with a smile, "Remember, keep a passionate heart, but a cool head. Do you understand?" He respectfully nodded in acceptance. "Yes, I understand." Milas drew his sword from its sheath. The light reflecting off the blade was dazzlingly bright. He plunged the sword into the floor, performing the noblest rite of a knight. Kneeling at his feet, he said, "Please continue your journey, sir." All the subordinate knights knelt before Mikha in unison. Milus continued, "From where we cannot see, the entire order of knights used their most solemn ceremony to bid him farewell. We will always support you from here." Mikha watched them pensively for a long moment. Then he smiled in return. "It is truly an honor." Scene changed to Mikha, and his comrades were traveling through a peaceful forest. A voice called out, catching his attention. "So, you're about to leave?" When he saw Milliam and Ellen waiting for him, he exclaimed in surprise, "Lady Milliam?" Mikha jumped off the back of his horse, wondering, "Weren't you going to stay with that kid Karia?" He recalled the boy's decision. Karia had decided to stay with the mercenary group. Mikha thought she would do the same, but Milliam gently replied to him, "No, I've decided to wander for a bit." Her sad eyes held her own secret thoughts. Milliam couldn't help but recall the scene of Karia running after her, grabbing her hand and saying, "I understand." She slowly touched that arm, gently explaining, "He's a grown-up now, past the age of staying with his parents forever." He looked at her, thinking silently. Mikha responded, "So you finally let go?" Milliam rubbed her wrist, and replied with a gentle smile, "You also took quite some time, didn't you?" She relaxed her mood, naturally revealing her inner thoughts. Milliam said, "That child affirmed my life. Of course, he didn't acknowledge the sins that bound him." She silently reflected on her own responsibility with a very conflicted heart. But Milliam's determination as a judge, yes, he affirmed that. She stood there and spoke of her next plans. I intend to continue being a judge, though I'll need to adjust my course a little. Mikha silently assessed, a master wandering the world, hunting criminals and demons. His last thought was spoken aloud. That sounds pretty epic. Right after that, Milliam patted Ellen's shoulder and replied, So I'm entrusting my disciple to you. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at her master and exclaimed in panic, What? Mikha also couldn't believe what he was hearing. Rian, standing nearby, asked in surprise, So suddenly? Ellen hurriedly shouted to stop her. Wait, master, you don't have to continue the responsibilities of a judge. Milliam just calmly replied, Our agreement was only for me to teach you swordsmanship, right? She answered her tensely, But I'm still not ready yet. Milliam's hand reached out as she said, No, you have already grasped the essence of the meteor style. What you still lack now is real combat experience. Milliam gently patted her head to comfort her. We will meet again, and then I will teach you the next step. She gave a radiant, encouraging smile. Until then, do your best. She was so moved she choked up and called out, Master. Unable to hold back her emotions, Ellen covered her face, bowed her head, and sobbed uncontrollably while being comforted by Milliam. Rian and Min, watching the sacred scene from behind, also burst into tears. The butler, while wiping his tears, felt emotional. What a beautiful farewell. Suddenly, a voice cut through the emotional atmosphere. But, Lady Milliam, Michael stated with a deadpan expression, I never said I would go with you. The two behind him immediately got angry. Morin was speechless, saying, You've got to be kidding me, Rian. Are you serious? He was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, silently wondering, What? Why? Milliam calmly replied, I must say, my disciple is an ally of considerable value. Michael shrugged, saying nonchalantly, I don't mind taking her in. He slyly hinted at his condition, but you know, taking care of someone is quite expensive. Quickly understanding Michael's intention, she asked contemptuously, Don't tell me you're making that money gesture with your hand? Michael flashed a cunning smile and said, How much are you planning to take? Milliam rested her chin on her hand, thinking carefully. Then she replied firmly, It wouldn't be fair to entrust her to the great hero without any compensation. Now in his hand was a small card. Michael hesitated. This is. He activated the card, and a box materialized. Michael opened it, astonished, and asked, Isn't this the Beast King's elixir? Milliam replied calmly, It seems you recognize it. He recalled a time before, thinking to himself, Of course, the Beast King, one of the members of Agao, and also a former comrade who possessed this elixir. She began to explain the origin of this precious item. A long time ago, when I was still a judge, I saved a group of beastmen. Milliam looked at Michael, who was intently examining the box, and continued, It seems one of them was of noble blood, and they gave me this as a gift. Is it not enough? Still taken aback by its value, he replied, No, I'm truly overwhelmed by your generosity. Michael closed the box, accepting the request. All right, I'll take it. She happily agreed, turned to leave, not forgetting to remind him, Then I'll leave her in your care. If you need me, just call. Milliam walked away without looking back, saying loudly, I look forward to your heroic deeds. The group then resumed their journey. Rian asked doubtfully, Sir, where are we going now? I'm just following you. Michael quickly replied, To my home. Hearing this, the young man closed his eyes in thought and said, Marquis Michael, right? After saying that, Rian turned his horse to leave, adding, All right, I'm out. But before he could retreat, Michael stopped him, ordering, No, no, you have to come along. The young man got angry and questioned, This is ridiculous. Why do we have to go all the way to your house? He replied very casually, I have plenty of reasons. Michael slowly explained the situation. From now on, I'm about to do something that my father definitely won't like. He turned back and smiled at the young man, saying slyly, I need a shield to be on my side. Michael continued his lecture to the bewildered trio. At the crucial moment, we'll be a team, isn't that what ideal comrades should do? Unspoke up. So basically, you just see us as shields and not comrades, right? He didn't answer but just looked up at the sky, opening his eyes to gaze at it. After a long moment, Michael softly changed the subject. Nice weather, isn't it? The three behind him angrily shouted. At least deny it or something. In a place shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, the central hall of the archdemons, Pandemonium, a flame of purple spoke up. Only 5 lords remain, and one of them has failed miserably. Another flame said angrily, What's that damn hero's name anyway? No one like him has ever appeared before, another flame taunted. A being like you can't even get its own true name right, the one beside it interrupted, leaving the other flame speechless. Do you even have the right to speak of him? The purple-red flame, who seemed to be the leader, ordered an end to this conversation. That's enough. It announced the main issue. The situation has changed. We don't even have time to bicker amongst ourselves anymore. A mocking flame replied to the large flame. The elder is right. But, a part of the small flame's true form was revealed to be Bagoo. She smiled wickedly and said, wouldn't it be better to kill him right now? An image of Mikha was projected in the middle of the hall, and she warned, I can feel that we must kill him before he becomes stronger. Another flame asked doubtfully, and what if we fail? Bagoo stood silently before the mirror, listening as it continued. What he has prepared, we will destroy his entire plan. That flame asked her once more, can you bear the consequences? Bagoo just remained silent, not answering. The large flame, called the elder, then spoke up. Just wait. The entire room was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, and it asserted that soon, that hero would face an unprecedented chaos, an uncontrollable chaos. The flame looked at his face in the mirror, silently plotting that a great plague would sweep across the world. Bagoo thought in fear. The elder's certainty was unnerving, and he had never spoken with such certainty, unless the situation was truly dire. She couldn't help but break into a cold sweat just imagining it. It must be something worth believing. It definitely is. The large flame recalled Mikai's crazed potential and said, break his limbs. Bagoo silently departed, her flame fading along with her doubts. Are you sure? Scene change. We arrive at a beautiful, magnificent, and splendid castle, the territory of the 1PG clan. Mikha stepped forward, raising his hand and looking around, unable to help but exclaim, it's been almost 2 years since I last returned, how nostalgic. Rian sighed wearily. We've arrived. Alan, not faring any better, said, we're finally here. He asked him curiously, I heard you're planning something. What are you up to? Mikha simply replied coolly, it's nothing special. Ran got angry, jumping up and scolding him. Bullcrap, every time you say it's nothing special, it ends up being something earth-shattering. Mikha turned away, muttering under his breath, I really hate perceptive people. He yelled back in frustration. I heard that. You idiot. At this point he seriously explained his plan. I intend to read the clan's bloodline grimoire now that I've met the minimum requirements, so it's time to challenge it. Morin, from behind, seemed quite surprised and said, the bloodline grimoire, huh? He asked him doubtfully. Are you sure you can handle it? Ran was curious. What exactly is it? Mikha answered seriously. It's an ancient tome that contains the entire history of our clan. He recalled, that mysterious book. Its true name is Lemiston. It's called the Bloodline Grimoire because it only reacts to the blood of the 1PG clan. Mikha remembered its mysterious and magical nature, marveling inwardly. Every single page contains the history and power of the 1PG clan. He recalled its creator with an attitude of immense reverence. The one who created it was also the first head of the clan, the Wegas family. Mikha recalled the past with a sense of regret. Before I turned back time, it was burned to ashes by the demon god's army, he said grimly. Reading the grimoire is equivalent to challenging the history of the Mikha family. Ran wondered aloud, and if we fail? He glanced down at his feet, watching a snake swallow a mouse whole in one quick gulp. Mikha explained in a low voice. We will become a part of the grimoire. He also added, but if we succeed, we will become the master of Lemelon. The two sharp-eyed individuals stared at each other, creating a tense atmosphere. Mikha calmly replied, eat or be eaten. Simple, right? He raised his hand to the sky, beginning to get lost in his own thoughts, and I'm not even interested in becoming its master. My goal is the origin of my own bloodline. Mikha pondered thoughtfully. What exactly was the first NPC? He couldn't stop wondering to himself, just a ninth circle Archmage, or something even more special? Mikha slowly lowered his hand, silently affirming, and there's another reason. I need to obtain the knowledge from Lemelon for that. He turned his head to look at the group in his heart, hesitating to speak. That's why Mikha was extremely confident, silently declaring, everyone, as your comrade, trust in your hero. Mikha flashed that dangerous smile again, saying, come on, Meat Shield, let's go. An awkwardness filled the vast space. The narrator is at a loss for words at this cluelessness. The speech bubble changed. Scene change. Nostra was leisurely strolling down a castle hallway, thinking to himself, sometimes a peaceful day can make one feel even more uneasy. He was restless, full of questions. Nothing is different from usual, so why do I have this feeling? Suddenly, Nostra warily looked around, thinking, I'm fine. I've been reborn since that day. He recalled that feeling of despair. Falling from the fifth circle in the blink of an eye, Nostra's realm weakened but his magic circle stabilized. Recalling the months of effort, he had given it his all. Nostra smiled with satisfaction, but that didn't mean his realm had suddenly grown stronger. Even so, it was still worth it. Nostra recalled that passed with gratitude. He had finally reached the sixth circle through the proper path, if it weren't for Master's help. Nostra continued walking, wondering aloud. I'm truly grateful, I really am. But he hesitated, struggling to ask himself, why is it that instead of gratitude, I feel a chill first? Nostra looked at the chirping birds outside and said, peace is still the best. He clasped his hands to pray, please, please don't come back. Mikha suddenly appeared behind Nostra, asking with a smile, who are you talking about? He turned to look at the boy, and the space fell into a terrifying silence. Nostra turned away to escape reality, muttering, this is bad, now I'm having hallucinations and hearing voices. He walked stiffly, clicking his tongue and telling himself, I should take some medicine or something. The boy just smiled as he watched Nostra pray, Almighty Heo Tao, please protect me with your eternal light. Nostra was still spouting nonsense, Almighty Heo Tao. Mikha didn't hesitate to walk up and land a painful punch on his head, to Nostra's resigned acceptance. A notification window then appeared. Mikha, I've acquired the fourth meat shield, Nora. He looked at the subordinates under his command and said with satisfaction, that makes 4. Ncha asked doubtfully, what are you planning to do? Mihai answered softly, lemon. He still didn't quite catch it. The problem, asking in a nonchalant tone, young master. No, sir. Did you just say lemon? A moment later, Nora finally came to his senses and hurriedly tried to stop him. Please stop. He will never allow it. He still tried to persuade him, saying that if he just waited, it would naturally become his. Mihai crossed his arms and replied impatiently, I don't have time. Ncha explained in a panic, that's not the issue. You don't have the authority to access it. You're not planning to break Lemon's protective barrier, are you? As if realizing something, he continued hesitantly. Wait. Don't. Tell me you know. He, knowing the man had guessed, replied, that's right, I'll force my way in. Nora asked nervously, until then, who can stop me? Mihai calmly pointed to each person in front of him and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. He confidently answered, I have 4 shields. Mihai thought of his father sitting in his office, saying, the moment I tear through the barrier and access Lemon, Father will sense it immediately. Right? He raised his hand and said, so what is your mission? For you guys? Facing the helpless group, Mihai answered his own question. Until then, hold my father back for me. He asked with a smile. Got it? Rand frowned at him. He raised his middle finger, showing his displeasure with the bastard in front of him. Mihai, in turn, proudly, looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, yeah, this is what teammates are for. A figure stood silently in front of the giant gate of the sect's archives. A gate guard saw him and cried out in alarm. Young master, is there any reason you've come to the archives? Mihai casually replied to the guard. What else? Of course I'm here, to go inside. Hearing his next words, the 2 guards exchanged hesitant glances. As a direct descendant of 1 PG, I should have the right to access the archives. Immediately, the 2 lowered their spears, crossing them to block his path. Young master, could you please get permission from the Marquis first? Even if you are a direct descendant, I cannot let you in. At this moment, Zet on Mihai's shoulder spoke disdainfully. A few years ago, you were just a disgrace to this family. Is that why they don't trust you? Hearing those words, he also seemed to realize the problem. After recovering, I've been busy moving all over the place, but I still haven't proven anything within this family. Noticing his gaze, the gate guard suddenly felt guilty. Through their eyes, one could see in their thoughts that a rarely mentioned disgrace was suddenly demanding entry to the archives. But Mihai's entire body began to radiate a threatening aura. I think you've misunderstood. His body emitted a confident power, refuting the soldier's demands. I came here as a Pegasus and a hero. Specks of light like fireflies scattered into the air, gentle yet terrifying, threatening. You are standing in my way. Can you take responsibility for this? The 2 guards hesitated for a moment, looking at each other under his persuasion. I'm just trying to enter my own family's archives. In the end, the two of them could only withdraw their spears. No, I apologize for my disrespectful attitude. But Mihai didn't seem to let them off. He continued to question, really? His eyes, cold and filled with killing intent, commanded, open the gate now. Following his command, the heavy door of the archive immediately opened. Mikha began to step inside the storage room. Set entered with him, asking curiously, come to think of it, how long has your family's history been? His voice held a tone of indifference as he answered her, I don't know, probably about the same as the other great families, but our founder was different. Surprisingly, there was very little information about the founder. He was said to be a great 9th-level mage, but before he revealed himself to the world, who he was and what he did, almost no one knows. Hearing the story he told, Set frowned deeply, pressing a hand to her temple as if trying to rack her brain, saying, he really is a mysterious person. Mikha immediately continued, that's why I'm going to find out about it right now. As they talked for a while, he seemed to have reached his destination. Before them, now was the dark room of the cult. It was protected carefully with chains and magic circles. Set flew closer, lightly touching a magic circle to assess it. Why is this place covered by so many barriers? You should try to break through all of this before your father gets here. He immediately agreed with her, but another problem worried him more. Yeah, the number of barriers is an issue, but their level is also unexpectedly high. Normally, it would be nearly impossible to remove all these barriers at once. It seemed as if he might give up, but the next words he uttered caught Set's attention. But that only applies to those who are unrelated. Mikha, full of wisdom, slowly revealed the fundamental nature of all these barriers. As he spoke, he drew a dagger designed to react to the blood of one Purgus. With that, he brought the dagger to his palm and made a long cut in his hand. It's still complex, but if there's a common trait among the barriers, then it's not impossible. Images of the past and present began to intertwine, as his memories recalled him being in a situation even more desperate than this. The magic he was analyzing and deconstructing consisted of attack, defense, corrosion, and reversal spells. Mikha silently made a brief analysis. Many different types of barriers created over countless years. He clenched his bloodied hand, ready to move forward, hesitating for a moment. It was as if in his heart at that moment, countless images of his predecessors appeared, confirming that he was fighting against his ancestors with the magic of the barrier. Immediately after, Mikha flung the precious drops of his blood towards the magic barrier. The blood seeped into the magic that had been stored within. Mikha spread these drops of blood over the entire barrier. Seeing this, a stunned Set exclaimed, bloodline magic. Watching the bloodstains spread across the barrier, he began to explain, I don't need to destroy it completely. As he spoke, an extremely powerful bolt of lightning shot out from the magic barrier. I just need to disable it for a period of time. She raised her hand to shield herself, feeling the powerful lightning bolts streak past her as she let out a surprised cry. Mikha, however, calmly waited for the protective barrier to be gradually neutralized. The lightning and light emanating from the barrier simply enveloped him as he stood without moving a muscle. The entire space eventually was filled with nothing but a mysterious orange glow. A moment later, in the gloomy darkness, a pair of eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately after, those eyes snapped open, staring forward. The pitch-black space around them was now brighter. Set floated beside him. Beside him looked around in bewilderment and exclaimed, Huh? What's going on around us? She asked, full of worry and guilt. Did I touch the wrong spot? Mikha calmly and bluntly replied, No. With that said, he lifted his leg and started walking forward. Just then, a giant set of sharp teeth suddenly appeared behind them. Set, completely terrified, whipped her head around, to stare wide-eyed at it. Only he seemed to think this was perfectly normal. It was one of the special spells of House 1 PG, Devour One Piece. His feet didn't stop. He continued moving forward, ignoring it completely. Just then, countless other elements appeared out of nowhere, launching attacks to block his path. Mikha glanced briefly at the attacks, wondering to himself, another special spell? Are they hiding magic in the shadows? The assault actually made him pause for a moment, but he immediately pivoted and changed direction. Mikha continued to walk in a zigzag pattern, moving forward without incident. Set, sitting on his shoulder, clutched her own hair in fear, and asked, Are you calculating everything as you go? Do you know where the traps are? But he didn't pay her much mind, simply replying, Instinct. They continued on like this for a while, until he encountered a magic circle that was larger than the previous ones. Is this the final barrier? Suddenly, he noticed something right in the very center of this uniquely patterned circle. He thought of an arrogant Yidan declaring, Father, you shall not pass. That was exactly the kind of feeling it was giving off. With that thought, Mikha reached out his hand and muttered to himself, "But, father, isn't a son who is weaker than his own father just pathetic?" The moment he finished speaking, the final barrier instantly shattered like a mirror breaking into countless fragments. "I thought you might visit after such a long time." Hearing this mysterious voice, he paused for a moment, looking at what lay behind the shattered glass. A man, with his hand propping up his chin, asked with casual suspicion, "You're not Yidan, are you?" Mikha answered with a deep, cold stare at the man before him. "So it's you." The man sitting in the space behind the shattered mirror replied calmly, "If what you believe my nature to be is correct, then yes. Some would call me history, and others would call me magic." The man raised his slender hands and slowly introduced himself, "But if you must call me by a single, common name, it would be." The person, whose face was a 100% match to his own, said with a mysterious and amused smile, "I am Lemilon." Meanwhile, at that very moment, outside a luxurious mansion, the peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a thunderous explosion on the side of the building. Immediately after, panicked guards were seen fleeing and screaming. The Marquis is furious. They were all focused on escaping, leaving behind a scene of devastation inside the mansion. What kind of madman would dare to provoke the Marquis? A pair of veiny, furious hands gripped a cracked wall, as a voice growled, "That damned little rat." Jan, shouldering his weapon, lowered his head and questioned. He dared to go to Lemilon. When he lifted his head, his eyes glowed with a deadly red light as he threatened, "I will break all of your limbs, my dear son." The man known as the next sword saint ran Pasalop. But even he had a natural enemy who appeared about 2 years ago. Yidan appeared behind him, filled with rage, giving an order that made him panic, chaos and crying. "Get out of the way, that's Mikha Purgus." Ran desperately dodged Yidan's relentless attacks, screaming in terror, "A monster." I knew he'd be strong, but after dodging for a while, he gave up. This is way beyond normal. In the end, Ran was sent flying into the air by a powerful blow. Right after, he fell powerlessly, face planting straight into the ground. At that moment, another figure appeared. Modine immediately channeled his power, getting into a fighting stance. "My lord, please calm down." But with just a single blow, Yidan effortlessly sent him flying. "Do you think you can fight me with those muscles? And take me inside?" This time, he was sent flying even higher than Ran. After one obstacle, another appeared. A trembling Nora held her magic wand, so scared that he misspoke. "Yidan, no, my lord." He tried to act calm and reason with the imposing man before him. "First, please calm down and let's talk." But anger seemed to have clouded Yidan's reason. "I've never defeated you before." And just like the previous two, Nora was the one sent flying. "I should have done this sooner." The height he was launched to was estimated to be on par with the butler, Modine. After getting past those three, it was now the perpetually trembling Alan's turn. She stared at Yidan's nail-studded club, horrified, and cried out internally, "What is that?" He slowly advanced on her with an oppressive, murderous aura. Alan tried to drag her trembling legs, but it was no use. "I can't move. I'm too scared." At this point, she dared to look up. It was like facing a wild beast. She felt like a helpless piece of prey. Just then, the useless Ran suddenly struggled to his feet. Shaking uncontrollably, he raised his sword to block the path. "You can't go any further." Alan stared in utter disbelief, watching him try to overcome his own fear. His actions seemed to give her the strength to regain her composure. Yidan, who had been silent all this time, was intently observing their actions. Then, he spoke in a heavy tone, addressing even Lindello's child. For the first time, Ran raised his sword, covering half his face to confront him. "Can't you trust your own son? You know that his achievements are beyond imagination." His words caused Yidan to unleash an even more ferocious power. Yidan lifted his foot and slowly answered him. "That's right, I know." The moment he brought that raised foot down, a violent tremor erupted, pressing down hard on Ran and Alan. That pressure seemed to crush them with every word he uttered. If he's gotten this far, there must be a reason. That's precisely the problem. They seemed unable to withstand the pressure and dropped to their knees. Yidan watched them being forced down and began to explain. "I'm worried he'll be absorbed by Lemiton. Do you think I'm in a hurry because of that?" Ran struggled to resist, retorting through gritted teeth. "No, not at all." With that, he let out a mighty roar, fighting back against the immense pressure. Just as his legs began to straighten, a hand suddenly appeared before him. Yidan channeled a surge of power into them and commanded, "Sleep for a while." The moment he gave the order, they both collapsed to the ground, asleep. At that moment, Yidon thought to himself, my son has become a hero. What is a hero? A man who hates and destroys demons. If he were to learn about Lemilton from his own perspective, at that thought, he unconsciously gritted his teeth and cursed in frustration. Damn it. Returning to the dimension within the archive, Michael stepped inside, staring intently at the person before him. He was the first to speak, initiating the conversation. That form. You're imitating the founder, aren't you? Founder, aren't you? Lem Easton leisurely poured tea and replied, precisely. The original form of your kind and my creator. He gently pushed a cup of tea towards him and said, a man worthy of being called great. With that, he extended an invitation to the standing man. You had a difficult time getting past the barrier, so first, have a seat, and let's talk. Michael slightly closed his eyes and complied. All right. But before that, without another word, he swiped his hand and knocked everything off the table. The teacups and snacks lay scattered coldly on the ground. After that, he made a demand, get rid of this. Lem Easton glanced at him, questioning coldly. What are you trying to do? Watching the items on the ground dissolve, Michael replied. Tea and snacks made from shadows, perfect for poisoning someone. His expression darkened as he threatened menacingly. Don't use such pathetic little tricks. He remained emotionless, merely glancing at him. Immediately after, he questioned with annoyance, how long do you intend to speak so insolently? I am the embodiment of your ancestor. Michael Wigius I was a descendant. You must show respect. Not letting him finish, he clenched his fists, trembling with suppressed rage, and cut him off. But I can feel my killing intent rising. An image from the past unconsciously flooded his mind. A man who had fought against the demon lords at Agao. This was a natural feeling. He controls shadows. And what does that mean? No need to think too hard. A demon. Based on that assertion, Michael made his stance clear, saying, I don't speak formally with damn demons. Hearing him call him that, Lem Easton repeated in astonishment. A demon? He was full of contempt as he mocked him. Just because I control shadows, you think I'm a demon? Such a shallow thought. I also hate those damn things. Hearing these words, Michael became even more curious. Then what are you? Prove you're not a demon. Hearing him give an order, Lem Easton found it ridiculous and retorted, you broke the barrier and barged in here, and now I have to explain myself in detail? Suddenly, a frightening scraping sound echoed, cutting off the conversation between them. Following his words, he looked up. Idan has arrived. He watched his expression with amused anticipation. What will you do? In this situation, I don't have to do anything, and I can eliminate you, the intruder. Hearing Lem Easton say this, Michael tilted his head slightly, his face darkening, but then he broke into a cryptic smile. Besides, aren't you the one who should be worried? The words he uttered seemed to strike a nerve, leaving him stunned. If I disappear, you'll be trapped here again. Endlessly. With no one to face you. Forever and ever. Lem Easton let out an interested chuckle. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers loudly. A giant hourglass instantly appeared. He and Michael were transported to another dimension. All right. Lem Easton, full of anticipation for the descendant before him, made a request. Let's talk. The two of them were now in a different dimension with a giant clock behind Lemon. The two were in completely different states. He had a delighted smile as he looked at the person opposite him. Meanwhile, Mika, who was facing him, showed a slightly annoyed expression towards him. Immediately after, he sensed the surrounding atmosphere and thought to himself, the movement of Father has stopped. Is that giant clock a time-stopping spell? To break his distraction, the man spoke first. All right, let's talk. But then he raised his hand and pointed in one direction. He pointed behind him and said, the apostle over there can join us too. A familiar blue light emanated from the lightning person. She dropped her concealment, appearing with a serious look at the man before her. Except for another apostle, no one can sense my presence. How did you detect me? Lemon calmly replied. The apostle of the lightning storm. You should have disappeared. Unlike the other apostles, you were left behind, without protection. Saying that, he glanced at the one who had done it. But Master One Purgus, you have restored it. You've accomplished a task that would be difficult even for an 8th circle mage. His eyes seemed to want to pierce right through him, affirming, that's why I believe your understanding has surpassed even the 8th circle. Hearing this, Mikha asked back in confusion. So, Lemon continued, I want you to answer a question. Under the scorching sun in the sky, he softly uttered, Master One, Purgus, can you help me get out of here? Hearing this question, he fell silent for a moment in contemplation. Not long after, he gave the man his answer. No, I cannot set you free. Receiving an unexpected answer, he raised his hand, preparing to snap his fingers again, just as I thought. But the next words he spoke made him pause. But if it's limited freedom, that might be possible. Hearing this, Lemon hesitantly inquired. What do you mean? Mikha immediately replied. As I just said, not completely, but I can allow you to leave the archives with a few restrictions. He didn't know that a plan was forming in his head. If necessary, I could completely free Lemon, but I won't do that. Even if Lemon steps out of the archives, he must be thoroughly controlled. Hearing the conditions of this exchange, he carefully asked for more details. Restrictions? What do you mean? Mikha quickly continued. You will sign a contract with me. What do you think? Are you interested? No matter how great of a magic grimoire you are, you can't endure it forever. If not, the space between the two of them would suddenly fall into silence. Without a moment's hesitation, Lemon immediately agreed to accept. Receiving this agreement, Mikha was delighted, and thought to himself, I didn't think he would decide so quickly. Right after, he continued speaking. The contract has been sealed, and according to the contract, he watched as the man was dressed in new clothes and explained, Your power is now completely under my control. You are only allowed to use a minimal amount of power. Lemon calmly reached up to loosen his collar, casually replying, That's fine. Immediately after, he spoke to him. All right, my request has been fulfilled. Now it's your turn. What are you looking for? He held up 3 fingers to express his point, carefully advising, I'll say it again. At this moment, the amount of knowledge that I can allow access to is only 30%. Hearing that, Mikha nodded, seemingly satisfied. That 30% was not a small amount. Lemiston's knowledge was as vast as he had expected. He then got straight to the main point, starting with the founder. The man's eyes watched him intently as he gently continued. The 2 creators don't have much information that I can explain. I am a magic book created when the creator founded this family. With that, he gave a helpless shrug and said, So, I don't know much about the creator before that time. Of course, I also don't know everything about the creator's actions afterward. Seeing him rambling on, Mikha urged impatiently, Just tell me what you know. Immediately after, Lemon rubbed his chin, frowning thoughtfully. He revealed, That's not something that can be explained in a few words. But then, he suddenly reached his hand forward. All right. His expression was now full of confidence, as if preparing to do something. Wait, look at this. A strong wind brushed past Mikha's face. To his astonishment, something strange transformed within those blood-red eyes. He instinctively hunched over, clutching his face. Through the gaps between his fingers, he peered forward hesitantly. This place is my father's office. He watched the man sifting through the messy papers on the desk and muttered to himself, The real Mikha 1 PG the first. He immediately sat down and picked up each paper to examine it. Mikha held the papers and carefully read their titles. Advanced Genetics, Trait Alteration, Attribute Reversal. There were so many research documents here. What is the founder trying to do? Suddenly, the founder spoke a name. Lemon. Do you remember the theory I once researched? Not a single character must be lost. He flinched slightly, startled by the founder's words. Those who are not qualified are not allowed to read it. Even descendants with special talents are no exception. The founder seemed to be going mad as he tried to establish a command. Remember, talent is nothing compared to qualification. He stared intently at the gem in the center of the book and instructed, only someone with the proper qualifications is allowed to inherit it. As soon as he finished speaking, blood-like veins appeared on the gem in the book, and its eye obeyed, replying, Qualification. I will remember that. Suddenly, the founder's voice became intermittent and unclear. That's right. These files must be separated. We absolutely must. Mikha covered his ears in annoyance and cried out, Damn it, there's interference. He tried to remind himself amidst this strange distortion. Focus, I need to hear more. Just a little more. The image of the founder gradually distorted before his eyes. This world must be protected. He softly uttered one word, we. Before completely disappearing, he only managed to hear one complete, confusing sentence. Are different from them. Mikha's eyes widened with lingering questions and curiosity. Them? Immediately after, he completely vanished, leaving only a question for himself. Who are they? A brilliant light shone. The sentence Mikha had just heard was uttered, instantly waking him. We are different from them. Seeing him wearily clutching his head, Han, who was beside him, quickly asked, Mikha, are you okay? But he couldn't hear what she was saying, because he was fixated on what he had just heard. The founder was afraid of something, but I can't be sure what it is. With that thought, he quickly turned to the person opposite him, probed Lemiston. Do you know? Without hesitation, he answered frankly, I do. However, his next answer immediately stopped him in his tracks. But right now, I don't have the right to tell you. Hearing that, he became slightly pensive. When the founder was alive, it was a period when the families known as the Great Clans rose up within the empire. Conflicts erupted all over the continent, a time when they openly showed hostility toward one another. Even so, when he thought back to the image from that time, he dismissed that hypothesis. But it seems that wasn't what the founder was afraid of. Mikhail clicked his tongue in frustration. There was no clear answer, but he immediately told himself to calm down. No, it's fine. Getting this information is already a huge gain. All that's left is to think. Then he called out to him, Lemiston, how much knowledge related to the demon plague can I access? Hearing this question from him, he broke into an extremely excited smile. Is that all? You can access as much as you want. The space fell silent, and time flew by. A familiar pair of white shoes moved slowly down the archive hallway. By now, his contact with Lemiston had ended. Two figures of roughly the same size walked together down the long corridor. Mikhail looked at the person who was like an adult just moments ago but was now a child, and muttered to himself, I not only got information but also successfully signed a contract. That means I've gained a lot. But suddenly he hesitated for a moment. However, Lemiston beside him probed the one who had been silent. Are you mentally prepared yet? He took out an hourglass with great anticipation and said, The touching reunion of father and son is about to begin. Hearing that, he remembered the problem he was about to face and became nervous. Now was the time to face reality. With that thought, Mikhail braced himself, ready to speak. I came here prepared to sacrifice a leg, but his eyebrows furrowed even more as he honestly expressed, To be honest, I'm quite worried. Right after, he reached up to scratch his head, letting out a soft sigh. If I weren't the only one about to get beaten, I would enjoy this. For example, Ran or someone else like that. The boss flew in front of him and uttered a cold sentence. End this meaningless conversation and just accept it. As soon as she finished speaking, the hourglass started up again. Each grain of sand gently trickled down, signifying that time had resumed. First, an extremely heavy sound echoed amidst Lemiston's anticipation and Mikhail's anxiety. That sound gradually turned into the sound of frantic footsteps approaching the archive door. The sound grew closer and more thunderous. And without any warning, without any action, the archive door was officially blasted away, revealing the culprit. Idan, carrying a club on his shoulder, yelled loudly at Mikhail. You bastard! He immediately and hastily cried out to stop him. Father, wait a minute. Violence only leads to an endless cycle of tragedy. He tried his best to de-escalate the terror aimed at him. You must overcome your hatred, father. But he wouldn't listen, just scolding him with a sentence, You talk too much. At that moment, he suddenly stopped, noticing something. He looked at the chained book deep inside the archive, muttering to himself, Lemiston is still sealed, right? And then Idan let out a soft, relieved smile. He immediately changed his attitude, no longer as ferocious as before, and teased Mikhail. You haven't even managed to access it yet, Lemon, you damn brat. He cried out with innocent confusion, trying to stop the old man from rambling. Breaking the barrier was quite an impressive feat. But without any hesitation, he revealed, Of course I've already accessed it. Hearing that, Idan tilted his head down and asked again, What? You've already accessed it? At that moment, Lemiston beside him finally spoke up. If I must say, I have also nullified the contract. Jan, it's been about 20 years, hasn't it? He seemed still in disbelief and questioned him. Did you really sign a contract with my son? He was full of excitement, boasting unlike you and your predecessors, who saw me as a threat and left me uncared for. But this boasting seemed to annoy Idan. He covered his face, lowered his tone, and called out, Mika. It seemed as if he was about to get angry, but his eyes held a hint of sadness. What do you think Lemon really is? What is the origin of this grimoire, and for what reason? Seeing him like this, he answered honestly, I don't know the details, father. Little did his father know, his words were different from his thoughts. I have some speculations, but I don't have any intention of declaring them as truth. After thinking, he continued, And whatever that origin is, it doesn't matter to me. Yidan couldn't believe what Mika said, his eyes widening, even though you are a hero. He quickly continued his father's sentence, saying, If I weren't an unaccepted existence, would the gods have chosen me? I don't feel resentment or despair over such things. Hearing this, his father showed a hint of agreement. You're right. Successfully signing the contract means Lemelon can now leave the archives. For now, I will confine him to this manor. After all, our manor is quite large, so it's not a bad deal for Lemiston. Hearing the condition set for him, Lemon readily agreed. I'll stay put, so don't worry. Jan let out a soft grunt, lowering his staff down. He tapped it lightly against the ground, accepting and declaring, "Very well. As the head of this family, I accept your reasoning." These words made joy swell up inside Mikha. Oh, it seems I'll get through this smoothly. Immediately after, he showed his courtesy, bowing to his father. "Thank you, father. I apologize for barging into the family estate like this." Yidan immediately called out to stop him. "That's enough." But Mikha didn't stop and became even more cheerful, praising the situation between the two of them. It's wonderful that the distance between father and son has narrowed, but even at times like these, there are still people suffering. As a hero, I must fulfill my duty. I believe you'll understand, father. Without a second thought, his father immediately agreed. I understand. Instantly, he became excited, happily skipping forward. Then I'll be on my way. But before long, his father suddenly called out, making Mikha jump as his hair stood on end. My son. He slowly turned his head in alarm, trying to remain calm as he replied, Yes. His father looked at him, giving a very gentle smile. He held his staff, pointed it at his legs, and ordered, Leave this behind. Do you know about equivalent exchange? It means that, to obtain something, you must offer something of equal value in return. His head was now sweating profusely, and he tried to find a way out. That doesn't seem to apply to our situation, father. Yidan was no pushover. He held out his hand and began to lament his woes. My heart tells me I should forgive you. But right after that, he slapped the club that had sent 3 people flying into his palm, contradicting himself. However, my son, a fire blazed behind him, a stark contrast to his current gentle smile. He said, The staff here told me not to do this. Michael silently watched that furious, blazing fire and immediately, he used a skill to vanish before his father's eyes, teleporting out from inside the archives. He now appeared outside, floating in the sky. The book sitting on his shoulder gave him a sarcastic look. You really didn't hesitate to just run for it. Michael quickly retorted, That's only because you don't know my father. He tried to hide his fear behind an annoyed expression, as he complained about him. I wasn't born with my father's personality. I'm pretty mild-mannered. But my father is different. She seemed to notice him repeat a word that didn't quite fit. Mild-mannered. He ignored her skepticism and decided, I'll just need to hide for a while and come back when he's cooled down. After she left, Michael wiped the sweat from his brow, silently celebrating. Perfect. He looked at the surrounding scenery, thinking about his contract with Liston, an ideal location. I've survived. Perfectly. But suddenly, he felt something strange about his body. Michael gritted his teeth, trying to move in confusion. Why can't I move? Unbeknownst to him, Aiden had appeared right behind him and said, I've stopped you. My son, how does it feel to be caught from behind when you can't even move? He raised his spiked club high, ready to bring it down on his head. Now to deal with you. Without a shred of mercy, Aiden acted decisively, swinging it down and shouting, This won't take long. Seeing the weapon hurtling straight for him, Michael panicked and screamed, Whoa! He frantically begged, Please stop, wait a minute. Meanwhile, down in Jan's mansion, the group that had helped him was sitting around, tending to their wounds. Anne asked with a hint of worry, Do you think Michael succeeded as planned? Ryan, while bandaging his own arm, replied confidently, Who knows, but I bet he pulled it off. He's just that kind of guy. Over with the 2 older men. Modin seemed to spot something and pointed out the window. Look, a meteor, a shooting star. Sop, the younger one, also looked, but Ellen asked curiously, But why is it red? Has there ever been a shooting star like that before? Ryan didn't care, and suggested, Let's all make a wish. No sooner said than done. The 4 of them immediately clasped their hands. Ryan closed his eyes and prayed earnestly for his friend. Please, make Michael a more reasonable person. As for Anne, she wished for herself. Please let this journey be normal. The butler, Min, also wished for himself. I hope my physical magic reaches new heights this year. Only Nostra's wish seemed to evoke pity. Please, please, don't let the master return for at least another 10 years. All 4 of them sincerely poured their hearts into their wishes. I beg of you. This had happened before he regressed in time. In terms of the timeline, it happened right around this point. Madness spread across the world. People went mad, killing one another, and then resorting to cannibalism. And this madness became a cover for all sorts of inhuman acts. An angry hand slammed against the wall in front of him. Damn it! Michael was filled with frustration and self-blame. Where do I even begin? And then, he realized all too late, the source of this cursed disaster. Droplets of blood mixed with water flew through the air, falling one by one onto the floor to form a small puddle. As his hands became bloodied from punching the wall, he realized that was the place. Back in the present regression, Mikha opened his eyes, looked up at the ceiling, and remarked, "The wound healed faster than I thought." Lying on the luxurious bed, he was a little surprised with himself and exclaimed, "I can't believe I'm back to normal in just 1 week." Suddenly, he recalled an old memory. In the past, I was beaten to a pulp and still didn't learn my lesson. Thinking about it, he was amused and secretly admired himself. The me of the past was truly incredible. Seeing his smile, Set was a bit confused. Why is he smiling, as if that's something to be proud of? She maintained her judgmental attitude toward him. So, this is the plague after all. Hearing her words, Mikha was startled and exclaimed, "Huh?" Afterward, he discussed the upcoming events with Set. 2 of the great demon kings have been eliminated, and the remaining ones, unable to bear the loss of another monarch, will surely take action, whether mentally or physically. And before he regressed, the action that most resembled this was the plague. Immediately after, he began to explain in more detail. The true nature of the plague is a madness that spreads everywhere, a madness that causes people to lose their minds and turn on each other. Thinking about it, once it spreads, it will be too late. According to his memories from before he regressed, the first recorded outbreak of this madness was in a place with brilliantly colored trees. "We need to go to the dark forest." Just then, a handsome young figure appeared, interrupting his thoughts. "Are you planning to leave right now?" Mikha looked at the person with the fake smile and a body that didn't match his age, and exclaimed, "Lemiston." Suddenly, the man grabbed his hand, channeling a stream of power into it. Feeling the power flowing through him, he cried out in surprise. "This is..." The man quickly explained for him, "Your access to Lemiston. You can't take me out of the mansion, so you need a way to access my knowledge, right?" Instead of focusing on his words, Mikha focused on the aura surrounding the man. "This red energy, it's really similar to that of demons." Mikha briefly mused to himself, something between a demon and a human. Immediately after, the man placed a small notebook in his hand. This notebook is a condensed version of Lemiston. He glanced at the notebook, listening intently to every word the man spoke. It only contains the essentials, and as the man finished his next sentence, Mikha closed his eyes. "If you need something, the knowledge will automatically appear in your head." He began to activate the book and focused his thoughts. "The most urgent thing right now is knowledge about the dark forest." When the pages stopped turning, he looked at it in surprise. "So, this is how it works? I didn't have detailed information about the dark forest before." But Mikha gently closed the book, excitedly exclaiming to himself, "This is perfect." It seemed Lemiston saw what he was looking for and spoke up. "The dark forest. Well, if you're a hero, then your mission will be to reform the outcasts of the dark forest." An image of a giant tree immediately appeared. The outcasts. They were originally pure beings, blessed by the world tree, but they abandoned it, the dark elves, and they are the ones I must face. A moment later, a cheerful sound echoed from behind the meticulously carved door. "Hello, my beloved son." Yidan enthusiastically laughed and joked with the person before him. "How does it feel to be loved by your father again after all this time?" Seeing him clutching a staff with that smile, Michael calmly replied, "You seem to be in a very good mood today, father." The man nodded slightly, replying cryptically, "I haven't completely forgotten the past." Michael quickly proposed a peaceful negotiation, one without any broken bones. "Let's put the staff down and talk first." Hearing his proposal, the man was no longer threatening and lowered the staff. "All right, seeing you come here like this, you must be planning to leave immediately." Michael answered bluntly without holding back. "That's right, we don't have much time. On that note, I'll be taking a few people from Talia with me." Hearing his request, Yidan grew a little curious. "I don't particularly mind, but is there a reason?" Michael revealed frankly. "I intend to go to the dark forest." Hearing his plan, the man found it somewhat interesting. "Oh, the dark forest? How interesting." He hesitated, asking vaguely, "So, that means those two are from?" Michael quickly finished his thought. He replied, "That's right. They're most likely from the dark forest. The guildmaster of Talia, Hidos, and his adopted daughter, the dark elf Mia." Looking at the pensive Yidan before him, Michael affirmed to himself, "I'm sure you've already figured some of it out, father. Not all dark elves live in the dark forest, but all the noble dark elves do." The scene changes. A pair of dark-skinned hands are seen diligently writing something. The person lets out a weary, frustrated groan. Hidos despondently laments his fate. One of the great families of the Empire? The Information Guild is about to be buried in work. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupts him. Mia bursts in with a panicked look on her face, shouting, Father, seeing her in such a rush, he is slightly startled. What is it? Mia is in such a hurry that she stammers. He's here, he's really here, Dad? The more Hidos listened, the more confused he became, asking, who? But then, without waiting for her answer, he seems to realize something and his eyes widen. Don't tell me. A pair of familiar, shiny leather shoes gradually appear from behind the door. Michael steps inside, much to Mia's panic, and greets them. I'm here. She quickly dodges to the side, avoiding him like the plague. He looks at Hidos, who is giving him an awkward smile, and calmly asks, What's wrong with you two? It's been a while. Then, he glances at Mia's forced smile with concern. Why do you look so gloomy? In this situation, Hidos decides to bow deeply in greeting. You have arrived, hero. Michael stands between the two of them, who are keeping their distance as if he were a disease, and says nonchalantly, I came here because I have something to discuss with you both. Hidos quickly asks. And what would that be? Michael gives a bright, meaningful smile and asks a question that gets straight to the point. Have the two of you ever considered returning to your homeland? This question from him seems to strike a chord with Hidos, startling him. As he straightens up, Michael continues, You two, you can't hide it forever. Isn't that right? He looked at Mia, who was trying to avoid him, and called out, Priestess, acolyte priestess. An image of a woman pleading from the past flashed through Hidos's mind. I have no one else to trust but you. Her pitiful, tear-streaked face begged, Please take care of Mia. Hidos. Returning to reality, Mihai's voice rang out. You can't hide her forever, he continued, snapping Hidos out of his daze. Am I right? The acolyte priestess. Immediately after, he asked, How much do you know about the priestess of the Shadow Forest? Despite Hidos's urgency, Mihai calmly replied that she is the central figure who unites the Shadow Forest tribe. As he answered, he suddenly grew pensive, staring blankly into space. After a pause of about 2 seconds, Mihai spoke hesitantly, saying that she is a noble sacrifice. Perhaps. Hearing this, Hidos immediately placed a hand on his chest and muttered, A sacrifice. That's right. Recalling the image of the priestess, he recounted how the tribe tries to honor her, but in reality, at this point, Hidos's voice suddenly grew somber, recalling that she was nothing more than a sacrificial offering. Mia also looked sorrowful upon hearing this story. In the Shadow Forest lies the corpse of an ancient elf ancestor. Then, as she recalled, and described, more precisely, that she was an ancestor betrayed by the very sister she trusted. Her voice of Mia also grew somber as she mentioned the outcome. She died cursing the sister who betrayed her until, her very last breath, she continued the story, explaining that the curse was what made the forest so gloomy, while remembering the dark forest. Mia's voice gradually slowed, and as 100 and then 1,000 years passed, it became even more terrible and frightening. But immediately after, she thought of her people moving through the forest and scoffed. But for our digging tribe, there's no better forest than this. We've long been accustomed to the darkness. The story paused just as Mihai was lost in thought inside Lemon. He only had fragmented information about this. He suddenly spoke up with praise. She must have been an incredibly noble elf royal. Mihai's sudden words made Mia wonder in surprise. How do you know? Mihai speculated with good reason. If her resentment alone was enough to corrupt an entire forest, then she couldn't have been an ordinary elf. Hearing that, she continued her sad tale. The ancestor's vengeful spirit could never forgive. The sister who betrayed her. The image of the two sisters from her story seemed to materialize before them. But that sister also passed away not long after, leaving behind a grudge with no way to be resolved. Although Mia was deeply saddened, she still nodded upon hearing his conclusion. So, that's why they used the priestess. Remembering the unfortunate girls, she continued, they choose those with personalities or appearances similar to that sister and force them to bear the wrath of the vengeful spirit. Mia's voice grew helpless. They don't kill them. She spoke slowly. They just gradually wear down their spirits. Right after that, Mia pressed her lips together, lost in thought. He watched every change in her expression intently, thinking to himself, the dark elves. This forest is indispensable to them. Then, Mihai recalled how even the moonlight was tainted by the forest's gloom, and the dark forest needs an outlet for its rage. He pictured it like a long, continuously burning fuse. Instead of resolving the grudge, it leads to an endless cycle of suffering. Finally, Mihai came to a conclusion. It's like a giant powder keg waiting to explode. Then, he asked curiously, if Mia is an acolyte priestess, then Hidos, you must be her guardian. At this point, Hidos had regained his composure and replied, That's right. He closed his eyes, recalling the image of the priestess, and began to correct him. To be more precise, I am the guardian of the current priestess of the Dark Forest. The image of Hidos taking Mia and fleeing came to mind. At her request, I brought Mia out of the Dark Forest. As soon as he finished speaking, Hidos's pointed ears suddenly seemed to be partially scorched black. Mikha watched intently as he casually narrated. And in the process, the thunder's origin descended upon you and was activated, leaving you with only a limited time to live. He asked a question. Is there anyone who can replace Mia? Hidos answered decisively. No, it would take at least another 100 years. He felt frustrated and clenched his fists, but still spoke helplessly. And the current priestess, she can't hold out for that long. Then Hidos respectfully bowed. Even for you, the hero, this is no easy task. He continued gloomily. The Dark Forest is vast, and the resentment of that tribe runs deep. Before Hidos could finish, Mikha immediately cut him off. It's fine. Completely unconcerned with their sorrow and worry, he confidently placed his weapon on his shoulder, as if to cheer everyone up. Mikha spoke with confidence. I just need to defeat them all. It seemed Hidos couldn't believe his ears. Asking again, what? The scene changes to inside a magnificent palace under heavy guard. Right next to a guard was an owl-shaped mechanism, being covered by an incredibly suspicious shadow. That ink-black shadow remained silent as the guard was passing by. Then, a whispered command came from within the shadow. Baby. The 1 PG barrier has weakened, the voice urged continuously. Now is our chance. Baby couldn't contain his anger, cursing. Damn it, we finally found her. But of all places, she had to hide in 1 PG. The shadow quickly moved as it replied. We should be grateful we found her at all. It decisively rushed forward. If we can't bring the apprentice priestess back, the forest tribe will have no future. It quickly arrived before the door, where Mia, Hidos, and Mikha were gathered. The shadow entered and realized, there's Mia. It was delighted to see she was alone, and her protector was absent. Mia was completely unguarded, her back turned to the shadow. The shadow repeatedly instructed him. Baby, focus. Babylon furrowed his brow and replied anxiously. I know. He stealthily held a syringe and approached. The priestess is not one of us. Babylon's sinister plot was practically radiating off the screen. She is nothing more than a sacrifice. Yet, despite the approaching danger, she remained oblivious. It seems her lack of defense made him suspicious, causing him to pause. Nevertheless, Babylon recklessly raised the syringe, ready to stab her. At the same time, tension spread throughout his body. Suddenly, an impressed voice rang out as a sword appeared, its sharp tip placed against Babylon's neck, confirming his fears. It turns out Mikha had planned this all along, walking into the trap so easily. How interesting. He couldn't believe it, his eyes widening as he thought. What? When did you get so close? At the same time, Babylon's hand holding the syringe trembled uncontrollably, but he remained optimistic. Damn it, it's fine, we still have kill. He tried to widen his eyes as if searching for some confidence. He's a master at stealth, even better than me. After that, Babylon quickly formulated a plan in his mind. If kill attacks, from behind right now, we still have a chance. Not giving him much time to think, Mikha gently pointed down, curiously. Are you looking for this person? As soon as he heard that question, Babylon immediately looked down in the direction he pointed. He cried out in despair at the sight of Ku foaming at the mouth before him. It seems Babylon had realized his situation, trembling as he questioned, You, who in the world are you? Mikha smirked contemptuously and replied, A hero. The next second, his grim face was fully revealed as he continued, a hero who specializes in defeating scum like you. After a decisive attack on the two tall, muscular figures lying piled on top of each other, Mikha ignored his face that was covered in bloodstains. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Is it finally over? Pausing for a moment, he looked at Hidos, who was walking towards the two defeated men in front of them. Hidos, do you recognize these faces? He slowly replied, They are the elite warriors of the forest. At this point, Hidos suddenly frowned and continued. Back in the forest, they were the ones who staunchly supported maintaining the priestess system. No, they were even worse than that. Hearing this, Mikha became even more curious. He asked in a cold voice, Worse in what way? Hidos recalled the dark rituals, he recounted. They worshipped the vengeful spirit of the dark forest. Along with arms raised in praise of the evil force, he continued. They called themselves the Karen. At this point, Hidos couldn't help but close his eyes in concern, and these people insisted that the vengeful spirit of the dark forest should not be confined to the forest. As soon as he finished speaking, Mikha's eyes widened in shock. His gaze gradually darkened, his pupils twitching uncontrollably. What? In the end, he suddenly broke into a meaningful smile. Ah, so that's how it is. Mikai's mind suddenly recalled the red demons that were screaming fiercely before he turned back time. The cause of the madness that had engulfed the world in chaos, he finally understood. Pausing for a few seconds, the final image of Mia once again appeared. He vaguely realized that, unlike before he turned back time, Mia was still alive, as if there was a flame of hatred flickering endlessly in her heart. Mikai told himself that he couldn't leave any embers behind. Before it burned down the entire mountain, he had to crush them completely. After being lost for a while, immersed in a sea of thought, Mikai suddenly turned his head to the person beside him and asked, "Mia, I want to ask you something." Seeing Mia quickly shake her head, trying to avoid the topic, he became more confused. "What? What's wrong?" As if sitting on pins and needles, Mia trembled and pointed forward, her mouth stuttering. She looked fearfully at the fresh blood splattered all over Mikai and said, "The staff?" Hearing this, Mikai could only fall silent for a moment, looking down in the direction she pointed. He stared innocently at her. "Why? What's wrong with it?" Set, standing beside them, helplessly slapped his forehead. "Ah, so even his most basic reason has collapsed." Pausing for a moment, Mikai asked again, "Anyway, in the dark forest, is everyone there obsessed with turning the priestess into a sacrifice?" Mia shook her head and replied, "That's not right." She slowly recalled the heated debate from years ago and continued, "There were also people who wanted to leave the forest or fight against the vengeful spirit." Hesitating for a few seconds, Mia calmly pointed out the specific issue from that time, but most of them just wanted to maintain the status quo. Seeing her suddenly go quiet, Mikai casually spoke up, and his words put an end to the discussion. He then closed his eyes for a long moment without hesitation. "I see, so there's no need to wipe them all out." Hearing Mikai say this, Mia's eyes widened in shock and horror. At the same time, Hidos was feeling just as bewildered. He lowered his head and closed his eyes helplessly. In contrast to their terrified expressions, Mikai spoke in surprise. Why did you suddenly flinch like that?" Caught. Mia quickly waved her hands in denial, explaining with an awkward smile, "No, it's nothing." Despite his suspicious and assessing gaze, she continued to speak frankly. "There was a moment when I truly thought you were going to crush our entire clan." As if this was unexpected. Upon hearing this, Mikai slightly bent his wrist and pointed to his forehead. He looked up and lamented internally. How tragic, that even his innocent words could be so easily misunderstood. Thinking this, he slightly closed his eyes and called to the person beside him, "Set, you've been with me long enough to know how ridiculous that kind of misunderstanding is, right?" Set showed a confused expression, a giant question mark appearing over his head. "Wait a minute, so you really weren't planning on crushing them?" As if a bucket of cold water had been thrown on him, Mikai helplessly looked up to the sky with tears welling in his eyes, feeling wronged. Seriously, this is truly a tragic misunderstanding. A while later, in a pitch-black space, from the perspective of someone slowly opening their eyes, suddenly awakened after the confrontation, the green-haired goblin let out a few growls. Seemingly still bewildered, he flinched and struggled against his tight bonds. Looking at the endless dark void around him, the green-haired goblin panicked and screamed, "Where is this?" In an instant, a voice from deep within the darkness immediately replied, "Welcome." The green-haired goblin looked in horror at Mikai, who was smiling cheerfully and waving at him, and gasped, "You!" Ignoring that the person before him hadn't fully come to his senses, Mikai suddenly flashed a demonic smile. "I'll get straight to the point." As soon as he finished speaking, Mikai didn't hesitate for a moment, pointing his index finger directly at the person opposite him. In the blink of an eye, a golden magic spear immediately followed Mikai's command and decisively pierced through the green-haired goblin's tough palm. As if his consciousness completely shattered in an instant, the green-haired goblin's eyes bulged out in agony, while his sharp fangs gnashed as he screamed in extreme pain. Mikai watched him with a deadpan expression and coldly commanded, "Tell me everything you know about the dark forest." The green-haired goblin lowered his head and replied, "It's useless. No matter how much you torture me, you won't get a single piece of information out of me." Pausing for a moment, he suddenly widened his blank white eyes and shouted, "Freedom for our ancestors." Faced with his radical actions, Mikai didn't forget to notice the distinctive seal pattern on his long, slithering tongue. After a long bout of screaming and cursing his heart out, the green-haired goblin saw that Mikai still maintained the same indifferent attitude and fell silent, helpless. Mikai slowly watched him panting tiredly, and then spoke slowly, "Sorry for ruining your dramatic moment, but I've already disabled your self-destruct spell." As if he hadn't anticipated the current situation at all, The green-haired goblin's eyes widened in fear, and he thought to himself about the dark nature steeped in their history, of their clan. Pausing for a few seconds, looking in the direction of Mikai's finger, he silently realized it had been dispelled by him. Just as expected, right after Mika pointed his finger to control it, the second golden spear plunged straight into the other palm. He then slowly took a few steps forward. You know, in some future, you all unleashed a disaster beyond your control. Because of that, countless people suffered and died. Hearing this, the blue-haired elf could only whisper in pain. What are you talking about? Mika stood tall, looking majestic and imposing. At first, I thought a great demon was responsible for defiling the forest. As he said this, he suddenly pointed emotionlessly at the blue-haired elf once more. Unsurprisingly, Mika, with an unchanged expression, watched the third spear pierce through one of the elf's thighs. But I was wrong. Despite the blue-haired elf's wide, lifeless white eyes, he continued his assessment from the very beginning. The madmen who mistook their twisted beliefs for true faith were the ones who tore the world apart. Pausing for a few seconds, Mika suddenly showed an expression full of indignation. That really drives me crazy. No longer caring about the life or death of the blue-haired elf, he gently placed a hand on his head and said in a low voice, "Then, I have a question." Like a hand representing a dark, punishing force, Mika slowly asked, "Why do you think I would tell you this secret?" The elf looked at the darkness enveloping his vision and sobbed, his voice filled with panic. "Don't tell me." To the blue-haired elf's astonishment, Mika gave a wicked smile. That's right. Returning to the scene in reality, Mika was now spreading his hands, placing a stream of magic on the heads of the two elves, as he continued to explain, "This is a dream." With the immense flow of magic constantly radiating from his body, Mika had an internal monologue. "Here, you will feel every bit of pain, but you can't die even if you want to." His calm eyes slowly began to open. Mika continued to speak into the subconscious. "Welcome to the abyss of consciousness, member of Karen." The green-haired elf was now screaming in despair. I'll talk." But contrary to his initial intention of getting a confession, Mika now coldly aimed a series of spears at him. "No, I have no intention of believing the words of someone who is still conscious." At this point, he suddenly gave him the coldest look, without a single shred of emotion, returning to the real world. Mika let out a sigh, and slowly pulled his hand away from the elf's head. He, along with Mia and Hidos behind him, then casually turned and walked away. They had finally confessed the information, seemingly not noticing Mia's fearful expression. Mika's voice continued. "Recently, an outsider has infiltrated the Tomtoy forest, and with that person's intervention, the Karen faction has increased its influence." He heard her ask in surprise, "An outsider?" and slowly turned his head to answer. "A rather special one. Someone the Dark Elves revere as a saint, their ancient ancestor." After all that, as Mika finished speaking, the image of a magic tower suddenly appeared in another place. At the same time, the delicate sound of heels echoed continuously around the tower area. The shy figure of a pure young maiden in a flowing white dress gradually came into view. It turned out that the girl with amethyst-purple eyes was known to the world as Air. In the thick darkness, the mysterious figure took a step forward. "What do you think, Air Nim?" Silent as a statue, Air turned her gaze sharply towards him. She turned her back and walked away, her voice as light as a breeze. "Not bad." From behind, the mysterious figure's deep voice echoed. "This is a momentous day." His face was gradually revealed. He chuckled softly. "Karen has won the majority of the seats. You won't be disappointed." "He is the king of shadows." Brilliana responded to him. "Winning the majority is significant. It means the wise ones who recognize the conflicts in the forest are speaking up." She reached out and gently stroked her scepter. "Remember this." The king raised his voice. "Air doesn't want her hatred to be confined to this forest." Her voice grew cold. "The ones who imprisoned me in this forest and tolerated my hatred and resentment are none other than the humans of today." Immediately after, she suddenly turned her face. "It's ridiculous that only I and my descendants have to suffer unjustly." Her voice was deep and resolute. "Hatred must not be allowed to exist only in the forest." Air continued speaking. "Unlike us, who have adapted, humanity will doubt each other, kill, and be killed." Pausing for a moment, she continued to speak, "And then our lineage will rise as the victors." Hearing this, Brole broke into a wicked smile. "Finally, our chance has come," he screamed internally. "We have endured so many years of humiliation, imprisoned in this forest." Then, Bragan recalled the scene of his imprisonment. "As a king, I can only mourn the lost years." He immediately knelt before Aer. "We have been waiting for the Great Mother to return to us. Brilliant bowed his head slightly, his voice filled with humility and respect. What do you need me to do? She was silent for a moment, then replied to him, I want to see how much my resentment has grown. Scene change. A voice suddenly rang out, making Mia pause. Perhaps today is the day I meet my son-in-law. The silhouettes of the group and their horses silently faded into the night like faint brushstrokes on a deep night canvas. Rand spoke up. Maybe it's because we're on the path leading into the forest, but the stars are so bright tonight. Mikha looked up at the starry sky, the faint light of the celestial bodies shining from above. The stars twinkled in the sky like brilliant gems. He whispered softly, the night sky. Mikha continued to gaze at the starry sky, distant memories suddenly welling up inside him. He shut his eyes tightly. It's funny, how do old memories come flooding back? Mestanari looked up at the starry sky, then he let out a curse. This damn sky hasn't changed a bit. Looking at it makes it seem like we're living prosperously and peacefully. Gia Hat looked at him and said, Beast King, I hope you find peace in your soul. Mari crossed her arms. Haha, that's hilarious. Peace can't fix this world. Arian agreed. I agree. The world has become a real mess. Mikha stood behind, watching the group chatting animatedly. He was lost in thought, gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in his own inner world. Right after, in Mikha's eyes, a brilliant light shone. He broke into a bright smile. Without a word, he sat down on the grass, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, embracing the silence of the night. Mikha recalled how the former Beast King used to look up at the sky with a nostalgic expression. He glanced over at Arianen, the saintess so crude that people had to beg her to at least act the part, kindly. Right after, Mikha glanced over at Gahat. Looking at them, Fairy King Gahat smiled bitterly. Finally, his gaze landed on Exfit, his eyes filled with unspoken thoughts. That bastard Exfit, Mikha thought to himself. Most of the memories from that time weren't good, but the fleeting night sky before sleep was strangely satisfying. He leaned back onto the soft grass, his gaze fixed on the vast sky, his mind drifting with the light clouds. Mikha closed his eyes, his slow breaths mingling with the night breeze. He lay still, calm and contemplative. In that silence, he was completely lost in his own quiet space. Scene change. Mikha got on his horse. Huh? How ridiculous. Why am I suddenly thinking about the past like this? He gave a faint smile, only silence and quiet contemplation creeping into the wind. The fire was burning, sending up plumes of smoke. Mikha suggested, It's late. Let's just rest here for tonight. Everyone gathered around the fire, each quietly preparing for sleep after a long, tiring day. As Mikha sat watching everyone, someone's voice called out to him. Hero. Mia sat down near him. Mikha asked softly, What is it? Are you really talking to me? I remember you just kept screaming and avoiding me. She was immediately flustered and shouted, So what's wrong with me coming closer? Then Mia gently brought her hands together. Besides, there's something I have to tell you, hero. She suddenly lowered her voice. About the priestess, she's more complicated than you think. Mia continued. My sister, the current priestess, I mean. Mikha was surprised. How is she complicated? She replied, I don't know if it was like this in the past, but at least my sister and I, we're a little different. Mia's voice echoed in the flickering firelight. With her, it probably would have been easier to just give the role to me. She continued. If she had done that, she might have been able to be with Hidos, instead of staying with our father. Mikha looked at her in surprise and asked, Is the role of a priestess something that can be transferred so easily? Mia answered hesitantly, I don't know, but giving up everything for my sake probably wasn't a happy choice for her. You seem to get it. Huh? Then she shouted. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. Mia wrapped her arms around her legs. You're doing this because you have to. I know that. She suddenly turned to look at him with sparkling eyes. But thank you anyway for coming with me. Hearing her words, Mikha immediately froze, his eyes wide with surprise, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. He recalled in shock, his face a mask of disbelief, that she had said thank you. In Mikha's memory, Mia was a girl fated to walk a thorny path as an apprentice priestess. She walked with blood-soaked feet, leaving fresh red tracks on the cold ground. Mikha realized that now, it was as if she had chosen to walk this thorny path herself. He looked at Mia. Even so, she chose to travel with me. No, if she's thanking me, she must have had a plan to resolve everything from the very beginning. After a moment of thought, Mikha suddenly spoke up. There's something I'm curious about. Mia turned back. Go ahead and ask. His question surprised her. How do you feel about the dark ones you've encountered? Mia looked up at the starry sky and answered softly. They need to change. Then Mia smiled and said, to be free from hatred, I think they need to be released from Air's curse. He quietly looked up at the deep, vast sky, and among the countless twinkling stars, Mikha seemed to grasp a piece of the hidden meaning. In her words, I see, that starry sky seems to have given you the answer. So that is your answer. The scene shifts to a flickering candlelight, the priestess bearing all the malice and madness transmitted through the dark forest. Rena sits silently in the middle of a circle covered in strange, ancient symbols. The surrounding candles flicker incessantly, and chains are tightly bound around Rena's legs, heavy and cruel, like the very fate that has imprisoned her. Rena's face is vacant, her wide-open eyes looking terrifying, or more accurately, she is playing a role. Her eyes are wide open, unblinking, with a slight tremor, as if she is witnessing something beyond imagination. A line of text, fiery red like blood, appears in Rena's eyes, smoldering as if it were carved by fire into her mind. She trembles and recoils in fear as Hemera, the sister of the ancestor Air. Rena sees herself as a soulless corpse, constantly targeted by the Air race. She slowly reaches out a finger, as if to touch something invisible before her. Rena sees her own hand become horrifically twisted, which is nothing short of torture. Immediately after, she begins to scream endlessly in agony. A hand appears and brutally slaps Rena across the face without mercy. Someone identical to her appears. Does it hurt? Are you in agony? When you betrayed me, did you have any idea how much my heart ached? She appears with an utterly terrifying expression, questioning Rena. Did you ever even try to understand? Little sister, she screams in anguish. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I'm in so much pain. You said we would do this together. Immediately, the pressure from her hand increases. She squeezes Rena's face, causing her pain. I trusted you. She viciously slashes her hand across Rena's stomach, drawing blood. I believed that we two sisters could do it. Rena can only stare wide-eyed as tears stream down her face. I'm sorry. I didn't do anything. I didn't betray you or hurt you. I just wanted to protect my little sister. Ah. Her hand digs deeper and deeper into Rena's stomach, blood flowing endlessly. Her eyes now show only the whites, her gaze empty as if all life has been drained from her. The hand with its sharp nails tightens its grip on Rena's face, making it difficult for her to even breathe. Now, Rena's eyes are completely white, without a single spark of light, as if she has been stripped of all will and emotion. Then she gasps for air, collapsing to the ground, helpless and exhausted, in front of the watching Brock Leon. He says, You are fulfilling your role excellently. I commend your efforts, Priestess Rena. Her eyes widen, her pensive gaze fixed on the ground, as if Rena's mind is lost in a storm of chaos. A moment later, she looks up at Brock Leon with a surprised expression. King I? From behind, a shadowy figure appears behind him. Excellent. Rena's eyes are dazed and lifeless, like someone lost in a storm of emotions with no escape. She looks at the girl before her, and the Ice Queen recognizes that face. Rena screams in despair, her choked scream carrying extreme terror. She fearfully scrambles towards the wall to escape, her mouth unceasingly apologizing. I'm sorry. Stop. Rena turns back, her face filled with surging despair. She stares wide-eyed in shock. Air speaks softly, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. What a beautiful expression. Then she licks her lips with satisfaction. This will be a fine nutrient for me. Now, night has fallen. In the shadows. At night, the only visible light was the moonlight. Along the small creek, the illuminated plants shimmered softly. The sight before him made Ren's eyes widen in amazement. He blankly exclaimed, So this is the inside of the dark forest. How unexpected. Then Ran instinctively flinched. He hesitantly said to Hados beside him, I'm getting a creepy feeling. Hados calmly replied, It's all right, because this is reality. Walking behind them, Mia calmly added to Hados's words, That scary feeling has only deepened over generations. It's supposed to feel real. Just as the group was heading deeper inside, Mon suddenly shouted, Be alert! Be alert! Then, it turned back to inform Mikha, Enemy territory is concentrated here. Hearing that, his gaze focused on Mon. When did you put on that outfit? Next, Book observed Mon's state and flew forward to explain. All right, from the perspective of the fairies, they would naturally be wary of the dark forest. After speaking, Book turned to comfort Mon. You can't help but feel an aversion to fairies twisted by malice, while Mikha cautiously looked around. In the darkness ahead of him, strange dark figures with red eyes appeared. Mikha guessed the fairies had lost their minds, and the longer he looked, the greater his unease grew. Yes, This isn't right at all. While Mikha was lost in thought, a sharp arrow suddenly appeared in midair. It was flying straight towards him. However, the arrow didn't seem to be aimed at anyone in Mikha's group. It just flew past them. Then, the arrow plunged straight into the ground. Mori looked at it and cleverly remarked, "What a warm welcome." As soon as those words were spoken, from the surrounding canopies, a volley of arrows was fired. As if summoned, the arrow stuck in the ground suddenly bent itself free. It then immediately joined the rain of arrows shooting towards Mikha. Faced with that attack, Mikha remained surprisingly calm. He moved his lips slightly. Immediately after, a whirlwind instantly rose up in the middle of the forest. The wind was so strong it seemed like it would blow everything away. Ran was naturally affected as well. He used his hand to shield his face from the swirling dust. For Hidos, who was wearing a mask, this gust of wind wasn't much of a bother. Suddenly, Hidos's eyes narrowed, his wary pupils following the movement before him. It turned out, one figure had stepped out from behind a large tree. One, then a second. Another one, holding a bow and arrow, just jumped down from the bushes. 3. After that, they revealed themselves one by one. 4, 5, 6. Seeing the ambushing elves had appeared, Hidos swiftly grabbed his sword and charged forward. Then, he used his feet to gain momentum and leaped high into the air. Up high, Hidos's power immediately erupted. He zipped past, dealing with each elf one by one. Once finished, Hidos landed firmly on the ground, leaving behind screams and a cloud of dust. At that moment, a surviving elf rushed forward, shouting loudly, "You traitor! The ones who raised you to be a professional assassin were great people." Hearing those words, Hidos paused for a moment, but he still let the elf continue scolding. "Not only did you betray their kindness, but you also betrayed the female spirit in training." Seeing Hidos's strange expression, Mikha held out the bag in his hand. He probed, "Hidos, do you know them?" Hidos seemed to ponder for a moment, but he quickly admitted calmly, "Let's just say they were my friends. They were all candidates to become the priestess's guardian." Hearing Hidos say that, Mihai's face showed no emotion, as he coldly raised his weapon. "So you mean the losers and failures?" Before Mihai could even finish speaking, the elf became enraged, shouting, "Shut up! Don't lump us in with the one who betrayed us and the priestess." In response to his attitude, Mihai forcefully slammed down the staff in his hand. "You shut up." Standing before that elf, Mihai bluntly exposed their crimes. "You kidnapped a child, a normal human, and raised him to be an assassin. What are you so proud of?" As he questioned them, Mihai recalled the first time he met Hidos. "While breaking the curse, I saw the form of the human hidden inside him." In Mihai's memory, after the curse was broken, Hidos was lost in thought for a long time. Maybe Hidos sensed it. He told me how he became a guardian. Hearing that story, Mihai inwardly remarked how simple it was. Afterward, he even imagined the scene of meeting the parents, grieving by their newborn's cradle. These immoral creatures would secretly select human children with outstanding talent and kidnap them. Next came the gaunt figures and harsh training regimen that Mihai thought, and they would raise them alongside their own clan. Not only that, but those human children would be forced to drink medicine, to make them look like elves. Mihai's voice lowered. In other words, the title of guardian. At this point, Mihai turned away, his sharp voice ringing out, was what he wanted from the very beginning. "I don't care about your failures." By now, some of the elves had managed to get up. They warily watched Mihai's back. Although, regardless, you were probably told to capture intruders like us and guard this place, right? The footsteps of Mihai suddenly stopped. "So what? So what? What do you mean?" Then he turned his head, directing a deathly gaze behind him. "I said, take us to your superior right now, you lantern-eared freaks." Under Mihai's threat, the elves had no choice but to offer a way. "This is the way to get there?" he asked in surprise. "What? You're not kidding, are you?" On the lush green grass, a skinny, trembling hand reached out in response. "No, not at all." After a moment of trembling, the hand finally managed to stand upright. It turned out to be the hand of one of the elves. Mihai was using them as guide dogs. "Bug number 1. You're too slow. You have to guide us with everything you know. Next." Mihai yanked hard on the rope around the elves' necks. He excitedly shouted, "Now 1, ready, 2, move, 1, 2. Walking behind the counting Mihai, the rest of the group suddenly slowed down. While Mihai was still enjoying himself, a loud voice caught his attention. "Look, the traitor is coming." Before Mihai's curious gaze, a dark figure was beating a small elf on the ground with a club. surrounding the elf who was clutching its head in pain. The others relentlessly used force. "You idiot, die, die." Rand followed Mihai's focused gaze, and he exclaimed in shock, "Is that Karen?" Mihai didn't answer, the sound of savage laughter echoing in his ears from the others. It made him think that this is what happens when extremists who should never have been mainstream gain power. Just then, an elf who looked like a commander spoke up. "This is how things should be. This from the very beginning. Our ancestors were very eager to see this result." The man's face showed an unusually excited expression. He sneered, "They are traitors. The one who refused the mother whom even the king had acknowledged." When he said they didn't even deserve pity, Miki couldn't listen anymore. He coldly ordered him to shut up. However, the elves acted as if they hadn't heard and gathered around the fire. They worshipfully chanted for the glory of air. Not only that, they also casually left another pitiful soul in the flames. The very thing they considered the power of our resurrected ancestors. The firelight cast shadows on their cruel faces, where only blind worship could be seen, and righteous vengeance against the outside world. The horrific scene before his eyes made it impossible for Miki to accept. He tightened his grip on his staff, thinking to himself, so, even before their resurrection, the dark elves acted like this. Miki's face grew paler by the second, and at that moment, only a single thought raced through his mind, something Set quickly noticed. While he was lost in thought, "Yes, maybe I should," Set called out softly, "Miki." At this moment, Miki's face held only a ferocious expression and a cruel thought. Right here. Every single one of them. Should I kill them all? In the middle of the forest, the elves were kneeling in worship around a large bonfire. Glory to air. This scene caught Miki's eye. He heard them shout, "The power of our resurrected ancestors." Miki gritted his teeth so hard that veins popped on his jaw. Beside him, Set watched Miki with concern, but he still didn't take his eyes off those elves. Righteous vengeance against the outside world. Seeing Miki stunned for so long, Set had to ask, "Miki, are you okay?" Unlike Set's worried gaze, Miki's eyes were filled with indignation, feeling as if he was about to explode. After a long silence, Miki raised his hand to cover his face, trying to suppress his emotions before answering, "I'm really not." A moment later, Miki lowered his hand from his face, gradually calming himself. "Yes, I should calm down a bit. It's useless to be led by emotions." Next, Miki approached Hidos and said seriously, "This is worse than I thought. Meeting with the High One is pointless now." Hearing that, he immediately asked for advice. "Then what should we do?" Instead of answering that question, Miki suddenly asked one of his own, "Don't you have someone to save?" With that, Miki looked directly at Hidos, his voice carrying a probing tone. "That's exactly what you wanted when you followed me here, right?" Seeing Hidos remain silent, Miki continued to ask, "You mean Gina? Right?" At this point, Miki was almost certain of his own guess. He handed the item in his hand to Hidos. "Yes. Go do what you need to do. I won't be sitting idle either." The item Miki handed to Hidos was a necklace. Watching him cradle the pendant in the palm of his hand, Miki carefully instructed, "This might be able to do something about the barrier holding the priestess. But no, don't try to get her out immediately. Just get close and wait." Pausing for a moment, Hidos finally calmed down. He bowed gratefully before Miki. "Thank you." Then Hidos asked, "And what about you, hero?" Miki gazed into the distance. "He seems to have his own plan. Talking won't be effective anymore. I have to change the plan." Hearing that, Hidos felt somewhat more relieved. He closed his eyes and replied, "Good luck." Receiving the well wishes of Hidos, Mikha moved straight ahead. The flames were immediately extinguished. At this point, Mikha suddenly broke into a bright smile, his voice carrying a friendly tone. Now, looking at the dazed elves in front of him, Mikha directly stated, "I'm pretty good at guiding volunteers," but they just looked at each other, not daring to step forward. Seeing this, Mikha raised his voice and asked again, "Is no one going to raise their hand?" Faced with this difficult situation, Mikha suddenly had an idea, raising his index finger high. Then, "Let's do it this way." With a radiant smile on his face, Mikha seemed to be making a mandatory request, "I will choose just one person from among you." Hearing this, they were momentarily stunned, and one brave elf spoke up. "One. So what about the rest of us?" Mikha calmly replied, "I will let you go." Even though he said that, the elves still didn't dare to move. Mikha paid no mind to it. He continued to order them, "Close your eyes. Whoever gets the most votes, I will choose him." After that, in the quiet space, only the sound of Mikha's heavy heels remained. He walked around them, his voice excited as if he were playing a game. "Now, the night has come. The 6 elves kept their eyes shut tight, letting Mikai's voice drift over their heads. The dark-eared honey goblins choose a sacrifice. As soon as he finished speaking, Mikai's footsteps also stopped. It seemed he had finished choosing. Mikai looked at one who appeared rather chubby, the second one from the left. That one looked bewildered and asked, "Oh." As if to confirm his choice, Mikai spoke up. "What is your name?" The guy introduced himself. "Call me Jiboro." Next, Mikai turned to the others and said, "All right, I will keep our friend Jiboro here and release the rest of you, and of course, we will erase all your memories." Jiboro cried out in panic. "Wait, why me? I shouldn't be the one chosen." But Mikai didn't want to say much. He amusingly recalled the guy's action. "You were the only one." It turned out that Jiboro, not wanting to be chosen, had pointed to the person next to him. Mikai exposed him. "Among everyone, only you," pointed at someone else. Hearing his words, the others immediately looked at Jiboro with contempt. Seriously, what a piece of trash, no wonder. At this point, Jiboro had no choice but to bow his head and accept the order. Mikai thought to himself, among 5 people, not 6, there's always one who acts like this. That move was just trash. After that, just as planned, Jiboro's hands were bound with iron chains. On a trail in the vast forest, he walked ahead of Mikai and the others like a prisoner. Every so often, Jiboro would stop. He would complain endlessly. "Damn it. Why is this crap happening to me?" Seeing this, Mikai taunted him. "It's nothing. They say that when 6 people gather, there's bound to be one useless person, and that person is definitely you." Hearing him say that, Jiboro turned his head back and shouted irritably, "Shut up." In response, Mikai wore a gentle smile on his face, but his hand was still gripping his staff menacingly. Jiboro, knowing his place, immediately lowered his voice. "I'm sorry," Mikai ordered. "Stop the nonsense and lead the way. Everyone's memories will be wiped clean anyway." Behind them, as the elves with dazed expressions had just woken up, Mikai continued, "No one will know you were the useless one." Provoked by Mikai's words, Jiboro, though furious, could only swallow his anger. However, he had many questions in his mind. Jiboro asked Mikai, "Why did you tell me to lead the path in this god-forsaken place? It's an extremely dangerous area in the dark forest." As soon as the man finished speaking, Mikai shot a sharp and threatening glare at him. "Are you sure you want to say that out loud?" Despite saying that, Mikai reiterated, "The place we're about to go. For you guys, it's not surprising to consider this a holy land." Just hearing that made beads of sweat form on Jiboro's forehead. At that moment, Mon, who was next to Mikai, suddenly shivered, curling up and hugging itself while whimpering. "Master, it's disgusting." Mikai looked in that direction. A place shrouded in a strange red color, from which bizarre sounds emanated. "Kill. I hate you. I'll crush you. You disgusting outsiders." Mikai silently guessed. Spirits of the dark forest, huh? In front of him, a group of dark spirits were hiding behind tree trunks, peeking out. Light spirits are the complete opposite of us. Noticing the abnormality, Mikai glanced at Mon, who was trying to cover itself with leaves. All of them were focused on Monday. Just then, Mia, who was walking behind, also noticed. She quickly explained, "They don't look very friendly. Those children are completely one with our ancestors. They hate the light and want to spread failure and death." The deeper they went, the more ferocious the dark spirits became. They bared their sharp teeth, disgusted. Immediately after, their appearance changed drastically, leaving only a pair of glowing, fierce red eyes visible. Then, Ran and Ellen stood back to back. The two watched warily as Ran spoke up. "Hey, they're getting closer." Upon seeing the scene, Jiboro was terrified. He yelled, "Damn it, this is why I didn't want to come here, you outsiders." Not wanting Jiboro to get in the way, Mikai smacked him without hesitation. "Shut up!" And so, Jiboro took the hit and fell to the ground. Mikai calmly observed the situation before him. What a pity, they must have endured so much malice to end up like this. Hearing that, a terrifying thought suddenly popped into Jiboro's head. He panicked. "Don't tell me you want to save them or something. You don't have a hero complex, do you?" Mikai's expression gradually darkened. Jiboro didn't notice and blurted out, "Dark spirits aren't the type to appreciate being saved." Not seeing a response from him, Jiboro looked up and lectured condescendingly. "People like you are always dreaming of impossible things." The moment Jiboro mentioned, "And yet you do nothing about our problems," he was met with a hard knock from Mikai, a hero's strike. The blow was so strong it knocked Jiboro out instantly. Mikai slung the staff over his shoulder, enthusiastically replying, "That's right, I'm going to save these poor spirits." After speaking, Mikai's gaze suddenly shifted upward. He calculated silently. The spirits are currently dominated by evil, but because they are pure and simple, there is a way for them to return to their true selves. Thinking this, Mikha realized this wasn't the way he wanted, but it had to be done. Mon was now trembling and backing away. There are so few of us, and so many of them. Seeing this, Mikha bent down slightly and called to Monday. Hearing his voice, it immediately replied, "Master." Then, Mikha gently comforted Monday. "You poor thing, why are you so scared? You just need to save your own kind with your own hands, that's all." Mon's eyes suddenly lit up. "Save my own kind." Mikha took out a tiny magic wand and held it out in front of Monday. Mikha smiled at Mon, speaking in a tone that was both encouraging and commanding. "Save them." As if hypnotized, Mon took the wand. That spell. This was all according to Mikha's plan. The impurities clinging to a spirit could be cleansed by the physical redemption from a spirit of the same tribe. At this moment, at Mikha's urging, Mon's eyes began to shimmer with sparkling particles. "Save me. Save me." Then, without hesitation, it rushed forward. Mikha watched with satisfaction. "I have countless ways to make you stronger, Monday." He then gently placed his hand on Mon's back, transferring a bit of power from his palm, "as many ways as I please." And now, Mon had become unusually powerful, the light radiating from its body growing stronger by the moment. Seeing this, Mikha snapped his fingers lightly and pointed as if giving a signal. With a body overflowing with power, Mon quickly flew away. Mikha shouted from behind, "A strengthening spell disguised as a blessing, your energy is now fully charged. Salvation." The lush green forest radiated a gentle light. Mon's potential surpasses everything I could have imagined. A nimble figure zipped past like the wind, causing the space around it to vibrate in response. Mon suddenly appeared with sharp attacks, quickly defeating the chaotic spirits. Mon is so strong, the defeated sprites collapsed to the ground. A true monster had been unleashed. The dark spirits melted away like candles in the wind. A majestic staff was surrounded by sharp spikes like a fence. Wielding the glowing staff, Mon smiled proudly. "Master, am I stronger now?" A round of enthusiastic applause rang out, lingering like passionate encouragement. Mikha smiled smugly. "I don't care about other things, but I won't let my child be defeated by other spirits." He cheered. "Go on and get stronger." Everyone around was helpless. "Oh my, that little spirit girl. And that cute spirit too." A little spirit raised its hands and asked wonderingly, "Where is this?" Another replied, "My head hurts so much." One of the little spirits suddenly froze, as if held back by a strange, indescribable feeling. That light, the staff held high with pride, clearly showed the deep satisfaction in Mon's heart, the final chosen one. After thousands of years, the eyes of two little spirits suddenly lit up, the spirits of light and darkness. Immediately after, the other little spirits surrounded Mon, their eyes filled with admiration and awe. It led a formation of the little spirits, and said seriously, "Master, I will be going away for a while." Hearing this, Mikha leaned down and asked, "Where are you planning to go?" It immediately raised its hand and pointed, "The hero's path of shared suffering and liberation." He turned away and agreed, "Do whatever you want, just be back before dinner." Mon replied with a smile, "As you command." Mikha closed his eyes and walked away, smiling to himself. A hero's path. Huh. Jabora appeared, kneeling with a surprised expression. "It's absurd, a tiny spirit confronting evil." He looked at the man and calmly replied, "That's all there is to it." The image of air slowly faded. Just think, in the end, air couldn't escape the confines of death. But is that truly the real power of a soul? Mon led the little spirit deep into the forest, where light filtered through the dense canopy. With a blink of an eye, Mia's eyes widened, a strange light reflecting in them like a new ray of hope. She called out to Mikha, surprising him. "Hero, if that's really the case," Mia asked softly. "Hero, if that's really the case," Mia asked softly. She seemed to want a definitive answer from Mikha. "My sister is free now too, right?" He looked away and then answered her. "That's what I'm assuming for now," Mikha mused. His goal was to erase the core of hatred. That was the only way to prevent the demons from exploiting it anymore. Suddenly, he shivered, as if a cold gust of wind had blown past, chilling him to the bone. Mikha turned back to ask Mia, "Come to think of it, Air's sister, wasn't her name Hemera?" He continued asking. "Air is the ancestor of the Dark Elves, but Hemera might have just been a normal elf." Mia just shook her head helplessly. "I don't know the details," she told Mikha. "There's no information about her, not even in the Book of Lemon. She was Air's older sister. She passed away from natural causes before Air's grudge was resolved. That's all Mia knew." Mikha fell silent, his expression pensive. We don't know that much about their relationship. After a moment of silence, Mia suddenly spoke up. But her next words left him stunned. A legend says that Himera might still be alive after all. Mia didn't stop, continuing to tell Mikha, there are quite a few similar legends. She said, the most famous one says that when the mother sought revenge, the younger sister vanished from this world. He asked Mia again, but that might not be true. She smiled and replied, I'm guessing you're going to say that's just a legend too. Hearing Mia say that, Mikha's curiosity was piqued. Can you tell me about that legend? Her eyes never left him, as if trying to read something hidden behind his expression. Mia closed her eyes, her face thoughtful as if she were considering something important. Right after, she held out her hand and began to tell the legend of two sisters. Mia's voice was as melodious as music. One was like the sun, the other like the moon, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. Then she raised her hand to cover the sun before her. But then, darkness swallowed the sun. Mia continued softly. It crushed the moon, and the black sun vanished before everyone's eyes. She raised her head, her gaze directed at the vast sky, filled with quiet contemplation. Mia reached her hand up high, stretching to embrace the sunlight. The black sun has been waiting for the moon ever since. The scene changes, and the sound of high heels echoes, slowly approaching, breaking the silence of the space. Rena trembled, huddled in a corner, her fear evident in every ragged breath as she saw air draw near. She looked at her with a haggard expression, her eyes filled with shock. Who are you? Air smiled seductively, her words as light as a breeze. I am Air, the mother who gave birth to you. Rena narrowed her eyes, her gaze as sharp as a knife, sweeping over her with suspicion and caution. She didn't believe it. No, you're not. You are not my mother. You never were, and you will never, ever be my mother. Rena's defiant shout echoed through the space. You can never become her. She just laughed coldly and said with a scornful tone, a goddess dares to deny my existence. Air gently lifted her chin. But you seem very confident about that, don't you? She questioned. What proof do you have that I'm not Air? Air suddenly beamed, her voice sweet and excited. Fine. She brought her hand, with its sharp, iron-like nails, close to Rena's. Now I'm starting to think about it. Now, she grabbed her hand. The children chosen as successors, one of them ran away. Didn't they? A look of shock, horror was clear on her face as she watched the other woman, her whole body frozen stiff. The woman placed her hand on her own face. I'm so curious. Did she really risk so much just for sisterly love? Suddenly, the grip on her hand tightened terrifyingly. She clutched Rena's hand tightly. Or was it because she was struggling to resist? Her teeth clenched as if trying to swallow the intense, rising pain. Her gaze was incredibly sharp as she looked at her. Some other reason? Rena's eyes were half closed. On her face was a look of resignation mixed with exhaustion. Mia's name came coldly from her lips. Scene change. Jabora turned to announce to everyone. We've arrived. He told the group, this is the land that you have all been searching for. Right before them was a vast, dark-tinged land. The tomb of Lady Hour. Mikha slowly stepped forward, cautiously observing his surroundings as he pushed aside a branch. The scene before Mikha left him, utterly stunned. Wait, what the hell is this? Just then, a grave with a large stone tablet appeared, surrounded by lush green vines. A normal grave, when that word comes up, people tend to think of something appropriate. For instance, white chrysanthemums, symbolizing grief, or a well-crafted headstone or an inscription carved in stone. Or more simply, a tidy surrounding space. Things like that are the minimum respect for the dead, or at least, they should be. But Mia's expression said otherwise. She covered her mouth in horror. This can't be. Now even Mikha couldn't hide the shock on his face, because Air's grave before them was a gray body in a strange posture, tightly bound by tree roots. The group followed the trail of the roots to a large tree, and just one look was enough to make them exclaim that it wasn't just a mess, it was horrifying. Elsewhere, Rena fell painfully onto the cold ground, her body suddenly losing all its strength. On her neck appeared 3 bloody holes. That demonic voice echoed again, a devil of hatred, pain, and jealousy. Standing before her, Lady Hour was excitedly licking her lips, her expression one of satisfaction. Facing her, Rena's eyes momentarily became lifeless. Seeing this, Lady Hour grew even more excited. It was like a delicious meal. Then, she decisively turned and walked away, only her voice echoing in the space. That was quite tasty. Just then, Lady Hour suddenly stopped, her gaze shifting suspiciously to the side. Immediately after, a powerful hand reached out, unleashing a stream of black energy. That power shot straight into the empty space beside her, its speed so fast that the friction created trails of white smoke. Only then was the hand withdrawn, the gaze still intently focused ahead, but on the wall, marked with 2 clear cracks, there was nothing else. Seeing this, Lady Hour lazily narrowed her eyes, her voice tinged with boredom. Fine, whatever. With that, Lady Hour walked towards the exit. In the place shrouded by darkness, she spoke. You should stop this meaningless struggle of yours. Behind her, Rena, who was feeling slightly better, managed to lift her head and said, Soon, the world my children wished for will come. After she spoke, the space fell silent again. The wall from before, with its 2 sprawling claw marks, suddenly seemed strangely incomprehensible. Not long after, just as expected, the figure of Hidos gradually appeared in a puff of green smoke. In his mind flashed Mikai's earlier warning expression, and Hidos thought to himself, even though I was told not to launch the rescue mission right away. With that thought, Hidos closed his eyes as if to push away his guilt. He thought, I'm truly sorry, hero. Right after that, Hidos quickly got down to business. He held Rena in his arms, anxiously calling her name. Rena, Rena. She woke up hearing the voice. Hearing the familiar call, Rena struggled to open her tired eyes. She mustered her strength to call out to Hidos. Faced with the marks that proved their crime, on Rena's neck, Hidos couldn't bear it, and shut his eyes. A moment later, Rena finally had enough strength to utter, Thank God. How? Realizing her anxiety, Hidos quickly reassured her. I came here with the help of a very reliable person, so don't worry anymore. Then, he said, First, we're getting out of here. But the look in Rena's eyes suddenly widened in terror. She didn't let Hidos finish, grabbing onto him tightly. Rena screamed, Hidos, it's dangerous. That scream took almost all of Rena's remaining strength. Her voice grew faint. Is it coming here? Just then, a chilling voice rang out, finishing Rena's thought. That's right. That doesn't seem like a good idea. At all. Child. It was Air, emerging from the shadows with a spine-chilling smile. It was only then that Hidos noticed Air's presence with a start. He looked behind him in shock. Was this a trap? In Hidos's arms, Rena tilted her head and let out a soft cry of pain. Facing an enemy like Air, Hidos had no choice but to draw his weapon. Then, he lunged forward with incredible speed. In just an instant, his sharp blade was pointed directly at Air's neck. In exchange, Hidos's body was ensnared by tendrils of dark power that wrapped around him tightly. Air stood nonchalantly in place. A master assassin, are you? How interesting. Her curious gaze scanned Hidos from head to toe. Now I see you can even escape the curse. While she was speaking, Hidos's hand had discreetly grabbed another short sword. He then swiftly swung it, quickly severing the tendrils binding him. Not only that, but Hidos also quickly threw something to obscure Air's vision. Having done that, Hidos swiftly retreated, grabbed Rena, and fled. With her face obscured by the dark substance, she remained completely unfazed. She let out a cunning smile. You intend to run, do you? As soon as the words left her mouth, she took out a small magic wand. Faced with its terrifying power, Hidos had no choice but to block the attack with his own body. After taking the hit, Hidos's eyes rolled back into his head, and his body gradually lost its strength. Now, she calmly walked towards the two of them, speaking as if bestowing a great favor. I won't kill you. Looking at Hidos's face, contorted in pain, she calculated with satisfaction. I still have many ways to make use of you. Just then, a blinding light suddenly appeared on his chest. That light, slowly, emerged from beneath Hidos's armor. He exclaimed in astonishment, This light! It was then he realized the pendant of his necklace was glowing, and Hidos remembered it was a gift from his master. Following the trajectory of the light, the bodies of Hidos and Rena were also carried along with it. Even Air had to shield her face as she watched. She wondered what that glowing necklace was. No way. By the time she composed herself and mobilized her dark energy to give chase, the figures of the other two had already vanished. By the time the light faded, all that remained in the space was Air's outstretched hand. Seeing her prey escape right from under her nose, Air was speechless with rage. Meanwhile, over with Mikha, the group was still, was standing dumbfounded before the tree from earlier, and stood beside Ran. She still couldn't seem to believe the sight before her eyes, even though it was the founder's grave. How could this have happened to that lifeless corpse? The position of the hands looked very strange, holding a dagger in both hands, positioned to stab the neck. Mikha knelt on one knee beside the grave, already guessing that the founder had taken his own life. Morin spoke up. This is a little strange. Confusion flashed in his eyes. Morin thought doubtfully. Isn't the founder supposed to be an incredibly important figure to the Dark Elves? Mikha frowned at Morin's words. For the sake of legitimacy, a proper ceremony should have been held. That fact made him think that the butler's words made perfect sense. In Mikha's mind, he pictured a proper grave. Even if they feared a curse, they should have given the founder a respectful burial for the sake of the future. But the scene before them was the complete opposite. Just a stiff corpse left out in the open. The truth was that they simply didn't care. Following this line of thought, Mikha had practically figured out the reason. They had intentionally looked the other way. That's what this meant. Then, he placed a hand on the ground, next to Mia, who was still composing herself with her eyes closed. Suddenly, Mia's eyes snapped open. Her voice carried a hint of sadness and sorrow. It's unbelievable, isn't it? The founder. In other words, he was betrayed, right? And in the end, he couldn't resolve that pain. At that moment, she reached her hand toward the corpse. Mia could feel it. I don't know why, but I somehow understand it. The hatred and sorrow that the founder endured. As her hand moved toward the withered corpse, Mia seemed to slow down, as if wanting to touch all of that sorrow. At that exact moment, from her fingertip, a flash of white light suddenly erupted. Noticing this reaction, Sach was so shocked her eyes flew wide open. She hesitated. That child. Amid the heavy silence, Ellen cautiously scanned the area. She asked doubtfully, but Mikha, something isn't right about this place, is it? Ellen's gaze focused on the large gate. She listed her observations. An empty grave, a strangely silent forest, and the entrance we came through earlier. On the gate were deep slash marks, making Ellen even more certain of her suspicions. There are signs of a fight here, it feels like. Hearing this, Mikha also grew more cautious. He lowered the head of his staff to the ground to investigate. Seeing his action was quite strange, Ellen watched in surprise. After a moment, she couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, "What are you doing now?" Mikha replied briefly, "Checking." As if worried the others didn't understand, Mikha added loudly, "You know that vengeful spirits are surprisingly unstable. They can erupt violently in an instant, but they also disappear just as quickly." The head of the staff suddenly vibrated once and then fell silent. Ellen's voice was filled with doubt, but the dark forest is truly still full of madness and hatred. Mikha looked down at the ground, where a faint anomaly had just appeared. He replied calmly, "Exactly, that's why I'm checking again." But Mikha still couldn't find anything. He thought with disappointment. Still, nothing. Then, Mikha looked up, his gaze seeming to pierce the very sky. The forest was definitely filled with malice and hatred, yet strangely, there wasn't a single spirit to be found. Against the clear sky, only a few bare branches reached out. This made Mikha wonder if they had all just vanished, was long gone. As a gentle breeze blew by, a few sparkling objects danced in the air. Mikha watched with curiosity, but if there's no soul, is there any reason to create a space like this? He wished someone could explain what was happening. Just then, a hazy orb of light flew over. Yes, that blinding light once again appeared right in front of Mikha. It dropped Hidos and Rina to the ground before quickly flying over to Mikha and shrinking in size. At this point, Hidos and Rina still showed no signs of waking up. It was only after a while that Rina slowly opened her eyes. She slightly moved her dry, chapped lips. Right now, Hidos felt as if he had failed his mission. He bowed his head low. "I'm sorry, hero," he said to Mikha. "You warned me, but I was overcome with emotion and made a decision on my own." Mikha reluctantly replied, "It's all right. I had set up a defensive mechanism just in case of this situation." But at that moment, Mikha was silently thinking that, in the end, it had saved Rina. Pausing for a moment, he hesitantly offered a speculation. However, his appearance means that our whereabouts have been exposed. This was precisely why Mikha was extremely worried. Immediately after, he spoke to the still kneeling Hidos. "I have a lot I want to say, but there's nothing we can do now." On the other side, Rina was tilting her head back, downing in one gulp the potion she was holding, her complexion not looking too good. Seeing her sister like this, Mia also grew worried endlessly. "Sister, are you okay?" When Rina didn't say anything, Mia became even more anxious. Her eyes looked as if she was about to cry. The moment she saw her sister open her eyes, Mia couldn't contain her emotions and threw herself into her arms, bursting into tears. Rina guessed that her younger sister was worried about her. She said nothing, but a hint of sadness flickered deep in her eyes. While the two sisters were having a tearful moment, Mikha walked over. "Priestess, there are a few things I want to confirm." Her expression didn't change. Rina's face remained cold as she replied, "Please speak, but who is that person?" Mikha glanced at Jiboro and said, "Don't worry about him. He's just a soul that was denied life. Hearing this, the man spoke up. Master. Then, Mikha continued speaking to Rina. The vengeful spirit of the ancestor. Could that vengeful spirit truly exist? Hearing these words, her face clearly showed sadness. After a moment of silence, Rina quickly spoke up. She said, the ancestor's soul has vanished forever. Hearing these desperate words, Jaboro's eyes suddenly turned cold. The moment Rina finished speaking, Jaboro suddenly lost his composure and shouted, don't lie, and at the same time, Jaboro dashed forward like a blur. You're just using that as an excuse to evade your responsibility. Unable to stand the commotion, Mikha swiftly delivered a punch to Jaboro's face before he could harm Rina. But Mia was curious, and she immediately asked her sister, if it has vanished, then why does the hatred still remain? In response to Mia's question, Rina continued, because it is necessary. According to what Rina said, it is a symbol to unite the entire Dark Elf tribe, and because of this, Mia was utterly stunned. Now, she didn't hold back and delved deeper. Long ago, the ancestor gradually grew weaker, eventually finding it difficult to even lead the tribe, and her hatred for her sister began to rise. Pausing for a moment, Rina sadly turned her face away, hiding her emotions. However, a new development occurred. According to what Rina said, the entire clan still needs the ancestors' hatred. She recalled that back then, that clan leader had struggled immensely just to escape. She didn't want to, but she recounted the painful story anyway. It turns out the first elders of the Dark Clan and the council had committed a taboo. Mia couldn't believe it. Impossible. And to cover up their crime, they hid it from the other clans and imprisoned the weakened ancestor. As the years passed, that ancestor's resentment grew, and she wanted to escape for revenge, but it was completely hopeless. Filled with indignation and despair, she clawed at the leaf door every single day. This place is called the Tomb, and even to this day, those handprints are still clearly etched on the door. At this moment, Mia's arm fell limply to the ground. She looked helplessly at Rina, and then sadly asked her sister, how long? Rina froze at the question, unsure of how to answer. Rina's gaze shifted to the imprisoned, human-shaped stone statue, and she said, until she dies. Meanwhile, Air felt that what the clan leader had to endure was too cruel. She felt such pity for her that she was on the verge of tears. A look of contempt flashed in her eyes as she sneered coldly. The light? A hero? How ridiculous. At that moment, Air's hair suddenly began to change color. Her expression darkened. Her claws started to lengthen, and she felt as if her mind was being torn in two. Just then, a demonic voice emerged from Air. I understand. I will not disappoint you. Her eyes glowed a bloody red. She had been possessed by a demonic spirit. This time, I will succeed no matter what. Just then, from behind Air, someone approached, their two figures blending into the night. Seeing Air, Bralian quickly ran over and called out, my lady, are you all right? He bowed respectfully before Air. If your anger still lingers because of the sins of our ancestors, I beg of you. Her eyes softened as her demonic appearance subsided. Her mood also began to stabilize. The gentle Air had returned. She turned to look at him and said, I'm fine, Bralian. The atmosphere grew tense. Air slowly walked to his side. A gentle smile formed on her lips. Air said, you don't need to take responsibility for those sins. But her second personality spoke up. I will absolutely not forgive any sin. Air, however, said gently, so please, lift your head. But the second personality was seething with rage. I will kill every last one of you. And immediately after, Air's demonic personality shot her hand out towards Bralian's face, intending to choke him. But thankfully, Air quickly managed to restrain her inner turmoil and gently caressed Bralian's face instead. He nearly held his breath, feeling her fair hands on his cheek. Air spoke gently again. Actually, I hold you in high regard. But then, her colder persona asserted to Bralian that her wish would be fulfilled. According to her, the mad thunder source will spread beyond the forest, consume the entire world, and destroy all of humanity. She paused, a demonic smile stretching from ear to ear. Her personality shifted again, and the race known as the Dark Elves will be wiped from existence. Then, she instantly reverted to her gentle demeanor. An intruder has kidnapped the priestess. You know what must be done, don't you? Bralian asked, startled. The priestess? She looked up at the sky and gave a single command. Eliminate them. Eliminate the intruder, and bring the priestess back safely. Bracklein's face was filled with determination as he immediately said to her, for Air. Meanwhile, Michael and his group were still deep in thought about what they had heard. He was silent, his face serious as he contemplated. Over time, the hatred for his sister had gradually faded. If only things had just ended there. Pausing for a moment, Michael's heart trembled slightly. But even that couldn't happen. He speculated that the hatred that had just been suppressed had been reignited by the very children he once trusted, and that emotion flared up again at that moment. As Michael pieced things together, he told himself that the vengeful spirit might have vanished, but the hatred still remained. Is that right? At the same time, Rand quickly added. So the current Dark King has accepted it, knowing that his ancestor betrayed their progenitor. This is insane. As soon as she heard him speak, Rena immediately replied. She said, a mad ambition. Remembering what she had learned from A, Rena guessed that along with the hatred for the outside world, but even so, she still defended her people. Rena explained on their behalf that most of the current members of the tribe are just being manipulated. I understand that this is a fitting punishment for us. She didn't complain, but quietly accepted it. With that said, she looked over at Michael. But can you be a little lenient? Upon hearing these words, he replied, to be honest, it would be a lie to say I don't want to believe that. Michael's eyes were sad, but he continued, the title of hero is mine right now, so I will eliminate what must be eliminated, but what deserves to exist will be preserved. Seeing him, Rena was a little moved, thinking to herself that there are still people as dedicated as this hero. Rena spoke with sincere gratitude. Thank you, hero. After she finished, Michael spoke up again. There's one more thing, and not wanting to beat around the bush, Michael got straight to the point. There's still something else you need to tell me, isn't there? Hearing this, a flustered look appeared on Rena's face. At that moment, Rena suddenly grabbed Mia's hand, startling her. Rena didn't deny it, saying, that reaction, and you still ask even though you already know. Michael replied, until I get a clear answer, it's all just speculation. And now, Rena decided not to hide it any longer. She said that Air's vengeful spirit shattered after a great tragedy. In that process, his soul shattered into countless pieces. Most of them became a calamity known as the Mad Kind, engulfing the entire abyss, but among them, one fragment closest to his original essence was passed down. Michael, naturally not wanting to beat around the bush, quickly cut her off. In other words, are you saying he was reincarnated? Mia, not understanding a thing, looked back and forth, then asked in confusion, the reincarnated progenitor? Who is it? At that moment, both Rena's and Michael's eyes turned to Mia at the same time. Now, it seemed Mia was starting to understand the situation. She hesitated, then pointed to herself. Hey, wait a minute, there's no way. Is it me? As she spoke, a stiff smile formed on her face. Mia refused to believe it, and immediately denied it. Impossible. Are you saying I'm the reincarnation of the progenitor? How could that be? Right after, Michael reached his hand out to her, saying, if you really can't believe it, then go and touch the progenitor's remains one more time. As he spoke, Michael pointed towards the graves. Mia hesitated, seemingly afraid to face something, was incredibly terrifying and hard for her to accept. Now, with Mika and Rena's encouragement, Mia timidly reached out her hand to touch the stone statue. Even so, the fact that the statue was formed from a real human corpse made Mia secretly worried. The moment she touched it, a stream of light quickly radiated from within the statue. Mia felt that stream of power enveloping her as she began to float up, the corpse having vanished. Seeing this scene, Mikha was extremely pleased, watching intently with a bright smile. At the same time, a voice rang out to Mia's astonishment. Welcome back, Master Mia. She was now starting to remember her lost memories. I am the reincarnation of the ancestor. At this, Jiboro quickly slammed his head to the ground, showing extreme reverence. Immediately after, with a self-reproachful expression, he said to Mia, how could I not have recognized the ancestor? Jiboro then slapped his own face hard, stammering, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ah, Mia said hastily. No. Even if you say I'm the ancestor, I can't remember any of my past memories, you know? At that moment, Mikha stepped forward, then said to her, it's understandable that you don't remember. He explained to Mia that because the soul was not inherited properly, it was shattered into many fragments. Mikha pointed to the large tree in front of them as he spoke, and the soul fragment that you just absorbed must be one of those fragments, so there will be some changes. However, pausing for a moment, he then hesitated. However, Mia asked, a hint of urgency in her voice. Mikha glanced over and said, the memories that you're regaining won't all be pleasant. Ren then interjected, wait a minute, if she's really the reincarnation of Air, then who in the world is that person running rampant out there? Mikha looked at Ren nonchalantly, then said, what's there to discuss? That's obviously an imposter, he advised Mia. You don't need to force yourself to remember all your memories. You might not be able to bear them. Mikha warned her that the memories from that time would be too much to handle. Hearing these words, Mia remained silent with a pensive expression. Immediately after, Mikha took out a dark purple gem. Regardless, our goal is still to purify the madness in this forest. Seeing the energy sources converging in one direction, Mikha quickly deduced. It seems that person called Air is absorbing the forest's frenzy. Ren then asked curiously, so what if that woman only absorbs a sufficient amount of the madness, and you destroy all the rest? After that, Mikha quickly put the gem away, no longer emitting energy from it. He looked cheerfully at everyone and announced the good news. So, the problem is solved. Then, Mikha looked at Mia's distant gaze. So don't worry about the memories anymore. Pausing for a moment, she still said with regret what was on her mind. Even so, I still want to know, Mia said sadly. Before, when the remnant was absorbed into my body, the memories didn't return, but… She clutched her chest tightly. I feel a deep pain inside. Mia wondered what on earth could have happened to cause such pain to be passed down. Hot tears couldn't help but stream down her cheeks. Mia made up her mind. I have to know. As Mia cried loudly, Mikha saw her emotional turmoil and remained silent, not interfering. His face also grew pensive. Memories sometimes flash back to before Mikha regressed. He remembers that time, a world full of pain and horror, but on rare occasions, he would remember the sky he gazed at with everyone. The scent of flowers and grass still lingered in his mind, a strange feeling that those who have never experienced it could not understand. His gaze began to become hazy. Mikha couldn't get this phrase out of his head, unable to understand it. Looking at Mia's lonely back, he saw himself from before, feeling that very same emotion. Over here, Jiboro was still sitting on the ground. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Mikha walked over, annoyed, and asked, Hey, how long are you going to keep this up? He said with disgust. Stop doing such useless things, and lift your head. Jiboro replied, I can't do that when the ancestor is standing before me. Mikha retorted, Until recently, you were the one who believed the impostor was the ancestor, so what right do you have to speak? Jiboro argued back, but I couldn't help but believe. Then he went on to list a series of things he had pieced together. She bears the ancestor's symbol, her nature full of sorrow. Jiboro asserted that she looked exactly like the ancestor, passed down in the legends. According to what Jiboro imagined, Mia's face carried a look of purity and gentleness. I once believed that no one could fake that appearance. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly became sad and said, But I was wrong, I admit it. Looking at Jiboro, Mikha was a little surprised. His personality might be rotten, but his reverence for the ancestor was sincere. Then Mikha squatted down in front of him. So now, you admit that Mia is the real mother, right? Then he gave a cunning, mocking smile. And yet you called that mother a traitor and all sorts of terrible things. Jiboro was startled by that. But in the end, he didn't know what else to say, because he had indeed made a grave mistake. Mikha continued, If you keep this up, your disrespect cannot be hidden from the clan. Are you willing to face that? But now, Jiboro clung tightly to his leg, crying out, Please forgive me. I'll do anything, anything. Having achieved his goal, Mikha smirked slyly. You just said anything, right? That's great, because I have a task that only you can accomplish. Staring intently at the man's face, he continued, I'm not asking for anything unreasonable. Just go out and spread a rumor. Hearing this, Jiboro stared blankly at his face. A rumor? Is that what you're saying? Hearing Jiboro say this, Mikha's expression became even more devilish and cunning. Immediately, Jiboro understood the situation and, at the same time, shouted out, It's Hemera. Jiboro ran off like the wind, spreading the news. Hemera has descended upon the ancestor's tomb. And just like that, a few days later, the port of Alpha Hem was plunged into chaos. Just as Mikha had predicted, the appearance of Hemera was pure terror for them, and that was none other than the sister who betrayed Aer and left her to suffer endless pain. To them, Hemera was the embodiment of evil, a true demon, who always sowed sin. And to everyone here, Hemera was a despicable being. But just as Jiboro had once been prejudiced, there were of course still those who didn't believe. Until the moment the tomb erupted with a light like the sun, they naturally clung to their hope, and their faith now once again ignited, burning fiercely. And this was also a tomb steeped in madness, but it was a place a certain creature could enter and exit freely. Now, she held her magic staff and slowly walked to the center of the great temple. The moment she appeared, She slammed the scepter in her hand hard against the ground. Finally, air appeared. She stood before her subjects and said loudly, "Do not be afraid, my children." Air then growled an oath. "Your mother will now extinguish all chaos." The crowd chanted in unison, "O mother, crush that treacherous sister. Show no mercy to those who dare defile mother's tomb." After speaking, she immediately turned back inside without another word. But suddenly, a trickle of blood inexplicably flowed from the corner of Air's mouth. Her saintly appearance was now gone. Air growled, her eyes filled with rage. "Damn it!" Meanwhile, Mikha was sitting next to a large ancient tree, saying nothing, just thinking quietly. Soon after, he wearily spoke to himself. Loneliness is so boring. Looking at the massive tomb and its darkness, Mikha felt a pang of sympathy. Dying in a place like this is so cruel. At that moment, a surge of eerie power quickly manifested. It resembled mist, but it wasn't mist. Mikha was silent, slowly opening his eyes. A soft gasp escaped his lips. Set, standing right beside him, was a little panicked. The darkness was terrifyingly dense. The darkness continued to envelop the sky, feeling as if that energy source was gradually swallowing everything. Now, after a long while, that power finally turned towards Mikha to attack. It seemed he already knew this would happen. Mikha immediately shouted, "That's enough!" Right after he spoke, a bold flash of light quickly appeared, enveloping Mikha. A cold glint now appeared in his eyes. Mikha stared intently at the entity surrounding them, which had finally revealed itself. She smirked slyly. "I heard, the hero of this era is a mage, but your moves are quite interesting." Right after, Mikha held out his scepter in front of him and said loudly, "Is this the only way to fight demons? Even you?" At this, Air's face took on a terrifyingly cold expression. Then, as if to warn him, she said, "Towards one who has existed for countless eons like me, show some respect, human." Mikha remained indifferent. He said nothing, just stared at his opponent. In truth, Mikha was secretly impressed, thinking if he saw that elf as a normal person, he would have been stunned by her beauty. He cursed himself internally. Damn it, this eye. So she no longer wants to show her beautiful face to anyone. A monster's head then appeared. Set was terrified and shouted to him, "Mikha, look!" Yet Mikha calmly replied, "Yeah." He said to himself that he remembered seeing that form before the regression. It wasn't very clear. But after a pause, Mikha then speculated, only one thing could turn a person into such a horrific form, and that is a pact with a demon god. And right now, Air's entire body and soul had been completely possessed. Meanwhile, Berlion raised his hand to the sky, and simultaneously rallied the people. "Hear me, my brethren," he shouted. "Our mother has punished the abominable sister, ending the founder's long-standing feud." The others listened in a daze as Berlion continued. "That means, we, the Shadow Tribe, are no longer trapped in hatred." Immediately after, the crowd below shouted in unison, "Glory to the great Shadow King." The man standing in the middle of the crowd commanded, and everyone reacted, giving thanks for the mother's blessing. Brain thought with amusement, the moment we've always dreamed of has finally arrived. He laughed so hard his face twisted. Today is the day the madness of the forest will spill out into the outside world. Right after that, Braun stretched out his hand and said loudly, "Now, from this moment on, we will crush the outside world, and stand proudly at the center of all things." Following that were loud, resounding noises. Over here, Mon led his people and then said loudly, "Because the dream of a hero has come true." Meanwhile, Ran looked at him, his face showing its usual coldness. Ran then asked, "You're saying you completely subjugated this forest in just a few hours?" Mon smiled cheerfully. "Exactly." Ran wondered silently. He asked himself, "Who on earth is this guy?" Pausing for a moment, he remembered Michael. Well, if he's carrying that thing, he's definitely not ordinary. At that thought, Rand's expression turned serious, and he said to Mon, never mind." Then Rand asked, "So with your power, you can live stream the situation at the tomb to them in real time, right?" Mon replied, "Of course, my comrades can broadcast it live." Immediately after, Rand picked up a small stick from the ground and concentrated on drawing for a moment. In an instant, a talisman was completed. Rand said, "Then let's begin." As he finished speaking, Rand now took on an aged appearance, but Rand didn't care. He immediately snapped his fingers. Darkness enveloped the elves and they began to panic. What's happening? Very quickly, in just a short time, Rand's dark power had now spread throughout the entire area. Everyone in the dark space began to complain to each other. "It's pitch black. Damn it, I can't see a thing." At the same time, Mon's group quickly flew out. They were like lamps in the dark night. Now, they cheerfully began to use their abilities. Beams of light quickly shone outwards and an image of air appeared like a movie screen, and according to Mon, this was a magical stage. Bran sensed something was wrong. He gritted his teeth, his mind on high alert. The fight between Michael and Air was now clearly projected on the screen of light. People still didn't understand the situation. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. What is this? The book immediately said to him, someone who made a pact with a demon god still exists? Michael replied, it must be a pact from ancient times. Right after that, a barrage of sharp arrows was quickly launched towards Michael. And of course, he wasn't just going to stand there and wait to die. Michael quickly took out his scepter to counter the attack. He swiftly dodged to one side and successfully parried. An unprovoked attack like this. He looked at Air, then asked, are you salty because rumors brought you here? She gave a cunning smile. Consider that just a greeting. Now, his attention was focused on the scepter in Air's hand. Michael focused his analysis. Melancholy mind, an ancient elven relic known as a symbol of air. Seeing the slight tremble in her hands, he deduced. But it seems she can't completely control it. Mikha began his assessment. In most cases, there's only one reason for a doppelganger to forcibly take over. And if, as this thought crossed his mind, he said to Air, well, regardless, I will destroy you right here. Today. After he spoke, a cold expression appeared on his face, and as soon as the words left his mouth, Mikha slammed his scepter into the ground, loudly chanting the incantation for the Abyss Oath Sacred Bow. At the same time, the sky began to be enveloped by layers of Mikha's power, as if he were laying bricks to build a house. But watching Mikha's actions, she simply broke into a cunning smile. She said, ha, how arrogant. And then, the two powers clashed, and a chaotic battle erupted, causing all the surrounding trees to sway violently. Channeling her demonic energy, she said, let me tell you, I know exactly what you're plotting. Nearby, Mon and its family were blown away. The eyes of the fairies are everywhere. Seeing this, Air was amused. I don't know how you're controlling the fairies, but I'm sure you want to put on a show for my children. So what of it? She told him, it's meaningless. In fact, you, the self-proclaimed hero, will become nourishment for our advance into the outside world. Then Mikha quickly retorted, so what if I do? Now, the two finally closed the distance between them, but the battle was far from over. Looking straight into his face, Air calmly replied, it's a meaningless act, she continued. More accurately, you, the one they call a hero, will be turned by me into nutrients to bring us closer to the outside world. And just like that, Mikha was swiftly pushed back a little. He said coldly, I was pushed back a bit. I suppose that's to be expected. You've lived for over 1,000 years. Pausing for a moment, he then asked, do you know Lemon? Air was taken aback. What? Immediately after, her eyes fluttered shut, as if she had just remembered something, and Mikha began to recount loudly to Air, a long, long time ago, there were 2 sisters. Air's gaze suddenly became distant, and she stammered, don't tell me you. Mikha closed his eyes, then he calmly continued. At that very moment, the black sun Air suddenly became frantic. She let out a loud scream, shouting, no. Fear made Air frantic. She began launching vicious attacks at Mikha. But now, a surge of pure power quickly rose up, simultaneously enveloping his body and keeping Mikha safe. From within, Set had quickly used his power to shield Mikha. He remained, unfazed by the attack, and Mikha continued his story, waiting for that moon. Meanwhile, the demonic hand charged into his protective barrier, screaming, die, and now, Mikha calmly said to her, the mask has shattered. True to his words, Air's face began to crack, and her true face was revealed. This wasn't Air, it was Hemera. Her hand froze mid-air, and she trembled, halting her attack. Realizing her mask had shattered, Hemera covered her face and let out a scream of anguish. Now, standing before Mikha, she didn't even dare to remove her hands from her face. And on that day, a scream echoed for over 1,000 years, as the younger sister pushed the older one into hell. Beneath the black sun, Hemera was exposed. Now, everything was clear. That wicked woman was none other than Hemera. She had murdered her own sister long ago and had now stolen Air's identity. The mask fell to the ground, instantly erupting in a cloud of black smoke before vanishing. Hemera clutched her face, trembled, then looked as if she wanted to eat him alive. You've got a lot of nerve. Slowly taking her hand away from her face, Hemera roared out in pain, you hero, don't expect a peaceful death. At the same time, Mikha's hands immediately rose up, carrying a massive amount of internal energy. The three saints now attacked Hemera, but Mikha simultaneously realized, so that's it. That's your true form. Shut up. Hemera was hit so hard that she immediately screamed in fury. Shut your mouth. Mikha put two fingers together, coldly looking at his opponent, and then said, Holy net. At the same time, nets resembling spiderwebs began to surround and imprison Hemera. She was furious, then looked at him and roared, Hero, if it weren't for you, my plan would have been perfect. Hearing this, he couldn't help but expose her. What? You were planning to resurrect your sister? When Hemera didn't answer, Mikha spoke again. Are you reminiscing about the sisterly bond you destroyed with your own hands? He looked straight at Hemera's face, which had turned completely dark by then. Mikha said, That was your choice. Why are you taking your anger out on everyone else, instead of taking responsibility? Pausing for a moment, he continued his verbal assault. Anyway, it's impossible now, because she has already been reincarnated. Casting a mocking glance at Hemera, he said, Just be honest here. Now, the darkness had begun to consume Hemera, but Mikha wasn't done yet. The truth is, you just wanted someone to play dolls with you, didn't you? Hemera seemed to be going insane, apparently unwilling to accept this truth. Immediately after, Hemera quickly gathered her internal energy. Just like that, she tore his net to shreds. Now, to Mikha's astonishment, she had quickly escaped and flown high into the air, maintaining a safe combat distance from him. Right after that, Hemera once again charged forward. The two began to clash. Mikha gritted his teeth, looking at his opponent, and now he himself became even more vigilant. A huge explosion rang out, and the ground and rocks were blown apart in a massive blast. Quickly getting up, Mikha couldn't help but cough violently. She's ridiculously strong. Before his thought was even finished, Hemera charged at him once again. Holding his staff out in front of him, Mikha quickly stared intently at his opponent. World Tree. As soon as Mikha finished speaking, Hemera was immediately attacked. Her entire body was now continuously spurting fresh blood. Grasping the tree impaled in her chest, Hemera coldly asked, Is this all you've got? As she finished speaking, she forcefully pulled the thorny vines out of her body. Once again, the sound of a resounding scream echoed through the quiet space. Hemera went berserk, quickly taking the opportunity to aim for Mikha and launch a relentless assault. Hemera's eyes were crazed, and she roared like a wounded wild beast. Die. On the other side, Mikha gritted his teeth, facing his opponent head-on as he began to calculate a solution. At this moment, Hemera's staff suddenly slipped from her hand, emitting a loud sound at the same time. This caused Hemera to be startled, as it seemed even she couldn't have anticipated this. With a dazed look in her eyes, Hemera said in astonishment, You've rejected me? Abnormal spirit of nature. And seizing the opportunity, Mikha quickly advanced. Hemera had lost her weapon, and now she could only wait for death. Now, instead of arrogance, Hemera's face showed a pitiful expression as she stared intently, focused on the person before her. From a distance, Mia peeked out, her gaze fixed on Hemera with immense sympathy. She didn't know how to deal with Hemera because she was, in fact, a sinner. Seeing Mia's face, Hemera was suddenly reminded of the sister she had harmed, and she couldn't help but lament. Sister. At that moment, a cunning voice suddenly rang out. That person doesn't have much time left. Now, Hemera quickly recalled the time when she was younger. She had been observing everything around her intently. She told herself that a mysterious voice would occasionally echo in her head. According to Hemera, that sound always passed judgment on the lives of everything around us. She remembered seeing that squirrel. The voice had spoken then too, and it died shortly after. When that happened, Hemera stood watching it for a long time, leading her to surmise that whatever it said always came true. And now, once again, that voice echoed. It told Hemera, he won't live for much longer. The past came rushing back. Hemera had witnessed countless deaths before her very eyes. Whenever those words rang out, that living being would surely die soon after. Hemera questioned herself. At first, I found it interesting. Our race never had to worry about lifespans. I used to believe that. But those words were incredibly harsh. They kept echoing in her head. That person's life wouldn't last much longer. Hemera now seemed as if she were hypnotized. She stared blankly as the whispers continued to echo, until she heard those words. Her gaze gradually became hazy. The more Hemera thought about the past, the more terrified she became. And that day, Hemera happened to see her sister standing in the middle of a beautiful flower garden. And then Hemera suddenly heard those words again, about the beautiful girl standing in the sun, as pure as a morning dewdrop. That night, Hemera had hurt herself. 2 streams of warm blood trickled onto the ground as the voice echoed relentlessly. Although Hemera had decided to get rid of her ears, there wasn't much time left, and she felt like she was going insane. Shut up. Even though her hands were covered in blood, she still couldn't stop screaming. Enough, please stop. Soon after, Hemera began to calm down, and she asked the voice that, "What do you intend to do?" Hemera said to herself, "I will grant your wish, though I can't predict what the outcome will be." The light in her eyes gradually faded. Hemera was bitter because, at that moment, she had no other choice. Hemera let out a faint, self-mocking laugh. "I can't give up the only family I have." And then Hemera said to that voice, "I will make a pact." Immediately, streams of blood flowed down her body. The darkness, while corrupting my sister, also devoured the source of her illness. Hemera remembered rushing to Air's room that day. Even though things weren't perfect, she was still happy that her sister had finally recovered. Even if she was no longer blessed by the world tree in some way, Hemera stood silently watching her sister that day. However, what Hemera faced at that moment was hatred. Air, her face stained with blood, looked at her, and then demanded, What did you do?" Hemera was stunned. She couldn't believe that her always gentle sister now had such an attitude, but Hemera had no other choice. Her trembling hands reached out. At that moment, she had truly hoped her sister would understand her. Just like now, that hand reached out once more. Hemera instinctively became hesitant and cautious. "Sister." The eyes of the one called a demon could no longer hold back the tears that streamed down her cheeks. Hemera hesitated. "I'm sorry," she stammered as if wanting to say something more. But Mikai's scepter was already drawing near her. His face was as cold as ice. Mika glanced at his opponent and said, "Judgment of the Holy Fire Spirit." As soon as he finished speaking, a great flame immediately erupted violently, leaving Hemera with certainly no chance of survival. But he himself wasn't happy about it. Mika thought to himself, "If my intuition is correct, then she was probably once influenced by the demon god one way or another." Then he raised his finger again. His heart still cried out, "Even though I pity her, I cannot forgive." Drawing a seal with symbols in the air, Mika shouted, "God of repentance, bind, holy wall, holy order." Right where Hemera stood, a demonic aura quickly shot out like a forest catching fire. Mika stood staring intently at the blaze. His gaze followed the direction of that girl, as if Mika could feel the anguish Hemera had endured for so many years. She wasn't entirely evil. For her sister's sake, Hemera had even made a pact with a demon, but now he couldn't afford to be soft-hearted. At that moment, a charred hand suddenly shot out from the flames. Mika couldn't believe that he had used his most powerful flame, yet Hemera was not completely destroyed. Dragging her charred body, Hemera said in agony, "I just want my sister's forgiveness and to wash away everything that made you suffer." Walking in despair, Hemera was filled with regret. She said, "Even if I wanted to save her, I shouldn't have implanted darkness inside her." The bitter tears of the little sister from long ago now fell ceaselessly. Hemera realized that even a demon god couldn't interfere in this matter. Looking towards Mia's looming figure, Hemera sobbed uncontrollably. She said again, "I just want my sister to forgive me, and to erase the pain I caused her." Seeing Hemera like this, Mia's hands began to tremble unconsciously. She hesitated, as if wanting to rush over and embrace the pitiful girl. At that moment, just as he saw Hemera about to reach Mika coldly uttered, "Holy." But at the same time, Set suddenly stepped forward, grabbing his hand and stopping him. "Stop." Mika stared intently at Hemera, and Set said, "The one who made that pact is already dead." Just as Mia opened her arms to embrace Hemera, Hemera collapsed helplessly to the ground. Mia also cried tears of bewilderment and sympathy for her kinswoman. In truth, Set didn't need to say anything. Mika never wanted to kill Hemera because he realized she wasn't a bad person. His hands slowly lowered his weapon. Mika agreed with her. "That's right, it's all over now." Everyone there who heard Hemera's tragic story, each and every one felt sad for her. If only she hadn't made that mistake back then. At this moment, the voice that had haunted Hemera for years echoed relentlessly, "Fulfill your mission. Finish the hero." It tempted Hemera, saying, "If you wish, I will grant you all the power you desire." But now, for the first time, she defied its command. "No, it's all over." Hemera then said to it, "I was wrong. It should never have started in the first place." Her eyes now suddenly filled with sadness. "I've known for a long time, from what she had concluded herself, the outcome of a pact with a demon god. Only destruction." Her voice laced with mockery, Hemera laughed at herself. Who else could she blame? At that same moment, a blue butterfly of hope suddenly emerged from the depths of Hemera's soul, lighting up her mind. At this, Hemera's jaw dropped in astonishment. She stared intently at the butterfly, her eyes hazy. After it flapped its wings a few times, A familiar image suddenly appeared before Hemera's eyes. It was Air, dressed in a pure white robe, standing tall right there, looking toward her younger sister. In the physical world, her burnt, blackened face couldn't help but contort with emotion. Lying alone on the cold ground, Hemera was so overcome with grief that she began to sob, and her voice trembled as well. "Sister," she cried, raising her blackened hands into the air as if to grasp the distant figure. Hemera couldn't help but tremble. At that moment, Mia sat down beside Hemera. She took that lonely hand, which yearned for warmth, and pressed it against her own face, offering a gentle smile. After that touch, Hemera finally passed away. At long last, after hundreds of years, her soul was finally freed from its centuries of bondage. Mikha also sat silently nearby, and although he felt immense sympathy for her, there was nothing more he could do. He looked at the blue butterfly that had landed on Hemera's scepter, and Mikha couldn't help but exclaim, "How pitiful." It turned out she wasn't dead yet, but now in her final moments, a familiar voice rang out again. "What have you become?" Hemera stared blankly into the air, her eyes lifeless. Is this a pre-death hallucination? Probably, but in the end, everything was meaningless anyway. Hemera's inner voice told her. Her hand seemed to want to reach out and touch Mia one more time. She was secretly happy, regardless of whether the sister before her was real or just an illusion. Now, her arm began to gradually disintegrate, and it seemed the time had come for Hemera's release. Watching her own arm slowly fade away, Hemera's inner voice cried out, "The only thing that matters is that you're right here in front of me." But it seemed Hemera still had regrets. "I just want to tell you one thing." Finally, she gathered all her courage and stammered, "Sister, I." Now, before finally disappearing, Hemera mustered all her courage to say it. "Forgive me, I never wanted it to turn out like this. I only—" At that moment, Mia's voice suddenly grew cold, a flicker of sadness in her eyes. "I resented you so much," Mia continued. "In despair and agony, I lived through a terrible time. It was only much later that I realized you did everything just to save me." In the desolate forest, Mia's voice, though cold, was able to warm a heart that had seemingly died from loneliness and regret. It was really hard to accept. It took me a long time, and admitting it was incredibly difficult. Witnessing this scene, Mikha also felt a pang of sorrow. Hemera, the child exiled from her tribe, had to live her life branded as a traitor. Seeing her so helpless and at death's door, Mikha said to himself, "It must have been so painful." Hemera's eyes slowly started to close, her face showing complete helplessness. It seemed Mia's words had driven Hemera to despair, and now she was ready to atone with her death to her sister. At that same moment, Mia's voice rang out again. But now, all of that is in the past. Hearing this, Hemera's eyes shot open once more. Mia then said to Hemera, "Isn't that enough?" Among her people, witnessing this, Mia continued to speak, "Even if others cannot forgive you." Cradling that beautiful face, though it was now charred black, Mia said softly, "I alone will forgive you, my only sister." Mia then continued to comfort Hemera, "You've done enough, and you've suffered enough, now rest in peace." Upon hearing this, the look in Hemera's eyes suddenly became dazed, and at that very moment, Hemera's entire body began to fade away, but a satisfied smile bloomed on her lips. Hemera was happy from the very depths of her heart. Yes, two flowers bloomed together on the ground, but as soon as Hemera passed away, the flower next to it withered and drooped to the ground. But next to the two flowers, a new green sprout emerged at the same time, representing a hopeful future. Finally, Hemera vanished, leaving only Mia sitting there alone, but only Mikha noticed something was off about her, and he immediately asked, "Are you Air?" Air didn't deny it, indifferently nodding as if to silently confirm Mikha was right. Worried about his friend, he immediately asked, "Where is Mia?" Now, in Mia's form, she replied, "Don't worry, it was just a flame that flared for a moment." She answered, "I will never lose myself." "What do you mean?" Mikha asked again. "Does that mean you'll completely disappear soon too?" Air replied, "Not exactly. I am currently just a temporary entity born because I still cannot accept the memories." Looking at the blue butterfly, she explained that, "Once I am ready, we will naturally become one." Pausing for a moment, Mikha speculated, "So that means you're closer to the real Air now." While releasing the remaining soul fragments, she said, "Thank you, because thanks to the hero who fulfilled his mission, my sister and I have finally found peace." At that moment, Mikha quickly remembered something, and said to Air, "Oh, wait a minute." After a hesitant pause, Mikha continued, "Speaking of the royal descendants who caused you so much suffering," Mikha suggested something she had never considered. "Don't you desire to return that pain to them before you depart?" Hearing this, A sinister smile suddenly formed on her lips, her gentle appearance gone. Now, that smile made her face look sinister as well, and Mikha suddenly gasped. According to him, it was clearly the smile of a vengeful spirit. Meanwhile, Braclean looked up at the sky, having seen everything that just happened, with perfect clarity. Now, his face twisted in disappointment. The one I served with unwavering loyalty turned out to be Hemera. The look on Braclean's face became uglier than ever. It seemed he was disappointed in himself for worshipping the wrong person. Just then, the eyes of all the citizens stared at him with utter fury. Internally, Braun cried out in misery. It can't be, this can't be real. Even at this moment, he remained stubborn, thinking if this situation continued, all the prestige that the royal family had painstakingly built for so long would collapse. As soon as this terrible thought crossed his mind, he immediately clenched his fists in determination. Once again, Braclean decided to delude himself, shouting, "To all my countrymen." Pausing for a moment, once all eyes were on him, he continued, "This is nothing more than a wicked illusion." Looking over at the elders sitting there, Braclean immediately screamed, "Don't be fire." Now, one of them stood up in agreement. "That's right. Don't be mesmerized by that evil illusion. That's one of Hemera's tricks." Seeing someone speak up to support him, Bran grew even more confident. That wicked person is now aiming directly at our ranks. The murmurs from below grew louder. It's indeed suspicious to trust an illusion. Right, there's no way His Majesty would deceive us. Hearing this, a smile bloomed on his face. Bran was secretly pleased with this result. That's right, I just need to stall for time. He reassured himself that he only needed to get through this moment. But at that very moment, applause rang out, the sound echoing through the entire arena. Bran was momentarily startled and flustered. He silently looked around, his face quickly showing his confusion. He wondered about the applause, and at that very moment, Michael, who had been on the other side, suddenly appeared here, surprising him. "You, who are you?" He casually introduced himself. "Hello, I am the hero." Sitting casually as if it were his own home, Michael then said, "Ah, my apologies for appearing so suddenly." He looked at Bran, unable to resist mocking him. "You see, I have this bad habit where, whenever I hear something ridiculous, I just have to clap." "Ah, perhaps my appearance was too sudden?" After a brief pause, the man roared, "Do you have any idea where you are?" Michael casually replied, "Look, I'm standing on the roof of the royal castle. I can't believe. You didn't see me?" Immediately, afraid his lies would be exposed, Bran quickly gave the order to kill that bastard. Instantly, 4 assassins to his left and right simultaneously rushed forward to attack from 2 directions. Even so, he remained seated and motionless, despite now being surrounded by 4 men. At that very moment, a voice rang out, causing the guards to suddenly collapse to the ground. "Stop!" One of them, his whole body trembling, said, "I can't move my body." From the sky, a familiar figure suddenly landed beside Michael. She returned to her true form, and now Air wanted to protect Michael from her own misguided people, of her own. The scepter that Hemera had once used was now back with its rightful owner. Everyone who saw this scene was astonished. They were so stunned they couldn't utter a word, but just then, one of the subjects quickly came to his senses and cried out. Looking at the beautiful woman with those cold eyes, he finally recognized Lady Air. At the man's words, all the citizens now simultaneously knelt on the ground, bowing their heads low. Michael watched the scene before him, unable to help but be impressed. So impressive. Set, standing nearby, reminded him with disgust, "Don't ruin this moment with your racket." Just then, a great wind arose, carrying a heavy blizzard that obscured their vision. Instantly, everyone knelt down. Bran didn't dare to argue any further. The subjects now trembled, fearing Air would punish them for what they had done wrong. Michael stared ahead and said scornfully, "You all look just like children who've been caught doing something wrong." Holding out her hand, Air said sternly, "Stop this madness immediately." Air declared as if taking an oath, "Forcing your own hatred onto others is a selfish act. Become greater than I am." But this also made Michael feel sympathetic. Even if the royal family or the elders act despotically, in the end, she was still betrayed by the very people she trusted most. Mikha glanced over. She possessed the power and authority to curse the ignorant and careless. Pausing for a moment, he now knew a terrible truth, that she had, however, cast the curse upon herself. Now raising her scepter high, Air said, "Therefore, all of your hatred and pain, I shall bear it for you." And as soon as she finished speaking, a stream of light from the scepter quickly radiated outwards, and with that, the curse vanished into the darkness, bringing freedom to the Shadow Tribe after so long of torment. Like an iron cage being opened, It was certainly a good thing. Over here, Bracleen couldn't accept it. He threw his head back and screamed at the sky, a look of desperation on his face. No, it can't be. He could no longer keep his composure, roaring, "We need your hatred." Now standing before her, he coaxed in a cold voice, "Consider this. With your curse, you can take revenge on those who abandoned and despised you." Looking at Brackleen's face, Air was unfazed. She showed no emotion and said, "Don't try to deceive me." This child, looking straight into his face, she didn't hesitate to expose him. "To you, I am just a tool to fulfill your ambitions." Remembering the people who had harmed her, she questioned him bluntly. "I understand that. You are no different from your ancestors. It turns out Air knew everything." She asked directly, "Wasn't I the first one to be sacrificed?" Recalling the old days, Air then said, "The young women called priestesses have taken my place." Seemingly struck a nerve, Bracleen was momentarily at a loss for words. He hesitated. That is. He then clenched his teeth, knowing that no matter how hard he tried, he could no longer defend himself. Now, his gaze suddenly fell on the sword resting in the distance. Bracklin had been pushed to a corner. He quickly grabbed the sword, his other hand gripping it fiercely, as if he could take a life at any moment. Then, he frantically slashed at the air like a madman. Pausing for a moment, Brackleen's eyes filled with hatred. He looked towards everyone and shouted, "Draw your swords!" The warriors readied themselves for battle. Air and Mikha watched as if it were an amusing play, both sitting silently up high without reacting. But in reality, Air was also a bit worried. She said, "Using the curse as a shield, we can only hold on to survive." But Mikha just casually replied, "Sounds reasonable." Pausing for a moment, he then looked towards the crowd of subjects. "Sounds like someone wants to get beaten." As soon as he finished speaking, Mikha quickly disappeared. Atop the tower, only Air was left standing majestically there. In less than 3 seconds, Mikha appeared in front of Bracleen. It now seemed he had decided to engage him in close combat. But as for these elders, they would rather believe Bracleen than continue to worship Air, because she wasn't giving them the benefits they needed. The moment they saw him attacking Bracleen, the group immediately unleashed several blasts of dark energy. Just by glancing at this aura, Mikha instantly realized that what was attacking him was dark magic. But even so, Mikha calmly raised his hand and softly said, "Reflect." Immediately, a large mirror then appeared. This was the level 7 reflection magic, the mirror of Heikao. At the same time, from within the mirror, suddenly a vortex like a whirlwind appeared, and it continuously sucked that dark magic inside. It seems this technique, Mikha's mirror, had also worked. The moment it reflected the dark power, Bragan was startled, quickly raising his hands to shield his face. That elder was then also struck, until his hands turned pitch black. He stared at his own hands. He couldn't help but groan unconsciously in a daze. Over here, the others couldn't endure the pain either. They all immediately screamed in agony, filled with immense hatred for Mikha. Now Bragan gritted his teeth. He lunged forward yelling, "Die!" The blade thrust toward Mikha, but he blocked it with his hand, saying, "If you were revered by everyone as a king." Mikha's cold eyes stared intently at him. "You should have fulfilled your duty as one." Right after he spoke, the sword was finally knocked to the ground with incredible ease. With that said, his hand fiercely gripped Bragan's neck and lifted him up effortlessly. But now Mikha suddenly had another thought. "All right, I'm no exception," he said to himself. "Before I regressed, I inherited the clan but failed to fulfill my duties. And I caused the family's decline, didn't I?" Pausing for a moment, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Mikha looked at his opponent. "I see." After a pause, he asked Bragan directly, "Is that a form of self-loathing?" And now, his hands tightened around the man's neck. Bragan's face stared intently at his opponent. It was just like how he had quickly summoned his scepter in his past life. Mikha had no intention of letting him go. What was bound to happen, happened. Mikha proceeded to beat him to a pulp right in front of everyone. Bragan fell to the ground and passed out, his face swollen and bruised. Then Mikha turned to leave. He dusted off his hands, then hesitated. "Ah, wait a moment," he said. "You convinced yourself that there was no other choice, that it was the only way, and that everyone would understand. You thought that, didn't you?" Seeing the man was still silent and motionless, he once again lifted his opponent up. "Come on, lift your head." Then Mikha looked at him and asked, "In your eyes, what do they look like?" "Those are the eyes of your subjects looking at you." But when faced with this question, Bragan was now speechless. He looked towards the crowd of subjects with an indifferent gaze, then spoke again. "If you don't want to say it, I'll say it for you." He then made the man look towards the people. They were all staring at Bragan with resentful eyes. It was as if they could pounce and tear Bragan to shreds at any moment. because he had betrayed their trust. Now, his face became bewildered. Bragan seemed unable to accept this reality. As he spoke, he flung the man to the ground. That is the look reserved for a traitor. At the same time, one person in the crowd shouted, "The king has broken the law. He has turned his back on the founder. For that reason, he can never be king." Now, Bragan lowered his head to the ground, helpless. The curses and insults then began to ring in his head. The king was wrong. The fake bloodline must be exterminated. At that moment, upon hearing those vile words, Mikha suddenly became sad. He was probably remembering himself in his past life. Mikha's hands loosened. His gaze towards the man became a bit more empathetic. Meanwhile, the subjects continued their outrage and were about to speak again. But at that moment, the person who was about to speak was suddenly knocked to the ground by something. Mikha's voice rang out as he said, "All right." Immediately, the other person lay motionless, their eyes becoming vacant. Right after that, he pointed towards the subjects and spoke up. "Everyone, stop this nonsense." Mikha's face was indifferent as he told them frankly, "You're all the same, you scoundrels." Then, in a cold voice, he spoke to everyone present. "Let's be honest. Didn't you all mistake him for the founder and blindly support the king?" Hearing this, everyone felt a pang of guilt and lowered their heads to the ground. But then, another person spoke up. "Is it a crime to agree with him?" Looking at Mikha, he continued, "We had no other choice, so if you don't know anything, then shut up." Mikha, of course, refused to back down. He immediately retorted against their so-called no other choice. A sad expression flickered across his face. Mikha recalled what he had seen in his past life and continued. The outside world was almost destroyed. The other person was left speechless, not knowing how to argue back. He gritted his teeth in frustration, but in the end, what was wrong was still wrong. He couldn't cover up his own mistakes. Just then, Air finally came down. She approached her subject and asked, "What do you expect from me?" Walking alongside Mikha, she told the man, "You must be firm and take responsibility for your own actions." She placed a gentle hand on the young one's face. She then gently advised, "Decide for yourself, don't rely on others." She smiled warmly and added, "This cannot be changed in an instant. Before those who bear you ill will, you must now patiently explain, and over time, I will help you gain more strength." Mikha didn't want to look directly at her, turning his head away and thinking, sometimes her current form only appears for a moment. From what Mikha could tell, even though she was no longer at her strongest, Mia could still be somewhat effective before fully regaining her memories. Right after hearing Air's words, the man knelt helplessly on the ground, overcome with shame. At that moment, Mikha quickly handed over the scepter. He said to Brown, "You see this?" Looking at the man, he said coldly, "This is the inevitable result of following someone without a single thought." Everyone fell silent, having nothing more to say. Then, Mikha glanced over at her. He asked in a cold voice, "Do you understand my intention?" Air closed her eyes and replied, "I understand." She then raised the scepter in her hand high, absorbing the dark powers into it. The withered flowers lying on the ground immediately began to show signs of revival. From the earth, fresh green grass and flowers started to bloom. They bloomed as if carrying a new seed of hope. And now, Mikha watched everything happening around him. The thunder source returned to its original master. Pausing for a moment, he felt a bit satisfied, and once again became a part of her. But as for Brackle, he was terrified. No, it was the curse. Meanwhile, Hedos's elf ears suddenly disappeared. It returned him to his normal human appearance. Now, everything was becoming clear. Out of the darkness, a new tomorrow would come. A tomorrow unlike any before. Wherever the streams of energy passed, the forest returned to its original, beautiful state. Mikha looked up at the sky as his inner voice spoke. And just like that, the curse on that forest was broken. Mia was lying unconscious on the ground, looking like a little fairy in a deep sleep. Never before had Mia slept so soundly. It seems that after the mystery of her clan was solved, Mia's heart felt much lighter. Time passed, and not long after, the forest finally returned completely to its original lush appearance. Meanwhile, Mikha was standing and admiring his surroundings. In his eyes, this place was incredibly beautiful and peaceful. He looked intently ahead, then smiled brightly and said, "I guess things have been mostly cleaned up." At that moment, Hedos and the others approached. He marveled. Who would have thought this place concealed such a beautiful landscape? Mia returned to her usual mischievous self, saying, "I must thank you once again, hero." Over here, as soon as she saw him, Rena was overjoyed. "Thank you, hero." Mikha glanced at everyone, then said, "It was nothing." Hedos seemed to be thinking about something. He hesitated for a long while, but then he chose to speak up. Hero. No. I mean, young master. There's something I want to say. Immediately, Mikha quickly interjected. I know. This is about the guild, isn't it? Hearing this, Hidos was startled. He didn't understand how Mikha knew him so well, and of course, he didn't deny it, saying, That's right, we are truly grateful that you've taken over. Pausing for a moment, he added, But recently, this forest has changed drastically. According to what Hidos recounted, too many things had changed. Those elders were also immediately captured. Seeing Mikha's silence, Hidos added that Brillian had been locked in prison and was now facing his own conscience. It would probably take a few years to restore everything. Right after that, Mikha cut Hidos off. And because of that, you need to be here. Hidos then looked over at Mia and said to Mikha, Actually, it's not just me, my daughter too. Hearing this, Mia's face took on the pout of a child. Now, Mia quickly and annoyedly retorted, Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Hearing this, Hidos also quickly chimed in with her, Yeah, sister-in-law. This comment made Rena blush as red as a beet. In fact, perhaps during this whole process, the two of them had been secretly dating. On Rena's hand was a very large emerald ring. Immediately, Mikha let out a sigh and said, In the blink of an eye, that girl had become his sister-in-law. Watching Mia and Hidos bicker, he inwardly groaned, Why is this family so complicated? But seeing them so happy, Mikha also broke into a genuine smile from the bottom of his heart. Then, Mikha quickly spoke up, Anyway, the main thing is returning to the clan and continuing to run the information guild. It's awkward. Pausing for a moment, he looked over at Rena. But if you suddenly leave like this, the consequences will be incredibly troublesome. Immediately, Hidos quickly added, Yeah, that's just a problem on our end. Hero, you don't need to back down. Rena's face suddenly looked sad. He and Hidos continued to discuss. How about this? You turn this entire forest into a great guild. He was stunned, then said to him, You mean, a guild? Hidos quickly understood. You mean to do here exactly what we did in the clan? To establish something new. Mikha replied, Yes, a new Talia. And then Mikha said to everyone and also to Ron, Don't worry about the money. Mikha then added, My clan has plenty, and will lend it to you. You just need to pay it back over time. Hidos saw through it. Ah, so you mean you want me to take on a debt, isn't it? Mikha didn't deny it, a smile spreading across his face as he added, That's right, and it's overdue. At this, his expression on Mikha's face twisted into a cunning smile. I will be repaid in full. Seeing his expression, Rena reluctantly shuddered. Mia pointed at him and called him out. Hero, that expression of yours. He immediately beamed. And what about me? Mia added. You seem to be treating me like an investment. Mikha's smile grew even wider. He said, I'm being sincere, Lady Rena. Hito then spoke up. I'll talk to everyone. After all, the people here are my daughters. Mia quickly corrected him. My sister-in-law. He then reluctantly said, I respect my sister-in-law's opinion. Mia then stepped forward. See, we've decided to build a new grave. The hero, Mikha, replied. A grave it is. Then, Mia explained to him, It's for me, or rather, for the me whose life ended in that place. Mia shared her thoughts, saying, I plan to turn that place into a proper grave for her sister. After a brief pause, Mia's expression turned sorrowful, but leaving just that seems a bit lonely. Hearing this, Mikha fell silent, gazing into the distance for a moment without saying a word. Then, Mikha asked, Why are you telling me this? Mia replied cheerfully, I don't know, it's just a hunch. With that said, Mia couldn't help but ask, You never really liked Hemera, did you? After a short pause, Mia quickly added, But it seems that child was saved, thanks to you, hero. Hearing these words, a flicker of sadness crossed Mikha's face. He recalled that moment, the scepter reaching out before Hemera. The hot, sorrowful tears on her face made Mikha's heart suddenly ache with confusion, and his flames had incinerated that poor girl. This fact still weighed heavily on Mikha's heart. Returning to the present, Mikha raised his hands to look at them. Then, he clenched his fists tightly and mocked himself. Saved? For a long moment, Mikha's eyes remained dazed. He still hadn't broken free from his tangled thoughts. Mia watched him in silence for a long time, saying nothing more. At that moment, she called out, Hero. Hearing Mia's voice, Mikha was startled and flustered. No, it's nothing. With that, Mikha quickly turned to leave. If you want to show your sister your sincerity, that's enough. He was actually telling himself not to cling to past possibilities, nor let them sway his mind. Mikha's mind was in turmoil. That's why I want to write a different ending. Pausing for a moment, he thought of the two sisters again. That's right. This story now belongs to Mia Air and Himera. As Mikha saw it, it was their story because of their close bond. To him, it was a tale they had to resolve on their own, but there was one thing he wanted to ask. A satisfied smile now graced his lips. Mikha immediately stared intently at the grave. Then, he looked back at her and asked cheerfully, "Are you satisfied now?" Hearing his question, Mia was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to say that. Then, a truly satisfied smile appeared on her gentle face. The scene shifts to a dark room in Avaritia's mansion, where the sound of a wooden chair creaks. On the ground, from over there, a cold voice rang out, asking the person kneeling on the ground, "You failed?" The mysterious person then asked again, "What on earth happened?" The man had a long horn in the middle of his forehead, and he answered in fear, "I don't know." Then he added, "Rumor has it that the true one has now returned, and Himera was also defeated by her." Hearing this, the hidden figure suddenly flew into a rage. He snapped the wooden armrest of his throne. He then threw the sharp piece of wood towards his subordinate, shouting, "She is the one who made a pact with him." The man fearfully bowed low, covering his head, as he listened to the scolding. Besides that, no one is allowed to know the secret of that day. Right after, he fell silent for a long while, seemingly contemplating something. After a pause, he finally spoke, "The records of the Archmage." Remembering those familiar faces in his mind, he growled, "The hero of this era. That's right." A demonic glint appeared in his eyes as he then said, "Damn it, that's 1 PG." And then he slowly calmed down and warned his subordinate, "We must be cautious." Recalling that evil gaze, he said further, "All we need is to prepare for the day the gods descend." After a pause, the throne continued to sway, and he began to calculate. Nevertheless, that man full of killing intent was Dean. He now commanded, "What we must do is fill in what's been left unfinished, right?" The scene shifts to another place, where a man was looking gloomy, his face lowered to the table, hesitating. Then, the other person spoke to Michael through the communication orb. "You've dealt with the problem in the Black Forest and plan to make this place a stronghold for the guild, is that right?" He then quickly replied, "Father, in this world, how many people would dare to call themselves the son of the hero?" Looking towards Ethan, he added, "Great power comes with great responsibility." The man said gloomily, "Son, you don't mince your words at all." Michael smiled brightly, radiant, shirking responsibility. "Dad, you handle it yourself, or should I just cut your tongue out to get it over with?" Hearing his son say that, Yidan let out a frustrated sigh. He didn't know what else to say to his child. Right after that, his expression changed slightly. Gloomy. Someone who contracted with a demon god? More and more formidable opponents are appearing. After a pause, Ethan seemed to remember something. He immediately asked his son, "Are you okay?" He continued, "Aren't all these things something you have to shoulder?" "Now," the boy said cheerfully to him, "you really understand me." Michael said with confidence, "If I couldn't handle it, I wouldn't have started." Seeing him like this, Ethan was also reassured. "All right, expanding our influence beyond the Empire isn't so bad." Right after, Michael joked around in the face of his father's worries. He raised his hand and shouted, "Let's fight." After a pause, Michael suddenly remembered, "Oh, right, father. In the family's treasury, is there a fountain of prosperity?" Hearing this, Ethan's face showed suspicion, but he remained silent to let him finish speaking. Right after, he said warily to his son, "We used it long before you were even born." After he spoke, Michael fell silent, and his father's gaze also paused, a sad expression spreading across his face. Ethan then asked him, "Are you planning to concoct some kind of elixir?" Michael didn't hide it. "Yes, that's the plan." He then told him about his thoughts. "I need to enter the 8th circle of magic soon." Michael then asked worriedly, what about the Jersis herb root? That's the most important ingredient, and also the hardest to find for brewing." Elia handed over the bottle. "Contains a leaf inside." Yidan said, "It was in my hands before." He told his son that it's no longer in the treasury, but I know the place where it's kept has a permitted holy temple within the church's territory. Hearing this, Mikhail was slightly surprised and quickly asked, "Are you talking about the holy mountain?" Yidan replied, "That's right. Recently, the spring of prosperity was discovered there. From what I know, as a hero, you must visit the holy mountain at least once." Immediately after, Mikhail quickly replied to his father, "Understood, I'll go right away." Pausing for a moment, he suddenly became worried, and then said, "Don't overexert yourself." Covering his face with his hand out of slight embarrassment, Yidan told his son, "When you're stubborn, you often go too far." The atmosphere was incredibly touching, and at the same time, a glint of a smile. Finally, this son smiled slyly, and said to his father, "Are you worried about me?" Being exposed like that, he became so embarrassed he got flustered. "I'm disconnecting now." After that, before Mikhail could say anything else, the surrounding air quickly fell silent. He chuckled to himself, then asked himself, "What are you really worried about?" At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Are you leaving soon?" Mikhail was startled and replied, "Yes, I plan to leave tomorrow." Hidos then said, "Oh, that's right. Hey, hero. As the guildmaster, I have some news to report. That person has finally finished their long period of training and has emerged." Hearing this, a look of caution appeared on his face. Mikhail then said, "That person." Hidos continued, "I'm talking about the saintess." Hearing this, Mikhail quickly showed a look of surprise. Then, he did something with his 2 fingers, as if making some kind of sign. Now, as if suddenly realizing something, Mikhail quickly let out a cry. "Ah." At the same time, a familiar figure quickly entered his room, coming through the wooden door. A girl in a white dress. She walked majestically in the light, and Mikhail's voice rang out, full of disbelief. "Really?" The scene changes to the temple of the church, where sunlight was flooding the magnificent white castle. The girl was sitting inside, and as soon as she saw the person enter, she spoke up. "Huh? This girl is Arian Den, who is also the saintess. She said that Archbishop Killian has ascended." This man gave a gentle smile. He chuckled lightly, then said, "Yes, it was finally discovered that he was possessed by a demon, and I am Archbishop Naran." Then Arian asked, "What about that bastard Sigv? He's been removed from the list of heroes." Immediately after, she asked curiously, "That's surprising. Wasn't he the top candidate?" Naran then told her, "He was completely overshadowed by the excellence of the current hero." Arian quickly replied, "So why is the church so normal now? Before I started my training, it was a complete mess." Naran then told her, "Thanks to the current hero, everything has been completely turned around." At that moment, Arian clutched her head and then said, "Then what about Hidos?" The smile on Naran's lips grew wider, and he continued to reply, "Ah, that kid was also thanks to the current hero." She thought to herself, "What? I was prepared for a battle with the church." Arian, looking tired, then said, "But I thought there would be at least one scoundrel around, but there's no one." Naran broke into a sweat, thinking with a wry smile, "Why does this feel so familiar?" Looking at the face, seeing Arian's disappointment, he silently lamented. This strange feeling was like a distant memory. Pausing for a moment, the saintess seemed to have remembered something. She shot up and shouted, "Then what about Cassandra?" Naran suddenly remembered, and then he said, "Ah, if you're talking about the prophetess." Arian couldn't contain her impatience and shook him forcefully, pressing, "Did something happen to Cassandra?" Naran immediately felt dizzy and saw stars, saying no, quite the opposite. He quickly recounted the information he had. Recently, the merchant girl was seen carrying various potions. Meanwhile, the other girl was meticulously and diligently writing something on a piece of paper. According to Naran, business has really been booming lately, and Cassandra is extremely happy. And now, Arian thought to herself, everything has been resolved thanks to the current hero. At the same time, Arian quickly mentioned Juan Purgis. His family is the world's leading clan of mages. She told herself that a young master who originally had no connection to the church had managed this in such a short time. Elsewhere, Mika sat scratching his ear, telling himself in the void, "Ah, my ear is so itchy." At this, Dark Arian then smiled and commented that it sounded interesting, but at the same time, she quickly looked at Naran. The archbishop was startled at being addressed so suddenly. Then, the young woman's face turned shy. Dark Arian said, "Can you tell me more about that hero?" Scene change. Mikai's heart suddenly trembled. He sadly recalled all the companions who had stood by his side, and those members were Ran, Marinari, King, Jahat, and Svit. They were all friends who were sincere to him to the bone, and Mikai's thoughts suddenly paused, his memory recalling that cheerful smile. Ariandan. According to Mikai, among them, Arian was quite special. To him, in terms of appearance more than anyone else, she truly fit the image of a saintess, especially the times Dark Arian clasped her hands together and silently prayed for her loved ones. When they were still together, she would always find him to bother him. "Mikai, we're in big trouble." One time, the two of them were even aggressively chomped on by a box. "Mikai, I can't see anything." It didn't stop there. She glared irritably at the box after getting out. "Are we just going to let him die?" Mikai. And right after that, Dark Arian shouted as she stomped hard on the young man on the ground. "Svit, you bastard, I'll grind you to dust, you damn jerk." Mikai had to cover his ears with a cloth because this saintess then unleashed a torrent of horrifying and chaotic words. He sometimes wondered, Doesn't a saintess normally stand in the back healing and encouraging her comrades? But Ariandin was the opposite. As soon as she fought alongside him, her hands were stained with the blood of countless enemies. Every time she killed an enemy, she would shout her catchphrase, Holy Blossom. And Mikha just watched as Arian shouted her catchphrase while killing countless monsters. Holy Blossom, Holy Blossom. Sometimes he found this girl very strange, truly strange, but at the same time, in a certain sense, she was very saintly. Right after a fight, upon seeing another monster, Arian would shield him and prepare to face it. He remembered looking at Arian with admiration then. That's right. Now, in his eyes, remembering the old days, Mikha acknowledged that she was a good comrade to the very end. It had been a long time since he had seen that smile. The girl in the white dress was incredibly pure, walking along lost in thought, and finally, Mikha quickly arrived at this place. And this was the Holy Mountain. In front of him was a white castle standing majestically under the sunlight. Mikha looked at the statue and suddenly became pensive, thinking back. Wasn't this the first place Dark Arian set foot outside? Looking at the people praying earnestly, he guessed that she would probably come here first again this time. At the same time, Rand quickly spoke up and asked him, So this time, we need to find the Fountain of Prosperity, right? Mikha quickly confirmed, That's right. First, let's go meet the Archbishop in charge here. And he told Rand the plan. We'll hear the details about this from them. At that moment, a voice quickly rang out, saying, Over here, I want to get one bottle. Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads in unison toward the speaker. Over here, for some reason, a crowd was gathered in clusters. They were shouting loudly, Didn't you say you'd give it to me first? I want 5 bottles. Taking a glance, Mikha coldly explained to everyone, An auction house. At the same time, Morin raised a hand to her mouth, coughed lightly, and said, Even though this is on the outskirts of the Holy Temple, why is it so noisy like this? Mikha quickly looked around. The priests and knights who were supposed to be managing this situation were just standing and watching without doing anything. Now, he was extremely puzzled and asked himself, Why is it like this? Jian saw him looking dazed and kindly explained, This is like a business that has been approved by the Archbishop. Right after that, Mikha hesitated and asked again, You mean those people? Jian quickly replied, That's right. Then, the guy handed over a small vial. If you drink this potion, it will show you something. Of course, you have to say a strange word out loud. Mikha spoke again, Be more specific. The guy smiled cheerfully. Seeing is believing. I'll show you. After saying that, Jian tilted his head back and drank the entire bottle in his hand. Mikha silently watched for the result. As soon as he finished drinking, the guy's eyes suddenly widened. Then Jian's expression froze, and he immediately shouted a strange phrase, Status window. But this had no effect. The crowd now just stared blankly at him. Ran watched as Jian continuously shouted, Status window. He was now starting to doubt the person in front of him, and soon after, unable to wait any longer, he cried out, What is that? There's nothing there. But Jian remained calm and said to Ran, It won't appear before your eyes. But, Jian continued, I can see a clear window, he quickly explained. Actually, this is a window that shows my level of faith, Ran immediately replied. That phrase sounds like a word from another world. In contrast, Mikha said nothing, silently staring at Jian. Digitizing your faith? Finally, he couldn't help but blurt out, What utter nonsense, Jian exclaimed in surprise. Mikha quickly regained his composure. Just mumbling to myself. Please continue, Mikha said to himself. In short, this potion makes the illusion of a status window appear. He understood that, ultimately, faith is belief in a god. Humans can't verify that by testing each other. Jian then recounted, During a time of spiritual turmoil in the church, there was a potion, created to prove one's faith. Pausing for a moment, the guy quickly told him, It has another effect, too. Extending his hand towards him, a green light appeared in the guy's palm. Mikha was extremely surprised, watching intently, then said to him, Mikha, here. A look of surprise flashed in Mikha's eyes, and he exclaimed inwardly, Divine power, holy. Afterward, he asked Jian, So, if I drink this, I'll be like you? He quickly replied, That's right. Mikha quickly asked again, Do you have any more? Jian replied, I do, but they're selling a lot of them over there. Why do you need mine? Mikha said nothing. He just tossed some money into Jian's hand, leaving the guy stunned. Looking at the gold coin in his hand, Mikha simply left him with the words, This price is more than fair. The guy hurriedly clutched the coin and stammered, Thank you, my generous lord, thank you. He paid no mind to Jian's joy, busy admiring the potion. After a moment of consideration, he finally opened the cap and drank it all in one go. Right after drinking the potion, Mikha suddenly clicked his tongue, a look of disgust appearing on his face. At the same time, he quickly smashed the vial on the ground and put on an enraged expression. Immediately after, Mikha quickly ordered, "Butler, go drag the potion seller here." He quickly accepted the order, "Yes, my lord." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished without a trace. In less than 5 minutes, he returned, carrying another person with him. Eden was surprised. "Huh? What's going on?" Mikha said coldly. "Hey merchant, it seems this potion has quite a few useless ingredients." The man was stunned and confused. "Useless ingredients?" Immediately after, Mikha threatened in a cold voice, "You don't know." Which sounds like you might not be lying. And now he cried out in grievance, "This potion is a miracle from God." Mikha said, "I want to get some information from you about this item, but you don't get to decide." Eden said, "No problem, the status window can only be used inside this sanctuary." He was surprised. "Well, this is interesting." Pausing for a moment, he dazedly calculated, "Take me to the person who made this potion." Immediately after, Mikha said, "I don't have a reason." Eden replied aggrievedly, "I don't even know who you are, so why should I?" Pausing for a moment, he then said, "Ah, are you planning to use violence in the sanctuary?" Mikha was nonchalant, then he said, "Oh my, I don't really mind." Hearing this, a flicker of shock appeared in Eden's eyes, a flash of shock. Then, without waiting for Mikha to say anything more, he started to speak. "Wait." But before the other person could say anything else, he quickly raised a hand to his lips to signal silence and gave a faint smile. Then, Mikha raised his hand to his face, rubbing it, and said, "Just give me the answer." Pausing for a moment, his eyes turned cold. "Who created this?" Inside, Ariandin quickly grew curious and asked her subordinate, "Summarize this situation." She then couldn't help but launch into a series of questions. "He is Mikha, the legendary mage. You killed an archdemon in the capital, infiltrated and exposed all the hidden demons in the church, crushed their conspiracy, cleansed the world and destroyed the remnants of the demon god to the point of being recognized by Heikao, and this is the hero of our time." After speaking, she gloomily sprawled on the table and continued, "I'm having an existential crisis, and he did all of that in just a few years? Is this even believable?" Ariandin couldn't comprehend it. She chanted, "Impossible, impossible, impossible." "Fine." Cassandra lamented silently, but it was the truth. Now, Cassandra's voice turned cold as she said, "The hero I saw was braver than anyone." Pausing for a moment, she forced a smile and said, "It's true he has some extreme tendencies." At this, Cassandra's heart felt like it was bleeding. She felt he was a lot like one of her older sisters. At the same time, Black Aryan stretched and said, "He's crazy, a kind but insane person." "I get that." Then she continued, "At least that's good. I haven't seen him bash anyone's head in. I think he's still okay." Hearing this, Cassandra laughed helplessly at her friend's thought, and she secretly believed it too. Looking at Ariandin, she quickly asked, "So, what are you going to do now?" Cassandra pointed out that her mission was complete. "You've been recognized as a saintess, right?" Then, Ariandin said in a cold voice, "Before I went out, I had something to do, but it seems everything is finished." Right after that, she quickly took out her scepter and raised it high. Looking at her friend, Black Aryan then asked, "Should we go to the sanctuary first?" A gleeful smile spread across her lips as she said, "I hear a lot of people have awakened on the hill." Hearing this, for some reason, Cassandra's gaze suddenly showed a look of sorrow. But now, Aryan was still twirling the scepter in her hand and laughing gleefully. Meanwhile, everyone in Mikai's group quickly moved upwards. Rion's sighs could be heard continuously. As Ron walked gloomily, he asked, "What exactly is this potion?" Taking out the vial, Mai explained. To him, "A stimulant made from this." Rion exclaimed in surprise. "What, it's really a stimulant?" Mai replied. "Technically, it's called the Fountain of Abundance, a chemical with awakening properties." At this, she couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you say the quantity was very small?" Mikha replied, "That's right, it's absurdly scarce." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "If you use it as a stimulant, you can still dilute it, and it works just fine." According to his explanation, its awakening effect isn't a normal awakening. It's literally a process that burns one's entire future to ashes. And Mikha said that they package it as faith and whatnot, but, in reality, it's just a shackle that burns away the chance for a proper future. At the same time, he looked over at Eden and spoke up. "Excuse me," the man said, startled. Yes. Please speak your mind." Mikha said, "Are we going the right way?" When the man didn't say anything, he continued to ask, "This is the path to the Grand Hall," Eden replied fearfully. Yes, that's right." After speaking, he continued to walk straight ahead and then added, "It's exactly where we're headed." Anne looked up and speculated, "Don't tell me the person who created this potion is an archbishop." Everyone ignored Eden, who was still standing there, and discussed it amongst themselves. What the hell is going on? At this point, Ryan's eyes widened in surprise. What the hell is this situation? Before them now was the Temple of Mercy. At that moment, a lovely girl came out and cheerfully introduced herself. "Welcome, I am Marianne, a mid-rank nun of this Temple of Mercy." Mari appeared very welcoming. The Archbishop is preparing to receive the hero, but Mikha paid her no mind, simply walking past her and heading inside. But right after that, seeing that, Mari immediately panicked and tried to stop him. "No, you can't go in right now." She tried, with all her might, to pull the young man back and said, "The Archbishop needs more time to prepare," but Mikha casually replied, "I have more authority than even the Archbishop." Grabbing onto his leg, Mari, on the verge of tears, said, "Please, hero, just listen to me first." Mikha was surprised. He didn't think this girl would react so strongly, so he was momentarily flustered. Finally, Mari let out a helpless sigh and compromised. "All right." After she spoke, Mikha quickly squatted down. Seeing that he had listened to her, Mari breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Mikha gathered his mana and said in a cold voice, "I will wait for 3 minutes." Pausing for a moment, Mikha said with an incredibly casual expression, "If the Archbishop doesn't appear within 3 minutes, I will unleash my mana on this area." Hearing this, Mari was startled. She never thought that someone could be so unreasonable. "What?" And just like that, time passed quickly. 2 minutes later, Morin also looked on helplessly. He's quite stubborn. He must have realized something by now. Then, he looked towards Mari and said, "Aren't you going to go?" Mikha's face was cold as he said, "You'd better go get him now." Faced with this threat, Mari hesitated slightly, but she remained standing there. Losing all patience, he slowly stood up, then added, "Either that, or perhaps he's already nearby." As he spoke, an unhappy expression appeared on Mikha's face. At the same time, something was falling from the sky, carrying an incredibly heavy pressure. Mikha quickly noticed it, and he immediately looked up high. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air, getting closer. Mikha quickly focused, his hearing now at its peak. Immediately after, Mikha's hands shot out, as if he was already prepared. Nearby, logs began to transform into a mass of vines and intertwine with each other. At that moment, a loud, sinister sound echoed throughout the entire forest. At some point, Mikha's hands were already gripping Jayla's neck, squeezing tightly. Immediately after, he laughed triumphantly and asked, "You like this status window, don't you?" Then, his expression turned grim, and Mikha said, "Let me confirm one thing. Are you the Archbishop?" Applying more pressure with his hand, he asked the guy, "Are you really the one who created this stimulant?" But even as he was being choked, Jayla remained defiant. "That's not a stimulant, it's divine truth." Unable to listen to this nonsense, Mikha slapped him hard across the face and said, "Shut up." Staring intently at the man, Mikha spoke again. "Now, talk." He continued to interrogate the man. "Give me your rational explanation." Jayla was incredibly stubborn and said, "Faith is being tested. The hero? That illusion deceives the believers and tests their faith." Hearing this, his eyes suddenly froze. The illusion the Archbishop mentioned, wasn't the spring of prosperity. And immediately after, he threw that phony god aside. And of course, the illusion created by the Archbishop wasn't prosperity. And as he guessed, that spring had little to do with faith. Pausing for a moment, like a jolt running through his memory, Mikha's eyes suddenly froze. His mind trembled. "By the way, I remember Tho once said," recalling the words, "that said, among the apostles is a terrifying being, just like that illusion. In any case, he is searching for true faith, but that gives me a bad feeling. That spring-like tomb appears suddenly somewhere and then vanishes again." Pausing for a moment, Michael began to piece things together. The only pattern he could find was that now. Finally, Michael spoke up after a long silence and said to himself, "It destroys faith." Michael quickly spoke again. "Seth, have you sensed any trace of the tomb recently?" She channeled her energy, pointed both hands straight at her head, and began to gather information. After a moment, it seemed Seth saw something, and she suddenly froze. Now, Seth couldn't help but slap herself hard across the face. Oh my. Seeing her reaction, Michael's eyes held a faint smile as he thought to himself, perhaps that's the answer. Right after that, he went to Jules and said, So you've been distributing this drug to the believers because of that illusion. The man stubbornly gritted his teeth and said, "It's truly effective, even if it's addictive. If it's used for offerings to the god, then it can't be wrong." Michael, annoyed by this answer, raised his scepter and then said, "No, what the hell is this?" But now, Michael's inner voice quickly calmed him. "No, stop. You, Walpurgis, are inside me." Michael closed his eyes and said to himself, "I can't let any more of my staff be stained red." Pausing for a moment, now his inner selves were constantly screaming and fighting with each other. "Right, I'm different from my father." He made a firm resolution. "My path is that of a nobleman, words over fists. I pursue the way of a non-violent hero." But now, as soon as he came to his senses, everyone was holding him back tightly. "That's enough, Michael. That's enough. Young master. You can't let the staff control you." Looking at his own blood-covered body, Michael showed endless astonishment. He looked at himself, stunned. Jules lay on the ground, covering his face, and then said tremblingly, "I'm sorry, I won't go anywhere." Right after that, the man trembled and continued, "Status window." Michael was silent, staring intently at the staff in front of him, and said nothing. It seemed Michael was a bit disappointed in himself for still being unable to control himself. He reassured himself that whether he was non-violent or aggressive, in the end, it was just a fine line. After a long while, Jules finally sat quietly in submission to him. Michael looked at the man intently, then said, "Summarize this matter." And so the man recounted, "The illusion on the holy mountain tested the believers' faith, and no one could pass. As a result, they began to doubt their own beliefs." Right after, Michael continued, "And seeing the holy temple fall into chaos, the archbishop intervened by using a stimulant." "Correct?" Jules added. "After discovering a strange spring, I met a young boy there," and he recalled the boy he had met that day. The kid claimed to be an apostle of something. Jules lowered his head. He said this spring could resolve the doubts surrounding the holy temple. Right after that, Michael quickly explained to him, "You were deceived by an illusion." He stared intently at the other man, then said, "Do you know that the long-term accumulation from using this stimulant will lead to permanent consequences? Loss of divine power?" The man hesitated and asked respectfully, "Excuse me, do you mean lost forever?" As soon as he saw Michael confirm it, Juile seemed to be losing faith, wondering what he had just done. But Mikha only saw him as a fool. He pouted, clearly showing his disgust. Right after that, he quickly turned to leave, saying, "Don't waste time on useless regrets." Mikha said to Jay, "I will punish you, but first, we have to clean up this mess." He held up the vial and, he said, "First of all, destroy all of these potions. This is something that shouldn't exist." The man immediately replied, "Understood. What should we do with the illusion?" Mikha added, "I'll handle it myself." After saying that, he looked up at the sky. Afterwards, Mikha seemed tired. He let out a sigh, looked into the distance, and said to Set, "I have a feeling I'm going to take down the first apostle I meet." Set walked behind him, her expression extremely grim as she cursed inwardly. "That's right, healing is necessary." A cunning smile appeared on Mikha's face, and he resolved to undergo a physical healing, seriously and thoroughly. Meanwhile, Arian had been standing here for a very long time, seemingly waiting for something. Seeing her expression, Siegfried cried out in misery internally and didn't dare to say another word. After being continuously assaulted by that cold gaze, he became a little frightened. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?" Ariandin said nothing, just staring intently at him. Siegfried was startled and thought to himself, "What is it? Did I do something wrong again?" Right after that, Arian suddenly brought up something unrelated. "I see you've matured." Looking at his own muscles, Siegfried replied, "Ah, that's right, I'm gradually approaching my master's level." Arian quickly retorted, "No, I don't care about your swordsmanship, I'm talking about your mind." He became uneasy. "Oh, right." Siegfried's face momentarily looked aggrieved as he thought to himself, still as weird as ever. Looking at her smile, he was reminded of his friend. That kind of weirdness was exactly like Mikai's, and of course, in the eyes of this naive young man, that deadly duo was no different from a pair of monsters. Thinking of that wicked face, he unconsciously took a step back. Ariandin asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" Right after that, she didn't hesitate to call him out. "You seem to have become much more timid since we last met, Siegfried." Ariandin finally got to the point, saying, "I came about the matter of the hero." As soon as he heard this, Siegfried's expression became somewhat complicated. Then, Ariandin continued, "As a saint, I wish to meet him, but I don't know him, personally." He gave a sad, forced smile and then said, "You seem to have heard many things, haven't you? She replied. Indeed, but everyone I've met so far are people who have been blessed by him. Pausing for a moment, Ariandin then added, I've never asked those he defeated before. For some reason, Siegfried became displeased and replied, even if you ask me, I would say the same thing as everyone else. Not stopping there, the saintess probed further. Or are you just pretending to save face? Siegfried quickly cut her off. If that were true, I would have left the church already. I know I did wrong, including the matter with the house of the prophet. Hearing these words, Ariandin thought to herself that this was quite interesting. She looked at her friend, and then said, I never expected someone like you could change so much. Then, Ariandin put on a resigned expression and said, fine. Looking at him cheerfully, Ariandin added, you did apologize to Cassandra, so it's all right. Staring intently at the young man in front of her, Arian then pressed, right, but at the same time, the way she looked at Siegfried was incredibly strange, as if she was imagining him wearing a crown. It felt like her eyes were playing tricks on her eyes. Dark Arian rubbed her eyes for a long time because she couldn't believe what she had just seen. After she looked again, Sif had now returned to being a normal person with a sad face. Right after that, she told him that, just to be sure. Dark Arian then said, you were never a hero, were you? Suddenly hearing her change the subject, Sif was surprised but quickly replied, huh? Of course not. Hearing this, Dark Arian was bewildered. She was a little confused, rubbing her head. She remembered his face and then added, I thought so. Meanwhile, Mikha was sitting alone next to a large tree. Set now said to him, Mikha, what do you know about this tomb, besides the fact that the illusion is extremely dangerous? He looked at her, then replied, other than that, I don't know anything else. Mikha said to himself, Set isn't saying anything more. She's always been tight-lipped about these things. Pausing for a moment, Set added, the so-called illusion is just a nickname. Its real name, as an apostle, is Anubis. Immediately, Mikha became wary. Appearing so suddenly, something was suspicious, and he asked Set, wait, is it okay to reveal that? She replied, normally, I wouldn't do that. Set stretched and said, but I don't understand why that guy is like this. He's crossed the line. Right after that, he said again, he was a bit rude before, but never like this. She sighed in frustration, then replied, anyway, I have nothing more to say. Mikha fell into deep thought. Even I can't detect the location of the tomb he's in charge of, and from what he knew, that was his unique trait, a special apostle. Looking at his own hand, he felt a bit disappointed. Even with my magic, it's nearly impossible. Suddenly, stopping for a moment, Mikha said, no, why am I thinking so much? Right after that, he asked Set, I don't have to go meet him myself, right? She was a bit bewildered, but also quickly asked back, so, what's your plan? Mikha glanced over at Set, then he said, that? Night fell, and the bright moonlight in the sky only accentuated the terrifying silence. Mikha stood there, his mood now somewhat heavy. At the same time, while gazing into the distance, he suddenly remembered two familiar figures, happily lighting candles together. Mikha suddenly mocked himself, saying to himself, a failure. At the same time, a voice suddenly rang out, pulling him back to reality. What are you staring at so intently? As soon as Mikha turned around, a beautiful girl was staring at him and gave a cheerful smile. His expression didn't change. Now his face didn't even show any emotion, happy or sad. Staring intently at the other person, Mikha's gaze remained dark and eerie. Heh. So Set, what do you think? Can you feel the difference in faith? At this moment, he recalled that conversation. Why are you being so formal? Just talk like you normally do. Alright, I guess that's fine. Back then, she was terrified, covering her chest with both hands and saying, what will be fine? What are you talking about? She hid behind a tree and asked, for what? What are you talking about? Mikha then explained to her, a trial of faith is set for the believers. Mikha added, from Anubis's perspective, isn't the hero, who is a symbol of the holy nation, a worthy subject for the trial? Immediately, Set was bewildered, and she hesitantly guessed, don't tell me, you're planning to sacrifice yourself as bait? Now, Mikha said, look at the believers. Them, see how hard they're trying to prove their faith. Then, he looked over at the one with a feminine appearance over there. This was Anubis. And Mikha said, isn't it beautiful? According to what you said, they're only chasing after material gain. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to touch that potion. Then, Mikha asked again, are you saying that's not true faith? He stared intently at him, then said, the moment you have worldly desires, it becomes corrupted. Pausing for a moment, Mikai's eyes filled with anger as he questioned. So that's why you're spreading the awakening stimulant, Anubis? Hearing this, a smug smile spread across his face from deep within. Immediately, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers powerfully in the air. Right after, a dense beam of light quickly appeared, forcing Mikai to shield his eyes with his hand. Very quickly, he tried to open his eyes, and Mikai saw what had happened in front of him. Mikai looked ahead, where a temple had now quickly appeared before him. His inner voice warned him. So this is an illusion? Mikai quickly asked him. Where are we? Hearing such a foolish question, Anubis couldn't help but show a look of exasperation on his face. After a pause, he asked, Didn't Say tell you? At that moment, she also appeared. Anubis added, I thought she had already told you. Say explained, This is a recreation of an ancient temple from the land where I once lived. Anubis replied, That's right, believe it or not. This is one of the places where my apostles used to gather. But at the same time, Say looked displeased and said to him, That's enough. She looked at Anubis with contempt. Don't tell me. You've fallen so far that you're willing to break the rules? He stared intently at her, then replied disdainfully, Don't say such things to me. Say was visibly annoyed, and she quickly turned her head away, refusing to look at him anymore. Seeing her discomfort, Mikai quickly stepped in front of Say and asked Anubis, Let me ask you something. Pausing for a bit, he continued, Are you aware that the awakening stimulant makes people permanently unable to use divine power? Now, he didn't hesitate to answer. It's just a difference in perspective. It doesn't take their lives, does it? Mikai then glared at him and continued. It robs them of their future. On Anubis's face, a crazed smile now appeared. When my trial concludes, they will completely lose all memories related to me. As far as Mikai knew, the truth was that 9 out of 10 people didn't have the ability to unlock their divine power in the first place. Immediately after, his face also turned cold and emotionless, and Mikai said again, So, in your opinion, what is faith? Anubis maintained his crazed demeanor and replied, An iron will, pure goodwill, endless love. Faith is anything but trivial, and you absolutely must not take it lightly. Quickly summoning his staff of power, he said contemptuously, Stop rambling at me. Pausing for a moment, Mikai's inner voice quickly urged him on. I get it, so that's your faith. With a sharp gaze, he then challenged his opponent. It's absolutely pathetic. I want you to disappear from this world. With those words, Mikai raised his magic staff up. The scene broke apart like pieces of a model in a virtual world. Under the influence of the power emanating from him, Anubis was startled, and he couldn't help but ask, What are you doing? Staring intently at his opponent, he speculated. Don't tell me. You're planning to shatter what I've built? Now, Mikai also immediately started strategizing for this battle. Anubis was a transcendent being. From what he knew, this was an unconquered tomb that he couldn't touch. Pausing for a moment, he warned himself that he didn't have the right to step outside the fixed frame of the picture. So instead, I'll just trap you here. As he finished speaking, Mikai's eyes turned a blazing blood red, looking no different from a demon returning from the underworld. Beginning to channel his mana, Mikai cast a series of spells, then synchronized the Holy Garden for instant teleportation, coordinates locked. But at the same time, his gaze suddenly froze. It seemed like something had gone wrong while setting up the formation. But even so, facing this attack, Anubis still couldn't possibly dodge it. Just like that, he was pushed back by the bricks formed from Mikai's power, unable to even resist. After a long moment, Anubis was trapped inside a large, black magic box. It looked ominous, without a single crack showing. It felt like not even an ant could slip through. Then, the space seemed to change, and the 3 of them were now inside an arena. But strangely, Anubis was still there. He looked at Mikai in surprise, then couldn't help but ask, An arena? A structure within another structure. What's the point of trapping me in here? Of course, Mikai didn't care what his opponent was rambling about. He remained silent. But now, seeing him so curious, Mikai answered, Just to vent my anger. Seth tiptoed and whispered into his ear, Mikai, he's a real pain. Hearing this, Mikai was delighted. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to beat up an apostle without breaking the rules. Staring intently at Anubis, Mikai's demonic face returned. I can't let this guy go. Now, looking into his eyes, Anubis suddenly felt a fear from the very depths of his soul. As for our main character, he could no longer remain calm. He eagerly rushed forward. Okay, staffs only, let's fight fair. Anubis looked up at his opponent crazily, charging at him, and he gritted his teeth in fear. Now, Anubis was on high alert because he had never encountered such an unhinged opponent. A surprise duel. And just like that, the moment Mikha struck, Anubis was knocked to the ground like an ant in a thunderstorm. His entire body was powerlessly thrown into the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke, completely unable to continue the fight. Anubis's inner voice screamed, "Wait!" looking at Mikha's blazing eyes, like those of a wild beast. Anubis wondered, isn't he supposed to be a mage? To give a little background on this villain, he is Anubis, the illusionist. According to the information Mikha had, in the past, he worshipped the demon god to the point of being sarcastically called AA's hound dog. He was a fervent apostle of AA, but then he disappeared without a trace. It was then that he began to question what faith truly meant. Back then, the pitiful Anubis asked himself, if no one answered his faith, then what should he believe in, and how should he exist? And while he was trying to prove that, an incident occurred. This incident left Anubis completely shattered, both mentally and physically, and fate had already arranged everything. Then, he met a hero. Returning to the present, as he stared intently at Mikha, Anubis wondered, "You're really a mage?" Mikha replied coldly. "A true mage never relies solely on magic." Anubis didn't believe it and yelled, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mikha, annoyed by his noise, struck him hard with a single blow, while cursing directly, "Shut your mouth." Anubis gritted his teeth, his mind reeling. What is this? This is terrifying. Looking into Mikha's eyes again, Anubis confirmed he wasn't a demon, but his eyes were blazing red. "What are you doing?" Seeing him dazed, he asked contemptuously. "Oh, stunned." Then he looked at the scepter in Mikha's hand, surprised. "What the hell is that staff? Why is it radiating blood-red energy?" He hadn't even finished his thought when a huge explosion erupted. Anubis only had time to cry out in shock, gritting his teeth. "No, you. Isn't that staff related to J.O.?" Anubis couldn't believe it. Its aura was supposed to be holy. Why is it like this? And right at that moment, when he couldn't react, Mikha appeared behind his opponent. It was simply enveloped in a more sacred aura. In this fight, Mikha's power was indeed on a completely different level than Anubis's, and this left him gaping in astonishment. Tears streamed down his face as he ran and cried out in misery. "What the hell is this?" Mikha smirked slyly, chasing him like a relentless ghost. "Come here." Anubis ran, unwilling to accept it. "No, how is this possible? Power is supposed to be sealed here, right?" Pausing for a moment, he told himself that this boy just looked that way. He was actually just pretending. With that strong conviction, Anubis channeled his inner energy. "All right then, if you insist, I'll have to reveal my true form." Instantly, a blinding golden light appeared, and Mikha, dazzled, momentarily used his hand to shield his face, while his other hand transformed into sharp claws with a strange, bluish-black skin. Anubis's handsome human face also reverted to its true form. He was a tomb-guarding dog, paired with Set. Anubis resolved, "I will no longer see you as just a hero or a challenger, but as an intruder in my tomb, sowing chaos." And he threatened that intruders in his tomb would pay with a horrific death, which of course the boy paid no mind to. Mikha remained calm, secretly channeling his inner energy and pouring power into the staff in his hand. Even if you wanted to stop, it's already too late. Hearing Anubis's threat, Mikha actually found it amusing. He tightened his grip on the mystic scepter and swung it. With just one blow, he was flattened on the ground. Mikha said in disgust, "What a pity." And he mocked, "I once heard that there are no bad dogs in this world." Pausing for a moment, a demonic smile spread across the arrogant young man's lips. He laughed like a devil and added, "And yet today, I've found a bad dog." Anubis was stunned. He never thought that as a noble tomb-guarding dog, he would be humiliated like this. Then, sweat couldn't help but break out on his forehead, and he asked himself, "What is this?" Looking at Mikha, Anubis trembled from the depths of his soul. "I see a demon-like guy before me." He stared intently at the boy, then concluded that Mikha was one of his kind. Another painful kick landed on his head. Mikha lectured as he beat him. "A dog that bites people deserves to be punished." He rambled on. "There are no bad dogs. Bad dogs just need to be trained." Set, standing nearby, hesitated as if wanting to intervene. She thought to herself, "I should advise him to stop. But why does this feel so satisfying?" Set was amused and delighted. "Should I watch for another minute? Right?" Over here, Anubis was wailing in misery. "Isn't this an item? Why are you treating it like this?" And finally, Anubis had had enough of the beating. After the dog was disciplined, it was already late afternoon. Over here, Ran was anxiously scratching his head. "This is driving me crazy. Seriously. He was silently exhausted. It's been 3 days since Mikha disappeared, and a lot has changed in the Holy Temple. When the supply of Elysia was cut off, the followers started showing symptoms of withdrawal, and soon they began to act violently. Some even attacked the soldiers, screaming, "Hurry up and give me the Elysia for me." The butler stood beside him and said this proves the quality of the awakening drug in the Holy Temple is really poor. Ran had a headache. He yelled in helplessness, "Damn it! Where the hell did that Mikha guy go?" At the same time, a voice rang out, "Oh, there sure are a lot of heads here." Ran turned and said, "You really are." But now, upon identifying who had arrived, Ran showed a flash of surprise. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Ellen, who was still standing quietly without a sound, looking ahead. Those clouds made Ellen unable to help but exclaim, "The sky is so clear and blue." Pausing for a moment, it seemed she had discovered something that made her gasp in astonishment. A familiar voice, tinged with a bit of sass, rang out at that moment, "Everyone, push your heads to the ground. Now." It turned out the person who arrived was none other than Arianen. As soon as they heard her speak, everyone here simultaneously knelt and prostrated on the ground. Arianen praised them with satisfaction. "Good, that's exactly what you all should be doing," she asked everyone. "Well done. Why didn't you all do this before? Damn it." At that moment, one of them raised his head. Excuse me, what is it?" Arianen replied. "What? Did I say something wrong?" He answered, "Oh, not wrong. It's just the choice of words." He asked, "How do you call something damn it without saying damn it?" Ellen stood there, bewildered, her words and actions causing the followers to break out in a cold sweat. And right after that, Ellen said, it was no surprise. The woman standing before them was no ordinary person, she was Saint Arianen. After that, she put on an innocent act. What else could it be if not that? Ellen saw that Arianen was being a bit too casual, and felt a little worried. She turned to look at her two companions. It seemed those two had no intention of stopping it. "Over here," Min cheered. "Not bad at all." Ran replied, "She seems to have about 0.8 times the power of Mika." Ellen sighed helplessly. "It can't be helped. I'm the only sane one left, so I have to step in." Immediately after, she quickly spoke up. "Saint Arianen, perhaps you should consider speaking more gently." Arianen was surprised. Oh, the goddess is just softening her tone. Right after that, Ellen quickly explained, like push your heads to the ground and damn it. Those kinds of things. As someone standing before everyone, you should set a better example. But it seemed Arianen still didn't understand. Right after that, she asked the hero, "What do you think of that speech?" Hearing this question, Ellen looked bewildered. She couldn't help but let out a sound. "Huh?" Arianen continued. "He's away for a bit, but usually his actions." She added, "I want to take notes on them." Ellen was tired. She stammered, the hero. Then, a series of bad thoughts and impressions about Mikha rushed back into her mind like a slow-motion film, making it impossible for Ellen to look happy. Seeing her say nothing, Arianen quickly called out again, "Goddess." Right after that, Ellen suddenly stepped forward and proactively took the saintess's hand. Ellen smiled brightly and said, "Thinking about it now, you're not so bad." Ellen said this with all her sincerity. "Saintess, good luck." And now, the most level-headed girl in Alan's group had finally decided to stop overthinking. Hearing these words, Arianen immediately became pensive. She began to think seriously. Seeing her silent for a long while, Ellen prompted her, "Goddess Arianen, is something troubling you?" Immediately after, Arianen replied, "Ellen, you said the hero suddenly disappeared, right?" She didn't hide anything from Arian. Right after, Ellen answered, "Yes, that's the situation for now. Their thirst for faith can't be satisfied by my existence alone." As she spoke, she thought of the crowds kneeling at her feet, and her heart was also in constant turmoil. When she looked into their dazed eyes, as if from withdrawal, Arian's mood became extremely uneasy. If this continues. Upon hearing the saintess's worries, Rian quickly stepped over and said, "It'll probably be fine." Rian asserted that Mihai wouldn't just leave, that he's not the type to disappear over some trivial matters. Ellen quickly added, "That's right. He might be strange in many ways, but he's not someone who neglects his responsibilities." Their words of trust secretly surprised Arian, even though they grumbled about him, but they still trusted him deeply. Now, seeing their smiles, her heart softened considerably. At this very moment, at the sight of Anubis and Mihai's fight, a terrifying silence filled the air. Anubis groaned, lying sprawled on the ground, unable to even move his tail. After beating the guy to a pulp, Mihai looked tired and used Anubis as a seat. Set sat silently, watching everything unfold. In the end, she couldn't stop him. Mihai had even defeated an apostle, but Anubis remained stubborn. Is it wrong for me to prove my faith? Mihai replied. You tested others without their consent. That breaks your own principles as an apostle, doesn't it? Now, Anubis trembled. He said that Asa had sacrificed his life to protect the world. Pausing for a moment, hatred flooded back into his thoughts. But not a single human remembers his name. According to Anubis, they had betrayed their faith and trust. And now, no one comes out of the sanctuary to honor the gods with noble deeds. They only crave salvation. Hearing this, his expression suddenly turned cold. Mihai then said, So. He paused for a moment and then asked Anubis, You think you're any different? From what he could sense, in the end, it was all just part of the process. A bitter growth on the journey toward a goal. The experience from 2 lifetimes had taught Mihai that one must awaken to become whole. Every time he remembered the past, his heart ached sharply. Mihai said, with all sincerity, What you're doing isn't a trial. He stood up and continued, That's nothing more than a tantrum stemming from the belief that humanity betrayed you. Based on the experience Mihai had gathered, confusion and failure shouldn't be erased. Right at this moment, a beam of light quickly appeared. Mihai calmly stood and watched the situation. He looked at Set's eyes. They were not meant to be eliminated, but to be guided onto the right path. Then, Mihai asked again, Didn't you say your trial was to prove something? True faith? Pausing for a moment, he pointed forward and then said, Then watch. After that, Mihai calmly told Anubis, I will prove it very clearly. Outside, that crowd was still packed tightly, across the entire courtyard, and they prayed non-stop. Saint, what must we do to be saved? Please, please tell us. The saint looked at this scene, and even an innocent girl like Arian felt a headache coming on. This is harder than I thought. I've never trained for this kind of thing, she said to herself. I want to scream and tell them not to waste their time on pointless struggles, but they are just desperate believers hoping for salvation. At this point, she felt a little insecure about her own abilities, so all I can give them is just empty words of comfort. Seek salvation through prayer and faith. Now, remembering those close to her, Black Arian thought to herself, but a vague answer like that is just stalling for time. Pausing for a moment, she thought again, if it were the hero, the one who saved so many people and purified demons, how would he respond? Just then, Arianden's heart trembled, and she said to herself, Salvation. These thoughts were like thorns, and they pierced deep into Arianden's heart, making her so uncomfortable she couldn't help but curse. Damn it. At the same time, a loud explosion rang out, and Mikha appeared from within the white smoke. As soon as he saw the scene before him, his eyes instantly turned cold. Mikha then asked the people present, What is this? An interrogation? At that moment, one of the believers couldn't contain his curiosity and looked up to ask, Who are you? To answer his question, he calmly got straight to the point, I am the hero. At the same time, Anubis spoke up, Perfect timing, there are believers here seeking salvation. One of them I have deemed unworthy to. As soon as he heard him say that, he became displeased. Unworthy? Anubis was startled. Ah, no. I mean a victim. A victim. At the same time, another believer quickly showed his surprise, shouting loudly, The hero! And they immediately started cheering. Hero, you've come. Just as expected of the hero, have you really come to save us? Anubis was surprised. He asked, Can you guide their faith in the right direction? Mikai's gaze was pensive, and he wondered, Can you do what I could not? At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, Are you the hero? Turning his head to look, he saw that the voice belonged to none other than Arianden. She looked at him and gave a gentle smile. Now, an image from the past returned to him, a time when Mikha had wanted to rush forward and hold this girl's hand tightly, but couldn't. Mikha felt so lucky to be reborn and meet his friend again. Right after that, Mikha replied, Yes, it's me. Staring intently at the young man before her, Black Arian was a bit flustered and said, You appeared so suddenly. At the same time, a desperate believer looked up to the sky and begged, Please save us. Now, Anubis quickly whispered in his ear, Can you guide them to the true faith? Can you do what I could not? Quickly pushing his face away, Mikha then said, Everyone. With a sincere gaze, he looked intently at them, then said loudly, I don't know. Hearing this, the apostles and Anubis were simultaneously surprised, and Mikha said, Excuse me. But hearing this, even Arianden was bewildered. She didn't know what he was going to do next. After a pause, he said, I am no different from you, perhaps I even have less faith than you. After a moment, Mikha stared intently at the crowd. But there is one thing I can say for certain. The things you worry about, the days you spent lost in thought were not meaningless. Now, upon hearing him say that, a disciple was moved and repeated his words, but immediately after, he roared in anger. Unlike me, you have seen Hikau with your own eyes. After a pause, he slammed his chest as if going mad. We can't even use divine power. Another person continued. At first, we thought the same, but then, hearing this, everyone fell silent, heartbroken by their fate as believers, realizing it was all just meaningless self-comfort. Hearing this, Mikha wasn't angry at all. He instead felt even more empathy. I know. Now Mikha said to himself, I've seen Hikau with my own eyes, while they only have their faith to rely on. He gazed at the statue and thought to himself, a god who never answers. Mikha still silently recalled, but before I turned back time, in that world filled only with despair, prayers actually began to hold power, and he could feel it clearly. Even if they didn't realize it, they had chosen a thorny path. A hint of sadness flickered in his eyes. Honestly, I have nothing to advise them on this thorny path. And Mikha understood that just like last time, they would eventually achieve it. After a pause, he quickly became convinced, but even so, if they want to see the light, they will reach it. Immediately after, Mikha told himself, then perhaps I can revive a part of it. Immediately after, he said aloud, very well. Mikha's eyes were now filled with a fiery light, and he made a resolution, then let me prove it. Mikha recalled that before he regressed, after experiencing a brutal ordeal, there were seekers who reached divinity. And from what he understood, they emitted a stream of light, unlike any divine power. After a pause, Mikha continued, and the people who witnessed it gave it this name, the light of the crown of thorns.